In the Qin family villa in Jianghai city of the Xia kingdom, a strikingly handsome young man slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the surroundings that felt both familiar and strange. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a hint of confusion. Wasn't I in the abyss? Still puzzled, Qin Feng instinctively surveyed the room. Noticing the familiar ornaments and the custom mechanical hanging clock on the wall, he abruptly began rummaging for his phone. He lit up the screen and focused his gaze. The date displayed was October 1st, 2120. Qin Feng's pupils contracted sharply as he stared at the time. Have I been reborn? As one of the very first players of Xinyu, and one of humanity's peak combatants, Qin Feng clearly remembered that today was the release day of Xinyu. In his previous life, like the vast majority of players, Qin Feng had assumed Xinyu was merely an ordinary online game. Yet now reborn, he knew the truth. 3 years after its launch, Xinyu would fully descend into reality. Once the game merged with the real world, every ability players obtained within it would be carried over into reality. Correspondingly, the myriad monsters from the game would also appear upon Blue Star. In his previous life, as a fervent gaming enthusiast, Qin Feng had dived into the game the moment the servers opened. As one of the first to eat the crab, he took advantage of his early start and quickly secured his place within the top tier of Xinyu's combat power rankings. After the game fully descended into reality, Qin Feng naturally became one of the human faction's supreme powerhouses. Yet as the saying goes, where the Tao rises a foot, the devil advances 10. Compared to the inexhaustible horde of monsters that had descended, Qin Feng's strength was still woefully insufficient. Once the game had merged with reality, humanity's living space was relentlessly compressed by the monsters. Innumerable humans became mere blood food in their maws. Qin Feng himself, while sweeping through the abyss, was besieged by 10 monsters of the supreme tier and fought until he fell dying with bitter regret. Recalling the regret-laden end of his previous life, Qin Feng unconsciously clenched his fists. Indeed, as a first-batch player, he had enjoyed the game's dividends and an overwhelming early advantage over others. Yet in turn, every detour that pioneers must tread and every resource they must waste, Qin Feng had endured without exception. The regrets of his past life would be mended in this one. Now that he had been given the chance to start anew, Qin Feng would defy destiny itself, stem the raging tide, and prop up the collapsing edifice of humanity. With the power of a single person, he would suppress every monster that walked the world. The game was about to enter public beta. Time would wait for no one. Qin Feng flung himself up, turned on the computer, entered the web address, and opened Xinyu's official site. In his previous life, Xinyu's public beta had not attracted much attention. This was largely due to two main reasons. First, the game had almost no promotion. Beyond placing a few advertisements on forums, there had been no other marketing campaigns. Second, the price of Xinyu's game helmets was outrageously high. A single ordinary game helmet cost 100,000 yuan, causing most interested players to remain on the sidelines at the start, choosing merely to watch. As a part-time game reviewer and a professional rich second-generation, Qin Feng had in his previous life purchased a game helmet out of a desire to step into the pit, and in adherence to the principle that one should not comment without first-hand experience. He had planned to experience the game and then produce a review video fiercely denouncing those unscrupulous merchants who would stop at nothing to make money. Yet once Qin Feng entered the game, his mindset underwent a drastic shift. For one simple reason, Xinyu was so realistic that it utterly crushed every other virtual online game on the market. With a virtuality level as high as 999, Qin Feng could no longer distinguish between illusion and reality, forgetting entirely the original purpose with which he had entered the game. Although Qin Feng forgot his initial intent, his fellow reviewers remained dutiful. Shortly after the public beta began, these game critics released professional review videos. Their videos stirred up 1,000 ripples at once. Under the tremendous influence of these people, Xinyu was swiftly pushed to the center of public attention, and within just a few hours, the first batch of 10 million game helmets sold out completely. One wealthy magnate even spent an enormous sum to purchase the sole supreme grade game pod, thereby gaining the chance to draw a god-tier talent. Later, this magnate naturally relied on that supreme grade game pod to become within Xinyu the undisputed #1. Unfortunately, after the game descended into reality, this supreme human powerhouse did not stand with his own kind. Instead, he joined the monster faction and became a public enemy of all humankind. With that thought, Qin Feng, having just completed his real name registration, immediately opened the GamePod purchase page and dragged the cursor all the way to the bottom. Reborn, how could he allow such a priceless treasure to fall into a trader's hands? His gaze swept downward, and the purchase information appeared before him. Supreme grade GamePod. Price 100 million Huaxia coins. Limit worldwide unique. He entered his address, bank card number, and payment amount, then confirmed the purchase. Ding dong. Congratulations, player, on successfully purchasing the supreme grade GamePod. Our company will deliver it to your designated address within 2 hours. Hearing the successful purchase notification, irrepressible joy burst forth in Qin Feng's eyes. For someone who possessed a heritage worth several billions, a cost of 100 million was still within his means. As long as he could obtain this supreme grade GamePod, not to mention 100 million, Qin Feng would willingly hand over all his family assets if necessary. After a long and torturous wait, Qin Feng finally heard the long-awaited knock at the door. He rushed out of the bedroom in a few quick strides, opened the front door, and ushered the delivery staff inside. After a round of adjustments, the supreme grade GamePod was installed. With time still to spare, Qin Feng went into the bathroom and took a thorough, refreshing shower, then asked the butler to bring a lavish tableful of fine food. This was not for ceremony but preparation for the battles he would wage within the game. Once he had eaten and drunk his fill, and the time was nearly upon him, Qin Feng stepped straight into the game pod. In the very next instant, Qin Feng felt as though he had plunged into a temporal tunnel. His body was enveloped by countless strands of golden light. After roughly half a minute, the scene shifted abruptly. Honored Supreme Grade player, welcome to the world of Xinyu. Before he could take in his surroundings, a prompt voice sounded in his ears. At the sound in his ears, Qin Feng swept his gaze around and realized he was standing within a divine temple. In the unseen heights, it felt as though a pair of eyes were silently watching him. Honored Supreme Grade player, please name your character. As the familiar procedure began, Qin Feng thought for a moment and spoke the ID he had used in his previous life. Tianyi. Naming successful. Please choose your initial class. As the system prompt fell, 6 selectable halos appeared around Qin Feng. Warrior, Assassin, Knight, Mage, Priest, Mechanic. Facing the 6 glowing orbs before him, Qin Feng did not hesitate in the slightest and chose the warrior class. Compared to mages who hurled spells and mechanics with their dazzling contraptions, Qin Feng preferred the warrior, a profession where every swing of the blade drew blood. In the eyes of ordinary people, however, the warrior was an exceedingly mediocre class. In terms of critical strikes and raw damage, the warrior could not compare to the assassin, who was likewise a melee fighter. In toughness and ability to draw monsters, aggro warriors were inferior to knights. When it came to team support, warriors could not even glimpse the dust left by priests. As for ranged capabilities, mages and mechanics could utterly suppress warriors. Yet after the game descended upon reality, this once disdained class of warrior became the hope of all humanity. The reason was simple: the warrior was comprehensive enough in every aspect. While other classes needed to coordinate with one another just to enter underground caverns and clear monsters in various dungeons, a warrior could charge in alone with nothing but a single blade, plunging into a sea of fiends to take the head of a demon general amid thousands of monsters. More importantly, the warrior was also the path Qin Feng had chosen in his previous life. The experience he possessed would allow him to avoid countless detours on the road of a warrior. Ding dong. Player's chosen class detected: warrior. Begin drawing class talents. Draw them immediately, Qin Feng replied without hesitation. As his words fell, a system chime echoed within Qin Feng's mind. Ding dong. Player identified as the sole Supreme Tier user in the entire game. You have successfully used your Supreme Privilege to enter the game 10 minutes in advance. Full Supreme Privilege is now in effect. As a special reward, you are granted 10 chances to draw God Tier talents. Use them immediately. Hearing this, Qin Feng was momentarily stunned. He had never expected that in his previous life the traitor had actually activated an incomplete form of the Supreme Privilege. Nor had he imagined that the complete Supreme Privilege would be so terrifying, directly multiplying a single talent draw at the start of the game into 10. 10 talents combined. What kind of concept was that? Qin Feng took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. As soon as he spoke, the talent draw interface appeared before Qin Feng. With a mere thought, the enormous talent drawing roulette began to spin rapidly. As the wheel spun, streak after streak of golden light quietly blossomed. Because he had been reborn, Qin Feng knew that these represented all the talents available to players. Among them, the highest rank was SSS, the God Tier, marked in vivid crimson. A few seconds later, as the final golden light shimmered, the colossal roulette gradually came to a halt. In the next instant, a violent burst of golden radiance erupted from the wheel. The moment it left the wheel's surface, it split into 10 extremely bright crimson orbs that silently shot into Qin Feng's body. Ding dong, congratulations, you have obtained the initial SSS-tier talent Tenfold Critical Strike and unlocked the SS-tier talents Tenfold Attack, Speed, Infinite Firepower, Limitless Growth, Absolute Resistance, Power to Slay Gods, Forced Enslavement, Master of Fate, Absolute Invincibility, and Time Reversal. First talent, Tenfold Critical Strike. Initial talent. Rank SSS. Talent effect: all attacks are guaranteed critical hits and critical damage is increased tenfold. Second talent, Tenfold Attack, Speed, unlocked at level 20. Rank SSS. Talent effect: gain a tenfold increase in attack speed. Third talent, Infinite Firepower, unlocked at level 30. Rank SSS. Talent effect: skill cooldowns are reduced by 90 with no mana consumption. Fourth talent, Limitless Growth, unlocked at level 40. Rank SSS. Talent effect: each unit killed permanently increases your health by 1 point. Fifth talent, Absolute Resistance, unlocked at level 50. Rank SSS. Talent effect: regardless of prerequisites, reduce all damage taken by 99. Sixth talent, Power to Slay Gods, unlocked at level 60. Rank SSS. Talent effect: ignore defense and deal pure true damage. Seventh talent, Forced Enslavement, unlocked at level 70. Rank SSS. Talent effect: forcibly enslave any wild creature of a level equal to or lower than your own. Eighth talent, Master of Fate, unlocked at level 80. Rank SSS. Talent effect: forcibly twist causality so that all uncertain events turn in your favor. Ninth talent, Absolute Invincibility, unlocked at level 90. Rank SSS. Talent effect: once activated, all damage the player would receive is forcibly reduced to 0 for 30 minutes. Cooldown 1 day. 10th talent, Time Reversal, unlocked at level 100. Rank SSS. Talent effect: freely rewind time to any moment within the past 12 hours. Cooldown 1 day. Staring at the 10 talents he had drawn, Qin Feng felt as though his heart was about to explode. Only after taking dozens of deep breaths in succession did Qin Feng finally calm down a little. These were 10 each SS-tier talent alone could forge an ultimate powerhouse. Yet at the very dawn of the game, he had obtained 10 SS-tier talents at once. What was even more frightening was that all 10 of these SS-tier talents possessed an extremely clear focus. Without exception, every single one was perfectly suited to the warrior class. As long as he was given enough time to develop to raise his level and unlock all 10 talents, then even if every monster in the world joined forces to besiege him at once, he would not harbor even the slightest trace of fear. Thinking of this, Qin Feng could no longer contain his impatience. Just then the system prompt sounded beside his ear. Player has completed talent drawing. Enter the game now. Qin Feng clicked confirm without a moment's hesitation. In the very next second, the gates of the divine temple swung open. Qin Feng's body was drawn forward against his will, passing through the doorway and stepping into the boundless starry void, his form dissolving into data as he vanished from the hall. When he opened his eyes again, Qin Feng was already standing at the resurrection point of the novice village. Because he had used the supreme privilege to enter the game early, he was the only person in the novice village at this moment, so there was naturally no one to compete with him for quests. Thinking of this, Qin Feng smiled faintly and shook his head, then opened his personal panel to inspect it. Tianyi level 1. Health 200,200. Mana 100,100. Physical magical attack 1,012. Defense 14. Strength 10. Intelligence 5. Constitution 9. Agility 7. Luck 0. Critical chance 100 talent Tenfold Critical Strike. Critical damage 1,000 talent Tenfold Critical Strike. Attribute points 0. Talents activated Tenfold Critical Strike. Inactive Tenfold attack speed, infinite firepower, limitless growth, absolute resistance, power to slay gods, forced enslavement, master of fate, absolute invincibility, time reversal. Skill blade mastery LV1 effect when using bladed weapons, damage is increased by an additional 10. Inventory 2000 copper coins, a random initial chest. After reviewing his initial attributes, Qin Feng opened his inventory and took out the system gifted random chest. This chest was a basic reward that every player received upon creating a character. From it, each player could obtain a weapon or piece of equipment tailored to the class they had chosen. However, its quality depended entirely on luck. Sometimes it yielded something powerful, and sometimes only a tasteless, useless item. After pondering briefly, Qin Feng pressed the button to open the chest. As Qin Feng's fingers made contact with the virtual button, the treasure chest suddenly erupted with a burst of intense golden light. Seeing this auspicious golden glow, Qin Feng's eyes lit up, and his anticipation surged. In the realm of the Divine Domain game, if a treasure chest emits golden light upon being opened, it signifies that one of the best items within has been acquired. Moments later, as the brilliant golden light faded, a long sword appeared before Qin Feng. Ding! Honorable Supreme Privilege player, congratulations on obtaining a weapon with no level restrictions, the Dragon Slayer Blade. Hearing the system notification, Qin Feng's spirit jolted, but he soon frowned. Indeed, weapons that can grow are weapons with no level restrictions, and the potential to grow are even rarer. In his past life, as far as Qin Feng knew, there were no more than 10 players in the entire Divine Domain game who possessed such weapons. Moreover, none could obtain a growth weapon from basic treasure chests. However, despite the weapon's quality, it possessed that weakness is its exorbitant cost. Although the weapon's level attributes can be enhanced according to the user's level, its grade cannot be upgraded. To enhance its grade requires a significant investment of weapons of the same rank. In the early stages, while at the Black Iron grade, at least 10 Black Iron weapons are needed for an upgrade. Once upgraded, each time a growth weapon levels up, it requires even more high-quality weapons to consume. After consuming 10 Black Iron weapons to unlock it, to upgrade to silver rank, 10 silver weapons are required. To upgrade to gold rank, 10 gold weapons are necessary. The higher one wishes to elevate its grade, the more difficult it becomes. In the later stages of the game, an epic or mythical piece of equipment could cause a bloodbath, let alone 10. After pondering for a few seconds, Qin Feng felt reassured. As a reborn individual and a former powerhouse of the Divine Domain, he possessed experiences that surpassed all others. No one understood better than him where the resources were abundant. No one knew better where materials could be easily obtained. In short, everything others knew he knew, everything they did not know he also knew. Not to mention he was already ahead by. With this in mind, Qin Feng opened the Eye of Insight to check the unlocking conditions for the Dragon Slayer Blade. Dragon Slayer Blade level unrestricted, grade none, no grade. To advance to Black Iron, it requires consuming 10 Black Iron equipment. Status unavailable. It can only be unlocked after consuming 10 weapons. Description: this is an incredibly sharp blade. As long as there are enough whetstones, it can sever all things in the world. Looking at the requirements for unlocking, Qin Feng stroked his chin. Purchasing Black Iron weapons is very convenient, as they can be bought at the blacksmith shop at the village entrance. However, the items in the novice village are somewhat of a ripoff. Even a worthless Black Iron weapon is priced at 200 copper coins by the blacksmith. To unlock the Dragon Slayer Blade, at least 10 Black Iron weapons are required. This means all of Qin Feng's starting money would be completely spent. Qin Feng let out a sigh, then closed the panel for the Dragon Slayer Blade. Although he felt a pang of regret, everything would be worth it, as long as it could enhance the blade's level. With this in mind, Qin Feng walked directly to the blacksmith shop, located in the west of the novice village. After a few seconds, he left the shop with an empty wallet carrying 10 Black Iron weapons. Finding a quiet place, Qin Feng took out the Dragon Slayer Blade from his backpack and activated its devouring effect. Ding! You have activated the devouring effect of the Dragon Slayer Blade, consuming 10 black iron weapons. The Dragon Slayer Blade has been successfully unlocked and is now beginning to upgrade. As the notification sound faded, the Dragon Slayer Blade before Qin Feng erupted in a violent golden glow. This was a sign of wealth and a herald of ascension. Moments later, the upgrade of the Dragon Slayer Blade was complete. Qin Feng, who was standing by, hurriedly opened the Eye of Insight to check the blade's panel. Dragon Slayer Blade growth type weapon level unrestricted attributes provided according to the equipment user's level grade black iron magical physical attack 2025 additional features 1. Strength 22. When attacking, an additional 10 damage is added. 3. When attacking, there is a 10 chance to inflict a slowing effect that lasts for 5 seconds. Durability 100, 001, 0000 restriction. The Dragon Slayer Blade is locked as a personal equipment of the character's destiny, non-tradable, and cannot be used by others. Description: this is a personal equipment of the player possessing infinite growth potential. After reviewing the Dragon Slayer Blade's panel, Qin Feng directly held it in his hand, swung it a few times, nodded in satisfaction, and glanced at his own panel. After equipping the Dragon Slayer Blade, Qin Feng's attack power rose directly from the minimum of 10 points to 30 points. Additionally, as Qin Feng chose the warrior class, his primary attribute is strength, with each point of strength converting to 1 point of attack power. Thus, the additional 20 points of strength from the Dragon Slayer Blade also provided Qin Feng with 20 points of attack power, further increasing his attack power to 50 points. This damage may seem low, but combined with Qin Feng's first talent Tenfold Critical hits, it allows each of his attacks to reach a terrifying 500 points of damage. If combined with the effects of weapon mastery, this damage could receive an additional 10 boost. With this thought, a satisfied smile appeared on Qin Feng's face. After completing the upgrade of the Dragon Slayer Blade, Qin Feng's main task was to grind monsters for experience. Relying on the memories in his mind, it didn't take long for him to find a quick way to level up. Determining the direction, Qin Feng walked towards the novice village. After walking a few steps, he arrived in front of an old house at the village entrance. Unlike other houses in the village, this old house appeared particularly dilapidated, as if it had not been inhabited for many years. Qin Feng was not deceived by this false exterior. He gently pushed the door open and walked in. As Qin Feng stepped inside, the lifeless house seemed to come alive, filled with a palpable killing intent. "Who are you? Why do you disturb my seclusion?" Before Qin Feng stood a gaunt old man sitting on the ground. The old man looked haggard, but his eyes were sharp like the blade honed for decades. Great Swordsman by Hucho. Through the Eye of Insight, Qin Feng saw the old man's name, confirming that he had not come. Great Swordsman by Hucho was a legendary master of swordsmanship. For 30 years, no one could rival him. In despair and unable to find a worthy opponent, he had confined himself within this old house. He honed his understanding of the way of the sword while awaiting the appearance of a challenger. Players with weapon mastery can obtain a hidden quest from Bai Hucho by Hekis Whetstone. The reward for this quest is by Hekis' renowned sword technique, Heavenly Flight. And this is precisely the purpose of Qin Feng's journey. 004 Hidden Task. Hearing Bai Hekis' menacing question, Qin Feng smiled lightly as he took out the dragon-slaying blade and waved it towards Bai Hucho. "I have heard that Mr. Bai's swordsmanship is unparalleled in the world, and I, Qin Feng, have come to seek your guidance." Upon hearing Qin Feng's response, a gleam of light suddenly erupted in Bai Hekis' eyes. Good, a powerful answer. You are indeed one of my swordsmanship disciples." Bai Hucho looked at Qin Feng with approval, not hiding the joy in his eyes. "It is not impossible to learn my swordsmanship. I, Bai Hucho, have always been eager to teach and do not discriminate." Bai Hucho changed his tone and continued speaking. "However, my swordsmanship is not something just anyone can learn. Those who can learn my sword techniques are the best among people, the geniuses who will climb to the pinnacle of the sword path. Therefore, I need you to prove your strength to me." After saying this, Bai Hucho looked Qin Feng up and down before speaking. "You seem quite young, so I won't set a difficult task for you. There is a star scar cave to the east of the village. As long as you can collect 100 sharpening stones, I will teach you the sword path. Ding dong. Would you like to accept the hidden task by Hekis Sharpening Stones? Tip: the sharpening stone mining area is a high-risk zone. Please consider carefully." Hearing the prompt sound in his ear, Qin Feng smiled lightly at Bai Hucho. "Mr. Bai, wait a moment. I will retrieve the sharpening stones for you right away." Bai Hucho raised his eyebrows, indicating that Qin Feng could leave. After receiving his approval, Qin Feng turned and left Bai Hekis' room. Stepping outside, Qin Feng opened the task panel and carefully reviewed the task summary. Bai Hekis Sharpening Stones. Level S. Task content: go to the Star Scar Cave and kill black-skinned pig headman LV5. Collect 100 sharpening stones and deliver them to NPC Great Swordsman Bai Hucho. Task target: sharpen 0-100. Task rewards: 1. Skill book Heavenly Immortal. 2. Equipment by Hekis Sword Sheath. 3. 200 silver coins. Task description: black-skinned, pig-headed people have tough skin and flesh, making them difficult to kill. Players should prepare healing potions. Seeing the rewards for this task, Qin Feng nodded, feeling relatively satisfied. Heavenly Immortal is a very rare high-level skill that can greatly enhance Qin Feng's combat ability. Bai Hekis Sword Sheath is also a very good auxiliary equipment that can repair weapon damage, significantly reducing the cost of weapon repairs. Thinking of this, Qin Feng no longer wasted time. He closed the task panel and turned towards the direction of the Star Scar Cave. In the novice stage, the Star Scar Cave is considered a high-risk area. It is also quite a distance from the novice village. After leaving the novice village on the way to the Star Scar Cave, Qin Feng encountered some low-level monsters. For most novice players, these low-level monsters are good sources of experience. But for Qin Feng, who had taken on the hidden task, these level 1 monsters were even less than a chicken rib and not worth his effort. Qin Feng ran wildly, completely ignoring the level 1 monsters stumbling behind him. Soon he crossed the novice resource area and arrived at the high-risk area, the Star Scar Cave. Ding dong. Congratulations, player, you have discovered the location of the Star Scar Cave and completed the exploration achievement, Novice Village Reputation 100. Hearing this prompt, Qin Feng knew he had found the exact location. In his memory, the location of the black-skinned pig-head man was on the outskirts of the Star Scar Cave. Following the road in his memory, Qin Feng quickly arrived at a place piled with animal bones. Looking at the gnawing marks on the bones, Qin Feng was very sure that this was the gathering point of the black-skinned pig-head man. With a crunch, Qin Feng stepped on a rib on the ground that had been gnawed to the bone. The sudden sound startled the surrounding black-skinned pig-head men. The black-skinned pig-head men are extremely aggressive. Whenever an alien creature appears in their sight, they will unhesitatingly charge and launch an attack. Without a doubt, upon seeing Qin Feng, the naturally aggressive black-skinned pig-head men howled and charged at him. With a tenfold critical strike talent, Qin Feng remained calm. He leisurely opened his eye of insight, aiming at a charging black-skinned pig-head man. In an instant, the information of the black-skinned pig-head man appeared before Qin Feng. Black-skinned pig-head man. Level 5. Rank Black Iron. Health 500,500. Attack power 4155. Skills charge bloodthirsty attack. Description: originally a group of ordinary wild boars in the Star Scar Valley, they mutated and evolved into highly aggressive black-skinned pig-head men for unknown reasons. 500 health points, that's a bit weak. Although Qin Feng's base attack power is not high, he possesses the talent of a tenfold critical strike. As long as he strikes accurately with one attack, he can instantly kill the pig-head man. Calculating the health points, Qin Feng brandished the dragon-slaying blade and charged at a pig-head man. Seeing someone charging at him with a blade, the frenzied black-skinned pig-head man showed no fear. He raised his bone club high and aimed it at Qin Feng's throat, sweeping it violently. Qin Feng gave a cold sneer. With lightning-fast speed, he swiftly ducked, avoiding this strike from the edge of. Then Qin Feng rolled his sharp blade. With a crunch, a series of blood-red numbers appeared above the pig-head man's head. 558. Damage value floated out, and the pig-head man fell to the ground, struggling a few times before becoming motionless. Ding dong. You have killed a black-skinned pig-head man and gained 50 experience points. After killing the first black-skinned pig-head man, Qin Feng did not even glance at the dropped items on the ground. He wielded his blade and ran towards another pig-head man. Crunch. 551. Crunch. 568. Crunch. 562. The dragon-slaying blade danced in Qin Feng's hands, slashing up and down, left and right. One black-skinned pig-head man after another fell to the ground, turning into corpse after corpse. As Qin Feng crazily killed the pig-head men, his experience points were also rapidly increasing. In no time, Qin Feng's experience bar filled up. In the next moment, a golden light descended from the sky, directly entering Qin Feng's body. At the moment he felt the golden light, Qin Feng felt an endless power surging within him. Ding dong. Congratulations, player, you have successfully leveled up. Current level is LV2. Hearing this, Qin Feng's face showed an expression of anticipation as he immediately allocated all the free attribute points gained from leveling up to strength. Then he turned his body and found a pig-head man to conduct a damage test. Crunch. The blade light flashed and blood-red numbers floated above the pig-head man's head. Upon closer inspection, this time the damage actually reached 605 points. Seeing the increase in damage, Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. He then adjusted his sight, searching for pig-head men in the area ready to deliver some warmth to them. After searching for a long time, he still found no standing black-skinned pig-head men. It turned out that all the pig-head men in this area had already been cleared out by him. This damage test can be done later. Qin Feng sighed in disappointment. Although Qin Feng had just experienced a fierce battle, after leveling up, his stamina had returned to its initial state, so he did not need to rest. Walking around slowly, Qin Feng, feeling bored, collected the items dropped by the pig-head men. Ding dong, congratulations, player, you have obtained 10 copper coins. Ding dong, congratulations, player, you have obtained 1 copper coin. Ding dong, congratulations, player, you have obtained a treasure from the pig-head man, sharpening stone X1. 005 hidden boss. The pigskin bully. Qin Feng's battle with the black-skinned pig-headed man was always a close-quarters combat confined to a small area of just a few dozen meters. Under these circumstances, Qin Feng quickly collected all the spoils of war. After gathering the loot, he opened his backpack to check his gains. Although Qin Feng had slain many black-skinned pig-headed men, not every one of them dropped a whetstone. I killed over 100 black-skinned pig-headed men and only got more than 30 whetstones. The drop rate is a bit low. As he sighed, Qin Feng scanned the area for nearby black-skinned pig-headed men. Looking around, Qin Feng noticed that the deeper he went, the more white bones piled up along the sides of the path. Thus he concluded that the lair of the black-skinned pig-headed men lay at the end of the road. Having determined his direction, Qin Feng drew the dragon slayer and walked towards the end of the path. In the Divine Oracle, each level up for the character came with a varying number of attribute points. Upon leveling up from level 1 to level 2, Qin Feng received a total of 5 free attribute points. As a warrior, strength was his primary attribute. Long before Qin Feng advanced, he had allocated all the attribute points gained from this level up to strength. Consequently, his attack power also increased by 5 points. Although 5 points of attack power seemed minimal under the enhancement of a tenfold critical strike and mastery of swordsmanship, this increase could deal 55 points of damage. Thanks to the powerful virtual engine and realistic sensory system, the Divine Realm was not merely a simple numerical game. After the damage increase, Qin Feng, charging towards the lair of the black-skinned, pig-headed men, found his strikes significantly sharper. Countless black-skinned, pig-headed men fell beneath Qin Feng's blade along the way, transforming into waves of experience points, laying bricks for his path to strength. Half an hour later, with Qin Feng's final blow, a crimson critical strike damage number floated up from a black-skinned pig. 605. The black-skinned, pig-headed man collapsed, instantly dropping a whetstone and some copper coins. Ding. You have slain a black-skinned, pig-headed man and gained 50 experience points. Ding. Detected that the player has killed 2,000 black-skinned, pig-headed men. You are awarded the hunting title Pig-Headed Man Destroyer. Title effect: when attacking pig-headed men, damage is increased by 10, naturally suppresses pig-headed men, reducing their movement speed and attack speed by 10. Upon hearing these two crisp system notification sounds, Qin Feng's eyes showed no ripple of emotion. To him, this hunting title held no significance. After today, he estimated he would never return to the pig-headed man's gathering place, rendering this title useless. With a sweep of his gaze confirming the distribution of the loot, Qin Feng began to collect the spoils along the route he had mentally planned. Ding. Congratulations, player, you have obtained a whetstone X1. Ding. Congratulations, player, you have obtained copper coins X1. Ding. Congratulations, player, you have successfully harvested 100 whetstones, completing this level task whetstone of Baihucho. Please return to the novice village and submit the task to Baihucho as soon as possible. Ding. Congratulations, player, you have obtained a whetstone X1. Following the system's notification sound, Qin Feng opened his system backpack to check the number of whetstones. At this moment, his backpack held over 120 whetstones. Meanwhile, Qin Feng's level also progressed from level 2 to level 3. Having gathered enough whetstones, leveled up, and finished off the monsters, Qin Feng found no reason to linger any longer in this filthy place. Stretching lazily and wiping the blood off the dragon slayer, Qin Feng turned and walked towards the novice village. However, before he could take a few steps, he heard a furious roar. The sound came from behind Qin Feng. Turning around, he saw an exceptionally burly, black-skinned, pig-headed man howling at the sky. 2 streams of blood tears flowed from its eyes, revealing its deep sorrow. Ding. Due to your excessive slaughter of black-skinned, pig-headed men, you have completely enraged the pigskin bully, triggering the temporary quest secret of the pig-headed man. Killing the pigskin bully will grant you quest rewards. Please make your choice within 10 seconds. Do you accept? I accept. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Qin Feng's eyes lit up with joy as he decisively chose to accept. As he spoke, Qin Feng focused his gaze on the pigskin bully, activating his Eye of Insight to use the detection skill. In an instant, detailed information about the pigskin bully appeared before Qin Feng's eyes. Pigskin bully, leader of the pig-headed man tribe, level 4, rank bronze, health 3000, 3000, attack power 70, 281, defense 20, skills charge, bloodthirsty, attack, berserk. Description: due to the influence of the dragon breath crystal, it underwent a significant mutation. After reading the information summary about the pigskin bully, Qin Feng felt no surprise at its high defense. As a bronze level boss, it was not uncommon for the pigskin bully to possess relatively high attribute points. What truly caught Qin Feng's attention was the mention of the dragon breath crystal in the description. The dragon breath crystal, as the name suggests, is the crystallization of a dragon's breath. In the divine realm, the dragon breath crystal is a very important resource for weapon enhancement. Unlike other flashy enhancement resources, the dragon breath crystal has only one function: to increase weapon attack. Do not underestimate this 10 increase in attack power. For low-level weapons, a 10 boost may seem small. However, if this dragon breath crystal is used as an enhancement resource for high-level equipment, that 10 increase in attack power becomes quite formidable. It's important to note that those legendary level equipment often provide thousands of attack points. Thus, a 10 increase in attack power is an enhancement that no one can afford to ignore. More importantly, the dragon breath crystal is exceedingly difficult to obtain. Apart from the ghostly place known as the Black Abyss, other areas have long since exhausted their supply of dragon breath crystals. For this reason, in his previous life, the price of dragon breath crystals skyrocketed. To acquire a single dragon breath crystal, one would have to pay at least over 100 million gold coins, and even then it was often in short supply. I didn't expect this hidden quest to actually yield a dragon breath crystal. My luck is truly incredible. As he marveled inwardly, Qin Feng drew his blade and approached the pigskin bully. This pigskin bully had 20 points of defense, which could mitigate some of Qin Feng's damage. Coupled with its 3,000 health points, Qin Feng would need to land several more strikes to defeat the pigskin bully. If Qin Feng was lucky enough to trigger the slowing effect of the Dragon Slayer, he could eliminate the pigskin bully in a very... As Qin Feng charged forward, the enraged pigskin bully also charged at him. The pigskin bully's speed was exceptionally fast, clearly activating one of its innate skills, charge. Feeling the surging momentum from the pigskin bully, Qin Feng chose to evade. He shifted 2 positions to the right, narrowly avoiding the pigskin bully's charge. Then the Dragon Slayer was raised high by Qin Feng, slicing down at the pigskin bully's neck. Ding! Your attack has triggered the slow effect. The pigskin bully's attack speed is reduced by 50, movement speed by 50, and reflex speed by 50. Hearing the notification, Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with clarity. Seizing the opportunity, he took advantage of the pigskin bully's slowed response. In this exchange, Qin Feng, despite having inferior attributes, surprisingly gained the upper hand. Snap. 412 snap. 414. In just 3 seconds of the slowing effect, Qin Feng's attacks reduced the pigskin bully's health to 1/5. As the slowing effect wore off, the pigskin bully returned to its normal state. At that moment, a blood light flickered on the pigskin bully. That was its life-saving skill, Berserk. Dragon Breath Crystal. Ding dong, the health of the pigskin bully is below 15, automatically activating Frenzy skill, increasing movement speed by 50, attack power by 50, defense by 50, and toughness by 50, lasting for 1 minute. Hearing the system's prompt, Qin Feng decisively abandoned further attacks. He swiftly retreated, maintaining a safe distance from the pigskin bully. The frenzy state of the pigskin bully grants 4 attribute enhancements, though directly confronting it in a heating clash is not a wise choice. Perhaps it was a matter of instinct. Instead of charging towards Qin Feng, the frenzied pigskin bully turned its back and ran towards its lair. Watching the pigskin bully dash towards its hideout, Qin Feng's expression suddenly changed. Fleeing in a frenzy state shows a clear line of thought. Without further ado, Qin Feng maintained a safe distance and pursued with the dragon-slaying blade. In its frenzy state, the pigskin bully moved incredibly fast, its hefty body tearing through the air, creating a whooshing sound. However, Qin Feng was not slow either. Although he couldn't catch up to the pigskin bully immediately, he still maintained his distance, not allowing it to escape. Thus, one person and one pig were on a chase. Along the way, countless pig-head men saw their leader being pursued and rushed forward to try and block Qin Feng. But how could the level 3 Qin Feng be stopped by these minions? With each slash, a black-skinned pig-head man fell dead at the moment the blade struck. Crack. 605. As he effortlessly cut down the obstructing black-skinned pig-head men, Qin Feng continued his pursuit of the pigskin bully. The pigskin bully's territory was not large, and soon Qin Feng chased it into its lair. It was a massive cave with a narrow entrance that the pigskin bully struggled to squeeze through. But once through the entrance, the cave opened up dramatically. Ding dong, the player has discovered the pigskin bully's lair, gaining 100 reputation points. Ding dong, the player has discovered a random mineral point dragon breath crystal mine, gaining 100 reputation points. Inside, the hefty pigskin bully was lying atop a pile of dragon breath crystals. A series of crimson lights swirled around its body, rapidly restoring its health. Qin Feng's pupils constricted sharply. He couldn't let the pigskin bully recover like this. Resolutely, he dashed forward in swift strides towards the pigskin bully. Finding the right position and locking onto its weakness, Qin Feng raised the dragon-slaying blade and aimed for the pigskin bully's neck. Seeing Qin Feng daring to chase him into his lair, the pigskin bully, infuriated, braced against the descending blade with a fierce determination, opening its massive jaws to bite at Qin Feng. Witnessing this, Qin Feng swiftly retracted his blade and crouched low, using his agility to evade the pigskin bully's. In the next moment, Qin Feng's right hand raised the dragon-slaying blade, slashing upwards towards the exposed abdomen of the pigskin bully. Crack. 315. Ding dong, your attack triggered the equipment effect of slow, reducing the pigskin bully's attack speed by 50, movement speed by 50, and neural reflex speed by 50. Hearing the system's prompt, a look of joy abruptly appeared on Qin Feng's face. Taking advantage of the pigskin bully's weakened state, he raised his long knife and unleashed a storm of slashes upon it, causing its health to plummet. 315,321,318. After a moment, the effect of slow had not yet worn off, and the pigskin bully let out a blood-curdling scream, collapsing tragically under Qin Feng's blade. Seeing their leader defeated by this ruthless human, the remaining black-skinned pig-head men scattered in all directions. Ding dong, congratulations on defeating the bronze-level boss, the pigskin bully. You have completed the temporary quest, The Secret of the Pighead Men, and achieved the first kill, rewarded with 2,000 experience points, 5 luck points, and 5 skill points. Hearing this system prompt, Qin Feng's tense spirit finally relaxed. After a series of battles and a frantic chase, even he, a gaming fanatic, felt a bit fatigued. After a brief rest, Qin Feng approached the carcass of the pigskin bully, preparing to collect his loot. Ding dong, you have obtained the pigskin bully's tusks X2. Ding dong, you have obtained silver coins X5. Ding dong, you have obtained dragon breath crystals X30. Ding dong, you have obtained random equipment treasure chest bronze level X1. After collecting the loot, Qin Feng did not immediately open the equipment treasure chest. Compared to the random equipment treasure chest, the most significant gain from this raid on the pighead men's lair was the 30 dragon breath crystals. Calculating by the future value of 1 dragon breath crystal being worth 100 million, those 30 crystals would be equivalent to a whopping 3 billion. However, since he was still in the novice phase and had yet to reach the main city, to turn these items into money, Qin Feng would have to wait for a considerable period. Besides the dragon breath crystals, another source of excitement for Qin Feng was the 5 luck points reward. Although 5 luck points seemed insignificant, their value to Qin Feng was considerable. It should be noted that the drop rates of monsters, the opening of chests, the success rates of equipment upgrades, and other probabilistic events are all influenced by luck. Aside from the dragon breath crystals and the lucky points, the skill points from the first kill reward were also a considerable gain for Qin Feng. Skill points, as the name suggests, are used to upgrade skills. Thinking about the imminent high-level skill, the Celestial Escape, Qin Feng quickly decided how to allocate the 5 skill points. After organizing his backpack, he wandered around the cave, once more ensuring that he had not overlooked any loot. Qin Feng then left the cave and rushed towards the novice village. After a little over 10 minutes, he successfully returned to the novice village. Unlike when Qin Feng left, the novice village was now bustling with activity. Does anyone know the respawn time of slime? All the monsters have been cleared. Help! I'm a girl and the village tasks are too hard to find. Is there a pro who can take me? I'm a priest with plenty of healing power looking to join a guild. I require a guaranteed salary. Those interested can private message. I'm a tank seeking a decent piece of beginner equipment. The shops in the village are too greedy. Is there a kind soul willing to sell me one at a low price? Glancing at the players expressing various demands and at the recruitment stalls set up by different guilds in the plaza, Qin Feng understood that the game had already started to explode in popularity. It was foreseeable that in a very short time a large wave of newcomers would join the game. With the influx of these newcomers, the already scarce novice resources would become even more stretched. However, all of this had little relation to Qin Feng at this moment. He was already far ahead of this group of players. Not to mention other resources, just the Dragon Slayer blade in his hand was something that this group of players could hardly fathom. After a brief pause, Qin Feng gathered his thoughts and walked towards the residence of the great swordsman Bai Hechou. As soon as he arrived at Bai Hechou's door, he had not yet pushed it open. Bai Hechou's aged voice rang in Qin Feng's ears. If you haven't brought enough whetstones, you need not enter this door. Listening to this rather threatening remark, Qin Feng smiled faintly and pushed the door open, striding inside. Qin Feng placed the neatly organized 100 whetstones in front of Bai Hechou. Looking at the hefty bag before him, a broad smile spread across Bai Hechou's face. Young man, you're quite impressive. Here, this is your reward. As he finished speaking, Bai Hechou pulled out a wooden box from the pile of straw behind him and tossed it into Qin Feng's hands. Ding. Congratulations on completing the hidden quest Bai Hechou's whetstones. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the high-level skill book, Celestial Escape. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired the special equipment Bai Hechou's sheath. Ding. Congratulations, you have received 200 silver coins. Ding. Congratulations, you have gained 1000 experience points. Listening to the system's notifications, Qin Feng did not open the wooden box, but directly stored it in his backpack. After collecting his rewards, Qin Feng did not leave immediately. On the contrary, he found a stool and sat down in. I've given you everything I should. Why aren't you leaving? Do you want me to teach you personally? As soon as Qin Feng sat down, Bai Hechou, who had been closing his eyes, suddenly opened his sharp eyes wide. In a tone that was extremely unfriendly, he urged Qin Feng to leave quickly. Qin Feng chuckled softly. He was not intimidated by Bai Hechou's threatening words. Bai Hechou was merely an NPC, and even with a bad temper, he was still bound by the game's rules. As long as the divine domain had not descended into the real world, Qin Feng would not fear any threats from Bai Hechou. Mr. Bai would like to exchange something with you. Qin Feng spoke calmly, stating his intention. Young man, it's best to weigh your worth before speaking. Do you think you're qualified to exchange with me? Bai Hechou scoffed, looking at Qin Feng with utter disdain. Previously, when Qin Feng sought his advice on the way of the sword, he thought the young man was polite and capable. But now he felt that Qin Feng was just an arrogant fool who did not know his place. Qin Feng did not respond. He simply placed a dragon breath crystal that he had prepared earlier gently on the table. This? How do you have this item? Seeing the dragon breath crystal on the wooden table, Bai Hechou stood up from the ground. Young man, what do you want to exchange with me? As long as you're willing to give me this dragon breath crystal, I'll agree to any condition. Qin Feng looked at Bai Hechou with a faint smile. He did not show any emotional fluctuations due to the drastic change in the Mr. Bai would like to exchange this dragon breath crystal for some swords. How many do you want? Bai Hechou asked excitedly. That depends on how many you're willing to give. I believe I need not elaborate on the value of this dragon breath crystal. As a master of the sword, you should know better than anyone how precious it is. Bai Hechou nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. I can't give you the sword I use, but I can give you the swords I've collected. As he finished speaking, Bai Hechou lifted the straw behind him and threw 30 long swords of varying qualities onto the table in front of Qin Feng. Without exception, all these long swords were of at least bronze quality. Among them, there were even 10 swords of gold. Note equipment levels are black, iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, legendary, epic, divine. Take them, they are all yours. Bai Hechou, extremely excited, worried that Qin Feng might change his mind, threw the swords in front of Qin Feng and then took the dragon breath crystal from the table. Qin Feng smiled and expressed his gratitude to Bai Hechou, then collected the swords and walked towards the door. 008, leveling up 3 ranks. The evolution of the Dragon Slayer blade. But before Qin Feng could step out of the door, Bai Hechou, who had been delighted with the dragon breath crystal for a long time, suddenly spoke up. Young man, come by often in the future. It's not just your treasures that attract me. I find you quite agreeable. By the way, whenever you come across such good things in the future, you must be the first to think of me. After all, we are friends now, and friends should benefit each other. Rest assured, Mr. Bai, if I come across such good things again, you will definitely be the first person I think of. Bai Hechou nodded in satisfaction after receiving Qin Feng's promise. Although he eventually issued a dismissal order, his attitude was much improved compared to before. After leaving Bai Hechou's residence, Qin Feng found a secluded spot to stop. He then took out one of the rewards from this task, a high-tier skill book titled Celestial Flight. Without hesitation, Qin Feng immediately used the skill book. Ding! You have used the high-tier skill book Celestial Flight. You have learned the skill Celestial Flight, LV1. After hearing this notification, Qin Feng did not open the view bar to check the basic information of Celestial Flight. Instead, he used the 5 skill points awarded for the first kill to directly upgrade Celestial Flight from level 1 to level 6. Celestial Flight level 6 skill effect teleport into the air, increasing attack speed by 200, continuously launching slashes that deal area damage. Damage range 300 yards. Damage per slash 60 of the user's attack power lasting for 30 seconds. Proficiency 0/0 mana cost 100 cooldown time, 45 seconds. Description: the signature skill of the Great Swordsman by Hucho. After reading the skill description of Celestial Flight, Qin Feng felt that his efforts were not in vain. With a tenfold critical hit talent, Qin Feng lacked single target damage. However, he had significant deficiencies in the emergence of Celestial Flight effectively compensated for Qin Feng's lack of area damage capability, allowing him to deal with groups of monsters without having to slice them one by one as before. After reviewing the introduction of Celestial Flight, Qin Feng took out another major reward from his backpack, a sword sheath. By Heka's Sword Sheath, level 5, tier gold. Additional features: 1. Nourishes blades, repairs cracks, restoring 1 durability point per minute. 2. Increases the holder's stamina by 20 and movement speed by 20. After reading the introduction of the sword sheath, Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Although this sword sheath did not provide any damage bonuses to Qin Feng, its significance to him was extraordinary. In the foreseeable future, the Dragon Slayer blade would always be Qin Feng's main weapon. However, using it would mean wear and tear, consuming the durability of the Dragon Slayer blade. With by Heka's Sword Sheath, Qin Feng no longer had to worry about the durability of the Dragon Slayer blade. After using it, he only needed to slide the Dragon Slayer blade into the sword sheath to slowly restore its durability. After securing the sword sheath, Qin Feng took out the Dragon Slayer blade and the long sword he had exchanged from Bai Hucho. In the next moment, Qin Feng activated the devouring effect of the Dragon Slayer blade, feeding it one high-quality long sword after another. A few minutes later, all the over 30 long swords he had exchanged became the nourishment for the Dragon Slayer blade. Ding! Your evolving weapon, the Dragon Slayer blade, has successfully advanced from Black Iron tier to Gold tier. As the system notification ended, the Dragon Slayer blade in front of Qin Feng suddenly erupted in a dazzling rainbow of colors. Moments later, the rainbow light dissipated. The newly upgraded Dragon Slayer blade appeared before Qin Feng. He touched the blade and felt that its sharpness had increased. Gripping the hilt, Qin Feng swung the Dragon Slayer blade, creating a series of sonic booms in the air. After that, he took out the Dragon Breath crystal, gently squeezed it, and the crystal transformed into a wisp of smoke, merging into the Dragon Slayer blade. Dragon Slayer blade, evolving weapon, level unlimited tier, gold, magic, physical attack 450-550. Additional features: 1. Strength 162. When attacking, adds 40 extra damage. 3. When attacking, there is a 40 chance to inflict a slowing effect lasting 6 seconds. 4. When attacking, there is a 40 chance to inflict bleeding effect lasting 6 seconds, dealing damage equal to 40 of the user's attack power per second. Durability 1000010. Restrictions: the Dragon Slayer blade is locked as a unique equipment for the character Tianni, cannot be traded, and cannot be used by others. Description: a unique equipment for the player Tianni possessing almost limitless potential. Looking at the Dragon Slayer blade shimmering with a chilling light, a satisfied smile appeared on Qin Feng's face. Although the 30 long swords of varying quality were precious and could be sold for a good amount of money for Qin Feng, as long as it allowed the Dragon Slayer blade to advance, no matter how much it cost, it was worth it. Unlike other weapons, evolving weapons have no level restrictions. As long as there are enough resources, evolving weapons can keep leveling up, potentially becoming legendary artifacts. In the Divine Realm, divine weapons are extremely rare. Moreover, every named artifact is held by those supreme monsters. In his previous life, until the moment the Divine Realm descended into reality, the entire human faction had not owned a single divine weapon. But now the situation was different. The Dragon Slayer blade gave Qin Feng hope of possessing a top-tier divine weapon. 009. The task opportunity. Feng Guohua. After upgrading the Dragon Slayer blade, Qin Feng did not linger in the novice village. He turned and headed towards the valley outside the novice village, where a large group of demon wolves awaited, offering experience and resources. Following the route in his memory, Qin Feng soon arrived at the valley. Unlike the bare starry scar valley, which had been stripped by the black-skinned, pig-headed men, this valley was filled with towering trees. As soon as he stepped into the dense forest shaded by green leaves, a massive shadow charged towards Qin Feng. Noticing the sound of wind rushing by his ear, he furrowed his brow and instinctively dodged to the side. Then with a swift motion, he struck down with the Dragon Slayer blade, slicing through the air and directly hitting the monster's lower back. 5920. A crimson damage number floated away from the massive figure. The monster's health was instantly depleted by this ferocious attack. It collapsed to the ground, motionless, dead beyond recovery. After being upgraded to the golden tier, the Dragon Slayer blade provided Qin Feng with a minimum attack power of 400. Combined with the 30 attack points he possessed at level 3, each strike's base damage had already surpassed 480 points, further boosted by the tenfold critical damage enhancement from his first talent. Moreover, after reaching the golden tier, the Dragon Slayer blade granted Qin Feng a 40 damage increase. The displayed damage per hit soared to 6,720. In this situation, even if the monster had high defense absorbing some of the damage, it was still not enough. Qin Feng's ordinary strike dealt a terrifying 5,920 points of damage, far beyond what this monster could withstand. Ding, you have slain the bronze-level monster Forest Demon Wolf and gained 1,000 experience points. Ding, you have obtained a wolf fang from the forest demon wolf. Ding, you have received a silver coin. Hearing the notifications ring in his ears, Qin Feng opened his viewing eye to check the details of his spoils. After reviewing the information, Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. The forest demon wolf was a bronze-level monster, and its fang was considered top quality among bronze-level weapon crafting materials. If an auction house were to open in the future, this item would also make for good daily auction materials. With this thought, Qin Feng felt even more motivated. He moved forward, killing and collecting materials along the way. Spotting a running forest demon wolf, Qin Feng raised his hand and struck. With his high attack power and tenfold critical talent, no demon wolf could withstand a second blow. In this fashion, after just a short hour, Qin Feng's level had already broken through to level 4. Upon reaching level 4, he also gained new free attribute points. However, this time Qin Feng did not allocate all the free attribute points to strength. Instead, he dedicated all of them to intelligence. At this moment, what Qin Feng needed more than the attack power boost from strength was mana. He had acquired a high-tier skill, Celestial Ascension. With his current energy, he could hardly use it more than a few times before exhausting all his mana. After finishing his stat allocation and collecting the loot on the ground, Qin Feng set off, once again continuing deeper into the valley. In his memory, this valley was home to a large number of level 7 demon wolves. If he could eliminate them all, his experience would likely bring him close to the level 5 threshold. If luck was on his side, and he encountered the migrating forest giant apes, his gains could be even greater. However, before Qin Feng could find the lair of the demon wolves, he heard a terrified scream. "Ah, don't come over here." The voice sounded like a little girl. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled. It was well known that many NPCs in the online gaming world appeared as children. Especially when encountering a child in danger, it was highly likely to trigger a random quest. Following the direction of the sound, Qin Feng quickly ran over. Not wanting to miss this chance for a random quest, Qin Feng disregarded whether he was on a proper path. He pushed through the underbrush, forging a path wide enough for 3 people to pass through in the densely wooded valley. Soon Qin Feng arrived at the source of the voice. Looking up, he saw a little girl with a huge backpack using both hands and feet to climb up a large tree. At the base of the tree, a pack of wolves with glowing eyes were drooling, glaring at the little girl with fierce intent. The little girl was exceptionally cute to the point of being endearing. After opening his inspection eye and confirming that the girl was not a player lost in the valley, Qin Feng decided to step in and save her. With a flash of his blade, Qin Feng charged into the pack of wolves and swiftly slaughtered those surrounding the tree. At that moment, a piercing scream of a giant ape echoed from behind Qin Feng. Instinctively, he turned around and saw a completely snow-white forest giant ape. Seeing the massive body of the giant ape, Qin Feng's heart leaped with joy, and he raised his hand to cast an inspection spell. Forest Giant Ape Leader, BOSS Level 9. Tier Bronze, Health 150001, 5000, Attack Power 178,183, Defense 80, Skills Bloodthirsty, Roar, Berserk, Activation, Throwing Boulders. Description: the absolute overlord of the valley, feasting on forest demon wolves. With 15,000 health, I hope you can withstand a few more hits. Qin Feng squinted slightly and began to walk towards the forest giant ape. Seeing that this small human dared to disregard its authority and approached, the forest giant ape leader let out a roar, activating its first skill to grant its brethren a staggering 20 boost in attack power. After receiving the leader's enhancement, the forest giant apes cracked their knuckles, preparing to let this human taste their fists. Thump, 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 thump. The forest giant ape pounded its chest fiercely, a necessary pre-battle action. Big brother, run. These monkeys are very terrifying. Just as the forest demon wolves were completely slain by Qin Feng, the little girl Feng Guogua jumped down from the tree and fled towards the forest's edge. However, when Feng Guogua saw her savior walking towards the forest giant ape, her kind heart made her stop and remind Qin Feng to leave with her. Hearing the little girl's warning from behind, Qin Feng felt a warmth in his heart and responded with a faint smile. "You hide while big brother is fine." After saying that, he suddenly accelerated and charged towards the forest giant ape that was beating its chest. On the battlefield, Qin Feng was not as meticulous as Song Xiangong. In a flash, he struck down, and in no time he had killed over half of the astonished giant apes. Observing their fallen companions, the forest giant apes finally understood that this human was not playing by the rules. Unable to do anything else, they had no choice but to abandon their pre-battle actions and howled as they charged at Qin Feng. "Just as they came, it saved me the trouble of searching for each of you." Watching the approaching giant apes, Qin Feng felt grateful, and with a swift motion of his blade delivered one grand gift after another. 59, 25,923, 5,941. Seeing his brethren fall one by one, the forest giant ape leader let out a pained howl. Its snow-white fur stood on end, and in an instant it entered a berserk state. However, under Qin Feng's sharp blade, all of this was destined to be futile. 1/2 slashes. Ding, you triggered the weapon effect of slow, reducing the forest giant ape leader's movement speed by 50, attack speed by 50, and neural reflex speed by 50. Ding, you triggered the weapon effect of bleed, causing the forest giant ape leader to enter a blood loss state, receiving 200 damage per second. Under the influence of the Dragon Slayer Blade's slowing effect, the forest giant ape's reactions were noticeably diminished. The bleeding damage occurring every second continually chipped away at its health. Taking advantage of its weakened state, Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a fierce glint as he circled around the massive body of the forest giant ape and began to chop away. 41, 24,125, 4154. Ding, you have killed the forest giant ape leader, gaining 1/0 experience points and earning a skill point. Ding, you have killed the forest giant ape leader and obtained the bronze level equipment cloak of the stealthy. Hearing the system notification, Qin Feng did not stop his actions, but instead charged towards the fleeing giant apes. In Qin Feng's eyes, these giant apes were walking experience points. How could he let them escape at will? With horizontal slashes and quick cuts, one giant ape after another fell tragically under Qin Feng's blade. Just as Qin Feng was about to press the advantage and eliminate all the giant apes, bursts of laughter echoed from behind him. In his past life, he had a sworn enemy. Ha ha ha, so many treasures, I've struck it rich. It truly is a case of stumbling upon something valuable without any effort. Brothers, don't panic, gather the spoils, and I will distribute them fairly. Watching the scattered spoils on the ground, Yizhan Bafeng felt an intense greed and instructed his subordinates to get to work. However, before they could take action, a figure emerged from the dense forest walking toward them. Oh, why is there someone over there? Why is he coming toward us? What should we do, boss? These spoils seem to belong to him. Boss, should we still collect these? Listening to the noisy discussions around him, Yizhan Bafeng felt increasingly irritated. Seeing the situation, how could he not know to whom the spoils at his feet truly belonged? Yet the blazing fire of greed in his heart had long since consumed his reason. Why not collect them? Since we saw them there. After saying this, Yizhan Bafeng grinned maliciously and stepped out of the crowd, standing in front of Qin Feng. Kid, if you have nothing to do, get lost. From now on, this place belongs to our Yizhan Bafeng guild. Huh, how can someone be so blind? Qin Feng suddenly looked up, glancing at Yizhan Bafeng with a look of disdain. To Qin Feng, the dead bodies of the giant apes on the ground were enough to prove his strength. Anyone with even a hint of common sense would not consider themselves a soft target to be easily manipulated. He truly could not fathom why this person before him was so foolish, lacking even the most basic judgment. With a curious mindset, Qin Feng sized up the man a few times. Yizhan Bafeng, isn't that the idiotic enemy of mine? A playful smile flickered in Qin Feng's eyes. Yizhan Bafeng was quite a wealthy idiot, a second-generation rich kid. He had a quirky personality and was petty. In the circle of early players, very few were willing to team up with him. However, under the influence of his financial power, this foolish man had gathered a bunch of sycophants around him. In his past life, due to a resource for leveling up, Qin Feng had clashed with Yizhan Bafeng. Having been reborn in this life, Qin Feng had already forgotten about this disgusting fool. He never expected to encounter him in this valley today. Even more absurdly, this fool actually wanted to snatch Qin Feng's spoils. As the saying goes, better to meet unexpectedly than to invite. Qin Feng drew the dragon-slaying blade, preparing to give this fool a gift. Oh, kid, bold enough to draw your sword against me. Do you know who I am? Seeing Qin Feng draw his sword, Yizhan Bafeng did not run, but laughed. Get lost quickly. He'll count to 10 if you don't leave, we'll help you out. Listening to the foolish words spilling from this idiot's mouth, Qin Feng truly could not bear it any longer. With a swift motion, Qin Feng teleported into the air. When using Flying Immortal from the sky, each blade light could inherit 60 of his attack power. Coupled with his first talents, Tenfold Critical Strike, and the 40 damage, 3,932, 3,967, 3,948. With the enhancement of the dragon-slaying blade, Qin Feng's basic attack power had already surpassed 480 points. When using Flying Immortal from the sky, each blade light could inherit 60 of his attack power. Coupled with his first talents, Tenfold Critical Strike, and the 40 damage increase effect of the dragon-slaying blade. Each blade light that struck these low defense fools easily dealt over 3,900 points of damage. In an instant, it turned Yizhan Bafeng along with his sycophants into corpses. At the novice village's revival point, Yizhan Bafeng and his sycophants emerged dazedly from the revival point. Boss, how could that kid's damage be so outrageous? Yeah, he took me out in one hit. Is he even human? I just checked the damage panel. His one hit dealt over 3,000 points. I bet that kid is definitely hacking. What? How much damage? Say that again. Yizhan Bafeng's face was filled with shock. Having spent a fortune, he thought his over 70 points of damage would dominate the novice village. Yet before he could make a name for himself, he encountered a monster capable of dealing over 3,000 points of damage with a single strike. Report. This hacker must be reported. With damage like that, if he's not hacking, I swear I'll twist my brain off and kick it like a ball. Yizhan Bafeng roared, rallying his sycophants to report Qin Feng. Meanwhile, he logged onto the game forum, picked up the keyboard, and wrote a lengthy post. He emptied his entire vocabulary grandstanding about the hacker he encountered. Dividing the story, let's return to Qin Feng. At this moment, Qin Feng was collecting the items dropped by Yizhan Bafeng. To prevent excessive killing, the probability of dropping equipment upon character death in the Divine Realm is quite low, only 5. However, despite the low probability, there were simply too many people. Even though Yizhan Bafeng and his crew were at low levels, their corpses still contributed a fair amount of low-level equipment and currency to Qin Feng. After collecting the items on the ground, Qin Feng's gaze returned to the battlefield. Since the battle had not occurred in a concentrated manner, the items dropped by the forest giant apes were very scattered. It would be quite troublesome for Qin Feng to collect them all by himself. With a thought, Qin Feng turned his gaze toward Feng Guogua, who was hiding in the bushes. It's safe now, you can come out. From the bushes, Feng Guogua tremblingly emerged. She had just witnessed how this man annihilated over 50 people. To prevent him from using such cruel methods against her, Feng Guogua dared not defy Qin Feng's order, forcibly suppressing her fear, and slowly walked up to Qin Feng. Looking at the fluctuating fear on Feng Guoguo's face, Qin Feng patiently explained, "Those are my enemies, you are not. You don't need to worry about me harming you. So can I leave?" Feng Guoguo's voice trembled continuously, yet she still bravely asked, "Help me collect the treasures from the giant ape. Ooh, I can't manage it all by myself. Oh, once I'm done collecting, can I leave?" As she asked, Feng Guoguo obediently walked toward the corpse of the forest giant ape, helping Qin Feng gather the spoils. Ding. You have obtained a bronze-grade material forest giant ape bone fragment X1. Ding. You have obtained silver coins X2. After handing the collected bone fragments to Qin Feng, Feng Guoguo, gathering her courage, asked, can I leave?" Qin Feng's face darkened. He hadn't expected that previous slaughter to inflict such significant psychological damage. However, Qin Feng could not simply let Feng Guoguo go. The moment he checked Feng Guoguo's information, he understood what the random task he had encountered was. Feng Guoguo was a triggering NPC for a hidden quest in the novice village. After completing her task, not only could he obtain a large amount of experience, but he could also gain her and her teacher's favor. Generally speaking, NPC favor does not hold much significance. Most NPCs possess only 1 or 2 resources, and regardless of their favor level, they do not provide players with substantial benefits. But Feng Guoguo and her unfathomable teacher Lin Xuxue were exceptions. In the divine realm, these two were like moving points of resource acquisition. As long as the favor level is high enough, the benefits that can be gained from them are virtually endless. Having made up his mind, Qin Feng replaced his expression with a warm smile, and gently said, "Can you tell me why you came to this valley?" "I am looking for black truffles." Afraid, Feng Guoguo dared not lie, tremblingly revealing her purpose. Ding. Detected that the player triggered the random task Feng Guoguo's black truffle. Due to unknown reasons, the difficulty of accepting the task has increased. If the player wishes to accept this task, please devise an acceptance plan on your own. Hearing the prompt sound in his ears, Qin Feng's brows furrowed, but after a moment they relaxed. He crouched down in front of Feng Guoguo, softly saying, "Let's go, big brother will take you to find black truffles." No, I don't want to look anymore. Ew, I want to go back." Feng Guoguo repeatedly refused. Clang. Qin Feng snapped the dragon-slaying blade. "Are you going to look or not?" "I will." Feng Guoguo was almost in tears, but looking at the fierce Qin Feng, she ultimately did not dare to refuse. Ding. You have successfully accepted the random task Feng Guoguo's black truffle. Orc camp. A chime echoed in his ear. Ding. Player has accepted the random quest Feng Guoguo's black truffles. Proceed to the orc camp to locate them. Hearing the notification, Qin Feng's face softened into a gentle smile. "Come with me. I know a place abundant with black truffles already harvested." Envisioning the quest rewards, he found himself growing fond of Feng Guoguo, affection extending even to her very presence. Instinctively, he reached out and gently ruffled her hair. At his touch, Feng Guoguo, who had been trembling uncontrollably, suddenly felt her fear subside. An intuitive certainty whispered within her, this older brother before her might truly be kind. "All right." As the words left her lips, Feng Guoguo instinctively grasped the sleeve of Qin Feng's robe. Then, hand in tentative proximity, the two ventured deeper into the river valley. While still en route, some distance yet from their destination, Qin Feng pulled out a newly acquired bronze-tier item to inspect. Cloak of the Veiled. Level 9. Tier Bronze. Durability 100,100. Effect activates stealth mode upon use. Restriction assassin class only. Description: a cloak capable of rendering its wearer nearly invisible. So long as observers remain at a respectful distance, detection is all but impossible. Another item unusable by him. Glancing at the class restriction, Qin Feng sighed inwardly and tucked the cloak. Next, he opened his quest log to review the details of his current assignment. Feng Guoguo's black truffles. Rank A. Objective: assist Feng Guoguo in gathering black truffles. Rewards: 1. 1000 experience points per truffle collected, no upper limit. 2. 50 reputation with NPC Feng Guoguo. 3. 50 reputation with NPC Lin Xuxue. Restrictions none. Description: kind soul, please aid this sweet, gluttonous girl. Her quest stems from pure filial devotion. Within the divine realm, experience gained from slaying monsters paled in comparison to that awarded by story-driven quests, unless one could, like Qin Feng, dispatch hordes of fiends in rapid succession. To ease players' progression, the Divine Edict introduced countless experience-based quests, and Feng Guoguo's black truffles was among them. In his previous life, a player once encountered Feng Guoguo and her mentor Lin Xuxue inside a small wooden cottage nestled deep within the valley, thereby triggering this hidden quest by sheer chance. After completing it and reaping a massive bounty of experience, that player compiled a detailed walkthrough and posted it on the official game forum. Qin Feng, having read that guide in his prior life, had also accepted the quest, staging an accidental meeting with. That very chance encounter revealed to him a cascade of high-tier resource quests concealed beneath the surface of this seemingly simple experience task. And the key to unlocking those advanced quests lay with Feng Guoguo's profoundly enigmatic mentor, Lin Xuxue. Originally, Qin Feng had planned to seek out Feng Guoguo only after clearing the valley's dire wolves. Yet fate intervened. Today, he chanced upon Feng Guoguo herself, searching for black truffles, and thus transformed the hidden quest into a randomized one, sparing him precious time otherwise spent navigating the terrain. Minutes later, Qin Feng and Feng Guoguo arrived at their destination, the Orc Camp. Ding. You have discovered the Orc Camp. Exploration achievement unlocked. Reward 1000 reputation points. Amid the soft chime of the system prompt, Qin Feng swept his gaze forward, and there it stood, a row of interconnected. At the outermost perimeter stood dozens of elite Orcish Axian sword warriors patrolling ceaselessly. As the ancient maxim teaches, know your enemy, know yourself. Victory is assured. Without a sound, Qin Feng summoned his eye of scrying and focused it upon one of the patrolling orcs, activating the art of it. Elite Orc Axian Sword Warrior. Level 10. Tier Bronze. Health 6000600. Attack 163,188. Defense 100. Skills: Orcish Bloodline, Orcish Blade Technique, Orcish Martial Arts. Description: a valiant warrior of the Orcish tribe, volunteering as vanguard in service of tribal honor. Glancing at the warrior's health pool and defense rating, Qin Feng estimated 2 strikes would suffice to fell each one. Having charted his assault route, he turned to Feng Guogua and spoke warmly, "Stay here, don't move. I'll fetch you a few." Before she could reply, he shot forward like an arrow loosed from the bowstring. 1 strike. 2. 4720. 4728. An orc crumpled, and then another, again and again. Within seconds, the first line of Orcish warriors lay motionless upon the ground. He scanned the area carefully, ensuring no foe remained hidden in ambush. Standing amidst the fallen, Qin Feng gestured for Feng Guogua to join him. She glanced around, then sensing safety only at his side, dashed toward him in quick, eager strides. Standard procedure: first gather the spoils. Feng Guogua, ever the dutiful assistant, complied. Moments later, they had secured every valuable drop. Checking his inventory, Qin Feng noted yet another bronze-tier item had joined his collection. Yet again, class restrictions barred him from wielding it. After tallying his haul, he strode purposefully toward the central. Feng Guogua trailed behind him, timid, hesitant. To safeguard herself, she alternated between quick steps and sudden dashes, ducking behind orc tents whenever she sensed danger. Qin Feng couldn't help but smile wryly. Fortunately, the outer perimeter was not far from the central compound. Within half a minute, they stood at its threshold. Gazing upon the densely packed ranks of Orcish warriors within, Feng Guogua's rosy cheeks drained of color. Maybe we should just leave. Her resolve wavered. But Qin Feng, eyes gleaming at the abundance of experience awaiting him, felt his spirits soar. He gently touched her head once more, repeating the gesture with tender reassurance. "Hide here safely. I'll bring you a few more." 012, Frenzied Slaughter. The words felt as if someone was about to chop off my head. Just as Feng Guogua was puzzled, Qin Feng had already dashed into the horde of orcs like an arrow shot from a bow. Once inside the orc horde, Qin Feng did not rush to kill monsters for experience points. He deliberately slowed down the frequency of his attacks, luring more and more monsters to gather around him. Soon, all the monsters in the entire encampment had congregated around Qin Feng. Seeing the opportunity ripe, he could no longer hold back. With a swoosh he struck. Qin Feng was instantly teleported into the air, and the high-level skill Skyward Ascendance was unleashed. Countless blades of light rained down from the sky, causing the orcs below to scream in chaos. After a few seconds, Qin Feng fell back to the ground. By his side, there was not a single orc that could still stand. Seeing this scene, Feng Guogua, who was hiding nearby, widened her watery eyes. She never expected that so many orc warriors would be wiped out by Qin Feng in such a short time. "Quick, come over. There are black truffles in this tent that you want." Upon hearing Qin Feng's voice, a wave of uncontainable joy washed over Feng Guogua's face. She excitedly rushed to Qin Feng's side and looked towards the tent, following the direction of his finger. Upon seeing it, she was immediately stunned. After searching for a long time in the River Valley forest, she had only found a handful of black truffles. However, in this tent, they were piled up like a small mountain. How could there be so many black truffles here? After a moment of shock, Feng Guogua asked in astonishment. "Compared to us, the orcs are adept at finding black truffles. What is a precious treasure in our eyes is merely a simple food source. These black truffles are for you. I will go and collect the loot." "Okay." After receiving the response, Qin Feng turned and walked towards the corpses of the orc warriors, gathering the spoils of his battle. While rummaging through the corpses, Qin Feng spotted an object emitting a bluish-green glow. Upon picking it up, he found it to be a bronze-level pair of battle boots. Kinetic boots, level 10 tier, bronze, durability 10001000, effect 1. Increases movement speed by 10. 2. Kicking technique enhanced by 10. Description: battle boots, forged by dwarves possessing a strong explosive capability. After reading the equipment description, a long-lost satisfied expression appeared on Qin Feng's face. After acquiring so much equipment, he finally found a piece that could enhance his movement speed. Although the level requirement for these boots was a bit high, they were still a viable backup option for Qin Feng. After putting the boots back into his backpack, Qin Feng once again immersed himself in the process of collecting loot. After a few minutes, he had gathered all the spoils, and Feng Guogua emerged from the tent carrying a large bag. Seeing Feng Guogua struggling with the bag, Qin Feng said, "Don't worry, give it to me. They'll hold it for you first." I. Unable to fight back, but not wanting to give it up, Feng Guogua lowered her head, trying to stall for time. The Dragon Slayer's blade once again resonated with a hum. Upon hearing this sound, Feng Guogua immediately jolted and hurriedly took off the large bag from her back and handed it to Qin Feng. Understanding the situation, Qin Feng nodded in approval. "Let's go. This amount of truffles isn't enough for you to eat. Come with me, and I will get you more." After saying this, Feng Guogua followed Qin Feng as they walked towards the center of the encampment. In Qin Feng's memory, there was a massive underground vault beneath the open ground in the center of the encampment. Compared to the number of black truffles inside the vault, the few in the tent could only be considered a trivial amount. Opening the vault door, Qin Feng boldly stepped inside. Due to good ventilation, the air inside the vault was not stale. Additionally, the candles on either side of the passage made the path clear for the two as they descended. Not long after Qin Feng arrived at the first level of the vault. Here he encountered the third batch of orc warriors on this. However, unlike the previous two batches, this time the foes were not orc warriors with axes, but rather more elite orc. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as Qin Feng stepped onto this level of the vault, arrows fell upon him like rain. Wielding his long knife, Qin Feng took an aggressive stance, transforming the Dragon Slayer's blade into a curtain of blades, intercepting all the arrows aimed at him. After defending against the first wave of attacks, he seized the moment while the orc archers were stringing their bows. Qin Feng charged forward, diving straight into the midst of the archers. Swish, 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 the blades flashed. 4,721. 4,726. 4,751. The crimson damage numbers continuously floated above the heads of the orc archers. At the same time, the sound of system notifications rang out in Qin Feng's ears. Ding! You have killed the elite monster orc archer and gained 3,000 experience points. Ding! You have killed the elite monster orc archer and gained 3,000 experience points. Ding! You have killed the elite monster orc archer and gained 3,000 experience points. Ding! Your level has increased. Your current level is LV5. Ding! You have gained 5 free. As he continued to slay enemies, a golden light rose from Qin Feng, and his level reached level 5. To compensate for his lacking mana, Qin Feng allocated all 5 free attribute points to intelligence. After leveling up, Qin Feng continued his slaughter. Inside the vault, orc warriors kept rushing out. Qin Feng darted left and right, the cold light of his blade casting a frost over the entire first level of the vault. Swish, swish, swish. After a quarter of an hour, Qin Feng sheathed the Dragon Slayer's blade and waved at Hong Feng Guogua behind him with a relaxed expression. Let's go, follow me down. Hong Feng Guogua nodded in agreement, her face showing no fear. Unlike her previous hesitations, she had now fully trusted Qin Feng's combat ability. How do you plan to fight next? After taking a few steps, Hong Feng Guogua took the initiative to ask. Finally, overcoming her psychological barriers, ready to help me. Qin Feng internally rejoiced, but did not show it on his face. Of course we will charge straight in. Okay, I'll boost your status. I'm quite capable at that. Sure, do as you please. As they walked, the two engaged in casual conversation. In no time, they arrived at the entrance to the Shaman Wizard. After reaching level 5 and equipping Baiha Cho's scabbard, Qin Feng's stamina and movement speed both received a 20 increase. With such a significant boost, Qin Feng did not give Feng Guogua any chance to demonstrate her abilities. In just a few swift moves, he eliminated all the monsters in sight. Meanwhile, they also arrived at the entrance of the passage leading to the lowest level of the bunker. Hey, race your bag back, hold on to it, and don't lose it. Taking out Feng Guogua's large bag from the system backpack, Qin Feng handed it over to her. During the earlier sweep, Qin Feng, like a locust swarm, thoroughly ransacked the orcs' long-saved black truffles. Calculating based on 100 experience points per black truffle, this haul would definitely elevate his level to 10. After receiving the bag, Feng Guogua, as always, chose to carry it on her back. Feeling the weight of the bag, she gratefully thanked Qin Feng. Thank you, big brother, you are a good person. As her words fell, a golden light that Feng Guogua could not see shone from Qin Feng's body. In an instant, a series of urgent system notification sounds rang in Qin Feng's ears. Ding dong, you have completed the random quest Feng Guogua's black truffle. Ding dong, you have gained 15500 experience points. Ding dong, NPC Feng Guogua's favorability towards you has increased by 50 points. Current favorability is 80 points. Ding dong, NPC Lin Chux's favorability towards you has increased by 50 points. Current favorability is 50 points. Ding dong, your level has increased. Current level is LV6. Ding dong, your level has increased. Current level is LV10. Ding dong, your experience points have reached the limit. Any excess experience points will be stored with an excess amount of 1500, which can be obtained after job change. Having gained 5 levels, Qin Feng received 25 free attribute points once again. He allocated 20 of those points to strength and then added the remaining 5 points to intelligence. After completing the attribute point allocation, Qin Feng sheathed his sword and found a clean spot to sit and rest. In his previous lives' memory, there was a shaman wizard of the orc tribe located in the lowest level of this bunker. After defeating this wizard, he could unlock a novice village dungeon, the prophet's plan of the orc tribe. Driven by the principle of having come this far, Qin Feng decided to go for it. He aimed to claim the first kill reward of the shaman wizard and clear the dungeon to achieve the first completion achievement. Then he would send Feng Guogua home and get acquainted with her teacher Lin Chuxua. However, due to the previous series of battles, Qin Feng's stamina was nearly depleted. In order to trick the tool into helping him recover, Qin Feng played a little trick, pretending to rest right in front of Feng Guogua. Seeing Qin Feng sit cross-legged without any intention of leaving, Feng Guogua returned to his side and asked curiously, why aren't you leaving yet? You should go back first, this place shouldn't be dangerous anymore. I still have some things to do. With a favorability of 80, she definitely wouldn't leave on her own. Understanding Feng Guogua's mindset, Qin Feng responded with a faint smile. As soon as these words were spoken, an unmistakable hesitation spread across Feng Guogua's rosy little face. After a moment, impulse ultimately triumphed over fear, and Feng Guogua boldly spoke up. How about I go with you? I want to help you. Hearing Feng Guoguo's stammering suggestion, Qin Feng feigned confusion glancing at her. Feng Guoguo was a clever girl, and she did not rush to explain anything. She reluctantly retrieved the large bag on her back into her storage space, and then solemnly began to chant a spell. In the next moment, a holy white light enveloped Qin Feng, instantly restoring his stamina. Ding dong, you have received a legendary blessing restoring to full status with attack power increased by 100, defense power increased by 100, speed increased by 100, attack speed increased by 100, effect lasts for 10 minutes. Can you take me along? I really can help you. After releasing the blessing spell, Feng Guoguo tidied the messy hair on her forehead and approached Qin Feng, looking at him eagerly. Feeling the changes in his own state, Qin Feng was filled with a sense of triumph at successfully deceiving her, but on the surface his face was filled with hesitation. Seeing the change in Qin Feng's expression, Feng Guoguo secretly rejoiced. His expression must be one of hesitation. Oh, as long as I show a little more ability, he will definitely take me along. Resolutely, Feng Guoguo took out a staff from her storage bag and then gently opened her mouth to recite an ancient spell. In the next moment, healing spells, purification spells, haste spells. A whole array of supportive magic was cast. Big brother, see him quite capable, right? Feng Guoguo wiped the sweat from her forehead. Her eyes squinted into crescents as she proudly showed off to Qin Feng. All right, you can follow me then, Qin Feng said helplessly. As soon as the words fell, an uncontrollable joy instantly appeared on Feng Guoguo's face. She immediately linked her arm with Qin Feng's, her eyes narrowing into a slit as she asked cutely, Big brother, what can I say? There's a shaman down here, and I'm planning to take him out. Feng Guoguo's body stiffened, and the joy on her face instantly vanished, replaced by an inescapable fear. I just remembered that I have something urgent to attend to. How about I head back first? Qin Feng smiled, faintly tugging on Feng Guoguo's arm as he walked toward the deepest part of the bunker. Jokingly, with such a large moving buff pool, how could Qin Feng let her leave just like that? Moments later, Qin Feng and Feng Guoguo arrived at the final layer of the bunker. As soon as he entered this level, Qin Feng saw a gigantic teleportation portal. Concurrently, a mechanical notification sound echoed in Qin Feng's ears. Ding dong, you have discovered the Orc tribe's teleportation portal, achieving the exploration achievement, reward 2,000 reputation points. Ding dong, please do not destroy the teleportation portal, or you will face the Orcs' revenge. Hearing the system notification, a smile broke on Qin Feng's lips, clearly indicating that his memory was not faulty. At the same time, the shaman wizard who was seated beneath the teleportation portal slowly opened his eyes. In an instant, a surge of blood energy surged from the shaman wizard. Calamity befalls. Destiny is set. Ding dong, you have been cursed by the boss-level monster, the shaman wizard. Cursed, determination in progress, determination successful. Ding dong, you are cursed by the shaman wizard, losing 2 of health every second, lasting for 3 minutes. The cursed determination probability of the shaman wizard is very low and is generally hard to activate. Listening to the notification sound ringing in his ears, Qin Feng chuckled at his own misfortune. However, he was not worried at all, as he had a tool named Feng Guoguo by his side. 014, Advanced Swordsmanship Specialization Scroll. With Qin Feng's current strength, killing the shaman wizard to break the curse would be a matter of minutes. However, since there was a tool to exploit, Qin Feng saw no need to endure the damage dealt by the shaman wizard in a direct confrontation. He poked the trembling leg of the frightened Feng Guoguo beside him. Startled by Qin Feng's poke, Feng Guoguo quickly responded. In the next moment, she pulled out a golden legendary staff from her storage equipment and began to chant a spell. With a loud boom, a beam of light thicker than Qin Feng himself descended from the sky, instantly dispelling Qin Feng's abnormal state. Legendary Purification Spell. Qin Feng's brow twitched, and his desire to build rapport with Feng Guoguo the teacher grew even stronger. After exploiting the tool, he returned to his normal state. Qin Feng took out the Eye of Insight and cast a detection spell on the shaman wizard. Shaman wizard level 10. Health 200, 002, 0000. Attack power 55, 2597, defense 250, skills curse summon, ghost wolf bloodsucking technique introduction, a prominent wizard of the Orc tribe possessing the ability to communicate with ancestors. After reviewing the information about the shaman wizard, Qin Feng felt it was mediocre. At this point, he had already reached level 10, and upon reaching this level, he allocated all his newly earned 30 attribute points to strength. Each point of strength granted him a corresponding increase in attack power, totaling 30 points. Coupled with his original attack power, along with the substantial boost provided by the Dragon Slayer blade. In combination with his first talent's tenfold critical damage bonus, and the 40 damage increase effect of the Dragon Slayer blade, along with Feng Guoguo's 100 attack power buff. Even facing the shaman wizard who possessed 250 defense points, his normal strike would be enough to chop off a quarter of the shaman wizard's health. This meant that this seemingly formidable boss could only withstand 4 strikes at most under his hands. Drawing the Dragon Slayer blade, Qin Feng shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. With a swift slash, the Dragon Slayer blade cut through the air and struck the shaman wizard's neck, instantly interrupting the spell that the shaman wizard was chanting. 8421 ding. You triggered the special effect of the Dragon Slayer blade, bleeding duration 6 seconds. Ding. You triggered the special effect of the Dragon Slayer blade, slow duration 6 seconds. Hearing the 2 system prompts in his ears, Qin Feng's eyes brightened and his hands moved even more swiftly. In stark contrast to Qin Feng's state, the shaman wizard affected by the slow effect of the Dragon Slayer blade moved even more sluggishly. As their fortunes shifted, the battle turned overwhelmingly in Qin Feng's favor. The Dragon Slayer blade danced in his hands, flying up and down. The sharp blade struck like raindrops, crazily slashing at the shaman wizard. 8435, 8467, 8431. Crimson critical damage values continuously floated above the shaman wizard's head. With just 4 strikes, the shaman wizard's health was depleted. Ding. You have killed the boss-level monster shaman wizard and earned 5000 experience points. Ding. You have killed the golden tier boss shaman wizard, achieving the first kill and earning 5 luck 5 skill points and a golden tier random skill chest. As the prompt sounded, the lifeless shaman wizard slowly collapsed. In the next moment, several golden lights emanated from beneath the shaman wizard's body. Qin Feng's heart leaped with joy as he kicked the shaman wizard's corpse aside and picked up the equipment. Ding. You have obtained golden tier equipment shaman wizard's pendant. Ding. You have obtained a beginner skill book summon ghost wolf. Ding. You have obtained golden tier material shaman wizard's bone plate. Ding. You have obtained a golden tier random equipment chest. Hearing the system prompts, Qin Feng's gaze immediately fell upon the 2 newly acquired chests. One of these chests was a golden tier random skill chest, while the other was a golden tier random equipment chest. Since there were no limited affixes, whether he could obtain something useful from them depended entirely on Qin Feng's luck. After staring at the chests for a moment, Qin Feng decided to open them first. After all, he would soon pass through a teleportation portal to challenge a beginner dungeon. If he could obtain something useful from these 2 chests, it would significantly enhance his combat ability. With a thought, Qin Feng's finger instantly pressed the button to open the virtual chest. In the next moment, 2 dazzling golden beams of light radiated from the chests. After the light dissipated, 2 golden items appeared before Qin Feng. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained golden tier equipment Dusk Hunter's Dagger. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained golden tier scroll advanced swordsmanship specialization. Hearing the system prompts, Qin Feng stared blankly at one of the scroll-like items. This was the advanced swordsmanship. It was a divine skill coveted by every warrior who used a sword. Such high-level weapon specialization scrolls could generally only be obtained after reaching the main city and clearing dungeons above level 60. Moreover, the drop rate for weapon specialization scrolls was extremely low. Even after clearing 100 dungeons, one might not get a single scroll, let alone one that matched their profession. As for relying on opening chests to obtain such high-level weapon specialization scrolls, that was purely a pipe dream. Thinking of this, Qin Feng marveled at his good fortune, while putting away the Dusk Hunter's Dagger, tossing it into his bag. In the next moment, Qin Feng directly used the Advanced Swordsmanship Specialization Scroll. Ding. You have used the Advanced Swordsmanship Specialization Scroll. Your swordsmanship specialization has been automatically replaced with Advanced Swordsmanship Specialization. Hearing this, Qin Feng quickly opened his skill panel to check the newly acquired skill. Advanced Swordsmanship Specialization effect: Dynamic Vision increased by 100, Neural Reflex Speed increased by 100, and 30 damage increase when using bladed weapons. Proficiency 010000. Introduction: a capability that only true swordsmanship masters can master. After reading the introduction of the Advanced Swordsmanship Specialization, Qin Feng's eyes suddenly burst with dazzling light. With a 30 damage increase combined with his tenfold critical talent, each normal attack would deal nearly 1,500 points of increased damage. Moreover, with the enhancements to Dynamic Vision and Neural Reflex Speed, Qin Feng's combat ability was elevated to an entirely new level. Taking up the Dragon Slayer blade, Qin Feng casually waved it a few times, adapting to the changes brought by the Advanced Swordsmanship Specialization. After a moment, Qin Feng perfectly adapted to the Advanced Swordsmanship Specialization. Turning around, invigorated, Qin Feng walked toward the enormous teleportation portal. The tool Feng Guo was suppressing her fear, closely followed behind Qin Feng. 015 Dungeon. Hell difficulty. Looking at the dungeon portal before her, though her legs trembled in fear, Feng Guo could not suppress the yearning for the secret realm deep within her heart. Big brother, how did you know there was a secret realm in this bunker? Instinctively, Feng Guo asked the question that lingered. She wasn't foolish. The moment she saw the tall portal, she understood. Qin Feng's stubbornness in descending to the deepest part of the bunker was surely not just for the spoils dropped by the shaman. His true goal could only be the secret realm right before them. Listening to Feng Guo's question, Qin Feng, who had long prepared an answer in his heart, remained unflustered. He smiled and replied, I learned about this unclaimed secret realm a few years ago, but at that time I had no opportunity to gain control over it and become its master. Didn't I just meet you in the valley? Hearing you say you were looking for black truffles reminded me of this secret realm located at the bottom of the bunker. Qin Feng's words were partly true and partly false, not entirely deceptive. He merely transformed the experiences of his past life into memories of this life. His long-planned scheme was framed as a memory flashback after an unexpected encounter. To NPCs, dungeons referred to what players called secret realms. In the world of Divine Domain, there existed 2 types of dungeons. The first type of dungeon is fully unlocked, generally controlled by the local native forces. Whether players or NPCs, anyone wishing to enter such dungeons must pay a considerable fee to the dungeon's holder. The second type of dungeon is in a locked state. Players can enter it after defeating specific bosses to challenge the dungeon. Moreover, the first player to clear it at the highest difficulty becomes the master of that dungeon, able to receive a certain amount of resources daily. The portal before them represents the dungeon, the Orc Prophet's plan, which is the final part of Qin Feng's plan for today. Hearing Qin Feng's response, Feng Guoguo's eyes sparkled with a mischievous glint. Hee, then you should thank me. If it weren't for me, you might have forgotten about this secret realm. Take me inside, I don't want anything else, just the delicious food we find. After the previous battle, Feng Guoguo had completely let go of her guard against Qin Feng. Now she trusted this seemingly indifferent yet very warm-hearted handsome big brother immensely. Qin Feng affectionately ruffled Feng Guoguo's little head and replied with a smile, "All right, after we go in, the food is yours and the usable items are mine." Imagining the countless benefits within the secret realm, Feng Guoguo, shedding her previous timid demeanor, decisively responded, "You said it, so you better not snatch it from me. Once we go and stick close to me, if you stray too far, I won't be able to keep an eye on you." Feng Guoguo nodded like a chick pecking at rice, then pulled out an empty large bag from her storage equipment and slung it over her back. At the same time, Qin Feng shattered the gray light enveloping the portal and extended his hand into the portal. Ding dong, detecting that the player has made contact with the dungeon portal, please choose the dungeon difficulty. As the prompt sounded, 4 colored light orbs appeared before Qin Feng corresponding to the 4 difficulty levels: normal, hard, nightmare, and hell. In Divine Domain, every dungeon has 4 different difficulty modes. The harder the mode, the richer the rewards. After assessing his strength, Qin Feng chose Hell difficulty without hesitation. Ding dong, detecting that the player has selected the Hell difficulty mode, current party size 2. Will you enter the dungeon? Enter immediately. In the next moment, a tremendous suction force emanated from the portal, instantly pulling Qin Feng and Feng Guoguo inside. After a dizzying spin, the two appeared in the dungeon world. Feng Guoguo couldn't help but retch at the sight before her. However, just as she bent over to gag, an arrow whistled through the air, heading straight for her brow. Feng Guoguo couldn't help but retch at the sight before her. However, just as she bent over to gag, an arrow whistled through the air, heading straight for her brow. Be careful. Just as the words fell, Qin Feng with quick reflexes pushed Feng Guoguo to a nearby open space. With a whoosh, the arrow grazed Feng Guoguo's hair, embedding itself deep into the ground. Stay back, I'll handle them. With no time to respond to Feng Guoguo's grateful gaze, Qin Feng drew the Dragon Slayer blade and shot out like an arrow, heading straight for the orc archer who had loosed the arrow. After completing Feng Guoguo's task, Qin Feng's level had reached level 10. Under the acceleration of the White River's Sorrow Sword Sheath and kinetic battle boots, Qin Feng's speed was now unparalleled. In less than 2 breaths, Qin Feng had already charged into the throng of orcs. In an instant, countless blades of light flashed. After acquiring advanced swordsmanship specialization, Qin Feng's damage capability was further enhanced. Moreover, with the 100 basic attack power increase he received from Feng Guoguo, his damage directly surpassed 10. Red-hot critical hit damage values appeared above the orcs' heads. 11245, 112, 11268. Ding dong, you have killed an elite orc swordsman, gaining 5,000 experience points, and weapon enhancement materials crystallized bone marrow x1. Ding dong, you have killed an elite orc archer, gaining 5,000 experience points, and weapon enhancement materials crystallized bone marrow x1. Ding dong, you have killed an elite shaman, gaining 5,000 experience points, and weapon enhancement materials crystallized bone marrow x1. Listening to the system prompt in his ears, a joyful expression appeared on Qin Feng's face. The rewards for entering the dungeon for the first time were indeed extraordinary. Even the orcs outside the dungeon dropped crystallized bone marrow with a 100 rate. In his previous life, Qin Feng had also entered this dungeon, but at that time, he was not the first one to do so. Even though he also chose the Hell difficulty level, the probability of him obtaining crystallized bone marrow was nearly 80 less than that of the first player to enter. Crystallized bone marrow has a broad application range, any weapon can be enhanced with it. However, due to quality restrictions, crystallized bone marrow can only enhance equipment from levels 1 to 20, with a maximum enhancement limit of 5. Beyond that, crystallized bone marrow would be ineffective. However, for Qin Feng at present, such enhancement effects were already Thinking about how none of his 3 pieces of equipment had undergone any enhancements, Qin Feng looked at the orc warriors with increasingly fiery eyes. He swiftly struck down one orc after another. Under Qin Feng's merciless slaughter, the nearby orcs were quickly eradicated. After confirming that he hadn't missed any orc, Qin Feng pulled out the trembling Feng Guoguo from behind a dirt mound. Then he followed the route he remembered, heading towards the orc temple where the dungeon boss was located. Platinum level boss. On the way to the orc temple, Qin Feng encountered several orc squads blocking his path. However, under the overwhelming critical damage from Qin Feng, these orcs could not even let out a scream before collapsing to the ground. Pushing forward, Qin Feng quickly reached the top of a hill. Standing on the slope, Qin Feng's gaze swept downwards. In a clearing at the foot of the hill, he saw an ancient orc. Surrounding the orc temple were hundreds of orc warriors guarding it. They wore serious expressions, their eyes constantly scanning the surroundings as if they were guarding something. Standing on the slope and looking at the densely packed orc warriors below, Qin Feng began to contemplate his battle strategy. Generally speaking, when faced with such a densely packed mob, the best approach is to draw them out. Otherwise, once they focus fire, even a tank would only meet a grim fate. However, with his high-level area attack skills, Qin Feng wouldn't need to go through such trouble. As long as he was given a suitable position to output damage, he could rely on the powerful area burst ability of the skill Flying Immortal from Beyond to instantly clear out all the orc warriors. After a moment of observation, Qin Feng discovered such a position. Clarifying his slaughtering strategy, he turned to Feng Guogua beside him and said, "Stay hidden here while I go down to deal with them." Hearing Qin Feng's words, Feng Guogua instinctively wanted to argue to say that she could help. But when her gaze fell on the orc warriors' muscular bodies, she hesitated once again. "All right, fine." Before she had finished speaking, she saw Qin Feng jump directly down from the slope. But strangely, Qin Feng did not fall directly to the ground. Instead, he suddenly vanished halfway down. Seeing this, Feng Guogua panicked, but the cowardly yet professional side of her kicked in, and she covered her mouth, making sure not. In the next moment, the vanished Qin Feng suddenly reappeared above the temple. The high-level skill Flying Immortal from Beyond was instantly activated. Blade lights descended from the sky towards the temple, and before the orc warriors could react, they were chopped into meat paste. Each blade light emitted by Flying Immortal from Beyond inherited 60 of Qin Feng's attack power. After acquiring the advanced blade mastery, each of Qin Feng's attacks received an additional 30 damage increase. Coupled with the 40 damage increase from the Dragon Slayer blade, and the significant critical damage bonus from the first talent's Tenfold Critical Hit, along with the 100 base attack power increase provided by Feng Guogua. Even when facing the orc warriors with a high defense of 200 points, each blade light dealt a staggering 6,045 points of damage. This meant that it only took 2 blade lights to kill an orc warrior. A few seconds later, the effect of Flying Immortal from Beyond, Qin Feng landed on the ground. At this moment, the ground was not only piled high with the corpses of the orc warriors, but even the towering temple had been reduced to a heap of ruins by Qin Feng's attacks. Creak, creak. A sound came from the ruins. The next moment, an elderly orc with white hair and beard poked his head out. Upon seeing the elderly orc, Qin Feng immediately cast a detection spell. Orc Prophet BOSS level 10. Rank Platinum, health 500, 005, 0000 attack, 135214, 17 defense, 300 skills, lightning spell, summon Shadow Wolf, Bloodthirst, Ancestors, descend, earthquake. Description: the orc prophet who has come to this world for the continuation of his race. Looking at the prophet's impressive 500 health, 300 defense, and over 1300 attack power, Qin Feng felt a slight pressure for the first time. However, this was not an impossible fight. With the boost from Advanced Blade Mastery, Qin Feng's reflexes were astonishingly. In addition to the 30 movement speed boost from the Blade Sheath of Bai He Cho and the kinetic boots, coupled with the battle awareness honed from countless fights in his past life. Before him, the orc prophet was merely a fool, unable to even touch him. As Qin Feng thought this, the orc prophet fully crawled out from the ruins. Looking at Qin Feng, the orc prophet's face was filled with rage. "I will use your blood to honor my fallen kin." As his words fell, the orc prophet raised his hand and pointed at Qin Feng, instantly casting the lightning spell. With a whoosh, a bolt of lightning appeared in the air like a silver snake coiling down towards Qin Feng. However, having run this dungeon countless times in his past life, Qin Feng had long anticipated the prophet's attack. He swiftly sidestepped to the left, narrowly avoiding the lightning. Miss. After dodging the prophet's attack, taking advantage of his post-casting stiffness, Qin Feng shot forward like an arrow, closing the distance to the prophet and slashing down. Crack. 11,420. I must say the prophet's high defense is indeed troublesome. A strike that could kill an ordinary orc warrior barely took away a quarter of his health. However, Qin Feng had long expected this situation. If 1 slash was not enough, then he would strike again. If 10 slashes couldn't kill him, he would strike 20. The prophet soon recovered from his post-casting stiffness. But at this moment, Qin Feng had already moved in front of him, rendering the lightning spell useless. With no choice, the prophet had to abandon his signature skill, the lightning spell, and chose to engage Qin Feng in a direct melee fight. However, the difference in reaction speed was too great. The prophet's slow attacks could not touch Qin Feng at all, while Qin Feng's slashes landed solidly on the prophet. Crack. 11428, 11427, 11,456. Your attack has triggered the Dragon Slayer Blade's equipment effect, slow, lasting for 6 seconds. Your attack has triggered the Dragon Slayer Blade's equipment effect, bleed, lasting for 6 seconds. Under the effect of slow, the prophet's already sluggish attack speed plummeted. Qin Feng felt a surge of joy in his heart. His blade reversed and slashed towards the prophet's neck. In the Divine Realm, hitting a vital point grants an extra damage bonus. However, this strike was not merely for the damage bonus. He aimed to force the prophet to use his life-saving skill, Ancestor. As expected, facing Qin Feng's sharp slash, the orc prophet immediately unleashed his ultimate ability. In that moment, a massive phantom descended from the sky onto the prophet. With the arrival of this phantom, the prophet's momentum surged several notches higher. The weapon effects attached to the prophet were also dispelled by the descending phantom. However, Qin Feng remained unperturbed. He had already calculated everything. As the prophet swiped at him with his claws, Qin Feng performed a bridge pose, dodging the attack. Seeing Qin Feng's exposed abdomen, a glint of excitement erupted in the prophet's eyes. He raised his idle right claw and fiercely clawed at Qin Feng's defenseless abdomen. In a place invisible to the prophet, a faint smile appeared on Qin Feng's lips. In the next moment, he teleported into the air, taking advantage of the prophet's old strength had faded and new strength had yet to rise. He activated the high-level skill Flying Immortal from Beyond. 017, Platinum Equipment. The prophet of the Orc's Pendant. Swish, swish, swish. Countless blades struck mercilessly at the unguarded back of the prophet. In an instant, they sheared off the prophet's tough fur, fiercely cutting into his body. 4452 4457 4468. A series of damage values popped up from the Prophet. The frenzied blade barrage pinned the Prophet down, leaving him unable to rise, let alone unleash any skills. With the only target being the Orc Prophet, the sword lights from the skies were all locked onto him. Under the immense onslaught of blades, the Orc Prophet's health bar was quickly drained. With a loud crash, the Prophet's body fell to the ground, not even able to utter a parting line before completely dying. Just at that moment, a cold system notification echoed in Qin Feng's ears. Ding dong, you have killed the platinum-level boss Orc Prophet, successfully clearing the hell-level dungeon, the Orc Prophet scheme, achieving the first clear accomplishment for this dungeon. Ding dong detected that the player has achieved the first clear accomplishment for the hell-level dungeon, the Orc Prophet scheme, special reward 1 perfect crystallized bone marrow and 10 skill points. Ding dong, Huaxia announcement, player Tianyi has successfully cleared the hell-level dungeon, the Orc Prophet scheme, for the first time. Current clear time, 8 minutes and 46 seconds, successfully occupying the first place on the dungeon clear leaderboard, becoming the master of this dungeon. Players Tianyi can collect fixed daily rewards from this dungeon, including 1 perfect crystallized bone marrow. Ding dong, Huaxia announcement, the novice dungeon, the Orc Prophet scheme, has been unlocked. Map coordinates 033. 148. All players can challenge the dungeon. If a player's level is below 10 and the challenge difficulty is set to hell, they will have the opportunity to compete with player Tianyi for control of the dungeon. If the clear time is less than 8 minutes and 46 seconds, they will automatically become the master of this dungeon. Hearing these 2 consecutive system announcements, all players in the Huaxia region paused their actions, gazing around in a daze. What the hell, didn't this game just launch? How could someone have already cleared the dungeon? I just checked, this is a level 10 dungeon. I'm only at level 1, yet there's already a big shot clearing a level 10 dungeon. Is the gap between people really that wide? I can earn a perfect crystallized bone marrow every day. I'm so envious. No way, I have to challenge it. I want to choose. Any brothers feeling yellow? The guy upstairs has gone mad. Who will wake him up? NMSL stranger, I won't accept this. The 2 announcements stirred up the world channel of the entire Huaxia region instantly. All players who saw these 2 announcements were in an uproar. Not a single one wasn't envious of the rewards Qin Feng had obtained from the dungeon. As is well known, equipment enhancement resources are extremely important in any upgrading game. Equipment of the same level once enhanced is a completely different story compared to unenhanced equipment. However, enhancement also carries risks, and the higher the level, the greater the risk. But with the perfect crystallized bone marrow, those risks can be avoided. Because the perfect crystallized bone marrow can provide a 100 success rate for enhancement on equipment levels 120. What's even more frustrating is that if Qin Feng's rewards were only one time, it would be one thing. But he happens to receive a fixed daily income, obtaining 1 perfect crystallized bone marrow from this dungeon every day. How could this not make other players envious and jealous? However, at that moment, Qin Feng did not pay attention to the players' discussions in the world channel. His attention had long been captivated by the equipment dropped by the Orc Prophet. Ding dong, you have obtained the skill book Lightning Technique. Ding dong, you have obtained the skill book Bloodthirst Technique. Ding dong, you have obtained a lineage item Ancient Orc Lineage. Ding dong, you have obtained 1 crystallized bone marrow. Ding dong, you have obtained the equipment pendant of the Orc Prophet. Ding dong, you have obtained 10 gold coins. After taking a glance at the spoils obtained this time, and briefly checking the information of the 2 skill books, Qin Feng tossed them into the system backpack. As for the lineage item Ancient Orc Lineage, Qin Feng didn't even look at it, and simply tossed it into the system backpack. To Qin Feng, he had always looked down upon lineage modification items. He had always felt proud of being human. After dealing with these useless spoils, Qin Feng turned his gaze toward the universal equipment, pendant of the Orc Prophet. Pendant of the Orc Prophet, level 10 rank, platinum, attack power 235, 346, equipment characteristics 1. Strength 30, intelligence 60, agility 30, constitution 32. Dispel all abnormal states on the bearer, cooldown time 60 seconds. 3. Increase meditation efficiency by 100. Durability 10001000. Limit universal equipment introduction, an item passed down from the first generation Orc Prophet. It contains immense magical power. After reading the introduction of this equipment, an indelible joy appeared on Qin Feng's face. With a minimum of 235 points of attack power combined with Qin Feng's tenfold critical damage and 2 layers of damage enhancement effects. Just this alone could bring Qin Feng a panel damage of 3,995. Even when facing a prophet with high defensive abilities, this basic attack power boost of over 200 points could allow Qin Feng to deal more than 1,000 points of additional damage. Apart from the increase in basic attack power, this equipment also significantly enhances attributes. The 30-point boost in strength is crucial, as strength is Qin Feng's primary attribute. The 60-point increase in intelligence provides Qin Feng with an additional 1,200 points of mana, enough for him to unleash Flying Immortal 12 times. The 30-point increase in agility is also a significant boost, as agility is directly related to movement speed and attack speed, directly impacting Qin Feng's combat capabilities. Constitution is even more crucial. A 30-point increase in Constitution doubles Qin Feng's endurance during continuous combat. More importantly, this equipment can actively dispel abnormal states, compensating for Qin Feng's current low resilience. With this in mind, Qin Feng immediately equipped this item. Feeling the changes within his body, Qin Feng comfortably stretched and prepared to leave the dungeon. However, just at that moment, he saw Feng Guoguo approaching with a dark expression. 018 Lin Chuxia's token. Looking at the sulking and silent Feng Guoguo beside him, Qin Feng felt somewhat puzzled, unsure of what had offended this NPC to make her so angry. What's wrong with you? To maintain his friendly image in Feng Guoguo's eyes, Qin Feng bent down and asked gently. Upon hearing Qin Feng's question, Feng Guoguo turned her head away with a loud pop, presenting the back of her head to Qin Feng, which made him laugh. However, Qin Feng did not intend to indulge Feng Guoguo. He stood up and walked out. Hearing the footsteps fading behind her, the timid Feng Guoguo could no longer hold back. This is a secret realm. Who knows if there are still unkilled beasts inside? If Qin Feng just left like this, she would be in danger. Humph, I knew you would bully me. Feng Guoguo put away her empty bag and quickly caught up to Qin Feng's side. After walking a short distance behind Qin Feng, Feng Guoguo, afraid of being left behind again, boldly reached out and grabbed a section of Qin Feng's sleeve. Qin Feng smiled, faintly guessing the reason for Feng Guoguo's anger to be nearly correct. Open your claws. Why should I? I'm telling you, don't think about leaving me behind. Qin Feng smiled, faintly guessing the reason for Feng Guoguo's anger to be nearly correct. Open your claws. Why should I? I'm telling you, don't think about leaving me behind. Just open them when I say so, no need for so much nonsense. Qin Feng raised his voice, intimidating her. Oh. Feng Guoguo reluctantly let go of her small hand. I told you to open your claws, not to let go. What for? Feng Guoguo, confused, spread her small hands, disappointment replaced by expectation. With a slap, a piece of grilled meat was slapped onto Feng Guoguo's small hand by Qin Feng. Seeing the meat in her hand, Feng Guoguo's eyes widened, forgetting her ladle-like image, and dug into the meat. After finishing the grilled meat in her hand, Feng Guoguo wiped her greasy, dirty hands on Qin Feng's clothes. You're really nice. I'm nice, yet you still wipe your hands on my clothes. Why were you sulking just now? Say it. They chatted like this, and soon the two walked back to the teleportation portal, exited the dungeon, passed through the bunker, and returned to the surface, traversing through the dense forest of the valley. As they walked, a narrow path appeared in the forest that could accommodate two people side by side. Following the path, they continued forward, and soon they arrived in front of a dirty wooden house that had been blackened by smoke. Teacher, I'm back. Upon entering the wooden house, Feng Guoguo, like presenting a treasure, took out her signature large bag from her storage equipment and slung it over her back. Why did you come back so late? I'm starving to death. With a powerful voice, a remarkably attractive young woman emerged from the wooden house. The woman's face was smeared with coal dust, and her eyes were half squinted from the smoke. Yet even in such a disheveled state, her unparalleled beauty could not be concealed. You ungrateful one, don't you know that I... The angry scolding suddenly stopped only because another person was standing next to Lin Chuxia coughed repeatedly, taking the opportunity to adjust her language. Guoguo, who is this? Oh, this is Qin Feng, a good person who not only saved me, but also helped me find so many black truffles that the bag is all. Feng Guoguo weighed the large bag on her back, boasting. After her words, Lin Chuxia's eyes lit up, and she quickly walked to Feng Guoguo's side, opening the bag to dive in. Seeing this scene, Qin Feng finally recalled where Feng Guoguo's gluttonous nature came from. After checking the contents of the bag, Lin Chuxia emerged satisfied, smiling as she walked up to Qin Feng and patted him on the shoulder, saying, Young man, you're quite good, a nice person. Teacher, do you think so too? Seeing her friend gain the teacher's approval, Feng Guoguo beamed, with joy, walking to Lin Chuxia's side and praising Qin Feng. Teacher, let me tell you, this big brother is not only nice, but his swordsmanship is also incredibly strong. With a few swift strokes, he killed the wolf that was chasing me, and then we went. Feng Guoguo chattered about everything that had just happened to Lin Chuxia. Lin Chuxia cooperated with exclamations and occasionally applauded for Feng Guoguo. Watching the two chat so harmoniously, Qin Feng felt both helpless and somewhat warmed. After a long while, Lin Chuxia understood all the causes and consequences from Feng Guoguo. She turned around facing Qin Feng and said, You saved my disciple and helped us bring back so much food. I have nothing to give you, so take this, consider it my gratitude. With a snap, Lin Chuxia produced a golden skill book and directly tossed it into Qin Feng's arms. The next moment, a mechanical prompt echoed in Qin Feng's ears. Ding dong, you have received NPC Lin Chuxia's gift, Advanced Skill Book Phantom Substitute. Looking at this skill book, although he had been prepared, Qin Feng still couldn't hide his joy. Phantom Substitute is an exceptionally powerful skill that not only creates a perfect substitute, but also dispels all abnormal statuses upon release. It can be considered a game-changing skill in high-pressure environments. After obtaining the skill book, Qin Feng did not immediately store it in his system backpack, but smiled and thanked Lin Chuxia before taking his leave, saying, Thank you, I have already sent Guoguo back, so I won't impose further. Are you in such a hurry? Feng Guoguo's face was filled with reluctance. I need to go to Maple Leaf City. This matter has been delayed for too long and cannot wait any longer. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Chuxia suddenly spoke up. Maple Leaf City. Are you planning to go there to sharpen your swordsmanship? Yes, there are many swordsmanship masters there, and I want to learn there. Following the plot, he remembered Qin Feng replied verbatim. Good idea. Take this when you get to Maple Leaf City, show it to a swordsman named Qin Yang, and he will help you when he sees it. Thank you. After receiving the small statue thrown by Lin Chuxia, Qin Feng thanked her and left the wooden house, heading towards Maple Leaf City. He was now level 10 and needed to change jobs in the main city before he could continue leveling up. Scene 019, arriving at the main city. After leaving the cabin in the woods, Qin Feng hurried towards the novice village along the route that lingered in his memory. To reach the main city, Maple Leaf City, he must first obtain access to the teleportation array from the village chief. As he walked, Qin Feng opened his backpack and took out the skill book for Phantom Substitute, directly opting to learn it. After mastering this advanced skill, he opened the skill panel to examine it. Phantom Substitute Level 1 Skill Effect 1. Teleport to any location within 100 meters radius, while leaving a phantom at the original spot. The substitute will mimic the actions of the main body, dealing 10 of the main bonus damage. 2. Instantly dispel all abnormal statuses. Mana cost 50 points. Proficiency 0 cooldown 8 seconds. Description: the signature skill of the illusionist Klein. Use it well, and you will become part of the next legend. After reading the skill introduction for Phantom Substitute, Qin Feng did not immediately upgrade the skill to level 10. Having fought through battles in the River Valley Bunker and dungeons, Qin Feng had accumulated 16 skill points. One of these points came from the Forest Giant 8-5 from the BOS level monster, the Shaman Wizard, and the remaining 10 points were earned from the dungeon BOSS, the Orc Prophet. Now at level 10, Qin Feng decided to save these skill points for use after his job change. As the highest level player in the Huaxiao region, there was no doubt that Qin Feng would be the first to enter the main city. Because of this, he would achieve the milestone of being the first to reach the main city. If Qin Feng's memory served him right, upon obtaining this achievement, he would be the only player in the entire server able to switch to a hidden profession and would receive a skill from the hidden profession skill pool as a reward. With this thought in mind, Qin Feng closed the skill overview interface and accelerated towards the novice village. After about 10 minutes, he returned to the novice village and arrived at the village chief's home. At this time, countless players had gathered around the village chief. Their levels were all low, with the highest being only level 2. They jostled and pushed, creating a noisy scene as they begged the village chief to assign them tasks. Village chief: I can kill slimes like a pro. Just leave the slimes at the village entrance to me. Village chief: he can't do it. Look at me, look at my muscles, don't I exude a sense of security? Village chief: I beg you, just give me a task. I'm not picky as long as it's a task. Looking at the ruckus created by the new players, Qin Feng queued patiently, showing no intention of competing with the other players. With the memories from his past life, Qin Feng's leveling speed was exponentially faster than that of an average player. The short wait in line would not allow anyone to achieve the first milestone of reaching the main city before him. Given this situation, Qin Feng did not mind the wait. However, he did not expect that while he was calm, the village chief was overwhelmingly excited upon seeing him. When the village chief noticed Qin Feng, he pushed aside the players clamoring for tasks, walked up to Qin Feng with a flattering, "Are you Mr. Tianyi? I've heard your name countless times, and I never expected that my first encounter with you would reveal that your demeanor surpasses the rumors." Upon hearing this, the players who were pushed aside by the village chief dropped their jaws in astonishment. Who is this guy? This old man ignored us completely. Why is he so fawning over him? Wow. I checked this big shot's information. Isn't he the one mentioned in the server announcement just recently? Is he the big shot who cleared the novice village dungeon on the very first day? If he could handle that dungeon, there's no need for him to come to the village chief for tasks. As the players chattered excitedly, the flattering village chief spoke again. "Honorable Mr. Tianyi, may I ask what brings you to my humble self?" Seeing the village chief's demeanor, Qin Feng realized that his terrifying reputation was at play. "I want to head to the main city and would like you, village chief, to help me activate the teleportation array." "Certainly, Mr. Tianyi. It is my honor to serve you." After saying this, the village chief hurriedly ran towards the teleportation array at the village entrance, completely disregarding the feelings of the novice players surrounding him. Soon the village chief returned after activating the teleportation array, holding a token adorned with vibrant patterns. "Esteemed Mr. Tianyi, this is the teleportation token for the main city. I didn't know which main city you wanted to go to, so I took the liberty of bringing you a token that can take you to all main cities. I hope you have a pleasant journey." Qin Feng nodded slightly, reaching out to take the token from the village chief's hand. "Ding dong, you have received the advanced teleportation token. With this token, you can activate the teleportation array at the village entrance to go to any main city." Hearing the system notification ringing in his mind, Qin Feng stored the token and walked towards the teleportation array. Before long, Qin Feng arrived at the teleportation array, where the token burst forth with golden light, revealing a selection panel for the main cities before him. Winter City, Winter Empire, Maple Leaf City, Maple Leaf Empire, Storm City, Storm Empire, Crimson Flame City, Crimson Flame Empire, Silver Moon City, Silver Moon Empire. Looking at the 5 options presented before him, Qin Feng didn't hesitate and instantly selected Maple Leaf City. In the Divine Realm, these 5 major cities represent 5 great empires. Each empire occupies vast territories and possesses immense power on this continent. Once a player selects a main city, they will be tagged with the affiliation of that power. During the later national wars in the game, players will receive corresponding national war tasks based on their affiliated country. The Silver Moon Empire is established by the Elven race, making it suitable for archers. The Winter Empire, on the other hand, is a paradise for mechanics and ice element mages. As a warrior and swordsman, the Maple Leaf Empire, known for its martial virtues, became Qin Feng's top choice. Moreover, in Qin Feng's memories from his past life, the Maple Leaf Empire would become the ultimate victor in the conflict among the 5 nations, ultimately unifying the entire. Joining the Maple Leaf Empire early would allow for strategic positioning, entering the higher echelons of the Maple Leaf Empire sooner, and gaining the greatest benefits in future profit distributions. With this in mind, Qin Feng decisively made his final choice the moment the confirmation notification sounded. Ding dong, do you confirm the selection of Maple Leaf City as your main city? Notification once confirmed, it cannot be changed. Confirm. With Qin Feng's words, a white light enveloped him, and he instantly vanished into a temporal rift. In the next moment, Qin Feng opened his eyes to find himself in Maple Leaf City. 020, server-wide announcement. Hidden profession. Maple Leaf City. A remarkably handsome young man had just stepped out of the teleportation array when a system announcement rang out across the world channel. Ding. Detected that player Tian E has been teleported to the main city Maple Leaf City. Achieved the accomplishment of being the first player in the main city, awarded 10 skill points and 20 free attribute points. As this announcement played, all players in the Huaxiao region erupted in excitement. What the heck? What did I just see? Is this real? It can't be. Wasn't it said that you had to reach level 10 and have a reputation exceeding 5,000 points to go to the main city? The game just opened a few hours ago. How did Tian E manage to do this? This person must be using some sort of hack. It's truly outrageous. Why does this ID Tian E seem so familiar? I remember now, isn't this the player who cleared the beginner dungeon earlier? Wow. Now that you mention it, I remember too. No wonder. Classes are open. The Xingqian Guild is hosting a class with President Xingqian explaining Tian E's leveling journey. Countless players were fervently discussing in the world channel. However, the protagonist Qin Feng was drawn in by a notification sound ringing in his ear. Ding. Detected that player Tian E has achieved the accomplishment of being the first player in the main city, rewarded with a hidden profession transfer book X1. Upon hearing this system notification, a relaxed smile appeared on Qin Feng's lips. The secret that achieving the first player in the main city grants the opportunity for a hidden profession transfer was something Qin Feng had heard from a trader of the human race in his past life. In this life, thanks to the SS level talent he drew and his vastly superior experience compared to others, Qin Feng successfully seized this opportunity, becoming the only player in the world to obtain a hidden profession. Thinking of this, Qin Feng took out the seemingly ordinary hidden support transfer book, which contained countless mysteries from his system inventory. Then, without further delay, Qin Feng walked straight out of the teleportation point, heading directly to the Profession Transfer Center in Maple Leaf City. Soon Qin Feng entered the professional establishment. As soon as he stepped through the door of the professional establishment, a secretary in a qipao approached Qin Feng with a sway of her slender waist. Hello, I am Amanda, a staff member of the professional establishment. How may I assist you today? I need to use the transfer pod. Sure, sir. May I ask what your profession is? Warrior. All right, sir, please follow me. Under Amanda's guidance, Qin Feng quickly arrived at the area designated for warrior profession transfers in the professional establishment. Opening the transfer pod, Amanda bent, slightly gesturing for Qin Feng to enter. Qin Feng did not hesitate and stepped directly into the transfer pod. With a click, the pod door was closed by Amanda. A familiar sensation began to spread throughout Qin Feng's body. Ding. Detected that player Tian E is holding a hidden profession transfer book. Would you like to use it immediately? Use it. Ding. As you wish. Feeling the warm and incredibly comfortable sensation flowing through his body, Qin Feng almost let out a moan of pleasure. In the next moment, a more intense warmth surged forth. Before Qin Feng appeared a virtual golden roulette. The roulette began to spin rapidly, finally slowing down to rest on a blood-red area. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully transferred to the hidden profession of warrior, Crimson Reaper. Ding. You have received 10 skill points and 10 free attribute points. Ding. You have received a one-time opportunity to reset your attribute points, which has been reset. Ding. You have acquired the profession-exclusive passive skill Crimson Blade. Ding. You have gained the profession-exclusive active skill Crimson Mark. Ding. You have obtained the profession-exclusive active skill Blood Fury. Listening to the series of mechanical notifications ringing in his ears, Qin Feng began to check his new profession and the newly acquired skills. Crimson Reaper, Unique Hidden Profession. Level SSS, Unique SSS Profession. Effect. 1. For each level gained provides 20 free attribute points. 2. For each level gained requires 1,000 experience points. 3. Subsequent transfers do not require a transfer book, automatically transferring to the advanced profession. 4. Each successful transfer automatically resets all free attribute points obtained from the previous stage. Introduction. The path to ascend will be paved with countless bones. After reading the introduction of Crimson Reaper, Qin Feng smiled in satisfaction. Other professions only gained 10 experience points for each level after their second transfer. For him, it directly doubled. Although this doubling of attribute increase requires 10 times the experience points. However, for Qin Feng, 10 times the experience points was not a difficult challenge. In his mind, he had stored all the hidden quests in the game. With these hidden quests, it was no problem at all for Qin Feng to handle not only 10 times the experience points, but even 100 times. More importantly, after obtaining this second transfer profession, he would not have to worry about the transfer skill books anymore. As long as he reached the required level, he could automatically transfer to the advanced profession. After reviewing the information of Crimson Reaper, Qin Feng looked at the 3 newly acquired transfer skills. Crimson Blade. Level 1. Skill effect condenses blood, forming a crimson blade, with each blade dealing 10 of the character's attack power up to 10 blades. Blue cost 100 points. Proficiency 01000. Cooldown 45 seconds. Introduction. The Crimson Blade is capable of severing all in the world. Crimson Mark. Level 1. Skill effect releases a crimson mark dealing 20 increased damage when attacking the marked target. The mark cannot stack and lasts for 12 seconds. Blue cost 100 points. Proficiency 01000. Cooldown 6 seconds. Introduction. No one can escape the crimson. Blood Fury. Level max. Skill effect burns half of current health to gain a 100 increase in all attributes stackable up to 9 times lasting 30 minutes. After Blood Fury enters a weakened state lasting 12 hours, which can be lifted by using Blood Fury again. Cost half of current health. Proficiency 01000. Cooldown none. Introduction. Accursed secret art. Do not use unless absolutely necessary. Crazy attribute allocation. Power skyrockets. After reading the introductions of these 3 skills, Qin Feng felt an immense sense of satisfaction. These 3 skills can all be considered godly. The most impressive of them is undoubtedly the 3rd skill, Blood Burst. Each activation of Blood Burst grants Qin Feng a 100 increase in all attributes and can be activated consecutively up to 9 times. In other words, if Qin Feng fully utilizes this skill, he can achieve an amplification of 29 times. It's important to note that Qin Feng's base attribute acquisition is already twice that of an ordinary player. With the enormous enhancement from the 9 activations of Blood Burst, he can possess battle power at level 20 that others might not reach, even at level 90. What's even more terrifying is that as Qin Feng's level increases, his talents will gradually unlock. Once he reaches level 90 and unlocks the absolutely invincible talent, the true power of this skill will be fully revealed. Imagine instantly activating Blood Burst 9 times, achieving a 512-fold increase in all attributes lasting for 30 minutes. Simultaneously activating the 9th talent, Absolute Invincibility, grants immunity to all damage for 30 minutes. With these 2 massive boosts, what in this world could possibly stop Qin Feng? Aside from the Blood Burst skill, which is truly extraordinary, the other 2 skills Qin Feng obtained are also quite impressive. Crimson Mark provides Qin Feng with a 20 damage increase. Coupled with his first talent, Tenfold Critical Strike, it can yield damage values 12 times his displayed attack power. Moreover, as the level of Crimson Mark increases, this damage boost will continue to grow. Crimson Blade is also an extremely powerful skill, especially suitable for group battles, significantly compensating for the situation where Qin Feng could only rely on his Skyward Slash to deal damage in team fights. In addition to these 3 skills, this job change has also granted Qin Feng 20 free attribute points, 10 skill attribute points, and 1 opportunity to reset attribute points. From level 1 to level 10, the total level increase has granted Qin Feng 45 base attribute points. The achievement of being the first player in the main city has provided him with 20 personal attribute points and 10 skill points. After completing the job change, he received another 10 free attribute points and 10 skill points, coupled with the 16 skill points Qin Feng had previously accumulated. Qin Feng's total free attribute points reached 75, and his skill points amounted to 36. He thought about all the unused attribute and skill points he still had. Qin Feng immediately opened his panel and utilized all these resources that could significantly enhance his combat ability. In terms of attribute points, Qin Feng allocated 30 points to strength, 15 to agility, 15 to intelligence, and 10 to constitution. Regarding skill points, since he only had skills available for allocation and Skyward Slash had already reached level 6. After fully allocating points to all 3 skills, Qin Feng still had 12 skill points left. After finishing his allocations, Qin Feng opened his panel to check. Heavens Will Profession Warrior Crimson Reaper level 10 health, 4000, 4000 mana, 1600, physical magic attack, 945, 260, 450 Dragon Slayer Blade, 235 Orc Profits, chain defense, 104 strength, 40, 160 Dragon Slayer Blade, 30 Orc Profits, chain intelligence, 2060 Orc Profits, chain constitution, 1930 Orc Profits, chain agility, 2230 Orc Profits, chain luck, 5 critical rate, 100 talent, Tenfold Critical Strike, critical damage, 1000 talent. Tenfold Critical Strike attribute points, 0 skill points, 12 talents. Activated Tenfold Critical Strike. Not activated: tenfold attack speed, infinite firepower, infinite growth, absolute resistance, god-slaying power, forced servitude, fate mastery, absolute invincibility, time reversal. Skills: Skyward Slash level 10 skill effect, teleport into the air, attack speed increases by 280, continuously launch slashes causing area damage. Damage range 300 yards. Damage per slash 100 of the user's attack power. Mana cost 200 points, proficiency 0 cooldown 45 seconds. Description: the signature skill of the Great Swordsman by Hacho. Phantom Decoy level 10 skill effect 1. Teleport to any location within 100 meters and leave a phantom that mimics the body's actions, dealing 100 damage of the body. The decoy lasts for 30 seconds. 2. Instantly dispel all abnormal states. Mana cost 100 points, proficiency 0 cooldown 45 seconds. Description: the signature skill of the Illusion Master Klein. Use it well, and you will become the next legend. Crimson Blade level 10 skill effect, condense blood to form a Crimson Blade. Each Crimson Blade deals 100 of the character's attack power, with a maximum of 100 blades lasting for 30 seconds. Mana cost 200 points, proficiency 0 cooldown 45 seconds. Description: the signature skill of the Crimson Reaper Tamashi. Countless lives have perished beneath the Crimson Blade. Crimson Mark level 10 skill effect, release a Crimson Mark. When attacking the marked target, gain a 200 damage increase. The mark cannot stack and lasts for 12 seconds. Mana cost 100 points. Proficiency 0. Cooldown none. Description: no one can escape the crimson. Bloodburst level max skill effect: sacrifice half of current health to gain a 100 increase in all attributes, stackable up to 9 times, lasting for 30 minutes. After Bloodburst ends, enter a weakened state for 12 hours, which can be lifted by activating Bloodburst again. Cost half of current health. Proficiency 0. Cooldown none. Description: accursed secret technique. Do not use it unless absolute. Weapon specialization: advanced blade mastery effect. When using blade type weapons, damage increases by an additional 30. Equipped weapons: Dragon Slayer blade or Prophet's chain by Hekis scabbard, kinetic boots, inventory cloak of concealment, Night Hunter's dagger, 29 dragon breath crystals, 11 perfect grade, crystallized bone marrows, 476, crystallized bone marrows, 193 gold coins, 2936 silver coins. After reviewing his panel, Qin Feng smiled in satisfaction. This terrifying panel proves that all of Qin Feng's previous efforts were not in vain. However, he still has a certain distance from the complete form of this stage, because he has not yet fully realized all the resources he has obtained, and his Dragon Slayer blade has not yet been upgraded. Thinking about the 29 dragon breath crystals in his inventory, Qin Feng no longer wasted time and headed towards the middle auction house in the city, following the route he remembered. The Mitre Auction House is the largest auction house in Maple Leaf City and even in the entire Maple Leaf Kingdom. According to the local saying in Maple Leaf Kingdom, if you have enough money, you can buy anything you desire at the Mitre Auction House. Qin Feng didn't fully believe this obviously exaggerated statement. However, this also indirectly proved the immense power of the Mitre Auction House. On his way to the auction house, Qin Feng had already devised a plan. He intended to sell all his dragon breath crystals. At a market price of 100 million gold coins per crystal, he could exchange them for 2.9 billion gold coins. Additionally, he also planned to sell the equipment and materials he had crafted. However, these items would fetch a much lower price compared to the dragon breath crystals. Excluding the crystallized bone marrow needed to enhance his dragon slaying blade, these materials and weapons could amount to over 10 million gold coins for Qin Feng. Although these gold coins seemed plentiful and would astonish players across the entire Huaxiao server, they appeared rather meager when it came to the things Qin Feng wanted to purchase, and might even be insufficient. The dragon slaying blade was currently at the gold rank, and Qin Feng hoped to take advantage of the annual auction in a few days to buy some feed for it, elevating it to the diamond rank in one go. This would require 10 platinum rank weapons and 10 diamond rank weapons. The prices for platinum weapons were relatively low, around 50 million gold coins each. However, the prices for diamond weapons were exorbitant. The cheaper ones started at 100 million, while the more expensive ones could easily exceed 300 million. Moreover, there was a scarcity of such items. Fortunately, the dragon slaying blade was not picky. It would consume any weapon of the corresponding rank. Otherwise, if it were not the case, Qin Feng would probably have to sell himself to afford the dragon slaying blade, which could develop. As he pondered, Qin Feng arrived at the Mitre Auction House. At this moment, numerous NPCs had gathered at the entrance of the auction house, chatting enthusiastically and sharing plenty. Hey, did you know? Because a big shot is returning, the Mitre Auction House will hold the auction earlier in 3 days. What? I hadn't heard about this. Didn't this news spread earlier? It said that the big shot is coming back to buy some equipment for her little apprentice. Yes. I wonder which young girl is so fortunate to be taken in as a disciple by her and become her closed-door apprentice. I heard, but you mustn't spread this around. A few years ago, the second prince of the empire wanted to take her as his master, but she didn't agree. TSK. Let's not talk about her. There are multiple big shots coming this time. The leader of the Underworld Legion, Long Da Shur Taida, and the Duke of the North, Baikin Asoasi. Do you know why they are coming? Why? It's to get the grand treasure that is said to be an epic level equipment. It's said that it has no class restrictions. No class restrictions? Is it really that terrifying? However, to be honest, that kind of equipment has nothing to do with us. I just came to see if I could pick up a few small items. Hearing the NPC's conversation around him, Qin Feng's brow furrowed. As the largest auction house in the Maple Leaf Empire, the auctions at the Mitre Auction House are held regularly with little to no changes in schedule. However, this time Qin Feng unexpectedly heard from the NPCs that the auction would start earlier due to a big shot. This was highly unusual. A big shot is coming. The auction starts early. I don't recall this happening. A big shot, a little girl, a closed-door disciple, and an early auction. Wait a minute, could it be her? As Qin Feng pondered, a memory suddenly flashed through his mind, recalling a detail he had overlooked. In his past life, after completing the quest Feng Guoguo's Black Truffle, Qin Feng had leveled up to level 10 and arrived at the main city. However, shortly after he arrived in the main city, a question appeared on the game forum stating that the master and apprentice in the Hidden Grove had vanished. When he saw this question, Qin Feng was a bit confused. He had never encountered NPCs that would run around. It wasn't until he later read an announcement that he learned someone had rescued Feng Guoguo from the grove, allowing the master and apprentice to leave and return to Maple Leaf City, triggering the next hidden quest. At that time, he envied the person who had rescued Feng Guoguo because of the rewards mentioned in that announcement. Now in this life, Qin Feng had replaced that person and obtained the opportunity for the next hidden quest. Thinking of this, Qin Feng regained his confidence, which had temporarily faded due to the unpredictable plot. As the timing for the hidden quest was still a while away, he deepened his memory of the matter in his heart. Qin Feng then shifted his focus to the auction. For players, the auction was the greatest opportunity to find hidden treasures in the entire game bar none. Compared to NPCs, players had a cheating artifact, the Eye of Inspection. With a simple sweep, any undetectable treasure would reveal all its information to the player. With the dragon-slaying blade, a gold-consuming beast in his possession, Qin Feng still had no intention of nurturing any other weapons. However, this did not prevent Qin Feng from using the Eye of Inspection to make money. Yet entering the auction house was not an easy task. For a renowned auction house like Mitre, the threshold was extraordinarily high. One needed at least 5 million in assets to qualify for a seat in the auction house, and that was just for a corner spot. However, Qin Feng wasn't worried about this. Buying things had its thresholds, but selling did not. Upon passing through the unguarded gate, Qin Feng slowed his pace, waiting for the welcoming personnel. It wasn't long before a young woman approached him with a catwalk. "Sir, how may I assist you?" The woman's voice was soft, complemented by her slender attire, which gave off a warm and however, Qin Feng remained composed and was not fooled by such trivial tricks, calmly stating, "I would like to sell something. I've heard that the Mitre auction house is the fairest auction venue in the entire Maple Leaf Kingdom, which is why I have come to you." The guiding lady was quite perceptive. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, she understood that he was here for a significant business. She slightly bowed and smiled at Qin Feng, saying, "Sir, please follow me." With that, the guiding lady gracefully stepped forward, leading the way. Qin Feng smiled faintly and followed closely behind. As they walked, the guiding lady seized an opportunity and subtly asked, "Sir, what items are you looking to auction? If convenient, Xiao Yan can help you find a suitable appraiser. I am selling a rather rare material intended for weapon enhancement." Upon hearing this, the guiding lattice eyebrows slightly raised and her steps began to change direction. After a moment, under the guiding lattice lead, Qin Feng entered a room adorned with extreme luxury. "Master Ulla, this guest wishes to auction some rare weapon enhancement materials and needs your assistance for appraisal." Upon entering, the guiding lady got straight to the point and explained Qin Feng's intentions to the man in the room. "Oh, esteemed guest, may I see the items you wish to have appraised?" Looking at the familiar man before him, Qin Feng smiled faintly and took out a prepared dragon breath crystal from his pocket, handing it over to him. In his past life, Qin Feng had dealt with this appraiser named Ulla multiple times and was well aware of his status within the mine. Now that his dragon breath crystal was being appraised by him, Qin Feng felt somewhat at ease. Initially, when Ulla received the dragon breath crystal from Qin Feng, his expression remained ordinary. However, once he recognized the item in his hand, even the deeply cultivated Ulla couldn't help but twitch his mouth. A dragon breath crystal. It is actually a dragon breath crystal. As he caressed the dragon breath crystal, a look of intoxication appeared on Ulla's face. In the divine realm, the dragon clan had already become extinct for many years. Consequently, the dragon breath crystal had become a limited treasure, with each one used reducing the total number. Its price had skyrocketed as the quantity dwindled. Now a single dragon breath crystal could be worth 100 million. Of course, if it were merely a single dragon breath crystal, it wouldn't cause the renowned appraiser Ulla to lose his composure. The key was that dragon breath crystals never appeared individually. They came in batches. To confirm his suspicions, Ulla restrained his excitement and asked, "Sir, do you have any more dragon breath crystals like this?" Hearing Ulla's question and seeing the unmasked excitement on his face, Qin Feng understood that he had indeed found the right. Without further ado, Qin Feng took out the remaining 28 dragon breath crystals and placed them on the table in front of Ulla. Looking at the towering pile of dragon breath crystals, Ulla could no longer suppress his excitement and exclaimed loudly, "There are a total of 29 dragon breath crystals. How can there be so many? Xiao Yan, hurry and inform the young lady, bring her here at once." Although the guiding lady Xiao Yan did not understand the value of the dragon breath crystals, seeing the expression on Ulla's face, she too realized that this transaction was far from ordinary. Without the time for formalities, Xiao Yan dashed out of the room in her high heels, disappearing into the corner of vision. Sir, Ulla pulled out a chair opposite him, inviting Qin Feng to sit down. Once Qin Feng was seated, Ulla inquired about his name. "Sir, may I ask for your esteemed name?" "You may call me Tiani." Upon hearing Qin Feng's response, Ulla nodded slightly. Then he turned to a nearby storage rack, took down an extremely precious jar of tea leaves, and personally brewed a pot of tea for Qin Feng. Due to the dragon breath crystals, even though Ulla could see that Qin Feng's strength was exceptionally low, he still dared not show any negligence. In Ulla's impression, dragon breath crystals could only be found in extremely dangerous places like the Black Abyss, where only a few remained. The dragon breath crystals from other regions had long been mined out by various forces within the 5 great empires. The fact that this young man could bring so many dragon breath crystals meant that behind him lay a force capable of entering the depths of the Black Abyss and returning safely. Moreover, within that unknown force, this young man's status was undoubtedly extremely noble. Soon under Xiao Yan's lead, the young lady of the Mitre family, Heatherway, entered the appraisal room. "Mr. Tian, this is the young lady of our Mitre family. Your dragon breath crystals are exceedingly precious, and I am unable to make decisions on my own, so I have invited the young lady to handle the subsequent procedures with you." After saying this, Ulla stepped out of the room and gently closed the door behind them. As the most outstanding heir of the Mitre family, Heatherway was a capable woman. From Ulla's actions upon leaving, she could already tell the significance Ulla placed on Qin Feng. It was important to note that although these dragon breath crystals were incredibly valuable, they were not so precious that even the chief appraiser of the Mitre family, Ulla, could not handle them. The fact that Ulla acted this way meant that in his eyes this young man possessed immense investment value. After understanding the underlying significance, Heatherway smiled faintly and took out a black card from her pocket, handing Mr. Tian E. Thank you for choosing our miter auction house. As a token of gratitude, I would like to present you with this. From now on, you only need to present this black card to purchase any items you need at the miter auction house at a 30% discount. Looking at the black card handed to him by Heather Wei, Qin Feng accepted it with a faint smile. As a reborn individual and a player in the Divine Realm game, Qin Feng's knowledge far exceeded that of these NPCs. He understood that he was being regarded as a representative of a major force due to these dragon breath crystals by the people at the miter auction house. In response, Qin Feng made no explanations. After all, this black card was one of the objectives of his journey. 024 Mercenary Guild. No wonder they sent a representative with such poise. It's certainly beyond the pretense of ordinary lowlifes. Seeing Qin Feng calmly accept the black card, Heather's heart settled, and she smiled as she spoke. Mr. Tian, regarding the dragon breath crystals you wish to sell, I can offer you two selling options. The first option is that you can sell these dragon breath crystals directly to us, and we will provide you with a 20 premium over the. As for the second option, you can auction these dragon breath crystals at the auction in 3 days. Which option do you prefer? After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng responded, "I'll participate in the auction." To be honest, when he heard Heather propose the first option, Qin Feng was indeed tempted. Selling directly to the miter auction house would not only save him a lot of time, but also yield a 20 market premium. Based on the market price of the dragon breath crystals, this transaction could bring Qin Feng a profit of 3.5 billion gold coins. However, he chose not to take advantage of this. As the saying goes, a mouth that feeds is hard to repay. The hardest debt to repay is that of gratitude, and Qin Feng did not want to owe miter auction house any favors this early. Moreover, the auction in 3 days would attract many big shots from the Maple Leaf Empire. Given the lavish spending of these elites, the profit from the auction might not be lower than selling directly. Upon hearing Qin Feng's answer, the light in Heather's eyes dimmed momentarily. However, she did not argue further and nodded in agreement, saying, "All right, we will proceed according to Mr. Tian's choice. Additionally, since you are now a black card VIP of our miter auction house, we will not charge you any fees as per our usual practice." After saying this, Heather took out a contract registration form for the auction and handed it to Qin Feng. Qin Feng smiled, lightly glanced at Heather, and without further hesitation signed his name. Ding. You have signed a contract for entrusted auction with miter auction house, and the current contract is now in effect. After hearing this system prompt, Qin Feng completely set aside the auction matter. In the divine domain world, once a contract is signed between a player and an NPC, the binding power of that contract is infinite. Any party daring to breach the contract will face punishment from the will of the world. After signing the contract and delivering the dragon breath crystals, Qin Feng smiled and stated the ultimate purpose of his visit. "Miss Heather, I have a favor to ask of your auction house. Mr. Tian need not be so polite. Feel free to ask for anything you need." Upon hearing Qin Feng's inquiry, Heather's eyes lit up, feeling that Qin Feng was reciprocating her kindness in another way. "I need a batch of weapons, specifically 10 platinum grade and 10 diamond grade weapons. There are no other restrictions on the weapons. As long as the grade is met, they will suffice." Qin Feng's request made Heather more resolute in her thoughts. In her view, this was a friendly signal from Qin Feng. 10 platinum weapons and 10 diamond weapons, right? That's no problem at all, but Mr. Tian will need to wait a few days. I can guarantee that I will have these weapons ready for you before the auction starts. Qin Feng nodded with a faint smile, then bid farewell to Heather and left the miter auction house. After Qin Feng's miter auction house general manager's office. "Miss, have you come to an agreement with that Mr. Tian?" Seeing Heather return to the office, Aura, who had been waiting impatiently, asked. "We reached an agreement, but he rejected my offer to buy at a premium and chose to auction instead." Upon hearing this, Aura's expression immediately grew serious. "This means he is unwilling to accept our favor." Heather smiled and did not hide it any longer, explaining, "Master Aura, it can't be said that way. Although he did not accept my premium offer, he agreed to another transaction with me." Heather then recounted her second transaction with Qin Feng to Aura in detail. After listening, Aura's eyes sparkled with joy, but he warned, "Miss, we cannot profit from this deal. To get dragon breath crystals from a place like the Black Abyss, the force behind this kid is definitely not simple." I also sensed it. The natural confidence exuding from that person is certainly not someone who came from a small place. Meanwhile, back to Qin Feng. After leaving the miter auction house, Qin Feng did not linger and headed straight to the A few minutes later, Qin Feng arrived at the Mercenary Guild. In the divine domain world, aside from the 5 great empires, there exist some exceptionally powerful civilian organizations. The Mercenary Guild, which has branches in all major cities and influences the entire continent, is among the best. For players entering the main city, if they wish to level up quickly and gain reputation, they cannot bypass the Mercenary Guild, which has countless tasks. In the Mercenary Guild, players can take on tasks corresponding to their mercenary level. These tasks not only provide experience points comparable to main quests, but after completing a certain number of tasks, players can also earn honorary titles issued by the Mercenary Guild. With this honorary title, players can purchase unique supplies from the Mercenary Guild at a lower price. Upon entering the Mercenary Guild, before Qin Feng could inquire, a young servant approached him and initiated a conversation. "Hello, sir. This is the Mercenary Guild. Are you here to take on a mercenary task? You seem a bit unfamiliar. If you haven't registered as a mercenary, please come with me first." Qin Feng nodded lightly and followed the servant into the mercenary registration area. Thanks to his memories from his past life, Qin Feng quickly filled out the mercenary registration form and completed his mercenary rank. Ding. The player Tianyi has completed mercenary registration and the current mercenary rank is Black Iron Level 1. Mercenary tasks are now available. Hearing the system prompt, Qin Feng directly opened the task panel. A long list of dense tasks appeared before him. These tasks are all within his capability. Pulling up the mercenary task control panel, Qin Feng filtered tasks by geographical location. In the next moment, the mercenary tasks were rearranged and Qin Feng accepted all tasks that could be completed in the main city area. After receiving the tasks, Qin Feng did not linger and headed straight for the eastern gate of the main city. 025, Golden Stage Boss. The Demonized Black Bear King. A few minutes later, Qin Feng left the main city and arrived at a farmland on the eastern side of the city. Upon arriving here, Qin Feng's gaze quickly caught sight of the demonized black-tailed rats rampaging through the fields. A surge of joy filled his heart as several of the quests he had accepted were related to these demonized black-tailed rats. Although the experience points from that quest were not much, rat meat is still meat. One should not let it go to waste. With that thought, Qin Feng swiftly drew the Dragon Slayer blade and instantly activated the Phantom Substitute, using this impressive skill as a blink. In the next moment, utilizing the displacement ability of the Phantom Substitute, Qin Feng appeared amidst the swarm of demonized black-tailed rats. Swish, 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 the blade flashed. 10654, 10,678, 10,649. Surpassing several times the damage, he instantly eliminated all the black-tailed rats before him. Ding! You have killed a bronze-level demonized black-tailed rat and gained 100 experience points. Ding! You have killed a bronze-level demonized black-tailed rat and gained 100 experience points. Ding! You have killed a bronze-level demonized black-tailed rat and gained 100 experience points. Listening to the system prompts in his ears, Qin Feng's killing intent grew even stronger. In the next moment, Qin Feng released the advanced skill of the Crimson Reaper class, Crimson Blade. 100 Crimson Blades instantly materialized, and at the same time the Phantom Substitute behind Qin Feng mimicked his actions and summoned another 100 Crimson Blades. The duration of the Crimson Blade is only 30 seconds, and every second is incredibly precious. To save time, he had to act decisively. Qin Feng charged forward rapidly, using the Crimson Blades to strike down. Under the effect of the Crimson Blade inheriting 100 of his attack power, just one strike was enough to slay a demonized black-tailed rat on the spot. After 30 seconds, as the Crimson Blades dissipated, all the demonized black-tailed rats in the area had been exterminated by Qin Feng. Just then a system prompt sounded in Qin Feng's ears. Ding! You have killed 10000 demonized black-tailed rats, causing the Black-tailed Rat King to enter a state of extreme rage. By killing the Black-tailed Rat King, you will earn the honorary title of Mouse Expert. Listening to this system prompt, a playful smile appeared on Qin Feng's lips. He had encountered a similar scene before. Back when he was still in the novice village, he had almost exterminated the entire pig-headed tribe. During that slaughter, he also earned an honorary title. Compared to the previous honorary title, this Mouse Expert title was no different in essence, so both were the most worthless. However, as a reborn individual, Qin Feng understood clearly. In the later stages of the game, the system would unlock title fusion, and these low-tier titles would become immensely valuable at that time. Moreover, titles are unique. Once he obtained it, it would mean that this title would become a finality. With that thought, Qin Feng's gaze towards the Black-tailed Rat King changed instantly. With a swish, he rushed towards the Black-tailed Rat King, wielding the Dragon Slayer blade. As he charged, Qin Feng used Crimson Mark, branding a blood-red mark on the Black-tailed Rat King. Feeling the scorching mark on him akin to a red-hot iron branding, a tremendous sense of fear erupted from the depths of the Black-tailed Rat King's heart. Sensing danger, he hurriedly halted his advance and turned to flee. However, how could Qin Feng allow the title fusion material to escape? He instantly activated Phantom Substitute, flashing behind the Black-tailed Rat King. Following that, Qin Feng slashed down, and the Crimson Mark suddenly erupted with a blazing bloodlight, dealing 2 consecutive critical strikes, both crimson, as blood appearing above the Black-tailed Rat King. 1065421308. The first damage was dealt by Qin Feng himself, while the second was the 200 increased damage from the Crimson Mark. With a rumble, the silver-level demonized Black-tailed Rat King fell to the ground, instantly unable to move. At the same time, a series of system prompts echoed in Qin Feng's ears. Ding! You have killed the silver-level demonized Black-tailed Rat King and gained 200 experience points. Ding! Your mercenary quest, Kill the Demonized Black-tailed Rat, has been completed and can be submitted. Ding! Your mercenary quest, Black-tailed Rat's Tailbone, has been completed and can be submitted. Ding! Your mercenary quest, Kill the Demonized Black-tailed Rat King, has been completed and can be submitted. Watching the series of prompts pop up on the quest panel, Qin Feng naturally chose to submit. As soon as he submitted the mercenary tasks, a golden light silently descended upon him. In the next moment, another prompt exploded in Qin Feng's ears. Ding! Your level has increased, current level is 11. Due to the influence of the hidden class Crimson Reaper, the attribute point reward is doubled, granting you 20 free attribute points. Ding! Your mercenary level has increased, current rank is Black Iron level, is LV2. Please continue to work hard to improve your mercenary level. Hearing these 2 prompts, Qin Feng was not surprised at all. After allocating all his attribute points to strength, he searched through his memories and headed towards the next destination. Supported by his high agility attributes, Qin Feng soon arrived at the entrance of a barren valley. This valley is the territory of the demonized black bear whose lord, the demonized black bear king, is a gold-tier demon. Unlike the bronze-level demon black-tailed rat king he encountered earlier, the demonized black bear king possesses a lower level of intelligence that differs from wild animal instincts. Once it senses danger, it will flee without hesitation. However, this posed no trouble at all for the well-prepared Qin Feng. After successfully transitioning to Crimson Reaper, Qin Feng's greatest enhancement was not his group combat ability, but rather his already formidable single-target kill potential. As long as the demonized black bear king dared to appear before him, he could instantly slay it. Ding! You have entered a relatively high-risk area, the Black Bear Valley. Achieving an exploration achievement, you gain 200 reputation points. Just as the prompt sounded, a series of bear roars echoed from within the valley, seemingly responding to Qin Feng's arrival. Identifying the direction of the bear's roar, Qin Feng rushed forward. He dashed across the high slopes of the valley, leaping down and gripping the Dragon Slayer blade, pointing its edge at a demonic black bear monster in the valley. With two crisp sounds in the moment he landed, the roaring black bear monster was cleaved into 4 pieces by Qin Feng's cross slash. Ding dong, you have slain the demonic black bear monster and gained 10,000 experience points. Seeing their companion killed by the enemy, the surrounding black bear monsters were instantly enraged. In this area, they had always been the ones doing the killing and had never encountered such a situation where they were ambushed at their door. Roaring, the black bear monsters rolled towards Qin Feng one after another, unleashing their first skill, Mighty Roll. Mighty Roll. Effect: quickly roll forward, reducing the target enemy's attack speed by 20 and movement speed by 20. Feeling the changes in his body, Qin Feng was unafraid. The moment he closed in on all the black bear monsters, he instantly activated the effect of the Orc Prophet's Chain of Descent, dispelling the countless layers of debuffs stacked upon him. With a whoosh, Qin Feng activated Flying Immortal and teleported into midair. Swish, swish, swish. Countless sword lights flashed, slashing down and covering a radius of 300 yards around. After his job change, Qin Feng had already maxed out the level of Flying Immortal, bringing it to level 10. At level 10, each sword light inherited 100 of Qin Feng's attack power and benefited from a Tenfold Critical Strike effect from his first talent, as well as damage enhancements from the Dragon Slayer blade and advanced sword mastery. Each sword light dealt damage, comfortably breaking 8,000 points. Even more terrifying, level 10 Flying Immortal granted Qin Feng a 280 attack speed increase. Under such circumstances, the black bear monsters on the ground had no time to react and fell one after another with as damage value notifications floated up, prompts rang in Qin Feng's ears. Ding dong, you have slain the silver level monster, the demonic black bear, and gained 20,000 experience points. Ding dong, you have slain the silver level monster, the demonic black bear, and gained 20,000 experience points. Ding dong, you have slain the silver level monster, the demonic black bear, and gained 20,000 experience points. After finishing off the demonic black bear monsters, Qin Feng did not rush to find the demonic black bear king, instead collecting his loot. Unlike the previous black-tailed mice, the demonic black bear monster as a creature from a high-risk area was far above Qin Feng's level. Due to the fact that he had killed foes above his level, this mercenary task, which typically yielded no loot, now had a chance to drop. Ding dong, you have obtained a pair of silver-level weapon crafting materials, the claws of the black bear monster. Ding dong, you have obtained 1 silver coin. Ding dong, you have obtained the silver-level weapon, the silver shield sword. After quickly checking the loot information, Qin Feng directly tossed these items into his backpack. Afterward, Qin Feng continued forward. With high attribute points and an overwhelmingly strong talent and weapon, his progress faced no significant obstacles. In less than half an hour, Qin Feng had completely wiped out the thousands of silver-level black bear monsters in the entire. Amidst such frenzied slaughter, Qin Feng's experience points surged rapidly, propelling him to level 12. While level 12 may seem low and insignificant, in reality, on the very day the game opened, it was quite impressive. After all, having gone through a job change, every level up became incredibly difficult. The vast majority of players might toil for a day completing quests and still not earn enough experience for a level up. Yet Qin Feng managed to break through 2 levels in under 2 hours, which was nothing short of frightening. Ding dong, you leveled up. Current level LV12, rewarded with 20 free attribute points. Like before, Qin Feng allocated all his attribute points to strength. After distributing the points, Qin Feng continued deeper into the valley. In his previous life, he had visited this valley many times without the benefit of a Tenfold Critical Strike talent. He was well aware of the location of the demonic Black Bear King. Soon Qin Feng followed the path in his memory and arrived at the lair of the demonic Black Bear King, where he spotted the king gnawing on a bone. Upon seeing the demonic Black Bear King, Qin Feng cast a detection spell as usual. Demonic Black Bear King, Golden Tier BOSS, Level 30 Tier Gold, Health 800, 008, 0000, Attack Power 256, 62789, Defense 500, Skills Mighty Roll, Rage Strike, Bear Warrior Spirit, Tear Wound. Description: the king of the demonic black bear monsters, possessing strength far exceeding its tier. After reading the information about the demonic Black Bear King, Qin Feng felt very disappointed. With only 80,000 health points and 500 defense, it was far too weak to test his current limit burst damage. However, despite his thoughts, Qin Feng did not intend to let this Black Bear King escape. The next moment, he activated the Phantom Substitute for the 3rd time, using the skill as a blink. With a whoosh, Qin Feng suddenly appeared before the demonic Black Bear King, causing the king to drop the large bone club. Looking at the fierce man before him, the Black Bear King could only think that this man was not someone he could defeat, and in a moment of panic, the Black Bear King disregarded the bone club and hurriedly dashed into the cave. However, how could Qin Feng let him have his way? Thud! The Dragon Slayer blade was hurled by Qin Feng like a spear, piercing into the Black Bear King's back. A torrent of blood gushed from the blood groove of the Dragon Slayer blade, soaking the Black Bear King's back in the ground. In the next moment, the two skills Scarlet Mark and Scarlet Blade instantly activated. A blood plum blossom mark appeared on the Black Bear King's back, and 100 scarlet blades pierced through the air, embedding themselves into the Black Bear King. In an instant, damage value notifications numbering in the hundreds appeared above the Black Bear King's head. 6745 13490 6745. In that moment, the Black Bear King's fear became a reality. It fell helplessly to the ground, dropping a pile of equipment. Ding dong. You have killed the Golden Tier boss demonic Black Bear King, and you are the first player to achieve this, gaining the first kill achievement, earning 10 skill points, 10 attribute points, 10 gold coins, and a Golden Tier random treasure chest X1. With the mechanical prompt echoing, a pile of equipment materials appeared beneath the corpse of the Black Bear King. Qin Feng quickly stepped forward to collect the spoils of this battle. Ding dong. You have obtained the Golden Tier weapon Warrior's Greaves. Ding dong. You have obtained Golden Tier weapon crafting materials Claws of the Black Bear King. Ding dong. You have obtained Golden Tier weapon crafting materials Bile of the Black Bear King. Ding dong. You have earned 5000 experience points. Ding dong. You have obtained 18 gold coins. Seeing the crafting materials he obtained, Qin Feng felt a bit all things considered, this was the first kill of a Golden Tier monster in the main city area. Qin Feng only received one piece of equipment, while the rest were items he could not use. The Dragon Slayer blade has reached the Golden Tier, and to further upgrade it, Platinum Tier weapons are needed as fodder. However, these Golden Tier weapon crafting materials can only be used to forge Golden Tier weapons, which for Qin Feng is simply worse than useless. After tossing 2 weapon crafting materials back into his bag, Qin Feng looked at the Warrior's Greaves. Warrior's Greaves level 15 tier golden attack power 2 45 equipment traits 1. Increases 60 points of agility, 50 points of strength, 40 points of stamina, and 30 points of intelligence. 2. Damage increases by 60 when using kick skills. 3. Increases movement speed by 50 and attack speed by 50. Restriction: Warrior class. Description: a treasure of the Bear Warrior tribe. Once worn, you will move swiftly like the wind. After reading the description of this equipment, Qin Feng smiled appreciatively. Having acquired the Dragon Slayer blade, Qin Feng was determined to leave other equipment aside and feed all usable resources to the Dragon Slayer blade. It is precisely because of this reason that Qin Feng, now at level 12, still retains his level 10 bronze equipment, the energetic boots. Now, with the appearance of the Warrior's Greaves, Qin Feng has the perfect opportunity to update his gear. However, since Qin Feng's level is only 12, he still has to endure a bit longer with the energetic boots before he can switch to the new equipment. Thinking of this, Qin Feng tossed the Warrior's Greaves into the system backpack. Then he took out the Golden Tier random treasure chest as a reward for his first kill. With a click, Qin Feng pressed the virtual treasure chest opening button and opened the random treasure chest. Ding dong. You have obtained the Golden Tier weapon Lucky Goddess brooch. Staring at the brooch shimmering with a faint light, Qin Feng was momentarily stunned. He never expected that such an ordinary random treasure chest could yield such an extraordinary item. Lucky Goddess brooch, level none, special item, no level restriction, tier golden equipment, traits 1. Increases the wearer's luck by 10 points. 2. Rubbing the brooch increases luck by 50 points for 5 minutes. Cooldown 7 days. Durability 100100. Description: an item only bestowed upon the blessed of the Goddess of Luck. Possessing it will earn you the favor of the entire world. After reading about the Lucky Goddess brooch, Qin Feng's heavy breathing continued for quite a while. Although this equipment is merely of Golden Tier and does not enhance any combat attributes, its durability is somewhat. However, in his previous life, this item was the ultimate artifact desired by all players in the game. The reason is simple: this equipment can enhance luck. In the Divine Realm, luck is the most elusive attribute to obtain, bar none. Any item that can increase luck by 5 points can sell for astronomical prices in the game, while the Lucky Goddess brooch can enhance luck by a full 10 points. Moreover, this is not the end. Once the second effect of this brooch is activated, players can gain a buff of 50 points of luck for 5 minutes. With this 50-point increase in luck, the chances of obtaining the highest quality resources from treasure chests will be greatly enhanced. It can be said to be utterly liberating. After a brief moment of excitement, Qin Feng equipped the Lucky Goddess brooch. Acquiring the Lucky Goddess brooch does not mean everything will go smoothly from now on. To leverage this treasure for more resources, Qin Feng still needs to continuously improve his strength. The fastest way to enhance one's strength is to grind monsters and complete quests. With this in mind, Qin Feng no longer wasted time and headed straight to the quest location, the Autumn Vale. Autumn Vale. Beneath the towering piles of demonic wolf corpses, crimson blood flowed like streams. The grassland that should have been covered with green grass has been transformed into a desolate land comparable to the surface of the black abyss by an unknown force. Beside the pile of demonic wolf corpses, an old mage with white hair completed the final stroke of the magic array. In an instant, boundless black gas surged into the sky, staining the clear blue sky with ink. Looking at his work, the old mage, bleeding from 7 orifices, smiled in satisfaction. Your mission is complete, you may leave. As his words fell, the young people on guard around put away their weapons. Then they formed 2 lines and bowed towards the direction of the old mage. Master Muller, your soul shall dwell forever in the kingdom of the Lord. The young people blessed in unison, then left this extraordinarily eerie land without looking back. Watching them depart, the old mage shook his head lightly. He actually did not believe in any kingdom, though joining the Black Church was solely for the purpose of revenge against this disgusting world. Begin. In the center of the magic array, Master Muller suddenly thrust his staff into the ground. Boom. With the staff's impact, a terrifying wave erupted. In an instant, it shattered Master Muller, who was at the center of the magic array, into dust. The next moment, an exceedingly deep void appeared on the ground. At first, this void was small, only the size of a basketball. However, as time passed, the void grew larger and larger until it reached the scale of a basketball court before it finally stopped expanding. Roar. Scene of the underground passage appearing in the world. Warning. An underground passage has appeared in the autumn grassland with a massive invasion of corrupted creatures from the underground. These creatures are extremely dangerous and highly aggressive. Players are advised to evacuate immediately. Warning. An underground passage has appeared in the autumn grassland with a massive invasion of corrupted creatures from the underground. These creatures are extremely dangerous and highly aggressive. Players are advised to evacuate immediately. Warning. An underground passage has appeared in the autumn grassland with a massive invasion of corrupted creatures from the underground. These creatures are extremely dangerous and highly aggressive. Players are advised to evacuate immediately. As the underground creatures crawled out from the passage, 3 warning alerts echoed in Qin Feng's mind. Hearing these alerts ringing in his mind, Qin Feng felt not a hint of fear, but rather an increasing excitement. The so-called underground passage is a spatial wormhole connecting the divine domain continent and the underground world. With this wormhole as a bridge, the restless demonic creatures from the underground can appear in the divine domain continent. These underground creatures are inherently bloodthirsty and possess formidable combat strength. Generally speaking, a level 10 bronze tier underground creature has combat power comparable to that of a level 20. However, correspondingly, if one can kill these underground creatures, the rewards obtained will far exceed those from defeating ordinary creatures. More importantly, after players have killed their first underground creature, the divine domain will unlock the merit system for them. Once the merit system is activated, every underground creature killed by players will convert into a certain amount of merit points. After accumulating a certain number of merit points, players can exchange them for unique merit rewards on the merit exchange page. Players can even exchange them for noble titles from the 5 great empires. It is known that titles hold significant power within the divine domain game. With a title, players can expand their territories, establish their own domains, and gain recognition from their respective countries. As a reborn individual, Qin Feng is more aware than anyone of the future trajectory of the divine domain game. He knows that as time passes, territory-based gameplay will become the most important means of resource accumulation in this game. Players with territories will acquire resources at a rate at least 100 times faster than ordinary players. At this moment, Qin Feng's mind held several undeveloped treasure lands. As long as his merit points are sufficient, he can seize these lands before anyone else. By that time, even if he does nothing, he can earn resources so outrageous that players worldwide would be envious. With these resources, Qin Feng can drastically enhance his strength and reach peaks he never achieved in his past life. With this thought, Qin Feng dashed towards the location of the underground passage without hesitation. At the same time, countless NPC elites in the divine domain world also sensed the newly emerged underground passage. In Maple Leaf City, all NPC elites above level 70 gazed towards the eastern horizon. In the next moment, streams of air with tails shot rapidly towards the underground passage. Among them were 2 of Qin Feng's acquaintances, the chief appraiser from the Miter auction house, Aura, and the young lady of the Miter family. The only exception was General Carter, who was tasked with guarding Maple Leaf. However, at this moment, Carter was also donned in military attire, ready to support the underground. Shortly after the elites reacted, the hurried Qin Feng also arrived at the entrance of the underground passage. Upon arriving, Qin Feng saw tens of thousands of underground creatures. They surged forth in waves, spreading out in all directions. A thick black smoke billowed around them, obscuring the clear. Fortunately, since the underground passage had only recently opened, all the underground creatures appearing were just the most basic cannon fodder units, carrion eaters. Looking at the crawling carrion eaters before him, Qin Feng immediately cast a detection spell. Carrion eater, underground creature, level 10, grade bronze, health 180001, 8000 attack power, 498652 defense, 500 skills, bloodthirsty attack, slowing poison frenzy. Description: the lowest tier of demonic creatures in the underground, but they are extremely numerous. After reviewing the attributes of the carrion eater, Qin Feng's expression brightened with even greater joy. With 18000 health points and 500 defense points, he could take one down in 3 strikes. Each creature yields 5 merit points, and with 6 strikes per second, Qin Feng could earn 10 merit points every second. It couldn't get any better. Moreover, this doesn't even include the 2 group skills Qin Feng mastered, including those the merit points he could earn would multiply several times. With this in mind, Qin Feng drew the Dragon Slayer blade from the White River Sorrow scabbard and charged towards the nearby carrion. Swish, swish, swish. 6745 6745 6745. Ding. You have killed a bronze-level underground creature earning 8/0 experience points and 5 merit points. The merit system has been activated. Ding. You have killed a bronze-level underground creature earning 8/0 experience points and 5 merit points. Ding. You have killed a bronze-level underground creature earning 8/0 experience points and 5 merit points. As the blade flashed, Qin Feng transformed into a god of slaughter, dispatching carrion eaters with 2 strikes while racking up merit points rapidly. Seeing the increasing number of carrion eaters before him, a chilling smile appeared on Qin Feng's lips. In the next moment, he charged forward, breaching the center of the carrion eater horde in an instant. Phantom clone. In a flash, Qin Feng's real self appeared 300 yards away, leaving behind an identical clone with a humming sound. The two Qin Fengs simultaneously unleashed the group attack skill Heavenly Flight. Suddenly, countless blade lights descended from the sky, shredding the numerous carrion eaters on the ground into piles of debris. Before the duration of Heavenly Flight could expire, Qin Feng landed back on the ground. Of course, this was not due to any accident. Rather, he intended to use the blood spilled on the ground to deliver an unprecedented gift to the carrion eaters. At this moment, 28 seconds remained for the Phantom Clone's duration. Time was of the essence, and a fierce glint flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. In the next moment, the exclusive skill Crimson Reaper activated. Hathaway's heavy bet. 200 crimson blades instantly coalesced. Carving through the air, they erupted outward from two Qins as their epicenters. Upon reaching maximum range, the crimson blades swiftly recoiled, launching a second wave of slicing attacks against the carrion eaters within their radius. The crimson blades moved with astonishing speed, completing 8 full rotations, each comprising 4 concentric circuits, in under 1 second. This feat was made possible by Qin Feng's elite gear and the massive attribute boosts granted by his vocation Crimson Reaper. Qin Feng's current base attack power had soared past 900 points, amplified tenfold by his first talent, Critical Surge. This translated into a terrifying damage output exceeding 9,000 points per strike. Yet this was not all. His advanced blade mastery conferred an additional 30 damage increase, while the unique property of his Zhanlong blade added another 40. Beneath such overwhelming damage multipliers, even carrion eaters boasting over 500 points of defense crumbled effortlessly, each rotation of the crimson blades dealing more than 6,000 points of damage. Just 3 rotations sufficed to drain their health, entirely reducing them to lifeless corpses. Leveraging this devastating area effect capability, Qin Feng and his Phantom Clone charged furiously westward. As they advanced, the crimson blades spiraled outward like blooming lotus petals, expanding, contracting, then expanding once more. Ding! You have slain a bronze-tier dungeon fiend carrion eater. Gained 8,000 experience points. Gained 5 merit points. Ding! Your level has increased. Current level LV 13. A cascade of system notifications chimed in his ears. Qin Feng paused, gazing blankly around him. Only then did he realize the entire western stretch of the dungeon corridor lay emptied of carrion eaters. Withdrawing his gaze, he allocated all 20 newly acquired attribute points to intelligence. For Qin Feng at this stage, intelligence offered far greater sustainability than strength ever could. After all, he was not confronting merely 1 or 2 fiends. He faced waves without end. To maximize efficiency, he needed to cast skills relentlessly. Then, gripping the Zhanlong blade, he turned eastward into the dungeon's deeper reaches. At present, the dungeon corridor remained unstable. Higher-tier fiends would require time before emerging fully. Qin Feng intended to seize this rare, fleeting opportunity to grind both merit points and experience without respite. At that very moment, a group of venerable masters descended from Maple Leaf City, appearing high above the battlefield. Strangely, they refrained from engaging the dungeon fiends immediately. Instead, their eyes locked onto Qin Feng below, wide with astonishment. That youth can't be more than level 20. How has he slaughtered so many fiends? Truly, each generation births its own prodigies. Recall our own youth. We never wielded such lethal prowess. He may not even match our peak combat strength, but his sheer courage already eclipses us all. Gazing down upon Qin Feng's fearless advance into the heart of the fiend horde, the elders murmured in awe. What a generation to come. Especially Ulla and Hathaway, who had briefly crossed paths with him before. Stunned, the two exchanged thoughts via secret art. Mistress, our investment has yielded extraordinary returns. Ulla declared elated. I wager that within 10 years this young man shall rise as an unparalleled sovereign, a legend across the entire. I believe he'll surpass even that timeline. In my estimation, he is destined to become the next Lin Shushua. After a brief pause, Hathaway rendered her verdict, then added, turning to Ulla. Master, I intend to draw upon our reserve fund. He requested 10 platinum-tier weapons and 10 diamond-tier weapons. Now I shall gift him 10 epic-tier arms as well. At these words, Ulla's expression froze utterly. He had never imagined his mistress, calm as glacial ice for millennia, would make so audacious a decision. After all, a single epic-tier weapon fetched no less than 100 million gold coins. Even their auction house, the largest in all Maple Leaf Nation, paid nearly 700 million gold to acquire just one. 10 such weapons amounted to over 7 billion gold, a sum capable of depleting Hathaway's lifelong reserves in a single stroke. Should the investment fail, she would forfeit all leverage in her bid to succeed the Meitel family's supreme leadership. Glancing at Ulla, Hathaway instantly deciphered his concern and spoke calmly. Given his current capacity, he requires far fewer weapons than he claims. The only logical explanation is that he purchases them on behalf of a greater power behind him. A faction capable of cultivating such an unrivaled, peerless genius cannot possibly be an ordinary hidden sect. Therefore, I am placing a heavy bet. I intend to bind him to me with gratitude, and bind his entire faction to me as well. Mistress, this gamble is unwise. Ola knew he could not stop her, but still voiced his warning. What if he falls before rising? History is littered with such fallen prodigies, brilliant, yet extinguished too soon. What if? Hathaway smiled faintly, bold and unwavering. Business is risk and reward alike. If I dare to wager, I dare to bear the loss. I am Hathaway, and I stand by every bet I place. Ola opened his mouth again, about to plead further, when suddenly a disturbance erupted on the ground below. Qin Feng had already surged back into the mass of carrion eaters. As before, he deployed his phantom clone first, then unleashed the celestial technique Immortal Swordfall to clear the field. Once blood pooled thickly upon the earth, Qin Feng unleashed crimson blades without hesitation. In an instant, 200 crimson blades materialized across the battlefield. 2 blood lotuses, spaced 300 yards apart, bloomed and folded in rhythmic succession, harvesting carrion eater lives in concentric rings. Guided by the crimson blades, Qin Feng continued his lateral advance just as before. With every step forward, the densely packed, fiend-infested ground transformed, cleared into a 600-yard-wide corridor, stark and silent. Countless corpses choked the passageway, burying the barren earth beneath them. So much blood spilled that the bodies floated upon its crimson tide. 030 server announcement. The #1 player in Huaxia. As they watched Qin Feng advance like a god of death, the prominent figures in the sky were collectively stunned into silence. Previously, when they arrived, Qin Feng had already completed a massacre and was heading towards the other side of the cave passage. This was why, despite seeing the heaps of corpses on the ground, the big shots could tell that Qin Feng's combat power was extraordinary. However, in actual experience, it lacked the stunning effect of the moment. They gazed at the scarlet blades blooming and retracting like lotus flowers, witnessing the pinnacle of the art of slaughter. The big shots in the sky ultimately couldn't hold back their admiration again. This kid is simply a prodigy. Such a terrifying method of slaughter appearing in someone so young, barely level 20. Which force produced such a genius? The warrior sanctuary. No, that group of fools could never have such. It can't be those madmen from the Black Abyss, but it seems only those lunatics could produce such a successor. Hearing the remarks from the prominent figures beside him, Euler's expression suddenly changed. He stared blankly at Heather, his eyes full of inquiry. Heather nodded slightly, whispering, "From the moment he took out so many dragon breath crystals, I suspected he was someone who came from the Black Abyss. However, I didn't dare to confirm back then. But today, seeing the corpses of those carrion eaters on the ground, I solidified my guess. Master, think about it. Who else besides those madmen from the Black Abyss, who constantly flirt with death in pursuit of self-breakthrough, would dare to draw their blade against cave creatures at under level 20? After saying this, Heather withdrew her gaze, continuing to watch Qin Feng's killing performance. Like her, the other big shots from Maple Leaf City also showed no intention of intervening. Each of them watched Qin Feng on the ground with great interest. They wanted to see how long this young man could hold out amidst the continuous tide of monsters. On the ground, amid the pile of monsters, as the last wave of scarlet blades retracted, their duration reached its limit. Looking at the monsters surging like a tide before him, Qin Feng, devoid of the scarlet blades, did not retreat a single step. With a swish, Qin Feng pressed forward as a celestial being descended from above. In the flashes of his blade, waves of sword light were unleashed, and the monsters on the ground fell to the ground in response. Not long after the celestial being's duration ended, the scarlet blades reset, and a new round of slaughter began anew. In just a short while, Qin Feng's experience points reached their peak once more. Ding! You have killed a copper-level cave monster carrion eater, gaining 8,000 experience points and 5 merit points. Ding! Your level has increased. Your current level is LV14. Hearing the system prompt ringing in his ears, Qin Feng unhesitatingly allocated all his attribute points to intelligence. For the current Qin Feng, the priority of the intelligence attribute far outweighed that of any other attributes. After such a long battle, his mana was nearly depleted. If he did not increase his intelligence, he would not only be unable to summon the Scarlet Blades, but he couldn't even unleash the Scarlet Mark, which consumed only 100 mana points. After completing his attribute allocation, Qin Feng re-entered the fray. Half an hour later, with his mana completely drained, he gasped heavily, leaning on his blade, standing amidst a sea of corpses. As the last monster fell, an incredibly terrifying aura emanated from Qin Feng. Meanwhile, the system's notification sounded in his ears. Ding! You have killed a copper-level cave monster carrion eater, gaining 8,000 experience points and 5 merit points. Ding! Your level has increased. Your current level is LV15. You have gained 20 new attribute points. Ding! You have killed 50,000 cave monsters carrion eaters, gaining 100,000 merit points. Your merit level has advanced, and your current merit level is copper. Server announcement: player Tianyi has killed 50,000 copper-level cave monsters, achieving the title Cave Hunter, and has been rewarded with a 3rd-tier title Cave Hunter. Cave Hunter type title tier 3rd tier. Effect: causes comprehensive suppression on cave creatures with levels lower than the holder. Hearing the sudden server announcement, all players in the entire Huaxia region stopped their actions, stunned with shock. What the heck? I'm only level 3, and this big shot is already in the caves hunting monsters. Can he please accept? Just over 2 hours ago I cleared the newbie dungeon, and now I've killed 50,000 cave monsters. Is this even human? It's also my first day in the game, and I'm still doing newbie quests while this bastard not only reached the main city, but also earned a 3rd tier achievement. Why is fate so unfair to me? Don't be sour up there no matter how much you resent it. Tianyi is indeed better than us. Tianyi the #1 player in Huaxia. Tianyi is amazing. Voice crack. Watching the players in the world channel arguing incessantly, Qin Feng at that moment had no energy even to move his lips. Fortunately at this moment, he had obtained the 3rd tier title Cave Hunter. Under the effect of this title the carrion eaters didn't even dare to approach him. The only threat to Qin Feng was the cave lord level monster emerging halfway from the wormhole. The demonized ancient. Watching the demonized ancient titan slowly crawling out of the wormhole and glancing at the extremely poor condition of Qin Feng, the prominent figures in the sky immediately descended to the ground. Hearing the man's words, Qin Feng nodded slowly. Then he stepped forward walking toward the edge of the battlefield. Hearing the man's words, Qin Feng nodded slowly. Then he stepped forward walking toward the edge of the battlefield. In fact, from the moment these big shots arrived, Qin Feng had already noticed them. Otherwise, he would have activated 9 degrees of blood rage the moment the ancient titan appeared, swiftly taking down this opponent who barely posed a challenge. This is no joke. As one of Qin Feng's greatest trump cards after 9 degrees of blood rage, he could gain a 512-fold increase in base attributes. His strength would surpass 2,000 points, granting him 2,000 points of base attack power. On top of that, if Qin Feng activated the Scarlet Blades, his burst damage could increase by another 100 times. And that's not all. Oh, let's not forget Qin Feng's first talent Tenfold Crit, as well as the 200 damage increase from the Scarlet Mark, along with the high-level Blade Mastery and Dragon Slayer Blades combined increase of up to 80. With so many damage bonuses, easily taking down the 50-level Ancient Titan would be a walk in the park. However, Qin Feng did not want to expose his trump card so early. Thus, he had to forego the opportunity to kill the demonized Ancient Titan. After all, in this world, players not only had to compete against one another, but also navigate the intrigues of NPCs. Without leaving any cards up his sleeve, Qin Feng ultimately could not feel at ease. Looking back at the powerful figures of Maple Leaf City who were crazily slaughtering the cave monsters, Qin Feng forcefully suppressed the urge to steal the kills, sheathing his sword and heading towards the direction of Maple Leaf City. Thanks to the high attribute points, Qin Feng's condition recovered extremely quickly. In no time, his stamina was sufficient to support his rapid running. After more than half an hour, Qin Feng successfully returned to Maple Leaf City. The moment he arrived, he hurried to the potion shop in the city to purchase a large batch of recovery potions. After obtaining the potions, Qin Feng drank them as he walked, heading towards the location of the mercenary task. There were still 3 full days until the auction began. Qin Feng planned to take advantage of this gap to quickly raise his mercenary level. With this thought, he accelerated and rushed towards the outskirts of the city. It was hard to tell how many groups of monsters he had slain and how many mercenary tasks he had completed. A series of system prompt sounds rang in Qin Feng's ears. Ding dong, your mercenary level has increased, currently at silver with a level of LV7. Ding dong, your level has increased, currently at LV16. Gaining 20 free attribute points. Ding dong, your level has increased, currently at LV17, gaining 20 free attribute points. Ding dong, it has been detected that your online time has reached 72 hours, reaching the online time limit. Please. Listening to the series of prompts ringing in his mind, Qin Feng rubbed his dazed head, a look of joy written across his face. In the past 2 days, Qin Feng had completed over 30 mercenary tasks, forcibly raising his mercenary level to level 7, reaching the silver rank. With the massive influx of experience points, Qin Feng's character level also successfully broke through 2 levels, rising to the impressive level of 17. Looking at the results of his 3 days and nights of hard work in the game, Qin Feng chose to log off with a satisfied expression. With a whoosh, the game pod automatically opened, and Qin Feng dizzily stepped out, collapsing onto the nearby bed. Having fought continuously for 72 hours, Qin Feng's spirit had already reached its limit. As soon as he touched the bed, an overwhelming wave of drowsiness swept over him, and he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, rubbing his sleepy eyes, Qin Feng slowly crawled out of bed. After washing up, Qin Feng walked into the living room, grabbed some food, and swallowed it hurriedly. Then he entered the game pod again, starting a new round of effort. With a creak as a large door opened, Qin Feng returned to the Divine Realm world, appearing in a wild area outside. Ding dong, heavens will welcomes you back. Ding dong, your reserved auction is about to begin. Please return to the main city within 10 minutes to participate in the auction. Hearing the system prompts ringing in his ears, Qin Feng identified the location of the main city and rushed straight towards it. Under full speed, Qin Feng returned to the main city in less than 5 minutes. After listening to the discussions of the surrounding NPCs, Qin Feng learned that the suddenly appeared cave passage had already been controlled by the powerful figures of Maple Leaf City. It was precisely because of the swift reactions of these figures that Maple Leaf City had hardly been affected at all. However, Qin Feng knew that beneath this calm surface, chaotic undercurrents had already begun to surge. However, this had little to do with Qin Feng at the moment. With this thought, he smiled faintly and brushed aside the lingering. He then accelerated towards the Mitre auction house. Soon Qin Feng arrived at the Mitre auction house, took out the black card that Hathwai had given him, and entered the VIP box under the guidance of the staff. At this time the auction had not yet officially started, and the dignitaries of Maple Leaf City were discussing the cave passage that had appeared 3 days ago. Have you heard? That cave passage that appeared that day was not a natural occurrence. I'm familiar with this matter. It is said that the cave passage was opened by those scoundrels from the Black Cult. To open this cave passage they even sacrificed a level 70 Grand Mage. A level 70 Grand Mage. Who told you that? Don't ask where the news came from or I just know it. Let me tell you a little secret. Do you know why those scoundrels from the Black Cult are only now stirring trouble? Because the spatial barrier has reached a weak period, otherwise even if they sacrificed all of those scoundrels they might not be able to open the passage. Hey, hearing you say this I feel that this could be a good thing for us so we can. As they chatted the topic of these dignitaries turned towards making money. Qin Feng's expression turned serious as he furrowed his brows recalling memories from his past life. Soon he remembered a very important piece of information. In his previous life the version catastrophe was initiated by the scum of the Black Cult. The trigger for this event was that a player entered the main city. Now Qin Feng had entered the main city ahead of all the players, triggering the fuse in advance and opening the curtain on the version catastrophe. With this thought Qin Feng's brows finally relaxed. To gain sufficient benefits in the impending disaster Qin Feng needed to possess sufficiently strong power. The fastest way to enhance his strength was to level up and upgrade equipment. For leveling there was no issue for Qin Feng. With his experience and combat power leveling was not a problem at all. As for equipment, that was also relatively easy to resolve. Once the weapons from Hathwai arrived, he could upgrade the Dragon Slayer blade to diamond rank. With this thought Qin Feng turned his gaze back to the auction. At this moment on the auction stage a beautiful auctioneer dressed in professional attire had lifted the red cloth, holding a small hammer, and walked up. Once on stage the beautiful auctioneer covered her chest and slowly bowed to all the guests in the auction house. Then as her lips parted slightly she began to speak. Thank you all for attending our Mitre Auction House's auction. This time we have prepared many treasures for everyone hoping that you all can win the items you desire in this auction. Now let us take a look at the first auction item. 032. The Artifacts Opportunity. Soul Source Fragment. As soon as the auctioneer's voice fell, 2 robust staff members lifted a massive chest onto the stage. Then the chest was opened revealing a staff radiating a blazing red light before everyone's eyes. Fire Element Staff level 30, gold rank, increases attack power by 240 points, enhances elemental affinity by 120, starting price, 9 million gold coins. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking a young man dressed as a mage raised his bidding paddle high. I bid 10 million, I bid 15 million gold coins. I bid 18 million. With the last paddle raised the entire auction house fell into silence. A level 30 gold rank staff is about this price. Continuing to raise the bid would make it painful even if one won it. Thus the Fire Element staff was claimed for 18 million gold coins. Watching the winner's ecstatic expression Qin Feng merely smiled faintly, not paying much attention. For him, now a gold rank weapon held no allure at all. Had it been a platinum or diamond rank item, he might have been interested. Moreover for Qin Feng at this moment his main motivation for attending this auction was to seek hidden treasures. Items with such obvious value were not his targets. As the auction continued the prices of the subsequent items soared. When it came to the long sword just sold the starting price had risen from 9 million to 21 million. The atmosphere in the auction hall became increasingly lively with the appearance of each treasure. Observing the heated auction atmosphere the auctioneer sensed an opportunity. She gently waved her hand, and a male staff member came forward holding a small plate. Taking the plate from the male staff member the auctioneer introduced, "Ladies and gentlemen, please look at the stone in this plate. Its hardness is extraordinarily high, and with our current technology we cannot dismantle it or determine its specific use, but we believe this stone has its unique value. Starting bid for the mysterious stone is 5 million. Hearing the auctioneer's introduction Qin Feng's eyes suddenly brightened. Unable to be dismantled and unclear in purpose, wasn't this just telling Qin Feng that this item is a great find? It is important to note that Qin Feng is different from those NPCs. He possesses the Eye of Insight, and with a simple scan all the information about this stone would appear in his mind. Thinking of this Qin Feng raised his hand and cast a probing spell on the stone. In the next moment the spell took effect, and the veil of the mysterious stone was quietly unveiled by Qin Feng. Soul Source Fragment rank Divine Effect grants the weapon a soul, allowing it to qualify for ascension to an artifact. Restriction for growth type, weapons only. Description: with this your weapon will become your comrade. Upon seeing the information about this stone Qin Feng was instantly dumbfounded. How could such a thing appear? The Soul Source Fragment, a divine item, was not supposed to appear until the later stages of the game when dungeon monsters surged and the abyss raged. After acquiring the growth type weapon the Dragon Slayer blade, Qin Feng had been yearning to obtain a Soul Source Fragment. This item is the key to upgrading the Dragon Slayer blade into an artifact. By using the devouring characteristic of the growth type weapon to consume this Soul Source Fragment, the weapon can awaken its spirit. Moreover, the earlier the spirit awakens, the greater the chance the weapon will become a genuine artifact. With this in mind, a glint of determination flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. This time he would invest all his resources, even if it meant giving up 20 weapons to acquire this item. Just then, after some consideration, the guests in the auction house began to raise their paddles to bid. I bid 6 million. 7 million, just for fun. I'll add a bit 8 million. After a round of bidding, the price of the Soul Source Fragment settled at 9 million. 9 million once, 9 million twice. Hearing the auctioneer's call, Qin Feng immediately placed his bid. 10 million. As soon as these words were spoken, all the bidders turned to look in Qin Feng's direction. When they saw that the bidder was in box no. 2, everyone abandoned their desire to bid. Those who could afford a box in the miter auction house were certainly big shots. They had no need to offend a big shot over an item of uncertain use. 10 million once, 10 million twice, 10 million 3 times. Sold. The auctioneer's gavel came down heavily, finalizing the ownership of this item. After securing the soul source fragment, Qin Feng felt relieved and continued watching the auction, thinking about further opportunities. After this brief interlude, the auction resumed its previous pace. As the auction proceeded, valuable items were presented one after another, with their starting prices gradually increasing. By the end, the starting price had reached over 90 million. Soon the dragon breath crystals that Qin Feng had brought were brought to the auction stage. Looking at the plate covered with red cloth on the auction stage, the auctioneer loudly announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, please look at the penultimate item of this auction. This is a legendary weapon enhancement material that has been missing for many years. It has the property of ignoring level and weapon type, providing a 10 attack power boost. Penultimate item, dragon breath crystal, starting price 100 million gold coins." After finishing this statement, the auctioneer directly pulled away the red cloth covering the plate. In the next moment, 29 dragon breath crystals appeared before everyone's eyes. As soon as the crowd saw these crystals, all the bidders erupted. Heavens! It's actually dragon breath crystals. Didn't these things go extinct long ago? I want all these dragon breath crystals. No one should try to compete with me. Who do you think you are? Get aside, these dragon breath crystals are mine. After a frenzy of bidding, all 29 dragon breath crystals were sold, totaling a hefty 3.7 billion gold coins. After auctioning the dragon breath crystals, the auctioneer presented the grand finale item of this auction, the level 70 legendary general equipment Malak's Guardian necklace. As soon as this equipment was brought out, the entire auction hall erupted. Countless wealthy bidders frantically competed, determined not to leave without it. However, Qin Feng in the box shook his head and left. While this item was undoubtedly good, its level requirement was too high. With Qin Feng's current strength, even if he bought it, it would be. After leaving the box, Qin Feng went to the backstage of the auction, took out his black card, and collected his acquired items. After finishing these tasks, Qin Feng turned to leave. Just then, Haizwei, who had been waiting nearby, called out to him. 033, Dragon Slayer's Blade. Promotion to Legendary Tier. Mr. Tianyi, I have brought you the weapons you requested, a total of 20, 10 platinum, and 10 diamond, amounting to 3.5 billion gold coins. Let's settle the account. Heidi smiled faintly as she handed over a storage ring, placing it in Qin Feng's hand. Qin Feng chuckled, accepting the ring without inspecting its contents. Turning around, he approached the counter and handed the clerk his black card containing 37 billion gold coins. This was not an act of ostentation on Qin Feng's part. He was well aware of Heidi's character. He was confident that Heidi would not resort to petty tricks in such matters. Aren't you going to check the goods? No, I trust. Listening to Heidi's question, Qin Feng answered generously. Haha, Mr. Tianyi is quite straightforward. If you're not checking, I shall take my leave. If you need anything in the future, feel free to find me. After saying this, Heidi turned and left. After retrieving his black card from the clerk, Qin Feng did not linger in the miter. Upon leaving the miter auction house, Qin Feng found a hotel and booked a room. He entered the room, locked the door, and ensured no one was around. Qin Feng took out the Dragon Slayer's blade and the soul source fragment from his system backpack. Then he activated the devouring property of the Dragon Slayer's blade, consuming the piece of soul crystal. In the next moment, the Dragon Slayer's blade suddenly emitted a humming sound. A phantom spirit instantly appeared. This sword spirit had just been born, its essence still very weak, unable to move or communicate with Qin Feng. Nevertheless, even so, a warm joy filled Qin Feng's heart upon seeing this tiny sword spirit. After the weapon spirit was born, Qin Feng took out the storage ring that Heidi had given him. Opening it, Qin Feng was stunned. Inside the ring there were 30 weapons of varying tiers. Among them were 10 platinum tier, 10 diamond tier, and 10 legendary tier weapons. This is quite the debt of gratitude I owe. After a long moment, Qin Feng snapped back to reality. Having lived 2 lives, he was very aware of the value of the additional 10 legendary tier weapons. Even at a massive establishment like the miter auction house, acquiring such a number of legendary tier weapons would cost at least 7 to 8 billion gold coins. However, Qin Feng had no intention of returning these items. Since Heidi wished to invest in him and wanted to create this debt of gratitude, he simply decided to accept it graciously. Reflecting on the memories of his past life, recalling the tragic end Heidi met during the chaos in the underground, Qin Feng made a silent vow to change her fate and repay this debt of gratitude. With that thought, Qin Feng took the 30 weapons and began the promotion of the Dragon Slayer's blade. After a dozen minutes, the Dragon Slayer's blade had devoured the 30 weapons before successfully promoting to legendary tier. Opening the information interface, Qin Feng checked the details of the Dragon Slayer's blade. Dragon Slayer's blade, growth type, weapon level 17, based on user level tier, legendary magic, physical attack 24002-800, additional features 1. Strength 1482. When attacking, additional 70 extra damage. 3. When attacking, there is a 70 chance to inflict absolute slow effect, reducing the target's perception of time by 200, lasting 6 seconds. 4. When attacking, there is a 70 chance to inflict shatter effect. For every action the target takes, they will lose 10 of their health. Duration 6 seconds. 5. Devour Spirit for every unit killed the sword spirit's essence strength increases. Active skills 1. Dragon / teleport to any point within 1,000 yards and dispel all abnormal states. Cooldown 6 seconds. 2. Spirit of the Blade hosts the blade spirit within oneself, increasing movement speed by 200, attack speed by 200, neural reflex speed by 200, dynamic vision by 200, resistance to abnormal states by 200, and immunity to soul damage. Duration 5 minutes. Cooldown 60 minutes. Durability never wears out. Restrictions: the Dragon Slayer's Blade is locked as exclusive equipment for the character. Tianni non-transferable, cannot be used by others. Description: exclusive equipment of player Tianni possessing the potential to become a divine artifact. Looking at the Dragon Slayer's Blade in his hand, Qin Feng was filled with joy. After being promoted to legendary tier, the strength provided by the Dragon Slayer's Blade reached 1480 points. This instantly increased Qin Feng's health by 29600 points and his attack power by 1480 points. Adding to the inherent attack power of 2,400 points from the weapon itself, Qin Feng's total attack power surged to a terrifying 4455 points. Such a high attack power, combined with the tenfold critical hit from the first talent, the advanced swordsmanship specialization, and the damage amplification from Dragon Slayer's Blade, Qin Feng's normal attack-based damage could reach a horrifying 89100 points. Not to mention the smaller monsters, the vast majority of bosses would struggle to withstand a single strike from Qin Feng. This could hardly be described as powerful, it was simply absurd. Moreover, this was not even the peak of the Dragon Slayer's Blade's attack power. Currently, Qin Feng was only at level 17, and the level of Dragon Slayer's Blade was also capped at 17. As Qin Feng's level increased, the attack power provided by the Dragon Slayer's Blade would significantly rise. In addition to the increase in attack power, this promotion of the Dragon Slayer's Blade also granted Qin Feng a transformative ability, Dragon Slash. This is an actively released skill that, when activated, not only allows Qin Feng to traverse the battlefield, but also dispels all abnormal states. Even more terrifying is that this skill has a cooldown of only 6 seconds. Furthermore, there is another skill, Spirit of the Blade. Once activated, this skill does not directly increase Qin Feng's attack power, but the enhancement to his damage capability is no less than a 70 increase. Movement speed increases by 200, attack speed by 200, neural reflex speed by 200, dynamic vision by 200, resistance to abnormal states by 200, and immunity to soul damage. Duration 5 minutes. Such a terrifying amplification could allow Qin Feng to unleash a sudden damage-free burst in any evenly matched battle, breaking the balance. Furthermore, there are the absolute slow effect and the shatter effect. Both these additional effects have a 70 trigger probability, as long as Qin Feng's luck isn't too poor, he can activate these effects within 2 strikes. This greatly enhances Qin Feng's dueling capabilities against strong enemies. Lastly, regarding the growth potential of the Dragon Slayer's Blade. As long as he continues to use the Dragon Slayer's Blade to slay enemies, the essence strength of the weapon spirit can continuously increase, drawing closer to the level of a divine artifact. Looking at the Dragon Slayer's Blade in his hand, a surge of ambition rose within Qin Feng. The promotion of the Dragon Slayer's Blade granted him a tremendous boost in strength, qualifying him to pursue something he had long desired. With this thought, Qin Feng no longer wasted time. He opened the hotel door and headed towards the Lord's Mansion of Maple Leaf's legendary hidden mission. A few minutes later, Qin Feng arrived at the Mayor's Mansion of Maple Leaf City. Unlike most cities in the Maple Leaf Empire, Maple Leaf City is one of the 3 major cities directly governed by the Empire. The city's lord is none other than Qin Tianyang, the 3rd son of the imperial family. With his royal status and the title of City Lord, Qin Tianyang is undoubtedly the most powerful person in Maple Leaf City. At this moment, Qin Feng's purpose in meeting him is to obtain an opportunity to acquire a noble title from him. In the Divine Domain continent, the hierarchy of status is extremely distinct. For the vast majority of players who have arrived in this world, obtaining a noble title from one of the major empires is because once one has a noble title, it means the player possesses a pass to the upper echelons of the empire. Not only can they purchase exclusive skill books, materials, weapons, and equipment at a very low price through official channels of the empire, but they can also use accumulated merit points to exchange for their own territory from the emperor, thus starting the territory gameplay. After killing 50,000 cave monsters in the cave passage, Qin Feng's merit points reached 35. Of these, 25 points were accumulated from slaying monsters, while the additional 10 points were a reward for achieving the milestone of killing 50,000 monsters. According to the military merit title system of the Maple Leaf Empire, a Baron title requires 100,000 merit points, a Viscount title requires 500,000 merit points, and an Earl title requires 5 million merit points. With Qin Feng's current merit points, unless he resorts to some underhanded means, the best he could exchange for is a Baron title. For other players, a Baron title is already quite impressive. However, Qin Feng is not satisfied. He wants to aim high and directly obtain an Earl title. Coincidentally, in his memories from the past, there exists a path that can rapidly grant him an Earl title. The key to this is the Lord of Maple Leaf City, the 3rd Prince of the Empire, Qin Tianyang. The 3rd Prince, Qin Tianyang, is an ambitious person who is neither greedy for wealth nor lustful for beauty. He is solely focused on achieving political merit. Under his governance, Maple Leaf City has become increasingly prosperous, gradually overshadowing the other 2 directly governed cities closely following the imperial capital. However, this does not mean that Maple Leaf City is without problems. Like other cities in the Empire, Maple Leaf City suffers from the disturbances caused by the Dark Cult. The recent incident regarding the cave passage has left the third prince, Qin Tianyang, in a state of distress. In Qin Feng's previous lives' memories, Qin Tianyang had issued a recruitment order after the cave riot promising rewards to anyone who could resolve the Dark Cult issue. Those who could eliminate the Dark Cult's base would be recommended to the upper echelons of the Empire, bypassing the cumbersome procedures to directly become nobility. In this life, although Qin Tianyang has not yet issued that recruitment order, Qin Feng, who understands Qin Tianyang's character, knows that as long as he can eliminate the Dark Cult's base, the Earl title will fall into his hands. With this in mind, Qin Feng quickly walked toward the entrance of the mayor's mansion. As soon as he arrived at the door, the guards stationed there drew their weapons and blocked his way. This is the mayor's mansion, who no idle persons are allowed to disturb. Otherwise, we will kill without mercy. Hearing the guard's hostile tone, Qin Feng did not take it to heart. He smiled and said, I have business with His Highness the Third Prince. Please inform him that I have a solution to eliminate the Dark Cult. As soon as he said this, the expressions of the two guards softened immediately. Please wait a moment, I will go inform him right away. One of the guards then ran off to deliver the message. A moment later, the guard quickly returned to the entrance and smiled at Qin Feng, saying, Sir, His Highness requests your presence. Please follow me. Qin Feng nodded and followed the guard into the mayor's mansion. Shortly after, he crossed the spacious courtyard and arrived at the conference hall of the mayor's mansion. As soon as he entered the hall, Qin Feng saw a thin young man. The man was dressed in a black robe, and there was a flicker of joy in the corners of his eyes. Upon seeing Qin Feng, the man hurried over in a few swift steps. Sir, I heard from the guard that you have a solution to the dark. Yes, Your Highness. Qin Feng nodded, smiling in response. After a glance at Qin Feng, the third prince assessed the authenticity of his words, and then cautiously asked, There's no such thing as a free meal in this world. What do you seek by coming here? I want a noble title. I currently have 350,000 merit points, but I do not wish for a barren title. Instead, I seek an earl title, which is why I dared to approach Your Highness. After hearing Qin Feng's answer, the third prince pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. I am someone who cherishes talent, and you have already contributed to the empire. If you can indeed clear out the Dark Cult in Maple Leaf City, what is an earl title worth? I agree to your request. As soon as he said this, a system notification sound suddenly rang in Qin Feng's ears. Ding dong. Detected that the player has triggered the hidden mission Destroy the Dark Cult's secret base legendary level in advance. Would you like to accept it? Thank you, Your Highness. Please await good news. All right, I will wait for you. Qin Feng replied with a calm smile as afterward, he took his leave from the third prince and exited the mayor's mansion. After leaving the mayor's mansion, Qin Feng opened the task panel to check the information about this mission Destroy the Dark Cult's secret base legendary level. Level legendary. Task content: Destroy the Dark Cult's secret base. Mission objective: Destroy one or more Dark Cult secret bases. The more bases destroyed, the richer the rewards. Mission rewards: 1. For each Dark Cult secret base destroyed, gain 5 million merit points. 2. Increase NPC Third Prince Qin Tianyang's favorability by 50 points. 3. Increase NPC Maple Leaf Empire Emperor Qin Sheng's favorability by 50 points. Mission failure penalty wanted throughout the city. Mission introduction: After countless years of development, the Dark Cult has become a serious threat to the major empires. The agenda to destroy the Dark Cult has long been on the Emperor's desk, but the Dark Cult hides too deeply, and almost no one can find their traces. After reading the mission introduction, Qin Feng smiled faintly. For others, finding the Dark Cult, which is more hidden than a rat, is indeed very difficult. However, for Qin Feng, locating the Dark Cult's secret base is an extremely simple matter. With this in mind, Qin Feng directly opened the map and marked over 10 points. Each of these points represents a Dark Cult secret base. After completing all this, Qin Feng no longer wasted time and headed straight for the nearest Dark Cult secret base. 035, the Necromancer and the Alchemist. Soon after a full sprint, Qin Feng arrived outside the city. Upon reaching the outskirts, he discovered numerous well-equipped soldiers. These soldiers had eyes like blades, their expressions filled with tension, as if they were searching for something or on high alert. However, this had little to do with Qin Feng. After glancing at the soldiers, he did not waste any more time and headed towards the designated coordinate. A few minutes later, Qin Feng successfully arrived at a hidden base of the Black Cult. Looking at the unremarkable cliff in front of him, Qin Feng desperately searched his memory. The Black Cult had existed for many years in the Divine Domain continent, surviving despite being hunted by various forces, not only remaining intact, but gradually growing stronger. All of this was thanks to the Black Cult's extremely covert methods of hiding. To avoid detection, all of their secret bases did not employ any magical formations, they used purely mechanical structures instead. For instance, this cliff before him, from the outside, no one would believe that this place devoid of any magical aura was the renowned hideout of the Black Cult. After searching through his memories for a while, Qin Feng finally recalled the entrance to this base. He walked to the base of the cliff, standing on a patch of withered weeds. Qin Feng's gaze swept upwards until it landed on a large rock protruding over 50 meters above the ground, where he finally stopped. Then Qin Feng shifted his gaze directly towards the protruding rock and found the mechanism to enter the secret base 20 meters to the left. He picked up a stone and aimed at that mechanism. With a whoosh, the stone flew out swiftly, smashing hard against the mechanism. In the next moment, a creaking sound echoed from the empty ground beneath Qin Feng's feet. After several seconds, dozens of mechanisms fully opened, revealing a massive and deep hole beside him. Seeing this scene, Qin Feng jumped in without a second thought. With a dull thud, he landed on the ground. Under Qin Feng's deliberate control, the noise did not carry far. After about 30 or 50 steps, it was no longer audible. Just then a system prompt sounded in Qin Feng's ears. Ding dong, you have entered the Black Cult's secret base now. 013. Achieving the exploration accomplishment and earning a reward of 100 reputation points. Hearing this prompt, Qin Feng drew his Dragon Slayer blade and ventured deeper into the cave. At this moment, inside the base, in a long corridor, countless heavily armored soldiers were solemnly transporting a Their expressions were as if the box contained an ancient beast ready to lash out and harm anyone at any moment. Amidst these soldiers, an elderly mage with white hair slowly followed behind the box, his eyes fixed on it with a fervor akin to a starving ghost beholding food. As they walked, the group quickly arrived in a spacious hall. With a thud, the massive box was placed on the ground by the soldiers. In the next moment, the box was opened from the outside, revealing a woman in tattered clothes covered in blood. This was a woman of great authority. Even in such a dire situation, her aura remained unscathed. Especially her eyes, which from their calm, autumn-like depths betrayed no hint of fear. However, the absence of fear did not mean that the woman's situation was not perilous. On her neck, hands, and feet were shackles engraved with intricate patterns. A massive magical power moved within these shackles. If the woman made even the slightest move, the magic attached to them could reduce her to a puddle of mush. After revealing herself, the elderly mage from the escort team stepped forward. With a gesture, the woman floated up effortlessly, heading towards the alchemical laboratory on one side of the hall. Upon reaching the laboratory, an alchemist wearing a mask stood up from the dark corner. This man's appearance was grotesque. His exposed skin was covered in bizarre bulbous growths, and his one remaining eye continuously dripped with a murky liquid. He was the master of this secret base and a notorious evil alchemist throughout the Divine Domain continent. Dr. Akiro, I have brought you the experimental subject you requested, but she is very dangerous. For your safety, I need to watch over you during the experiment, the necromancer Murabi said with concern, looking at the woman on the ground. Master Murabi, feel free to do as you wish, or as long as you do not mind, you can stay here as long as you want, Dr. Akiro said with a twisted smile, then turned his head to gaze at the woman on the ground, his eyes filled with heat. For the sake of this woman, the entire Black Cult had been planning for nearly 20 years. During this time, countless resources were expended, and they even placed an undercover agent within the imperial hierarchy to acquire this woman. The cost was not insignificant. However, despite this huge cost, not a single person in the Black Cult felt it was unworthy, because within this woman, in her blood, lay a divine gift, the power of the gods. In the Divine Domain continent, the power of the gods was something that could drive everyone to madness. As long as one possessed the power of the gods, they were destined to ascend to the pinnacle of this world, becoming an unparalleled powerhouse above all others. Dr. Akiro's goal this time was to extract the power of the gods from the woman's body, attempting to analyze its components and create a copy. Not to mention whether Akiro could perfectly analyze this divine power and create a copy. Even if the copy he created had only 1/10 of the powers, it would be enough for the Black Cult to become the strongest force on the continent without a doubt. Master Murabi, please help me get this woman onto the experiment table, Dr. Akiro said, rubbing his hands together. Murabi nodded, but before he could take action, a harsh alarm suddenly blared throughout the underground chamber. Warning, there is an external invasion. Warning, there is an external invasion. Warning, there is an external invasion. Hearing the piercing alarm, a look of hesitation appeared in Moribus' eyes. This situation was strange. They had just brought the woman in, and now enemies had discovered their secret base. There must be something fishy about this. Naturally suspicious, Murabi glanced around, and after a moment he commanded, Team 1, Team 2, mobilize and bring back the bodies of the intruders. After saying this, he moved closer to the experiment table with Dr. Akiro. In Moribus' view, nothing in this base was more valuable than this woman. Everything else could be disregarded. This woman must always remain under his watchful eye. The massacre begins. Listening to the urgent alarm ringing in his ears, Qin Feng showed no signs of disturbance on his face. His purpose this time was to destroy the secret base of the Black Cult, not to kill every member of the Black Cult. Even if the members of the Black Cult heard the alarm and fled in great haste, it would not affect Qin Feng's plan in the slightest. At this moment, Qin Feng had already passed through the long corridor and stood before the first grand door of the secret base. Glancing at the door, Qin Feng cast a probing spell. Dusk Gate. Type Alchemical Technology Artifact. Health 200,000. Defense 3000. After seeing the information of the Dusk Gate, clearly Qin Feng did not hesitate and swung his blade. With his own attributes and the high attack power of the Dragon Slayer blade, Qin Feng's base attack power reached a terrifying 4,455 points. Combined with the tenfold critical damage from his first talent, the 70 damage increase from the Dragon Slayer blade, along with a 30 damage increase from his advanced swordsmanship specialization. Even facing the Dusk Gate with its 3,000 defense, Qin Feng only needed 4 strikes to break this alchemical. Swish, swish, swish. 29,100. 29,165. 29,456. For flashes of blade light passed, and the dusk gate crashed to the ground, turning into a pile of debris. In the next moment, a dark hall appeared before Qin Feng. Looking at this scene, Qin Feng, with his rich combat experience, in this darkness, countless members of the Black Cult must be hiding. After a moment's thought, Qin Feng came up with an idea. The next moment, the active skill of the Dragon Slayer Blade Dragon Slash was instantly activated. Qin Feng flashed into the hall like a ghost. Before the two teams of guards inside the hall could react, Qin Feng unleashed the heavenly flying immortal. Swish, swish, swish. Countless blade lights instantly appeared in this small hall. 79,100. 79,562. 79,842. Red damage values floated into view. Meanwhile, a series of system notification sounds echoed in Qin Feng's ears. Ding dong, you have killed a platinum tier Black Cult soldier, gaining 50,000 experience points and 20 merit points. Ding dong, you have killed a platinum tier Black Cult soldier, gaining 50,000 experience points and 20 merit points. Ding dong, you have killed a platinum tier Black Cult soldier, gaining 50,000 experience points and 20 merit points. After about 10 seconds, the notification sounds in Qin Feng's ears finally ceased. Confirming that he had not missed a single Black Cult soldier, Qin Feng stopped the release of Heavenly Flying Immortal and returned. Once back on the ground, Qin Feng followed the points in his memory and turned on all the lighting devices in the hall. With visibility restored, Qin Feng leisurely began to collect his loot. Ding dong, you have obtained the skill book Mechanical Improvement. Ding dong, you have obtained the skill book Royal Great Shield Technique. Ding dong, you have obtained the skill book Stealth Strike. Ding dong, you have obtained Platinum Tier Equipment Alchemical Chainsaw Blade. After tidying up his items, Qin Feng continued deeper into the base. In his previous life, Qin Feng had traversed this dungeon countless times and was thoroughly familiar with its flow. As long as he passed through this corridor, he would reach the second hall. There he would encounter a team of monsters known as the Sleepers, who were half undead. These monsters were high level, each above. Before today, without unleashing blood rage, Qin Feng had no confidence in defeating them. But now things were different. The Dragon Slayer Blade had successfully advanced. Under the brilliance of the Dragon Slayer Blade, these level 50 undead could only endure a few more strikes. As Qin Feng eliminated the first and second teams, the necromancer Marabi in the laboratory became aware. As the second-in-command of the entire base, Marabi had placed necromantic marks on every soldier. Through these marks, he could control all the soldiers at any time. Naturally, he could also sense the status of the soldiers through these marks. They all died in less than 3 seconds. Which organization is this person from? Marabi exclaimed in surprise, startling the alchemist Dr. Akito beside him. Master Marabi, why are you so— It's just 2 teams of useless soldiers who died. What's the big deal? With the strength of our base, we shouldn't have any trouble dealing with a reckless warrior. Akito pointed at a nearby crystal ball and said casually, in Hall 1, just entered Passage 2, I estimate they will reach Hall 2 in about 10 minutes. Marabi turned his gaze in the direction of the voice and saw Qin Feng's appearance in the crystal ball. This thing I just made not long ago, it hasn't been debugged yet, I forgot to mention it to you, but that's not important. You should hurry and arrange for people to eliminate this intruder. Sensing Moribus' unfriendly gaze, Dr. Akito hurriedly explained. In the Black Cult, there was often a struggle for power between the leaders of each base. In this base 013, it was no different. Marabi controlled all the soldiers with necromantic marks, while Akito used his mastery of alchemy and mechanical knowledge to vie for control of the base. After finishing his explanation, Akito no longer glanced at Marabi, focusing intently on the woman before him, searching for the right spot to insert the needle. As he observed, Akito's eyes suddenly lit up. He sensed the flow of divine power within the woman's body. The next moment, the thick syringe was accurately inserted into the area where the divine power was most concentrated. Then a seemingly ordinary scarlet blood was drawn out and infused into a quartz container. As soon as it entered the container, the seemingly ordinary blood began to bubble and boil. Seeing this, Akito quickly put on the lid, sealing the quartz container. He then began searching for another spot to insert the needle, repeating the process. Watching Akito, who was wholeheartedly focused on drawing blood, Moribus' doubts lingered. However, with an external enemy present, he could not act out. After pondering for a while, Marabi decided to deal with the external threat first before addressing any internal issues. The impulse to find an insider was ultimately suppressed. Send my orders, awaken the sleepers, leave 2 teams to guard, and the others will cooperate with the sleeper troops to eliminate the invading enemy. Moribus' voice penetrated the iron door of the laboratory and reached the previous hall. Understood. The soldiers in the hall responded in unison, and then several teams of soldiers stepped out of the crowd, heading towards a location beneath the hall. Hearing the response behind him, a faint smile flickered in Akito's eyes. In his view, no matter how powerful the invading enemy was, they could not possibly be the opponents of the sleepers. After all, this batch of sleepers were all level 50 beings in their past lives. 037, the Undead Warrior. The Sleeper. After a complicated awakening procedure, the undead sleepers emerged from their containers filled with liquid. Led by the armored soldiers, these sleepers hurried towards Hall No. 2. Just as the sleepers entered Hall No. 2, Qin Feng walked out from the other end of the passage. Looking at the sleepers before him, Qin Feng showed no sign of surprise. The prematurely awakened sleepers had not yet undergone complete transformation, and their combat power was significantly weaker than their fully developed counterparts. After counting the number of sleepers, Qin Feng focused on one and cast a detection spell. Sleeper Diamond Tier Type Alchemical Biological Weapon Level 50 Tier Diamond Health 1 500 0015 0,000 attack power, 8,888,9999 defense power, 3,000 skills, undead body tombstone, advanced sword mastery, mighty, / biological virus attachment, slow aura description, once a strong warrior in life transformed into an undead warrior after death. After reviewing the information about the sleepers, Qin Feng emotionlessly drew the Dragon Slayer's sword. With a health pool of 150,000 and a defense of 3,000. It looked terrifying. He, a mere level 17 warrior, couldn't possibly defeat them. However, after the upgrade of the Dragon Slayer sword, Qin Feng's combat ability could no longer be measured by level. Against these seemingly elite, yet utterly foolish alchemical constructs, Qin Feng didn't even need to exert his full strength to sweep them away in an instant. However, to quickly resolve the battle and destroy this base at the lowest level, Qin Feng decided to finish off these bothersome sleepers swiftly. With a whoosh, Qin Feng activated the Dragon Slayer flash, appearing amidst the armored soldiers. Once inside, he dodged attacks while swinging his sword. 79,100. 79,562. 79,842. Lines of crimson damage numbers appeared. The armored soldiers with only 1,000 defense couldn't withstand Qin Feng's damage, falling to the ground in an instant, turning into corpses. Observing the blood accumulating on the ground, a glint of excitement flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. The next moment, the signature skill of the Crimson Reaper, Crimson Blade, was activated. The blood on the ground instantaneously coalesced into 100 crimson daggers. The buzzing sound of blades echoed in the small hall. No. 2, and suddenly lines of blood erupted from the bodies of the armored soldiers. 79,100. 79,562. 79,842. Under the ruthless harvest of the Crimson Blade, all 5 squads of armored soldiers perished, becoming Qin Feng's experience and merit points. Ding. You have killed a Platinum Tier Black Church soldier, earning 5,000 experience points and 20 merit points. Ding. You have killed a Platinum Tier Black Church soldier, earning 5,000 experience points and 20 merit points. Ding. You have killed a Platinum Tier Black Church soldier, earning 5,000 experience points and 20 merit points. After clearing out the minions, Qin Feng finally turned his attention to the sleepers. While Qin Feng was controlling the Crimson Blade to attack the armored soldiers, the sleepers were also busy using their skills to summon tombstones around Qin Feng. These tombstones could release a slowing mist. When dozens of tombstones stacked together, they instantly reduced Qin Feng's movement speed to 0. Looking at Qin Feng trapped in the center by the tombstones, the sleepers revealed bloodthirsty smiles. After undergoing alchemical modifications, these sleepers became incredibly bloodthirsty. They howled and charged at Qin Feng, attaching green biological toxins to their blades as they rushed. After the enhancement from the Dragon Slayer sword, Qin Feng suddenly had over 20,000 health points. Though this health seemed substantial against the sleepers' attack power of 8,888, it felt as fragile as a piece of paper. However, Qin Feng would not allow their blades to hit him. Just as the sleepers raised their swords to strike, he suddenly activated the active skill of the Orc Prophets, chain, dispelling all negative statuses. Then he vibrated the Dragon Slayer sword in his hand, summoning the sword spirit of the Dragon Slayer. Summon sword spirit. Embrace the sword spirit within yourself, increasing movement speed by 200, attack speed by 200, neural reflex speed by 200, dynamic vision by 200, resistance to negative statuses by 200, immunity to soul damage. Lasting for 5 minutes. With 200 resistance to negative statuses, Qin Feng activated Skyward Flying, Immortal, teleporting into the air. With the boost from Summon Sword Spirit, Qin Feng's attack speed had already doubled. Coupled with the 280 attack speed bonus from the 10th level Skyward Flying Immortal, he could unleash 18 blade arcs in an instant. Each blade arc could fully inherit Qin Feng's attack power and benefit from the tenfold critical damage from the first talent, alongside a 70 damage increase from the Dragon Slayer sword and a 30 damage increase from Advanced Sword Mastery. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of blades echoed throughout the room as the blazing white blade arcs descended upon the sleepers on the ground. Each blade arc easily erased nearly 1/5 of the sleepers' health. 29,100. 29,165. 29,456. Moments later, before the sleepers could react, their modified bodies were cut into a puddle of mush by Qin Feng. In the meantime, notification sounds rang in Qin Feng's ears. Ding. You have killed a Diamond Tier Alchemical Construct sleeper, earning 2,000 experience points and 1,000 merit points. Ding. You have killed a Diamond Tier Alchemical Construct sleeper, earning 2,000 experience points and 1,000 merit points. Ding. You have killed a Diamond Tier Alchemical Construct sleeper, earning 2,000 experience points and 1,000 merit points. Listening to the mechanical notification sounds in his ears, Qin Feng glanced at his experience bar, which was still not halfway full, and couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment. After acquiring the profession of the Crimson Reaper, Qin Feng's combat capability saw a tremendous increase. However, this enhancement did come with a price. The greatest cost was that for each level up, the experience required by Qin Feng was 10 times that of an ordinary player. While a single sleeper provided a considerable amount of experience points, their numbers were far inferior to the endless magical creatures in the dungeon. Thinking of this, Qin Feng inexplicably missed the dungeon monsters. He planned to find an opportunity to visit the dungeon again and have a friendly chat with the creatures after finishing this round of affairs. After a while, the repulsive tombstones on the ground disappeared as time was up. Seeing this, Qin Feng returned to the ground to collect the spoils from this battle. 038. Diamond tier equipment. Hunter's Cloak. Ding dong, you have acquired the alchemical creature weapon. Ding dong, you have obtained a diamond grade weapon, alchemical chainsaw sword. Ding dong, you have acquired rare alchemical creature, crafting materials, nanobiological core. Ding dong, you have received diamond grade equipment, Hunter's Cloak. Listening to the system notifications ringing in his ears, Qin Feng's gaze momentarily tightened. Opening his backpack, Qin Feng took out the equipment he had just received. Hunter's Cloak. Hunter's Cloak diamond tier. Type set, 13. Level 50. Rank diamond tier. Defense 1000 points. Restrictions warrior. Durability 100, 001, 0000. Additional attributes. 1. Strength 400, agility 400, stamina 300, intelligence 300. 2. Minor energy shield set effect not unlocked when activated, grants a shield that can withstand up to 1 points of damage, cooldown time 60 minutes. 3. Hunter's Fury set effect not unlocked when activated, grants 100 cooldown reduction, lasts for 15 seconds, cooldown time 60 minutes. 4. Ignore level restrictions set effect not unlocked after collecting all 3 pieces of equipment one can equip regardless of user level. Introduction, a dream set for the warrior class. Once fully assembled, it will grant the power to change the world. Looking at the equipment before him, Qin Feng's face was filled with excitement. The hunter's set consists of 3 pieces. Each individual piece is quite weak among diamond tier level 50 equipment. However, once all 3 pieces are collected, the entire hunter's set will be rejuvenated and officially become the dream set in the eyes of countless warrior players. First is the minor energy shield with a value of 100 points. It is enough to save a player in critical moments. Second, once this set is fully assembled, it possesses the feature of ignoring level restrictions. As long as one is a warrior, they can wear this set. Furthermore, the key factor that truly earns the hunter's set its title of dream set is Hunter's Fury. Upon activating this skill, one will gain a buff that provides 100 cooldown reduction. Aside from this skill itself, both talent abilities and character skills, as well as equipment skills, can receive the benefit of cooldown reduction buffs. Just imagine if Qin Feng collects these 3 pieces of the set. In battle, activating the hunter's effect, he would gain a 100 cooldown reduction buff. As long as there is enough blood on the battlefield, he can summon an unlimited number of Crimson Blades for 15 seconds. Without saying much, if Qin Feng is given 10,000 Crimson Blades, he could push through all enemies in the mid-game of the entire game. Even against those level 70 elites in Maple Leaf City, Qin Feng would dare to challenge them. However, as a dream set for the warrior class, the hunter's 3-piece set is not easy to collect. In his past life, Qin Feng had never seen anyone collect all 3 pieces before reaching level 50. Now that Qin Feng already possesses 1 piece of the set, it is somewhat difficult for him not to think about the other 2. After pondering for a while, Qin Feng recalled some dungeons where the hunter's set has a higher drop rate. He decided that he would definitely explore these dungeons whenever he had the time, striving to complete the hunter's set before reaching level 30. After all, once he reaches level 30, his 3rd talent, unlimited firepower, will be unlocked, and at that time the hunter's set will no longer hold much appeal for him. Aside from the hunter's cloak, Qin Feng's other loot this time was also quite impressive. However, due to his class limitations, he cannot use these materials and blueprints. Nonetheless, these items are still very valuable to Qin Feng. He can sell these materials and blueprints to the people at the Mitre Auction House, and with Mitre Auction House's strength, they will definitely be able to organize the manpower to realize the value of these blueprints. However, these alchemical creature blueprints are not to be seen in public, and their price is estimated to be around 1 or 200 million gold coins. With this in mind, Qin Feng packed up the blueprints before heading deeper into the base. Meanwhile, in the laboratory, the necromancer Marabi also received news through the necromantic mark that the slumberer was annihilated by Qin Feng. In the underground laboratory, how is this possible? Sensing the dissipating necromantic mark, Marabi exclaimed, 13 slumberers all dead at that person's hands. Listening to Moribus' mutterings, the alchemist Akatad, busy drawing blood, immediately halted his actions and looked at Marabi in shock. Marabi, do you realize what you are saying? This is not the time for jokes. Do you think I am joking with you? Just look at your projection crystal and you'll understand. Hearing Moribus' sinister response, Akatad suddenly remembered that his projection crystal could show the events on the battlefield. He hurriedly looked at the projection crystal, and upon seeing it, he staggered back several steps. In the image, the corpses of 5 squads of soldiers lay in a horrific state. The powerful level 50 slumberers also fallen to the ground, their bodies riddled with wounds from sharp blades. In one corner of the image, Qin Feng, having slain everyone, was walking towards the passage with his sword in hand. The direction he was heading was precisely where this laboratory was located. To have killed so many slumberers and continue advancing unharmed, this person must be at least a level 60 powerhouse. Akatad furrowed his brows, pondering Qin Feng's strength in his heart. As one of the notorious evil forces in the entire continent, the Black Cult does not lack powerful individuals above level 60. However, due to frequent recent operations, many strong fighters have been reassigned by the organization. Currently, the only one capable of blocking Qin Feng in base 013 is the necromancer Marabi. However, this Marabi is a person who enjoys fighting for power and profit. Typically, there is no opportunity to do so. Now that a strong enemy is invading, Marabi would be lucky if he didn't hinder him. Akatad wouldn't dare entrust his life and fortune to him. Anyway, the blood needed has already been mostly collected. Maybe I should just run. Akatad's eyes flickered as he thought about an escape. Just then out of the corner of his eye he suddenly spotted the long knife in Qin Feng's hand. In an instant the thought of escape in Akatad's mind vanished, entirely replaced by an insatiable greed. 039, Crazy Scramble. It's actually a growth-type weapon, one that has absorbed fragments of the soul source. This is impossible. As a master alchemist, Akator had encountered countless materials throughout his life, having used an unimaginable number. However, over all these years he had never seen a single fragment of soul source. His understanding of it came solely from Nonetheless, although he had never witnessed a true soul source, he had seen a growth-type weapon that had devoured such fragments. It was precisely for this reason that he immediately recognized the uniqueness of the Dragon Slayer blade from its extraordinary luck. To validate his thoughts, Akator adjusted the image of the crystal projection, magnifying the Dragon Slayer blade on the screen. Looking at the faintly pulsating spirit residing within the Dragon Slayer blade, Akator's heart nearly stopped. This person's aura may not be particularly strong, yet they possess such formidable combat power, likely thanks to that. Given their lethal capabilities, this weapon must at least be of legendary caliber, and it could even be epic. If I can seize this weapon and use it as the core of an alchemical creature, I could create an unprecedented epic alchemical being that grows infinitely. With this thought in mind, an insatiable greed erupted in Akator's eyes. He hurriedly strode to a corner of the laboratory where he picked up a specially crafted communication token. Infusing it with magical energy to activate the token, Akator contacted the leader of the Black Cult. After a prolonged wait, the communication finally connected. In the next moment, a voice indistinguishable by age or gender resonated in Akator's ears. "Dr. Akator, what brings you such urgency?" Hearing the stern tone, Akator, despite his apprehension, forced himself to speak. "Your Holiness, base 013 is under attack by a formidable enemy. Although there is only one, their combat power is extremely strong, and we cannot withstand them. My experiment is nearing completion. As long as we can protect base 013 and my experimental data, it won't be long before I achieve results." To secure the Pope's support, Akator used his experiment as leverage. He believed that having invested so much manpower and resources, the organization would never allow this experiment to fail. As Akator had anticipated, upon hearing his words, the Pope's voice on the other end grew noticeably excited. "Dr. Akator, I urge you to continue the experiment at any cost. I have dispatched the lawbringers to assist you, and they will arrive shortly. Until then, Marabi will fully support you in completing the experiment." Listening to the Pope's instructions, both Marabi and Akator placed their left hands on their chests and bowed in agreement. When they looked up, Akator's greed remained undiminished. If the divine power flowing through that woman was a rare pearl, then the Dragon Slayer blade awakened in Qin Feng's hand was the most dazzling gem on the crown of the Emperor of the Maple Leaf Empire. Moreover, even if the former could be researched, its control would be handed over to the Pope. In contrast, once Akator obtained Qin Feng's Dragon Slayer blade, he could use alchemy to transform it into an alchemical creature that obeyed only his commands. Thinking of the lawbringers soon to arrive, a top-tier combat unit within the organization, Akator resolved to buy time until their arrival, even if it meant allowing all the sleepers to die today. "Master Marabi, you heard the Pope awaken all the sleepers and do everything possible to block this intruder." Marabi nodded and turned to leave the laboratory. Unlike before, he had now laid aside his guard against Akator. Because before long the lawbringers would arrive here. In the presence of the powerful lawbringers, even if Akator had other thoughts, he would not dare to openly do anything detrimental to the organization. With thoughts of the formidable enemy assaulting the base, Marabi decided to personally lead the team to counter the attack. Meanwhile, shifting back to Qin Feng. After destroying the first batch of awakened sleepers, Qin Feng continued to advance, encountering hardly any significant resistance. Not one of the soldiers tasked with guarding could withstand 2 strikes from him. As he pushed forward, Qin Feng soon reached the core area of the base, only 2 halls away from Akator's laboratory. However, upon reaching this point, Qin Feng did not immediately search for Akator. Instead, he turned towards an empty room within the base. After walking just a few steps, Qin Feng arrived at the entrance of this empty room. Looking at the familiar safes before him, a faint smile appeared on his lips. Unlike other instances, the secret bases of the Black Cult would reveal many hidden rewards upon a player's first complete. This materials warehouse before him was the largest hidden reward within base 013. As the first player to reach the main city, Qin Feng was certain he was the first player to reach this instance. Approaching the door, he drew the Dragon Slayer blade and swiftly slashed twice, instantly reducing the door to splinters. Kicking aside the debris, Qin Feng strode into the room. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Qin Feng's ears. "Ding dong, you have entered the only hidden reward point storage warehouse of base 013. Listening to the notification ringing in his ears, Qin Feng's gaze swept across the room. Inside this room were piled various materials. Some were for alchemy, some for mages, and others for warriors, mechanics, and various professions. There were both good and bad items, a complete range of tiers. Without hesitation, Qin Feng began stuffing them into his bag. "Ding dong, you have obtained diamond-level material energy crystal of the Cyclops. Ding dong, you have obtained bronze-level material type 2 titanium alloy. Ding dong, you have obtained gold-level material branches of millennium walnut wood. Ding dong, you have obtained gold-level material refined mithril ore." Listening to the continuous stream of notifications, Qin Feng's system backpack swelled like a ghost's belly. A few minutes later, all the materials in the storage warehouse had been thoroughly scavenged by Qin Feng. Without needing to inspect in detail, a simple estimation revealed that this haul could bring Qin Feng at least 7 to 800 million gold coins. Converted, this was roughly equivalent to a third of an epic weapon. After collecting all the materials, Qin Feng exited the storage warehouse. Before Qin Feng could walk far, he was surrounded by a multitude of sleepers led by the necromancer Marabi. 040, the undead mage Marabi. As Qin Feng looked at the undead mage Marabi surrounded by the slumberers, a long-lost seriousness appeared on his face. The undead mage Marabi is an extremely troublesome character. Unlike other fragile mages, Moribus' combat style is extremely unconventional. He resembles not a mage, but rather an undead warrior. He is accustomed to channeling undead energy into his body, engaging in battle with the strength of his flesh. In addition to this, Marabi not only has various methods, but also possesses an incredibly strong defensive capability. The most annoying part is that as long as he does not exhaust his undead energy, he can continuously resurrect and keep fighting. However, since the game has not yet reached the mid-stage, the undead mage Marabi has not yet attained his peak state. With Qin Feng's current strength, he still has a chance to deal with him. Thinking of this, Qin Feng activated the Eye of Detection and cast a detection spell towards Marabi. Undead mage Marabi, legendary tier. Level 60. Rank legendary. Health 6,060,000. Attack power 2,030,000. Defense 4,000. Skills: Soul Possession, Soul Resurrection, Undead Flame, Critical Flame, Blade Evil or Avoid, Form Death, Contract, Undead Mark. Description: an extremely unconventional undead mage renowned for his complex combat techniques. After reading Moribus' information, the corners of Qin Feng's mouth twitched. Although Marabi was not in his complete form, he was still quite difficult to deal with. High health and strong defense are manageable, a little grinding can wear down his health. However, the skills Soul Resurrection and Death Contract are quite troublesome. One allows Marabi to resurrect after death, while the other enables him to convert slumberers into his own health. It's simply infuriating. With this in mind, Qin Feng's gaze returned to the slumberers. To defeat the resilient undead mage Marabi before him, he must first eliminate these slumberers. With this thought, Qin Feng made his move. Dragon Slash. In a swoosh, Qin Feng instantly appeared among the slumberers. Due to Moribus' watchful eye, Qin Feng dared not use the heavenly fly. After all, his current health was just over 30. Suspended in midair with no way to dodge, if Marabi hit him with an undead flame, critical death would be his only fate. Swish, swish, swish. 29,100. 29,165. 29,456. The blades flashed as Qin Feng slashed at the slumberers, dodging both the slumberers and Moribus' attacks. While Qin Feng attacked, the slumberers and Marabi were not idle. A series of booming sounds erupted. As many as 37 tombstones suddenly appeared in the confined space. This caused Qin Feng's speed to slow to a crawl. After the deceleration was complete, Marabi, having already performed soul possession, charged towards Qin Feng with his weapon. During the charge, Marabi unleashed his control skill, Undead Flame Critical. In the next moment, a green undead head flew towards Qin Feng. The Undead Flame Critical has a 3-second stun effect. If this attack hits, Qin Feng would face certain death. However, just as the Undead Flame Critical was about to strike Qin Feng's forehead, he activated the Phantom Substitute. Prior to this, Qin Feng had always used the Phantom Substitute as a teleportation and skill replication tool. However, this is not the entirety of the Phantom Substitute's power. Phantom Substitute. Skill effect. 1. Teleport to any location within 100 meters, leaving a phantom at the original location. The substitute will mimic the actions of the original body, dealing 100 of the original's damage. The substitute lasts for 30 seconds. 2. Upon activation, it dispels all abnormal statuses. Utilizing the dispelling ability of the Phantom Substitute, Qin Feng instantly recovered from the slowdown. Then his real body appeared behind the undead mage Marabi. In the next moment, Qin Feng summoned the Blade Spirit once, instantly gaining buffs: movement speed increased by 200, attack speed increased by 200, neural reflex speed increased by 200, dynamic vision increased by 200, and resistance to abnormal statuses increased by 200. With so many enhancements, the slowing effect from the tombstones was finally negated. Then Qin Feng fiercely activated 100 crimson blades instantly coalesced. Under Qin Feng's precise control, every 5 crimson blades targeted a slumberer and launched a frenzied assault. 29,100. 29,165. 29,456. In just a moment, all 37 slumberers were brought down by Qin Feng. After killing the slumberers, Qin Feng then turned his focus to the 37 annoying tombstones on the ground. Swish, swish, swish. The crimson blades unleashed red light, shredding the 37 tombstones into fragments. After completing all this, the taut nerves of Qin Feng suddenly twitched in pain. Clearly, such precise operations posed a considerable burden on him at present. Meanwhile, Marabi, who had his back turned to Qin Feng, also reacted. He twisted his waist and struck towards Qin Feng's neck with a single slash, flame blade. Feeling the overwhelming force of the blade, Qin Feng knew that if he was hit by this slash, his life would be forfeit. Even more terrifying was that this slash was not only immensely powerful, but also alarmingly fast. It was nearly impossible to dodge with ordinary movements. However, that did not mean Qin Feng had no way to evade this slash. Just skimming the blade, Qin Feng activated Dragon Slash, which had just finished cooling down at the last moment. He evaded the range of the flame blade's attack. In that instant, the roles of attack and defense were reversed, and Qin Feng seized the opportunity for a counterattack. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Under Qin Feng's control, 100 crimson blades instantly turned around and rushed towards him. However, just as these crimson blades were about to achieve their purpose, Moribus form suddenly transformed into a green phantom, void form. Void form. Effect evades all physical damage. But that was not the end. With a series of thuds, Qin Feng felt his health rapidly depleting at a rate of 5 per second. Realizing this anomaly, Qin Feng understood that Marabi had activated his passive skill, Evil Aura. The primary damage method was rendered ineffective, and the crimson blades lost their effect. His health was continuously diminished under the influence of Evil Aura. Beads of sweat rolled down Qin Feng's forehead. He knew that if he didn't take a risk now, he might very well perish here today. The Undying Marabi. The Crimson Blade proved ineffective, with the only weapon capable of harming the Necromancer Marabi being the Celestial Slash that could unleash a Blade Aura. Unlike the Crimson Blade, the Blade Aura produced by the Celestial Slash belongs to magical damage, which can bypass defenses in an ethereal state. However, the Celestial Slash has a significant flaw. When releasing this skill, Qin Feng must remain suspended in midair, completely sacrificing his mobility. The cooldown for the Dark Fire crit is 9 seconds. The previous engagement has already caused it to cool down for nearly 5 seconds. If Marabi isn't defeated within the remaining 4 seconds, Qin Feng will find himself in a precarious situation. After all, he has no other means to evade the Dark Fire crit. With this thought, Qin Feng's gaze grew more resolute. Rather than dragging out a battle with Marabi, he would allow the heart-relaxing aura to deplete his health. It would be better to take a gamble and regain control. With a thought, Qin Feng quickly made his decision. First, he used the Crimson Mark, imprinting a 200 damage increase on Marabi. The next moment, Qin Feng unleashed the Celestial Slash. He suddenly teleported into midair, and streams of blade auras sliced through the air, aimed at the ethereal Marabi. With a 280 attack speed boost from the Celestial Slash, Qin Feng could unleash 18 blade auras in a single second. Coupled with the 200 damage increase from the Crimson Mark, each slash could deal nearly 30,000 points of damage. 27,891, 27,865, 27,638. With a thunderous boom, the forced Marabi emerged from his ethereal form, crashing heavily to the ground. With 18 hits per second in less than 2 seconds, Moribus' health was completely drained. However, just as Qin Feng cleared Moribus' health, a notification rang in his ears. Ding! The Necromancer Marabi has activated the passive skill Soul Rebirth. Marabi consumed 1/3 of his necromantic energy, completed his resurrection, restored 100 health, and created a slowing area with a radius of 300 yards. As the notification echoed in Qin Feng's ears, the fallen Marabi flipped over, brandishing his steel blade, charging. Seeing Marabi rush towards him, Qin Feng felt a surge of confidence. He wasn't afraid of a direct confrontation. What he feared was getting entangled with his opponent. Currently, Qin Feng's Phantom Substitute was on cooldown for nearly 38 seconds. The Celestial Slash had just been used and still had a cooldown of over 40 seconds. The only source of significant damage was the over 100 Crimson Blades that had coalesced, which could remain on the field for 20. But having damage alone was not enough. He needed to take advantage of the damage buff from the Crimson Mark to wipe out the remaining 3 lives of the Necromancer Marabi within the less than 4 seconds. If the Necromancer chose to stall with him, delaying until the Dark Fire crit cooldown was over, Qin Feng would completely lose the initiative. Fortunately, Marabi was unaware of his capabilities and chose a battle strategy that played right into Qin Feng's hands. As Marabi resurrected, Qin Feng sprang into action. Crimson blades instantly sliced through the air, forcefully stabbing into Moribus' body. 27,891, 27,865, 27,638. Under the enhancement of the Crimson Mark, even facing a Necromancer like Marabi with 4,000 defense points, these Crimson blades dealt over 270,000 points of damage in an instant. As the Crimson critical damage numbers rose, Marabi collapsed to the ground once more. Ding! The Necromancer Marabi has activated the passive skill Soul Rebirth. Marabi consumed 1/3 of his necromantic energy, completed his resurrection, restored 100 health, and created a slowing area with a radius of 300 yards. The notification blared in Qin Feng's ears, and Marabi flipped over, standing up yet again. However, after the previous experience, Marabi chose not to confront Qin Feng hidden, but turned to flee, maintaining a distance of about 280 yards. The influence radius of the heart-relaxing aura is 300 yards, and Moribus' intent was clear. He aimed to use the damage effect of the aura to whittle away Qin Feng's health. But at this moment, Qin Feng would not let him have his way. With a mental command, the Crimson blades transformed into streaks of light, piercing towards Marabi, once more clearing Moribus' health. After taking down Marabi, the notification rang in Qin Feng's ears again. At the same time, Qin Feng surged forward, closing the distance between him and Marabi. In an instant, Marabi stood up again. Unlike the previous 2 times, if he died again, now he would truly perish with no chance of resurrection. After rising, Marabi fled with all his might. From Qin Feng's pressure, Marabi understood that these fearsome blades had a limit distance. Although he didn't know how far the limit distance of these blades was, the farther he could run, the greater his chance of victory. However, Qin Feng could not let him succeed. In Qin Feng's calculation, the cooldown for the Dark Fire crit was about to expire in less than half a second. If he allowed Marabi to escape, the one-sided situation would quickly reverse. With this in mind, Qin Feng put aside his reservations and directly unleashed the dragon-slaying flash he had held onto for so long. He instantly appeared behind Marabi. As he landed, Qin Feng wielded the Dragon Slayer blade, striking down. Ding! You triggered the absolute slowing effect, reducing Moribus' time perception by 200 for 6 seconds. With the sound of a notification, Moribus' speed instantly slowed down as if caught in a slow-motion film. Seeing this scene, Qin Feng felt a sense of calm. He knew he had won this gamble. Swish, swish, swish. The crimson blades came as promised, striking fiercely against Moribus' back. 27,891. 27,865. 27,638. The crimson critical damage numbers flashed, and the indestructible Marabi finally fell weakly to the ground, dropping a pile of equipment. Ding! The Necromancer Marabi has activated the passive skill Soul Rebirth. The necromantic energy is exhausted and the skill activation has failed. Ding! You have killed the legendary boss Necromancer Marabi and gained 8,000 experience points. Ding! You have killed the legendary boss Necromancer Marabi, achieving the first kill achievement, rewarded with 40 attribute points, 1,000 gold coins, 10 skill points, and 5 luck points. You have received the high-tier passive skill Soul Rebirth. Due to the player's special class not being able to use this skill, Soul Rebirth will automatically be replaced with the support-exclusive skill Blood Magic Well. 042, Blood Mage Well. Hearing the crackling system notifications ringing in his ears, Qin Feng was momentarily stunned. When he secured the first kill of Marabi, Qin Feng anticipated that he would obtain the most disgusting skill rebirth of. After all, there had been precedents for such things in his past life. However, at that time, Qin Feng did not pay much attention to this skill, as he was a warrior without any undead energy to utilize it. What he did not expect was that the SSS class Crimson Reaper was so domineering. It could directly replace the acquired passive skill Rebirth of the Soul with the class exclusive skill Blood Mage Well. Qin Feng had always been very confident in the exclusive skills of the Crimson Reaper. Not to mention the seemingly cheat-like skill Blood Fury, just the two exclusive skills Crimson Blade and Crimson Mark were enough to showcase the power of an SSS class. With this in mind, Qin Feng did not immediately open the interface to check the newly acquired skill. Instead, he swept his gaze over the loot that had dropped on the ground, planning to check everything once he had finished collecting it. Ding! You have obtained the legendary tier equipment Berserker Armband. Ding! You have obtained the advanced skill book Void Form. Ding! You have obtained the level 5 mage class skill book Soul Servant. Ding! You have obtained the legendary tier random enchantment card chest. After picking up all the equipment on the ground, Qin Feng checked his gains. Naturally, the first one he opened was the highly anticipated Blood Mage Well. Blood Mage Well level max effects 1. Increases health by 500. 2. Raises resistance to abnormal states by 100. 3. For every enemy killed, it siphons 50 of their life force, storing it in the blood pool with a maximum storage limit equal to 1,000 of the character's health. Once health is depleted, the character automatically resurrects and receives healing from the blood pool's stored health. Any excess stored health converts into a shield that lasts for 30 seconds. Cooldown 30 minutes. Limitation exclusive skill of the Crimson Reaper class. Introduction Killing Will. After reading this skill, Qin Feng was greatly shocked. After advancing to level 17, Qin Feng already possessed nearly 100 points in strength, which translated to 2,000 points of health. Upon obtaining this skill, Qin Feng's health instantly increased by 500, and his total health reached 10,000 points. Moreover, after upgrading the Dragon Slaying Blade, which provided him with an additional 1,480 points of strength, as well as boosts from other equipment, Qin Feng's health skyrocketed to over 40,000 points, reaching a health limit that most level 30 warriors might not even. Additionally, this was far from the skill's limit. As Qin Feng's health increased, this skill could provide even greater enhancements. Once Qin Feng reaches level 40 and unlocks the Infinite Growth talent combined with this passive skill, he would gain 5 points of health for every enemy he kills. Given Qin Feng's terrifying monster-slaying speed, as long as he was given enough time, he could stack his health to a level that would astonish everyone. With this thought, Qin Feng's attention shifted to the second effect of this skill. Resistance to abnormal states increased. Seeing this effect, Qin Feng felt quite satisfied. The high resistance to abnormal states would shorten the time he was controlled and negate some buffs. This would allow Qin Feng to handle battles more adeptly. After reviewing this effect, Qin Feng turned his gaze to the third. Unlike the previous two skill effects, this third effect was the most domineering aspect of Blood Mage Well. For every enemy killed, it siphons 50 of their life force, storing it in the blood pool with a maximum storage limit equal to 1,000 of the character's health. Once health is depleted, the character automatically resurrects and receives healing from the blood pool's stored health. Any excess health converts into a shield that lasts for 30 seconds. For Qin Feng, this skill was not just a simple resurrection. With this ability, the weak period following Blood Fury would no longer be a limitation for him. As long as Qin Feng could accumulate the blood pool before activating Blood Fury, he could choose to die after entering the weak period of Blood Fury, gaining a chance for resurrection. With Qin Feng's terrifying damage capability, fulfilling the energy storage requirement of the Blood Mage Well was a piece of cake. As long as the cooldown was well managed, an infinite loop could be formed between Blood Fury and Blood Mage Well. This would keep Qin Feng at his peak combat power. After checking these three effects, Qin Feng closed the skill panel and looked at the other loot he had obtained. Berserker Armband Diamond Tier Type, Set, 13, Level 50 Rank Diamond Tier Attack Power, 3400-3600 Limitation Warrior Durability 100, 001, 0000, Additional Traits 1. Strength 400, Agility 400, Stamina 300, Intelligence 302. Minor Energy Shield Set Effect Not Unlocked grants a shield that can withstand 0 points of damage. Cooldown 60 minutes. 3. Bloodhunt Set Effect Not Unlocked when activated grants a 100 cooldown reduction for 15 seconds, cooldown time 60 minutes. 4. Ignore Level Restrictions Set Effect Not Unlocked after gathering 3 pieces of equipment, can be equipped without regard to the user's level. Introduction The Dream Set for warrior classes, when fully assembled, it will possess world-altering power. After reading this introduction, Qin Feng's heart raced wildly. He had already gathered 2 pieces of the Berserker set, and only needed 1 more piece of footwear to unlock the entire set. At that time his combat ability would rise to an entirely new level. After reviewing this equipment, Qin Feng turned his attention to the other loot. Void Form Level 1 Effect transforms into a void form, evading physical damage. Limitation Only mages can learn this. Introduction One of the advanced skills for mages, it has remarkable effects when used in conjunction with elemental skills. Soul Servant Type Mage Class Job Change Skill Book. Effect Change to Soul Servant, and gain exclusive skills Soul Possession and Rebirth of the Soul. Limitation can be used upon job changing at level 50 for mages. Introduction A skill book derived from the Soul Emperor's teachings. Once used one can become an immortal soul. Random enchantment card chest legendary rank legendary effect upon use can randomly draw 1 legendary tier. Limitation none. Introduction A legendary enchantment card chest. You will never know what you will receive until you 043. The Alchemical Warrior Akiato. After reviewing the information about these spoils, Qin Feng felt a bit of a loss. The high-level skill book Void Form and the mage's 5th-tier skill book Soul Servant are both excellent resources. Unfortunately, due to class restrictions, these 2 items hold no value for him. However, lack of value does not equate to lack. As long as Qin Feng returns to Maple Leaf City, he can sell these 2 items at the Midder auction house. Effortlessly, he could exchange them for over 1 billion gold coins, which roughly equals an epic-level weapon. With this thought, Qin Feng set his gaze upon a treasure chest he had just acquired. This was an enchanted card chest which upon opening would yield an enchanted card that provides magical effects to equipment. In the entire Divine Realm, enchanted cards are extremely costly, ranking alongside enhancement, amplification, and forging as the 4 major money pits. Obtaining an enchanted card is easy, but acquiring one that meets personal needs is exceedingly difficult. There are 2 ways to obtain enchanted cards: defeating bosses to open treasure chests or purchasing card draw chests from the official card shop. However, the prices for card draw chests in the official store are exorbitantly high. A mere black iron level card draw chest commands a bold price of 1500 gold coins. If he wanted to purchase a chest of this quality through official channels, he would need to spend over 100 million gold coins. Yet the cost of purchasing the chest is not the largest expense of the card draw. The biggest expense lies in the success rate of the card draw. Unlike typical online games, the card draw chests in the Divine Realm do not feature any guaranteed probabilities. The chance of drawing the top-tier enchanted card is an astonishing 0.1. If the card drawer has bad luck, they can only watch in despair as they draw useless items. With this thought, Qin Feng couldn't help but smile faintly and shake his head. For others, the draw probability is entirely uncontrollable. Whether one can draw a good enchanted card depends solely. However, this is not the case for Qin Feng, as he possesses the Goddess of Luck's brooch. With this thought, Qin Feng took out the brooch and gently rubbed it with his finger. In the next moment, a system notification sounded in his ear. Ding! You have used the Goddess of Luck's brooch. This item's durability 1. You have gained 50 points of luck for 5 minutes. Hearing this system notification, Qin Feng wasted no time and immediately activated the enchanted card draw chest. Ding! You have obtained the legendary enchanted card Ultimate Assault. Looking at the exquisite enchanted card in his hand, a smile of satisfaction appeared on Qin Feng's face. The Goddess of Luck's brooch truly lived up to its name, helping him seize this 0.1 chance. With this in mind, Qin Feng directly opened the description of the legendary enchanted card Ultimate Assault. Ultimate Assault Legendary. Tier Legendary. Effect after use, there is a 30 chance to grant the equipment a 50 damage increase. Restriction none. Description: an extremely rare legendary enchanted card. To draw it, you have spent your lifetime's. If a 0.1 chance can be swayed by the Goddess of Luck's brooch, then a 30 chance is practically a gift. Looking at the effect stating a 30 success rate, Qin Feng unhesitatingly used the enchanted card. In the next moment, the Dragon Slayer blade in Qin Feng's hand burst forth with radiant light, and when he looked again, a new additional attribute had appeared on the blade. Additional attribute: when attacking, gain a 50 damage increase. Swish, swish, swish. Qin Feng swung the Dragon Slayer blade a few times, feeling its sharpness surpassing its former state. After organizing his inventory and completing the enchantment, Qin Feng once again strode deeper into base 013. After the demise of the Necromancer Marabi, he had not encountered any significant obstacles. With a smooth advance, Qin Feng quickly reached the lowest level of the base. Upon arriving, he saw Akiato, who bore an appearance grotesque enough to resemble an alien. Contrary to Qin Feng's expectations, Akiato did not panic upon seeing him, but instead revealed a self-proclaimed gentle smile. After killing Marabi and still arriving here unscathed, your strength is quite impressive. I cherish your talent and do not wish to see such a genius perish. Therefore I am prepared to be magnanimous and offer you an opportunity for redemption. Join our black sect, and you will share in the Lord's glory with us. Ding. The black sect has extended an invitation to you. Do you choose to join? Hearing the system notification, Qin Feng's lips involuntarily twitched. In his previous life, the black sect was the first evil force to be annihilated, meeting a tragic end. Calculating the time, it was already close to the black sect's downfall. How could Qin Feng possibly join them? Without a second thought, Qin Feng rejected Akiato's invitation in his heart. Then he summoned the Eye of Detection and used the detection spell on Akiato. Dr. Akiato Diamond. Level 48. Tier Diamond. Health 1500150000. Attack Power 12001800. Defense 2500. Skills: Advanced Alchemy, Advanced Biological Weapon Modification, Advanced Blueprint Creation, Advanced Alchemical Potion Production, Demonic Form War Tread, Advanced Power Amplification. Description: Once a researcher for the church, he joined the Black Sect due to unknown past events. After reviewing Dr. Akiato's information, Qin Feng felt an overwhelming sense of boredom. After reaching level 17, Qin Feng had received a total of 140 attribute points from leveling up. Adding a few achievement rewards, Qin Feng's free attribute points reached 210. Due to the SSS class Crimson Reaper trait, Qin Feng could gain a reset opportunity each time he successfully advanced his class. He did not even need to consider the allocation of attribute points. He could distribute them entirely according to current needs. Thus, Qin Feng allocated 150 points to strength. As a result, his naked attack power reached 190. Coupled with the strength and attack power bonuses from his equipment, Qin Feng's base attack power soared to a terrifying 4590. Combined with the 70 damage increase effect from the Dragon Slayer Blade, the 30 damage increase from Advanced Swordsmanship Mastery, and the 50 damage increase effect from the Enchanted card. Adding on top of that the first talent, which grants a tenfold critical damage, increased Qin Feng's damage with a single strike reached 114750. With Dr. Akiato's health at 15000 and his defense at 2500, he wouldn't survive even 3 strikes from Qin Feng. With this thought in mind, Qin Feng approached Akiato wielding the Dragon Slayer Blade. Seeing Qin Feng's movements, Akiato realized that his proposal had been rejected by the young man. Akiato became furious and instantly activated his demonic state. With a dissipating green mist, the magically transformed Dr. Akiato revealed his figure. Ding! Alchemist Akiato has activated demonic transformation, increasing his health by 500 and attack power. Hearing the system notification in his ears, Qin Feng's expression remained unchanged. A 5-fold increase in health was merely a matter of enduring a couple more seconds. If he used the Scarlet Mark this time, could be significantly reduced, not enough to sway Qin Feng at all. As for that 300 increase in attack power, Qin Feng dismissed it entirely. If he were hit by a researcher like Dr. Akiato, it would be a complete joke. With that thought, the distance between the two narrowed. Calculating his landing point, Qin Feng executed a dragon slash, teleporting behind Dr. Akiato. In the next moment, the dragon blade struck heavily against Akiato's back. A red critical damage value floated up, and Akiato's health instantly evaporated by a large chunk. 64,750. Feeling the intense pain in his back, Akiato showed no intention of retreating. Earlier, while Qin Feng was fighting Marabi, Akiato had already sensed something through the crystal projection. Throughout the battle, Qin Feng had never withstood a hit Hedon, let alone Moribus strikes. Even the attacks from the sleeper were ones Qin Feng refused to endure. Even if Qin Feng's blade was about to fall on the sleeper's neck, he would choose to abandon the decapitation to evade the impending. From these details, Akiato speculated that Qin Feng's terrifying damage capability must be due to the use of certain secret methods combined with the growth-type weapon in his hand. As long as he could withstand Qin Feng's attacks and land a hit on him, perhaps just one strike would be enough to kill this seemingly formidable enemy. It was precisely this speculation that led Akiato to choose to fight Qin Feng instead of waiting for reinforcements. He wanted to claim Qin Feng's weapon for himself. Looking at Akiato, who turned his body to face him, Qin Feng could see a greedy emotion in the other's eyes. Without further thought, Qin Feng raised his hand and delivered a vicious slash to Akiato's chest. 64,977. Ding! Your attack triggered the absolute slow effect. Akiato's perception of time is reduced by 200, lasting for 6 seconds. Ding! Your attack triggered the shatter effect. Akiato takes 45,000 damage per second, lasting for 6. With the sound of 2 notifications, Qin Feng clearly saw the greed in Akiato's eyes instantly transform into boundless fear. In Akiato's vision, everything around him became faster. Originally, although he couldn't dodge Qin Feng's attacks, his eyesight could still perceive the trajectory of those strikes. But now Qin Feng's speed had suddenly reached its peak, making it impossible for him to see Qin Feng's slashes, leaving him to endure the terrifying damage of each strike. Akiato turned to run, but no matter how he dodged, Qin Feng's attacks followed him like a shadow. Soon Dr. Akiato's health was reduced to around 30. Looking at Akiato covered in sores and mucus, Qin Feng felt quite disgusted. In the next moment, Qin Feng activated the Scarlet Mark, imprinting a 200 damage increase on Akiato. Afterwards, he unleashed the Scarlet Blade. Although there wasn't much blood on the ground, it still coalesced into 9 scarlet blades. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The scarlet blades accompanied by a howling wind plunged violently into Akiato's body. 193,737. 193,784. 193,756. A series of red damage values appeared and Akiato's remaining health was instantly wiped out. Then the sluggish Dr. Akiato, resembling a dazed old dog, fell heavily to the ground, dropping a pile of loot. Meanwhile, a system notification also rang in Qin Feng's ears. Ding. You have killed the Diamond Tier boss Alchemist Akiato, achieving the first kill, awarding you the secondary profession Transfer Scroll Alchemist along with 20 attribute points and 10 skill points. After dealing with Dr. Akiato, Qin Feng walked up to his corpse and collected the loot. Ding. You have obtained the Advanced Skill Book Biological Alchemy. Ding. You have obtained the Advanced Skill Book Alchemy Bomb. Ding. You have obtained the Advanced Skill Book Alchemy Potion Making. Ding. You have obtained the Alchemy Potion Recipe High-Level Recovery Potion. Ding. You have obtained the Alchemy Potion High-Level Recovery Potion. Seeing this, Qin Feng's hands trembled with excitement. In the Divine Realm, every player can take on the secondary profession transfer task after reaching level 40, and upon completion, they can acquire a secondary profession. Among the various secondary professions, the one that appealed to Qin Feng the most was the Alchemist. After transferring to the Alchemist, Qin Feng would be able to independently create alchemy potions compensating for his sustainability shortcomings. Moreover, the series of alchemical bombs exclusive to alchemists could greatly enhance Qin Feng's combat ability when facing groups of monsters. He wouldn't have to chop through monsters one by one every time. However, Qin Feng was still only level 17, with a gap of 23 levels before he could transfer to a secondary profession. Although Qin Feng's leveling speed was astonishingly fast, reaching level 40 in a short time still posed considerable. With that thought, Qin Feng stored the loot back into his system backpack. After tidying up these items, Qin Feng grasped the dragon blade and headed toward the laboratory. In Qin Feng's memories from his previous life, the self-destruct mechanism of Base 013 was set up in this laboratory. Moreover, there was a secret passageway in the laboratory. After activating the self-destruct mechanism and completing the destruction task, Qin Feng could use the secret passage to leave this base. Therefore, he had to go to the laboratory no matter what. 045, an unexpected delight. Kylar. Soon Qin Feng walked into the laboratory. Due to the tragic death of Dr. Akito, the researchers in the lab were huddled together. They held their heads in their hands, hoping Qin Feng would spare them. However, Qin Feng had other intentions. These individuals were inherently wicked and could not be of use to him. Why keep them alive? With a thought, the Scarlet Blade instantly rushed in, slaying all the researchers on the spot. Ding dong, you have killed a member of the Black Cult's research team and gained 2,000 experience points. Ding dong, you have killed a member of the Black Cult's research team and gained 2,000 experience points. Hearing the system notification ringing in his ears, Qin Feng slowly walked towards a small room at the end of the laboratory. The self-destruct mechanism capable of destroying the entire base was in that room. However, before Qin Feng could take 2 steps out, he heard a cry for help. Help! Help me! Following the sound, Qin Feng saw a woman lying on the experimental platform. The laboratory was large, and the platform the woman was on was quite far from Qin Feng. This made it so that Qin Feng did not initially notice the woman who was firmly bound to the platform. If it weren't for her cries for help focused solely on destroying the base, Qin Feng might not have discovered her at all. Seeing the woman whose limbs and torso were restrained, Qin Feng's brow suddenly twitched. What surprised him was the ID of this woman. NPC Kylar. Upon seeing this name, countless memories flashed through Qin Feng's mind. In his previous life, this woman before him ultimately grew into a powerful figure. Even the lofty deities regarded her as a successor. During a late-game dungeon raid, due to erroneous information, Kylar was surrounded by 10 dungeon demon kings. However, just when everyone thought this NPC would die in the dungeon, Kylar returned to the human world carrying 3. She became one of the few top-tier powerhouses capable of emerging unscathed from the depths of the dungeon. The moment Qin Feng laid eyes on Kylar, he never expected to encounter her, who had yet to fully grow in this place. After realizing this, Qin Feng did not immediately step into the small room to initiate the base's self-destruct program. Instead, he quickly walked up to Kylar. Looking at the unfamiliar man standing before her, a faint cry for help escaped Kylar's throat once more. Help! When Qin Feng first entered the laboratory, Kylar did not show much change in emotions. However, after Qin Feng swiftly killed the Black Cult researchers, Kylar unexpectedly began to trust him a little more. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Driven by the desire to survive, Kylar lowered her guard and called out to Qin Feng for help again. Don't be afraid, I will help you out soon. After saying this, Qin Feng did not immediately release Kylar. Instead, he turned around and returned to the other end of the laboratory, retrieving the keys to unlock her shackles from the pockets of several researchers. Unlike regular shackles, these enchanted shackles infused with immense magical power could not be broken by brute force. If someone attempted to do so, the shackles would explode, turning the bound individual into dust. After acquiring the keys, Qin Feng returned to Kylar's side and gently began to release her from her bindings. Looking at the man who was freeing her from her shackles, Kylar asked in confusion, "Are you sent by my teacher to rescue me?" Qin Feng shook his head lightly, continuing to dismantle Kylar's shackles. "No. Then who sent you?" "No one sent me. I just happened to pass by." Qin Feng answered nonchalantly and continued to remove the remaining shackles. "Passing by? Who does he think he's fooling?" Is the Black Cult's secret base a marketplace? Seeing Qin Feng's cold expression, Kylar did not voice her suspicions, fearing she might anger this extremely mysterious man and lose her chance to escape. From Qin Feng, Kylar sensed an overwhelming aura of bloodlust. This bloodlust was not something recently acquired, but a pressure that could only be possessed after killing countless beings. Kylar had sensed such bloodlust from the leader of the Chuch's Night Order, but the intensity was nothing compared to that of the man. Moreover, this was the Black Cult's secret base. Although a number of powerful individuals had been dispatched elsewhere due to recent events, the defenses of this base remained terrifyingly strong. Not to mention the incredibly powerful necromancer Marabi and the numerous sleepers within the base. Even the exceedingly repulsive alchemist Akido was a formidable character. Such a strong defensive force would not be easily breached even by the city guard from Maple Leaf City. Yet this man before her had managed to reach the lowest level of the base in less than 30 minutes after she was captured. What shocked her even more was that this man who had achieved such an astonishing feat showed no hint of pride on his face. In fact, his expression seemed somewhat annoyed. It was as if he were swatting a bothersome mosquito. With this thought, Kylar was 100% certain that the man before her was no ordinary individual. With a soft click, the last shackle binding Kylar was unlocked by Qin Feng. After the shackles were removed, Qin Feng tossed 2 vials of potions in front of Kylar and said casually, "Drink these 2 potions and follow me." After saying this, Qin Feng walked towards the other end of the laboratory without looking back. Seeing the 2 vials in her hand, Kylar hesitated for a moment before gulping them down. Since Qin Feng had released her from her bindings, he had no reason to harm her in this way. Moreover, she recognized these 2 potions as one of the most common high-level recovery potions in Maple Leaf City. After drinking the potions, Kylar, despite her extreme weakness from excessive blood loss, did her utmost to follow closely. Hearing the footsteps behind him, a faint smile appeared on Qin Feng's face. When dealing with a woman of high status, one must not appear too eager. Being overly eager would not only fail to achieve his goal, but also risk being seen as a mere tool. After successfully reaching his initial objective, Qin Feng shifted his attention back to the small room not far away. For him, the immediate priority was to destroy this base and complete the hidden mission assigned by the third prince, Qin. Upon entering the small laboratory chamber, Qin Feng followed the bearings etched in his memory, strode to the control console, and set the demolition sequence in motion. A warning chimed. Warning: this is the self-destruct protocol for 013 base. Confirm activation. The instant the prompt sounded in his ear, Qin Feng pressed the confirm button. A notice declared 013 base will self-destruct within 10 minutes. Evacuate via the secret passage immediately. As the prompt sounded, a crimson countdown appeared on the glass screen of the control console. At the sight of the countdown, Qin Feng walked without looking back to a corner of the room. After a few taps and probes, he located the entrance to the hidden passage. Then Qin Feng seized the Zhanlong blade and pried up the section of floor. Beneath the lifted board, a mechanical lock with a coated panel revealed itself. This mechanical lock could not be forced open. Should it be breached by violence, the base's self-destruct protocol would trigger, at once devouring every life within. This in fact was Haijia Ochuan's true gambit against intruders. To them, setting a password on the self-destruct seemed a foolish contrivance. If the enemy had already slaughtered everyone inside, a password might prove useless against them. But placing the password on the escape passage was different. If the invaders, ignorant of it, chose to violently break the mechanic, then the base's self-destruct device would become Haijia Ochuan's spear of vengeance, reducing intruders and the facility to smoke and dust. Yet such mechanisms could not stop Qin Feng, who carried the memories of 2 lives. Qin Feng's fingers danced, and in an instant, he entered the 16-digit code. In his previous life, he had keyed this password countless times. Error was unthinkable. Notice password correct. Followers evacuate 013 base immediately. The base will self-destruct in 9 minutes and 33 seconds. The mechanical lock clicked open. With the prompt fading, Qin Feng vaulted into the newly revealed pit. He paid no heed to Kalair's injured condition as he leapt ahead. Kalair was both anxious and angry, tempted to scold him. Yet inwardly she soothed herself. He is my benefactor, he saved me. What more could I expect? With that thought, she forced her weakened body to follow Qin Feng and jumped into the pit after him, plunging with a dull thud. A heavy thud and a cry of pain drilled into Qin Feng's ears. His expression darkened as he turned to look back. Seeing him glance back, Kalair braced herself on the ground and tried to rise. After several struggles, weakened by blood loss, she simply lacked the strength. Heavy footsteps sounded. Qin Feng, who had gone ahead, returned. At the sight, Kalair's face burned with embarrassment as an uncontrollable image began to play in her mind. In her imagination, Qin Feng reached out like a perfect gentleman, smiling as he said in a voice soft as spring, "Give me your hand. I'll carry you out." She shyly offered her hand and was lifted by Qin Feng and placed against his chest. In truth, she was raised, but it was not into an embrace. What awaited Kalair was not a warm, steady chest, but a hard, solid shoulder. She gagged. The sudden press of his shoulder sent her stomach churning. Fortunately, she had enough control not to vomit onto Qin Feng's clothes. Hoisting Kalair onto his back, Qin Feng hurried along the passage toward the surface. Soon, with Qin Feng running at full speed, the two left the base without further hindrance and emerged onto the open ground. No sooner had they left the safety tunnel than a muffled, earth-shaking explosion erupted from not far beneath the ground behind. Soon, with Qin Feng running at full speed, the two left the base without further hindrance. Peering into the pit, one could still make out many fractured metal walls jutting from its depths. Ding, congratulations on completing the legendary hidden quest Destroy Haijiochuan's secret base. Ding, you destroyed Haijiochuan's 013 secret base and are awarded the item Advanced Quest Completion Scroll. Ding, because you destroyed Haijiochuan's 013 base and killed all station personnel, Haijiochuan's favor toward you decreases by 50 points. Current favor 50, current relation archenemy. Ding, you destroyed Haijiochuan's 013 secret base. The site has been converted into a new instance, the Fall of 013 base. You automatically become the owner of this instance and have the right to choose whether to open it to other players. Notice for special reasons you have triggered a random task. Haijiochuan law enforcers. Escape their pursuit. Hearing the system prompts ring in his mind, Qin Feng's face grew grave. He had not imagined that merely destroying a Haijiochuan base would elicit such a response. Haijiochuan had dispatched law enforcers to hunt him. It must be understood every single law enforcer in Haijiochuan, their tasks are twofold: to annihilate heretical elements within the cult who defy the leader's orders, and to assassinate high officials across the great empires. The Xinyu continent is a world that reveres strength. Those who hold high office in the empires are 9 times out of 10 top-tier powerhouses. To entrust assassinations of such figures to them speaks to the terrifying might of the law enforcers. By comparison, even an ordinary soldier among them surpasses the necromancer Marabi in strength. At Qin Feng's current level, he might have a chance against 3 to 5 law enforcers. Confronted by 7, 8, or a dozen, however, he would be overwhelmed. With that realization, Qin Feng pulled the Quangli's cloak from his pack. He fashioned the cloak into a binding strap and tied Kalayer firmly to his back. What are you doing? Feeling the tight friction against her body, Kalayer blushed and stammered the question. Qin Feng did not answer. He only tightened the Quangli's cloak until it could be drawn no further. When it was secure, he ordered, "Hold tight to me, don't let go." Having said that, he sprinted at full speed toward Fengya City. Kalayer listened in stunned silence. The flush of shame drained from her eyes. Although she did not yet understand why Qin Feng acted as he did, she discerned the grave danger in his words. The pursuers. Sensing the danger, Kalayer no longer cared about modesty and tightly embraced Qin Feng, her long legs curling around his waist. After Kalayer had done all this, Qin Feng began to sprint wildly. In pursuit of greater speed, he even summoned the blade's spirit. This action left Kalayer behind in shock. She had already sensed the danger when Qin Feng first moved. However, as Qin Feng accelerated with all his might, she realized that the current crisis was far more complicated. The secret base of the Black Church behind them had collapsed, and its members had been almost entirely wiped out by Qin Feng. The pursuers capable of making Qin Feng so anxious could only be the law enforcers rumored to hunt the upper echelons of the empires. Upon thinking of this, a look of guilt suddenly crossed Kalar's face. In her view, the destruction of a base was not enough to warrant the Black Church sending out the extremely rare law enforcers. The only reasonable explanation was that these law enforcers were coming for her. In that instant, Kalar felt a surge of impulse. She wanted Qin Feng to let her go so she could escape first. But in the face of her desire to survive, she could not voice this thought. She only looked at Qin Feng with deep concern, silently making a vow in her heart. Above the No. 013 secret base, a portal of light suddenly appeared, and 3 figures with overwhelming auras jumped down from it. Boom, boom, boom. After 3 loud crashes, the 3 law enforcers landed on the ruins of base No. 013, creating 3 massive craters. Looking at the ruins before them, all 3 displayed serious expressions. One of the members took out a detection device and placed it on the ground. A wave of invisible ripples emanated and a series of data appeared on the device's display screen. "Anna, what's the situation?" the tallest among the 3 asked. "Captain, the situation is not optimistic. We have not detected any signs of life." After saying this, Anna took out another device. Unlike the previous one, this device was larger and required more magical energy to operate. After checking, Anna furrowed her brow and reported, "Captain Marabi and Akito are dead," and she suddenly stopped, hesitating to continue. "Speak plainly." The captain of the law enforcer team reprimanded coldly. "I did not detect Kylar's body. She is still alive." Upon hearing this, the captain's expression visibly turned several degrees colder. Observing their captain's reaction, another member of the team quickly grasped the implications. Before the captain could speak, he bent down and placed his left hand on the ground. In the next moment, a horrifying wave spread from the spot where his palm pressed, enveloping the entire wasteland. It covered an area of 500 miles, resembling a giant radar, but its precision and range far exceeded that of a buzzing. After a round of probing, the man withdrew his palm. "Andre, what's the situation?" "Captain, I saw Kylar with another man. Based on Akito's description, this person should be the invader. He is currently escaping with Kylar towards Maple Leaf City." "Maple Leaf City." The captain murmured the name, his brow tightly furrowed as if making a decision. After a moment, a resolute expression flashed across the captain's face. "Set off immediately, capture these 2. "Yes." Anna and Andre responded, and then the 3 pursued the direction in which Qin Feng was fleeing. As the law enforcers activated their probing abilities, both Qin Feng and Kylar sensed it. Their expressions shifted and Qin Feng quickened his pace. However, just as they reached a field outside Maple Leaf City, Qin Feng suddenly stopped. Kylar looked at him in confusion, opening her mouth to ask something. However, she ultimately did not speak. Following Qin Feng's gaze, she spotted the three law enforcers standing not far. Seeing the three law enforcers before him, and realizing there was no one blocking them from behind, Qin Feng unfastened the hunter's cloak that bound Kylar and exhaled a long breath. Prior to this, when Qin Feng heard the system prompt, he had thought there were many law enforcers chasing after him. 10, 20, even 30. He had entertained various guesses. After all, since entering the game, the number of enemies he encountered each time had exceeded him by several magnitudes. But now Qin Feng understood. Only 3 individuals had come to pursue him. Although the 3 law enforcers were formidable, they were not insurmountable for Qin Feng at this moment. After letting go of Kylar, Qin Feng calmly instructed, "Get to the side, and look for an opportunity to escape, or I probably won't have time to care for you anymore." "What about you?" Kylar asked anxiously, her eyes filled with indescribable emotions. Qin Feng did not respond. He drew the Dragon Slayer blade, and walked toward the 3 law enforcers. As he walked, Qin Feng summoned the Eye of Detection, and cast the detection spell on the 3. Team No. 009 Captain Mori. Level 68. Rank Legendary. Health 120000. Attack Power 45005600. Defense Power 5000. Skills: Advanced Sword Mastery, Advanced Defense, Advanced Blink Wave, Slash Ice, Spike, Demonic State, Disguise, Stealth. Description: a war machine cultivated by the Black Church, adept at frontal combat. Team No. 009 Andre. Level 65. Rank Legendary. Health 900009000. Attack Power 3345639728. Defense Power 4500. Skills: Super Sensory Beast Sense, Advanced Dagger Mastery, Advanced Blink, Clone, Attack, Disguise, Stealth. Description: a war machine cultivated by the Black Church, adept at assassination. Team No. 009 Anna. Level 65. Rank Legendary. Health 900009000. Attack Power 3578141658. Defense Power 4500. Skills: Flame, Explosion, Fireball, Earthquake, Rock, Elemental, Prison, Slowing, Water, Revitalizing, Wind, Disguise, Stealth, Advanced Blink. Description: a war machine cultivated by the Black Church, adept at team combat. 048. Facing Team 009. After reviewing the information about the lawgiver team, Qin Feng's gaze instantly turned cold, and his spirit was taut. He knew that today's battle would be more arduous than any he had faced before. With a swift motion, Qin Feng wielded the Dragon Slayer blade, and slashed diagonally downward. In the next moment, the Dragon Slayer's flash activated, and Qin Feng appeared before Anna. As he reached her, the blade of the Dragon Slayer instantly sliced through the armor on her chest, plunging deeply into her body. A crimson damage value of 24,750 floated above Anna's head. Against Anna's formidable defense of 4,000, a Qin Feng strike dealt less than 30,000 points of damage. This amount of damage was trivial for Anna, who boasted a health pool of 900,000 points. At the same time Qin Feng launched his attack, Andre also made his move. Seizing an opening, Andre flashed behind Qin Feng and thrust a dagger towards his lower back. However, he did not anticipate that Qin Feng had already predicted his attack. The moment he raised his hand, Qin Feng activated the Phantom Substitute. He teleported his main self behind Anna, while his clone took the brunt of Andre's attack. With 2 swift sounds the action. Simultaneously, the clone released a Scarlet Mark, layering 2 seals onto Anna. Indeed, during the duration of the Scarlet Mark, the caster could only inscribe 1 mark on a target. However, after activating the Phantom Substitute, Qin Feng could break this limitation, stacking 2 Scarlet Marks on the same. At the moment he released the Scarlet Mark, the blade in the main self's hand also swung down. With 2 swift sounds, 2 thick lines of blood erupted from Anna. At the same time, 2 crimson critical damage values also leaped from Anna's body. 369,000. 369,000. Ding. Your attack triggered the absolute slow effect. Anna's perception of time decreased by 200, lasting for 6 seconds. Ding. Your attack triggered the shatter effect. Anna receives 45,000 points of damage every second, lasting for 6 seconds. Under the amplification of the 2 Scarlet Marks, Qin Feng's single strike dealt a terrifying 459,000 points of damage. Even with Anna's defense of 4,500 being reduced, the damage from a single blow exceeded 360,000 points. In an instant, Anna's health plummeted to the brink. However, this was not the end. Under the influence of absolute slow, Anna was engulfed in terror from the 2 strikes for a full half-second, causing her to completely forget that she had the advanced blink skill. Seizing the moment, Qin Feng's eyes glinted with fierce determination as he thrust his blade toward Anna's abdomen. After being attacked by Andre, Qin Feng's clone had already dissipated when he executed that strike. Yet even so, the damage from Qin Feng's main self was enough to kill Anna. With a crash, 369,000, as the damage value floated up, Anna fell to the ground lifeless. A pool of blood steadily flowed out from beneath her, gradually forming a small pond sufficient to forge more than 40. Meanwhile, 2 notification sounds rang in Qin Feng's ears. Ding. You have killed the Diamond Tier Elite Warrior Team 009 Anna, earning 5 million experience points. Ding. Your level has increased. Your current level is 18, rewarded with 20 free attribute points. The instant the notification sounded, Qin Feng allocated both of his newly acquired points to agility. The agility attribute enhances attack speed, movement speed, reflex speed, and dynamic vision. These 4 attributes were exactly what Qin Feng desperately needed at the moment. Although the increase of 20 points in agility was not substantial, it was better than nothing. Once the points were allocated, Qin Feng redirected his focus back to the battlefield. Observing the blood flowing freely on the ground, he suppressed the urge to condense a scarlet blade. It was important to note that Team 009 still had their strongest captain yet to make a move. In battles among the strong, it was essentially a process of continually revealing one's trump cards. The quicker one revealed their cards, the greater the chance of defeat. With this thought in mind, Qin Feng locked his gaze onto Andre. In the next moment, he released a scarlet mark, a blood-red seal, appearing on Andre. Feeling the ominous aura of the scarlet mark on his body, Andre's heart skipped a beat. He had witnessed this mark. He understood that it was precisely this mark that caused Anna to lose her life in such a brief period. The fear in his heart compelled Andre to retreat, but how could Qin Feng allow him to leave unharmed? In the next moment, Qin Feng summoned the blade spirit, instantly increasing both his movement and attack speed by 200. Gripping the Dragon Slayer blade tightly, Qin Feng took a step forward and charged toward Andre. With a swift motion, the Dragon Slayer blade, shimmering with a ghostly blue light, sliced through the air, aiming for Andre. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. At the moment Qin Feng made his move, Mori, who had been analyzing Qin Feng's trump card, could no longer sit idly by. From Anna's death, Mori had discerned the incredibly terrifying killing power of Qin Feng. At this moment, another comrade out of fear lost focus and made the foolish choice to retreat, exposing his vulnerability. Mori realized that if he did not act now, Andre's situation would become perilous. Just as Qin Feng's blade was about to strike Andre's neck, a terrifying sound of wind cutting through the air pierced Qin Feng's ears from behind. With the enhancement of the blade spirit, Qin Feng's reflex speed increased by 200. Thanks to this boost, Qin Feng keenly sensed the threat of death. In desperation, Qin Feng had no choice but to abandon the attack he was about to complete, awkwardly shifting to the left, narrowly dodging Mori's blade. Miss? Seeing his sneak attack evaded by Qin Feng, a profound sense of gravity surged within Mori. From Qin Feng's evasive maneuvers, he had already perceived that this enemy might be the most formidable target he had encountered in years. Not wanting to be overconfident after failing a single strike, Mori instantly activated his ultimate transformation. In an instant, a thick black mist rose from Mori's body. A moment later, a pair of blood-red eyes appeared from within the black mist. An unprecedented battle awareness. Ding dong, Team 009 Captain Mola has activated Demonic State, increasing health by 1000, attack power by 500, movement speed by 300, attack speed by 200, and defense by 100. Ding dong, Team 009 Captain Mola has activated Demonic State, gaining skills Dark Power, Demonic Physique, High-Level Healing, and High-Level Combat Instinct. Ding dong, the random quest Black Cult Enforcer has changed due to irresistible forces forcibly altering the quest to the legendary tier. Task: Annihilation of Team 009. Please eliminate all members of this team. Hearing the prompt sound ringing in his ears, Qin Feng's eyes revealed an unprecedented seriousness. Upon discovering that Mola possessed demonic capabilities, Qin Feng had already anticipated the current situation. Demonic State is an extraordinarily powerful skill. The user's strength becomes immensely formidable, allowing for a stronger burst of combat power. Previously, the alchemist Aki-Du had also utilized Demonic State once. However, due to his low strength, Demonic State only provided him with a slight increase in health and attack power. But this time is different. Mola at level 68 has already completed the 6th job transition, far surpassing Aki-Du and Mola. Therefore, the Demonic State he activated naturally allows for a greater enhancement of strength. Not only did it grant Mola a massive boost in basic attributes, but it also provided him with a total of 4 combat skills. With Qin Feng's current strength, without unleashing Blood Rage, he had no chance of defeating the opponent. With this thought, Qin Feng began to slowly retreat. As he retreated, Qin Feng activated his Eye of Insight to check Mola's current information. Team 009 Captain Mola. Level 68. Tier Legendary. Health 120000. Attack Power 22500. Defense 10000. Skills: Advanced Sword Mastery, Advanced Defense, Advanced Blink Wave, Slash Ice, Spike, Demonic State, Disguise, Stealth, Dark Power, Demonic Physique, High-Level Healing, High-Level Combat Instinct. Description: Mola in Demonic State possesses strength that can almost rival players who have undergone the 7th job transition. After reading Mola's information, Qin Feng frowned tightly. A minimum of 25000 damage could kill him with a single blow. Even if Qin Feng could evade Mola's attacks with his exceptional battle awareness, faced with Mola's high health, he could only sigh in despair. One must know that 12 million health points are already terrifying, and even without any defense, it is an extremely tough bow. Not to mention that formidable defense of 10,000 points. Each point can negate 20 points of damage, which translates to a total of 2000 damage. With Qin Feng's damage capability, without activating the Crimson Mark, all damage would be nullified by Mola's high. Even with the Crimson Mark activated, receiving a 200 damage increase, a strike against Mola would only deal 110 points of damage. It would take more than 100 strikes to defeat this extraordinarily powerful enemy. Even more despairing is that the enemy before him is not a stationary target. After entering Demonic State, Mola gained a 300 increase in movement speed and a 200 increase in attack. Coupled with the high attributes brought by his level 68, Mola's speed surpasses that of Qin Feng, widening the gap in their battle awareness. At this moment, Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a hint of determination. Since the situation has come to this, there is no need to hide his trump cards. Based on Molay's current combat power, he would likely not be defeated even with 3 activations of Blood Rage. To kill him, at least 4 activations of Blood Rage are needed. Moreover, to intimidate the onlookers around after killing Molay, ensuring they wouldn't dare to take advantage of the Chaos, Qin Feng would need at least 6 activations of Blood Rage. Indeed, at this moment Qin Feng has already detected several powerful auras hidden nearby. Molay on the opposite side has evidently sensed all of this, otherwise he wouldn't be so eager to activate Demonic State. However, Qin Feng was not prepared to reveal his trump cards. At this moment his Phantom Substitute is still on cooldown. Without this skill his explosive power would drop a tier. Correspondingly, his intimidation ability would also decrease. In order to eliminate potential future threats and avoid unnecessary disputes with NPCs, Qin Feng needs to unleash extreme explosive power to destroy the greedy hearts of the onlookers. Just as Qin Feng contemplated his battle strategy, Molay in the Black Mist completed his demonic transformation. In the next moment, the state-enhanced Molay suddenly burst out from the Black Mist wielding a long knife and charged toward Qin Feng's gaze was sharp, fully concentrated on analyzing Molay's movements as the battle awareness accumulated from countless past battles was instantly activated to its peak. In this situation, although Qin Feng could not fully see Molay's movements, the information he obtained was enough for him to make predictions. To the left. After determining the trajectory of this attack, Qin Feng suddenly sidestepped to the right, narrowly avoiding Molay's strike. Miss? This time it was an ice spike positioned directly below. Qin Feng leapt into the air, instantly activating Flying Immortal beyond the sky, treating this skill as a teleportation. With a swoosh, an ice spike, gleaming with chilling light, shot up from the ground. Its target was precisely where Qin Feng had originally stood. Miss? Seeing that both of his attacks were dodged by Qin Feng, Molay suddenly felt an ominous premonition arise in his heart. After observing earlier, Molay had already noticed that Qin Feng's level wasn't too high, and his means were not particular. However, after experiencing these 2 missed attacks, Molay understood the true terror of Qin Feng. That unparalleled battle awareness. This person must not be allowed to live. 050, the shock of Lin Shuxue. Molay's eyes flashed with brilliance as he suddenly appeared beside Qin Feng. In the next moment, a dense power of darkness enveloped the long knife in his hand. He aimed to strike down his opponent in one blow, taking advantage of Qin Feng's momentary vulnerability in midair. However, Qin Feng had long anticipated his intentions. Before Molay could even execute his sudden move, Qin Feng had already activated the Dragon Slashing Flash. In an instant, the two flashed their skills one after the other. Yet the tide of battle abruptly reversed. Molay swung his long knife, fiercely slicing through the afterimage left. Meanwhile, Qin Feng appeared behind Molay. The moment the crimson mark landed on Molay's back, the blade of the dragon slashing blade had already torn through Molay's armor, creating a massive gash on his back. Miss? 114750. The bright red critical damage value floated above Molay's head. Without hesitation, Qin Feng, having delivered the strike, fell back to the ground. Ding. Your attack triggered the absolute deceleration effect. Target Molay's perception of time is reduced by 200, lasting 6 seconds. Ding. Due to Molay's high resistance to abnormal states, the absolute deceleration effect is reduced. Molay's perception of time is decreased by 100, lasting 3 seconds. Ding. Your attack triggered the shatter effect. Target Molay loses 10 of health per second, lasting 6 seconds. Ding. Due to Molay's high resistance to abnormal states, the shatter effect is reduced. Target Molay loses 5 of health per second, lasting 3 seconds. Feeling the excruciating pain in his back and the abnormal reactions in his body, Molay's eyes were filled with astonishment. He never expected that not only could Qin Feng evade such a rapid attack, but he could also seize the opportunity to counterattack. However, it was not only Molay who was shocked. On a distant hill, the originally anxious Feng Guogua also gasped. Long before Qin Feng avoided Molay's first attack, Feng Guogua, under the guidance of her teacher Lin Shuxue, had come. Coincidentally, Lin Shuxue intended to take Feng Guogua to find a rare material today. However, as soon as they left the city, Lin Shuxue sensed a familiar aura. Thanks to her extraordinary memory, Lin Shuxue quickly recalled the source of this aura, Qin Feng. Previously, Qin Feng had saved Lin Shuxue's precious disciple Feng Guogua, forging a bond of goodwill with this incredibly powerful woman. With unfinished ties and her little disciple constantly mentioning Tianyi, brother Lin Shuxue thought to seize this opportunity to let Feng Guogua meet Qin Feng and fulfill her wish. However, after sensing the situation, Lin Shuxue realized that Qin Feng was in a perilous predicament. With the intention of repaying a favor, Lin Shuxue brought Feng Guogua to this small hill, thinking to save Qin Feng in a crisis and repay the debt of gratitude. Yet upon arrival, Lin Shuxue was stunned by Qin Feng's series of maneuvers. She never expected that such a weak Qin Feng could actually contend with a level 68 law enforcer in a demonic state. Not only did he avoid being harmed, but he also seized the opportunity to retaliate fiercely. It should be noted that a demonic Molay's power could rival that of a top-tier level 70 powerhouse. For Qin Feng to withstand such a formidable enemy for so long, and even counterattack, is beyond absurd. It's simply outrageous. This kid is quite strong, almost catching up to what I was back then. Looking at his state, he seems to have a countermeasure up his sleeve. Feeling intrigued, Lin Shushue did not rush to intervene. Instead, she casually sat down, leisurely watching this extremely unequal performance. As she watched, Lin Shushue pondered what kind of method Qin Feng would use to turn the tide. However, Feng Guogua beside her was not as composed. Seeing Qin Feng being suppressed by Mo Lei again, she anxiously urged her teacher. Master, can you please help Tianyi brother? I beg you. Feng Guogua looked at her teacher with pleading eyes, employing her usual but Lin Shushue remained unmoved, gently shaking her head to refuse Feng Guogua's request. Seeing her master unwilling to help, Feng Guogua was filled with anger and was about to jump into the fray to aid Qin Feng, threatening to use her own life to coerce Lin Shushue into action. However, after spending so many years with her disciple, how could Lin Shushue not know her little disciple's thoughts? With a light flick of her finger, immense magical power bound Feng Guogua in place, preventing her from moving an inch. Feng Guogua struggled desperately, tears streaming down her face. Seeing this, Lin Shushue shook her head helplessly and explained, "Don't worry, there are more than just the two of us here. Many others are watching your Tianyi brother, he won't be in danger." Hearing Lin Shuxu's explanation, the stubborn Feng Guogua still refused to back down, struggling to fling her tears onto Lin Shuxu's face. Lin Shushue resignedly conceded, all right, if he really is in danger, I will intervene. Really? You won't lie to me. I won't lie to you. He, master, is the best Mua. Get out. Lin Shushue playfully interrupted Feng Guogua, fully aware of her feelings. After all, she simply didn't want to see the person she liked getting hurt, and wanted to urge her to act. Thinking about this, Lin Shuxu's gaze shifted towards a nearby patch of woods. From that patch of woods, she sensed the presence of several younger generations from Maple Leaf City. After noticing these auras, a hint of confusion appeared in Lin Shuxu's heart. She stayed here because of her precious disciple. Logically, those people in the woods and the one in the fields shouldn't have any ties to Qin Feng. 051, Great Blessing Spell. In the distance, in the dense forest, the big shots of Maple Leaf City were keenly watching the latest battle art performance. This kid has some skills. Last time in the underground cave, he clearly didn't use his full strength. Damn, this kid dodged again. His reflexes are absurd. Does anyone know this kid's background? I want to recruit him. If he's willing, I'll offer him the position of Deputy Commander of the City Defense Army. Deputy Commander? Are you out of your mind? At his level, he probably isn't even at level 30. Aren't you worried about not being able to convince others? So what? If anyone disagrees, let them fight this kid. Heroes are not judged by their origins, and strong individuals are not judged by their levels. The big shots chatted, although none of them believed Qin Feng could defeat more. However, at this moment, they weren't thinking about intervening. They were waiting for an opportunity, waiting for the moment when Qin Feng encountered a life-and-death crisis. At that time, they would step in to save him, and Qin Feng would owe them a huge favor. After that, it would be easier for them to express their demands. However, not everyone shared their views. On one side of the battlefield, Kalel looked at Qin Feng with a face full of guilt, her eyes filled with uncertainty. Yes, she didn't listen to Qin Feng's advice and didn't find a chance to escape. Instead, she sought a slope to use her secret technique to hide, ready to assist Qin Feng at any moment. On the battlefield, Qin Feng was doing his utmost, frantically dodging Moore's attacks. With the tremendous effort of these focused evasive maneuvers, Qin Feng's stamina was quickly depleting. Noticing that Qin Feng's evasive actions were slowing down, a spark of excitement erupted in Moore's eyes. In the next moment, he unleashed a wave slash aimed directly at Qin Feng. Seeing this terrifying strike, Qin Feng's expression changed as he prepared to unleash the dragon slash, which had just finished cooling down to evade this attack. However, at that moment, an incredibly pure and massive beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping Qin Feng. On the other side of the battlefield, Kalel slowly ascended into the air, her blood's divine power pushed to the extreme. An incredibly sacred chanting voice emanated from her lips, and as she chanted, the beam of light surrounding Qin Feng grew thicker, ultimately expanding to nearly 9 meters wide. Great God of Light, please heed my request. In the name of the divine descendant Kalel, I beseech you for your blessing. As Kalel's chant concluded, the massive beam of light surrounding Qin Feng began to tremble violently. A torrent of power surged into Qin Feng's body, instantly elevating his momentum. It's actually the Great Blessing Spell? That woman is a saint. The saint has been found by this kid. She even forcefully released the Great Blessing Spell to enhance him. This is outrageous. Why didn't we act sooner? In the dense forest, the big shots of Maple Leaf City shouted without care for their strong personas. In their eyes, there was a mix of 3 parts regret and 7 parts shock. They regretted not providing support to Qin Feng in the first instance, allowing the saint to sacrifice everything to unleash the Great Blessing Spell. They were shocked that the saint whom they had spent countless resources trying to find had actually been brought back by this kid in front of them. Kalel's actions clearly indicated a deep bond between the two. Otherwise, the saint wouldn't have forcefully endured the immense backlash to activate the Great Blessing Spell that exceeded her power and status. Let's go. Let's save this kid and bring the saint back. No, absolutely not. We won't act. If we do, we won't be able to shake off the blame for missing the opportunity. You're right. There are more people hidden here than just us. On that hillside and in the fields to the east, there are others lurking too. If they don't move, we won't move. We can never be the first to act. The law doesn't punish the crowd. I don't believe the church dares to move against so many of us together. Moreover, I think that kid has some tricks up his sleeve. I estimate he has a way to escape. The big shots exchanged words setting the tone, resolutely refusing to be the first to act. In the fields to the east, looking at the great blessing spell descending from the sky, Heather's tightly clenched hand finally relaxed a bit. Unlike others, Heather had interacted with Qin Feng long ago and guessed that he was a junior brought out by the group from the abyss. With her understanding of Qin Feng, she easily discerned that he had some tricks left. His previous dodging was merely a delay. To ascertain Qin Feng's true strength, Heather forcefully suppressed her urge to assist and concealed her presence. Upon her arrival, she had already sensed an immensely powerful presence on the hillside. In her estimation, that strong individual was there to protect Qin Feng. Waiting for that person to act would not only reveal Qin Feng's strength, but also determine the level of the power behind him. After all, the forces from the abyss were far from limited to just one. On the dirt slope, watching the beam of light that fell upon Qin Feng, even Lin Chuxue, a peerless powerhouse. How fortunate is this kid to have Kulel cast the great blessing spell for him? Fortunate? What do you mean? Feng Guogua asked in confusion. Guogua, you need to understand that in the entire world only 2 humans can cast the great blessing spell. The first is the Pope, and the second is the light Saint Kulel before you. Moreover, this legendary secret technique can only be cast once in a lifetime by these 2 individuals. Really? Is the great blessing spell that powerful? Upon hearing this naive exclamation, Lin Chuxue couldn't help but laugh and cry. Silly girl, how stupid are you? This great blessing spell was originally yours. Lin Chuxue sighed inwardly. However, she didn't voice this thought because she knew that even if this silly girl learned the truth, she wouldn't feel a shred of sadness. Instead, she would feel immense joy that her fateful brother received this extraordinary blessing. On the battlefield, the thick beam of light infused with unmatched power surged into Qin Feng's body. At the same time, a series of system notification sounds rang in Qin Feng's ears. Ding! You have received the blessing of the skill Great Blessing spell from NPC Kulel, gaining a permanent increase of 300 points to all attributes, and permanently gaining an additional 200 health points. Ding! You have received the blessing of the skill Great Blessing spell from NPC Kulel. Each time you level up, you will gain an additional 100 of free attribute points. Ding! Your health has increased, and under the influence of blood magic, well, you have received a 5-fold amplification, gaining 100 health points. Upon hearing this string of notifications, Qin Feng was momentarily dumbfounded. He truly did not expect that Kulel would be willing to use such a precious great blessing spell on him. However, Qin Feng didn't remain stunned for long, as he was still being stared at by more, and behind him, there was also Andre. In such a perilous situation, he couldn't afford to be careless. Fortunately, after such a long period of dodging, Qin Feng's phantom substitute had finally cooled down. With that thought, Qin Feng's expression suddenly turned extremely cold. In the next moment, he abruptly unleashed the ultimate move he had never used since acquiring it, Blood Rage. Ding dong! You have activated your exclusive skill Blood Fury, initiating the first level of Blood Fury, granting a 2-fold increase in all attributes. Maximum health increased, current health locked, no benefits from the increase. Health will drop by half and last for 30 minutes, after which a 12-hour period of weakness will follow, which can be lifted by activating Blood Fury again. At the moment Blood Fury was activated, a system notification rang in Qin Feng's ears. Simultaneously, all of Qin Feng's attributes surged to double in that instant. To verify his thoughts, Qin Feng checked his status. To his astonishment, the full attribute increase from Blood Fury actually possessed the ability to lock the panel, calculating the base value of the increase along with all of Qin Feng's equipment. A powerful aura instantly radiated from Qin Feng's position, pinning both Mori and Andre in place as they witnessing this scene, the big shots hidden deep in the forest were left utterly shocked, their mouths agape. This kid's trump card is surprisingly formidable, instantly doubling his power. Are you serious? How could someone his age possibly master such a secret technique? Why not? What force capable of nurturing such talent wouldn't have access to such secret arts? Victor's insights cannot be wrong. Stop chattering and focus on the show. After a moment, the big shots recovered from this marked their second encounter witnessing Qin Feng in battle. In the previous instance, Qin Feng had already brought them considerable surprises. Although the first level of Blood Fury was quite impressive in terms of shock value, it did not compare to the scene when Qin Feng evaded Mori's strikes earlier. However, these big shots had no idea that Qin Feng's explosive power was far from over. Ding dong! You have activated your exclusive skill Blood Fury, initiating the second level of Blood Fury, granting a 4-fold increase in all attributes. Maximum health increased, current health locked, no benefits from the increase. Health will drop by half and last for 30 minutes, after which a 12-hour period of weakness will follow, which can be lifted by activating Blood Fury again. Ding dong! You have activated your exclusive skill Blood Fury, initiating the third level of Blood Fury, granting an 8-fold increase in all attributes. Ding dong! You have activated your exclusive skill Blood Fury, initiating the 6th level of Blood Fury, granting a 64-fold increase in all attributes. Qin Feng's momentum soared, ultimately enhancing his attributes by a staggering 64 times. Crimson blood energy surrounded Qin Feng, resembling ferocious dragons. Even the dragon-slaying blade in Qin Feng's hand was stained by this intense blood energy, transforming into a long sword drenched in blood. Looking at Qin Feng, who resembled a blood-soaked demonic god, the onlooking big shots trembled in shock. If Qin Feng's first level of Blood Fury had left them in awe, Then after the 6th level of Blood Fury, Qin Feng exuded a feeling of extreme danger. A danger potent enough to shatter their skulls, destroy their bodies, and obliterate their souls. What the hell? What kind of monster is this kid? Damn. The detection device I just bought is off the charts. How strong is he right now? I take back what I said earlier, my little city defense army cannot accommodate such a deity. In the eastern fields, Heathervy, who had been closely observing Qin Feng and ready to intervene, was left dumbfounded and frozen in place. Compared to the big shots in the forest, Heathervy's shock was no less significant. Although she had speculated about Qin Feng's strength, despite having prepared for Qin Feng to unleash powerful combat strength at any moment. When she truly sensed Qin Feng's terrifying aura, she finally understood how wise her previous investment had. However, after realizing this, a trace of worry appeared on Heathervy's face. With Qin Feng already this powerful, would he dismiss the legendary equipment she gifted him? If that were the case, it would be exceedingly difficult to rely on Qin Feng's strength later on. Thinking of this, Heathervy made from this day forth, she must find more opportunities to get close to Qin Feng, even if it meant being shamelessly clingy. She needed to imprint her image in Qin Feng's heart. On the dirt slope, the autumn-like eyes of Lin Chuxua also showed a hint of shock. No matter how well-versed Lin Chuxua was, no matter how extraordinary her talents, at the moment she saw Qin Feng unleash his final trump card, a thought of "I am not as good as him" unexpectedly arose in Lin Chuxua's mind. This was not Lin Chuxua's self-deprecation. Rather, it was a profound reality. As one of the top powers in the entire divine domain, Lin Chuxua's insight surpassed that of anyone present. It was precisely for this reason that she perceived more nuances from the secret technique Qin Feng activated. In Lin Chuxua's perception, each time Qin Feng activated the secret technique, his strength would directly double based on the previous level. This secret technique was activated 6 times in total, and after completing it, Qin Feng still appeared relaxed, showing no signs of effort. Thus, Lin Chuxua concluded that Qin Feng could activate the secret technique once more. Moreover, she guessed that the activation limit of the secret technique was 9 times, as 9 is an extreme number. Such a powerful secret technique should have no reason to fall short of this limit. Thinking of this, Lin Chuxua suddenly looked at her little disciple. At this moment, Feng Guo was joyfully jumping and cheering for Qin Feng. Fortunate fools. You unexpectedly have a connection with such a genius through sheer luck. How should I commend you? On the battlefield, after 6 levels of Blood Fury, Qin Feng became unprecedentedly powerful. With the support of Carlyle, Qin Feng's power value had already surpassed the threshold of 2,500 points. Then, after the 6 levels of Blood Fury with a 64-fold increase, Qin Feng's power value reached a terrifying 16,000 points. Every point of power value grants Qin Feng a corresponding attack power. Under the effect of the first talent's tenfold critical hit along with the dragon-slaying blade, 50 enchanted card 70 self, and the advanced swordsmanship damage enhancement effect, Qin Feng's ordinary strike could deal an astonishing 4 million points of damage, a killing power that soared to the heavens. However, this was merely one aspect of Blood Fury's terrifying amplification. After gaining a 64-fold increase in all attributes, Qin Feng's intelligence attribute also exceeded nearly 30,000 points. This high intelligence value drastically amplified Qin Feng's perception. With the help of this perception, Qin Feng easily discerned and analyzed the reverence felt by the big shots in the forest, and Qin Feng smiled faintly, knowing his intimidation had been achieved. Even if Blood Fury ended and he entered a period of weakness, these big shots would not develop covetous thoughts toward him. As for Lin Chuxua on the dirt slope, Qin Feng was even less worried. Not to mention Lin Chuxua's 50 points of goodwill towards him, her character alone ensured she would never covet another secret techniques. Thinking of this, Qin Feng turned his gaze back to the battlefield, looking at Andre and Mori. Qin Feng's intimidation was not yet over, as the entire plan still lacked the final piece of the puzzle. Instantly kill Mori. As the saying goes, strike while the iron is hot. Qin Feng's initial intimidation has already been achieved through his explosively increased strength after the bloodshed. Only the blood of Andre and Mori is needed to realize the final form of intimidation. With this thought, Qin Feng turned his gaze to Andre in the arena. In the next moment, Qin Feng unleashed the dragon slash, appearing instantly before Andre. With nearly 40,000 agility points enhancing him, Qin Feng's movements were astonishingly swift. A flash of the blade and a scarlet damage value appeared above Andre's head. 391W. At the same time the value appeared, a system notification sound rang in Qin Feng's ears. Ding! You have killed Team 0098, Andre gaining 5 million experience points. Looking at the blood flowing from Andre's corpse, Qin Feng calculated the amount, and combined with Anna's blood from earlier, he could gather about 70 scarlet blades. With this thought, Qin Feng turned his attention to Mile. In the next moment, he charged towards Mori, triggering the phantom clone. The clone and his main body instantly cornered Mori. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 scarlet marks were stamped onto. Meanwhile, the blood of Anna and Andre on the ground was controlled by Qin Feng, transforming into numerous scarlet blades. Swish, swish, swish. More than 70 sounds of blades slicing through the air echoed across the battlefield. But before the sounds reached Qin Feng's ears, these scarlet blades had already pierced into Mori's body. 1140W, 1140W, 1140W. Under the effect of the 200 damage increase from the scarlet marks, Mori couldn't even cast a single skill, and his health was instantly depleted. Ding! You have killed the legendary tier BOSS the Black Church Lawgiver Team 009, Captain Mori, gaining 5 million merit points, 20 million experience points, 1 million reputation points, a legendary tier Embedded Gemstone, Silver Moon Fong, and a legendary tier Embedded Gemstone Radiant Stone. Ding! You have wiped out all members of Team 009, completing the legendary tier quest The Annihilation of Team 009, gaining 30 billion experience points, a legendary tier equipment, Frenzy Hunter Boots, 200,000 reputation points, and 10 million merit points. Ding! Your level has increased. Your current level is 19, gaining 40 attribute points. Ding! Your level has increased, reaching the peak of the current stage. Your current level is 20, gaining 40 attribute. Ding! Since you have not yet undergone a second job transfer, the excess experience points have been stored in the experience pool, and you will automatically gain experience points after completing your job transfer. Ding! Because you have killed all the members of Team 009, the evil force the Black Church has decreased its favorability towards you by 50 points. Your current favorability is 100, and your current relationship is unending hostility. Ding! You have killed the legendary tier 68 level boss Team 009 Captain Mori beyond your level. You have proven your strength, earning the unique 4th tier title Slaughterer. Ding! Your entire battle process was observed by the powerful figures of Maple Leaf City. Your formidable strength deeply shocked them, and you earned their respect through your strength. Your deeds will be spread, increasing the favorability of all NPCs in the Maple Leaf Empire by 50 points. Listening to the successive system notifications in his ears, Qin Feng nodded appreciatively. Especially the last notification made Qin Feng realize that his intimidation had indeed been achieved. From today onwards, no one in Maple Leaf City will covet his Blood Fury ability. As for the unexpected reward, this time, Frenzy Hunter Boots. When he heard this news, Qin Feng thought there was something wrong with his ears. In his memory, the Frenzy Hunter set was notoriously difficult to assemble. Yet in less than half a day today, he had obtained all 3 pieces of equipment. However, after thinking for a moment, Qin Feng, the battles he experienced today cannot be considered as just overleveled fights. Instead, they were cross-tier battles spanning 4 levels. Given such a vast difference, it is only natural to drop equipment far beyond the norm. Moreover, the Black Church itself is one of the best evil forces to farm the Frenzy Hunter set. Today, he cleared out a base of the Black Church and wiped out a Lawgiver team, so obtaining these pieces of equipment is quite reasonable. In the dense forest, looking at Qin Feng in the arena, the powerful figures stood with their mouths agape, stunned in place. Overwhelmed by an unparalleled shock, some even forgot to continue concealing their presence. At the moment Qin Feng erupted, they knew he would undoubtedly surpass the Black Church's Lawgiver captain. However, they never expected that Qin Feng's victory would come so effortlessly. In an instant, just in an instant, he killed that captain. We probably couldn't do that, could we? Isn't that obvious? If we could achieve such a level, how could the Black Church be so arrogant today? This kid is too outrageous. I feel like he could kill me without any more effort than it took to kill that captain. What is this? Have you all noticed that this kid has been using that secret technique for such a long time, and he hasn't shown any— Hey, I didn't even realize that until you mentioned it. I've decided that whenever I see this kid in the future, I will definitely steer clear. It's better to avoid someone with such a mysterious background and overwhelming strength. Let's go. It seems the 3rd prince is also coming over. If he sees us, it will be hard to explain our negligence to him. In the eastern fields, Heathervy forcibly suppressed the shock in her heart and quietly retreated towards Maple Leaf City. She planned to return to the Midder auction house and discuss with her master Ulla how to secure Qin Feng's support. Master Ulla has lived for many years and has extremely rich experience in this area. After observing the previous battle, Heathervy was very clear about one thing. After today, Qin Feng's reputation will spread throughout the Maple Leaf Empire and even the entire Divine Realm continent. By then, everyone will know that a peerless genius named Heavens will has emerged in this world. Moreover, this genius is also very difficult to extinguish. It should be noted that Qin Feng can already instantaneously kill Mori, a level 68 opponent, and clearly still has strength to spare. With his strength, there are very few who can threaten him on this continent. Thinking of this, a deep, unshakable joy appeared on Heathervy's face. As long as she can gain Qin Feng's support this time, even if it's just nominal support, her status in the Midder family will undergo a tremendous transformation. On the dirt slope, Lin Shushue calmly said to Feng Guogua, who was reluctantly gazing at Qin Feng, "He is no longer in danger. We should leave to handle our business." Feng Guogua remained unmoved, struggling to reach the position where Qin Feng was. "Your strength is still weak. The master cannot protect you for a lifetime. If others find out about his relationship with you, it will not be a good thing." Lin Chuxue's calm voice rang in Feng Guogua's ears. Seemingly recalling something, Feng Guogua nodded and stopped struggling, following Lin Shushue away. Noticing that the powerful figures who had been observing him had left, Qin Feng finally turned his gaze back to the ground before him and began gathering his spoils. The opportunity for the opening of the world instance. Ding dong, you have obtained the standard battle armor of the Lawgiver's team, Annihilator armor. Ding dong, you have obtained the standard dagger of the Lawgiver's team, Annihilator dagger. Ding dong, you have obtained the standard longsword of the Lawgiver's team, Annihilator longsword. Ding dong, you have obtained 1000 perfect enhancement stones. Ding dong, you have obtained the weapon crafting blueprint, Annihilator longsword blueprint. Ding dong, you have obtained 10 advanced recovery potions. Ding dong, you have obtained a gold storage card. The password has been reset to 123,456. with a balance of 2 million gold coins. After picking up the items, Qin Feng walked over to Kaler with a bottle of advanced recovery potion in hand. Drink this. Looking at the still cold Qin Feng, Kaler felt no resentment in his heart. Instead, after taking the potion, he asked are you alright? I'm fine. The backlash from that secret technique is quite strong, right? It's manageable. As the two chatted back and forth, the atmosphere was gradually becoming irreparably awkward. A series of clattering hooves suddenly echoed from afar. Following the sound, Qin Feng saw a large group of cavalry dressed in imperial standard armor appearing on the horizon. These cavalry wore all-black armor, which shimmered faintly under the sunlight. In addition to their armor, the long spears held by the cavalry were not ordinary, with their jet-black shafts adorned with faint magical silver circuits, glowing white, all of which were enchanted high-tier long spears. Moreover, the steeds ridden by the cavalry were not typical trained magical beasts, but rather dragon blood horses with a lineage of sub-dragon blood. Most terrifyingly, each of these cavalrymen possessed an exceptionally high level, with none below level 60. At that moment, a realization dawned on Qin Feng. Only one person in the entire Maple Leaf City could command such terrifying cavalry. That was the third prince of the Empire, Prince Qin Tianyang. Soon, under the protection of the cavalry, Prince Qin Tianyang arrived in front of Qin Feng and Kaler. Seeing the third prince approaching, Qin Feng took a step forward calmly and smiled, saying, "Your Highness." Upon hearing Qin Feng's greeting, the third prince, Qin Tianyang, did not act aloof. He dismounted and walked up to Qin Feng, giving his shoulder a hearty pat and praising him. "Your Excellency Tianyi, you are impressive." Looking at the third prince, Qin Tianyang, who was almost jumping with excitement and speaking incoherently, Qin Feng merely smiled faintly. Instead of seizing the opportunity to take credit, he pointed to the side. As a reborn individual experiencing these events for the second time, Qin Feng was very clear that the third prince's excitement was not due to his destruction of a black cult base. Moreover, Qin Feng had not mentioned this matter to him. At this moment, although the third prince had his suspicions, he was unaware. What excited the third prince was that Kaler, who had disappeared in his territory, had been brought back by Qin Feng. In the Divine Realm continent, the Church was an extremely terrifying force. No nation could directly confront the Church's wrath, and the Maple Leaf Empire was no exception. After Kaler disappeared, the third prince, Qin Tianyang, sealed the news and searched frantically for Kaler's whereabouts. The prolonged search yielded no results, causing the third prince immense anxiety, as he knew that fire could not be contained forever. Once news of Kaler's disappearance in his territory reached the Church, it would spell doom for his claim to the Empire's throne. However, today Qin Feng had brought Kaler back unscathed. This undoubtedly brought him a great gift. How could he not be? Seeing Qin Feng's actions, the third prince, Qin Tianyang, cast a grateful expression. Then he turned around and quickly approached Kaler, directly kneeling on one knee and bowing his head, saying, "I, Qin Tianyang, pay my respects to your holiness the Saintess." Logically, given Qin Tianyang's status, he could interact with the Saintess as an equal. However, to dispel any potential wrath from the Church, Qin Tianyang lowered his status and raised Kaler up. Seeing Qin Tianyang perform such great courtesy towards her, Kaler, who had long occupied a high position, naturally understood his intentions. "Your Highness, there is no need for such formality." With that, Kaler helped Qin Tianyang back up. After being helped up by Kaler, Qin Tianyang quickly spoke. "Your Holiness, please come stay at the City Lord's mansion for a while. During this time, I, Qin Tianyang, will ensure justice is served upon those who harmed you." At this point, Qin Tianyang's true intentions were finally revealed. He wanted to take advantage of Kaler being in Maple Leaf City to make amends for his past mistakes. Upon hearing Qin Tianyang's proposal, Kaler immediately revealed a look of disdain. Although Kaler held a high position, she had not changed her simple values that were somewhat inconsistent with her status over the years, and had always been very averse to people like Qin Tianyang, who were particularly driven by ulterior motives. By her original nature, she would never agree to Qin Tianyang's request. However, when she thought that Qin Feng might be residing in Maple Leaf City, Kaler hesitated and changed her mind. "Then I shall trouble your Highness." As she spoke, Kaler cast a faint glance at Qin Feng. For some reason, Kaler hoped that Qin Feng would know the changes she was making for him at this moment. However, Qin Feng remained indifferent, his gaze drifting to who knows where. But this could not be blamed on him, as he was currently contemplating a very important world instance from his past life. The opportunity for this instance to open was precisely due to the invitation initiated by Qin Tianyang earlier. As he pondered, Qin Feng felt a burning gaze fixed on his face, refusing to budge even a fraction. Retracting his gaze, Qin Feng saw Kaler looking at him with a complex expression. Having lived 2 lives, how could Qin Feng not understand the feelings stirring in Kaler's heart? With the life-saving grace and the close contact along the way, it was only natural for a classical woman like Kaler to develop feelings for him. However, knowing was one thing, at this moment Qin Feng could only choose to feign ignorance. "Your Highness, am not needed here, so I will take my leave." With that, Qin Feng turned and headed towards Maple Leaf City by himself. He needed to quickly complete his job change and level. Once Qin Tianyang discovered that Kaler had been taken away by the Black Cult, the world instance that would affect all main city players would arrive ahead of time. 055. The Black Church is enraged. As he watched Kaler bid farewell to Qin Feng, Qin Tianyang suddenly had an epiphany. This Saintess Kaler must have developed feelings. With this thought in mind, Qin Tianyang smiled faintly and began to praise Qin Feng. "Does the Saintess also admire? I actually feel the same way." When he came to me the other day and said he wanted to help me deal with the Black Church, I realized he is anything but ordinary. Oh. Upon hearing this, Kylar's eyes visibly brightened. Are you quite familiar with His Highness? Familiar, but not too familiar. His name is Tianyi. Although he is currently just a commoner, if I am not mistaken, he will soon become the youngest count in the Maple Leaf Empire. A few days ago, regarding the disturbance in the underground cave, you must have heard about it, right? He was the first to withstand the surging monsters, buying precious time from Maple Leaf City. Today, he even wiped out all members of Team 009. According to what he told me earlier, he might have destroyed a secret base of the Black Church. As he spoke, Kylar suddenly interrupted. Yes, he did destroy a base. It was base 013A and I witnessed it myself. Is that so? Hearing Kylar's response, Chun Tianyang's eyes sparkled with joy. He knew that following Qin Feng's path could indeed lead to success. If we calculate it this way, all these accomplishments combined should be enough for him to obtain the title of Count. As he said this, Chun Tianyang glanced at Kylar with a teasing expression and casually said, would the Saintess like to meet this person? If so, I can help you get in touch. Upon hearing this, a brilliant blush appeared on Kylar's face, making her look even more stunning than the evening. Then I would trouble His Highness. No trouble at all. It is my honor to serve the Saintess. While speaking, Chun Tianyang gallantly cleared the way for Kylar, inviting her to ride his steed while he calmly held the rein. By the way, Saintess, I believe I heard you say that you witnessed Tianyi destroy a secret base of the Black Church. Yes. Kylar hesitated a moment, but eventually recounted the details of the incident to Chun Tianyang. After listening to Kylar's account, Chun Tianyang's expression suddenly turned cold, yet an insatiable fire of greed burned in his eyes. For someone like Chun Tianyang, Kylar being captured was both a danger and a rare opportunity. As long as this matter was handled beautifully, it could provide the empire with a justification towards the church. Then he would paint a vivid stroke in the Emperor Qin Shang's heart, significantly increasing his chances of inheriting the throne. Immediately, Chun Tianyang decided to wage war against the Black Church, aiming to eliminate all their forces within his sphere of influence. To achieve this, he was willing to disrupt the long-standing balance among the nobles of Maple Leaf City, all for the sake of turning these accumulated bandits into his own achievements. As Chun Tianyang made up his mind, news of the annihilation of Team 009 reached the ears of all the higher-ups in the Black Church. Upon hearing this news, the Pope of the Black Church was shocked beyond measure. Every member among the lawgivers was a top-tier weapon that their organization had painstakingly cultivated. Despite having developed dozens of weapons like Team 009 over the years, every team's loss would diminish the Black Church's prowess in one profitable tool. However, the disappearance of Team 009 was not the most shocking thing for the Pope of the Black Church. Such incidents, although rare, had not happened before. But when the Pope laid eyes on Qin Feng's information, he truly grasped the feelings of those big shots hidden in the forest. Holding the information in hand, the Pope's gaze turned icy as he pointed at the person who gathered the data and scolded, "Do you take me for a fool? Under level 20. How can someone under level 20 kill my elite warriors, destroy my impregnable base 013, and annihilate my Team 009? Looking at the furious Pope, the data collector trembled in fear. Your Holiness, this information is all true. When I gathered it, I was skeptical, but it is indeed true. To verify this data, I even risked my life to enter Maple Leaf City and check this Tianyi's job change record. He truly just changed jobs a few days ago." Listening to his subordinates reply, the Pope felt a chill run down his spine. To think that just a few days after changing jobs, this person could wipe out all members of Team 009. If he were allowed to grow, wouldn't the entire Black Church become a living target for this person to accumulate achievements? No, it absolutely cannot be allowed. This person must be snuffed out in the cradle. He must not be allowed to grow. With this thought, a ruthless look appeared on the Pope's face. Fortunately, this Tianyi only possesses such power through secret arts. Typically, the cost of such arts is With this thought, the Pope coldly issued orders, "Agent, you will personally take a trip for me and eliminate this young man. Remember, do not give him any opportunities. It must be as you wish, Your Holiness." A cold voice emerged from the shadows behind the Pope of the Black Church. Then a cloud of black mist rose, and the figure in the shadows vanished into the darkness. 056, the Hunter's Set. Unlocked. Sensing the departure of the Harbinger in the shadows, the Pope of the Black Church finally let out a long sigh of relief. As the highest leader of the Black Church and the direct superior of that Harbinger, no one knew better than him just how formidable the Harbinger's strength was. When he saw that as long as the Harbinger took action, Qin Feng would only have one path left: death and obliteration. With this thought, the Pope set aside Qin Feng's matter and began to contemplate more pressing issues. Now, the incident of the Black Church taking the Holy Maiden of the Church had already been exposed. The entire Black Church would undoubtedly face retaliation from the Church, but before that he had to confront the encirclement organized by the major empires eager to curry favor with the Church. Unlike previous occasions, this time, most of their connections would become unusable. Those dignitaries who usually relied on them would choose to protect themselves at this time, offering not even the slightest assistance. To survive this calamity, they could only rely on themselves. With this in mind, the Pope immediately issued a second command. From today onward, all activities are to be ceased. All core members are to retreat back to the headquarters, abandoning all secret bases. As the command was given, the entire Black Church operated like a highly precise machine going into a frenzy. The people at various secret bases sprang into action, gathering all transportable supplies, and preparing to evacuate. However, such a tense evacuation did not cause any fear or anxiety among the members of the Black Church. In the hearts of these core members of the Black Church, while any of their secret bases could be exposed, the headquarters was absolute. As long as they entered the headquarters, it meant absolute safety. However, what these people did not know was that their hidden plan had encountered a reincarnator from another world. Switching perspectives, let's return to Qin Feng. This time, after returning to Maple Leaf City, Qin Feng did not choose to stay in a hotel as he did last time. Instead, he spent a fortune to purchase a safe house from the System Mall. This safe house was located to the west of the Lord's Mansion, within a neighborhood 2 streets away. After paying 200 million gold coins, Qin Feng was transported to his safe house. With the game's rules in effect, as long as Qin Feng was in the safe house, he was absolutely invincible. Even if the gods of this world came, they could not harm Qin Feng in the slightest. Upon returning to the safe house, Qin Feng began to check his gains. Silver Moon's Feng legendary grade type embedded gem rank legendary effect after use adds an additional characteristic to the weapon, providing a bonus of 1200 agility. Limit maximum rank is legendary introduction, a gem containing the power of the Silver Moon elves possessing it will make you as agile as an elf. Radiant Stone legendary grade type embedded gem rank legendary effect after use adds an additional characteristic to the weapon, providing a bonus of 1200 constitution. Limit maximum rank is legendary introduction, a gem blessed by the sun god. In legend, the scorching power of the sun grants the owner nearly boundless stamina. Butcher tier 4 title type title rank tier 4 effect, wearing it provides a 30 lifesteal effect. Introduction, wear it to battle, it is the proof of your strength. Looking at the items before him, a hint of joy appeared in Qin Feng. After checking the effects of these 2 embedded gems, Qin Feng did not hesitate and immediately embedded them in the Dragon Slayer Blade. The Dragon Slayer Blade had already reached the legendary rank, and to continue boosting it, he would need to feed it epic rank weapons. However, the game had only just launched a few days ago. No matter how quickly Qin Feng developed, finding enough epic rank weapons for the Dragon Slayer Blade in such a short time was quite challenging. Given the current situation, enchanting, enhancing, and embedding were the most suitable methods to improve the effectiveness of the Dragon Slayer Blade. After embedding the gems, Qin Feng put on the title Butcher. Then he took out the greatest reward from his trip to Base 013, the Hunter's Set. From his backpack, Qin Feng retrieved the Hunter's Cloak, Hunter's Emblem, and Hunter's Boots one by one. According to his memories from his past life, Qin Feng activated these 3 pieces of equipment. The next moment, a golden light shone, and when he checked the status of these 3 pieces of equipment, the set effect was fully unlocked. Qin Feng's gaze shifted as he opened the information on the Hunter's Boots. Unlike the previous 2 pieces of the Hunter's Set, the Hunter's Boots were of a higher tier, reaching the legendary rank. However, Qin Feng was not surprised. After all, these boots were a reward obtained after defeating Mori, and it was only natural for their rank to increase. Hunter's Boots legendary rank type set 13, level 60 rank diamond speed 1500 limit warrior durability 100, 001, 0000, additional features 1. Strength 400, agility 400, stamina 300, intelligence 302. Minor energy shield set effect unlocked, grants a shield that can withstand 1 points of damage, cooldown time of 60 minutes. 3. Hunter set effect unlocked, grants 100 cooldown reduction, duration of 15 seconds, cooldown time of 60 minutes. 4. Ignore level restrictions set effect unlocked after acquiring all 3 pieces. The user can equip them regardless of their level. Introduction, a dream set for the warrior class already unlocked by the player heavens, will becoming the exclusive equipment of the player heavens, will not for sale, not transferable. Looking at the Hunter's Boots before him, Qin Feng did not hesitate and immediately equipped the Hunter's. After equipping it, Qin Feng logged off. The weakness period of the Blood Rage skill had already begun, and staying in the game any longer would be a torment for him. Moreover, at this moment, Qin Feng recalled the invitation from Chun Tianyang, remembering the upcoming world instance, the fall of the Black Church. To seize the first opportunity in this first world instance, Qin Feng needed to rest well and prepare for battle. 057, Class Advancement. The Crimson Guillotine. Qin family. With a swish, the game pod automatically opened, and Qin Feng stepped out only to collapse onto the nearby large bed. After fighting continuously for such a long time, Qin Feng's spirit was utterly exhausted. The moment he lay on the bed, an irresistible wave of drowsiness swept over him, and he fell into a deep slumber. The next morning, after a night's sleep, Qin Feng slowly crawled out of bed feeling refreshed. After finishing his morning routine, Qin Feng entered the kitchen, prepared a simple meal, and then entered the game pod for another. With a creak as a door opened, Qin Feng returned to the Divine Realm, appearing in his safe house. Following the previous series of battles, his level had also risen to 20. Thanks to the earlier advanced quest completion scroll, Qin Feng did not need to complete the advancement task from 1st to 2nd tier and could directly change classes. After the advancement, he could unlock levels beyond 20. Thinking of this, Qin Feng did not linger in the safe house, opened the door, and headed towards the location of the class change. While walking on the street, Qin Feng felt as though a gaze was observing him. From this unfamiliar gaze, he sensed an overwhelming. This shouldn't be the case. The NPCs in Maple Leaf City have a good favorability towards me. They have no reason to be so. Could it be? Qin Feng looked down at the ground, pondering, and after a moment, he had a realization. He guessed the identity of the one watching him. It should be an assassin sent by the Black Church. However, it was still daytime, and he was in Maple Leaf City. That person neither had the capability nor the courage to commit murder in such a public setting. Given the nature of those from the Black Church, they would mostly choose to engage in their filthy deeds under the cover of darkness. Thinking of this, Qin Feng ignored that person and headed straight for the class change hall. For him now, enhancing his strength was the most important matter, everything else could wait. Before long, Qin Feng entered the class change hall. Upon entering the hall, Qin Feng felt that the gaze watching him had vanished. He smiled faintly, shook his head, and then followed the guide lady into the specialized chamber. With a click, Amanda closed the chamber door. A familiar sensation began to spread through Qin Feng's body. Ding! Detected that player Tian E has reached level 20 and used the advanced quest completion scroll. You meet the conditions for class change. Would you like to change classes immediately? Change classes. Ding! As you wish. The moment the system prompt faded, a familiar feeling slowly. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully completed the warrior class advancement and have ascended to Crimson Reaper Tier 2. Ding! You have received a reward of 40 free attribute points. Ding! You have received one chance to reset attribute points. Your attribute points have been reset. Ding! You have gained a class-exclusive skill, Crimson Guillotine. Ding! You have successfully completed your class advancement, and your level cap has been raised to level 30. Ding! Your level has increased. Current level 21, consuming 500 million experience. You have received 80 attribute points as a reward, double attribute points from Great Blessing. Ding! Your level has increased. Current level 22, consuming 1 billion experience. You have received 80 attribute points as a reward, double attribute points from Great Blessing. Listening to a series of mechanical prompts echoing in his ears, Qin Feng began to check his Tier 2 class and newly Crimson Reaper Tier 2, Unique Hidden Class. Level SSS Unique SSS Class. Effects. 1. Each level up provides 40 free attribute points, due to the Great Blessing attribute rewards double to 80 points. 2. Every level up requires 1,000 experience. 3. Subsequent class changes do not require a class change book and will automatically advance to a higher tier class. Description: the path to divinity will be paved with countless bones. After reading the introduction for Crimson Reaper Tier 2, Qin Feng smiled contentedly. Not to mention the 2 newly obtained class-exclusive skills, just the increase of 80 free attribute points for each level is enough for Qin Feng to far surpass most players. It is known that other players after their class advancement can only gain 20 attribute points for each level. The attribute point rewards Qin Feng received were 4 times that. Although the Great Blessing played a part in this, the SSS class Crimson Reaper itself also contributed significantly. After reviewing the information on Crimson Reaper, Qin Feng then looked at the newly acquired specialized skill. Crimson Guillotine. Level 1. Skill effect: summons a Crimson Guillotine, forcibly locking the target's action and dealing 25 of attack power as damage, causing 3 seconds of stun. Mana cost 50 points. Proficiency 01000. Cooldown time 45 seconds. Description: a single target skill exclusive to the Crimson Reaper, possessing extremely high damage and formidable control capabilities. After reading the introduction of the Crimson Guillotine, a look of joy appeared on Qin Feng's face. Before acquiring this skill, Qin Feng had been severely lacking in control skills. The only control capability he had was the additional feature of the Dragon Slayer Blade, Absolute Slow. However, starting today, Qin Feng would also be a warrior with control abilities. Moreover, the control capability of this skill was extraordinarily absurd. Forcibly locking actions plus 3 seconds of stun. During this duration, even without activating Blood Rage, Qin Feng could deal extremely terrifying damage. Taking the previous Marabi as an example, if Qin Feng had this skill at that moment, he could have immobilized Marabi the instant they met, applied the Crimson Mark, and summoned the Crimson Blade. In 3 seconds, Qin Feng could effortlessly take down Marabi. However, the Crimson Guillotine skill did have its drawback. The damage of this skill is indeed a bit low, only dealing 25 of damage. However, considering that this skill was likely designed for control, this level of damage could be considered acceptable. Thinking of this, Qin Feng did not hesitate to level up Crimson Guillotine to level 10. After leveling up to level 10, the control time of the Crimson Reaper did not extend. However, its damage capability increased from a lowly 25 to 250. Seeing this damage value, Qin Feng smiled faintly and nodded. Although after the level up, this skill's damage still couldn't compare to the Crimson Blade. But as a control skill, an increase of 250 attack power is quite impressive. Level up. Terrifying Naked Attributes. The second job transfer brought a significant boost to Qin Feng. In addition to the newly acquired skill, this job change also granted him 40 free attribute points and an opportunity to reset his attribute points. From level 1 to level 10, Qin Feng gained a total of 45 free attribute points. From level 10 to level 18, he gained another 160 free attribute points. After level 18, due to the blessing of Kaler's Great Blessing spell, the attribute points he gained with each level up were double. Thus, for levels 19 and 20, Qin Feng received a total of 80 attribute points. The attribute point increase from levels 21 and 22 was even more astonishing, directly giving Qin Feng 160 free attribute points. By this point, Qin Feng had obtained a staggering 445 attribute points just from leveling up. However, this was not the entirety of Qin Feng's attribute points. As the first player in the main city, Qin Feng received 20 free attribute points. With 2 successful job transfers, he accumulated a total of 50 attribute points as rewards. With the first kill of the Golden Tier boss, Demonic Black Bear, King Qin Feng gained 10 attribute points. For the first kill of the legendary tier boss, Undead Mage Marabi, he received 40 attribute points. From the first kill of the diamond tier boss, Alchemist Akido Qin Feng, received another 20 attribute points. Just from these 3 fortunate first kills, Qin Feng obtained a total of 70 attribute points. Additionally, with Kaler's Great Blessing spell enhancing all his attributes by 300 points after this reset, Qin Feng could utilize a terrifying total of 1785 attribute points. Opening his attribute panel, Qin Feng allocated 600 points to strength and 500 points to agility. As a warrior, Qin Feng's primary attribute is strength, and each additional point in strength adds to his attack power. Furthermore, each point of strength also increases health by 20 points and health regeneration by 0.2. The higher his strength, the stronger Qin Feng's attack power, and the more health he possesses. As for agility, each point increases attack speed, movement speed, reaction time, and dynamic vision by 1. This attribute is also very important for Qin Feng, who needs to engage in direct combat. Moreover, with high agility, many evasive maneuvers that previously required prediction can now be achieved through reflexes and movement speed alone. After allocating points to strength and agility, Qin Feng added 300 points to intelligence. To start with, each point of intelligence increases his mana by 20 points, 1 mana regeneration, and 1 point of mental strength. The importance of mana cannot be overstated. Before awakening the unlimited firepower talent, each point of mana was crucial for Qin Feng's sustainability. Another attribute gained from increasing intelligence is mental strength, which is also very important. The stronger the mental strength, the larger the perception range, and the deeper the sensitivity to details. When mental strength reaches its peak, it could even lead to omniscience. After allocating points to intelligence, Qin Feng directed all 385 remaining attribute points to constitution. For a lone wolf like Qin Feng, constitution is also vital. Each point of constitution provides 2 points of defense, 1 point of resistance to abnormal states, and 1 point of stamina. These 3 attribute enhancements all increase Qin Feng's margin for error in complex battle scenarios. With that, all attribute points have been allocated. Although this allocation may seem somewhat rough and imprecise, let's not forget that with each successful job transfer, the Crimson Reaper can reset Qin Feng's attribute points. Qin Feng has plenty of opportunities to adjust his attribute point allocation based on his combat style and the battles he will. After allocating his points, Qin Feng opened his status panel to check his naked attributes. Strength 610, 10 initial 600 intelligence, 305, 5 initial 300 constitution, 394, 9 initial 385 agility, 507. 7 initial, 500 luck, 15. 0 initial, 5 pigskin bully, 5 shaman, wizard, 5 Marabi attribute points, 0 skill points, 16, a total of 61 points, with 5 skills added, each costing 9 points, totaling 45 points. After reviewing his naked base attributes, a faint smile curled on Qin Feng's lips. His current naked attributes are already higher than those of most players wearing equipment. If he adds the attributes from the Berserker set and the Dragon Slayer blade along with the attributes from the Orc Prophet's pendant, Qin Feng's attribute values would be enough to instill despair in players throughout the entire Huaxiao region. Thinking of this, Qin Feng recalled that his equipment had not been enhanced even once. During the completion of the Orc Dungeon, Qin Feng obtained many equipment enhancement materials, including 15 perfect grade crystallized bone marrow and 476 ordinary crystallized bone marrow. However, due to being too focused on monster hunting earlier, Qin Feng forgot to use these enhancement materials. As a result, these crystallized bone marrows can only be used to enhance the level 10 platinum tier equipment or Prophet's pendant. The other 4 pieces of equipment can only be enhanced using higher quality perfect grade enhancement stones. Perfect grade enhancement stones can ignore level restrictions, enhancing legendary tier and lower equipment with an 80 success rate. These are very valuable enhancement materials. Coincidentally, Qin Feng has exactly what he needs. The Black Chich's team No. 009 contributed 1,000 perfect grade enhancement stones to him. These enhancement stones are enough for Qin Feng to enhance all 4 pieces of equipment to level 10. As for enhancing beyond level 10, perfect grade enhancement stones won't suffice. Higher quality enhancement materials. With this in mind, Qin Feng opened the door to the job transfer chamber and teleported back to his safe house. Compared to regular safe houses, the one Qin Feng purchased for 200 million gold coins is astonishingly expensive. Yet Qin Feng felt it was very worthwhile. This safe house comes with many additional features, such as the ability to teleport back to the safe house at any time without distance or condition restrictions, as long as he is within the main city. Furthermore, the equipment enhancement device in this safe house, which belongs solely to Qin Feng, requires no waiting in line and no equipment enhancement fees. Upon returning to the safe house, Qin Feng swiftly approached the equipment enhancement device. First, he took out his most powerful enhancement item, the Lucky Goddess Brooch. Since he had already used the Lucky Goddess Brooch once before, this item was still under a 7-day cooldown. However, this does not mean that this strongest enhancement item cannot be used. The system shop has specifically designed cooldown reset scrolls for such items. Each scroll is quite inexpensive, costing a remarkably affordable 10 million. Suppressing his reluctance, Qin Feng gritted his teeth and spent 100 million to buy 10 cooldown reset scrolls. Swish, rub the brooch. Swish, rub the brooch. Swish, rub the brooch. Qin Feng used 10 cooldown reset scrolls in succession, activating the effect of the Lucky Goddess Brooch 10 times. He truly invested heavily. Scene 059, Frantic Enhancement. Ding. You have used the Goddess of Luck's brooch. Your luck value has increased by 50 points. Current luck value 75 points. 15 from base, 10 from fixed equipment, 50 from temporary boost, duration 5 minutes. Ding. You have used the Goddess of Luck's brooch. Your luck value has increased by 50 points. Current luck value 125 points, duration 5 minutes. Ding. You have used the Goddess of Luck's brooch. Your luck value has increased by 50 points. Current luck value 525 points, duration 5 minutes. Listening to the system prompt in his ear, Qin Feng gazed at his astonishing luck value of 525. Without a second thought, Qin Feng took out the Dragon Slayer blade and began frantically enhancing it. In the race against time, a series of system prompts rang in Qin Feng's ears. Ding. You have used a perfect enhancement stone to enhance the level 22 legendary weapon Dragon Slayer blade. Enhancement assessment begins. Enhancement successful. Ding. Congratulations, player. Enhancement successful. Current equipment Dragon Slayer blade enhancement level 1. Current enhancement level 1. Current equipment's base attributes have been enhanced. Please check the equipment panel. Ding. You have used a perfect enhancement stone to enhance the level 22 legendary weapon Dragon Slayer blade. Enhancement assessment begins. Enhancement successful. Ding. Congratulations, player. Enhancement successful. Current equipment Dragon Slayer blade enhancement level 1. Current enhancement level 10. Current equipment's base attributes have been enhanced. Please check the equipment panel. Listening to the prompt sound in his ears after hearing that the Dragon Slayer blade had been enhanced to level 10, Qin Feng wasted no time and took out the Hunter's set to begin enhancement. Ding. You have used a perfect enhancement stone to enhance the level 50 diamond tier equipment Hunter's cloak. Enhancement assessment begins. Enhancement successful. Ding. You have used a perfect enhancement stone to enhance the level 50 diamond tier equipment Hunter's armlet. Enhancement assessment begins. Enhancement successful. Ding. You have used a perfect enhancement stone to enhance the level 60 legendary equipment Hunter's boots. Enhancement assessment begins. Enhancement successful. After a series of mechanical prompt sounds, Qin Feng successfully enhanced the entire Hunter's set to level 10. After finishing enhancing the Hunter's set, Qin Feng finally took out the Orc Prophet's pendant. Due to the Orc Prophet's pendant having a dispel effect that does not match its level, Qin Feng did not intend to give up this equipment at this time. Moreover, as the owner of the dungeon, Orc Prophet's plan, Qin Feng could receive perfect crystallized bone marrow from the dungeon. He did not lack the quantity needed to enhance the Orc Prophet's pendant. After thinking this through, Qin Feng used crystallized bone marrow to enhance this equipment by 5 levels. After completing all of this, Qin Feng let out a long sigh of relief and opened the status panel to check these pieces of equipment. Following the principle of saving the best for last, Qin Feng placed the Orc Prophet's pendant in the first position. Orc Prophet's pendant level 10 enhancement level 5 tier platinum attack power 293432 enhancement increases by 25 equipment traits 1. Strength 30, intelligence 60, agility 30, constitution 32. Dispel abnormal states on the bearer, cooldown time 60 seconds. 3. Increase 100 meditation efficiency. Durability 10001000 limit general equipment introduction, an item passed down from the first generation of Orc Prophets containing immense magical power. Since the Orc Prophet's pendant has only been enhanced to level 5, it only increased the base attack power without adding any additional effects. However, the other 4 pieces of equipment were different. Since their enhancement levels reached 10, they met the minimum standard to gain additional effects. Moreover, after Qin Feng continuously used the Goddess of Luck's brooch 10 times, raising his luck value to a terrifying 525 points. When the 4 pieces of equipment reached enhancement level 10, they emitted brilliant golden light. That was a sign of successfully obtaining additional effects. With this in mind, Qin Feng immediately opened the status panel. Hunter's Armlet Diamond Tier Type Core of the set, 13, level 50 enhancement level 10 tier, diamond attack power, 51005, 400 enhancement, increases by 50, limit warrior durability 100, 001, 0000, additional traits 1. Strength 400, agility 400, stamina 300, intelligence 302. Minor energy shield upon activation, gain a shield that can absorb 100 points of damage, cooldown time 60 minutes. 3. Hunter's Fury upon activation, gain 100 cooldown reduction, duration 15 seconds, cooldown time 60 minutes. 4. Ignore level limit after collecting 3 pieces of equipment, can ignore the user's level to equip. 5. Enhancement additional trait provides a 20 critical hit chance, triggering it causes 1 second of stun. Introduction: the Dream Set for the warrior class, already unlocked by the player heavens, will becoming exclusive equipment for the player and cannot be sold. Not transferable. Hunter's Cloak Diamond Tier Type Set Component, 13, level 50 enhancement level 10 tier, diamond defense power, 1500 enhancement, increases by 50, limit warrior durability 100, 001, 0000, additional traits 1. Strength 400, agility 400, stamina 300, intelligence 302. Shares set effect with Hunter's Armlet. 3. Enhancement additional trait provides a 20 dodge. Introduction: the Dream Set for the warrior class, already unlocked by the player heavens, will becoming exclusive equipment for the player and cannot be sold. Not transferable. Hunter's Boots Legendary Tier Type Set Component, 13, level 60 enhancement level 10 tier, diamond movement speed, 2250 enhancement, increases by 50, limit warrior durability 100, 001, 0000, additional traits 1. Strength 400, agility 400, stamina 300, intelligence 302. Shares set effect with Hunter's Armlet. 3. Enhancement additional effect movement speed increases by 50. Introduction. The dream set for the warrior class already unlocked by the player heavens will becoming exclusive equipment for the player and cannot be sold. Not transferable. After reviewing these 3 pieces of equipment, Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Whether it was the 20 critical hit from the armlet, the 20 dodge from the cloak, or the 50 movement speed boost from the boots. For Qin Feng, each of these was an exceptionally powerful combat enhancement. After checking these 3 pieces of equipment, Qin Feng's gaze shifted to the Dragon Slayer blade. Before checking, Qin Feng thought he was prepared. But when he truly saw the changes in the Dragon Slayer blade, he realized how superficial his understanding was of this limitless growth weapon, the Dragon Slayer blade. 060 Judgment. Trial. Verdict. In the divine realm, the number of growth-type weapons is extremely scarce. Moreover, due to the stringent conditions required for their growth, very few players in the previous life were willing or had the resources to elevate growth-type weapons to the legendary tier. It was precisely for this reason that before today Qin Feng was unaware of the changes that a legendary tier weapon would undergo after being strengthened to 10. After strengthening the Dragon Slayer blade, Qin Feng initially thought that a 10 enhancement would only add 1 enhanced attribute. However, when he opened the introduction panel for the Dragon Slayer blade, he was utterly astonished to discover. Just by being enhanced to 10, the Dragon Slayer blade had gained 3 additional attributes. Yes, 3 additional attributes, not merely 3 equipment enhancement traits. This implies that these 3 new attributes might enhance along with the weapon's tier upgrade. Dragon Slayer blade growth type weapon level 22 provided according to the user's level enhancement level 10 tier legendary attack power 4657 base attack power of level 22 is 3105 when enhancement increases by 50. Enchantment 1. Ultimate Assault provides a 50 increase in damage. Additional attributes 1. Strength 1482. When attacking adds 70 extra damage. 3. When attacking there is a 70 chance to inflict absolute sluggishness reducing the target's time perception by 200 for 6 seconds. 4. When attacking there is a 70 chance to cause a shatter effect dealing 10 of the target's health as damage per second for a duration of 6 seconds. 5. Devour Spirit. Each time a unit is killed the blade's spirit's strength increases by 1. 6. Judgment. When attacking there is a 20 chance to impose a judgment effect reducing the target's defense by 50 and abnormal status resistance by 50. Originally an enhancement attribute influenced by the legendary tier growth type weapon Dragon Slayer blade, the enhancement effect has been forcibly altered and changed into an equipment-specific additional attribute. 7. Trial. When attacking there is a 20 chance to cause a ceiling effect locking the target's actions for 3 seconds. Originally an enhancement attribute. 8. Verdict. When attacking enemies with current health below 10, a judgment will be executed. If successful, it ignores level and status resistance and forcibly executes. Originally an enhancement attribute. Active skills 1. Dragon Slayer flash teleport to any point within 1,000 yards and dispel all abnormal statuses. Cooldown time 6 seconds. 2. Spirit of the Blade. Host the blade spirit within oneself, increasing movement speed by 200, attack speed by 200, neural reflex speed by 200, dynamic vision by 200, abnormal status resistance by 200, and immunity to soul damage. Duration 5 minutes. Cooldown 60 minutes. Durability never wears down. Restrictions. The Dragon Slayer blade is locked as an exclusive equipment for the character Tianyi, non-transferable and unusable by others. Description. The exclusive equipment of the player Tianyi with the potential to become a divine artifact. After reading the introduction of the Dragon Slayer blade, Qin Feng's excitement was nearly uncontrollable. He never expected that his persistence would lead to such a significant change in the Dragon Slayer blade at the legendary tier. Other equipment enhanced to 10 would only increase by 1 equipment enhancement attribute. Yet the Dragon Slayer blade achieved 3 additional attributes, which are typically only found at the godly 9th tier. And what was even more terrifying was that the Dragon Slayer blade forcibly altered the effects of the enhancement attributes, changing them into fixed additional effects of the equipment. This means that these enhancement attributes can be upgraded along with the Dragon Slayer blade's tier. It's worth it. So worth it. Thinking of this, Qin Feng felt that the resources he had consumed earlier were truly worth it. Meanwhile, he also anticipated what the Dragon Slayer blade would look like when enhanced to 13 or 15. After enhancing all his equipment, Qin Feng equipped them all. Meanwhile, he also anticipated what the Dragon Slayer blade would look like when enhanced to 13. Tianyi Profession Warrior Crimson Reaper 2nd tier, level 22 health 2660002666000. 330. Great Blessing Technique 50 mana 2, 5, 30002, 5, 3000 attack power 13370, 3320465 Dragon Slayer Blade 5 Robo Berserkers Armlet 293 Orc Prophets Pendant Defense 4148, 26481500, Strength 332610, 1480 Dragon Slayer Blade 30 Orc Prophets Pendant 1 Robo Berserker Set Agility 1737, 50,730 Orc Prophets Pendant 1 Robo Berserker Set Intelligence 1265, 30,560 Orc Prophets Pendant 90 Berserker Set Constitution 1324, 39,430 Orc Prophets Pendant 90 Berserker Set Luck 25, 1510 Lucky Goddess Brooch, attribute points 0, skill points 16, critical hit rate 100, talent tenfold critical hit damage 1000, talent tenfold critical hit, talent activated tenfold critical hit, tenfold attack speed, tenfold critical hit 100, critical hit rate 1000, critical hit damage, tenfold attack speed 1000, increase in attack speed. Not activated, unlimited firepower, unlimited growth, absolute resistance, god-slaying power, forced enslavement, fates, dominance, absolute, invincibility, time reversal. Skills Heavenly Flight, level 10, Phantom Clone, level 10, I Professional Skills, Crimson Blade, level 10, Crimson Mark, level 10, Crimson Guillotine, level 10, Blood Magic, Well Max, Blood Fury Max, Equipment Skills 1. Dragon Slayer Flash, teleport to any point within 1,000 yards and dispel all abnormal statuses. Cooldown time 6 seconds. 2. Spirit of the Blade, host the blade spirit within oneself, increasing movement speed by 200, attack speed by 200, neural reflex speed by 200, dynamic vision by 200, abnormal status resistance by 200, and immunity to soul damage. Duration 5 minutes. Cooldown 60 minutes. 3. Orc Prophet's Pendant, dispel all abnormal statuses on the bearer, cooldown time 60 seconds. 4. Minor Energy Shield, upon activation gain a shield that can withstand 1 points of damage lasting for 30 seconds, cooldown time 60 minutes. 5. Frenzy, upon activation gain 100, cooldown reduction lasting for 15 seconds, cooldown time. Weapon Specialization, Advanced Blade Mastery effect, when using bladed weapons damage increases by an additional 30. Equipped weapons, Dragon Slayer Blade, Orc Prophet's Pendant, Berserker Cloak, Berserker Armlet, Berserker Boots, Backpack, Cloak of Concealment, Night Hunters Dagger, White Rivers, Sheath Bear Warriors, Greaves, Gold Coins. Materials: 67 Perfect Enhancement Stones. After checking his information, Qin Feng felt in excellent condition. If he were to face Moriki now, even without activating Blood Fury, he could easily defeat him. Thinking of this, Qin Feng felt the urge to find someone to test his blade. He recalled the gaze that had been watching him, that of the assassin from the Black Church. 061, the Battle Executor. With this thought in mind, Qin Feng took action. After leaving the safe house, Qin Feng headed straight for the eastern gate of Maple Leaf City. He was quite familiar with the terrain of this place. After eliminating the assassin, he would also find a suitable location to bury the body to avoid polluting the environment. As soon as he left the street where the safe house was located, distancing himself from the influence of the Lord's residence, Qin Feng sensed a faint gaze lingering upon him. Upon perceiving this gaze, Qin Feng quickened his pace, heading towards the designated burial ground for the assassin. Moments later, he swiftly arrived at the fields east of Maple Leaf City. Upon arrival, Qin Feng pretended to start slaughtering pigs. While doing so, he remained alert to the sounds around him. It wasn't long before the assassin sent by the Black Church could no longer hold back. He saw a vague shadow, almost imperceptible, swiftly approaching from behind. With a flash of silver in the shadow's hand, a dagger thrust towards Qin Feng's lower back. However, just as the dagger was about to strike Qin Feng's waist, he who was previously in front seemingly predicted the attack and vanished behind the shadow. Swish! With agility exceeding 1700, Qin Feng's attack speed was already astonishingly swift. Moreover, let us not forget that Qin Feng was already at level 22, having unlocked his second talent, Tenfold. This talent instantly elevated Qin Feng's attack speed to a level that could only be achieved with 17,000 points of agility. In such rapid counterattack speed, although the shadow in front of Qin Feng sensed something was amiss and attempted to dodge, he was unable to evade this strike. 34,279. At the moment the slash descended, a crimson damage value floated up. Upon seeing this somewhat low damage, Qin Feng couldn't help but frown unconsciously. After completing the second transition and donning a full set of luxurious gear, Qin Feng's base attack power had reached 13,370. Combined with his 3 layers of passive damage increase effects and the first talent's Tenfold Critical Strike bonus, this strike's base damage reached a terrifying 334,250. However, such an intimidating base damage strike could only inflict a little over 30,000 damage on the shadow. It must be noted that this shadow was an assassin. How could its defensive capabilities be so high? With this in mind, Qin Feng immediately cast a detection spell on the assassin in front of him. Black Church Executor, Dying. Level 75. Rank Epic. Health 7. 2,000,007. 2,000,000. Attack Power 2,000. Defense 15,000. Skills: Master Level Dagger Mastery, Advanced Defense, Advanced Blink, Advanced Stealth, Advanced Clone, Advanced Invisibility, Insight, High-Level Combat, Instinct Silence, Spell Throat, Slitting Battle Meteor Strike, Extreme Fear Shadow, Dashing Mana Burn, Gifted Liberation. Description: the foremost expert of the Black Church, possessing extraordinarily powerful assassination abilities. After quickly reviewing Dai Ying's information, Qin Feng suddenly understood. A level 75 assassin with 15,000 defense points and over 700,000 health was quite normal. After all these values were only achievable after going through 7 transitions, it would be strange if they were low. However, these high values did not concern Qin Feng. With his current damage capabilities, it was not difficult to deplete Dai Ying's health. What troubled Qin Feng was the fact that Dai Ying had as many as 15 advanced skills. Not to mention the varying quality, just the sheer number of skills was terrifying. Of course, at this moment, Qin Feng was not the only one surprised. The Dai Ying who had just been slashed by Qin Feng was equally astonished. Upon learning that Qin Feng had used secret techniques to slay Mo Lei Dai, Ying regarded Qin Feng as a potential threat to himself. The previous probing attack was meant to gauge Qin Feng's combat strength and current state. Secondly, it was to force out Qin Feng's life-saving methods and reduce the difficulty of killing him. However, he did not expect Qin Feng to react so swiftly, not only dodging his attack, but also countering with a strike. For Dai Ying, who had over 700,000 health, 30,000 points of damage was not an unbearable value. However, it was an extremely dangerous signal. This indicated that the opponent before him had grown again. Even without activating secret techniques, he possessed the ability to inflict damage. With this in mind, Dai Ying decided to stop testing and unleash all his strength to eliminate Qin Feng. Resolute in his thoughts, Dai Ying unleashed his ultimate move, Silent Spell. Ding dong, you have been affected by the epic-level boss Black Church Executor. Dai Ying's spell, entering a forced silent state, unable to activate skills, duration 7.25 seconds. Hearing the system prompt in his ears, Qin Feng's heart tightened. A full 7 seconds of silence. If he did not dispel this state, all that awaited Qin Feng was certain death. With this thought, Qin Feng did not hesitate and directly activated the dispelling effect of Orc Prophet's Chain. Ding dong, you activated the equipment Orc Prophet's Chain, dispelling the silence effect. With the sound of the system prompt, Qin Feng returned to his normal state. However, just then Dai Ying, who had been pushed away, suddenly appeared behind him. The dagger in his hand lunged towards the back of Qin Feng's neck like a parasite. At the same time, two more prompt sounds echoed in Qin Feng's ears. Ding dong, you have been affected by throat-slitting battle, entering silent state, unable to activate skills, duration 3.45 seconds. Ding dong, you have been affected by throat-slitting battle, entering vulnerability state. Damage taken is increased by 200. Vulnerability state lasts 3.75 seconds. Qin Feng's heart raced. He understood that if Dai Ying's strike hit, he would only have one option left: return to the main city and soak in the spring water. However, after unlocking the Hunter's Cloak, Qin Feng's survivability had reached a terrifying level. He had plenty of ways to counter this attack. Ding dong, you activated the Hunter's Set effect, Havoc cooldown, reduced by 100. Ding dong, you activated the secondary energy shield, gaining 100 shield points, lasting 30 seconds. Ding dong, you activated the secondary energy shield, gaining 100 shield points, lasting 30 seconds. Ding dong, you activated the secondary energy shield, gaining 100 shield points, lasting 30 seconds. As the prompt sounds rang out, layer upon layer of shields appeared around Qin Feng, protecting his life in an incredibly forceful manner. Dai Ying, bewildered, watched as layers of shields evaporated like snow meeting lava under his attack. Yet as one layer of shield shattered, another emerged. Dai Ying was utterly confused to see his attacks blocked so thoroughly by these seemingly endless shields. Wasn't this kid supposed to be a lone wolf? Wasn't he supposed to be under level 20? How could he possess so many secondary energy shield defense scrolls? Whose faction did he belong to? How could he be so wealthy? Staring at the numerous shields still intact, Dai Ying began to question his values. However, what left Dai Ying even more bewildered was yet to come. He saw the chain around Qin Feng's neck emit a dazzling light once again. Qin Feng emerged from his silence. What kind of top-tier equipment is this? Why is the cooldown time so short? Wait, why is this equipment only level 10? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This cannot be real. Dai Ying stared at Qin Feng, his eyes filled with disbelief. Yet the assassin in him did not pause his attack. Suppressing the shock within, Dai Ying resolved to fight to the death. Today he was determined to subdue Qin Feng at all costs. With that thought, Dai Ying suddenly pointed at Qin Feng. In the next moment, a massive meteor fell from the sky. This meteor not only possessed terrifying damage capabilities, but also came with a 3-second stun effect. It is important to note that stun is different from silence. It doesn't require resistance, and after being hit, one cannot take any actions. However, at the very moment Dai Ying initiated his attack, Qin Feng also made his move. He unleashed his newly acquired skill, Crimson Guillotine. In the next moment, 2 notification sounds rang in Qin Feng's ears. Ding. You have been hit by Meteor Strike, dealing 800 points of damage. The damage has been absorbed by the secondary energy shield. You are now stunned and enter a 3-second stun state. Ding. You have activated Crimson Guillotine, forcibly locking down the actions of Black Church Envoy Dai Ying and causing. Meanwhile, a damage value appeared above Dai Ying's head. 34279. After 3 seconds, both of them awake. Dai Ying's heart trembled, but he did not panic, for he still had a control skill left. As soon as he recovered from the stun, Dai Ying immediately unleashed his last control skill, Ultimate Fear. Compared to stun, the fear effect, although influenced by resistance, could still lock down actions, preventing the target from using items. Once Qin Feng was gripped by his fear, with Dai Ying's damage capability, breaking through those pesky secondary energy shields would be a matter of an instant. However, Dai Ying did not expect that at the moment he made his move, Qin Feng also acted. In the next second, Dai Ying was because he saw the familiar guillotine. He knew he would be trapped in a 3-second stun once again. Ding. You have been hit by Ultimate Fear. You are now feared and enter a 37-second fear state. Ding. You have activated Crimson Guillotine, forcibly locking down the actions of Black Church Envoy Dai Ying and causing. Again, 2 notification sounds rang out, but this time Qin Feng was given a full 0.63 seconds more. After 2.37 seconds, Qin Feng awakened from his fear. To ensure Dai Ying would obediently comply and not act rashly, Qin Feng, relying on the remaining 20 seconds of frenzy effect, hurled another Crimson Guillotine at Dai Ying. Dai Ying was filled with despair, yet within that despair flowed a tide of resentment. In his understanding, such a powerful control secret technique must have a time limit and could not be used consecutively. However, this iron rule failed here with Qin Feng. Unfair. This is unfair. Dai Ying screamed in his heart, but all he could do was seethe with impotent rage. Once again controlling Dai Ying, Qin Feng summoned the Blade Spirit. Ding. You have gained a buff, increasing movement speed by 200, attack speed by 200, neural reflex speed by 200, dynamic vision by 200, resistance to abnormal states by 200, and immunity to soul damage. Lasts for 5 minutes. Then Qin Feng used Phantom Substitute, summoning a clone that looked exactly like him. In the next moment, 2 crimson marks were stamped onto Dai Ying's body. With a flurry of attacks, both the main body and the clone launched their attacks. With the boost of 10 times attack speed talent, the main body and clone could each deal nearly 180 strikes per second. That speed was more than 10 times faster than the quickest electric pile driver on the market. 103000, 103000, 103000. Waves of crimson damage values floated from Dai Ying's head. In less than a tenth of a second, the main body and clone together had dealt 36 strikes, depleting Dai Ying's health. In fact, by the time Qin Feng landed his 4th strike, Dai Ying had already met his end. But the terrifying boost from the tenfold attack speed was overwhelming. Qin Feng, caught off guard, achieved the corpse whipping feat. Ding. You have killed the epic tier boss Black Church Envoy Dai Ying, gaining 10 million merit points, 200 million experience points, 2 million reputation points, acquiring the epic tier weapon Blade of Annihilation, and obtaining the advanced skill book Meteor Strike. Ding. Due to your kill of the epic tier boss Black Church Envoy Dai Ying, the evil faction, the Black Church, has reduced their favorability towards you by 50 points, current favorability 150. They deeply hate you, current relationship status Blood Sea Deep Grudge. Ding. You have achieved the first kill of the epic boss Black Church Envoy Dai Ying, receiving first kill rewards God level enhancement stones, x10, 400 free attribute points, and 10 luck points. Ding. You have killed Black Church Envoy Dai Ying, completing the bounty for Qin Tianyang. After returning to Maple Leaf City, delivering Dai Ying's corpse to the 3rd prince, Qin Tianyang, will reward you with 500 million gold and 300 million experience points. Ding. You have achieved the corpse whipping feat, rewarding you with 1,000 reputation points and 100 merit points. Listening to the continuous notifications ringing in his ears, Qin Feng smiled lightly and turned his gaze towards the spoils beneath Dai Ying's corpse. Level 8 Authority Token. Ding. You have obtained Epic Equipment Shadow Walker Cloak. Ding. You have obtained Epic Equipment Shadow Walker Gloves. Ding. You have obtained Epic Equipment Shadow Walker Boots. Ding. You have obtained Perfect Enhancement Stones, X2000. Ding. You have obtained a special item, the Level 8 Authority Token of the Black Church. Looking at the spoils he had just acquired, Qin Feng's face immediately lit up with a strong expression of delight. Today he had only intended to test a knife and gauge his combat strength. However, he never expected that the one sent to assassinate him would be the top expert of the Black Church, Dai Ying. Moreover, he never anticipated that after killing Dai Ying, he would obtain such a critically important item, the Level 8 Authority Token of the Black Church. Level 8 Authority Token of the Black Church type special item, rank none effect, grants the holder Level 8 authority, allowing free access to the Black Church headquarters and the ability to freely open any room within the headquarters. Description: the token of Dai Ying, the top expert of the Black Church, whose authority ranks only below that of the Church's Pope Cross. Long before Qin Tianyang extended an invitation to Carlisle, Qin Feng had already sensed that the first world instance was about to arrive. Since then, he had been considering acquiring an authority token. With a high-level authority token, he could freely enter and exit various secret chambers of the Black Church, and once the instance opened, he could secretly take away the resources accumulated by the Black Church over the years. However, before Qin Feng could even set out, this second highest level authority token was delivered to him by Dai Ying, making him so excited that he wished to offer incense in gratitude. Aside from the level 8 authority token, Qin Feng's other gains were also quite substantial. Firstly, he received the epic weapon Blade of Annihilation, a weapon exclusive to assassins, which could serve as material for the Dragon Slayer blade. Secondly, there was the Shadow Walker set, whose value to assassins was akin to that of the Berserker set to warriors. Once the Shadow Walker set was completed, the user would gain the most desired attribute of an assassin, critical hit enhancement. Qin Feng estimated the value of the Shadow Walker set in his mind. If it were to be sold at the Mitre auction house, it would fetch at least 4 billion gold coins. Due to it being a set, this equipment could sell for nearly half more than regular equipment. Additionally, there was the high-level skill book Meteor Strike. Recalling the terrifying damage and control capabilities of Meteor Strike, Qin Feng felt an intense desire for this. However, due to job restrictions, Qin Feng could not learn this skill. He could only sell it at the Mitre auction house for money. In addition to these equipments and skill books, Qin Feng also received a reward of 400 attribute points. Without further thought, he allocated 200 points to strength, 100 points to agility, and 100 points to constitution. He aimed to develop comprehensively in all areas. Then came the reward. He particularly coveted luck points. This time, after killing Dai Ying, Qin Feng directly earned a reward of 10 luck points, bringing his total luck to 35. Additionally, there were 10 divine enhancement stones, but due to their rarity, they didn't hold much significance for Qin Feng at this. With this in mind, Qin Feng collected his spoils and carried Dai Ying's corpse towards Maple Leaf City, intending to hand Dai Ying over to Qin Tianyang to claim the reward for the bounty. Upon killing Dai Ying, Qin Feng gained 200 million experience points. With the previous 1 billion experience points he already had, he only needed 300 million more to level up to 23. Completing Chun Tianyang's bounty mission would yield precisely 300 million experience points. Thinking about the 80 free attribute points he would gain after leveling up, Qin Feng couldn't help but hum a happy tune. However, where there is joy, sorrow is never far behind. As Dai Ying's soul departed, Kraso, the Pope of the Black Church, curled up in anguish. Kraso's full name is Kraso Hines. Dai Ying's full name is Dai Ying Hines. Kraso is Dai Ying's father. Looking at the mark in his hand that symbolized Dai Ying, 2 streams of murky tears flowed from Kraso's eyes. Not long ago, this mark still radiated warmth and would occasionally pulse, signifying Dai Ying's vigorous vitality. At that time, Kraso had hoped that Dai Ying would complete the mission smoothly and return safely to his side. However, at this moment, the mark had lost its warmth, and even the silver patterns on it were slowly fading. Kraso caressed the mark in his hand, and reluctant tears dripped onto it. He regretted his decision, regretted not thoroughly investigating Qin Feng's true strength before hastily sending Dai Ying to assassinate him. Yet no matter how much he regretted, it was all in vain. Roar! Deep inhuman growls emerged from Kraso's throat. He was resolute. This time, even if he fell into the endless abyss, he would avenge his son. With this thought, Kraso no longer hesitated and turned to enter the large door deep within the secret chamber. Previously, he had never dared to step into the world beyond this door. But today, to gain the power sufficient to kill Qin Feng, he conquered his innermost fears. With an indomitable posture, he stepped inside. The moment he entered the secret chamber, Kraso's authoritative voice echoed throughout the Black Church headquarters. The headquarters will be closed for 3 days. Entry is permitted, but exit is not. 3 days from now, I will lead you to flatten Maple Leaf City and sweep through the world. With a creak, the great door of the secret chamber closed tightly. Within the Black Church headquarters, countless fervent followers cheered ecstatically. They had waited for many years, finally anticipating the day the Pope would decide to eradicate this foul human world. Eradicate human tyranny, and the world shall return to annihilation. Long live the Lord of Annihilation. Long live the Pope. Destroy humanity. Starting from Maple Leaf City. The world shall ultimately submit beneath the feet of annihilation. As the fervent crowd of the Black Church cheered, Qin Feng also returned to Maple Leaf City. Upon entering the city, Qin Feng noticed several unusual gazes. Activating his eye of perception, and after several scans, he identified these people's identities. These individuals, like Qin Feng, were players from Blue Star. Upon seeing this group of players who had arrived at the main city, a list suddenly came to Qin Feng's mind. When the number of players in each major region's main city reaches 100, the Divine Domain game will activate the level leaderboard, and the top 3 players on the list will receive extra rewards each week. At this moment, players had already entered the main city. This meant that the day the leaderboard opened was not far off. With this thought, a faint smile appeared on Qin Feng's face. After delivering the corpse to Qin Tianyang, Qin Feng would reach level 23. The players he had seen earlier had the highest level of only 13. With their speed, catching up to Qin Feng would not be something they could achieve in a short time. With this thought, Qin Feng ceased to dwell on the players and headed towards the city lord's mansion. 064, key information. Qin Tianyang is mobilizing troops. Soon Qin Feng arrived in front of the lord's mansion. Unlike the last time, this time, as soon as Qin Feng reached the entrance of the mansion, 2 doormen came forward, greeting him with excessive flattery, asking, "Mr. Heavenly, will are you here to see the Lord?" Hearing the doorman's question, Qin Feng nodded lightly. "Mr. Heavenly, will the Lord is not here today. He left with his troops yesterday from Maple Leaf City." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's brow furrowed immediately. Was the action so swift? He pondered silently. As a reborn individual, Qin Feng understood very well what Chun Tianyang's departure from Maple Leaf City truly signified. Qin Tianyang is going to eliminate the influence of the Black Church within the vicinity of Maple Leaf City. Once he returns victorious, he will issue an announcement. That announcement will be the key to thoroughly opening the world instance annihilation of the Black Church. With this thought, Qin Feng did not hesitate and took out the corpse of Dai Ying from his storage ring, tossing it before the 2 guards. "I would appreciate it if you 2 could present this person to the Lord upon his return." Initially, when the guards saw the corpse thrown on the ground, their expressions did not change. However, when they recognized Dai Ying's face, both of them involuntarily gasped in shock. "It's actually Dai Ying. Isn't he the first powerhouse of the Black Church according to rumors?" "Mr. Heavenly, well, did you kill Dai Ying?" Looking at the 2 astonished guards who were at a loss for words, Qin Feng nodded lightly. "I appreciate your help, but I have some matters to attend to, so I will be leaving now." With that, Qin Feng turned and left. With Chun Tianyang's methods of control, the 2 guards would not dare to claim the credit for killing Dai Ying for themselves. Otherwise, not only would their futures be jeopardized, but they might even lose their lives. Qin Feng felt particularly reassured about this. After leaving the Lord's mansion, he hurried towards the Mytel auction house. The world instance is about to begin, and Qin Feng felt confident that he could gain substantial benefits from this world instance. To this end, he needed to order a sufficient quantity of epic-grade weapons from the Mytel auction house in advance. It is known that epic-grade weapons are not as easy to obtain as legendary-grade weapons. Even with the resources of the Mytel auction house, acquiring so many items in a short time is no simple task. Before long, Qin Feng arrived at the Mytel auction house. As soon as he entered, he was guided by the familiar Xiao Lian to Hathervis office. Qin Feng did not find anything inappropriate about this. After he killed Mori, a vast majority of the forces within Maple Leaf City had shown him goodwill. Today, being treated specially by the guiding lady of the Mytel family was something Qin Feng expected. Their pace was quick, and soon they arrived at the front of Hather's office. Mr. Heavenly Will has arrived. Before they even entered, Xiao Lian exclaimed excitedly. Immediately, there was a sound of chairs being moved from within the office. Shortly after, the young lady of the Mytel family hurried out of the office and approached Qin Feng. Mr. Heavenly Will, what brings you here today? Before Qin Feng could speak, Hather presumptuously speculated on his intentions, leaving Qin Feng somewhat at a loss for words. Seeing Qin Feng's expression of uncertainty, Hather could only clear her throat a couple of times to steer the conversation in another direction. She secretly decided to maintain some distance in the future. This Mr. Heavenly Will probably does not appreciate women being so familiar with him. Xiao Lian, please bring out a jar of the best tea leaves. I want to brew some tea for Mr. Heavenly Will. Of course, miss. After entering, Hather instructed Xiao Lian to get to work while she pulled out a chair from the desk for Qin Feng to sit. Once Xiao Lian brought the tea leaves, Hather raised her delicate hands and began to brew tea for Qin Feng. However, the experience of such gentle service did not captivate Qin Feng. Having lived again, Qin Feng's only thought was to grow stronger. In his eyes, regardless of the charm of the gentle service, nothing compared to the sustenance for the Dragon Slayer blade. He did not want Hather to continue trying to be close and waste time. Qin Feng directly got to the point and stated his purpose. Miss Hather, I have something urgent that requires your assistance. Mr. Heavenly Will, there's no need to be so polite. Feel free to make any request. As long as I can fulfill it, Hather will not refuse. Hearing Hather's words, Qin Feng was straightforward in his response. I need 9 epic grade weapons, but I currently lack sufficient gold. I need a few days to manage it, and I would like to ask Miss Hather to initially cover this expense for me. I will reimburse you later for the cost of the weapons. How many? Hather looked up in surprise, her expression one of disbelief, as if she couldn't believe her ears. 9, is that a problem? As a reborn individual, Qin Feng naturally understood how difficult it was to procure 9 epic grade weapons. However, in order for the Dragon Slayer blade to successfully advance, he shamelessly replied, is that a problem? Seeing Qin Feng's casual response and the slightly puzzled expression on his face, Hather forcefully suppressed the urge to chastise him, taking a deep breath to calm herself. After a moment of thought, she quickly came to terms with the situation. Given the forces backing Qin Feng, obtaining epic grade weapons might indeed be an easy task. This also explained why Qin Feng maintained such a calm demeanor when he mentioned needing 9 epic grade weapons. With this thought, a realization arose in Hather's mind. To calmly request 9 epic grade weapons was proof of the tremendous power behind Qin Feng. If she could establish a good relationship with Qin Feng through this matter, it would also be a very profitable business. With this in mind, Hather promptly made a decision. Alright, Mr. Qin Feng, I will fulfill your request, but I will need some time. Although our Mytel auction house has a strong reputation in the Maple Leaf Empire, it only ranks within the top 5 auction houses in the entire Divine Domain continent. Finding so many epic grade weapons in a short time is not easy. I hope you can understand this. Upon hearing Hather's response, Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He then took out 2 storage rings that he had prepared earlier and handed them to Hather. One contained materials that Qin Feng did not need, along with some low-tier weapons, which could roughly be worth over 900. The other ring held design blueprints and standard equipment contributed by the Black Church to Qin Feng, as well as the Shadow Walker set that Dai Ying had sent him. Compared to the previous storage ring, this one held significantly more value, with a total worth almost reaching the threshold of. Together, the 2 storage rings could probably be exchanged for about 4 epic grade weapons, of course the cheapest ones. Miss Hather, this is my deposit. You can take a look and give me an estimate. 065, Heather's self-strategy. Looking at the 2 storage rings handed over by Qin Feng, Hather initially didn't pay much attention. Under normal circumstances, the deposit usually does not exceed 10 of the total price of the purchased item. 9 epic tier weapons would cost nearly 15 billion gold coins, even at the Mytel auction house. A 10 deposit in such a large transaction could only be considered a flimsy guarantee. However, after Hather opened the second ring, she was stunned for over 3 seconds. Not for any other reason, but because the deposit offered by Qin Feng was simply too generous. Mr. Tianyi, according to our auction house's rules, the deposit is actually only 10, and you are a black card VIP of our Mytel auction house, so you only need to pay a 5 deposit. Listening to Hather, Qin Feng decided to impress this businesswoman, once more making it easier to gain more benefits from her. I understand, but these things are of no use to me, so it's better to use them as a deposit to give to you. At this point, Qin Feng paused, observing Hather's reaction. He noticed her bright eyes fully focused on his words. Only then did he feel reassured, and continued, for such a large transaction, even if you are the young lady of the Mytel family, you must be under family pressure to proceed. This deposit is not actually for you, but rather a reassurance for the elders in your family. With this deposit, they won't have any objections to whatever you wish to do next. As soon as he finished speaking, Heather's little finger suddenly lifted from the table. In all her years of business, she had never encountered a buyer like Qin Feng, who would consider the seller's perspective, let alone someone who would consider her position and address dissent within her family. At that moment, Hather felt deeply moved, almost impulsively wanting to treat Qin Feng as a confidant. However, moments later, Hather came back to her senses. After years in business, her composure was still very strong. She was very clear that her relationship with Qin Feng was merely a cooperative one, far from that of friends. Although she very much wanted to be friends with Qin Feng and leverage his power to elevate herself within the Meitel family, the current circumstances did not allow for such a friendship. Huh. With a long exhale, Heather stood up, slightly bowed to Qin Feng, and said with a charming smile, "Then Heather will graciously accept this. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Tianyi." Hearing this, Qin Feng, who had been observing Heather for some time, naturally understood what she hadn't said. He lightly waved his hand and replied nonchalantly, "It's no problem at all if this is what I should do. I consider you a friend, so I can't let my friend fall into a difficult situation." Once these words were spoken, the expression on Heather's face became complex. For a moment, she couldn't even discern Qin Feng's true thoughts. Or perhaps it wasn't her inability to discern, but rather she was also complicit in deceiving herself with Qin Feng. "Let's bring out the contract. After signing, I have a few other matters to attend to." All right. Heather suddenly turned her head, instructing the assistant Xiaoyan to bring over a business contract, completing the signing with Qin Feng. After signing the contract, Qin Feng did not linger anymore. After bidding farewell, he pretended to leave. Heather didn't hold him back and accompanied Qin Feng out of the Meitel auction house. After leaving the auction house, Qin Feng began his final performance according to plan. "Let's stop here, I'll be on my way." Qin Feng nodded, walking forward. Just a few steps later, he turned back to look at Heather. "Do you need anything else from me? By the way, the 10 legendary tier weapons you gave me last time are very useful. If you ever need anything from me, just let me know." After saying this, Qin Feng turned around gracefully, leaving his back to Heather. She stared blankly at Qin Feng, reminiscing about his last words. After these few interactions, Heather firmly believed that Qin Feng was a very trustworthy person. This was her instinct. Could he really consider me a friend? That's impossible, right? We've only collaborated a few times. People like him shouldn't accept others so easily, right? In an instant, countless doubts arose in Heather's heart, trying to counter that unrealistic, illusory feeling. From the moment she invested in Qin Feng, her intentions were not pure. She initially intended to leverage Qin Feng and the power behind him to elevate herself to a position of authority. It was precisely for this reason that Heather found it easier to accept the exchange of benefits while being unwilling to believe in the fragile emotional connections between people. However, Qin Feng's actions today were shaking Heather's beliefs. Qin Feng was too strong. He had just transitioned professions and could already defeat Mari, a level 68 member of the Black Church. Now he had successfully completed his second profession transition, and his strength was beyond measure. If he were allowed to grow for a while longer, his power would likely touch the ceiling of the Maple Leaf Empire, standing among the top powerhouses of the continent. Under the influence of a strong admiration, Heather's mental defenses gradually opened a crack towards Qin Feng. Unconsciously, she began to treat Qin Feng's words as gospel and unconsciously regarded his goodwill as an asset that could potentially appreciate infinitely. Under the influence of this psychological effect, Heather's beliefs were completely shattered, even though she was well aware that a light promise might not carry much weight. But when Qin Feng offered a branch, she had to eagerly accept it. If she didn't, just the opportunity cost of those 10 legendary tier weapons would be enough to make her heart ache tremendously. Returning to Qin Feng after leaving the Meitel auction house, he headed towards the outskirts of Maple Leaf City. During this waiting time for the dungeon to open, he did not plan to undertake any hidden missions. He needed to conserve enough energy to welcome the arrival of the World Dungeon. But since he had time on his hands, he thought about mercenary tasks. Scene 066. The ranking list appears. After exiting Maple Leaf City, Qin Feng opened the mercenary task panel and accepted all the tasks in the west of Maple Leaf City. Due to being constrained by the silver tier of mercenary rank, the tasks Qin Feng could accept were all relatively easy. Of course, this ease was relative to Qin Feng. For other players, each silver tier task required a substantial amount of time and resources to complete. Even for those established guilds in his previous life, completing silver tier mercenary tasks in batches shortly after entering the main city was quite troublesome. With this in mind, Qin Feng began his sweeping mission. Ding! Your mercenary rank has increased. Your current rank is gold, and your current level is LV9. Ding! Your level has increased. Your current level is LV23, and you have gained 80 free attribute points. Ding! Your level has increased. Your current level is LV24, and you have gained 80 free attribute points. After 2 days of sweeping, Qin Feng had cleared all the mercenary task resource points in the west of Maple Leafs. Correspondingly, his level had increased from level 22 with over 1.2 billion experience to level 24 with over 2.2 billion experience. Calculating the time if Chen Tianyang did not slack off in this life, he estimated that he would be able to return to Maple Leaf City today. As long as Chen Tianyang saw Dai Ying's corpse, his bounty task would be considered complete. 300 million experience points would be directly awarded, allowing Qin Feng to reach level 25. As for the 500 million gold coins for the bounty, he would need to go to the Lord's Mansion to claim them. With this in mind, Qin Feng headed towards Maple Leaf City. During the past 2 days of sweeping, Qin Feng had logged off to. Thanks to this choice, Qin Feng was exceptionally energetic, ready to participate in the competition for world dungeons. Soon, Qin Feng returned from the wilderness to Maple Leaf City. Just after arriving back, a series of system notification sounds echoed in Qin Feng's ears. However, this was not the experience boost that Qin Feng had been waiting for, but rather a series of world announcements. World announcement: it has been detected that 100 players from the Huaxiao region have entered the main city, officially starting the level ranking list. The top 3 on the list will receive additional rewards every week. Ding! The current number 1 on the ranking list is player Tianyi, character level 24. Listening to the notification sounds ringing in his ears, a smile immediately appeared at the corner of Qin Feng's eye. Due to Qin Feng's previous dominance, the players from Huaxiao in this life were leveling up with an intensity that could only be described as frenzied. Some experienced players even attempted to challenge Qin Feng's completion time in the dungeon, the Orc Prophet's plan. Although they ultimately failed, it was evident from this that Qin Feng, as a catfish in this life, played a significant role in greatly improving the situation of Huaxiao players compared to players from other regions. And for this, Qin Feng, the instigator, felt immensely gratified. However, gratified as he was unwilling to relinquish his position at number 1. He wanted to remain in that position, wielding a whip to spur all Huaxiao players to work hard, strive to play the game, and build strength for when the divine realm descended into reality. With this in mind, Qin Feng did not hesitate to click into the game forum. He prepared to write a paid guide to inform the Huaxiao players about the hidden tasks he no longer needed. This not only could accelerate the players' leveling speed, but also allow Qin Feng to earn a substantial amount of money. As for fearing that players would level up too quickly and catch up to him, sorry, but Qin Feng had never worried about that issue. Although the experience required for him to level up was 10 times that of an ordinary player, his current strength was far beyond that of ordinary players by hundreds or thousands of times. Under such circumstances, if he harbored such petty thoughts, he truly did not deserve to be a Reborn one, nor did he deserve to possess the SSS-tier profession Crimson Reaper. After opening the forum, Qin Feng found the strategy section. At this moment, there were countless posts discussing this world. They had completely turned the strategy section into a chat room. Shocking. Tianyi has actually reached level 24. Is he even human? Tianyi is amazing. A longtime fan's account, please prove that Tianyi is cheating, otherwise I won't be able to cope psychologically. At this moment, 9 out of 10 posts in the discussion area were about Qin Feng. Some praised Qin Feng while others wallowed in self-pity, but the majority questioned whether Qin Feng was cheating. However, this was quite normal as the player in second place on the ranking list was only level 14, while Qin Feng had directly completed the second job advancement and shot up to level 24. He was a full 10 levels ahead of the player in second place. It was hard not to evoke suspicions of Qin Feng cheating. However, upon seeing this, Qin Feng did not feel angry. Instead, he felt a bit smug. After all, what praise could compare to being accused of cheating? Nevertheless, Qin Feng did not linger too long in this enjoyment. He stepped out of his comfort zone, opened the topic post editor, and began writing the guide. After 20 minutes, a lengthy guide of over 10,000 words appeared on the forum. Guide to quickly level up for new players in the Divine Realm. Publisher Tianyi, price 1 gold coin. After posting this guide, Qin Feng returned to the game. Unlike other game forums, the forum for the Divine Realm is bound to game characters. Thanks to this mechanism, players can determine the poster's character in the game through their personal space. Given Qin Feng's current popularity, as long as the regulars in the forum clicked into his personal space, they would surely feel inclined to purchase this guide. After all, 1 gold coin was not much, and even the most struggling players could afford it after so many days since the game's launch. Just as Qin Feng expected, not long after the post was sent out, the sound of notifications rang in his ears. Ding! Your post guide to quickly level up for new players in the Divine Realm. Publisher Tianyi has been purchased by player Dezihua. You have earned 1 gold coin. Ding! Your post guide to quickly level up for new players in the Divine Realm. Publisher Tianyi has been purchased by player Double Gun Old Lady. You have earned 1 gold coin. Ding! Your post guide to quickly level up for new players in the Divine Realm. Publisher Tianyi has been purchased by player One Gun Clean Table. You have earned 1 gold coin. Listening to the notifications in his ears, Qin Feng smiled faintly and closed the annoying chime. He then continued on his way towards Maple Leaf City. Scene 067, the world instance, is activated. Thanks to his high agility attributes, Qin Feng's movement speed was extraordinarily swift, and in no time, he returned to Maple Leaf City. Upon arriving at Maple Leaf City, Qin Feng hurried to the high-end potion shop in the city, spending nearly 20 million gold coins to purchase a large number of recovery potions. He had a premonition that this world's instance would be somewhat different from the one that occurred in his past life. After all, during the activation of the world instance in his previous life, Dai Ying did not perish. After buying the potions, Qin Feng proceeded to the forging area to fully repair the 3-piece set of the Berserker and the pendant of the Orc Prophet. Then he arrived early at the hidden teleportation array of the Black Church within Maple Leaf City. This teleportation array would generally not be activated, and only members with high-level permissions could use it, while others could only take the underground passage. Although Qin Feng was not a member of the Black Church, he had obtained an 8th-level permission token from Dai Ying. Once Chen Tianyang returned to Maple Leaf City and issued that announcement to activate the world instance, he could immediately teleport to the headquarters of the Black Church using the 8th-level permission token he got from Dai Ying. Before long, Qin Feng felt the ground beneath him shaking. As he sensed this tremor, he closed his eyes and maximized. Thus he saw Chen Tianyang returning victorious. Maple Leaf City, Central Square. Looking at the well-disciplined army before him and the surrounding residents of Maple Leaf City, he thought about the more than 10 secret bases of the Black Church that he had destroyed. Chen Tianyang felt no pride. All he felt was endless shame. Indeed, he had destroyed many bases of the Black. However, he had not brought back even a single head of the Black Church's minions. Chen Tianyang was unwilling to accept this. He decided to declare war on the Black Church and mobilize all forces within the control range of Maple Leaf City to break through the headquarters of the Black Church at once. Thinking of this, Qin Feng delivered an impassioned speech. Citizens of the Maple Leaf Empire, the Black Church has plagued the common people for years, committing grievous sins. Today, I Qin Feng vow to the people of the Maple Leaf Empire, I will bury the Black Church once and for all. If any brave souls are willing to lend me a hand, I will be immensely grateful. After the speech ended, recruitment orders were swiftly distributed from Maple Leaf City to the entire Maple Leaf Empire. At the same time, players in all main cities of the Huaxia region heard the world announcement. World announcement: the world instance, the fall of the Black Church, has been activated and will last for 7 days. Once the headquarters of the Black Church is destroyed, the instance will automatically end and become a permanent instance. In 10 minutes, automatic teleportation will commence. Destination: Maple Leaf City. All players please prepare. World announcement: before the headquarters of the Black Church is destroyed, basic units below the legendary rank within the world instance will refresh without limit with a refresh interval of 20 minutes. World announcement: the world instance, the fall of the Black Church, has been activated and the instance challenge points leaderboard is now live. Killing Black Church members will not drop loot. Related rewards will automatically convert to instance points. After completing the instance, a unified settlement will occur. World announcement: the current world instance is a high-risk instance. Considering the low player levels, the permission for damage-free resurrection has been activated. Every player has the chance for infinite in-place resurrection without losing any attributes or experience, nor will any items drop. However, each time a player resurrects in place, they will lose 1,000 instance points. If points reach 0, the player will respawn at the resurrection point in Maple Leaf City. Quest hint: the headquarters of the Black Church is within Maple Leaf City. Players should search for it themselves. Quest hint: due to the current low combat power of players and the high difficulty of the instance, players can seek the assistance of NPCs to destroy the headquarters of the Black Church. Listening to the prompt ringing in their ears, all players in the main cities of the Huaxia region were in an uproar. It's actually a world instance. The game has only just started a few days ago. Infinite resurrection chances without losing any attributes or experience. Does this mean I'm about to take off? Infinite resurrection sounds great, but losing points makes me wonder how hard it is to earn them. If it's difficult, I should try not to die. Forget about infinite resurrection. Think about how to find the headquarters of the Black Church. If we can't find it, everything is pointless. True, Maple Leaf City is so big. Where are we supposed to search for the headquarters of the Black Church? Damn, look at the instance points of Tianyi. Is this even human? As soon as this was said, the world channel exploded. While all players were searching for the headquarters of the Black Church with instance points at 0, Tianyi's ID surged ahead on the instance points leaderboard, instantly scoring 1,000 points. Moreover, as time passed, this score continued to climb at a terrifying speed. Back to Qin Feng, the moment the world announcement sounded, he had already used the teleportation token to enter the headquarters of the... However, Qin Feng did not teleport directly to the lowest level, but arrived at the first floor. The purpose of coming here was quite simple: to farm points. Every low-level soldier of the Black Church could yield Qin Feng 100 points and 8,000 experience points. Ding! You have killed a silver-tier Black Church soldier, gaining 100 points and 8,000 experience points. Ding! You have killed a silver-tier Black Church soldier, gaining 100 points and 8,000 experience points. Ding! You have killed a silver-tier Black Church soldier, gaining 100 points and 8,000 experience points. Against Qin Feng's high damage, these silver-tier Black Church soldiers were as fragile as scrap paper. They couldn't even slow down Qin Feng's advance. Before long, Qin Feng had slaughtered his way from the entrance of the first floor to the second floor, aiming to allow later Huaxia players to have monsters to kill and to lower their gaming difficulty. Qin Feng only killed 1/3 of the Black Church soldiers on the first floor. Even so, he garnered 30,000 instance points and 240,000 experience points. He stood in a position that all main city players looked up to. Upon reaching the entrance to the second floor, Qin Feng did not descend. Instead, he opened the game forum and began editing a post titled World Instant Strategy for the Fall of the Black Church. He intended to document the location of the Black Church headquarters, how to enter it, and the elite monsters to watch out for. This was not about seeking praise from players, rather it was Qin Feng, who had lived 2 lives, hoping that players in this life would be able to grow at a faster pace. At the moment of chaos, possessing enough strength to fight for the survival of Huaxia. A few minutes later, Qin Feng finished editing the main post and published it on the game forum. 068. The battle against the undead troops resumes. A notification chimes. Ding dong, the player you specifically follow, Tianyi, has released a new post. Please take a look. Due to the earlier post titled A Beginner's Guide to Rapid Leveling in the Divine Domain published by Qin Feng, many players have set him as a special focus. At the same time Qin Feng published that post, a similar notification sound echoed in the ears of these players. Among them were some who had already reached the main city. What the hell? What did I just see? Tianyi has posted again, and it's a strategy for this world dungeon. Damn, is Tianyi, we are still searching for the entrance, and he has already infiltrated. Isn't that a bit too abnormal? Shut up, you fool. Who are you calling abnormal? This big shot is kindly sharing strategies with us, and this is your attitude. Tianyi is awesome. Long live Tianyi. I will set up a memorial for him. Amidst the cheers, the players rushed to form a team and headed toward the sewer system of Maple Leaf City. For in the guide, Qin Feng had already pointed out that without a high-level access token, they could only enter the headquarters of the Black Church through a hidden passage deep within the sewers. Soon the players arrived at the entrance of the passage indicated by Qin Feng. Following his instructions, they worked together to shatter the Twilight Gate, defending the headquarters of the Black Church. After breaking through the Twilight Gate, the players surged forward, beginning to slaughter the remnants left behind by Qin Feng on the first floor. Thanks to the detailed explanations provided by Qin Feng in the guide, they understood every nuance of the monster's attributes and weaknesses within the dungeon. Having reviewed the guide, these main city players realized that relying solely on their individual abilities would make it difficult to advance further in this world dungeon. To maximize their gains, they had to band together. After all, the highest level among them was only level 14, while even the lowest silver-tier soldiers in the headquarters of the Black Church were level 20. Moreover, they did not possess Qin Feng's terrifying combat awareness or his almost bug-like SS-level talent. Facing enemies much higher in level than them going solo would lead to certain death. Thus, at this moment, all the players from Huaxia temporarily set aside their individual desires, merging into a collective force, becoming the fourth disaster feared even by the soldiers of the Black Church. Blocking the silver-tier soldiers that respawn every 20 minutes on the first floor, they unleashed a massacre. With each kill, their experience points and scores surged, and by the time the dungeon concluded, every player received an incredibly bountiful reward. Of course, all of this would come later. Returning to Qin Feng, after posting that message, he stepped into the second floor, beginning a frenzy of slaughter. At this moment, the guards within the Black Church also reacted. Though they were reluctant to believe it, the headquarters that had never been discovered for so many years was now facing an invasion by enemies. However, to halt the enemy's advance, and buy time for their leader, their Pope Crosos, they resolutely activated the defensive magic array of the headquarters. Once the magic array was activated, anyone bearing the mark of the Black Church would receive a 50 boost to all attributes. Some powerful individuals could even receive a 100 boost. However, for Qin Feng, whose killing power was off the charts, this was nothing but a futile effort. It should be noted that not long ago, Qin Feng, having completed his power enhancement, was already capable of slaying the top expert of the Black Church envoy Daying. Killing these ordinary soldiers was even simpler. Even with the boost from the magic array, they could not change the outcome of being slain by a single strike from Qin Feng. Quickly, Qin Feng penetrated through the entire second floor. Unlike last time, he did not leave any monsters for the players from Huaxia, because it was unnecessary. In Qin Feng's calculations, ordinary players could not possibly arrive on this floor within 20 minutes. By the time they got there, the monsters on the second floor would have already respawned, so there was no need to leave any behind. Just then, as Qin Feng was heading to the third floor, a notification sound echoed in his ears. Ding dong, you have completed the bounty task for the third prince of the Maple Leaf Empire, Qin Tianyang, by killing the envoy Daying, earning 300 million experience points. Ding dong, your level has increased. You have reached level 25 and earned 80 attribute points. Listening to the notification ringing in his ears, Qin Feng did not hesitate to divide the points into two parts, adding 40 points to strength and 40 points to agility. After allocating the attribute points, Qin Feng descended into the third floor. As soon as he entered, he saw the awaiting slumberer troops ready for him. In front of the slumberer troops stood a beautiful woman, her appearance stunning, yet her gaze venomous like that of a viper. Seeing Qin Feng reach the third floor, the woman showed no surprise, pointing her finger in Qin Feng's direction. Instantly, the slumberer troops behind her surged forward towards Qin Feng. Since these slumberers were in a state of undead, they possessed some strength, yet their minds were not very clear. Their combat style was always the same, and as they charged halfway, these undead warriors unleashed their opening skill to boom boom boom. As tombstones fell, the slumberers activated their aura skill, slow aura. Feeling the changes in his body, Qin Feng simply smiled faintly. After successfully changing classes and gathering 3 pieces of the frenzied hunter equipment, Qin Feng's physical attribute had reached over 1300 points. After killing Daying and receiving the first kill reward attribute points, he added another 100 points to his physique. This directly raised his physique to over 1400 points. Such a high physique attribute provided Qin Feng with exceptional resistance to abnormal states. Given the feeble intellect of these undead warriors, their weak control could not hinder Qin Feng at all. Bursting into the crowd of slumberers, Qin Feng swiftly dispatched them one by one. Thanks to his impressive level of 25 and his incredibly luxurious equipment, Qin Feng's attack power had neared 14,000 points. With such high attack power, coupled with his passive damage increase effects across 3 tiers and the tenfold critical hit bonus from his first talent, even without activating any damage increasing skills, Qin Feng's attack power soared past 340,000 points. However, the slumberers he faced only had 15,000 hit points. Even with the enhancement from the magic array, these slumberers had just over 220,000 hit points. Moreover, not only were their hit points insufficient, but their defensive capabilities against Qin Feng were also quite weak. With an enhanced defense of 4,500 points, they could only withstand 90,000 points of damage. Qin Feng needed only one strike to turn these slumberers into experience points. Ding dong, you have killed the diamond tier alchemical creature slumberer, earning 200,000 experience points, 1,000 merit points, and 10,000 dungeon points. Ding dong, you have killed the diamond tier alchemical creature slumberer, earning 200,000 experience points, 1,000 merit points, and 10,000 dungeon points. Ding dong, you have killed the diamond tier alchemical creature slumberer, earning 200,000 experience points, 1,000 merit points, and 10,000 dungeon points. Moments later, Qin Feng had completely cleared the slumberers from the area. Watching Qin Feng, who resembled a demon god, annihilating over 70 slumberers in just 2 or 3 breaths, the leading woman trembled and began to flee toward the rear. 069, first kill of a small boss. World announcement. However, Qin Feng was not willing to let her go. The Crimson Reaper needed 10 times the experience points compared to other players for each level up. Now Qin Feng is level 25, and to reach level 26, he requires a staggering 3 billion experience points. The woman in front of him, although a legendary grade small boss like Mora from base 013, was still formidable. However, killing her would still grant him around 800 experience points. It may be a bit lacking, but having something is better than nothing. With this thought, Qin Feng directly unleashed the dragon, appearing behind the woman. A blood-red blood plum blossom was imprinted on her back. In the next moment, 2 blazing sword lights flashed, and the woman's health was instantly drained, leaving her lifeless on the Ding dong, you have killed the leader of the secret base now. 049 Bloody Maria, earning a reward of 800 experience points and 300 dungeon points. World announcement. Congratulations to player Tiani for the first kill of the World Dungeon Small Boss Bloody Maria Legendary. You have received the first kill reward of 100 dungeon points. Listening to the system notification ringing in his ears, Qin Feng felt quite pleased. The 300 points from the kill reward and the 100 points from the first kill reward were enough to bring him 2 diamond tier equipment during the settlement. Since this is a world dungeon, defeating the dungeon monsters would not drop equipment or loot, but would instead be uniformly calculated into points waiting for the final settlement after the dungeon ends. With that thought, Qin Feng quickened his pace towards the 4th floor. In his memory, there were nearly 60 such small bosses on the 4th floor, and if he could kill them all, it would yield a decent reward. While Qin Feng rushed towards the 4th floor, the players on the 1st floor were stunned, unable to utter a word. When the world announcement sounded, this group of players was at the respawn point, eagerly waiting for the silver tier knights to revive. However, what they first received was not the white experience points, but a world announcement that drove them to madness with jealousy. The game has only been running for a few days, and with the difficulty of leveling in the Divine Domain game, players who could reach the main city in such a short time were remarkable figures, nearly top-tier players in other games. However, once in the game, this group had been suppressed by Qin Feng from the novice village all the way to the main city. Initially, after Qin Feng publicly shared the strategy for the World Dungeon, these players thought they could catch up with him through this round of the World Dungeon. Not to mention completely catching up to Qin Feng and becoming the first person in the Huaxiao region. At the very least, they wanted to narrow the level gap between them so that Qin Feng would no longer stand out. However, while they were happily waiting for the monsters to respawn, calculating how many experience points they needed for leveling up at a rate of 100 points per monster, Qin Feng, on the other hand, confidently led them by several steps, claiming the first small boss of the World Dungeon and receiving a whopping 100 points as a first kill reward. Why? I grind for points at 100 points at a time. How can this Tiani take 100 points at 1? I'm calcium oxide in him. I can't accept this. Everyone is a player. Why is he progressing so much faster than this guy? Must be using hacks. Damn Tiani, why don't you share your hacks instead of hogging it all to yourself? In the World Channel, some main city players began to curse. As time went on, the insults became harsher. They were unwilling to accept such a reality, their hearts tortured. They were desperate to level up to quickly close the gap with Qin Feng. Some of these people poured a large amount of money into the Divine Domain, purchasing a heap of equipment in the main city auction. Others sought various ways to cheat, but despite searching high and low, they found not even a single hack. Some went sleepless, using the determination of a cultivator to grind monsters and complete quests wildly. However, even with such efforts, they still could not catch up to Qin Feng's pace, and they could barely see the tail lights of his vehicle. Today's world announcement directly shattered the hopes of those psychologically weak players among the main city players. Yet not all players were selfish and shameless. Most players still had a sense of humanity, standing up for Qin Feng in the World Channel. Are you even human? Without the strategy from the great Tiani, you probably wouldn't even find a dungeon. Truly heartless. Exactly what kind of people are these? He helped you, and not only do you not thank him, you even complain he hasn't helped enough. Do you expect him to give you his entire fortune to silence you? Yeah, especially that one asking for hacks. By now, which player who's been playing for a while doesn't know this game has no hacks? Eating alone. I think you're so delusional, you must have eaten something bad. A bunch of trash. Keep talking bad about Tiani, and he'll take you down with one strike. If you're brainless, then you need to take more brain pills, but with your IQ, even brain pills won't save you. In the World Channel, righteous players engaged in a back and forth, quickly drowning out the voices of those scoundrels. Among them were not only main city players, but also a vast number of novice village players. They had all gained quite a bit from Qin Feng's rapid leveling guide. Now, with the fool insulting the great player who guided them in leveling up, these righteous individuals naturally would not stand for it. At that moment, it was unclear if they were ignited by the heated atmosphere in the World Channel. Suddenly, an extremely loud voice erupted in the first layer of the dungeon. Who the hell was just talking bad about the great? Come out. If not, exit the World Dungeon yourself, or you'll be forced to check the chat records. Otherwise, they'll send you back to the main city. The speaker was a bearded man, a high player ranked just below Qin Feng. As soon as the bearded man finished speaking, the players on the first floor were taken aback, each stopping their actions to look at him. After a moment, the crowd suddenly erupted in cheers. Countless players filled with righteous indignation rallied behind the bearded man's proposal. The bearded man's gaze swept across the room, emanating an aura of dominance. Not going to stand up, huh? Then don't blame me for turning against you. After waiting for a while, and seeing no response from these people, the bearded man's expression darkened, and he angrily shouted, "Are you too cowardly to own up? You lot are a bunch of beasts." After saying that, the bearded man began to scroll through the chat records, filtering entries. He pointed out every single person who had insulted. Night Battle 8 directions, Black Soul Warrior Shy, Iron Fist Farmers, 3 punches. If I call your ID, stand up. You have 10 seconds left. As soon as these words were spoken, those who were named could no longer sit still. Players could see each other's IDs, and once pointed out, even their thick skin could not withstand it. However, these selfish individuals would not just give in. They began to resist. Is the world instance your family's property? The first to rebel was an idiot named Yizhan Bafeng, the very fool who wrote little essays. This kid, relying on his family's wealth, shamelessly used Peidoan tactics to rally a large group to help him complete experience grinding tasks, thus making his way to the main city and becoming a player there. Having been killed by Qin Feng once before, this kid harbored a grudge against him. Seeing someone instigating against Qin Feng in the world channel, he immediately called upon his lackeys to fan the flames. As he anticipated, many jealous and bitter miscreants were stirred up by him. However, before he could revel in his delight for too long, he was pointed out by a man with a black beard. Yizhan Bafeng could hardly bear this affront, and immediately lost his temper, lifting his hips and stepping out from the crowd to confront the man with the black beard. So what if I step out? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Look at your ghastly appearance. You don't even bother to make yourself look decent in a game. What qualifications do you, an ugly person, have to lecture me? You even tell us to leave this world instance. Do you think this instance belongs to your family? As soon as Yizhan Bafeng spoke, the other players who were called out found their footing. These greedy and dim-witted individuals, though lacking in character, were quite adept at making a noise. Exactly. We've only said a couple of things. What loss has he suffered? Furthermore, who can prove that he isn't cheating? We're all newbies. Why is his level so much higher than ours? Do you think he has 8 heads or 16 hands? A discerning person can see whether he is cheating or not. As for those who can't see it, I can only say it's a matter of perspective. Why explain to this group of sycophants? They only know how to flatter cheaters. If a cheater gives them a guide, they would be moved to tears. What a bunch of spineless fools. Yes, we are merely playing around. The cheat probably doesn't care. You a fool, keep babbling endlessly. Who do you think you are? The spokesperson for the cheat. You must be the dog's servant of the cheat. Look at him, look. He's panicking because we hit the name. Dog scum. Lackey. Don't be anxious. Didn't you want to reason with us? Come on. Who's afraid of you? In an instant, the scum were all spouting nonsense. Some were being sarcastic, some were twisting concepts, some were throwing accusations, and some claimed to be disciples of the martial arts master Yang Li. However, the man with the black beard merely smiled faintly. He had been in the gaming circle for many years. He had seen his fair share of strange creatures and had developed a resistance to the words of these brutes. Not only that, but he also had an incredibly powerful simulation system in the game. With his strength as the top player under Qin Feng, he could easily utilize this simulation system to physically torment these. With this in mind, the man with the black beard rolled up his sleeves, adjusted the dagger in his hand, and charged towards Yizhan Bafeng. You the loudest, it's you. Stab, stab, stab. The Blackbeard man was ruthless. He unleashed his ultimate move, creating dozens of large holes in Yizhan Bafeng's body. After seeing him take action, the other righteous players also sprang into action. They repeatedly slaughtered those foul-mouthed killers until they completely drained their health and wiped out all the points they had. At the moment the Blackbeard man struck, Qin Feng had just arrived at the entrance of the 4th layer. The world instance of the Black Cult's destruction consists of 6 layers. The first and second layers are the easiest, containing only the lowest level of Black Cult soldiers. The difficulty ramps up in the 3rd and 4th layers, especially in the 4th layer. In this 4th layer, not only are there hundreds of dormant ones, but there are also nearly 60 legendary tier powerhouses like Mo Labai. Normally, these individuals guard the Black Cult's secret base. But today they had gathered together, and their combined strength was not to be underestimated. So upon reaching the entrance of the 4th layer, Qin Feng resolutely activated his exclusive skill Blood Rage. Ding! You have activated the exclusive skill Blood Rage, entering the 1st stage of Blood Rage, gaining a 2-fold increase in all attributes, maximum health limit, increased current health locked, no benefits from increase. Health decreases by half, lasting 30 minutes. After that, there will be a 12-hour weakness period, which can be lifted by activating Blood Rage again. Ding! You have activated the exclusive skill Blood Rage, entering the 2nd stage of Blood Rage, gaining a 4-fold increase in all attributes, maximum health limit, increased current health locked, no benefits from increase. Health decreases by half, lasting 30 minutes. After that, there will be a 12-hour weakness period, which can be lifted by activating Blood Rage again. After changing classes and unlocking the Berserker set, Qin Feng's attributes skyrocketed. It was precisely for this reason that the attribute increase from this 2nd stage of Blood Rage was even more ferocious than the previous 4th stage. The base attack power of his blade had already surpassed 50,000 points, and it was only a small gap of over 20,000 points from the 80,000 attack power he had reached during the 5th stage of Blood Rage. Montgomery. Due to the overwhelming number of enemies, Qin Feng had no time to examine their attributes. The only practical approach was to cut through the chaos, swiftly eliminating a few to gather enough blood required for condensing the Scarlet Blade. The Scarlet Mark had no cooldown, but it could not stack multiple layers on a single enemy. To break this limitation, skills like Phantom Substitute, which could replicate the body's actions, were needed. However, these enemies generally had only 6 to 700,000 health points. Even with the enhancement from the defensive formation, they still saw a considerable increase in their health. With Qin Feng's damage output after the second blood explosion, he could essentially kill them without using the Scarlet Mark. The reason for using it was that his mana had already reached a terrifying amount of over 10,000. Moreover, he had a mountain of recovery potions stored in his backpack, so he was not short on mana. Additionally, Qin Feng was concerned that these enemies might possess skills like demonization that could trigger a sudden surge in power. If he could not quickly deplete these enemies' health, it would affect his plan to eliminate the fourth layer swiftly. 276W. 270W. With the enhancement of the Scarlet Blade, Qin Feng's damage from a single strike immediately broke through the 270,000 mark. With such high damage, no enemy could withstand 3 strikes. Most of them fell to Qin Feng with a single blow, while a few with demonization abilities could endure 2. Swish, swish, swish. As Qin Feng continued to swing his blade, the blood on the ground gradually accumulated. After counting, he had already gathered enough to condense 100 Scarlet Blades. At this thought, a fierce look flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. In the next moment, a full 100 Scarlet Blades coalesced. Just like when he was in the cave, these Scarlet Blades formed a lotus shape. With each opening and closing, legendary bosses fell one after another. If others were to see this scene, they might mistakenly think that the enemies Qin Feng faced were just a group of low-level monsters. But as long as they weren't foolish enough to miss activating their Eye of Inspection, they would realize the formidable strength of these enemies. They would also understand just how terrifying Qin Feng was capable of effortlessly slaying these legendary mini-builds. Ding dong, you have slain the leader of Secret Base now. 041 Black Soul Warrior received and received an experience reward of 8,000 points along with 30,000 dungeon points. Ding dong, you have slain the leader of Secret Base now. 057 Fire Mage Komodo, and received an experience reward of 8,000 points along with 30,000 dungeon points. Ding dong, you have slain the leader of Secret Base now. 007 Enchantress Hillby, and received an experience reward of 8,000 points along with 30,000 dungeon points. Ding dong, you have slain all the leaders of the Black Cult secret bases, achieving a 3rd-tier achievement and receiving the 3rd-tier title of Hunter of Silence. Hearing the system notification ringing in his ears, Qin Feng glanced at the corpses strewn around him. At this moment, the enemies of the 4th layer had been completely cleared. With no worries behind him, Qin Feng began to examine the effects of the title he had obtained. Hunter of Silence type title, rank 3rd tier, can be upgraded. Effect when attacking members of the Black Cult, damage output is increased by 30. Introduction, only the most exceptional hunters will possess this title. After reading the effects of this title, Qin Feng immediately removed the title of Butcher and equipped the Hunter of Silence title. Although the Butcher title had a higher rank than Hunter of Silence, its 30 lifesteal effect was less suitable for the current battle than the damage increase. After all, Qin Feng's damage had already overflowed, and the 30 increase from Hunter of Silence was not overly crucial. Nevertheless, Qin Feng still chose to equip the Hunter of Silence title. Not for any other reason, but to pay tribute to those nameless heroes who fought silently. After equipping the title, Qin Feng moved towards the 5th layer. Compared to the 4th layer, the difficulty of the 5th layer was slightly higher. The most elite forces of the Black Cult, the Lawkeepers, were stationed there. Each of these Lawkeepers had undergone 6 professional advancements, making them significantly stronger than the mixed bag leaders of the secret bases. Of course, with Qin Feng's current combat power, these Lawkeepers were not enough to make him worry. The only opponent he needed to be cautious of was the chief commander of the Lawkeepers, the 2nd strongest of the Black Cult, the level 75 Great Swordsman Montgomery. Before long, Qin Feng arrived at the 5th layer, taking less than 3 minutes in total. Upon entering the 5th layer, he immediately spotted Montgomery, standing at the forefront. Without being overly arrogant, Qin Feng targeted Montgomery and cast a detection spell. Chief Commander of the Lawkeepers. Montgomery, level 75 rank, epic health, 1 attack, power, 270 defense, 2 skills, master level swordsmanship, proficiency master level, defense advanced, blink high level combat, instinct high level heavy strike high level resistance void, slash earth-shaking divine, strength battle roar mighty strike purgatory yama blade demonized state resurrection of the fallen introduction, the 2nd strongest of the Black Cult. His direct combat ability surpasses dying. After reviewing Montgomery's information, Qin Feng let out a deep sigh of relief. He was not worried about the enemy's high damage or their pesky resurrection abilities. Compared to the overwhelmingly strong direct combat abilities of Montgomery, Qin Feng was more concerned about the assassin-like control tactics employed by Dai Ying. Due to his own rank, not reaching the 3rd tier, Qin Feng found those directional control skills particularly troublesome. Coincidentally, Montgomery in front of him lacked those troublesome control abilities. He was just a seemingly fierce level 75 warrior. With this thought in mind, Qin Feng gripped the Dragon Slayer blade and charged toward Montgomery. However, just as he dashed forward, Montgomery began speaking to negotiate with him. 072 Bribery. The moment Qin Feng stepped through the door, Montgomery sensed an extremely dangerous aura emanating from him. As the 3rd in command of the Black Church, he naturally knew that the Pope had sent Dai Ying to assassinate Qin Feng. But now Dai Ying was missing, and the Pope had entered that terrifying place. The mysterious and terrifyingly powerful enemy before him appeared unscathed in the headquarters. Montgomery inevitably concluded that Dai Ying had died at the hands of this man. Recalling the cunning and bizarre methods of dying, a chill ran down Montgomery's back. The fact that such a powerful man had fallen to this person's hands indicated just how terrifying his strength truly was. With this thought in mind, Montgomery made a decision. He resolved not to confront Qin Feng and focusing instead on delaying time for the Pope, hoping he could safely exit that place. The entire Maple Leaf City would then submit beneath their feet. At that point, it wouldn't be too late to seek revenge on Qin Feng. As this thought crossed his mind, Montgomery let out a booming shout, simultaneously reaching out to restrain the eager inquisitor. Is it fate? My holy church has never had any grievances with you. Why do you push so hard? Are you trying to say my holy church is without defenders? Hearing Montgomery's deep voice, a playful expression immediately appeared on Qin Feng's face. Since entering the game, he had encountered many bosses, but he had never met anyone like Montgomery, who wanted to discuss reason. Intrigued, Qin Feng paused his actions, waiting for Montgomery's subsequent words. Upon seeing Qin Feng's demeanor, Montgomery was momentarily taken aback. According to the script, after I ask a question, you should respond with a couple of sentences, right? If you don't engage, how can I negotiate with you? Is there no sense of negotiation left? However, despite his surprise, the classical cultist Montgomery had come prepared. Noticing that Qin Feng was silent, he began his own speech. I cannot deny your strength, but my holy church is not a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will. If you insist on opposing my holy church today, then even if it costs me my life, I will drag you down with me. At this point, Montgomery shifted his tone. However, if you know your place and retreat now, I swear on my honor that I will restrain my subordinates. From now on, wherever your fate lies, my holy church will steer clear. Saying this, Montgomery sincerely removed his storage ring and tossed it into Qin Feng's arms. I know you must have come to trouble us because you accepted Chen Tainyang's bounty. I won't let you leave empty-handed. Trust me, the items in this ring are worth far more than the reward Chen Tianyang offered you. Looking at the ring tightly gripped in Qin Feng's hand, Montgomery's heart surged with immense confidence. With items worth over 3 billion gold coins in this storage ring, Montgomery didn't believe Qin Feng would have any reason to refuse. Take it. Though you may have your life to take it, becoming the master of these treasures, even for a moment, is an honor for you. As Montgomery anticipated, after Qin Feng examined the contents of the ring, his expression visibly softened. Montgomery beamed with joy and hurriedly urged, since you've accepted our benefits, you should leave. We will pretend we never saw you and won't spread this matter. Rest assured, my holy church values integrity in business. Upon finishing, a warm smile appeared on Montgomery's face, reminiscent of a harmless old man selling roasted sweet potatoes by the roadside. However, as he smiled, Montgomery's expression changed. Qin Feng had indeed moved, but instead of retreating, he was slowly advancing towards Montgomery and his group. What do you mean? Is it not enough? I warn you, don't be greedy. Hearing this, Qin Feng smiled lightly and teased, isn't this bribery on your part? So what if it is? What if it isn't? Montgomery looked at Qin Feng in confusion, already unsure of his thoughts. I'm not a fan of accepting bribes, Qin Feng said calmly, flipping his palm and placing the storage ring into the... Seeing Qin Feng's action, Montgomery secretly cursed, hypocritical bastard, truly a worthless scum. However, on the surface, he forced himself to suppress his disgust and continued along Qin Feng's line of thought. How can this be bribery? These items were originally yours, they were just picked up by us. Now they are returned to their rightful owner, so it cannot be considered bribery. Once he said this, Montgomery believed that Qin Feng would have no objections. In his view, even the most greedy and shameless person would cease at this point. However, the next sentence from Qin Feng instantly refreshed his worldview. No, you misunderstand. I don't like accepting bribes, I prefer to confiscate directly. Can a person be this shameless? The classical cultist Montgomery stared at Qin Feng in astonishment. He truly did not expect this person before him to be so shameless, so arrogant, and so dismissive of them. Not only did he take the benefits without leaving, but he also intended to blackmail them, exterminating everyone and taking their corpses to claim the bounty from Chen Tianyang. What could be tolerated could not be tolerated. Montgomery could no longer hold back. He gestured, and the furious members of the Black Church behind him immediately they unleashed their ultimate moves, charging towards Qin Feng. Montgomery activated the Black Church emblem on him, no longer hiding his strength, fully receiving the amplification of the defensive magic array. Thanks to his extraordinarily strong abilities, Montgomery received a 100 boost to all attributes. After his combat power skyrocketed, he teleported in front of Qin Feng with a high-level blink. In the next moment, he swung down a heavy sword aimed at Qin Feng's head. 073, fourfold blood burst. Killing with a cruel heart. Looking at the heavy sword slicing towards him, Qin Feng wasted no time and directly activated Blood Burst and Blade Spirit. In an instant, 3 notification sounds exploded in his ears. Ding. You have activated your exclusive skill Blood Burst, initiating 3-fold Blood Burst, gaining an 8-fold boost to all attributes, maximum health, increased current health lock, no benefit from the boost. Health decreases by half, lasting 30 minutes, after which a 12-hour weakness period will follow, which can be lifted by activating Blood Burst again. Ding. You have activated your exclusive skill Blood Burst, initiating 4-fold Blood Burst, gaining a 16-fold boost to all attributes, maximum health, increased current health lock, no benefit from the boost. Health decreases by half, lasting 30 minutes, after which a 12-hour weakness period will follow, which can be lifted by activating Blood Burst again. Ding. You have summoned Blade Spirit, gaining a buff. Movement speed increased by 200, attack speed increased by 200, neural reflex speed increased by 200, dynamic vision increased by 200, resistance to abnormal states increased by 200, immune to soul damage. Lasting 5 minutes. Feeling the surge of power within him, Qin Feng gripped the dragon-slaying blade tightly and chose to face the incoming sword with sheer force. Clang. 5. 1 million. As a scarlet damage value floated above Montgomery's head, a deafening sound of blades clashing suddenly erupted on the 5th floor, causing all the law adherents rushing towards Qin Feng to momentarily halt. Montgomery, facing this strike, directly felt an even greater impact. All he heard was a loud bang. He was sent flying by Qin Feng, crashing heavily against the alloy wall, creating a massive hole in the incredibly severe pain radiated from Montgomery's limbs. As he looked at Qin Feng in disbelief, his eyes filled with He knew Qin Feng was strong, but he never imagined he could be this powerful. The force from that last clash had already surpassed the majority of 8th-tier warriors and could rival 8th-tier assassins known for their explosive damage. However, having seen Qin Feng's information, Montgomery understood. This man, more ferocious than a demon, was only 2nd tier, and he had just advanced to this tier a few days prior. A genius. Montgomery's heart trembled violently as he forcibly suppressed his fear, slowly pulling his limbs out. However, before he could act, he heard a series of slicing sounds, as if cutting through melons. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Following the sounds, Montgomery witnessed a scene that broke his heart. On the battlefield, Qin Feng resembled a blood-soaked demon, ruthlessly slaughtering the students he had painstakingly taught. Each of these students was like his own flesh and blood, each one he had dedicated countless efforts to. A sharp pain surged from Montgomery's heart. At that moment, all fear dissipated, replaced by a singular thought: vengeance for his students. Even if it meant death, he would do everything in his power to use the blood of this demon before him to honor his students. With this thought, Montgomery surged forward towards Qin Feng. In his charge, he activated the enhancement skill Divine Power, doubling his attack strength. Then he switched his massive sword. In an instant, flames blazed on the long knife, each flicker consuming his vitality. This was a high-tier secret technique he obtained after a series of fortunate encounters, Purgatory Yin Blade. It was his strongest attack ability bar none. Yet this technique, which he placed so much hope in, failed to bring any change to the one-sided battle. Before his long knife could strike Qin Feng, who was mercilessly slaughtering the law adherents, Qin Feng had already turned around and cleaved him into the ground below. 5. 12 million. Ding. Your attack triggered the absolute deceleration effect. Montgomery's sense of time perception decreased by 200. Duration 6 seconds. Ding. Your attack triggered the shatter effect. Montgomery suffers 10 maximum health damage per second, lasting 6 seconds. Ding. Your attack triggered the judgment effect. Montgomery enters a locked state, unable to take any actions. Duration 3 seconds. As the damage values floated away, a series of 4 system notifications echoed in Qin Feng's ears. After hearing these 4 notifications, Qin Feng didn't even glance at Montgomery, turning back to continue slaughtering the law adherents in the area. Meanwhile, the wound caused by the dragon-slaying blade burst open sluggishly. With a whoosh, the originally thin wound suddenly expanded into a gaping hole over 3 fingers wide. Scarlet blood sprayed out from the wound like a fountain, dyeing the floor a deep red. Feeling the excruciating pain, a tremendous sense of helplessness tormented Montgomery's bleeding heart. He could only endure the intense pain, maintaining a state of extreme awareness, watching helplessly as his students were slaughtered by that demonic entity. Montgomery wanted to roar, but under the locking effect, he lost the ability to control his vocal cords. Montgomery wanted to close his eyes, but his eyelids refused to obey, remaining wide open, forcing him to witness every detail of the massacre around him. In his vision, not a single law adherent could escape Qin Feng's death grip. And no matter how hard his students resisted, they could inflict no damage upon Qin Feng. Even those control skills that barely landed on Qin Feng could not hinder his slaughtering steps. As long as Qin Feng approached them, the next moment their bodies would inevitably be cleaved in half. There would be no escape. 13, 23, 33. In just a moment, out of his 42 students, only 9 remained alive. Bang, bang, bang. A series of sounds rang in Montgomery's ears. His 9 students were discarded by Qin Feng, like garbage carelessly tossed beside him. These students cried out in pain as each one had a gaping hole the size of a bowl smashed into them by Qin Feng's fist. Scarlet blood gushed from the wounds, gradually draining their vitality. The next moment, Qin Feng's demonic voice echoed in his ears. Speak. Why do you want to delay time? You don't have to say either. Every second you remain silent, another wound will appear on your precious students, but this wound won't be made by a knife for fear of killing them. I will use my fists. 074. Coercion. In his previous life, Qin Feng had participated in the world instance, the destruction of the dark cult. It was precisely for this reason that he possessed an acute understanding of Montgomery's weaknesses. Although Montgomery was a cultist who committed heinous acts, he was deeply classical in nature and held great importance to his feelings for his disciples were no less profound than the feelings that Cross held. At this moment, Qin Feng was exploiting this weakness, seeking to uncover what the dark cult was truly up to and what in this life, due to Qin Feng's rise, the entire process of the Divine Realm game underwent tremendous changes. Just considering Dai Ying and Cross, a monumental transformation had taken place. In his previous life, the dark cult was indeed destroyed, and its headquarters was blown to ruins by countless crazed players. However, 2 of the 3 leaders of the dark cult had survived. These were Dai Ying and his father Cross. Later on, these 2 also initiated new instances and plotlines. However, in this life, Dai Ying had indeed met his end at the hands of Qin Feng ahead of time. This would inevitably trigger a series of chain reactions, the most significant of which was concerning Dai Ying's father, the leader of the dark cult Cross. A magician does not perform without preparation. Having suffered at the hands of the 10th Supreme, Qin Feng had gradually become more cautious. Qin Feng did not wish to fight an unprepared battle. He needed to seize the initiative. To achieve this, he had to gather. As the third-in-command of the dark cult, Montgomery was the most suitable candidate. However, persuading Montgomery to speak willingly was not an easy task. It is important to note that he was a level 75 tier 7 warrior. What NPC has reached such a level without possessing an incredibly resilient character? To make someone like him speak, one must gradually destroy his heart. As the saying goes, to kill a man, one must strike at his heart. Extracting information from such a person requires shattering his heart into dust. To this end, Qin Feng directly activated 4 levels of blood fury, forcefully suppressing Montgomery and his disciples with an almost invincible demeanor. He then ruthlessly tossed 9 law teachers in front of Montgomery as if they were mere rags. Speak. You have 3 seconds to consider. If you answer my question, your disciples can die peacefully. If you choose to die stubbornly, your disciples will be torn apart by me into 8 pieces. At these words, a surge of anger flared in Montgomery's eyes. Yet in the next moment, he suppressed that anger. There was no other option. He could not defeat Qin Feng. Even if he activated his demonized state and gained enhancements, he still could not hope to overcome Qin Feng. According to the investigative data, Qin Feng's secret technique could be unleashed at least 6 times. Each time it was released, Qin Feng's power doubled. Currently, Montgomery had only seen Qin Feng unleash it twice. He did not dare to gamble with his few remaining disciples. Yet Montgomery remained silent. In his heart, the paradise described in the dark cult's doctrines was the last piece of purity in this filthy world. Any act of betrayal against this doctrine was a desecration of that paradise. Caught between faith and emotion, Montgomery was in deep anguish. However, Qin Feng had no intention of understanding his turmoil, nor was he interested in it. Alright, time's up. After saying this, Qin Feng struck a law teacher in the stomach with a punch. Next to the original hole, another hole the size of a bowl was made. In executing this action, Qin Feng deliberately controlled his strength, ensuring that he did not kill this law teacher. In an instant, cries of agony echoed throughout the room. Just kill me. Hearing this scream, Montgomery gritted his teeth, defiantly refusing to utter a single word. Seeing him like this, Qin Feng did not hold back either. Disregarding his previous statement about making a hole every minute, he directly pulled over a law teacher, holding him in front of Montgomery, and punched him in. Montgomery stared at Qin Feng in shock, his eyes reflecting a mix of heartache and disbelief. Wasn't it agreed that a hole would be made every minute? Why had the agreement suddenly changed? However, Montgomery did not voice this question, for a greater shock was already Commander, he'll be your disciple in the next life. Boom. A law teacher self-destructed. Commander, don't. Boom. Another law teacher self-destructed. Following that, the sounds of self-detonation rang out one after another as the law teachers chose to commit suicide rather than allow Qin Feng to use them to torment their master. This entire sequence of events left Qin Feng somewhat baffled. He could not understand why this group of ruthless cultists who committed unspeakable atrocities would exhibit such a profound spirit of sacrifice, choosing to self-destruct rather than allow Qin Feng to uncover the secrets of the cult. Cults. They truly are harmful to others. Yet as Qin Feng lamented this, Montgomery on the ground was furiously entering his demonized state. Ding dong, the legendary boss Montgomery has entered demonized state, increasing his life by 2,000 attack power, by 800 attack speed, by 500 movement speed, by 300 and defense by 200. New skills acquired: Evil Spirit Entanglement, Advanced Dark Power, Furious Strike. As the mechanical notification sounded in his ears, a thick black mist enveloped Montgomery. Moments later, Montgomery emerged from the black mist, his eyes resembling those of a demon, red, as if stained with blood. However, for Qin Feng, who possessed the Blood Fury ability, all of this would prove to be futile. The moment Montgomery unleashed his power, Qin Feng unhesitatingly activated 5 levels of Blood Fury. Ding dong. You have activated the exclusive skill Blood Fury, activating 5 levels of Blood Fury, gaining a 32-fold increase in all attributes: maximum health, increased current health, locked, no amplification applies. Health decreased by half, lasting 30 minutes, after which a 12-hour weak period will follow, which can be relieved by activating Blood Fury again. Next, the Crimson Guillotine was summoned out of the void. Simultaneously, Qin Feng summoned a shadow clone and placed 2 crimson marks on Montgomery. Ding dong, you have used the Crimson Guillotine, targeting Montgomery, which has been locked, causing a 3-second stun effect. 6 million. As a crimson damage value floated up, the Crimson Guillotine directly deducted 6 million points from Montgomery's life. At this moment, having experienced 5 levels of Blood Fury, Qin Feng's base attack power had reached a terrifying 4-4. Under the 250 attack power inheritance effect of the Crimson Guillotine, this strike of the guillotine dealt 12 million damage. Adding in the 2 crimson marks, totaling a 400 damage boost, the damage from this guillotine strike reached an astonishing 6 million points. Even facing Montgomery, who had undergone demonization and defensive array enhancements, boasting a high defense of 1500 points. The damage from this strike of the guillotine still reached a terrifying 2.6 million points. 0.75, fivefold blood fury. Instant kill Montgomery. Upon seeing the soaring damage value, Qin Feng nodded with satisfaction. The Crimson Guillotine was merely a control skill, and achieving such high damage was already quite impressive. With this in mind, Qin Feng no longer hesitated, and directly unleashed the Crimson Blade, preparing to eliminate Montgomery. Since all those minion enforcers had self-destructed, Qin Feng no longer had leverage over Montgomery. If he didn't kill him for experience points, what else could he possibly do with him? Was he supposed to be angry at Montgomery's stubborn, ugly face? With this thought, Qin Feng manipulated the Crimson Blade, and thrust it towards the stunned Montgomery. Swish, swish, swish. 5300W, 5300W, 5300W. In an instant, 200 perfectly aligned Crimson Blades pierced into Montgomery's body, completely depleting his health. Qin Feng didn't even glance at him, instead walking towards several storage rooms beside the 5th floor. A moment later, Montgomery, lying on the ground, suddenly erupted in waves of dark light. He stood up, drenched in blood. Come fight, demon. Qin Feng did not respond. What responded to him were 200 neatly aligned Crimson Blades. Swish, swish, swish. 5300W, 5300W, 5300W. A terrifyingly high amount of damage values erupted from Montgomery's head, once again reducing his health to 0. Unlike his encounter with Murabi, Montgomery, who possessed the rebirth ability of the Fallen, had only one chance to revive. His resurrection would double his damage capability. However, this time, he was unable to utilize his boosted damage capability to kill his enemy, as he had before. For today, he faced the utterly unreasonable Qin Feng, a terrifying SSS-class profession inheritor known as the Crimson Reaper, and a holder of 10 SS-class talents that were more bug-like than any bug. For today, he faced the utterly unreasonable Qin Feng, a terrifying SSS-class profession inheritor known as the Crimson Reaper. Listening to the system notification ringing in his ears, Qin Feng felt quite good about it. Although he had not extracted information from Montgomery about what the Black Church's Pope Caroso was doing, he had gained 200 million experience points from this person, bringing him 1/15 of the way to level 26. Moreover, Qin Feng had acquired a total of 200 dungeon points from this individual. As a reborn, he was acutely aware of the astonishing rewards these points represented. With this in mind, Qin Feng quickened his pace towards several storage rooms on the 5th floor. These storage rooms could be considered hidden rewards of the world dungeon. To open these storage rooms, one needed to obtain high-level authority tokens from several hidden locations within the Black Church. Without the authority tokens, no matter how powerful one's combat strength was, it was impossible to access the resources within these storage rooms. If these storage rooms were forcibly breached, they would instantly trigger a self-destruct protocol. This would obliterate the storage rooms along with all the resources inside into ashes. However, thanks to Dai Ying's friendly assistance, Qin Feng didn't have to waste time searching for those deeply hidden high-level authority tokens. Having already obtained an 8th-level authority token, he only needed to walk to the door of the storage room and place the token on the mechanism to open this small storage room. With a snap, Qin Feng opened the first storage room. Upon entering, he began to frantically loot like a participant in a zero-cost shopping event. Ding dong, you have obtained diamond-grade material energy crystal of the Cyclops. Ding dong, you have obtained bronze-grade material type 2 titanium alloy. Ding dong, you have obtained gold-grade material branches of 1000-year walnut wood. Ding dong, you have obtained gold-grade material refined mithril ore. Ding dong, you have obtained 1000 perfect enhancement stones. Ding dong, you have obtained 249 god-level enhancement stones. A series of exceptionally pleasant notification sounds rang in Qin Feng's ears. After a moment, Qin Feng had completely looted this storage room. Then, following the same method, he cleared out the remaining storage rooms, leaving not a single hair for the Black Church personnel. After the looting, Qin Feng opened his system backpack to check his haul this time. What he obtained this time were primarily materials, roughly estimating once these materials were sold, they would bring him an income of nearly 2 billion gold coins. In an instant, he had filled the gap needed to purchase 9 epic-grade weapons, and still had nearly half remaining. Qin Feng, feeling quite satisfied, closed the backpack and headed towards the 6th floor of the Black Church. Soon he exited the passage and arrived at the 6th floor. Unlike the previous 5 floors, the 6th floor of the Black Church was very cramped. This place only housed one person, the leader of the Black Church, Closo. Looking at the hall filled with a strong cultish atmosphere and the rather eerie resting room behind it. Without a second thought, Qin Feng strode in boldly. After all, sheer force could break through 10 wits. At this moment, with 5-fold blood fury, Qin Feng could easily kill the level 75 7th-tier warrior Montgomery. Even if Closo conjured up some tricky surprises, Qin Feng had the courage to deal with him. After all, he still had 4 more blood furies to unleash, and his blood magic, while had been fully charged during the previous battles, he hadn't even activated the cooldown-free effect of the hunter. With so many trump cards up his sleeve, Qin Feng was confident enough to venture into the largest several caverns on the continent. Surely this resting room couldn't be more terrifying than those caverns. With this thought, Qin Feng had already arrived at the door of the resting room. Approaching, he didn't hold back, lifting his foot and stomping hard on the doorknob. With a bang, the door of the resting room was kicked open by Qin Feng, revealing the scene inside for him to see clearly. Upon looking at the contents of the room, Qin Feng's brows instantly furrowed and his jaw clenched instinctively. Just this. At the far end of the lounge, a millstone-sized black sphere whirled. The instant Qin Feng set eyes on that orb, excitement surged through him, and a single thought raced through his mind. Just this. Earlier, from Manga Malice's odd conciliatory tone, Qin Feng had sensed that Kello, the patriarch of the black cult, was up to something. Qin Feng suspected this matter would not be trivial. If Kello succeeded, it might indeed pose a threat to him. To stamp out that threat before it could take shape, Qin Feng steeled himself. After 2 full seconds of hesitation, he resolved to coerce Min Gimli into revealing Kello's plan. When the intimidation failed, Qin Feng forced himself to stay composed, reminding himself that he still had 4 chances to. After waiting in anxious expectation, Qin Feng discovered that the secret Min Gimli vowed to protect was precisely that Kello was guiding a Daiku passage. Qin Feng felt both irritated and amused. If this was a boon for him, why hide it in such secrecy? Had Min Gimli been frank and told Qin Feng the truth earlier, his disciples would not have met such a tragic end. Blessed by memories of a previous life, Qin Feng recognized the phenomenon at a single glance. The black sphere was a harbinger of a Daiku passage manifesting. Judging by the speed of its rotation, the imminent passage would not be ordinary. It was at least on the level of the 9 great passages, a superlative experience pool. Since completing his second-class advancement, Qin Feng had long wanted to venture into the Daiku again. There was no resisting the thrill of farming experience in such a place. Having tasted it once, Qin Feng was insatiable and could not help but crave more. To others, the endless tidal wave of monsters was an irresistible catastrophe. To Qin Feng, those monsters were nothing more than brazen money machines. And those machines offered a double free withdrawal, abundant loot, and a deluge of experience. Yet because Qin Feng had seized the world instance opportunity, he temporarily had no time to slaughter freely in the Daiku. Now, to his utter frustration, the massive Daiku experience pool had overlapped with the world instance. Wasn't it maddening? Qin Feng was so enraged by the situation that his body trembled uncontrollably. Reluctantly tearing his gaze away from the Daiku passage's origin, Qin Feng looked gratefully toward Kello, the cult leader, whose level of mutation had approached 95%. Kello had noticed Qin Feng long before Qin Feng arrived, but at that time, he was at a critical stage. Any disturbance would have ruined the entire guiding process. Fortunately, Qin Feng had been drawn to the Daiku passage Kello had summoned, delaying him for nearly 3 minutes. Now, as Qin Feng recovered from his astonishment, Kello's hoarse voice echoed through the lounge. Finally noticed. But you are too late. I have completed the final guidance. You can no longer destroy this passage. What's the matter? Despairing are you? But you cannot blame me. Blame your own cowardice. After he spoke, Kello's mutation reached the full 100%. He no longer resembled a human. Grotesque flesh nodules swayed across his face, which had swollen to the size of. The motion of those nodules was eerily uncanny, like garden eels burying their lower halves in deep-sea sand. Beyond Kello's repulsive countenance, his torso had sprouted several tentacle-like growths under the influence of mutation. Rips of varying sizes split those growths, and pale green pus oozed slowly from the wounds. Seeing this, Qin Feng suppressed his nausea and cast a probing spell toward Kello. Mutated creature, Kello. Level 80. Tier Epic. HP 610000 610000. Attack 330000 39000. Defense 55000. Skills: Curse, Aura, Mutation, Defense, Twisted Tentacles, Split, High-Level Resistance, Purulent Toxin, Complete Demonized State, Rot Summoning, Dead Soul Contract, Cellular Reconstruction, Vessel of the Shiamo Lord. Description: once the leader of the Black Cult, now transformed into a vessel. After reviewing Kello's information, one skill caught Qin Feng's attention: the Vessel of the Shiamo Lord. In his previous life, during the second siege against Kello and his son Dai Ing, had undergone mutation and acquired this skill. Back then, Qin Feng was far from being as formidable as he is now. Once Dai Ing mutated, there was nothing anyone could do. They could only watch as he accumulated life energy step by step, guiding an avatar of the Shiamo Lord to descend upon the Shinyu continent. The avatar of the Shiamo Lord did not disappoint. Upon descending, it unleashed a frenzied slaughter, razing 3 entire cities of the Fengya Empire in less than half a day. Only through the combined chokehold of the Empire's champions was that Daiku Lord driven back into the cavern. Yet Qin Feng was not worried about the Shiamo Lord's arrival now. The Shiamo Lord's descent was no easy feat. It required an enormous reservoir of life energy. Qin Feng would not give Kello the opportunity to amass such power. Even if the Shiamo Lord did descend, Qin Feng's outrageously high combat prowess gave him a way to break free. If worse came to worse, Qin Feng could activate his 9-fold blood rage, expend every trump card, and confront the Shiamo Lord head-on. Bear in mind that each of Qin Feng's base attributes now exceeded 1,000 points, and his strength had even broken through 3,000. With the 9-fold blood rage's terrifying 5-12-fold amplification combined with the Bloodwell's resurrection ability, he had every chance to slay the Shiamo Lord's avatar and walk away intact. After a brief calculation, Qin Feng resolved to kill Kello then and there, destroy the Black Cult's headquarters, and bring this world instance to a decisive close. That done, he could enter the Daiku to farm experience without any worry. With that thought, he lifted his Zhanlong blade and surged toward Kello in the corner of the lounge. Kello's eyes alight with enmity bristled a tentacle and lashed toward Qin Feng, bearing a wave of foul stench. Cell reconfiguration. Ding. You are affected by the curse halo. Your movement speed is decreased by 50. Your attack speed is decreased by 50. Your resistance to abnormal status is decreased by 50, losing 10 of your current health per second and suffering 100 points of soul damage per second. Ding. Your high resistance to abnormal status has reduced the effect of the curse halo. Your movement speed is decreased by 10. Your attack speed is decreased by 10. Your resistance to abnormal status is decreased by 10. You are losing 2 of your current health per second and suffering 200 points of soul damage per second. Hearing the 2 system notification sounds ringing in his ears, Qin Feng showed no change in his expression. Although the 200 points of soul damage was also extremely lethal for Qin Feng if this damage were to hit him twice. However, Qin Feng possessed the legendary growth type weapon Dragon Slaying Blade, which had an active effect that could negate. Thinking of this, Qin Feng immediately activated the skill Spirit of the Blade, gaining the crucial effect of soul damage immunity. At the same moment Qin Feng activated Spirit of the Blade, the tentacle drawn by Crosos reached him. Qin Feng reacted swiftly, raising the Dragon Slaying Blade and slashing at the tentacle covered in sores and oozing pus. With a crack, the Dragon Slaying Blade smoothly sliced through the tentacle drawn by Crosos, dealing 0 points of damage. This damage was negligible to Crosos, who had 61 million health. But let's not forget, at this moment Qin Feng had already awakened 10 times the attack speed. He had also activated 5-fold Blood Frenzy. Under the 16-fold attribute increase of Blood Frenzy and the 10-fold increase in attack speed, Qin Feng's number of strikes per second skyrocketed from 180 when attacking Dying to a terrifying 280. With this attack speed, forget about the fastest pile driver on the market. Even the Godhand Kato Sensei couldn't match it. Under Qin Feng's frenzied attack speed, Crosos' health rapidly declined. In just an instant, it dropped by a full 16 million points. The continuous system notification sounds were also triggered by this terrifying attack speed. Ding. Your attack triggered the absolute slow effect, causing the target Crosos' perception of time to decrease by 200. Duration 6 seconds. Ding. Your attack triggered the shatter effect, causing the target Crosos to take 10 of his maximum health as damage per second, lasting for 6 seconds. Ding. Your attack triggered the judgment effect, locking the target Crosos, preventing any action. Last for ding. Your attack triggered the condemnation effect, causing the target Crosos' defense to decrease by 50 and his resistance to abnormal status to decrease by 50. Ding. Your attack triggered the heavy strike effect, causing the target Crosos to enter a stun state lasting for 1. Listening to the continuous notifications in his ear and seeing Crosos' health drop to 44.8 million like a candle in the wind, Qin Feng knew that his kill line had arrived. In the next moment, he instantly unleashed the Phantom Doppelganger. As soon as the Doppelganger appeared, 2 blood-red plum blossom marks fell on Crosos. Crimson Mark. Release a Crimson Mark. When attacking the mark target, gain a 200 damage increase. Marks cannot stack. Duration 12 seconds. Under normal circumstances, the Crimson Mark skill cannot stack 2 marks on one target. However, by releasing the Phantom Doppelganger, Qin Feng could indeed break this limit and place 2 marks on Crosos. Feeling the 2 burning marks on him, Crosos inexplicably felt a surge of uncontrollable fear. But at this moment he was afflicted by dozens of Qin Feng's controlling additional effects, and under these control effects he could not put up any resistance. Even though he had high resistance to abnormal status capable of reducing the effects of absolute, slow shatter, and condemnation, the lock and stun effects were different. These 2 domineering controls did not adhere to resistance to abnormal status. As long as the target does not reach God level and cannot erase control effects through status, they must accept these 2. After applying the Crimson Mark, Qin Feng did not waste any time under control. Swish, swish, swish. As the blade light flashed, the Dragon Slaying Blade unleashed ear-splitting sonic booms. As these sonic booms rang out, a crimson critical damage value appeared above Crosos' head. 45 million. As the damage value dropped, Crosos' already diminished health of 44.8 million was instantly cleared by Qin Feng. Endless green viscous liquid erupted from Crosos' body, splattering on the floor, the walls, and even on Qin Feng. As soon as the light green viscous liquid touched Qin Feng's body, it burned holes in his clothes. Even the diamond-grade equipment hunter's cloak was not spared. After being burned by this liquid, its durability dropped by a full 100 points. Ding. You are infected by the pus toxin, suffering 5 of your current health as damage per second. Due to reduced resistance to abnormal status, this damage is lowered to 1 of your current health per second. Listening to the notification ringing in his ears, Qin Feng's eyes glinted as he fixed his gaze on the debris underfoot, allowing the green viscous liquid to burn his body. Because Qin Feng knew that Crosos was not dead at this moment. Compared to durability, this mutated creature was even more disgusting than the original Marabi. Moribus resurrection only happened 3 times, while theoretically the mutated Crosos had nearly infinite resurrection. Moreover, with each successful resurrection, Crosos would receive a buff of 50 increase to all attributes. Just as Qin Feng thought of this, a notification rang in his ears. Ding. Mutated creature Crosos triggered the passive skill cell reconfiguration, beginning the resurrection determination. Success rate 90. Resurrection determination successful. Crosos restored to full state with a 50 increase to all attributes. Hearing this system notification, Qin Feng was not surprised. He had long been prepared for Crosos' rebirth. Almost the instant the notification rang, a gigantic guillotine phantom appeared above Crosos' head. In just a moment, the phantom of the guillotine solidified into reality. In the next moment, Cross's actions were forcibly sealed by the crimson guillotine. With a crack, the blade fell. Due to not being able to take advantage of Qin Feng's 3 passive damage increase effects and the tenfold critical hit from his talents. The damage from this blade was somewhat pathetic. However, from the very beginning, Qin Feng never intended to deal damage with this blade. He only needed its stunning ability. Ding. The target Crossos is affected by the crimson guillotine, entering a stun state for 3 seconds. The mouthy King Kurosu, looking at the controlled Kurosu, Qin Feng did not hold back. In the next moment, both the main body and the clone activated the crimson mark, simultaneously landing 2 blood plum flower marks on Kurosu's body. Then the main body clone charged forward, instantly reaching Kurosu's face, unleashing a frenzied attack. The phantom clone had just been released and still had nearly 40 seconds of presence. The crimson mark, however, had no cooldown. With these 2 skills, as long as Kurosu's overall attribute increase did not exceed 4 times, Qin Feng would be able to slay him without activating the 6th degree blood fury. Due to Qin Feng's low rank, he did not possess skills or talents that could impact the overall situation. He could only use this most primitive method, continuously slaying, to intensify the invasion of the evil eye lords while residing within Kurosu's body on his soul, thus completely shattering Kurosu's mind, turning him into a mere shell that knew only to devour flesh and blood. Yes, this was Qin Feng's truest objective. Qin Feng was a person who liked to keep control in his own hands. From the very beginning, he never thought about gambling on that pitifully low probability. As a reincarnated, Qin Feng understood the skill of cellular reconstruction exceedingly well. He was very clear that rebirth was merely an additional effect of this skill. The true purpose of this ability was to transform the vessel into a clone more suitable for the evil eye lord's will. It was precisely for this reason that this skill could possess such a terrifying revival judgment overview. However, standing opposite Qin Feng, Kurosu did not understand the price of this skill. After rebirth, he felt an overwhelming surge of power throughout his body. His subconscious was also telling him not to be afraid. After being killed, he could return again, and upon his return, he would be even stronger. After the first cellular reconstruction, Kurosu's health reached a terrifying 91.5 million points. His defensive ability surged to a horrifying 82500 points. With the enhancement of the aberrant defense, he received a tenfold increase in defense. This 82500 points of defense could withstand 16.5 million points of damage. However, this terrifying defensive capability had little effect against Qin Feng, who wielded the 5th degree blood fury. After receiving a 32-fold overall attribute enhancement, Qin Feng's base attack skyrocketed from nearly 1400 points to an astonishing 4400 points. With 3 damage-boosting effects, the first talent's tenfold critical damage bonus, and 2 crimson marks providing 400 damage increase, Qin Feng's ordinary blade attack reached a terrifying 56 million points, and he could unleash 2880 of such ordinary blade strikes every second. The blazing blade light illuminated the entire room as if it were exposed to the blazing sun, revealing the roofless, dilapidated building. 39. 5 million. 39. 5 million. 39. 5 million. Just 3 strikes and Kurosu's health was completely depleted by Qin Feng and his clone. With a loud bang, Kurosu shattered into 49 pieces. At the same time, a notification sounded in Qin Feng's ding-dong. Aberrant creature Kurosu triggered the passive skill, cellular reconstruction, beginning resurrection, judgment success rate 92, resurrection, judgment successful. Kurosu restored to full status, all attributes increased by 60. The pieces oozing green slime began to crawl rapidly on the ground and soon reassembled. After being resurrected, Kurosu's conviction grew stronger. At this moment, he had completely forgotten the deep-seated fear of aberration, fully accepting this power that did not belong to him. A hint of golden red color only possessed by creatures of the Abyss Lord level appeared in his eyes. Despicable worm, do you think you can kill me? Your futile efforts will only make me even stronger. You will ultimately kneel at my feet begging me to end your life. Dirty slave, your stinking blood disgusts me. Let your life wash away the sins you have committed. Kurosu, having shed his previous demeanor, was driven mad by a brief sense of power. However, Qin Feng did not pay any attention to this dying man. With a thought, both Qin Feng's main body and clone released the crimson mark again, followed by the old method of slow dismemberment, slicing off pieces of flesh oozing green slime from Kurosu's body. 29. 6,029. 6,029. 6 million. Ding-dong. Aberrant creature Kurosu triggered the passive skill, cellular reconstruction, beginning resurrection, judgment success rate 94, resurrection, judgment successful. Kurosu restored to full status, all attributes increased by 70. As a notification sounded, Kurosu stood up again from a puddle of green slime. Useless. Worm. To me, your attacks are less than a scratch. After resurrection, the golden red color in Kurosu's pupils grew even more intense, and his taunts became increasingly fluent. So much nonsense. Qin Feng activated Dragon Slash and charged towards Kurosu, together with the clone slicing Kurosu's mouth into 4 pieces. ///. Another flurry of blade light flashed, and the system notification rang in Qin Feng's ear. Ding-dong. Aberrant creature Kurosu triggered the passive skill, cellular reconstruction, beginning resurrection, judgment success rate 96, a resurrection, judgment successful. Kurosu restored to full status, all attributes increased by 80. Useless worm, you cannot kill me. Ding dong, aberrant creature Kurosu triggered the passive skill, cellular reconstruction, beginning resurrection, judgment success rate 98, resurrection, judgment successful. Kurosu restored to full status, all attributes increased by 90. Hahaha, worm. You didn't expect that I could. By the way, I should thank you. If it weren't for your contribution, how could I have gained such powerful strength? Worm. You previously used that secret technique of yours. If I'm not mistaken, that should be your last resort, right? In that case, then there's no need for me to hold back anymore. It's my turn now. The price of resurrection. During Crosso's fourth resurrection, his defense was already capable of offsetting over 80 million points of damage. Considering that Qin Feng's maximum damage after 5 bursts of blood was 56 million, he couldn't even scratch him. There was no choice but for Qin Feng to activate 6 bursts of blood, enhancing his damage ability. However, Qin Feng's luck was indeed rather poor. After killing Crosso for the 5th time, this aberrant being unexpectedly triggered the effect of cell reconstruction, again standing up from the ground and gaining a 90 increase in all attributes. In an instant, the damage from Qin Feng's 6 bursts of blood became insufficient again. After 5 resurrections, Crosso had truly transformed into a genuine dungeon creature completely devoid of any human semblance. However, given Crosso's current triumphant state, it was evident that he was immersed in this illusory strength. Feeling despair, are you? But you can't blame that secret technique of yours, you can only blame yourself for being too weak. Rest assured, after I kill you, I will surely analyze your secret technique from your corpse and bring it to greater heights. Feel honored, Crawler. I will use your secret technique to conquer this world, and you as the first skeleton beneath my feet shall enjoy a glory that no one else can attain. Crosso continued to babble, trying to discern fear and trembling from Qin Feng's expression. However, despite exhausting his words, he did not succeed. In stark contrast, Qin Feng's gaze was filled with absolute certainty. At this moment, Crosso's resurrection probability had reached 98. If he were to be killed again, Qin Feng would trigger an achievement catalyst of the Evil Eye Lord. Achieving this would signify that the Evil Eye Lord would fully descend into this world through Crosso's body. Moreover, the Evil Eye Lord's avatar would suffer a significant weakening due to having overdrawn part of its energy. In the Divine Realm, any resurrection-related skills come at a cost. Moribus' resurrection ability consumes his own undead energy. The resurrection of the 6th-tier warrior Montgomery overdraws his own vitality. Even the SSS-level profession, the Crimson Reaper, consumes the blood pool energy that Qin Feng has accumulated. At this moment, Crosso's cell reconstruction was naturally no exception. However, this cost was not entirely borne by the vast majority of the cost was borne by the avatar of the Evil Eye Lord that exists within the dungeon. With this in mind, Qin Feng no longer hesitated. At this point, the state of the sword spirit attachment was about to dissipate. The attack power of 6 bursts of blood could not penetrate Crosso's shamelessly high defense. The only way was to activate 7 bursts of blood, gaining a 128 times increase in all attributes. Only then could Qin Feng suppress Crosso, who had undergone 5 enhancements. With this thought, Qin Feng suddenly unleashed the exclusive skill of the Crimson Reaper Blood Burst. Ding dong. You activated the exclusive skill Blood Burst, initiating 7 bursts of blood, gaining a 128 times increase in all attributes. Maximum health increased. Current health lock, no benefit from the increase. Health decreased by half, lasting for 30 minutes. After that, a 12-hour weakness period will follow, which can be relieved by bursting blood again. After experiencing 7 bursts of blood, Qin Feng was filled with an intensely violent aura. Feeling this power strong enough to kill him again, Crosso felt not a shred of fear. Instead, he was filled with endless greed and anticipation. Still unwilling to give up, Crawler. But this is fine. At least it shows me that the limits of this secret technique are far beyond what was just displayed. However, you still cannot kill me. Every struggle you make will become my nourishment. Every swing of your blade will contribute to my supreme glory. Come on, Crawler. Pick up your long knife, open your eyes, you will witness my rebirth once again. Looking at Crosso, who was babbling in front of him, Qin Feng's inner frustration vanished without a trace. Truly, the ignorant are fearless. Even on the verge of death, he still fantasizes about resurrection. Do you really think your resurrection comes without a cost? With this thought, Qin Feng suddenly launched the dragon, charging towards Crosso. In the next moment, 2 blood plum blossom marks appeared on Crosso's bloated body. Then 200 green crimson blades instantly coalesced. After experiencing 7 bursts of blood, Qin Feng's base attack power reached a terrifying 179 million, and the level of the Crimson Blade had already reached 10, able to inherit 100 of Qin Feng's attack power, so each Crimson Blade's attack power also reached 179 million points. Moreover, with 3 damage amplification effects and the first talent's tenfold critical hit damage bonus, along with the 400 damage increase of the Crimson Mark, each Crimson Blade could inflict an extremely terrifying damage of 190 million points. Even when facing Crosso, who had undergone 5 resurrections and possessed exceptionally high defense capabilities, each Crimson Blade could deal nearly 40 million damage. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, 200 Crimson Blades pierced through the air and forcefully stabbed into Crosso's body. 40 million, 40 million, 40 million. The crimson damage values jumped up one after another, while the green slime exploded continuously from Crosso's body, corroding all the objects in this room to nothing. However, at this moment, these green slimes no longer had any effect on Qin Feng. After experiencing the 128 times increase from 7 bursts of blood, Qin Feng's resistance to abnormal states reached an extremely terrifying value. Not only could he avoid the corrosive damage of these slimes, but even the soul damage that Qin Feng had most feared was reduced to just 1 point per second. Boom. In Crosso's expectant expression, his body was once again shredded into bits by Qin Feng. However, just as he was about to die again, a look of astonishment suddenly appeared on his face. At this moment, Crosso had discovered the anomaly within his body. Within his split body of 49 pieces, the power that had originally been strengthening him had suddenly rebelled. This power no longer aided him in completing his resurrection. Instead, it began to devour his body. Gradually, unfamiliar cells began to grow from within him. Even more terrifying was the fact that these cells seemed to possess intelligence, specifically targeting the weaker structural tissues. Simultaneously, a voice not belonging to him appeared in Crosso's mind. 080, the Lord of the Evil Eye has descended. You are such a damn useless piece of trash. After being revived so many times, you still can't kill a single crawling creature. You are truly a piece of trash. The voice was sticky like an ancient behemoth opening its gaping maw with viscous fluid clinging between its teeth. Who are you? Why are you in my mind? Get out of my head. Get out now. Cru's soul trembled uncontrollably. He had already guessed the identity of the voice's owner. However, at this moment, he dared not admit it, nor did he want to. He recalled the first time he was brought to this underground space by that person. He remembered the deep-seated fear he felt upon first encountering this secret art. He remembered the moment of his son's death, when he was heartbroken and vowed to burn himself alive to avenge his son. However, all of this turned into endless regret at this moment. Cru's soul shook. He exerted all his strength to drive this voice out of his mind. Yet every gift from fate comes with a marked price. Long before he accepted this power, long before he indulged in the strength brought by resurrection, his current fate had already been sealed, and Qin Feng's role was merely that of a catalyst helping him realize his dream. Who am I? Don't you know who I am? Give up struggling, let me dominate you. The voice of the Lord of the Evil Eye Ernest echoed within Cru's consciousness. In the next moment, before Cru's could react, his soul was utterly torn to shreds by a sudden whirlwind. At the same time, a series of world announcements rang out in the minds of all players in the Huaxiao region. Ding dong, congratulations to player Tianyi for defeating the final hidden BOSS Cru's, prematurely ending phases 1 and 2 of the dungeon, earning 3 billion experience points and 200 dungeon points. Note: originally Cru's would not die in the world dungeon. He would escape with dying and then be hunted, triggering phase 2 ding dong. Due to special circumstances, the world dungeon The Fall of the Dark Cult has entered phase 3 with dungeon rewards tripled. The dungeon will be settled after completion. As this prompt sounded, players across the Huaxiao region erupted in excitement. As the first world dungeon of the game, the enchantment of the Dark Cult garnered the attention of nearly all players. Many players in the novice area even stopped playing the game to watch the live stream on the game's built-in platform. It was precisely for this reason that the moment this world announcement was made, it ignited all the players in the Divine Realm. Tianyi is too powerful. Yeah. While others are still grinding on the first level, he has already reached the final level and killed the boss. I wonder if you all have noticed that this boss is not just any ordinary BOSS, but a hidden boss. Exactly. And this boss is actually the phase 2 boss of the world dungeon. Tianyi is amazing. He killed the boss meant for phase 2 in phase 1, directly advancing the dungeon to phase 3. This is simply incredible. Tianyi is amazing. Long live Tianyi. They'll set up a memorial for the boss. Everyone, let's pray for Tianyi to start. While players were exclaiming in awe, Qin Feng heard several other prompts in his ear. Ding dong, your level has increased. You are now level 26 and have gained 80 free attribute points. Ding dong, you successfully killed the mutated creature Cru's 5 times, forcibly activating the will of the Lord of the Evil Eye within him, achieving the title catalyst of the Lord of the Evil Eye. Ding dong detected that you are the achiever of the title catalyst of the Lord of the Evil Eye. Special notification: the avatar of the Lord of the Evil Eye Ernest has completed its descent and has entered a pseudo-invincible state, awakening completely in 15 minutes. Detected that the player's level is too low and is in danger. A teleportation token has been issued. The player can use this token to teleport back to a safe location. Listening to these two notifications, a serious expression instantly appeared on Qin Feng's face. With his current level, he couldn't break through the pseudo-invincible state. This is not related to attack power, but to rank. To defeat Ernest, he would have to wait until he fully descended and activate the ninefold blood rage to have a chance at killing him. As a reincarnated, Qin Feng was very clear about what Ernest's awakening meant and what he would do to complete his resurrection. Thinking of this, Qin Feng opened the world channel and sent out a message. Leave this dungeon within 15 minutes. After sending this message, Qin Feng intended to continue typing to remind the players further. Because after Ernest awakens, he would launch an extremely exaggerated skill, Life Drain. With these players' pathetic resistance to abnormal states, they would not be able to withstand Ernest's draining power at all. If they were allowed to stay, not only would they die, but the strength that Ernest had lost due to Cru's would also recover significantly. However, before Qin Feng could finish typing, he stopped his actions. It turned out that the message he had sent was pinned at the very top of the world channel. Seeing his pinned message, Qin Feng was taken aback. After thinking for a moment, he realized this was one of the supreme privileges he had never used before. But this was good, as it saved Qin Feng the trouble of wording it precisely. However, before he could enjoy this for long, his already heavy mood was abruptly weighed down by heavy stones. Why should we leave just because you said so? Who do you think you are? Yeah. Don't think that just because you posted a guide you can command us. We paid for this game too. I was wondering why Tianyi was so kind and made a guide for us to see, but turns out he just wanted to win our favor and not let us compete. Despicable. So damn shameless. I even regarded him as a kind god before. Turns out he's this kind of person. In an instant, a stream of curses erupted in the world channel. Countless players condemned Qin Feng's actions, believing he was bullying others, and because he had helped players before, he was forcefully demanding they give up the benefits they deserved. Among them were even some main city players who had once supported Qin Feng. These people had previously driven out other main city players who openly insulted Qin Feng in his name, sharing the experience points from the first layer of the world dungeon with the remaining players. But now, because of a message from Qin Feng, these individuals were suddenly enraged. They felt that the dungeon was not solely Qin Feng's and his actions were infringing on their interests. They completely forgot how they had previously worshipped and appreciated Qin Feng. First layer of the dungeon. The main city players all looked at each other with grave expressions. They exchanged opinions in this silent contest. After a moment, a sudden voice erupted from among them. I refuse. I will not leave this dungeon, and I do not wish to leave. Anyone who wants to leave can go ahead, but I am stubborn and will not bow down. I want eat this humble meal. 081 Neo Yun's impassioned speech before the battle. In the first layer of the dungeon, a slender mage character was delivering a passionate speech. I admit, everyone standing here has to some extent received help from fate. Without that strategy, our entry into this dungeon would have been delayed. But I want to ask everyone, without fate's assistance, would we truly not be able to enter this dungeon? I believe it's just a matter of time. It's impossible that all players are unable to find the dungeon, and only fate can find it. Fate is not a god. Everyone has seen the benefits of the dungeon. As long as we unite, each of us will gain more from this dungeon than from any. With such abundant rewards, a single word from Qin Feng makes you want us to give up. I refuse to comply. I won't comply. I refuse. Why should we retreat just because he says so? Who is fate anyway? Hearing the voices of the crowd, the slender, effeminate male mage became even more energized. Damn fate. I won't leave this dungeon. I want him to watch as I catch up with him bit by bit. I want to prove to him that I can achieve what he can. The dungeon belongs to all of us, and the rewards belong to all of us. We cannot let fate monopolize it. Under the man's speech, the players in the main city were filled with excitement, chanting slogans and raising flags, each person spirited as if embarking on a grand battle. Watching this group of frenzied players, the previous burly man with a black beard suddenly felt a wave of disgust. When Qin Feng released that upgrade strategy for 1 gold coin, the burly man had considered that Qin Feng was aiming for a good reputation. However, after the release of that dungeon strategy, the burly man was completely won over by Qin Feng's character. In his view, Qin Feng had the chance to monopolize the dungeon for several days and gain rewards that would make everyone envious. Yet, this man selflessly released the dungeon strategy, giving all players the opportunity to benefit from entering. It is worth noting that world dungeons are different from regular dungeons. This thing has rankings. The higher your rank, the more Qin Feng's behavior in releasing the strategy undoubtedly set obstacles for himself. But Qin Feng did not choose to monopolize the dungeon despite these obstacles, which sufficiently demonstrates that his vision is not limited to this, and that his magnanimity is not so narrow. After realizing this, the proud, burly man became a diehard fan of Qin Feng. Growing up in a family of gangsters, he spiritually regarded Qin Feng as his elder brother, as his role model. Moreover, this admiration was not attached to any benefits, but was entirely a genuine feeling from the depths of the burly man's heart. Now, with his elder brother insulted and slandered by a group of selfish rascals, how could the burly man hide the bitterness? He said nothing, tightly gripping the dagger in his hand, stepping closer to the slender mage, who was passionately speaking to the crowd. The slender mage did not notice the burly man's approach, still lost in the thrill of resisting authority. Suddenly, a spray of blood erupted from the slender mage's body. In the next moment, a gaping wound 3 fingers wide appeared on his neck. A series of sounds of daggers piercing flesh echoed. The slender mage died in shock beneath the burly man's dagger. I don't care whether you leave or not. But if anyone dares to speak ill of the great fate again, this will be your fate. You should ask your conscience if any one of you has not received help from the great fate without him. Upon hearing this, the crowd of rascals fell silent. The burly man's level was already higher than theirs, and they did not dare to refute his opinion in front of him. However, at that moment, an unexpected change suddenly occurred. The slender man slowly stood up from the ground. Having obtained a lot of points in the first layer, he directly utilized the effect of infinite resurrection to respawn. At this time, the burly man was still angrily defending Qin Feng, saying, "A bunch of killers. If I hear another." Before the burly man could finish, a huge fireball exploded at his chest. The mage's explosive power was already high, and the burly man had been injured in the previous battle. Under these circumstances, the fireball cast by the slender mage easily killed the burly man. After killing the burly man, the slender mage shouted at the crowd, "This man is fate's lackey. Kill him." Thus began a brutal and one-sided massacre, completely forgetting how they had previously obtained a large amount of points under the leadership of the burly man. In a matter of moments, this group of inhumane players wiped out all of the burly man's points, reducing him back to the revival point in Maple Leaf City. After killing the man, the slender mage also sought to undermine their morale. Do you see? This is the fate of those who serve fate. In the future, if anyone is a coward like this fool, they'll send them back to the fountain. Is there anyone else with a soft knee? Step forward. No? Good. Then everyone is a good player, everyone is a good brother. Brothers, follow me into battle. I know Yun, unlike that Qin Feng, will never monopolize this dungeon. Under the organization's guidance of the slender mage, the players in the first layer of the dungeon entered a frenzied monster hunting process once again. In each of their eyes burned a fierce fire of greed, each one wanting to obtain more benefits in this dungeon. Given their current state, let alone fate's persuasion, even if their parents came, it wouldn't matter. Looking at the group of players he had stirred up, Neo Yun was filled with excitement. In this time of rising momentum, this feeling of being able to rally people reminded him of the thrill he felt many years ago. To expand this thrill, he briefly logged off and spent a lot of money recruiting countless players to hype him up in the world. He planned to seize this opportunity to establish himself as the leader among players resisting Qin Feng's tyranny. Money makes the world go round. Money can also make shameless people distort the truth without hesitation. With the backing of cash, the story of righteous player Neo Yun leading the charge against shameless player Fate was translated into countless versions and appeared on the World Channel. Human greed knows no bounds. Qin Feng's earlier warning was made with good intentions. With the strength of those ordinary players, they simply could not survive after the arrival of Ernest. Even at the moment of Ernest's revival, the life drain he unleashed was enough to kill these players one after another. Only when their points were depleted and they were teleported back to the relatively safe Maple Leaf City would this drain cease. However, contrary to intentions, Qin Feng's kind reminder was not accepted by this group of players. Instead, they accused him of wanting to monopolize the entire dungeon. This is simply absurd, utterly ridiculous. Not to mention the outrageous experience points Qin Feng needed to level up, nor the low-level monsters on the first and second floors that he wouldn't even bother with. If Qin Feng truly wanted to dominate this dungeon, he wouldn't have released such a strategy. He wouldn't have published the guide that allows all newcomers to level up quickly. Without the former, the time these players entered the dungeon would have been delayed by at least 3 days. Without the latter, the number of players entering the main city would have directly decreased by 2/3. Yet Qin Feng did none of that. All he wanted was to cultivate a bit of foundation for Huaxia, so that it could survive better in the impending era of great conflict. Unfortunately, Qin Feng only thought about Huaxia, only thought about righteousness. He overlooked human nature, the malicious dark greed within it. Especially in a game world without any rules to constrain it, the dark side of human nature would be magnified almost. When you can bring benefits to others, they will cheer for you, their faces almost glued to your backside. But the moment you do something that goes against their interests, they will teach you a lesson through their actions. They will not be grateful, nor will they remember your kindness. They will only complain that what you gave was not enough. They will resent you for not telling them everything you knew. There are even those giant infants who, after you help them once, will turn that help into an obligation, forcibly imposing it on you. Once you stop supporting them, they will turn around and bite you, unscrupulously devouring your flesh and blood, taking everything. After doing all this, they will say to you, "You owe me this, it's what I deserve." Qin Feng was not unaware of this. Having lived 2 lives, having seen betrayal and countless monsters, he was not ignorant. It was just that at that time these things hadn't happened to him. He knew there were tigers on the mountain, yet still walked toward the tiger's den. But now he had been bitten by the vicious tiger, which had smeared his reputation, labeling him a greedy and despicable person. This set of tactics was extremely skillful, surpassing even the most disgusting of the vile countrymen. A fierce glint flashed in Qin Feng's eyes as he no longer cast a glance at the reviving Ernest in the distance. He turned and headed toward the first layer of the dungeon. He was no weakling who only issued verbal warnings, nor would he issue a statement. Let them misunderstand him. At worst, he could just flip the table and quit. They called him a petty person, a despicable one, right? Fine. Then let him show them what despicable looks like. Let all that he fed to them be spat out. At worst, he could bear this chaotic world all by himself. At worst, he could suppress this abyss all on his own. Such waste, even if they grew, would still be a waste of resources. Especially the one most boasted about, revered by countless main city players and countless novice village players as the first person to resist tyranny, Neo Yun. And when the apocalypse arrived, he became a traitor to all humanity. So why keep such people alive? Wouldn't it be better to kill them and prevent them from polluting the world? Thinking of this, a torrent of rage surged in Qin Feng's eyes. He no longer took the path. Qin Feng directly activated the immortal flight, unleashing endless sword light toward the ceiling above. Boom. In an instant, a massive hole was cut through the ceiling from the 6th layer to the 1st layer. The next moment, Qin Feng directly activated Frenzied Hunt. He used the skill he had saved for a long time to deal with Ernest. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He unleashed the dragon slash 6 times in a row. Qin Feng crossed the vertical space of 2,000 meters and appeared in the 1st layer of the dungeon. He stood before those beasts who had exhausted all language to slander him. Seeing Qin Feng, who resembled a blood-soaked demon god, the Black Cult Knights, who were originally locked in battle with players scattered like birds and beasts, they sensed extreme danger from his godlike aura. Meanwhile, the players in the area also noticed Qin Feng. With their eye of detection, they immediately recognized his identity and saw the dense string of question marks on his status panel. At this moment, all the players were stunned. They knew that with their current attributes, they could see the information of all creatures with attribute values within 100,000 points. But now they could not discern what Qin Feng's attribute points were. This meant that every one of Qin Feng's attributes had surpassed the 100 million threshold. Recalling the earlier scenes of slaughtering Qin Feng's supporters on this level, remembering the extremely unbearable slanders in the World Channel, these main city players immediately began to tremble. They knew that the murderous Qin Feng before them was certainly not here to engage in emotional exchanges. Such a demeanor could only be explained by seeking revenge. There was no other reason. A chorus of chattering teeth echoed throughout the area. Thanks to the game's 999 realism, players could feel a weight of fear heavier than the abyss even through the game. Under extreme fear, people often exhibit strange behaviors. Some wet their pants using warm liquid to relieve the pressure. Some trembled, rubbing their bodies to dispel the pervasive chill. There were even those thick-skinned individuals who thought that relying on their numbers and the unethical, yet widely accepted justification could let them take out their meager tools and defecate at will. Believing themselves to be disadvantaged, they thought they could gain sympathy from the majority of foolish people by claiming the innocence of the weak, thus oppressing the strong. Clearly Niu Yun, who prided himself on being a genius and exceptionally talented, thought this way. What are you dawdling for? Kneel down. Looking at the murderous intent on Qin Feng's face, Niu Yun felt not a shred of fear in his heart. He believed that the momentum was on his side. Qin Feng would definitely not dare to act against them in front of so many people. It should be noted that after Qin Feng's words were spoken, many people had already begun to harbor discontent towards him. If Qin Feng dared to persist in his delusions, he would be opposing all the players in the Huaxiao region. With this in mind, Niu Yun, full of confidence, prepared to show off in front of everyone. He strode boldly up to Qin Feng, jutted his chin at him, and said sternly, "Why are you here? Do you think you can force us to leave if we refuse to go?" Upon hearing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh in anger. He never expected that Niu Yun's thought process could be so to be able to brazenly utter such words of questionable intellect. Having come here, he wasn't there to kill them. What else could it be? How could he not understand such a simple matter and still think of putting on a show in front of others? However, Qin Feng had important matters to attend to. To avoid affecting his subsequent actions, he suppressed the urge to eliminate this fool and contain the murderous intent that was bubbling within him. Moreover, Qin Feng wanted to see just how foul the words spewing from Niu Yun's mouth could be. He also wanted to gauge the extent of their hatred towards him to adjust the intensity of his future revenge. Seeing that Qin Feng did not respond, Niu Yun believed that his unparalleled eloquence had taken effect. He recalled the words of his ancestor, the first Niu Yun of their family. The greatest weapon a person has is their mouth. As long as you can boast enough, you can turn black into white and crooked into straight. With this in mind, Niu Yun decided to learn from his ancestor and recreate the sordid tales of the infamous 40 thieves in this game world. To let the tales that had never seen the light of day finally be told. Thus, he activated the game's built-in live streaming feature, ready to broadcast his shameless verbal battle with the heavens to the entire gaming community. He wanted everyone to see just how unafraid he was of power and how flamboyant he could be. Soon the live stream room was open, with the shocking title Niu Yun's fierce rebuke of the shameless scoundrel Tianyi. Countless viewers who already harbored grievances against Qin Feng flooded into the live stream room. Seeing the number of viewers skyrocketing, Niu Yun pretended to cough, signaling the audience that he was about to put on a show. The viewers eagerly anticipated this display of bravery against authority. They flooded the chat with comments cheering for Niu Yun. Qin Feng watched it all with a cold gaze, like watching a bunch of clowns. But he did not rush. For a moment of destruction wouldn't make these people understand what pain truly was. If he wanted them to remember, he had to strike. Thus Qin Feng began to count the number of people present and recorded the IDs of everyone there. Seeing that Qin Feng remained still and unresponsive, Niu Yun's nose twitched, and he raised his voice to scold. "Tianyi, looking at what you've done for us in the past, I shall still address you as a great figure, but this does not give you the capital to oppress us. You Tianyi have no such qualifications. In this society, each of us is an independent individual. Each of us has our own independent personality. We do not need you to dictate our actions. Moreover, you are not worthy to dictate to us. Do not think that just because your level is higher and your strength greater, you can be arrogant and domineering. Remember, the wheel of karma turns well. Heaven has never spared anyone. Today you look down on me, but can you guarantee that tomorrow we will not rise? You can suppress us for a time with your force, but can you suppress us for a lifetime? So I advise you to show us a little more respect and a little less of that condescending attitude. Do you know that 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West? Do you know not to bully the youth when they are poor?" Niu Yun's high-pitched voice rang out in the live stream, and countless viewers applauded vigorously. "Well said. I'm so fired up. Damn those shameless scoundrels of Tianyi. To hell with tyranny. Tianyi, you can get lost. The divine realm is not just your game. We do not welcome you." Watching the endless barrage of comments in the live stream, Niu Yun felt an even stronger sense of joy in his heart. However, on the surface, he did not show a hint of it, still donning the expression of someone filled with sorrow and pain. "Tianyi, at the beginning, I was also your fan, and I sincerely thank you for the strategies you released. Though I could have reached the main city without your strategies, they did indeed help me. But that was the old you. I do not know why the current you has turned out like this, why you have become so selfish. Selfish enough to want to consume the entire dungeon by yourself. Are you not afraid of choking?" As he spoke this last line, Niu Yun was already gritting his teeth. The players in the main city, seeing Qin Feng so provoked by Niu Yun, yet showing no intention of retaliating, suddenly felt emboldened, their faces reddening as they began to shout. The players in the main city seeing Qin Feng so provoked by Niu Yun, yet showing no intention of retaliating suddenly, just as the players were in a fervor, Niu Yun suddenly raised his left hand and clenched it in the air. In an instant there was silence and all eyes fell upon him. Even the viewers in the live stream stopped sending comments, quietly watching Niu Yun, anticipating that this first person to resist authority would speak astonishing words once more. At this moment Niu Yun represented their interests and had become the embodiment of their collective will. What Niu Yun said was as if they were speaking. By slapping Qin Feng in the face, Niu Yun had essentially struck their hands against the face of the supreme powerhouse of the Hua. Feeling the gaze of the crowd upon him, Niu Yun felt an indescribable thrill. He finally understood the feeling of being revered as his grandfather had described, a sensation that was deeply gratifying. At this moment the legacy of performance passed down in the Niu family took effect. Niu Yun earnestly began to make demands. Tianyi, you must repent to us. You must apologize to all the players in the Huaxiao region. Otherwise, we will not forgive you. You will never be able to enter our circle. At that time, every organization will reject you, and everyone will disdain you. You will become a pariah hated by all. Wherever you go, you will only make those who see you feel disgusted. We will hunt you down online, making you infamous throughout the entire network. Everyone will know that you Tianyi are nothing but a selfish and despicable villain. You will be subjected to endless insult. You have sullied our freedom. You have trampled our dignity. This is the punishment you deserve. Believe me, this is not a threat. You can inquire about me, Niu Yun, and see what my status is in reality. Every word I speak is one that I can make happen. However, we are merciful. We do not wish to subject you to such online violence. As long as you are willing to apologize in front of all the players and kneel before us, we are willing to generously forgive you. No one would dare to oppose him, risking social death under the watchful eyes of all netizens. He felt he had grasped Qin Feng by the throat. No one would dare to oppose him, risking social death under the watchful eyes of all netizens. He felt he had grasped Qin Feng by the throat. As long as Qin Feng wanted to save face, he would have to bow his head before him. Imagining the #1 player in the Huaxiao region kneeling before him, Niu Yun's heart surged with an intense sense of exhilaration, even more thrilling than any illicit substance he had ever tried. With this thought, Niu Yun became even more frenzied, shouting at Qin Feng, "What are you dawdling for? Kneel down." However, Qin Feng did not respond to him. What answered him was a chilling buzzing sound. A massacre that shocked the entire city. Due to the previous efforts of Niu Yun and others, the floor of the first level was drenched in crimson blood. There was no need for Qin Feng to lift a finger. All the blood needed to condense the scarlet blade was already gathered. But this is somewhat beneficial after all. Using the blood of these worthless scum to eliminate them counts as a form of recycling, which is relatively eco-friendly. At this moment Qin Feng had completed his list of targets. Moreover, he had confirmed the list several times, ensuring that there was not a single oversight. Thinking of this, Qin Feng no longer concealed the killing intent in his eyes. At this point, even if they knew what he was about to do, they wouldn't have time to escape. Furthermore, they couldn't escape. Perceiving the anger in Qin Feng's eyes, Niu Yun thought Qin Feng was merely furious out of impotence. Niu Yun was enjoying himself immensely and prepared to intensify his actions. However, before he could speak, a scarlet blade pierced through his throat. In an instant, a crimson damage value bar exploded from Niu Yun's forehead, 4480W. Seeing such a terrifying damage, all the players present stared wide-eyed. They knew Qin Feng was incredibly powerful, but they had no idea he was this strong. They wanted to flee, but how could their speed outrun the scarlet blade that enjoyed a 128-fold blood rage boost? Swish, swish, swish. A series of sounds of breaking air rang out as this group of trash was killed by Qin Feng before they could even utter a word. However, Qin Feng did not stop there. This was only the first time. How could it quell the resentment in his heart? Moments later, this group of trash revived. However, before this group of trash could take a step forward, the scarlet blade carrying the death warrant had already charged in front of them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of sounds of sharp blades stabbing into chests rang out. The trash fell to the ground once more. Subsequently, this process repeated 2 more times. After the 4th round of extermination, Qin Feng cleared this group of trash's points. Looking at the empty first level, Qin Feng spat in disgust. These worthless scum were simply weak to the point of being infuriating. Their resilience was even inferior to that of the previous Crozhuo. Even a fool like Crozhuo could revive 5 times on the spot. Most of these trash couldn't even manage for revivals. However, Qin Feng did not forgive them simply because they were too weak. Weakness was not their ticket to survival. At this moment, Qin Feng was fully prepared. He would not rest until he had killed them to the point of negative experience. Thinking of this, Qin Feng directly activated the effect of the level 8 authority token and teleported back to Maple Leaf City. Upon returning, Qin Feng used Dragon Slashing Flash all the way, arriving in front of the resurrection point in just a few breaths. Kill. Qin Feng wielded Dragon Slashing Flash, striking down upon this group of trash. With his extremely high movement speed, these worthless scum could hardly escape the resurrection point's range before being sent back by Qin Feng. Watching Qin Feng's frenzied slaughter, the originally dejected and self-loathing Blackbeard man suddenly became excited, hating his own lack of strength and inability to redeem himself. He stood by applauding Qin Feng, his clapping speed comparable to the 2nd fastest electric pile driver on the market. Apart from the Blackbeard man, the NPCs in Maple Leaf City also noticed Qin Feng's rampant slaughter. However, they did not go to stop Qin Feng. They recognized his identity and felt an overwhelming sense of danger emanating. Due to the prior killing of Squad Leader 009, Moly Qin Feng had become a household name in Maple Leaf. Seeing him killing people here, the residents of Maple Leaf City rushed to the Lord's mansion to report Qin Feng's atrocities to Lord Chen Tianyang. Upon receiving this news, Chen Tianyang's expression turned complex. He knew all too well how powerful Qin Feng. Moreover, he wanted to leverage Qin Feng's strength to improve his relationship with the Saintess Kulal. He did not want to be Qin Feng. However, in this situation, he had no choice but to intervene. As the Lord of Maple Leaf City, anyone entering the city, as long as they did not violate the laws of Maple Leaf City, would be under his protection. Qin Feng's actions were undoubtedly a provocation to his authority. Ah, fate, why does it always present me with challenges? After hesitating for a while, Chen Tianyang decided to take action. However, just as he was about to step out, the Saintess Kulal walked in. Saintess, what brings you here? Hearing Chen Tianyang's question, Kulal did not hide her intentions and directly stated the purpose of her visit. Your Highness, the Third Prince. There must be something fishy about this matter. I believe in his character. He is definitely not the kind of person who thirsts for blood. Upon hearing this, Chen Tianyang was momentarily stunned, but having grown up in the deep palace, he quickly reacted. Kulal was vouching for Qin Feng. Looking at Kulal's expression, Chen Tianyang secretly scoffed. I thought you were too discerning, but you're actually giving me this nonsense. Impressive. However, on the surface, Chen Tianyang followed Kulal's lead. Saintess, I do not intend to dispatch troops to suppress him. I also believe he is not that kind of person. Hearing Chen Tianyang's words, Kulal's expression relaxed immediately. Initially, when she heard about Qin Feng's massacre in a square, Kulal was also deeply shaken. But recalling Qin Feng's cold exterior and warm heart, Kulal made the assumption that there must be a reason behind his act. She refused to accept that Qin Feng was a bloodthirsty person. Even though this bloody reality had been presented to her countless times, she still did not want to believe it. There was nothing to be done. A love always confuses people. Watching Kulal let out a sigh of relief, Chen Tianyang's mind suddenly sparked with an idea. This time, he must help Qin Feng cover this matter up. Protecting a general was a minor issue, but gaining the support of the Saintess was his true ambition. The legend of the otherworldly beings. With this thought, Chen Tianyang approached Carlyle with a smile and invited, Lady Saint, shall we go take a look? If it is indeed heaven's will to slay those evildoers, we should stand our ground for it. Carlyle nodded and followed Chen Tianyang out. As they got closer to the bloody scene, her heart began to race. She started praying in her heart, pleading with the divine to let her discover that the ones slain by Qin Feng were a bunch of wicked scoundrels. However, at that moment, she hadn't considered what she would do if Qin Feng was truly killing innocents. Soon the two appeared on the rooftop beside the square. As they looked out, both saw blood covering the ground. Upon seeing this, Carlyle's heart skipped a beat. Heaven's will is indeed killing people. The thought sprang up, and Carlyle felt a sharp pain in her heart. In an instant, the image of Qin Feng, once so gentle as she had idealized, became incredibly blurred. In its place stood a bloodthirsty demon. A demon that, according to the doctrine of light, should be eradicated, one destined to be burned at the stake. Yet at this moment, Carlyle's heart swung wildly. She could not accept the outcome of Qin Feng being burned alive. Oh, she could not accept that the man who had planted a seed in her heart would vanish like smoke. At the same time, she could not accept the loss of so many innocent lives. As the Saintess of the Light Church, she had both the duty and responsibility to avenge these people. In an instant, Carlyle found herself in a dilemma. This torment of indecision was driving her mad. Just then, Chen Tianyang exclaimed, pulling Carlyle's attention back. Oh, why do the corpses left by these people vanish in less than 2 seconds? That's quite strange. As soon as he said this, Carlyle was immediately frozen in place. Moments later, she opened her eyes and witnessed an incredibly bizarre scene before her. She saw nearly endless people stepping out from that portal. Yet after they were slain by Qin Feng, their bodies quickly vanished. What was even stranger was that Carlyle recognized several familiar faces among these people, as if she had seen them somewhere before. The next moment, Carlyle suddenly realized. Those stepping out from the portal were the ones previously slain by Qin Feng. And that portal itself was something of great significance. In an instant, a chilling thought crossed Carlyle's mind. At the same time, Chen Tianyang's voice echoed in her ears. These are the otherworldly beings. Hearing this, Carlyle looked at Chen Tianyang with a look that said, you thought of it too. The latter also sensed the meaning she wanted to convey from her expression. In the divine domain continent, there has always been. Whenever a great conflict arises, otherworldly beings will appear on this continent. These beings are immortal, no matter the method, they cannot be killed. And every time these beings appear, they bring about catastrophic disasters. Originally, Chen Tianyang thought this story was merely a legend. Like other nonsensical tales, it was meant to deceive children. As for those ancient portals that stood on the continent, seemingly existing since time immemorial, they were just divine artifacts created by ancient powers. However, the slaughter that Qin Feng conducted today thoroughly shattered Chen Tianyang's understanding. He realized that the legend of the otherworldly beings was not merely a fabricated story. In an instant, Chen Tianyang felt relieved. Are otherworldly beings human? Certainly not. He, Chen Tianyang, is not an otherworldly being. The residents of Maple Leaf City are not otherworldly beings. In the divine domain continent, otherworldly beings have not appeared for a long time. Those beings cannot be considered human. After all, they cannot resurrect infinitely. The residents of Maple Leaf City also cannot resurrect infinitely. No one in the divine domain continent can resurrect infinitely, not even the gods. Thus, slaughtering the otherworldly beings cannot be considered a sin. Not only is it not a sin, but if publicized properly, it can even portray Qin Feng as a hero. At this moment, Qin Tianyang had already thought of the headline. It would be titled, "The Hunter of Darkness Recreates Justice by Early Slaying the Source of Chaos at the Square of Maple Leaf City, an Indispensable Tale." As he thought of this, Qin Tianyang noticed Carlyle looking at him. From Carlyle's gaze, Qin Tianyang distinctly sensed the implications. He immediately stated, "Heavens will has done remarkably well. What he has done benefits the people of Maple Leaf City, as well as humanity, throughout the entire Divine Domain continent. We should reward him, Lady Saint, what do you think?" Carlyle smiled lightly, having realized that it was the otherworldly beings Qin Feng slaughtered. She no longer wavered as before. Not only that, but she had completely shifted her support to Qin Feng. "I said he wasn't that kind of person. How could such a good person do such things? I can't believe I thought of him that way before. I was such a terrible person." With this thought, Carlyle nodded in shame, agreeing with Qin Tianyang's proposal. Moreover, she decided to speak well of Qin Feng in front of her teacher, the Pope. Only by doing so could she alleviate the guilt. Having said that, Qin Tianyang and Carlyle turned back to Qin Feng's side. After several rounds of slaughter, Qin Feng had already eliminated all the miscellaneous trash. Quickly picking up the loot from the ground, Qin Feng hurried toward the teleportation array. One must be thorough in their actions. This was Qin Feng's consistent principle. Since he had already opened a massacre today, he wouldn't rest until he killed these people to level 1 negative experience. With this thought, Qin Feng was about to enter the teleportation array. Just then, Qin Feng sensed an unfamiliar aura. Looking up, he saw a big man with a black beard. At that moment, the big man was cheering for him, waving his hands at a speed just slightly slower than those energetic youth wave. After seeing the ID of the bearded man, Qin Feng remembered that this person had been defending him in the World Channel earlier. He also recalled that this person had been treated as his lackey, had his points emptied by that group of scoundrels, and made him a target. Feeling guilty, Qin Feng took out some of the loot and put it in a storage ring, throwing it to him. Then Qin Feng stepped into the teleportation array, heading toward the novice village to continue slaughtering pigs and dogs. Butchering pigs and dogs. Unlike other online games in the game of Divine Realm, when main city players are killed and drop below level 10, they are not teleported back to their starting novice village, but rather to the nearest novice village. Thanks to this game mechanism, Qin Feng saved a lot of energy, no longer needing to run to each novice village one by one. Upon reaching the novice village, Qin Feng headed straight for the resurrection point in the center. Under the amplification of sevenfold blood rage, Qin Feng's speed was astonishing, reaching the group of weaklings in less than 3 seconds. Upon arrival, Qin Feng did not waste words on them. He drew the Dragon Slayer and began the slaughter. 44, 80W. No crimson mark. 44, 80W. 44, 80W. As damage values appeared, system notifications exploded in Qin Feng's ears. Ding dong, you have killed the Komodo dragon. The current player is in a red name state. This death has dropped bronze tier equipment, a mithril longsword, and awarded to 0 experience points. The player is currently level 9, with a resurrection time of 2 seconds. Ding dong, you have killed the potato burn with sweet potato. The current player is in a red name state. This death has dropped item enhancement materials, crystallized bone marrow x10, and awarded to 0 experience points. The player is currently level 9, with a resurrection time of 2 seconds. Ding dong, you have killed a little fairy. The current player is in a red name state. This death has dropped forging materials, forest demon wolf's bone piece x10, and awarded to 0 experience points. The player is currently level 9, with a resurrection time of 2 seconds. Listening to the notifications ringing in his ears, a cruel smile appeared on Qin Feng's face. They are still level 9, it looks like he needs to continue the slaughter for a while longer. Qin Feng's gaze turned cold as he accelerated the pace of the massacre. After 11 or 12 minutes, all the players in the Resurrection Square had been reduced to level 1 with 0 experience. Given their current state, if they were killed again by Qin Feng, their experience points would turn negative. Just when the weaklings were about to weep in despair, a world announcement rang out at a most opportune moment. World announcement: the world dungeon, the destruction of the Dark Cult, has entered the 3rd stage ahead of schedule. After defeating the final dungeon boss, Evil-Eyed Lord Ernest's avatar, the dungeon will be automatically completed and settlement will occur. Hearing this notification, all the weaklings thought they would escape the sea of suffering this time. It is known that the rewards of a world dungeon are incredibly generous. With Qin Feng's strength, he could easily gain immense benefits in this 3rd stage dungeon. From the perspective of these weaklings, it made no sense for Qin Feng to continue slaughtering them out of a desire for revenge instead of rushing into the 3rd stage dungeon. However, while the imagination is beautiful, reality is painfully harsh. As the weaklings looked on with hopeful faces, Qin Feng not only did not return to Maple Leaf City to clear the dungeon, but instead intensified his slaughter. At this moment, Qin Feng had indeed heard the world announcement, but he was not planning to return to the main city right away to kill the avatar of Evil-Eyed Lord Ernest and complete the world dungeon. Because right now he had even more important things left undone. He had yet to make those human garbage understand what true fear. In order to teach these overgrown children a lesson and to protect the environment, Qin Feng made a very merciful decision. He would kill these main city weaklings until they had negative experience. In the game of Divine Realm, players have a 5 chance of dropping items and experience upon death. Once a player turns red named, this chance increases from the initial 5 to 100. Due to the limitations of this mechanism, and since the game of Divine Realm has not been open for long, everyone's strengths are relatively similar. Naturally, under the initiative of some player guilds, an unwritten rule formed within the player community. That is, revenge is acceptable, but endless slaughter is not allowed. One cannot continue to kill after turning red named. If someone does so, they will face a relentless onslaught from all players. However, when this unwritten rule faced an unconcerned Qin Feng, it lost its binding power. At this moment, no guild dared to step forward to persuade Qin Feng to stop the slaughter, let alone rally players to besiege him. For no other reason than that Qin Feng was simply too powerful. After Qin Feng entered sevenfold blood rage, his attributes soared beyond limits. Killing ordinary players was easier than squashing an ant. With a swish, a player was once again cleaved in two by Qin Feng. After finishing off this player, Qin Feng took 2 steps and instantly rushed to another player's side. Upon meeting Qin Feng's gaze, this player immediately knelt down. However, before he could plead for mercy, Qin Feng's blade severed his head from his body. Watching the beheaded player, the others in the resurrection square trembled in fear. Under the influence of the highly realistic system of Divine Realm, every player experienced the heart-wrenching pain when killed by Qin Feng. Once or twice was bearable. After all, they had stayed in Divine Realm long enough to withstand this level of pain. But continuously dying at the resurrection point was another matter entirely. That was pure torment. Imagine with a swish you die in pain. 2 seconds later you come back to life, but with another swish you die in pain again. What kind of experience is that? 1,000 cuts for installment payments. However, the physical torment was secondary. What truly pained these players was the loss of their levels. In Divine Realm, as long as players have not returned to their safe house, they can still be killed even after logging off. And after being killed, all experience points and attribute points that should be lost will not be spared. It is known that leveling up in Divine Realm is extremely difficult. To reach level 10 and enter the main city, some players choose to grind tirelessly, completing novice quests for experience. Others spend extensively in-game, forcibly boosting their strength through cash to complete higher difficulty quests and gain experience. Each level gained represents countless blood, sweat, and tears invested by these players. Yet today, all their previous efforts were washed away in an instant. Under Qin Feng's frenzied slaughter, their levels plummeted at an irreversible rate. Now their levels had already dropped to level 1. If they died again, not only would their resurrection time increase exponentially, but they would also turn to negative experience. This meant that the game account they painstakingly acquired for a total of 100,000 would become useless. Thinking of this, the players on the slaughter list felt their hearts bleeding. In order to save their accounts, one player among the crowd made the first decision to betray their ancestors. With a thud, a player named Komodo Dragon directly knelt down and began to cry out loudly. 087, the defeated Nyo Yun. Transferring to the Japanese region. Fate boss, please spare me a way to live. If you kill me again, I will drop to level 1. I spent a whole 100,000 on this gaming helmet just to level up to level 10. I sold my house and ruined my parents. I cannot die again. Fate boss, I beg you, spare me. I promise. I will never speak ill of you again. Before he could finish, Qin Feng charged in front of him and cleaved him in two with a single blade. He originally harbored immense hatred for these foolish beings, and at this moment, hearing that this person had sold his house to spend money on a game ignited his inner fury. Such unfilial and heartless individuals are nothing but a scourge. If the game had not yet descended into reality, Qin Feng would have already embarked on a path to physically destroy them. After finishing off this one scoundrel, Qin Feng's gaze swept over the other scoundrels. Feeling the overwhelming killing intent in Qin Feng's gaze, these already terrified scoundrels knelt down one after another. For these utterly immoral individuals, kneeling and begging for mercy was not a humiliating thing, especially since there had been precedents already. As long as they could save their accounts, they would do anything without the slightest thought of refusal. Boss, I am on. Please spare me. I truly dare not do it again. Boss, give me a way to live. It's too hard to level up in this game. I don't want to start from zero. Boss, don't kill me. I will serve you like a beast. I will give you all my money. At the resurrection point, players cried out, desperately pleading for Qin Feng to spare them. However, Qin Feng had no intention of paying them any mind. Swish, swish, swish. Another flurry of blades flashed, sending the players at the resurrection point back to rebirth. Yet this time was different from the previous encounters. Due to the killings, they were all reduced to negative experience, causing their resurrection time to extend by half an hour. However, for Qin Feng, a half-hour wait for resurrection was hardly a punishment for this trash. Hence, he ignored the world instance and sat at the resurrection point, beginning to guard the corpses. With the strength of the earnest clone, it was impossible to be killed by those NPCs in Maple Leaf City within just a few hours, so Qin Feng felt no urgency. In the real world, Nyo's home. Nyo Yun looked angrily at the live broadcast created by the enthusiastic viewers banging on the wooden table in front of him. Long before Qin Feng killed him back to the novice village, he had already given up on struggling and changed his combat strategy. Nyo Yun's mindset was very clear. Since he could not defeat you in the game world, I will target you in the real world. To this end, Nyo Yun set 2 plans in motion. However, one of those plans has now failed. At this moment, Nyo Yun had already gone through the reports sent by his subordinates, and after reading them, he nearly passed out. Due to Qin Feng's frenzied killings, no one in the entire game forum dared to speak ill of him anymore. The moment the name Fate was mentioned, even the most active threads would instantly lose all attention, with no one daring to comment for fear of incurring Qin Feng's wrath. Under these circumstances, Nyo Yun's first plan to smear him collapsed like a house of cards. However, Nyo Yun had not completely given up hope yet. He still had another contingency plan. After returning to reality, Niu Yun spent a fortune to have someone investigate Fate's identity in the real world. Calculating the time, results should be forthcoming. Just as he thought of this, Niu Yun's phone rang at the perfect moment. Picking up the phone, Niu Yun eagerly asked, "Have you found Fate's identity?" Young master, no. No. What? You tell me there's nothing. What are you doing? Do your job, or I'll fire you. Young master, this isn't my fault. The Divine Realm Company is utterly uncooperative. No matter how I approach them, they refuse to disclose Fate's identity to me. Can't you get any information? Can't you find a hacker? Doesn't it need me to teach you? Young master. I tried and I found the best hacker from our 40 Thieves company, but he also couldn't do anything. The Divine Realm Company's website is as solid as a fortress. We simply cannot access their backend. Upon hearing this, Niu Yun's expression instantly froze. You must understand the headquarters of the Divine Realm Company is overseas, and it is said to have a very powerful background. Our 40 Thieves company has some connections domestically, but once we leave the country we are nothing. Thus both of Niu Yun's methods failed, and the immense sense of defeat nearly just then a spark of inspiration flashed in Niu Yun's mind, and he thought of an excellent means of revenge against Qin Feng. Given Qin Feng's current position in the Huaxia region where no one dared to provoke him, if Niu Yun dared to stir trouble in the Huaxia region, once Qin Feng discovered it, he wouldn't even have time to develop before being killed by Qin Feng in the bud. But the situation is different in the foreign regions. You must know that Divine Realm is a global game, and it's not just the Huaxia. There are also the European region, Pan American region, Thief Nation region, and the Japanese region, among others. What cannot be done in the Huaxia region may not be impossible in other regions. You must understand that in the announcement from the Divine Realm Company, the Divine Realm game will initiate regional wars after several iterations. At that time, all regions will merge into one. As long as Niu Yun can develop in other regions, he will be able to find Qin Feng to take revenge when the regional war arrives. With this in mind, Niu Yun directly destroyed his account in the Huaxia region and created an account in the Japanese region. Japan is a populous country with a vast number of gamers. Moreover, in real-life relations, the Niu family has close ties with the Sun family in Japan. Developing there should not be a problem. While Niu Yun was contemplating transferring regions for development, news of Qin Feng's mad slaughter of players also reached overseas. As the saying goes, good news does not leave the house, but bad news travels 1,000 miles. Players from the European region, Thief Nation region, Japanese region, Ganges region, and Pan American region, upon hearing that players in Huaxia were infighting, became excited. In no time, the ID Fate and the deeds associated with it rapidly became the headline on these regional game forums. Maple Leaf City. Danger. In the comments section of a video post titled Level 26 Boss Ruthlessly Slaughtering Lower Level Players, players from the Goryeo region were elated, flooding the thread with posts. Hey, have they finally started infighting? The traditional abilities of Huaxia players are re-emerging. It is well known that Huaxia players love to infight. When the game launched, these Huaxia players claimed they would definitely surpass us Goryeo, saying they aim to be the top gaming power in Asia. I feel like we Goryeo are secure this time. Given the current situation, when the regional wars begin, Goryeo players will certainly— Wow, this Huaxia player is brutal, single-handedly blocking so many players and going on a killing spree. Fortunately, this person hasn't appeared in our Pan American region. Thank God, thank Blessed Virgin Mary. Kill more. It would be best if they killed them all. When the regional wars occur, our Pan American region will be number one again. This person is so perverse. I believe it's definitely due to their lack of environmental awareness. The air over there is too foul, which has twisted this person. Huaxia is doomed again. It was tough to gather over 100 main city players, and now almost half have been wiped out by this divine intervention. Huaxia people should die. Long live the great Yamato nation. Honestly speaking, although Huaxia has many people and a better economy than us, they are still light years behind us in gaming. What nonsense are you spouting? What is the guild in the Huaxia region doing? How could so many guilds not stop a single person? Given the current situation, it seems the future regional wars will have nothing to do with the Huaxia region. I also think we should focus more on the Pan American region. Let's retreat. On various game forums of foreign servers, almost all foreign players regarded the Huaxia region pessimistically due to this. They believe that after experiencing this man-made catastrophe, the Huaxia region would no longer have the opportunity to compete for the title of the top region. It should be noted that leveling up in the game is very difficult. This time, Qin Feng had nearly wiped out all the main city players generated in the Huaxia region. In terms of the number of main city players, the Huaxia region had already fallen far behind other regions. However, unlike these ordinary players, the high-end players from foreign servers were in a state of shock. The reason was simple: Qin Feng's damage was simply outrageous. No matter what level the player was facing Qin Feng, they could not withstand a single blow. This truly terrified these high-end players. In order to gain the greatest benefit in the upcoming regional wars and to increase their survival chances against Qin Feng, these high-end players quickly put away their smugness and devoted more energy to the game. However, at this moment, they did not realize that the faster they leveled up, the greater the rewards Qin Feng would reap from them in the future. They were also unaware that the region they were in had already climbed onto Qin Feng's slaughter list. Meanwhile, let's return to Maple Leaf City. The time rewinds to a few minutes ago. After Qin Feng was teleported back to the novice village, Chen Tianyang and Kulel were also preparing to leave this place. There were still many things waiting for them. They needed to spread the news of Qin Feng's killing of the alien to the entire Maple Leaf City, and even to the whole Maple Leaf Empire. They had to create momentum for Qin Feng in advance. However, just as they were about to set off, both of them simultaneously sensed an incredibly strong fluctuation coming from deep underground. In an instant, a terrifying siphoning force emerged from the ground. At first, the range affected by this siphoning force was relatively small. But as time passed, the area this siphoning force could influence grew larger and larger. Under the extraction of this siphoning force, one after another, the residents of Maple Leaf City turned into dried corpses. Seeing this scene, Chen Tianyang and Kulel were both taken aback. With their experience, they were momentarily unable to figure out the origin of this disaster. Just at that moment, a rapid alarm sounded from the communication tower of Maple Leaf City. Hearing this alarm with its unique rhythm, Chen Tianyang and Kulel's expressions turned extremely grim. They knew that this alarm indicated the presence of a Lord-level dungeon monster within the confines of Maple Leaf City. After a moment, all the powerhouses above level 70 from Maple Leaf City arrived on the battlefield. Among them were Victor, the leader of the City Defense Army, and a level 78 Tier 6 warrior Saul, the chief mage of the Mage Guild in Maple Leaf City, Gudrian, the president of the Mercenary Guilds branch in Maple Leaf City, the legendary forging master Olus from the Divine Realm continent, and Heather, the young lady of the Mytel family, who had an abnormal trading relationship with Qin Feng. Seeing these strong individuals arrive, Chen Tianyang felt greatly reassured. In Chen Tianyang's view, having so many strong allies along with the impending arrival of the garrison army made the extermination of a dungeon lord's avatar a feasible task. With this in mind, Chen Tianyang decided to refrain from seeking assistance from the Empire for the time being, aiming to minimize the negative impact of the situation. However, unbeknownst to Chen Tianyang, this very thought played right into Ernest's hands. Previously, to revive his pawn Crosos, Ernest's avatar had expended a significant amount of energy. Moreover, the cost incurred from forcibly descending to the surface world caused him to fall from level 90, the first tier of the Divine Realm, down to level 80. Though his reaction was still a tad slow, allowing the communication tower to sound the alarm and alert the powerhouses in Maple Leaf City of his arrival. Nevertheless, all of this was bearable for him. As long as he could prevent Maple Leaf City from seeking external help, he was confident that he could turn the entire Maple Leaf City into his hunting ground and convert its inhabitants into the energy he needed to regain his strength. However, achieving this required a bit of cunning. Many years ago, Ernest had already reached an agreement with a man and knew the status of Chen Tianyang, who was guarding Maple Leaf City within the Maple Leaf Empire. Given Chen Tianyang's position, even if the communication tower failed, he would have a way to call for help. What Ernest needed to do at this moment was to put on a show of being an evenly matched opponent with Chen Tianyang, to give Chen Tianyang the illusion that he could handle it himself, delaying his call for aid. Additionally, he needed to convey a message to his collaborator instructing that person to set up a blockade to cut off any news that might reach the imperial capital. With this in mind, Ernest activated a mark on Crosos' body, informing his collaborator far away in the imperial capital of his arrival. After completing all this, Ernest put on an act as if he had just awakened, blinking his hundreds of eyes in a feigned daze as he looked around. Observing the powerhouses of Maple Leaf City surrounding him, Ernest skillfully controlled his pupils. Suddenly, among his thousands of eyeballs, the blue pupils shrank as if in fear of something. Noticing Ernest's reaction, Chen Tianyang was overjoyed. This dungeon lord is actually afraid. He must not be at full strength. Indeed, being able to appear in Maple Leaf City in such a covert manner must have been quite a burden even for a creature of. After pondering for a moment, Chen Tianyang confirmed his suspicion. In the next moment, he extended his left hand and pointed forward, loudly declaring attack. As his voice fell, the powerhouses of Maple Leaf City sprang into action, surrounding Ernest to launch a deadly assault. Meanwhile, the sound of galloping hooves approached from the distant streets. Moments later, a large number of soldiers clad in Imperial Standard armor appeared on the battlefield. The armor worn by these soldiers was pitch black, adorned with patterns outlined in mithril, clearly enchanted. Not only was the quality of their armor exceptional, but the weapons they wielded were also of remarkable quality. Whether it was spears, swords, or bows, each weapon featured faint mithril circuits, and just a glance could instill a sense of their terrifying power. Apart from their weaponry, these soldiers themselves were incredibly powerful, with none below level 50, truly the elite among elites. As the saying goes, it takes 1,000 days to raise an army for a single moment of use. Looking at his soldiers, Chen Tianyang was brimming with confidence as he commanded them to attack Ernest on the battlefield. Under the relentless barrage of attacks from the soldiers and the powerhouses of Maple Leaf City, Ernest was gradually forced back, his aura steadily declining. Seeing this, Chen Tianyang's conviction only grew stronger. He believed that with so many soldiers and the powerhouses of Maple Leaf City on his side, he could eliminate Ernest within half. However, 6 hours passed. Ernest continued to retreat and scathed, his aura deteriorating to the extreme, as if he was on the verge of collapse. Watching Ernest perform his act on the battlefield, Chen Tianyang felt as if he might shatter his teeth from frustration. For the past 6 hours, Ernest had maintained this same demeanor. Yet every time Chen Tianyang attempted to press further and expand his gains, Ernest always managed to find a glimmer of hope in dire straits, evading danger effortlessly. At first, Chen Tianyang had deceived himself into believing this is all just Ernest's luck. But at this moment, no matter how unwilling he was to admit it, he could no longer fool himself. After all, in all his years, he had never seen a dungeon creature that could survive for over 6 hours amidst the combined onslaught of so many powerhouses and soldiers purely by luck. Damn it, he's acting. Qin Tianyang cursed inwardly, and moments later, he crushed a communication token exclusive to the royal family of the Maple Leaf Empire. With a snap, the shattered royal token transformed into a flurry of light particles, and the next moment a light screen appeared before Qin Tianyang. On the other side of the light screen was the Imperial Household Department. Your Highness the Third Prince. Maple Leaf City is under attack by a Lord-level magical creature. Please urgently report to His Majesty. If the opportunity is delayed, Maple Leaf City will be utterly destroyed. I won't beat around the bush with the Imperial Household Department anymore. After saying this, he hung up the call and shifted his focus. Looking at the magical creature in the arena performing with exceptional skill, Qin Tianyang felt a mix of frustration and helplessness. Being able to toy with them like this meant that this creature's strength was far beyond theirs. Under such circumstances, even though Qin Tianyang was now aware of Ernest's tricks, he had no choice but to continue playing along with this creature until reinforcements arrived. However, what Qin Tianyang did not know was that the ground beneath his feet had long been eroded by Ernest, and every action he had taken was seen by Ernest on the battlefield. This naturally included the moment he called for help. 090, the portal. Have you finally come to your senses? Then I will no longer play pretend with you. Upon this realization, Ernest's aura on the battlefield suddenly transformed. An overwhelming malevolence surged into the sky, turning the clouds above Maple Leaf City black. During the previous 6 hours of battle, aside from competing in acting skills with Qin Tianyang, Ernest had quietly engaged in other activities. He utilized his lord's skill, the corruption of the evil eye lord, to infect most of the residents of Maple Leaf City who had not evacuated, acquiring a massive amount of life energy. Correspondingly, his condition improved tremendously, far exceeding 10 times better than when he had just revived. Thinking of this, Ernest did not hesitate, directly channeling the energy within him, fully unleashing an incredibly powerful skill, Life Siphon. In the next moment, a vast force of suction emanated from Ernest, engulfing a 2-kilometer radius around him. Feeling this powerful suction, an ominous premonition surged within Qin Tianyang. He shouted loudly, "Run!" However, Qin Tianyang's response was ultimately too slow. On the battlefield, a thick black mist appeared around each soldier. This black mist was long, with one end connecting to the soldiers on the battlefield, and the other attaching to the dungeon lord. In the next moment, this multitude of black mist began to siphon. Under the powerful suction, the soldiers on the battlefield rapidly withered away at a visible pace. Moments later, those soldiers enveloped in black mist transformed into mere skeletons. When the wind blew, white ash as fine as snow began to drift across the entire battlefield. What was once summer in Maple Leaf City had turned into a bitter winter. Watching everything unfold, Qin Tianyang's face turned ashen. It was over. Everything was completely over. However, the evil eye lord's attack would not cease due to his despair. Instead, it intensified. After draining the life energy from the soldiers in the battlefield, Ernest shifted his focus to the onlookers outside the city. In the next moment, the range of the life siphon expanded rapidly, immediately enveloping the entire Maple Leaf City and spreading towards the citizens outside. Feeling this change, Qin Tianyang's eyes narrowed. Disregarding the principle of a gentleman not standing beneath a collapsing wall, he rushed straight into the battlefield, raising his mage staff to unleash his strongest attack magic at Ernest. As he launched his attack, Qin Tianyang shouted to the powerful warriors of Maple Leaf City, "Stop him. We must not let him succeed." At this moment, the more than 5,000 elite warriors he had trained over the years were all at risk. If Ernest were allowed to slaughter all the citizens of Maple Leaf City, not only would his quest for the throne be doomed, but his own life would also be in peril. After all, his father was no pushover. He had already eliminated numerous princes over the years, and he did not want to follow in the footsteps of his brothers. Seeing the noble third prince of the empire charging forward, the warriors of Maple Leaf City, who had been half-heartedly participating, felt their hearts tremble. For them, the deaths of those civilians did not matter much. After all, they had Qin Tianyang to take the blame, and the Imperial Emperor would not focus on them. But if Qin Tianyang were to die on this battlefield, it would be a different story. After all, Qin Tianyang was the third prince of the empire. He was the biological son of that volatile old emperor. If the old emperor killed his own son, that would be a family matter. But if someone else harmed his son, it would be a major issue. With the old emperor's brutal temperament, he could easily scatter the ashes of that person's ancestors. Thinking of this, the warriors of Maple Leaf City charged forward recklessly, desperately unleashing their skills at Ernest's face. However, how could they possibly withstand the rampaging Ernest? With his exceptionally high attributes, Ernest withstood the attacks of the Maple Leaf City warriors, stubbornly expanding the reach of Life Siphon to its utmost limit. He enveloped all the citizens of Maple Leaf City who had not yet fled outside within his perception. In the next moment, thick black mist erupted from Ernest's body. These black mists moved with astonishing speed, reaching their targets in less than a breath. In an instant, a howling wind surged through the world. This mournful sound was akin to the lamentations of countless citizens. But at this moment, the citizens could no longer wail, for their clocks had stopped ticking the moment the black mist arrived. In that instant, their bodies transformed into feather-light snowflakes, drifting gracefully across the boundless wilderness. Buzz, 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 buzz. As the black mist retracted, Ernest's condition rapidly improved, instantly restoring him to level 84. Once he completely digested the life energy he had plundered, his strength would continue to grow. Thus the situation was the warriors of Maple Leaf City began to retreat, while Ernest advanced with overwhelming malevolence. Bang! In the process of retreating, one of the powerful warriors of Maple Leaf City failed to evade in time and was instantly torn apart by Ernest. A rain of blood fell from the sky, dyeing the entire battlefield a despairing shade of red. Upon witnessing this scene, every warrior of Maple Leaf City felt their hearts skip a beat. At this moment, they all realized that this Lord-level monster was beyond their ability to contend with. Continuing to fight would undoubtedly lead them to the same fate as their fallen comrades. But at this moment, they dared not retreat. Because Qin Tianyang was still holding the line in front, if they retreated, no matter how many treasures he had, he would be killed by Ernest in an instant. If Qin Tianyang were to die here, their families would also face destruction. With no other choice, the warriors of Maple Leaf City could only brace themselves and charge forward. They did not seek victory in this battle, only hoping that the Imperial Emperor would spare their families in light of their sacrifice. Among them was naturally the young lady of the Mitre family, Heather. Unafraid of life and death, the warriors of Maple Leaf City erupted with astonishing combat power, managing to stabilize the battle line once more. Looking at the frenzied warriors of Maple Leaf City, Ernest felt no ripple within his heart. Anyone could achieve a short-term explosion, but such bursts would ultimately reach their limit. And when that moment arrived, it would be the time for these Maple Leaf City warriors to perish. Ernest patiently awaited, yet as he waited, he unexpectedly encountered a wide-open portal. 091, a false hope. Looking at the portal that appeared in the air, a worried Cowlair finally revealed a relaxed smile. As soon as Ernest appeared, Cowlair used secret arts to inform the church about the emergence of a Lord-level monster, and at this moment the church's reinforcements finally arrived. Although not early, they came at just the right time. Looking at the wide-open portal, and the more than 20 powerful figures emerging from it, the leaders of Maple Leaf City felt, has the Empire's reinforcements finally arrived? Haha, we won't die now. Haha, we are not alone anymore. With so many people, no one should notice if I take some time for myself, right? It should be fine. Survival is the priority. And why do these people feel so off? These are church members. This person is actually Long de Shurtai, the vice-captain of the Silver Moon Knights. Wow, we're saved. I'm alive. I'm alive. At first, the strong ones in Maple Leaf City thought the Empire's support had arrived. However, upon closer inspection, they realized that all the reinforcements were actually the church's Temple Knights. The leader among them was even the vice-captain of the Silver Moon Knights. On the battlefield, Qin Tianyang also saw the Temple Knights who came to assist. The moment he spotted them, he let out a long sigh of relief. With the help of these church knights, this crisis might be easily passed, preventing him from losing his life to his old father. Once his life was no longer in danger, Qin Tianyang began to devise how to clear himself of guilt. At present, the elite guards of Maple Leaf City had been depleted, and the citizens were few. If this situation reached his emperor father's ears, he would face an incredibly heavy punishment. However, this was not without a solution. As long as he could successfully eliminate Ernest's avatar and find the person who framed him with enough evidence before the emperor imposed punishment, then he could clear his name and even have a chance to win great merit. At this thought, Qin Tianyang felt a sudden itch for action. He wanted to leave the battlefield, find a quiet place, and methodically review the situation. After all, with the Temple Knights already here, his absence would not matter much. It was a case of wanting to sleep and someone off. Just as Qin Tianyang was pondering how to leave the battlefield without affecting his reputation, Long de Shurtai walked up to him. Qin held high, arrogantly, stating, "Your Highness, the third prince, this beast is incredibly fierce, and your status is of utmost importance. You should find a place to rest. We Silver Moon Knights will handle this monster." Hearing Long de Shurtai's proposal, Qin Tianyang felt a surge of delight inside. However, on the surface, he pretended to be desperate for revenge, gathering his magic to battle Ernest to the death. He appeared determined and resolute, unwilling to listen. Seeing his stubborn demeanor, the strong ones from Maple Leaf City, previously when the Silver Moon Knights were absent, Qin Tianyang's participation was somewhat acceptable. But now with Long de Shurtai speaking up, they were unwilling to let Qin Tianyang take risks. If Qin Tianyang were to lose his life here, their families would be in dire straits. Thinking of this, several influential figures in Maple Leaf City immediately stopped fighting and rushed to Qin Tianyang's side, pushing him to the edge of the battlefield. Once they reached the position, these individuals shamelessly began to persuade him, "Your Highness, the third prince, you are a priceless asset. Do not let hatred cloud your judgment. Yes, Your Highness, the citizens of Maple Leaf City are counting on you. If anything were to happen to you, how would we explain it to the people? Your Highness, you cannot go. If you insist on going, you must step over my dead body first. Your Highness, you must not go. If you insist, step over my corpse." Under the frenzied flattery of the strong ones from Maple Leaf City, Qin Tianyang reluctantly left the battlefield, standing aside and anxiously watching the battle. But in reality, his body was present while his mind was elsewhere. His thoughts had already drifted to finding a way to break through. With the addition of the Silver Moon Knights, the situation had once again shifted, and the Dungeon Lord Ernest was once again suppressed. But at this moment, Ernest was not the least bit anxious. If the Church's Sun Knight order had arrived at this moment, he might have felt a bit of fear. But unfortunately, the Church looked down on him this time, only sending a third-rate Silver Moon Knights. The commanding figure was merely an 80-level 8th-tier knight, Long de Shurtai. Though Ernest could not brutally kill this group of people at this moment, do not forget he still possessed a large amount of life, and once he digested this energy, he could leverage his immense level advantage to turn the tables again. It should be noted that once one reaches the 8th tier, every increase in level brings massive attribute gains and ability. If he could successfully recover to level 89, Ernest could even revive part of his authority. Thinking of this while Ernest engaged in a battle with the Silver Moon Knights and the Strong Ones in Maple Leaf City, he awaited the restoration of his level. As the situation in Maple Leaf City turned again, Qin Feng also awaited the final revival of the lowly players. In the Divine Realm, when players are killed to negative experience and then killed for the first time, their resurrection time will increase to 30 minutes. After that, each subsequent death will double this resurrection time. In the past 7 hours, Qin Feng had killed these players 4 times. After completing this last kill, he prepared to head to Maple Leaf City to collect heads. Propping up his weak body, Qin Feng endured the aftereffects of blood rage and walked towards the recently resurrected group of lowly players. Having been frightened by Qin Feng before these players had all logged off. Despite being extremely weak at this moment, Qin Feng quickly sent this group of lowly players back to the resurrection. Ding! You have killed Komodo Dragon. The current level of this player is 140 experience points. Resurrection time 8 hours. Ding! You have killed Potato Roasted with Onions. The current level of this player is 140 experience points. Resurrection time 8 hours. Ding! You have killed a Little Fairy. The current level of this player is 140 experience points. Resurrection time 8 hours. Listening to these kill notifications, Qin Feng contentedly walked towards the teleportation array at the village entrance, heading to Maple Leaf City to collect heads. As he left, Qin Feng noted the time when the first notification sound rang out, planning to come back and slaughter these beasts. 2 minutes later, Qin Feng exited the Resurrection Plaza and arrived before the teleportation array. The next moment, the teleportation array shimmered with light, sending Qin Feng back into Maple Leaf City. Weak Qin Feng. As soon as he arrived at Maple Leaf City, Qin Feng noticed the Lord of the Evil Eye Ernest battling fiercely with the NPCs in midair. However, upon closer inspection, Qin Feng frowned. Since Maple Leaf City was merely the initial main city, the highest level NPCs, there were only level 78, with none reaching level 80. Nevertheless, although their levels were relatively low, their numbers were quite substantial. The Middle Chamber of Commerce had 2, the Mage Association had 4, the Mercenary Guild had 3, the City Defense Army had 2, and there were 4 Legion commanders in the garrison outside the city. Altogether, there were over 20 NPCs in Maple Leaf City exceeding level 70. Logically speaking, with so many level 70 plus powerhouses, as long as they didn't mess up too badly, they should be able to exhaust Ernest's state, even through attrition. But he did not expect that these NPCs in Maple Leaf City were actually performing so poorly. They had been fighting Ernest for a full 7 hours, yet the battle was still intense. Not only could they not crush Ernest, but even maintaining the balance of the battle was exceptionally difficult. If Qin Feng had arrived, even a moment later, Maple Leaf City would have likely been flattened by Ernest. However, this was not what surprised Qin Feng the most. After observing for a while, he began to feel increasingly uneasy. In his memory, there were only a bit over 20 NPCs at level 70 in Maple Leaf City, but now there were actually more than 30 engaged in battle with Ernest. Upon closer inspection, he was startled to see nearly 20 paladins of the Holy Light among them. Each of these paladins bore wounds, looking as disheveled as could be. This is bad. This group has managed to empower Ernest. In an instant, this thought flashed through Qin Feng's mind. With that in mind, Qin Feng no longer hesitated and dragged his weak body toward the battlefield. The state of blood rage was lifted just before the 6.5 minutes elapsed, and Qin Feng had now entered the weakened phase following blood rage. Although he could directly activate blood rage to eliminate this weakened state, Qin Feng was still unaware of the situation of Ernest's avatar in this life. Rashly activating blood rage and charging in would only waste the duration of blood rage without any other benefit. Therefore, Qin Feng could only endure the weakness within his body and slowly walk toward the edge of the battlefield. As he walked, Qin Feng sensed and searched for a spot to cast his detection spell. Feeling a familiar spiritual presence, Carlo turned back in confusion. Upon seeing Qin Feng for the first time, an overwhelming joy surged within her heart. After all, Carlo had witnessed how Qin Feng slaughtered that group of outsiders. From Qin Feng back, then Carlo sensed a fighting power even greater than Londa Shurtide. In her view, as long as Qin Feng was present, their side would greatly increase their chances of victory. However, Carlo's joy did not last long. After a moment of sensing, she realized that Qin Feng's aura had dropped to rock bottom, feeling weaker than a level 40 warrior. Concerned, Carlo hurriedly rushed to Qin Feng's side and said urgently, "Destiny, what happened to you? Is it the backlash from that secret technique? You are like this, why did you still come? Why are you so foolish? Quickly leave, it's very dangerous here. You leave. Are you trying to throw your life away? Why are you still coming forward?" Carlo continuously urged him, but Qin Feng stubbornly walked step by step toward Ernest in the center of the battlefield, as if he could not hear her pleas. After enduring more than 7 hours of weakness, Qin Feng had no strength left to respond to Carlo's words. At that moment, he only wished to get a little closer and see Ernest's condition as soon as possible. Watching Qin Feng slowly moving step by step toward the battlefield, Carlo felt her heart ache painfully. At this moment, she guessed that Qin Feng was preparing to activate the secret technique to confront Ernest. And any secret technique comes with a huge cost, just like the high blessing spell she had previously cast which cost her half of her attributes, and could never be cast again in her lifetime. Although she did not know how great the cost of the secret technique Qin Feng was about to use was, Carlo believed that the cost of such a technique that could greatly increase power would not be much less than that of the High Blessing spell. Qin Feng's current state was the best proof of that. But no matter how much Carlo felt heartache, she knew she could not stop Qin Feng. Although she had only known Qin Feng for a short time, she had grasped his character. He was a man of his word. Once he made a decision, not even 10 oxen could pull him back. However, while she could not stop Qin Feng, she could help him regain some strength. As the Saintess of the Holy Light, although Carlo had not yet undergone the 7th-tier promotion and did not possess strong combat power, her blessing abilities were ample. With that thought, Carlo immediately mobilized all the remaining magical energy she had and released a high-level healing spell attempting to restore Qin Feng's condition. However, when this healing spell, which drained all her magical energy, landed on Qin Feng, Carlo was left astonished with her mouth agape. She discovered that her healing spell actually had no effect. Ding! You have received the high-level healing spell from NPC Carlo. Due to the effects of the blood rage weakened state, the current healing spell is ineffective. Hearing this prompt, Qin Feng laboriously turned his head to Carlo and slowly shook his head. The blood limit and weakness following blood rage both had a locking effect. Regardless of whether it was the lifesteal effect from the 4th-tier title slaughterer, the recovery effect of recovery potions, or external healing skills, none could break through this skill's limitations to restore Qin Feng's state. Otherwise, Qin Feng would have already used the recovery potions he'd bought to restore his state. Based on Qin Feng's current understanding, aside from continuing with blood rage, the only method to bypass this mechanism was to utilize the rebirth effect of the blood magic well to forcibly break this limiting effect. Apart from this skill mechanism method, other conventional means could hardly resolve the locking blood issue of blood rage. Watching Qin Feng shake his head, Carlo felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. At this moment, Qin Feng was determined to go to the battlefield, and Carlo could not stop him. Not only could she not stop him, but she could not even help him recover his state. Carlo lowered her head in self-blame, biting her lip tightly, leaving a trace of crimson on her beautifully alluring lips. Just then, Qin Feng pointed to a spot at the edge of the battlefield and spoke. Help me to there, I want to see him. 093, the well-fed Ernest. At this moment, Ernest had already been revived for nearly 7 hours. Qin Feng was unaware of Ernest's condition, nor did he know how many heads that group of habitual fishers had fed to him. For this reason, Qin Feng needed to make a plan before acting. Recklessly activating the 8-fold blood fury and charging forward might result in him giving up his life for nothing. Who? Hearing Qin Feng's question, Carlyle was momentarily stunned, but upon seeing the direction in which Qin Feng pointed, she quickly reacted. The he Qin Feng referred to as Ernest, who was battling fiercely against a group of powerful foes. Carlyle let out a sigh of relief, her face flushed as she supported Qin Feng and hurried to the location he indicated. Upon reaching the maximum range for her scouter, Qin Feng aimed at Ernest in the battlefield and activated the detection spell. In the next moment, information about Ernest appeared in Qin Feng's mind. Dungeon Lord, Ernest. Level 88 in the process of revival. Rank Epic. Health 711726W, 80510W. Attack Power 786W, 820W. Defense 144W. Skills Subdivine Level Defense Subdivine Level Resistance Subdivine Level Recovery Subdivine Level Combat Skills Revival of the Evil Eye Lord, Corruption of the Evil Eye Lord, Command of the Evil Eye Lord, Super Perception, Weakness, Analysis, Void, Escape Life, Siphon Soul, Pollution Life, Disintegration, Ray, Earthquake, Heavens, Collapse, Entangling, Strangulation, War, Form, True Body, Descending, Charging Energy. Description: originally the leader of the Black Cult, he has now become the vessel of the Evil Eye Lord Ernest. After reading Ernest's information, Qin Feng gasped in shock. With over 8 billion health, 44 million defense, and over 7 million attack power at level 88, how many players from Maple Leaf City had fed Ernest heads to allow him to revive to such a degree in just 7 hours? Moreover, this was not the most surprising part for Qin Feng. What truly astonished him was Ernest's incredibly proficient acting skills. With Ernest's current level 88, combined with his recovery of 98 of his skills, he not only could completely suppress those attacking him, but even had the opportunity to secure a solo kill. Yet Ernest chose not to do so. He preferred to feign weakness and let them slowly whittle away his health rather than fully revive and easily unleash his killing capabilities. This was just too much patience. Luckily, he hadn't activated the 8-fold blood fury directly. If he charged in, it would have been a sure loss. Watching Ernest perform exuberantly in the battlefield, Qin Feng's mind quickly devised a plan. He must not allow these habitual fishers to remain on the battlefield any longer. With their frail attributes, once Ernest stopped pretending, the truth would be revealed. Faced with the terrifying power of Life Siphon, they would turn into free healing pumps, becoming a continuous source of energy for Ernest. He must not let Ernest continue reviving. If this thing reached level 90 and regained the strength of a demigod, even if Qin Feng activated the 9-fold blood fury, he might not be able to defeat him. By that time, Qin Feng would only be able to watch as this monster wreaked havoc in the divine domain, ultimately being dealt with by the experts of the church. What a loss. Just thinking about it felt like a loss. After all, Ernest was the boss of the 3rd stage of the world dungeon, the annihilation of the Black Cult. In the original game progression, this boss was supposed to appear in the mid to late game. However, in this life, due to Qin Feng's intervention, Ernest had appeared ahead of schedule. Defeating this boss would yield immensely rich rewards. To put it simply, just completing this dungeon would grant Qin Feng enough experience to directly reach level 50. This level of increase seems small, but do not forget the experience required for Qin Feng to level up was 10 times that of an. Thinking of this, an intense battle intent erupted in Qin Feng's eyes. This time he would hold nothing back. He would directly activate the ninefold blood fury, using all his trump cards to claim this reward that made his mouth water. After a brief moment, Qin Feng had solidified his combat strategy and was ready to activate the ninefold blood fury at any moment to charge in and eliminate Ernest. However, before that, Qin Feng needed to do one more thing to get these habitual fishers off the battlefield. But this task could not be accomplished by Qin Feng alone. He was currently just a commoner with the lowest status in the entire area. Not to mention those high-nosed, utterly arrogant, even those strong individuals from Maple Leaf City who had a good impression of him would not leave the battlefield simply because he made a light-hearted remark. After all, to continue mingling with them was to be a hero, or once they left they might be labeled as cowards fleeing the battlefield. Scanning the entire battlefield, the only two who could compel these individuals to comply were Chun Tianyang and Carlyle. Thinking this, Qin Feng slowly turned his head and instructed Carlyle, "Tell your people and Chun Tianyang to leave quickly." Huh. Carlyle looked at Qin Feng in disbelief, not understanding what he meant. That thing is still reviving. The equilibrium you see is merely an act. You cannot defeat him. Staying here will only hinder me. Qin Feng explained feebly, yet the battle intent in his eyes grew stronger. Upon hearing Qin Feng's explanation, Carlyle suppressed the rebuttal bubbling up in her heart and tightly closed her eager mouth. Although Qin Feng was currently so weak that he needed support to walk, when Carlyle's gaze met his, she saw an unwavering determination in his eyes like a sacred mountain. Looking into Qin Feng's eyes and recalling the life energy that had been drained by Ernest at that moment, Carlyle unreservedly believed in Qin Feng. "I can't make the decision. It'll take you to see Chun Tianyang. Do you have the guts? What about your skills?" With the assistance of Carlyle, Qin Feng quickly arrived at a desolate ruin. This ruin was established using secret arts by the Silver Moon Knights, not only accelerating the healing speed of injuries, but also effectively resisting Ernest's encroachment. It rendered it impossible for him to accurately perceive the specific situation within the ruin. As soon as he stepped into the ruins, a multitude of gazes turned toward Qin Feng, their puzzled looks seemingly saying, "Brother, are you here to slack off too?" Following the gazes, Qin Feng saw that various powerful figures from Maple Leaf City were leaning on each other, consuming potions to recover their conditions. Due to the presence of the Eye of Investigation, Qin Feng could immediately discern that their true conditions were far better than they've gotten so fat, and yet they're still slacking off. Watching these habitual slackers, Qin Feng felt a surge of anger inside. But despite his irritation, he did not reveal any hint of it on the surface. After all, seeing through it doesn't mean exposing it. Unlike the sharp-eyed Qin Feng, Carlyle had not experienced much combat and lacked sufficient battle experience to see through these habitual slackers' disguises. Seeing these powerful figures from Maple Leaf City sitting on the ground with dirt on their faces, enduring their injuries with expressions of pain, Carlyle's heart began to ache. Not wanting to waste time and to quickly end this grueling battle, Carlyle hurried over to Chun Tianyang's side and proposed, "I have a way to deal with Ernest." Upon hearing this, Chun Tianyang immediately lifted his head, halting the analysis that had been lingering in his mind for a long time. "Lady Saint, if you have a solution, please speak." Hearing Chun Tianyang's response, Carlyle walked over to Qin Feng's side with a serious expression and said emphatically, "Heaven's will is my solution. However, I have one condition." Carlyle's statement was meant to express her stance to Chun Tianyang, and at the same time, she was taking on the responsibility that originally belonged to Qin Feng. If Qin Feng failed to fulfill the promise he had previously made, the blame for missing the opportunity in battle would fall squarely on Carlyle's shoulders. Listening to Carlyle's words, a trace of hesitation flickered in Chun Tianyang's eyes. As the third prince of the empire, having experienced countless intrigues in the court, Chun Tianyang easily picked up on the undertones in Carlyle's words. After some contemplation, Chun Tianyang shifted his gaze and slowly addressed Qin Feng, saying, "Heaven's will, what is..." After some contemplation, Chun Tianyang shifted his gaze and slowly addressed Qin Feng, saying, "Heaven's will, what is your request? Feel free to state it. Everyone retreat 5 kilometers. Upon these words, the entire scene was stunned. In the ruins, whether it was the injured Temple Knights or the slackers from Maple Leaf City, everyone looked at Qin Feng with expressions of disbelief. "Heaven's will? Are you joking? We can't even defeat Ernest with so many of us, and you want to challenge him alone? Who do you think you are to dare command us Knights of the Temple to retreat? Lady Saint, you must not heed the slander of this fool. The commander is about to slay that monster. We cannot heed his words and take unnecessary risks. Your Highness the Third Prince, what Half Knight said is correct. We are about to achieve victory. We cannot introduce any more variables. Lady Saint, this person is so weak. How could he possibly have the strength to deal with Ernest? I suspect he is just a fraud, perhaps even a spy infiltrated by Ernest. Do not be deceived by him. Scoundrel, dare to deceive the Lady Saint. I will slay you." The habitual slackers from Maple Leaf City and the Temple Knights exchanged heated words, growing increasingly agitated. Among them, a knight named Half was especially furious and made a move to draw his knight's sword and behead Qin Feng. However, just as he was about to draw his sword, Carlyle swiftly stepped in front of him, fiercely scolding, "Half Knight, are you questioning my judgment?" Carlyle's voice was extremely stern, causing Half Knight to shrink back, glaring viciously at Qin Feng before returning to his original position. Seeing their leader being reprimanded by Kullel, the other temple knights also reined in their impulsive thoughts and returned to their positions to meditate. The Holy See is a place governed by strict rules. Aside from the Pope, the most esteemed figure within the Holy See is at this moment, with Pope Gregory absent, the one holding the most power was Lady St. Kullel. They did not have the courage to openly defy her orders. Watching this grand spectacle, Chen Tianyang remained silent, secretly calculating. Since the Temple Knights have failed to test Qin Feng's capabilities, let Victor give it a try again. If he truly has the strength, then let him join the battlefield and cooperate with Long de Shurtai to defeat Ernest. With this thought, Chen Tianyang gestured to General Victor with his hand behind his back. Chen Tianyang had always been quite satisfied with the acumen of this subordinate. Victor was also a sharp individual. The moment he saw that gesture, he understood Chen Tianyang's intent. He knew that Chen Tianyang did not want to be the villain and did not want to openly offend Kullel. He was letting Victor take the blame. However, under the eaves, how could one not bow their head? Enjoying Chen Tianyang's provisions and using his resources now that Chen Tianyang had given an order, how could he dare to disobey? With this in mind, Victor stood up and slowly spoke. Heavens, will, your courage is admirable. You have the guts, but do you have this? What makes you think we should believe you have the ability to eliminate Ernest's avatar? With these words, the remaining prominent figures from Maple Leaf City chimed in. Indeed, General Victor is right. Ernest is not an easy opponent. If you lack the ability, do not cause trouble here. You young brat, cease your reckless boasting. If it weren't for the fact that you had previously slain Dying, I would have already slapped you to death. In your current frail state, needing assistance to walk, do you still wish to face Ernest alone? Go back where you came from. Listening to these discussions, Qin Feng did not respond. He knew that these people were not the decision makers. The true authority had always rested in Chen Tianyang's hands. Chapter 095, 8th Degree Blood Surge. A combat power that stunned the entire arena. Qin Feng stared intently into Chen Tianyang's eyes, gauging his reaction. Moments later, he discerned in Chen Tianyang's gaze a subtle scrutiny laced with anticipation. Though that scrutinizing look unsettled Qin Feng deeply, the undercurrent of expectation revealed something vital. Chen Tianyang's resolve was wavering. I'll take the gamble. If he agrees, I'll step forward. If not, I'll shadow Ernest and seize the opportunity to land the final blow. And with that thought, Qin Feng immediately activated the 8th degree blood surge. In an instant, the exhaustion from prior blood depletion vanished entirely, replaced instead by an overwhelming, peerless aura. In feeling the explosive surge of Qin Feng's power, only Carlyle, who placed absolute faith in him, remained unfazed. All others, the habitual slackers of Maple Leaf City, the haughty Temple Knights, and even the calculating third prince Chen Tianyang, stood agape, their faces frozen in sheer awe as they gazed upon Qin Feng. Master Tianyi, even in such profound exhaustion, you can still wield that secret art. Victor stared blankly at Qin Feng. The probing skepticism in his eyes had completely dissolved, and unconsciously his address shifted from the informal you to the reverent you, master. This shift came so naturally, for from Qin Feng, he sensed a force, not inferior in the slightest, to Ernest's. The chief archmage of the Mage Guild, who earlier dismissed Qin Feng as a mere child and mocked his bold claims, flushed crimson with embarrassment. Stammering incoherently, he failed to utter even a single coherent sentence. And beyond these two, the Temple Knight half, who had drawn his blade against Qin Feng, was stricken with such profound shame that he wished the earth would swallow him whole. Though his strength was unremarkable, he had nonetheless scraped his way up to level 70-something. And he could thus clearly perceive the terrifying magnitude of Qin Feng's combat prowess. The other Temple Knights exchanged glances with their mortified comrade, relief and quiet triumph gleaming in their eyes. And were one to fully articulate that expression, it would easily fill a 10,000-word novella. Unlike those hot-headed warriors, Chen Tianyang, scion of royalty, recovered swiftly from his initial shock. In stepping forward several paces, he asked gravely, in Master Tianyi, do you truly have confidence? Confidence, yes, but its realization hinges entirely upon your cooperation. So long as you guarantee that no large life forms remain within a 5-kilometer radius, I possess absolute certainty in slaying him. Now freed from exhaustion, Qin Feng spoke with ease and carefully laid out his concerns. Large life forms. None remain here. They've all been consumed by Ernest. And Master Tianyi, what if we stay? We'll assist you directly, expediting Ernest's demise. I concur. With Master Tianyi's might, our combined strength and the Silver Moon Knight's valor, victory over Ernest is eminently attainable. No sooner had Qin Feng finished speaking than the slackers of Maple Leaf City began clamoring, each offering revisions to, in their view, with Qin Feng, a force rivaling Ernest himself, as their ally and bolstered by their own formidable support, defeating Ernest would be effortless, even exhilarating. At this thought, they drifted into daydreams of imperial rewards awaiting them after victory. Unlike Chen Tianyang, the primary responsible party, even if Maple Leaf City lay in utter ruin so long as they delivered Ernest's head, Emperor Qin Sheng, however displeased beneath the surface, would still bestow honors upon them, lest he alienate the Empire's elite warriors. Watching these bickering slackers, Qin Feng suppressed the urge to expose their true nature, and patiently explained instead, Ernest is far stronger than you imagine. Until now, he has merely been performing, playing a role before you. In his eyes, you are nothing more than twitching morsels. He refrains from annihilating you outright, not out of mercy, but because he lacks the capacity to eradicate you all. He fears you will flee. Nods he senses mortal peril, he will shed all pretense, and then you shall become his living blood pumps. Upon hearing this, the slackers nodded in sudden comprehension, voicing agreement aloud. Yet inwardly they scoffed in silent contempt. Tisk tisk tsk. To monopolize glory he'll say anything. How shameless. In what audacity. To crown yourself the hero while reducing us to blood pumps. Preposterous. Don't dream of keeping it all, you'll burst. And Chen Tianyang. He'd never obey you. In a masterful lie, but I won't play the villain. Let Chen Tianyang bear that burden. Seeing Maple Leaf City's elite so readily endorse Qin Feng's proposal, Chen Tianyang nearly exploded with fury. With his discernment, he saw through their hidden motives instantly, yet he had no choice. Maple Leaf City was his lifeline. He dared not risk entrusting Qin Feng alone to face Ernest. After careful deliberation, he swallowed his pride and ventured cautiously in Master Tianyi. What if the Silver Moon Knights, and we join you? We fought Ernest before. He's not half as formidable as you claim. At Chen Tianyang's suggestion, Qin Feng's expression darkened, and he had made his position unmistakably clear. Yet the prince remained paralyzed by hesitation, refusing to move unless prodded, resisting even when urged forward. It seemed stronger medicine was required. Qin Feng steeled his resolve and delivered a stark ultimatum. In these are my terms: agree and I fight. Refuse, and I withdraw. And having spoken, Qin Feng ignored Carlyle's restraining grasp and turned resolutely toward the ruin's edge. And as he walked, he counted silently in his mind. 1 and 2. And before the third count left his lips, Chen Tianyang's voice rang out behind him, and I accept. 9 degrees of blood fury. A 512-fold amplification. After saying this, Chen Tianyang took out the city lord's token and signaled for retreat, fearing that Qin Feng would change his mind. Meanwhile, the prepared Carlyle activated a secret technique, delivering his orders into the ears of the knights of the Silver Moon Knight Order. In the next moment, the more than 20 powerful beings engaged in battle displayed expressions of confusion. However, under the command of their leader, they swiftly left the battlefield, heading towards the ruins. Seeing the food surrounding him daring to retreat, Ernest's eyes flashed with cold light as he made to block their path. However, before he could act, he sensed a familiar aura so powerful that it posed a threat to him. He turned his gaze toward the source of this perception. Beside a pile of ruins, Ernest saw a dangerously bloodthirsty man. The moment he recognized this man, his pupils constricted sharply. It was Qin Feng. Due to Qin Feng, Ernest had to waste a vast amount of energy descending to the surface world earlier than expected. Now facing his nemesis, his murderous intent surged uncontrollably. As their gazes met and Ernest felt Qin Feng's eyes locking onto him, Qin Feng smiled faintly and directly activated 9 degrees of blood fury. Ding! You have activated the exclusive skill Blood Fury, activating 7 degrees of blood fury, gaining a 512-fold increase in all attributes. Maximum health increased. Current health lock does not enjoy amplification. Health reduced by half, lasting for 30 minutes, after which there will be a 12-hour period of weakness, which can be lifted by activating Blood Fury again. As the mechanical prompt sounded, Qin Feng half squatted to the ground, beginning to gather energy. Thanks to the 512-fold amplification of 9 degrees of blood fury, Qin Feng no longer needed to rely on the dragon/flash. He could launch himself into the air solely with his physical strength. After a moment, Qin Feng completed his energy accumulation. In the next moment, a tremendous force surged from the soles of his feet, crashing down onto the ground. With a loud boom, the ground within a radius of 500 meters beneath Qin Feng instantly collapsed. Utilizing this recoil, Qin Feng dashed toward Ernest, who was suspended in midair. At the same time, a blood plum blossom mark suddenly appeared on Ernest. Clang! The Dragon Slayer blade erupted with a tremendous roar, shattering the air and creating a 3-kilometer-long vacuum zone, wielding an unmatched force that struck fiercely against Ernest's eye-covered body. 10560000. With the red damage value erupting, the evil eye lord Ernest plummeted toward the ground. Bang! The already crumbling ground instantly caved in, forming a massive pit as Ernest looked up in terror, gazing at Qin Feng, who hovered in midair with deep trepidation. Ernest knew Qin Feng was strong. From the moment he sensed Qin Feng's overwhelming aura, he understood that he could not compare this enemy to those he had faced before. However, he never expected Qin Feng's combat prowess to be so formidable. Just an ordinary strike had stripped him of over 100 million health points. To put it in perspective, despite being besieged for so long by the powerful beings of Maple Leaf City and the Night Order, Ernest had only lost 900 million health points. However, before Ernest could calm his agitated heart, an even greater fear descended upon him. After knocking Ernest to the ground, Qin Feng did not choose to follow up with an attack, but directly activated Celestialist. With the 512-fold amplification of 9 degrees of blood fury, a 10-fold attack speed, and the 280 attack speed boost from Celestial Ascension, Qin Feng could unleash 258,048 blade energies per second. Looking at the countless blade energies before him, which far exceeded the debris from an explosion in the abyss, Ernest felt his courage nearly shatter. If a single strike from Qin Feng could sever 100 million of his health points, being struck by so many blade energies would probably mean he wouldn't even have the chance to scream before being reduced to a pile of remnants. With this thought, Ernest immediately activated his life-saving skill Void Escape. In the next moment, he narrowly dodged the blade energy that was about to crush his face and slipped into the void. The effect of void escape lasts for 10 seconds, and after 10 seconds, Ernest will return to the surface world facing Qin Feng. But at that moment, Ernest was not at all anxious, for he sensed several free health pumps eagerly watching from the void before he entered. As long as Ernest could find a good landing spot, he could directly activate life siphon the moment he returned to the physical world. Though with Ernest's current strength, he couldn't directly kill these people, which would be somewhat wasteful. However, with the vast life energy from these individuals, he could recover to level 90 faster and return to the power of the divine tier. By that time, he would reclaim his authority and directly crush Qin Feng with his status. On the outskirts of the battlefield atop the roof, the powerful beings of Maple Leaf City and the Knights of the Silver Moon Knight Order looked at Qin Feng, who was like a god of slaughter on the battlefield with awestruck expressions. How can this heavenly intent be so formidable? It can completely suppress Ernest's avatar. As far as I know, this heavenly intent seems to be only in the 20s, right? I don't know where he obtained that secret technique, but it actually enhances his combat power to such an extent. The Holy Maiden is wise. The third prince is wise. If it weren't for your sharp eye, what would happen to Maple Leaf City? With such a powerful ally, it would be a piece of cake for us to take down Ernest. Why don't we stay here and hide, ready to support heavenly intent at any time? The group of powerful beings engaged in conversation, gradually shifting their topic to staying behind to help. At this moment, Ernest's avatar was completely suppressed by Qin Feng, and the situation was undoubtedly favorable. Thinking of the merits that could be gained from slaying Ernest, these individuals who had healed their wounds and forgotten their pain purposely disregarded Qin Feng's advice to stay put. However, they kept a watchful eye, remaining within Chun Tianyang's concealed formation and not venturing out. Listening to the suggestions of the powerful beings, Chun Tianyang also agreed with them. In his view, having his group present would only increase the probability of Qin Feng defeating Ernest, not decrease it. Thus, he turned his head to look at Carlyle, hoping she would express her stance. Sensing Chun Tianyang's gaze, Carlyle acted as if she hadn't seen his expression and retreated with the Temple Knights. Previously, she had not left the battlefield immediately due to concern for Qin Feng's safety. Now seeing Qin Feng firmly suppressing Ernest, she naturally set aside her worries and retreated as per Qin Feng's instructions. Scene 097, The Form of War. As they gazed at the protruding tentacle before them, the expressions on the faces of the hidden powerhouses were utterly captivating. How did Ernest end up here? Wasn't he just battling against the will of heaven? The leader of the city defense army, Victor, was momentarily dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how Ernest had appeared before them. What kind of ability is this? I've never seen Ernest use it. Could it be that the will of heaven was right and Ernest was merely playing us all along? Sweat beaded on Chun Tianyang's forehead as he recalled Qin Feng's warning. Could it be that Ernest has discovered us? That's impossible. How could my concealment formation be seen through by him? The chief mage of the Maple Leaf City Mage Association stared in astonishment at the tentacle before him, unable to fathom how his concealment formation had been pierced by Ernest. Can't you fight the will of heaven and keep coming for me? Do you think I Long Destai Da am an easy target? The proud deputy commander of the Silver Moon Knight Order, Long Destai Da, was filled with rage. When Carell had ordered his retreat earlier, it had ignited a firestorm within him, and Ernest's actions were merely adding fuel to the flames. It's too late. It's all my fault. Carol's face was filled with guilt, feeling as though she had betrayed Qin Feng's trust. In that moment, a myriad of thoughts emerged in the minds of these powerhouses. However, Ernest's appearance was alarmingly swift, the distance between them shrinking rapidly. Before they could react, a thick black mist loomed over their heads. Life drain. Not this move again. Isn't this only effective against lower-level opponents? Hey, how could this technique be used against me? What the will of heaven said is actually true. He really does see us as blood pumps. Feeling the swirling black mist above them, the assembled powerhouses recalled the words Qin Feng had spoken earlier. In their prior understanding, it seemed likely that Ernest's move was designed to eliminate lower-level foes. For in the over 7 hours of battle that had transpired, Ernest had never once used this technique against them. Yet at this moment, the brutally harsh reality shattered their previous understanding like a hammer. By the time they reacted, from within the dense black mist emerged a force of suction so powerful that it gradually drained their flesh and blood from their bodies. All. In an instant, a series of piercing screams erupted across the battlefield. The sound was both striking. Watching this scene unfold, Qin Feng silently cursed his luck. His time in the divine realm hadn't been long, and although his combat power couldn't be measured by ordinary standards, due to the constraints of rank and level, Qin Feng had yet to acquire a sensory skill that suited his profession. It was precisely for this reason that he failed to perceive the ulterior motives of these free blood pumps. But just because Qin Feng couldn't find them, it didn't mean Ernest couldn't. After all, Ernest possessed an exceedingly grotesque sensory skill known as super sensation. Theoretically speaking, this skill had no upper limit. As long as the user's intelligence was sufficiently high, the sensory power it provided would only strengthen. With Ernest having restored his strength to level 88, combined with this skill, locating these people's positions would be an observing Ernest voraciously draining life energy. Qin Feng understood that if he didn't stop him soon, this time the world instance's boss would be doomed. With that thought, Qin Feng stepped forward, forcefully striking the ground with his left foot, utilizing the rebound force to dash towards Ernest's back at lightning speed. But at this moment, it was already too late. Due to the high levels of these free blood pumps and their strong resistances, Ernest hadn't directly killed them. However, that didn't mean Ernest's life drain had no effect. After the previous extraction, Ernest, who was on the verge of returning to level 89, instantly covered the last remaining. Upon reaching level 89, Ernest's attributes were immediately enhanced. But that wasn't the most important part. The truly terrifying aspect was that part of Ernest's authority quietly revived at that moment. Sensing the blade that Qin Feng had swung, Ernest indifferently ceased the life drain. He extended a tentacle, fearlessly meeting the blade that Qin Feng had struck down. With a clang, the Dragon Slayer blade collided with the tentacle, producing a sound that could only be made when metal met metal. Even more astonishingly, the Dragon Slayer blade, which had reached the legendary tier, failed to sever this tentacle composed of flesh and blood. It merely scraped off a spark from the tentacle. Qin Feng's expression changed. He knew this was one of Ernest's unique authorities, flesh manipulation. Flesh manipulation, although merely one of the lowest tier authorities among countless others, was the kind that players wouldn't even glance at in the later stages of the game. However, for Qin Feng at this moment, the revival of this authority significantly lowered his chances of killing Ernest. With the revival of flesh manipulation, Ernest was able to freely adjust the density of his flesh, making his tentacles as hard as legendary weapons. And this was one of Ernest's primary combat methods. Controlling the enhanced tentacles, Ernest's battle-intent sword. Crack, crack, crack. With the sound of flesh-tearing tentacles comparable to legendary weapons split away from. Indeed, while Ernest's attack speed was not comparable to Qin Feng, who enjoyed a 10-fold attack speed bonus and had activated a 9-fold blood burst for a 5-12-fold increase. However, his tentacles could split. If one tentacle wasn't enough, he could split into two. If two weren't enough, then 4, 8, 16. As long as he kept splitting, he could match Qin Feng's total attack count. Seeing the continuously splitting tentacles, Qin Feng's expression grew grave. He knew that if he allowed Ernest to split freely like this, he would only face the fate of being suppressed by Ernest. With that thought, Qin Feng made a decisive resolution and resolutely activated his only control skill, Crimson Guillotine. In the next moment, a massive guillotine materialized from a mere illusion into reality. Observing this familiar skill, recalling the terrifying 3 seconds of dizziness, Ernest steeled his heart and disregarded everything, directly unleashing his ultimate move, War Form. In an instant, a pitch-black, malevolent energy spread recklessly. Within the black mist, Ernest's form instantly transformed from a flesh ball, covered in countless eyes and tentacles, into a cyclopean humanoid creature. Believe in him. At the moment Ernest completed his transformation into combat form, the guillotine of the Scarlet Executioner fell upon his head. Strangely, this guillotine did not induce dizziness, nor did it complete the effect of immobilization. Meanwhile, a series of notification sounds exploded in Qin Feng's ears. Ding! The Evil Eye Lord Ernest has entered battle form, gaining a 100 boost to all attributes, and entering a berserk state. For every second the battle form persists, Ernest loses 5 of his maximum health. When current health drops below 5, health loss stops, and the second-tier battle form is activated. Ding! Under the influence of the berserk state, the effect of the Scarlet Executioner is nullified. Listening to the notifications, Qin Feng's expression instantly turned serious. Unlike the conventional form that focuses on energy accumulation, Ernest in battle form is the true Lord-level dungeon monster. With the immunity to skill effects granted by the berserk state combined with a 100 boost to all attributes, Ernest had become an impenetrable fortress that even Qin Feng, after 9 degrees of blood fury, could not damage. At level 89, Ernest possessed nearly 1.5 million points of defense, and after receiving a 100 boost to all attributes, his defense approached a terrifying 3 million points. This 3 million points of defense, when enhanced by demigod-level defense, could withstand nearly 900 million. Faced with Ernest, who had the berserk effect, Qin Feng, unable to utilize the Scarlet Mark, could at most deal 17.92 million damage, which could not break through Ernest's defenses at all. However, the battle form of Ernest did not bring despair to Qin Feng, because at this moment Ernest had not yet reached level 90 and had not regained his divine tier powers. It was precisely for this reason that Ernest was enduring a backlash of 5 of his maximum health per second while forcibly using the battle form. As long as Qin Feng could withstand 18 seconds under Ernest's attacks and lower Ernest's health to below 10, he could use the additional feature generated by the Dragon Slayer Blade's 10 enhancement to execute Ernest. With that thought, Qin Feng retreated without looking back, not even glancing at Shen Tianyang and his group in the arena. After transforming from conventional form to battle form, Ernest could no longer use his skill exclusive to the conventional form, Life Drain. Instead of slaughtering these people, it was better to keep them alive. Once he eliminated Qin Feng, the greatest threat, he could return to normal form and enjoy these delicious blood meals. Thinking this, Ernest chased after Qin Feng. While pursuing, Ernest activated his skill weakness analysis, targeting the Upon seeing this, the killing intent in Ernest's eyes instantly intensified. After activating weakness analysis, he immediately discerned Qin Feng's current state. He discovered that Qin Feng was like a limping giant who, despite his excessive damage capability, Qin Feng's health was alarming. He did not even need to attack with full force. As long as his tentacle could touch Qin Feng would perish on the spot. At this moment, he had already entered battle form, and under the enhancement of battle form, Qin Feng's attacks could no longer inflict any harm upon him. I am invincible. Thinking of this, Ernest was instantly thrilled. He didn't bother dodging attacks and charged straight towards Qin Feng's position. In less than a moment, Ernest reached a position over 10 meters behind Qin Feng. Upon reaching this position, Ernest's 2 hands instantly split into dozens of sticky tentacles. In the next moment, these tentacles lunged towards Qin Feng's location. However, before these tentacles could pierce Qin Feng, he activated Dragon Slayer Flash and instantly teleported hundreds of meters away. After landing, Qin Feng directly summoned the Blade Spirit. Spirit of the Blade host the Blade Spirit within yourself. Movement speed increased by 200, attack speed increased by 200, neural reflex speed increased by 200, dynamic vision increased by 200, resistance to abnormal states increased by 200, and immunity to soul damage. Lasts for 5 minutes. Cooldown of 60 minutes. With the enhancement of the Blade Spirit, Qin Feng's speed skyrocketed, instantly increasing the distance between him and Ernest. Seeing Qin Feng running far away, Ernest was infuriated. Cowardly insect. Come and fight. Why are you running in? Weren't you arrogant before? You can't escape. I swear in the name of the evil eye lord, I will tear you apart. Ernest spewed his threats, but Qin Feng completely ignored him, focused solely on counting seconds as he fled. Seeing that his taunts had no effect, Ernest became even more frustrated and stopped saving energy, directly unleashing his other big move. Life Disintegration Ray. A surging black mist swirled around Ernest, coiling around him twice before being entirely absorbed into his single eye. In the next moment, a terrifying black orb began to brew within Ernest's eye. Though it had not yet been released, its dreadful power spread into the entire world. Feeling the black light brewing in Ernest's eye, the strong onlookers watching the battle from a distance turned ashen. Their combat power did not match Qin Feng's, but having lived for so many years, they could still discern the terrifying nature of Ernest's secret technique. What kind of secret technique is this? Its power is actually so horrifying. It's all our fault. If we hadn't insisted on staying, Ernest wouldn't have recovered to this extent so quickly, and the heavens wouldn't be in such dire straits. It's over. If even the heavens can't defeat him, we have to run. Leaf Maple City is doomed. Your Highness the Third Prince. Should we retreat? There will always be more wood if the Green Mountains remain. Yes, Your Highness. You need to say something. The strong members of Leaf Maple City exchanged words, and in their view this siege battle had already been declared a failure. The best way to deal with defeat is to confront it. If you can't win, then fleeing is nothing to be ashamed of. Aside from the habitual loafers in Leaf Maple City, the Knights of the Divine Temple were also filled with despair. They echoed the previous speaker and urged Saintess Kalel, Your Grace, should we retreat? We can deal with Ernest once the support from the church arrives. This fiend is no longer something we can resist. Let's retreat. Listening to the incessant pleas in her ears, both Kalel and Shen Tianyang wore grim expressions. However, at this moment, neither could retreat. As the Saintess of the Church, Kalel had her own pride and convictions, and her faith did not allow her to back down. Shen Tianyang did not possess Kalel's resolve, but found himself with nowhere to retreat. Running away might allow him to survive, perhaps evading punishment from his emperor father, but it would sever his ties to the throne. He is a prince. He has been determined to become emperor since childhood. He dreams of reigning over the world. Believe in him. He will not lose. 099, Wild Hunt. Phantom Infinite Flash. In unison, Chen Tianyang and Kalel spoke these words simultaneously. Meanwhile, the black light in Ernest's eyes had also coalesced. In the next moment, the thick black light burst through space and appeared behind Qin Feng, ready to reduce him to ashes. But at that moment, a sudden change occurred. Feeling the terrifying black light behind him, Qin Feng's expression remained. Long before he discovered Ernest's information, Qin Feng had been on guard against this particular skill of Ernest. The instant he sensed the gathering black energy, he understood what Ernest intended to do. At that moment, Qin Feng had already activated the active skill of the Wild Hunter set, Wild Hunt. Wild Hunt upon activation grants a 100 cooldown reduction for 15 seconds, with a cooldown time of 60 minutes. Under the effects of Wild Hunt, the cooldown of Dragon Slash instantly returned to 0. Timing it perfectly, Qin Feng activated Dragon Slash just before the Life Disintegration Ray arrived, teleporting to a safe location. Bang! Before Qin Feng could fully reveal himself from the teleportation state, the spot where he had originally stood was evaporated into nothingness by a beam of black light. Seeing this scene, the powerful observers in the distance felt a tightening in their hearts. Initially, when Kalel and Chen Tianyang exclaimed, "Believe in him. He will not lose," they still held some hope for Qin Feng. What if this man could create a miracle? But now, looking at the area of nothingness that covered hundreds of cubic meters, their hearts turned cold. The sound of crackling friction arose. Among the crowd, a few followers began to retreat rapidly, their speed increasing. But just before they could flee completely, they saw an extraordinarily familiar figure standing in the battlefield, raising a long knife towards the demonic Ernest. Heavens, Will is still alive. How is that possible? How did he survive? Is he still human? Could this be another secret? How does he possess so many secret techniques? Hearing the gasps around him, Kalel covered her mouth tightly, surprised. But while she could silence her voice, she could not stop the tears that fell from her eyes, nor the tremors that grew stronger. Yet these were not tears of sorrow, but of joy from regaining what was lost, an uncontrollable feeling after great sadness and joy. Compared to the excited Kalel, Chen Tianyang, known for his composure, was not much better off. He clenched his fists, raised his elbow, and suddenly struck the air with his elbow. His mouth gaped wide open, although no sound emerged. One could hear the cries from his heart, just from his expression. The vice-captain of the Silver Moon Knights, Long de Chitade, looked at Qin Feng with admiration. It was as if he were gazing at his idol, the Grand Commander of the Temple Knights, the Holy Knight Arthas of the 7th tier. In contrast to the excitement, admiration, and joy felt by these individuals at the moment Qin Feng raised his knife towards him, Ernest's heart was filled only with endless rage. Transforming into a war form and realizing that Qin Feng posed no threat, Ernest completely dropped his previous pretense, intent on quickly eliminating Qin Feng. To him, Qin Feng at this moment was merely a slightly stronger insect. And now this insect dared to draw a blade against him. How could he not be furious? Insect, are you provoking me? Do you know who I am? I am Lord Ernest, your annihilator. Ernest roared, pointing directly at Qin Feng's position. In the next moment, the skill Earth Split was instantly activated. The ground beneath Qin Feng's feet instantly crumbled into rubble and began to collapse inward. However, at this moment, Qin Feng had activated Wild Hunt. He had gained a full 15 seconds of 100 cooldown reduction buff. The instant Ernest pointed at Qin Feng, he once again unleashed Dragon Slash, escaping the area affected by the Earth Split. Seeing that Earth Split was once again avoided by Qin Feng, Ernest was filled with fury. The sky collapsed instantly. In an instant, the sky above Qin Feng transformed into a dark and heavy iron wall. Boom. A tremendous force pressed down on Qin Feng, threatening to crush him into powder. Qin Feng's expression remained indifferent as he unleashed Dragon Slash a third time. But unlike the previous times, at this moment Qin Feng did not continue to distance himself from Ernest. Instead, he actively moved toward Ernest's position. As soon as Dragon Slash was unleashed, Qin Feng alternated between activating Phantom Doppelganger and Dragon Slash. Pulling countless doppelgangers, he charged fiercely toward the evil-eyed Lord Ernest. Watching Qin Feng charging ferociously towards him, Ernest instantly sensed something was amiss. Although he was in a war state filled with bloodlust, as a Lord-level monster from the underground, his intelligence was still intact. Qin Feng's abnormal behavior clearly indicated he was about to launch a counterattack. Though he did not understand where Qin Feng's confidence came from, adhering to the principle of bold assumptions and cautious verification, Ernest again used weakness analysis to check Qin Feng's information. After reviewing Qin Feng's current state, the confusion in Ernest's heart not only did not diminish, but rather increased uncontrollably. Qin Feng's current condition was no different from before. He still could not break through his defenses. But for some reason, Ernest felt an extremely dangerous aura. This was a danger stemming from the unknown. In his worry, Ernest frantically cast skills toward Qin Feng. Life Disintegration Ray, Earth Split, Sky Collapse, Entangling Strangulation. However, under the effects of Wild Hunt, Qin Feng dodged these skills one after another. Not only that, but Qin Feng also took advantage of the non-cooldown Phantom Doppelganger to create nearly 100 doppelgangers. Even more terrifying was that under the mimicry effect, the speed of Qin Feng's doppelgangers increased exponentially. If this speed increase were to be plotted as a function curve, it would be an explosively exponential shape. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The main body and doppelgangers frantically launched Dragon Slash and Phantom Doppelganger. Moments later, thousands of Qin Feng had surrounded Ernest. At the same time, the opportunity Qin Feng had been waiting for. At this moment, Ernest's health had fallen below 100 judgment. Determination successful. From the moment Ernest entered the war form, Qin Feng had been waiting for this very moment. At this moment, Ernest had not completely revived to the divine tier, lacking his full strength. Therefore, the war form he initiated comes at a tremendous cost. The cost is that for every second the war form lasts, Ernest loses 5 of his maximum life value. This sustains a 100 all-attribute enhancement and grants immunity to control effects. However, this is not the entirety of the war form. Once Ernest's life value drops below 5, he will enter the second phase of the war form. Upon entering the second phase, Ernest will once again gain a 100 all-attribute enhancement and an incredibly terrifying recovery effect, becoming even stronger than at his peak. In his previous life, due to a lack of understanding of the skill war form, Qin Feng suffered greatly at the hands of Ernest. He was left in a state of utter disgrace by the second-tier war form of Ernest. But this time things are different. Qin Feng had already devised a strategy to deal with Ernest from the very beginning. He was 1000% confident that he could prevent Ernest from activating the second-tier war form, sending him back to the abyss. With that thought, Qin Feng raised the Dragon Slayer blade and struck towards Ernest. Swish! A flash of blade light passed by, yet Qin Feng's attack left not even a mark on Ernest. However, a mechanical prompt sound rang in Qin Feng's ears. Ding dong, you attacked Ernest, triggering the additional effect of the Dragon Slayer blade judgment. Determining. As the mechanical sound echoed before it could finish, Qin Feng's clones mimicked his movements, wielding long knives to strike him. Due to their low attack power, these clones could not penetrate Ernest's defenses. Yet facing these clones, countless fears surged within Ernest's heart. Swish swish swish. At the same time, countless attacks landed on Ernest. Meanwhile, Qin Feng's ears were filled with a series of mechanical prompt sounds. Ding dong, you attacked Ernest, triggering the additional effect of the Dragon Slayer blade judgment. Determining. Ding dong, you attacked Ernest, triggering the additional effect of the Dragon Slayer blade judgment. Determining. Ding dong, you attacked Ernest, triggering the additional effect of the Dragon Slayer blade judgment. Determining. Determination successful. After an unknown number of attacks, the successful determination of the judgment effect finally rang in Qin Feng's. At the moment the sound echoed, an indelible look of fear appeared in Ernest's eyes. At that moment, he finally understood the source of the fear that had previously arisen in his heart. He also realized that his true fear was not Qin Feng himself, but rather the seemingly ordinary long knife in Qin. However, even though Ernest now understood that the Dragon Slayer blade was the thing that could bring him to his demise, he was now powerless to turn the tide. Because the effect of judgment does not account for any resistances, as long as the determination is successful even at his peak, Ernest could not withstand it. Crack, crack, crack. Cracks began to appear on Ernest's body. At the same time, countless fissures emerged in the will that resided within this body. With a loud bang, Ernest exploded, turning into a rain of blood that fell to the ground. Looking at the once mighty Ernest, now shattered into a rain of blood by Qin Feng. He then glanced at Qin Feng, who looked like a bloody Azura on the battlefield. Whether it was the habitual slackers in Maple Leaf City or the temple knights from the Holy Light Church whose noses seemed to be reaching for the sky, or the deeply scheming Qin Tianyang, each of their little hearts received 1,000 points of damage. Due to Ernest's obstruction, these people did not retreat too far. Moreover, Ernest later focused all his attention on Qin Feng, neglecting these individuals. They remained at the edge of the battlefield watching the outcome of this fight, which was marked by stark differences in strength, yet it should be noted that at this time Qin Feng was only at a mere level 20. Yet he faced an enemy whose level was as high as 89, the avatar of the evil eye Lord Ernest. After Ernest suppressed Qin Feng, no one present believed that Qin Feng would be the victor of this battle. Even when Qin Feng alternated between using the Dragon Slayer Flash and Phantom Clone to launch a counterattack. These people did not believe Qin Feng would win, they only thought he was seeking death. However, at this moment, they finally realized how shallow their understanding of Qin Feng had been and how absurdly inaccurate their estimations of his combat power were. What kind of secret technique is this? It can actually produce so many clones. This divine will is simply terrifying. I didn't even see clearly, and he already killed Ernest. He's only at level 20. He can already kill a powerful being like Ernest. If he grows to level 70, no. 50. Can he match a god? What kind of monster has this divine will raised? Those in the abyss probably can't match this ability. So terrifying. Thankfully, he is on our side. If such a person were to become our enemy, I can't even imagine what kind of disaster that would be. As he watched Qin Feng on the battlefield, listening to the gasps of admiration around him, Qin Tianyang felt that meeting Qin Feng was the most significant opportunity of his life. Without a doubt, as the third prince of the Maple Leaf Empire, Qin Tianyang's instincts were unparalleled. After today, as the human hero who killed the avatar of the evil eye Lord Ernest, the name Tianyi will spread across the continent like wildfire. Moreover, once the people of the Divine Domain continent learn that at the time of killing Ernest, Qin Feng was only at a mere level 20, the legendary effect of this battle will increase exponentially. At that time, Qin Feng will become the guest of honor in all the imperial families of the Divine Domain continent. This is not only because Qin Feng is strong, but also due to the potential he possesses that rivals the legendary powerhouse Lin Chuxue of the continent. And as the only member of the imperial families among the 5 great empires of the Divine Domain continent who has a vested interest in Qin Feng, Qin Tianyang will gain tremendous benefits from this matter. As long as he utilizes a bit of influence, his emperor father will not punish him for the losses incurred in Maple Leaf City this time. On the contrary, to bind Qin Feng and prevent him from being taken by other empires, he will receive great rewards. With this in mind, Qin Tianyang immediately made up his mind. This time, regardless of how much manpower and resources are expended, he must secure a duke title for Qin Feng. Completely tie Qin Feng to his chariot. With this thought, Qin Tianyang adjusted his attire and walked towards the location where Qin Feng was. However, before he could take a few steps, he saw a graceful figure rushing towards the real Qin Feng, wiping away tears. It was the saintess who had developed feelings. 101 Dungeon Settlement. Super abundant rewards. Watching Kulel rush towards Qin Feng, Qin Tianyang slightly shook his head and returned to the crowd. He thought of a brilliant plan. As long as he could communicate with that important figure, the relationship between him and Qin Feng would draw closer. Unlike Qin Tianyang, who was filled with schemes, Kulel, having pinpointed Qin Feng's location, was only filled with excitement. Under such extreme complexity and incomprehensible excitement, Kulel completely forgot her identity, entirely oblivious to being the saintess of the Bright Church. At this moment, her only thought was to rush into Qin Feng's embrace and cry her heart out. Previously, when Qin Feng bravely retaliated against Ernest, Kulel thought Qin Feng was making a suicidal charge. If it weren't for Long Desh's quick actions, she would have perished along. Naturally, it was at that moment that Kulel realized she had indeed developed feelings for the man who had once saved her life. Now seeing that Qin Feng not only survived, but also killed Ernest in a desperate situation, becoming a hero destined to be revered by many. How could Kulel suppress the excitement in her heart and not rush towards Qin Feng? 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Kulel felt it was too slow. She unleashed enhancement magic, stacking it all onto herself. But she still felt it wasn't enough, so she took out one treasured item after another from the church, madly enhancing her speed. Finally, she got closer and caught a whiff of Qin Feng's scent. Kulel found her position, blushed deeply, closed her eyes. Charge. Bang. Kulel crashed into Qin Feng and was bounced back. Thud. Kulel fell into a squat. She covered her face with her hands, burying her head between her thighs. Seeing this scene, the waiting powerful figures nearby widened their eyes. They looked at Qin Feng with strange expressions on their faces which were utterly spectacular. The saintess is throwing herself at you. How dare you remain unmoved? Do you believe I Long Deshed? Forget it, Is that all for a reaction? Aren't you going to respond? With you acting like this, how can I assist you? Forget it, I'm just here to fulfill the Saintess's wishes, don't blame me, Tiani. What is he reminiscing about? Does the Saintess not possess the charm that Ernest has? My God. A beauty like the Saintess, and he remains unmoved, not even willing to respond. Could this be his reason for being so powerful? Makes sense. From today onward, Victor will abstain from SE. However, at that moment, Qin Feng was oblivious to all of this happening around him. Ding. You have achieved the first kill of a divine stage boss evil, Lord Ernest's avatar, receiving a first kill reward of 50 luck points, 1,000 free attribute points, 50 skill points, 5 billion experience points, 1 billion gold coins, 2,000 divine enhancement stones, and a high-level skill book Void Escape. Ding. You have killed the world dungeon The Fall of the Black Church Phase 3 divine stage boss evil, Lord Ernest's avatar, completing this world dungeon and receiving 10 million dungeon points and 10 billion experience points. World announcement: player Tiani has killed the final boss evil, Lord Ernest's avatar in the world dungeon The Fall of the Black Church Phase 3, completing this world dungeon. This world dungeon will be automatically solidified as a regular dungeon, allowing Tiani to receive 100 perfect enhancement stones and 1 divine enhancement stone daily from this dungeon. World announcement: the world dungeon The Fall of the Black Church Phase 3 has been completed. The player ranked first in the dungeon points leaderboard is Tiani, second is none, third is none, and the 10th is none. Leaderboard statistics are complete. We will now begin settling dungeon rewards. World announcement: as player Tiani is the only player on the leaderboard, dungeon rewards are increased. Player Tiani receives 400 billion experience points, 3 advanced task completion scrolls, a warrior class epic set butcher, 5 level limit removal scrolls, 5,000 divine enhancement stones, 1 grams of divine forging material, Nasha metal, 10 divine random enchantment card draw treasure chests, 10 divine random gem draw treasure chests, 5 random building blueprint draw treasure chests, 1,000 full attribute points, 1 billion gold coins, and the 5th tier title Bloodthirsty Azura. Ding. Your level has increased. You are now level 27, receiving 80 attribute points as a reward. Blessing of Abundance attribute points doubled. Ding. Your level has increased. You are now level 28, receiving 80 attribute points as a reward. Blessing of Abundance attribute points doubled. Ding. Your level has increased. You are now level 29, receiving 80 attribute points as a reward. Blessing of Abundance attribute points doubled. Ding. Your level has increased. You are now level 30, receiving 80 attribute points as a reward. Blessing of Abundance attribute points doubled. Ding. Your level has reached 30, unlocking the 3rd talent Infinite Firepower. Your skill cooldowns are reduced by 90, and mana consumption is reduced by 100. Ding. You have reached the 2nd transfer limit for your profession. Excess experience points have been stored in the experience pool for automatic acquisition after successful job transfer. Listening to this series of system prompts, Qin Feng was completely rooted to the spot. In his previous life, Qin Feng had also experienced this world dungeon. However, in his memory, the rewards obtained by the player who ranked first in dungeon points were nowhere near as abundant as his. This time, the world dungeon opened too early, completing the 2nd and 3rd phases, which were originally supposed to explode in the mid to late game. Moreover, since Qin Feng killed all the bosses of this dungeon and received such rewards, it was only reasonable. However, just because Qin Feng understood the reasons behind it did not mean that other players in the Huaxia district could comprehend it. At the moment those world announcements were heard, all players in the Huaxia district turned red with envy. A record that shocked players worldwide. 4 trillion experience points. Epic tier set. How can we even live with it? A world dungeon where all the benefits were taken by Tiani alone. I'm crying. You're so bitter. If we could get so many rewards, no, even just 1/10 of the rewards, I would be soaring. We're doomed. With so many rewards, who would dare challenge Tiani in the entire Huaxia region? I want to transfer regions. I don't want to see Tiani anymore. Those upstairs, stop being bitter. Watching others get rewards, why don't you see what kind of monsters Tiani has killed? Yeah, Tiani killed an 89 level monster at over level 20. It's unreasonable not to get so many rewards. Tiani is too powerful. Can you tell me how you became so fierce? As long as I can learn 1/10 from the master, I would be very satisfied. Tiani is awesome. 1,000 people pledged their blood. We want Tiani to release strategies. There are already 2,000 people. Those who want to join, contact me quickly. Add me. Me too. How can this not have me, Hu Hongxi? Tiani. Seeking help. I'm a girl. Due to the previous merciless slaughter, no one in the entire world channel dared to speak ill of Tiani. Those envious players could only express their bitterness, but when speaking they still had to choose their words carefully, fearing Qin. After all, they didn't want to offend Tiani over a moment of trash talk and become miserable players with negative experience. Criticizing Tiani and venting emotions was not going to work. Clever players immediately had different thoughts. From these world announcements, savvy players had already figured it out. Once Tiani digested the gains from this world dungeon, he would undoubtedly become the #1 in the divine domain, surpassing all global players. Moreover, this line is vertical. People always hold hostility toward those of similar level. However, for those who far exceed them, even if they spend their entire lives, they can never catch up. Public opinion about them undergoes a huge transformation, shifting from initial belittlement, slander, and even hatred to admiration, even praise. Humans are inherently inclined to admire the strong. Under this motivation or emotional guidance, the players in the entire Huaxia region subtly changed their views on Qin Feng. From the initial "I can do it too. He just got ahead of me by a step. As long as I keep leveling up, I will surpass him one day. He just has better equipment, but once I get high-level gear, I might not be worse than him. It's all luck. Once my luck turns around, it transformed into wow. How is this person so powerful? There are gaps between people. Oh, it can't be generalized. Tianyi is a monster. A normal person cannot compare with him. Big shots are for admiration, not for comparison. Comparing oneself to others is frustrating, but it's better to be oneself. Thus the tone in the world channel suddenly changed direction. At this moment, although Qin Feng instilled fear in countless people, most no longer held hostility toward him. They began to praise Qin Feng, and some extremists shamelessly boasted about how impressive he was as if it had anything to do with it. Moreover, this was not limited to the Huaxiao region. When Qin Feng killed the level 89 world dungeon boss and received a massive reward, players abroad also erupted. Many of them automatically became fans of Qin Feng. Have you heard? A peerless powerhouse has emerged in the Huaxiao. Yes, that's the one who killed all the players in the main city. Why haven't I heard about it? As soon as it broke out in the Huaxiao region, we already received the news here. I'm only level 13. I'm already so happy defeating a silver tier small boss. I didn't expect this big shot to clear the entire dungeon alone. Oh, it's ridiculously powerful. I seriously suspect this big shot is using hacks, but I have no evidence. Without evidence, just shut up. Which player in the whole world doesn't know that the divine domain has no hacks? What qualifications do you have to talk about Tianyi? Did you grow up eating shit? Tianyi is awesome. Long live Tianyi. I want to transfer. I want to go to the Huaxiao region. I don't want to face Tianyi when the server-wide battle comes. I want to Tianyi is too fierce. I don't want to be turned into cannon fodder and killed. Let's form a group to transfer. Limited to 100 people. I'll pay. Not for anything else, but just to let Tianyi see the support of his foreign fans. Tianyi, take your time flying. Tianyi fans will always be there. Discussing Tianyi's achievements, forming fan support groups, and planning transfers. The vast majority of ordinary players in foreign game forums participated in this globally focused event. However, unlike those excited ordinary players, the administrators of overseas divine domain game guilds were so worried that they couldn't even sleep well. As Tianyi rampaged through the main city, players in the Huaxiao region, these guild administrators thought their spring had come. After all, with one less powerhouse in the Huaxiao region, it meant one more powerhouse for them. Thus, they exerted great effort utilizing countless human and material resources to crazily recruit new members, preparing to take this opportunity to completely leave the Huaxiao region behind. However, today's event of Qin Feng killing the level 89 boss was a wake-up call for them. These people understood very clearly that with their current levels and equipment, even if they pooled the strength of their entire guild, they still couldn't kill an 89 level epic tier boss like Qin Feng. This meant that Qin Feng's individual strength already surpassed their entire guild. Moreover, it was a complete crushing. Imagining the future of battling such an enemy, the guild administrators felt their scalps go numb. At this moment, they not only did not look forward to the server-wide battle, but rather hoped that it would come a little later. NPC's gratitude. As players around the world were stunned by Qin Feng's remarkable feat, he finally snapped back to reality from the terrifyingly abundant rewards. At this moment, Qin Feng did not forget the impending underground cave despite the enormous gains from the world dungeon. Refocusing his attention back to the divine realm, Qin Feng's eyes first landed on Kalel, who was sitting on the ground covering her eyes and burying her head into her thighs, without a care for her image. What kind of posture is this? Qin Feng was quite puzzled, but chose not to disturb Kalel. What if this was her peculiar quirk? That would be rather rude of him. Thinking of this, Qin Feng ignored Kalel and walked towards the location of the Black Cult headquarters. Hearing the footsteps fading away beside her, Kalel was filled with frustration. Fine, ignoring me is one thing, but you actually chose to disregard me. I hate. Never mind, I don't hate. Grinding her teeth, Kalel got up from the ground, her face flushed, and followed Qin Feng. Where are you going? Kalel's voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. But it couldn't be blamed on her. Girls are generally shy. Having just been disregarded by Qin Feng, it was already quite bold of her to speak up and engage with him. Listening to Kalel's question from behind, Qin Feng replied with a calm demeanor. I need to check out the Black Cult headquarters. There's an underground cave passage gathering there, and it's probably about to be opened up soon. Oh, what? An underground cave passage? Kalel dazedly uttered a response, and after a moment, she realized that Qin Feng was actually going to suppress the underground cave passage. Kalel examined Qin Feng from head to toe, hoping to discern some signs of fatigue. However, after a long observation, she could find no trace of exhaustion on him. How strong is he really? After deploying so many secret techniques, he hasn't shown any signs of trouble at all. This is simply too terrifying. I wonder who taught him that he could be trained to be so formidable. Kalel's heart trembled, and her curiosity towards Qin Feng grew wildly, soon turning into a towering However, curiosity aside, Kalel did not ask. After all, there would be plenty of time in the future. If Qin Feng wanted to tell her, there would always be a day he would speak. Thinking of this, Kalel casually asked, do you need our help? I don't need anything for now. Compared to me, the citizens of Maple Leaf City need you more. Hearing Qin Feng's response, Kalel's face immediately fell. After the previous battle, she was well aware of just how powerful Qin Feng's combat abilities were. By saying this, she was hoping Qin Feng would give her a chance to follow him and legitimately accompany him to suppress the underground. Don't girls deserve some dignity? Kalel gritted her teeth in frustration, her small hands occasionally lifting, but then helplessly dropping down. She really wanted to grab Qin Feng's arm and give it a hard pinch. Yet she didn't dare. She didn't know if she was just a mere cat or dog in Qin Feng's eyes. She simply couldn't afford to be reckless. Damn fate. I hate. I bite. Oh woo. Just as Kal-El was torn in her thoughts, Chen Tianyang and a group of strong individuals approached Qin Feng. Standing in front of Qin Feng, Chen Tianyang straightened up and said earnestly, Mr. Destiny, on behalf of all the citizens of Maple Leaf City, I express our gratitude for everything you've done for us. Upon finishing this statement, Chen Tianyang smoothly bent, deeply bowing to Qin Feng. Seeing Chen Tianyang do this, the other prominent figures of Maple Leaf City also straightened up and followed suit. Having witnessed Qin Feng's terrifying combat prowess, these individuals had already placed him in the ranks of the top powerhouses. To them, bowing to such a strong figure was not shameful, but rather an honor. Mr. Destiny, Victor Heather Ola, on behalf of the City Defense Army Middle Family, Mage Guild Mercenary Guild, express our gratitude for everything you've done for Maple Leaf City. Seeing everyone seriously bowing to Qin Feng, Kal-El's eyes welled with tears. She recalled the citizens who had been killed by Ernest and the soldiers who had their blood and flesh drained by him. She composed herself, walked up to Qin Feng, and stood alongside Chen Tianyang and the others. Then Kal-El deeply bowed and addressed Qin Feng, Mr. Destiny, on behalf of the Church of Light and all the sacrificed believers, I extend the highest respect to you. Thank you for your contributions and everything you've done for them. May the God of Light bless you. Watching their saintess actions, the Silver Moon Knights, led by Long de Taida, also felt compelled to act. In fact, they had already been moved by the atmosphere when Chen Tianyang thanked Qin Feng. However, since Kal-El had not yet moved, they were hesitant to express themselves too much. Now that Kal-El took the lead, they too were filled with emotion as they bowed to Qin Feng in thanks. Perhaps in the eyes of the gamers, these characters in the divine realm were merely NPCs existing solely to issue, but in reality, these individuals were living beings possessing their own emotions and were no different in essence from the humans. However, none of this had anything to do with Qin Feng. He had experienced too much of the world's joys and sorrows and was no longer moved by such things. Qin Feng's primary goal now was to enhance his own strength so that when chaos descended, he would have the ability to defend his country and the culture he truly believed in. Having this was enough, he did not wish to be entangled in anything else. With a faint bow, Qin Feng smiled and said, There's no need to be so courteous. The citizens of Maple Leaf City are still waiting for you. They need your help. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Chen Tianyang's heart suddenly had a premonition, and he asked curiously, Mr. Destiny, do you still have something to do? Could you please hold off for a moment? We were hoping to throw you a celebration banquet. Chen Tianyang couldn't let Qin Feng leave just like that. If he did, the subsequent plans would be hard to carry out. However, Qin Feng's next response left Chen Tianyang wide-eyed in surprise. I do have something. There's an underground cave passage brewing within the Black Cult headquarters, and I need to go suppress it. 104, the underground passage. Hearing Qin Feng's response, Chen Tianyang's expression suddenly changed as he exclaimed, the Black Cult. An underground passage. What's going on? Looking at the expression on Chen Tianyang's face, Qin Feng lightly nodded and smiled, saying, In fact, the headquarters of the Black Cult is located right beneath Maple Leaf City. See, it's in that large pit ahead. As he spoke, Qin Feng extended his left hand and pointed to the large pit created by Ernest. Everyone followed the direction of Qin Feng's finger, and after sensing it, they all noticed an immense energy gathering. Feeling the terrifying spatial fluctuations, Chen Tianyang's expression changed immediately. He took out the City Lord's token, ready to summon the remaining troops to suppress the underground passage. However, before he could take action, Qin Feng reached out and stopped him. Your Highness the Third Prince, you can rest assured and leave this underground passage to me. I just need 20 minutes to suppress it. Upon hearing this, the faces of everyone present changed, instantly looking at Qin Feng as if he were a monster. They were all too aware of how powerful Ernest was. They never expected that after killing Ernest, Qin Feng still had the energy to suppress the underground passage. It was, Mr. Destiny, is that true? The leader of the City Defense Army, Victor, couldn't care less about being impolite and directly asked the question he most wanted to know. In every major underground riot in the past, the most devastating casualties were among the ordinary soldiers. As a soldier himself, Victor could not bear to see the sacrifices of the troops, which was why he had voluntarily requested to be reassigned from the front lines to take on a less demanding role in Maple Leaf City. At this moment, hearing Qin Feng say that he could single-handedly suppress the underground passage, Victor naturally became. Listening to Victor's question, Qin Feng smiled, lightly nodding as he said, I'm not boasting. However, sealing the passage will still require you to take action yourselves. After saying this, Qin Feng turned to Chen Tianyang. Noticing Qin Feng's gaze, Chen Tianyang nodded in agreement without hesitation. Then I will trouble you, Mr. Destiny. As he spoke, Chen Tianyang felt a scorching gaze sweeping over him. After a glance, Chen Tianyang raised an eyebrow playfully and suggested, Mr. Destiny, how about this? I'm not very skilled in sealing techniques, and the other powerful individuals in Maple Leaf City have also been injured in the previous battle. Why not let Lady Saint go with you to the underground passage? As the Saint of the Holy Church, I believe Lady Saint's sealing techniques will not disappoint you. Upon hearing this proposal, Carlyle secretly glanced at Qin Feng, her eyes filled with anticipation. Qin Feng furrowed his brows. Having lived 2 lives, he was well aware of Carlyle's little girl thoughts. After his rebirth, Qin Feng had no time for any silly love stories. He only wanted to make money, gain experience, and acquire equipment, striving to enhance his strength and rewrite the fate of the Chinese people. Other matters were just trivial to him. However, Qin Feng did not refuse Chen Tanyang's proposal, as having a mobile support tool was indeed quite beneficial. Thinking of this, Qin Feng nodded in agreement to Chen Tanyang's suggestion. Subsequently, the crowd split into two groups. Chen Tianyang led the powerful individuals of Maple Leaf City and the Silver Moon Knights to handle post-disaster reconstruction. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, with a face full of joy but pretending to be calm, walked towards the large pit where the headquarters of the Black Cult was located, accompanied by Carlyle. In a moment, Qin Feng arrived at the front of the large pit. At the same time, a mechanical prompt sounded in his ear. Ding dong, player detected near the instance destruction of the Black Cult. Do you wish to start the instance and participate in the trial? Not participating. At this moment, Qin Feng's rewards were already quite substantial, and he was not interested in the meager returns of this permanent instance. For him, now the experience points from the creatures waiting to be slain in the underground passage were the best rewards. Closing the window that appeared before him, Qin Feng leaped towards the bottom of the pit. Just before hitting the ground, he unleashed the sky-splitting slash, cleaving through the debris blocking his path, and turning it into a cloud of dust. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, the effect of Qin Feng's blood rage was still active, and under the enhancement of tenfold attack speed, he could unleash over 200,000 sword lights per second. Under such a massive onslaught of sword lights, the debris in front of him rapidly thinned at a visible rate. Watching Qin Feng's movements, Carlyle, who was floating beside him, was greatly alarmed. Previously, she had witnessed Qin Feng use this skill, but back then, due to the considerable distance, she did not feel any panic from those sword lights. However, this time was different. At such a close distance, Carlyle could distinctly feel the boundless power contained within. In an instant, admiration for Qin Feng grew in her gaze. After a brief moment, Qin Feng finished his cutting. The underground passage they had seen before appeared before them. With a couple of claps, Qin Feng and Carlyle landed on the ground. Looking at the swirling underground passage in front of her, Carlyle was utterly shocked. As the saint of the Holy Church, Carlyle's knowledge had already surpassed that of the vast majority of people on the Divine Realm continent. She immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of this underground passage. This passage, it may be comparable to the 9 major passages above. 105 Frenzied Slaughter. Listening to Carl's exclamation, Qin Feng gently nodded and explained, "You're right. The strength of this passage is not something an ordinary passage can compare to. However, you need not worry. As I said, I can suppress it, and I will." Hearing Qin Feng's calm voice and seeing his tall and heroic figure, Carl inexplicably felt an overwhelming sense of warmth and security. After the previous battle, Carl had developed an inexplicable confidence in Qin Feng. Even though the underground passage before them was one of the 9 major passages that troubled the church, Carl firmly believed that Qin Feng could easily suppress it with a flick of his hand. Thinking of this, Carl involuntarily wanted to lean closer to Qin Feng, hoping to catch a whiff of his scent. However, her movements were small. Her modesty made every step she took towards him extremely difficult. Just as Carl nervously approached Qin Feng, a buzzing sound nearly startled her into stumbling. Turning around, Carl glared angrily at the newly opened underground passage, her eyes filled with a hatred that seemed like. Noticing the opening of the underground passage, Qin Feng, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, immediately opened his eyes. "Do you want to come in with me?" "Yes. Why wouldn't I go?" Carl answered emphatically and with determination. Qin Feng nodded and led the way into the not yet fully expanded underground passage. Carl closely followed him, stepping into the underground passage. Once inside, they were met with endless darkness. After a moment, the two passed through the passage and arrived in the inner world. The Divine Domain continent has both an outer and inner world, with the outer world being the one where Carl and the NPCs reside. The inner world, on the other hand, is the underground, the origin of endless monsters. Compared to the outer world, the underground world is starkly desolate. It is precisely for this reason that the monsters here possess an extremely strong desire to conquer the outer world. Upon entering the underground world, Qin Feng and Carl saw a mass of densely packed underground monsters like a tide. In this harsh environment of the underground, every underground monster was incredibly robust. Bronze-level underground monsters could already be compared to silver-level creatures from the outer world. However, no matter how powerful these underground monsters were before Qin Feng, they were merely experience points waiting to be. With a swoosh, Qin Feng wielded the Dragon Slayer blade and instantly unleashed the dragon slash, charging into the horde of underground monsters. The flashes of blades passed by, and all the underground monsters that stood before Qin Feng transformed into corpses in that moment. Facing Qin Feng's immense attack power, these lowest-tier underground monsters had no chance to fight back. Ding! You have killed a bronze-level underground monster, the Flesh Eater, gaining 8,000 experience points, and 5. Ding! You have killed a bronze-level underground monster, the Flesh Eater, gaining 8,000 experience points, and 5. Ding! You have killed a bronze-level underground monster, the Flesh Eater, gaining 8,000 experience points, and 5. Watching Qin Feng crazily slaughtering the underground monsters, Carl shrugged her arms bored and stood at the edge of the battlefield, admiring Qin Feng's heroic demeanor. Qin Feng's speed in killing monsters was simply too fast. It didn't matter whether she was there to assist him or not. As he continued to kill, Qin Feng found himself at the center of the underground monsters. The blood on the ground accumulated to a sufficient amount. Noticing this, Qin Feng activated the Phantom Double and Crimson Blade. With the infinite power boost, the cooldown of all Qin Feng's skills was reduced by 90. The original Phantom Double and Crimson Blade both required a cooldown of 45 seconds. However, under the influence of infinite power, the cooldown for these two skills became a terrifying 4.5 seconds. Moreover, there was no consumption whatsoever. Qin Feng was not one to hesitate. He wanted to clear monsters as quickly as possible. Thus, he began to unleash the Phantom Double and Crimson Blade madly. After 45 seconds, a total of 1024 Qin Fengs appeared on the battlefield. Correspondingly, the number of Crimson Blades reached a staggering 1024,000. At this point, the number of Qin Feng's clones and Crimson Blades had reached the maximum limit under the current circumstances. The disappearance of any clone or Crimson Blade would be immediately replenished. With this many clones and Crimson Blades, Qin Feng began his frenzied slaughter. On the battlefield, countless crimson blood lotuses bloomed and closed. In the opening and closing, countless underground monsters fell to the ground, transforming into an endless stream of continuing to kill and move forward. In less than 10 minutes, Qin Feng and Carl arrived at the core of the passage's formation. Since this passage had just been opened, the core formation had not fully stabilized, giving Carl the opportunity to seal it. However, before sealing the core formation, the two needed to eliminate the guardians of this formation and the level 85 demon general who stood at the center of the monster pile. Crawlers, how dare you slaughter so many of my soldiers? You are courting death. Upon seeing Qin Feng and his group Magnus guarding the core of the formation as per the orders of the evil eye lord, come, step before me. I will use my steel blade to sever your heads in tribute to my soldiers. Crawlers, why aren't you coming to die yet? Do you want me to personally come and invite you? Hearing the constant trash talk spewing from Magnus, Qin Feng felt a bit perplexed. In this rebirth, every underground monster Qin Feng encountered seemed to be this sort of talkative oddity. Whether it was the polluted Closo, the earlier avatar of Ernest he had killed, or this Magnus before him. They were all just mouthpieces. However, Qin Feng had no intention of engaging in a verbal duel with them. In his view, the best way to silence these underground beings was to turn them all into his experience points. With that thought, Qin Feng didn't even want to use his Eye of Insight, charging towards the underground monsters before him with over 1,000,000 Crimson Blades. At this point, Qin Feng had activated Blood Rage, gaining a full 512-fold increase. If he could kill Ernest's avatar, how could a mere level 85 demon general escape from him? With a swoosh, the blood lotuses formed from the Crimson Blades unfolded and then recoiled. In the opening and closing, numerous high-level underground monsters perished on the spot. Ding! You have killed the legendary monster, the Cyclops Warrior, gaining 8,000 experience points and 5,000 merit points. Ding! You have killed the legendary monster, the Cyclops Warrior, gaining 8,000 experience points and 5,000 merit points. Ding! You have killed the legendary monster, the Cyclops Warrior, gaining 8,000 experience points and 5,000 merit points. As the urgent system prompts echoed in Qin Feng's ears, within a few minutes, he had wiped out all the monsters before him. Only one underground demon general remained, Magnus. 106, instant kill Magnus. Looking at Qin Feng, who resembled a god of death, Magnus abruptly abandoned his previous chattiness and slowly began to retreat. It is important to note that the monsters up close were all lieutenants under the Cave Lord Ernest. Even for Magnus himself, eliminating these lieutenants would be far from as easy as it was for Qin Feng. This also meant that the seemingly ordinary man before him possessed strength far beyond his own. After taking 2 steps back and realizing Qin Feng did not pursue him, Magnus steeled his resolve and disregarded his pride. He turned his head and attempted to flee. However, the moment Qin Feng set his eyes on him, it was already destined that he would be slain and turned into experience points. How could Qin Feng allow such a vast source of experience to escape? In an instant, a total of 1024 Qin Fengs activated the dragon slash, rapidly closing in on Magnus from behind. In the next moment, 1024 blood plum blossom marks were engraved on Magnus' back. It is crucial to understand that Magnus as a demon general was not like Ernest, a god-tier monster endowed with authority. He lacked the nearly invincible abilities of his war form. Without the effect of a body enhancement, he could not resist the imprint of the scarlet marks. Feeling the overwhelming number of marks on his back, Magnus' heart sank, but driven by a strong will to survive, he still ran forward with all his might. However, how could his speed compare to that of the scarlet blades? In the next moment, over 1,000,000 scarlet blades pierced into Magnus' back. The sound of blades piercing flesh echoed repeatedly, and at the same time damage notifications appeared on Magnus' back. 348. 1 billion. 348. 1 billion. 348. 1 billion. Ding. You have slain the level 85 legendary cave monster Magnus, gaining 2 billion experience points and 1,000,000 merit points. Ding. You have again achieved the achievement of corpse whipping, elevating the achievement tier by 1. You gain 50 gold coins. Ding. You have annihilated a cave monster legion, achieving the Legion Destroyer title, gaining the 4th tier title Legion Destroyer. You have penetrated the cave and become the first player to destroy a cave legion, rewarded with an epic tier random special item extraction, chest advanced skill book, high level defense master level specialization scroll, master level swordsmanship, and an epic tier summoning token, undead summon. Listening to the series of system notifications ringing in his ears, a smile of satisfaction emerged on Qin Feng's face. This expedition into the caves had proven exceptionally rewarding. Not only had he acquired nearly 1 trillion experience points from these cave monsters, but he also received numerous rewards. It was a tremendous profit. If it weren't for the imminent end of the duration of his blood fury, which would soon lead to a weakness period, Qin Feng would have considered lingering near this array a bit longer, waiting for the arrival of subsequent victims. Knowing when to stop. Do not be greedy. After reminding himself, Qin Feng walked over to Carl and calmly said, "All right, my job is done. Now it's your turn." Carl lightly nodded, then walked toward the core of the array. As she approached, she began to chant an incantation. After a moment, a pure white light fell upon the core of the array, which was filled with dark energy. The moment the white light encountered the dark energy, it melted away like snow under the sun. With a loud bang, the core of the array, no longer enveloped by dark energy, shattered into countless fragments. Picking up 2 pieces, Carl joyfully ran back to Qin Feng, raising them high to show off. "Did you see? In just 2 seconds I completed the seal. Impressive, right?" Carl looked at Qin Feng with a smile, anticipating his praise. However, Qin Feng seemed oblivious, staring blankly. Following Qin Feng's gaze, Carl was horrified to discover a creature covered in tentacles approaching from afar. That creature was nearly 10 kilometers away from them, but with its ridiculously fast speed, that distance was instantly reduced. "Run!" A glimmer of clarity flashed in Qin Feng's murky eyes as he urgently warned Carl to escape. At the same time, Qin Feng's hands were also in motion, but before he could complete his actions, his eyes again filled with a muddy. Seeing Qin Feng's unusual reaction, Carl felt a sudden sense of foreboding. In that instant, she recalled what that thing. She had seen that thing not long ago, but at that time it was Ernest's avatar. Now, however, the true form of Ernest was charged. Carl was struck with disbelief. As the saintess of the Church of Light, she had a certain understanding of the evil eye Lord Ernest. As one of the 10 lords under the sacrificial demon king, the evil eye Lord Ernest wielded 2 types of authority. The first was the flesh and blood manipulation she had previously encountered. That horrifying power instantly robbed countless soldiers of Maple Leaf City of their skill life drain, which was a tangible manifestation of this authority. The second was the mental control that plunged Qin Feng's consciousness into a chaotic state. As long as the tier was below God tier, it would be nearly impossible to escape once caught by this move. What Qin Feng had said earlier was already a miracle among miracles. Thinking of this, Carl forcefully suppressed her fear, gathering all her magical energy and activating the fragments of the array core in her hands. The dragon slaying has a spirit. A faint halo emerged from the core of the formation, enveloping Qin Feng, and Qin Feng was an old enemy of his. This person not only killed his tool, but also destroyed his avatar and dared to come to his territory to annihilate an entire army. Upon sensing Qin Feng's aura appear in the underground world, Ernest forcibly awakened from his slumber. Afterwards, he trekked nearly 1800 kilometers, running from the far east of his territory to the far west. To hasten his journey, Ernest stubbornly resisted the weakness from his slumber and activated the blood and flesh ascendancy, creating 108 tentacles. To capture Qin Feng, Ernest spared no expense, forcibly utilizing his still incompletely mastered authority. Mental manipulation, pulling Qin Feng into a state of chaos. Having paid such a tremendous price, how could Ernest watch Qin Feng escape from his territory? "You dare!" Ernest roared, throwing out a tentacle that smashed directly towards Kair, who was exerting all her effort to activate the fragments of the formation. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In midair, under the influence of blood and flesh control, the protruding tentacle grew, and in less than a moment this tentacle expanded more than tenfold. Seeing the tentacle about to strike her, Kair desperately closed her eyes. Meanwhile, she controlled the light group of the formation fragments, gradually surrounding and contracting around Qin Feng. Given the current situation at her level, it was utterly impossible to send both of them away from this world with the formation fragments before the tentacle arrived. Thus, Kair had no choice but to sacrifice herself, sending the person she cherished back to the sunny world. Goodbye. 2 streams of tears slid down Kair's face. Although she had tightly closed her eyes, she could not stop the torrent. She was reluctant to die. She was reluctant to leave Qin Feng. But she had to do this as she did not want Qin Feng to die. Seeing this scene, a cruel smile appeared on Ernest's face. How touching. Such a moving story, how could there be a separation? Let them all stay. Ernest was filled with a peculiar excitement. Since the day he could remember, his favorite scenes were these moments of life, and what he loved most was to personally orchestrate such life and death separations. Thinking of this, Ernest suddenly exerted his strength, channeling all his power into the thrown tentacle. Gurgle gurgle. A sound that made one cringe exploded forth, and the tentacle, already 10 times enlarged, surged again, transforming into a massive stick with a diameter of 20 meters. Buzz buzz buzz. Under the impact of this stick, the space began to vibrate with a buzzing sound. However, just as this massive tentacle was about to strike, Kair, a long knife blocked in front of her. Crack. The sharp dragon-slaying blade instantly sliced through the tentacle that Ernest had swung, cutting it in 2. Realizing this anomaly, Ernest looked at Qin Feng in terror. Impossible. What tier is he? How could he possibly break my mental control? Ernest's heart trembled, yet upon closer inspection, he found that there was still no trace of clarity in Qin Feng's. It was obvious. At this moment, Qin Feng had not escaped the effects of mental control. Ernest was puzzled, but after a moment he recalled the feelings of his avatar just before its demise. It was that knife. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, Ernest immediately redirected his gaze from Qin Feng to the dragon-slaying blade in his hand. Upon seeing it, Ernest couldn't help but gasp in cold air. It was actually a growth-type weapon, and it had even awakened a weapon spirit. The soul strength of this weapon spirit had reached an astonishing 1. 33 million points. No wonder. No wonder he could kill my avatar. It turned out to be the work of this legendary weapon that had never appeared before. With this thought in mind, Ernest developed the intention to claim this divine artifact for himself. For others, this growth-type weapon could not change its owner. Even if it were forcibly taken, it would merely be a useless relic that could only be admired from afar. But Ernest was different. His immediate superior had sacrificed a demon king and happened to possess the authority of cunning theft. As long as the target's tier was below his, he could forcibly rob the target of its spirit. If the dragon-slaying blade were to advance to the divine tier, this effect would naturally become void. But what excited Ernest was that this peerless treasure before him had not yet reached the divine tier. Heaven helps me. Bring it here. Enduring the excruciating pain, Ernest recklessly activated the blood and flesh manipulation authority, forcibly compressing the protruding tentacle, trying to snatch the dragon-slaying blade from Qin Feng's hand. But just then the fragments of the formation in Kai's hand erupted with a brilliant light. The next moment, a circular teleportation circle appeared beneath Qin Feng's feet. Goodbye, fate. Kai looked at Qin Feng with tear-streaked cheeks, and she released the sleeve she had been holding onto. The teleportation circle glowed, and Qin Feng's figure began to fade. Ernest was burning with fury, but at this moment, he could not stop Qin Feng in a fit of rage. He could only direct his anger at Kai. However, just as he intended to smash Kai into pieces, another anomaly occurred. The dragon-slaying blade guided Qin Feng's right hand, quickly extending forward. Using this distance, the dragon-slaying blade created a beautiful flourish, cleverly embedding itself into Kai's clothing. Then the dragon-slaying blade lifted Kai entirely with its back. Simultaneously, the blade of the dragon-slaying blade shimmered with a faint glow, instantly doubling the size of the circle beneath Qin Feng's feet, just enough to accommodate Kai. Whoosh! The teleportation circle glowed with a ghostly light as Kai and Qin Feng vanished from the underground. Shame! Looking at the emptiness before him and seeing the duck that was within reach flying away, Ernest's nose twisted. When the teleportation circle lit up, he already knew it would be difficult to stop Qin Feng from leaving this time. However, what he did not expect was that he not only failed to stop Qin Feng, but also could not keep the little girl beside him, who possessed divine blood. Ernest roared, waving his tentacles and wreaking havoc in the underground world, showing no mercy, even though this was his territory. In stark contrast to the furious Ernest, Carlyle returned to the surface world shocked as she looked at the dragon slayer blade that was hanging from her waist. The moment Ernest could not stop Qin Feng and set his sights on her, Carlyle had already prepared to say a complete goodbye to this world and to Qin Feng. Yet just at that critical moment, she was saved by the seemingly ordinary long knife in Qin Feng's hand. Carlyle's heart was a tumult of emotions. She was grateful that the dragon slayer blade had saved her life, yet felt a sense of regret for the cold touch of the blade against. Regretting as Qin Feng's dazed eyes slowly regained clarity, the dragon slayer blade buzzed and trembled, seeking recognition from Qin Feng. However, the dragon slayer blade, now somewhat sentient, clearly was not thinking straight, forgetting to pull itself out from. With a rustling sound, the dragon slayer blade, still lodged in Carlyle's waist, tore apart the fabric on one side of her body, revealing a glimpse of spring beauty before Qin Feng. Carlyle looked bewildered at the dragon slayer blade, then at the equally bewildered Qin Feng. This? How could the knife do this? What now? So embarrassing. I hope nobody sees this. She raised a hand to cover her mouth, preventing herself from making a sound. With her other hand, she pushed aside the erratically swaying dragon slayer blade, tugging at the torn fabric around her waist to cover her exposed form. But the paper cannot contain the fire. The tattered cloth naturally could not hide the beauty of spring. Carlyle's face turned red, resembling the peach blossoms of April. Carlyle's eyes also glistened, akin to flower buds holding dew in the early morning after rain. As she discerned the nuances in Carlyle's gaze, Qin Feng was momentarily at a loss for how to explain. Never mind, no explanation. Qin Feng controlled the muscles of his face, maintaining a blank expression as he withdrew the dragon slayer blade and turned away, heading towards the center of Maple Leaf City. Previously, after slaying countless underground monsters, the spirit of the dragon slayer blade had gained immense benefits. The strength of the spirit's essence had directly broken through the 1 million mark, granting the dragon slayer blade's spirit. It was precisely due to this newfound sentience that Qin Feng and Carlyle were able to escape from the clutches of the evil eye lord, recalling the chaos of their minds during that time and the commotion the dragon slayer blade had caused. Reflecting on that moment when her self-awareness fell into chaos, yet she gained a glimmer of clarity from the dragon slayer, Qin Feng decided that after digesting the rewards from the world instance and the underground journey, he would find time to thoroughly study the spirit of the dragon slayer blade. His intuition told him that the spirit of the dragon slayer blade would become another trump card when facing opponents beyond the divine level. With this in mind, Qin Feng quickened his pace towards the job transfer hall in Maple Leaf City. Looking resentfully at Qin Feng's departing figure, Carlyle stomped her foot in anger. If he didn't want to explain, fine, but at least he could have been a bit of a gentleman and thrown her a piece of clothing. Even if he didn't want to use his own clothes, he could have easily grabbed something from his storage equipment. How hard could it be? Even if he wouldn't give me a piece of clothing, could he at least look a little longer? Just leaving like this, what does that even mean? Am I really that unattractive? Thinking of this, Carlyle lowered her head, glancing at her fair waist. After a few looks, she even touched it, checking how it felt. Isn't being white and slender good enough? Does he prefer a thicker waist? No, I won't allow it, I won't change, boo-hoo. Carlyle, oblivious to her surroundings, pouted occasionally, stomping her foot in frustration, rolling her eyes as she surveyed her figure, and at times reaching out to caress her exposed slim waist with a look of delight. This directly left Chen Tianyang and his group, who had been secretly watching from the side, dumbfounded. Although from their position, they couldn't clearly see Carlyle's actions or that revealing glimpse of spring. After all, they were adults. Even if they hadn't seen a pig run, they had seen pigs run. In their imagination, they restored the scene that was enough to make one blush. Previously, with the help of the Mage Guild Mercenary Guild and the remaining warriors, Chen Tianyang and his group quickly completed the reconstruction of Maple Leaf City. After finishing the reconstruction work, Chen Tianyang led his group towards the location of the underground passage, and coincidentally, they ran into Qin Feng and Carlyle returning to the surface world after sealing the underground passage. However, before they could greet them, they were met with an astonishing sight. Qin Feng had used his knife to tear apart the fabric on one side of Carlyle's waist. Due to the lack of information, these individuals were unaware that when they had just returned to the surface world, Qin Feng's mind was still in a chaotic state. They naturally attributed the foolish act of the Dragon Slayer blade to Qin Feng himself. Seeing this scene, the group of temple knights, led by Long Deshida, nearly lost control, wanting to rush up and tear apart this scoundrel who had desecrated the Holy Maiden. Fortunately, with Chen Tianyang's friendly reminder, they recalled Qin Feng's terrifying combat abilities. They made the resolution that as long as this scoundrel did not make another move, they would not stoop to Qin Feng's level. Submissively, they endured, secretly recording, being unable to criticize and quietly condemning. Just as the Temple Knights expected Carlyle to sternly reprimand Qin Feng and reward this scoundrel with a slap. Carlyle's reaction, however, directly shattered their worldview. Not only did Carlyle not exhibit the solemnity expected of a holy maiden before Qin Feng, she actually blushed. 109. The Heartbroken Knight of the Divine Temple. Shy. This is something a saintess could do. In the face of such blasphemy, should not the saintess deliver the most severe punishment to the disrespectful? How could she be shy? How could she cover her waist with one hand and her mouth with the other, shielding this scoundrel? The Knights of the Divine Temple were filled with righteous indignation, furious to the point of erupting in anger. Yet despite their anger, jealousy, and resentment, these individuals, however, did not dare to act rashly. They lacked the strength. They could only hope in their hearts that Qin Feng would recognize his mistake, sincerely apologize to the saintess, and ideally kneel down, listing his 10 sins and swearing never to repeat them. But imagination is merely imagination. Their willpower was not strong enough to distort reality. Qin Feng did not apologize, did not explain, nor did he offer his cloak to cover the exposed saintess. What was even more infuriating was that before such a captivating, beautiful, and shy saintess, this fool had no reaction at all and simply walked away. This is something a human can do. I want to take another look. The Knights of the Divine Temple gritted their teeth, nearly going mad with jealousy. However, at that time, the Knights of the Divine Temple did not know that the one who hurt them the most was not Qin Feng, this scoundrel, but the saintess they swore to protect with their lives. Chosen by the Holy See, the young men of the Silver Moon Knight Order were brought to the Divine Mountain at a very young age. When they were little, those who taught them instilled the concept in them. To protect the Holy See, uphold the light of faith, safeguard the saintess. Other things were relatively straightforward, very easy to understand. But the task of safeguarding the saintess left the young Knights of the Divine Temple puzzled for a long time. They thought, what is there to protect about a snot-nosed little girl? It was utterly uninteresting. However, as they grew up, the day the saintess Claire blossomed into a young lady, they suddenly realized. At that moment, they wholeheartedly accepted the teachings of their elders, firmly believing that Claire was the most worthy of their protection in this world. Oh, everything about the Holy See and its doctrines could take a back seat. But today, on this warm summer day, they were doused with countless buckets of ice water by the saintess they adored. The feeling was chilling, deeply chilling. It felt icy, bone-chillingly cold. And all of this began with Claire's thanks to their own experiences, the Knights of the Divine Temple easily discerned the resentment contained in Claire's gaze directed at Qin Feng. Claire's expression at that moment was no different from when they saw her walking towards the headquarters of the Black Church with Qin. But if it was merely resentment, it would be one thing. They were confident that there would be many days ahead and time could dilute. Yet they inadvertently caught sight of a hint of inferiority in Claire's self-reflective actions, reminiscent of their own empty feelings during countless midnight dreams. Realizing this, the onlooking Knights of the Divine Temple collectively broke down. In their hearts, they simultaneously heard the sound of shattering, the sound of heartbreak. Unlike the Knights of the Divine Temple, who were heartbroken, Chen Tianyang, witnessing this scene, was resolute in his decision. This time he vowed to tie this red thread tightly. Right now, the signal from Claire was already very clear. What he needed to do next was to boast about Qin Feng in front of the Pope and get past this hurdle. As for Qin Feng, Chen Tianyang had not considered that Qin Feng would refuse his proposal. In his view, as long as one is a man, one cannot refuse a beautiful girl like Claire who adores him to become his wife. Men are visual creatures. Chen Tianyang did not believe Qin Feng could be the exception. With this thought, Chen Tianyang coughed softly and slowly revealed himself from the corner. Noticing the unusual sounds in the surrounding environment, Claire raised her flushed head and looked over in astonishment. At the moment her gaze shifted, Claire quickly took out a large cloak from her storage ring and draped it over herself. It was fine if Qin Feng saw her, there was even a bit of stimulation. But if anyone else saw her body, even the slightest hint of exposure, Claire would not be willing. After putting on her clothes, Claire had a serious expression and quickly walked up to Qin Tianyang and his group, sternly asking, "When did you come? Why didn't you let me know?" As she spoke, Claire's beautiful eyes turned cold, glaring fiercely at the members of the Silver Moon Knight Order, her face full of anger. The Knights of the Divine Temple looked aggrieved, but amidst their grievances there was a hint of long-standing jealousy. They stuttered, unable to produce a complete response. Seeing this, the quick-witted Qin Tianyang stepped in to mediate. "Your Holiness, we just arrived. Has Mr. Tianyi not..." Upon hearing this, the somewhat intimidating Claire let out a sigh, suppressing her pounding heart, attempting to appear calm, as she replied, "He has some matters to attend to. It seems he has already left." "Oh, is that so? I didn't get a chance to thank him. I was late, but it's quite good. Oh, after I finish my tasks, I will bring a gift to see." Qin Tianyang spoke with a smile, his eyes filled with an understanding hint, openly reminding Claire. Sensing the cryptic meaning in Qin Tianyang's gaze, Claire's intuition told her that the gift he mentioned was great. However, at this moment, instead of feeling anger at the possible objectification, Claire felt an unexplainable intent. To confirm her conjecture, Claire looked at Qin Tianyang seriously, suppressing her intense anticipation and feigned curiosity. "Oh, did the third prince prepare a gift for Mr. Tianyi? Can you tell me about it? I also want to send a token of appreciation to Mr. Tianyi for all he has done for the people of Maple Leaf City. I mean, no other intentions, though I just don't want to repeat the third prince's gift." Hearing this, Qin Tianyang realized that Claire had picked up on some of his hints, so he extended an invitation to her. "Oh, since your Holiness has this intention, that's wonderful. Then we need to discuss how to deliver this gift to Mr. Tianyi, as we do not know his preferences. It won't be easy to win his favor." While speaking, Qin Tianyang intentionally or unintentionally pointed with his chin towards the north. Upon seeing this action, Claire's face instantly turned red. The north is where the Divine Temple's Holy Mountain is located. This meant her intuition was not wrong. Continuous job changes. The Holy Sea Mountain. What is his opinion? The difficulty is not small. Did Qin Tianyang really want to convince the teacher to marry me to Tianyi? This. How can I be so embarrassed? For some reason, upon seeing Qin Tianyang pointing to the north, Kalel instantly guessed his thoughts. Perhaps this is the somewhat frightening intuition that women possess. However, even though Kalel felt extremely embarrassed at this moment to the point where her face uncontrollably flushed and heated up, yet deep in her heart a strong sense of anticipation began to sprout. She imagined herself happily uniting with Qin Feng under the blessing of her teacher. Kalel's toes involuntarily curled together, and her restless little hands tightly grasped the hem of her clothes, Watching the inexplicably blushing saintess, the members of the Silver Moon Knights were instantly bewildered. With their rusty brains, after so many years of being single, they couldn't detect the underlying chill in the conversation between the two. Some foolish individuals even thought that the saintess was blushing because she was hot under her cloak. They unwittingly released a few small whirlwinds around Kalel, blowing and cooling her down. Seeing this scene, the experienced Qin Tianyang couldn't help but burst into laughter. No wonder. No wonder you all have been close for so many years, only to have someone far away seize the opportunity first. With this kind of comparison, if I were a woman, I wouldn't look at you either. However, Qin Tianyang did not voice these thoughts. After all, one cannot have a profound experience without personally going through such matters. For this reason, Qin Tianyang decided he must find an excuse to keep this group behind, allowing them to witness how the girl he revered like a deity was taken away by another man. However, these were matters for later. The urgent task now was to understand Kalel's thoughts and clarify to what extent she could contribute to this matter, thereby increasing his leverage to boast to the Pope about Qin Feng. With this in mind, Qin Tianyang gave Kalel a meaningful glance, and then said casually, "Your Holiness, how about we meet at my manor for a discussion? Let's deliberate on this matter together." Kalel nodded, her face flushed as she agreed to Qin Tianyang's proposal. Meanwhile, she disdainfully waved her hand, dispelling the little whirlwind swirling around her head. This action shattered the freshly healed heart of a certain temple knight into pale shards of glass. The narrative now shifts. While Kalel pondered how to win over Qin Feng, he had already arrived at the job change hall. Looking at the empty job change hall before him, Qin Feng sighed helplessly. Due to Ernest's rampage, the service staff in the job change hall had long been reduced to dust neatly spread across the Without the assistance of the staff, completing the job change required Qin Feng to activate the machine himself, which was quite a After some effort in adjusting the job change pod, Qin Feng stepped inside and closed the pod door. With a click, the door closed, and a mechanical prompt echoed in Qin Feng's ears. "Ding dong, player Tianyi has a advanced task completion scroll. Would you like to use this scroll to complete the job change task?" Upon hearing this prompt, Qin Feng made his decision without hesitation. "Use it immediately." Ding dong, player Tianyi has used the advanced task completion scroll. The job change task has been completed. It has been detected that the current character level has reached level 30 and the job change task has been completed, meeting the job change conditions. Would you like to change jobs immediately? Change jobs immediately. As soon as the words fell, the job change pod unleashed a tremendous force, which surged into Qin Feng's body. In the next moment, a familiar sensation arose from within him. Meanwhile, a series of mechanical prompt sounds rang in Qin Feng's ears. "Ding dong, congratulations on successfully completing the warrior class 3rd job change, successfully promoted to Crimson Reaper tier 3. Ding dong, you have received 100 free attribute points as a reward. Ding dong, you have received 1 opportunity to reset attribute points. Your attribute points have been reset. Ding dong, you have obtained the class exclusive skill Crimson Power. Ding dong, you have successfully completed the class second job change, and your level cap has increased to level 40. Ding dong, your level has increased. Current level 31 consumed 6 billion experience. You have received 160 attribute points. As a reward, blessing spell attribute points doubled. Ding dong, your level has increased. Current level 32 consumed 7 billion experience. You have received 160 attribute points. As a reward, blessing spell attribute points doubled. Ding dong, your level has increased. Current level 40 consumed 15 billion experience. You have received 160 attribute points. As a reward, blessing spell attribute points doubled. Ding dong, it has been detected that character Tiani has reached level 40. The fourth talent, infinite growth, has been successfully unlocked. Ding dong, it has been detected that the current character level has reached the level cap. Excess experience has been stored in the experience pool, and after the fourth job change, experience will be automatically received. Listening to the prompts ringing in his ears, the smile on Qin Feng's face grew even more pronounced. The benefits brought to him by the World Dungeon were indeed immense. Just the 400 billion experience points alone were enough to elevate his level to 50 and fulfill the conditions for the sixth job change. Fortunately, he also obtained 3 advanced task completion scrolls from the dungeon. As soon as his level increased, he could directly complete the job change, making it incredibly easy. With this in mind, Qin Feng didn't rush to check the changes in his body or the new skills he had acquired. He reconnected his consciousness to the job change pod and initiated the second round of job change. Ding dong, it has been detected that player Tiani possesses an advanced task completion scroll. Would you like to use this scroll to complete the job change task? The same mechanical prompt sounded for the second time in a short period, but Qin Feng did not feel annoyed. He followed the job change procedure, used the job change book, and initiated the job change again. Ding dong, player Tiani has used the advanced task completion scroll. The job change task has been completed. It has been detected that the current character level has reached level 30 and that the job change task has been completed, meeting the job change conditions. Would you like to change jobs immediately? Change jobs immediately. As soon as the words fell, immense energy surged into Qin Feng's body wildly. Unlike the previous 3 job changes, this time, the energy boost Qin Feng received was several magnitudes greater. Noticing this anomaly, Qin Feng's expression remained unchanged. As a reborn individual, Qin Feng naturally understood the reason for this abnormal occurrence. In the divine realm, every time a character's tier increased by 3 levels, for example from tier 3 to tier 4 or tier 6 to tier 7, a qualitative change would occur. Buzz buzz buzz. The job change pod vibrated, as if the boundless energy was endless, pouring in for nearly half an hour before it finally came to a stop. Qin Feng stared in astonishment, experiencing all of this. He realized that this time the transition from tier 3 to tier 4 was not as simple as he had anticipated. 111, a class advancement to the 4th rank. Crimson Sovereign. As Qin Feng was taken aback, a series of mechanical prompt sounds exploded in his ears. Each word of these prompts reminded Qin Feng of the extraordinary nature of this class change. Ding dong, congratulations on completing the 4th rank of the warrior class, receiving the general skill reward for the warrior class. You have gained the passive skills advanced defense and advanced recovery. Ding dong, congratulations on successfully completing the 4th rank of the warrior class. You have been promoted to Crimson Sovereign 1st rank. Ding dong, you have received a chance to reset your attribute points, and your attribute points have been reset. Ding dong, you have received a reward of 1,000 free attribute points. Ding dong, you have gained 1 to the maximum level of all skills. Ding dong, you have obtained the class exclusive skill Blood Control. Ding dong, you have obtained the class exclusive skill Crimson Duel. Ding dong, you have obtained the class exclusive skill Crimson Kingdom. Ding dong, you have successfully completed the 2nd class advancement, and your level cap has been raised to level 50. Ding dong, your level has increased. Current level 41 consumed 85 billion experience. You have received a reward of 600 attribute points, double attribute points, due to great blessing. Ding dong, your level has increased. Current level 42 consumed 95 billion experience. You have received a reward of 600 attribute points, double attribute points, due to great blessing. Ding dong, your level has increased. Current level 43 consumed 105 billion experience. You have received a reward of 600 attribute points, double attribute points, due to great blessing. Ding dong, your level has increased. Current level 44 consumed 115 billion experience. You have received a reward of 600 attribute points, double attribute points, due to great blessing. Listening to the prompt sounds ringing in his ears, Qin Feng stood there in shock. He never expected that the remaining more than 390 billion experience points would only raise his level from 40 to 44. When clearing the World Dungeon, as the only player on the leaderboard with over 10 million dungeon points, Qin Feng earned a total of 400 billion experience points just from the dungeon settlement rewards. Adding in the nearly 20 billion experience points gained from slaying monsters along the way, the World Dungeon alone contributed nearly 420 billion experience points to him. Along with the expedition in the underground where he slaughtered 1 million underground creatures and earned over 100 billion experience points, his total experience gained reached a terrifying 520 billion. Even after spending 122 billion experience points to level up from 26 to 40, he still had nearly 400 billion experience points remaining. With so much experience, it was beyond comprehension that he only increased 4 levels. Thinking of this, Qin Feng felt a premonition rising in his heart. He sensed that this anomaly was likely caused by the advancement of Crimson Reaper to Crimson Sovereign. Thus, Qin Feng opened his information panel to check the information about the Crimson Sovereign. Crimson Sovereign First Rank Unique Hidden Class Level SSSS Unique SSSS Class Effect 1. For each level gain, provide 300 free attribute points, doubled to 600 points, due to the effect of Great Blessing. 2. For each level gained requires 5,000 experience points. 3. Subsequent class advancements do not require advancement scrolls, automatically transitioning to a higher class. Description: the path to divinity will be paved with countless bones. After reading the introduction of Crimson Sovereign, Qin Feng's anxious heart finally settled. At this moment, he understood the unusual nature of this level increase. After successfully advancing to Crimson Sovereign, the amount of free attribute points Qin Feng could gain from each level up doubled to 300, and with the blessing of Great Blessing it reached a terrifying 600 points. Not to mention, compared to ordinary players, even when compared to his state at the second rank, this increase was nearly 8-fold. However, such a terrifying increase did not come without cost. After transitioning to Crimson Sovereign, the experience required for each level up went from 10 times to 50 times. Thinking of the enormous experience required for each level up, even Qin Feng, who was well aware of the progress of the divine domain, began to worry about experience points. But despite his worries, Qin Feng was not without solutions. Since he could bring forward the world dungeon destruction of the Black Church, he also had ways to bring forward more world dungeons. He could even hasten national wars and large-scale regional conflicts. However, by that time, while he would enjoy it, the hearts of all other players in the world would likely shatter, enduring the pain and joy of facing monsters far beyond their capabilities. However, after experiencing the previous round of insults, Qin Feng had chosen to shoulder the burden alone. At this moment, he didn't even want to care about players from China, let alone those from other regions. Thinking of this, Qin Feng opened his skill panel to check the newly acquired skills. The first to catch his eye were the two general skills of the warrior class. Advanced Defense Level Max, one type passive skill effect, increases defense by 5 times. Cooldown: no cooldown. Description: a general passive skill for warrior class players available upon reaching the 4th rank. Advanced Recovery Level Max, one type passive skill effect, increases recovery ability by 25 times. Cooldown: no cooldown. Description: a general passive skill for warrior class players available upon reaching the 4th rank. These are two passive abilities that every warrior class player may draw when completing the 4th class advancement. However, Qin Feng's two general passives were different from those of other players. The original Advanced Defense and Advanced Recovery could each enhance defense and recovery ability by 2 times and 1 time respectively. But due to the effect of obtaining 1 to the maximum level of all skills after advancing to Crimson Sovereign, both skills received a 25 enhancement. Seeing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but marvel at the power of the unique SSSS hidden class. At the same time, he eagerly anticipated how much enhancement his class-exclusive skills would receive from this rank increase. Thus, Qin Feng scrolled through the skill panel to check the subsequent skills. All skills enhanced. Due to the experiences of his past life, Qin Feng was aware that once his skill surpassed its level cap, the changes would be remarkably exaggerated. Having this psychological preparation, when he saw the enhancements of Shadow Clone and Skyward Ascension, Qin Feng was not. Skyward Ascension. Level 11. Skill effect: teleport into the air, increasing attack speed by 350, continuously executing slashes to deal area damage. Damage range 300 yards. Damage per slash 100 of the user's attack power. Mana cost 200 points. Cooldown 45 seconds. Introduction: the signature move of the Great Swordsman by Hucho. Shadow Clone. Level 11. Skill effect: 1. Teleport to any location within 100 meters, leaving a shadow clone at the original spot that mimics the host's actions, dealing 100 of the host's damage. The clone lasts for 30 seconds. 2. Instantly dispels all abnormal statuses upon activation. Mana cost 100 points. Cooldown time 35 seconds. Introduction: the signature skill of the Illusion Master Klein. Use it well, and you will become the next legend. After the level cap increased from 10 to 11, the cooldown of Shadow Clone reduced from the initial 45 seconds to now 35 seconds. This means that under normal circumstances, after the clone disappears for 5 seconds, Qin Feng can use it again. But let's not forget, Qin Feng has now reached level 40, having awakened the third talent, Infinite Firepower, which shortens the cooldown of all skills by 90. The reduced cooldown of merely 10 seconds did not provide Qin Feng with a significant benefit. Unlike the somewhat lackluster enhancement of Shadow Clone, the boost from Skyward Ascension after breaking the level cap was substantial. After activating Skyward Ascension, Qin Feng's attack speed bonus increased from 280 to 350. This advancement, combined with the unlocked tenfold attack speed talent, elevated Qin Feng's already outrageous attack speed to a new level. Gazing at the enhancement of Skyward Ascension, Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction before shifting his focus to his collection of exclusive skills. First to catch his eye were Bloodred Blade and Bloodred Mark. Bloodred Blade. Level 11. Skill effect: condenses blood into bloodred blades, each dealing 150 of the character's attack power up to a maximum of 150 blades lasting for 30 seconds. Mana cost 200 points. Cooldown time 45 seconds. Introduction: the signature skill of the Blood Reaper Tamashii, under which countless foes have perished. Bloodred Mark. Level 11. Skill effect: releases a Bloodred Mark. Attacking the mark target grants a 300 damage increase. Marks do not stack, lasting for 12 seconds. Mana cost 100 points. Cooldown time none. Introduction: no one can escape the Bloodred. After seeing the enhancements of these two skills, it would be a lie to say Qin Feng wasn't excited. As his two most powerful damage skills, the enhancements of Bloodred Blade and Bloodred Mark, left even the worldly-wise Qin Feng feeling a bit flustered. After the level cap increased by 1 each time Bloodred Blade is activated, the number of blades Qin Feng can conjure increased from the initial 100 to the current 150. Most terrifyingly, the attack power inherited by each Bloodred Blade increased from 100 to 150. With Qin Feng's already formidable base attack power, this 50 increase can be considered a legendary boost. The biggest boost came from Bloodred Mark, which had helped Qin Feng slay countless formidable foes. Previously, Bloodred Mark granted Qin Feng a 200 damage increase, but now the boost from this skill surged directly to 300. After unlocking the third talent, Infinite Firepower, Qin Feng could utilize the skill mechanics to repeatedly cast Shadow Clone, breaking the stacking limitation of Bloodred Mark. With this ability mastered, Qin Feng's output had already reached an absurd level. As long as the enemies he faced lacked invulnerability or peculiar powers, Qin Feng could eliminate them immediately after accumulating his clones. Today, after the level breakthrough of Bloodred Mark, Qin Feng felt like he had gained a significant advantage. A single Bloodred Mark with a 300 damage increase directly raised Qin Feng's ultimate damage capacity. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng calmed his heavy breathing. He turned his gaze to his only control skill, Bloodred Guillotine. Bloodred Guillotine. Level 11. Skill effect summons a Bloodred Guillotine, forcibly locking the target's actions, dealing 250 attack power damage, and causing 4 seconds of stun. Mana cost 50 points. Cooldown time 45 seconds. Introduction: a signature single-target skill of the Blood Reaper boasting extremely high damage and powerful control capabilities. Having previously been awed by Bloodred Blade and Bloodred Mark, Qin Feng did not show much emotional fluctuation upon seeing the changes in Bloodred Guillotine. After the level cap breakthrough, the control time of Bloodred Guillotine increased from the initial 3 seconds of stun to now 4 seconds. The enhancement cannot be considered insignificant. However, due to Qin Feng's extraordinary lethality, this slight increase in control time did not concern Qin Feng. Enemies that can be killed would not last a second under Qin Feng's strikes, and those that could not be killed in a normal manner, even with an extra second of control time, would not significantly change Qin Feng's situation. In summary, it was rather lackluster. After a moment of reflection, Qin Feng composed himself and looked towards the two skills at max 1 level. Blood Magic Well. Level max 1. Skill effect. 1. Increases health by 500. 2. Increases abnormal status resistance by 100. 3. For every enemy killed, absorb 50 of their life force, storing it in the blood pool with a maximum storage limit of 1,000 of the character's health. After health is depleted, the character automatically resurrects and gains healing from the stored health in the blood pool. Any excess stored health transforms into a shield at a 1-to-1 ratio lasting for 30 seconds. 4. Effect 3 can be activated. Cooldown time 30 minutes. Restriction: exclusive skill for the Blood Reaper class. Introduction: slaughter will make you stronger. A power capable of slaying gods. After reviewing the introductions of these two skills, Qin Feng exhaled a long breath of turbid air. If the previous 3 exclusive skills upgrades were a change of 1, a quantitative shift, then the changes brought by Blood Magic Well and Blood Rage are a qualitative leap of 10. The reason is simple: it is solely because the skill descriptions for these two skills have changed. After breaking through the level, Blood Magic Well gained an additional skill description, granting it a 4th effect, transforming it from a passive triggering ability into an actively released skill. As long as there is enough blood stored in the blood pool, Qin Feng can activate Blood Magic Well anytime and anywhere to gain healing and a shield. Even more terrifying is that under the influence of the third talent, Unlimited Firepower, this skill's cooldown time is only 3 minutes. With Qin Feng's horrifying damage capability, he can absolutely turn himself into a perpetual motion machine utilizing this 3-minute cooldown. Having spoken of Blood Magic Well, let's examine the enhancement of Blood Rage. After breaking through the level restrictions, Blood Rage has 2 major enhancements. First, the weakness period has been reduced from the original 12 hours to now just 6 hours. That's a halving. Second, the limitation of being locked at a blood volume cap after releasing Blood Rage has been lifted. Prior to this, after activating Blood Rage at 9 levels, Qin Feng would receive a 512-fold increase in all attributes. However, correspondingly, his current blood volume would also suffer a 512-fold reduction from the baseline before Blood Rage, and it was locked. No matter how terrifying Qin Feng's vampiric ability was, he could not break this locking limitation. Yet after today, this greatest drawback has been removed. This means Qin Feng can utilize the vampiric effects of the Tidal Butcher or the restorative effects of Blood Magic Well to restore his blood volume to its utmost state. Keep in mind that Qin Feng still possesses a 500 health increase from Blood Magic Well. Once he is restored to his peak state, his health will surpass that of most bosses. Thinking of this, Qin Feng took great care to control his breathing and slowly shifted his gaze towards the 4 new skills he had just acquired. The first skill Qin Feng noticed among the 4 newly obtained skills was the only one not at max level, Crimson Power. After spending 9 attribute points to upgrade Crimson Power to level 11, Qin Feng opened this skill's introduction. Crimson Power level 11 skill effect: consume 10 of maximum health to gain a 500 increase in attack power, gaining true damage effect. Duration 5 seconds. Mana cost none, cooldown time 30 seconds, introduction, an exclusive skill of the Crimson Reaper possessing the power to slay deities. After reading this skill's introduction, Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. The primary function of Crimson Power is to enhance Qin Feng's damage output similar to the previous Crimson Mark, and they can stack together. Upon activating this skill, Qin Feng not only gains a 500 increase in attack power, but also the true damage capability. Moreover, since Qin Feng has awakened the third talent, Unlimited Firepower, the cooldown time for this skill has been directly reduced to 3 seconds. In other words, as long as Qin Feng's healing speed can keep up, he can continuously activate this skill. However, this skill is not without its drawbacks. Once Qin Feng reaches level 60 and awakens the 6th talent, God-slaying power, the effectiveness of this skill will greatly diminish. Nonetheless, Qin Feng at this moment did not disdain this skill. After all, he was only level 44, still far from the astronomical experience needed for level 60. However, this skill is not without its drawbacks. Once Qin Feng reaches level 60 and awakens the 6th talent, God-slaying power, the effectiveness of this skill will greatly diminish. Blood Domination. Blood Domination level max 1 skill effect for every 10 points of raw strength, increase intelligence, agility, and constitution by 2 points. Mana cost none, cooldown time none, introduction, with blood dye the entire world. After reading the introduction of Blood Domination, Qin Feng gasped in surprise. Unlike the previous 2 skills obtained at max level, the description of Blood Domination is indeed somewhat overly simple, yet simplicity does not imply weakness. With this skill, Qin Feng does not need to allocate his free attribute points to the other secondary attributes. He only needs to invest heavily in strength, and his other 3 attributes will rise accordingly. After exhaling a long breath, Qin Feng suppressed his excitement, forcing down the urge to allocate points immediately, and turned his attention to the introductions of Crimson Realm and Crimson Duel. Crimson Realm level max 1 skill effect summon the Crimson Realm, covering an area of 20,000 yards. The range increases, with level lasting 30 seconds. While within the domain, gain the ability to lock powers. Each power locked consumes 20,000 health points. Cooldown time 1 hour. Introduction in the Crimson Realm, only the voice of the Crimson Sovereign may be heard. Crimson Duel level max 1 skill effect, consume half of maximum health to forcibly drag the target into another dimension, establishing an absolute silence domain, ignoring any rules and powers, unaffected by any effects. Duration 15 seconds. Mana cost none, cooldown time 1 hour. Introduction, one of the signature abilities of the Crimson Sovereign Tamashii. Duration 15 seconds. Mana cost none, cooldown time 1 hour. Introduction, one of the signature abilities of the Crimson Sovereign Tamashii. Even deities cannot evade the confinement of Crimson. After reading these 2 skill introductions, Qin Feng stood rigidly in place. He did not expect that after ascending to the Crimson Sovereign, he had actually touched the boundaries of power and rules. 114, afraid that the damage is insufficient. So he poured all his strength. Long before confronting the avatar of Ernest, Qin Feng had been thinking about acquiring skills to counter divine-level enemies. Due to the astronomical amount of experience required for each level up, regular tasks and monsters could no longer satisfy his leveling needs. Even when tackling the 9 great dungeons, Qin Feng could only gain a level or 2 of experience. To level up quickly like before, Qin Feng needed to unlock higher tier tasks in advance, using epic level enemies as mere monsters to grind and treating divine level enemies as bosses to defeat. However, in the realm of the Divine Domain game, every NPC or dungeon monster that reached the divine level possessed some degree of authority. To deal with such foes, Qin Feng needed to master skills capable of countering that authority. For this, he even began planning how to have an encounter with Lin Xuxue to gain some advantage from her. Fortunately, before Qin Feng could seek out Lin Xuxue, the abilities he craved came into his hands. After ascending to the rank of Crimson Sovereign, he acquired 3 MA's level skills. Unlike Blood Domination, which focuses on enhancing basic combat power, the 2 skills Crimson Domain and Crimson Duel directly granted Qin Feng the ability to counter authority. First, let's discuss Crimson Domain. After activating Crimson Domain, Qin Feng could establish an area reaching as long as he remained within this area, Qin Feng could lock down the enemy's authority at an extremely low cost. Once the adversaries lost their authority, they could only become the prey on Qin Feng's cutting board, facing his terrifying damage. Now let's talk about Crimson Duel. Crimson Duel is a very extreme skill. Once activated, both combatants can only engage in brutal hand-to-hand combat, unable to unleash any active abilities. However, as the initiator, Qin Feng holds the initiative, as long as he activates skills like Crimson Mark, Crimson Blade, and Bloody Fury before starting this duel. Qin Feng can tilt the scales of the duel in his favor before the brawl begins. After reviewing his skills, he contentedly opened his attribute panel to allocate points. Upon reaching level 28, Qin Feng obtained a total of 1,625 attribute points through leveling up and a series of opportunities. From level 21 to level 30, Qin Feng received a reward of 80 attribute points for each level up. From level 31 to level 40, the attribute points gained from leveling up increased, with each level granting Qin Feng 160 attribute points. From level 41 to level 44, Qin Feng received even more attribute points, totaling a whopping 2,400 points. Thus, he had obtained 6,425 attribute points through leveling. However, this was not the entirety of the attribute points Qin Feng had acquired. When he defeated Dying, he gained 400 free attribute points and 10 luck points. As the first person in the world to achieve a first kill on the divine level BOSS, the evil Eye Lord Ernest Qin Feng received an additional 1,000 free attribute points, 50 luck points, and 50 skill points. After completing the world dungeon, the Fall of the Black Church, Qin Feng also received 1,000 attribute points as a reward. The subsequent 2 class changes granted him an additional 1,100 free attribute points. At this point, Qin Feng now wielded a staggering total of 9,925 free attribute points. Thanks to the newly acquired skill Blood Domination, Qin Feng did not need to distribute these skill points among the other 3 secondary attributes. He only needed to enhance his strength, and the other 3 attributes would automatically increase. With this in mind, Qin Feng allocated all his attribute points to strength. After distributing the points, he glanced at his naked attribute state. Strength, 9,925. Intellect, 1989. Constitution, 1994. Agility, 1992. Luck, 75. Free attribute points, 0. Skill points, 57. After reviewing his base attributes, Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. His current naked attributes were even higher than when he was equipped, especially his strength, which was already 3 times that of when he was fully equipped. However, Qin Feng's enhancements were far from over. At this moment, he had merely digested the experience points gained from the world dungeon and the dungeon expedition. His bag still contained countless materials and over 2 billion in cash. He also possessed a full set of epic level gear, 5 scrolls with no level restrictions, and 1 epic level random special item extraction chest, 5 random building blueprint chests, 10 enchant card extraction chests, and 10 divine level random gem extraction chests yet to be used. Additionally, there were 2 unusable skill books, an epic level summoning token, undead summoning token, a master level blade mastery scroll, a 4th tier title Legion Destroyer, and a 5th tier title Bloodthirsty Azura. His backpack also contained 7,559 divine level enhancement stones and 4,136 perfect level enhancement stones. More importantly, Qin Feng had already ordered 9 epic level weapons from Heather before the world dungeon began. As soon as those weapons arrived, Qin Feng would be able to upgrade the Dragon Slayer blade to epic level. With that thought, Qin Feng opened the door to the class change chamber, exited the class change hall, and headed towards the middle auction house. He planned to first sell the unnecessary items to Heather, inquire about when the feeding materials for the Dragon Slayer blade would arrive, and casually test the waters with Heather to see if he could win her over. After slaying the avatar of Ernest and independently suppressing and sealing a dungeon, Qin Feng's ascension to Duke and acquisition of the coveted territories he had planned became a certainty. To develop his territory, Qin Feng needed to bring in a specialist adept at making money. Thus, he naturally turned his 115, why not give it a try? In the Mitre auction house in Heather's office. Looking at the storage ring placed on the table and reflecting on the contrasting reactions of her family elders, a feeling of indescribable delight surged within Heather. Previously, after receiving an order from Qin Feng, Heather had contacted her family elders, asking them to help her gather 9 epic-grade weapons. Upon learning that Heather had secured such a large order, the elders of the Mitre family were instantly thrilled, praising Heather for. However, when these people discovered that the buyer of the 9 epic-grade weapons was merely a young man in his 20s and learned that Heather intended to sell these weapons at cost price, their attitudes changed abruptly. In their view, a young man in his 20s, no matter how talented or promising, was not worth such a significant concession from. As a result, they directly rejected Heather's request and stripped her of her financial authority, completely extinguishing her hopes of facilitating this transaction. Blocked by her family, Heather found herself unable to help Qin Feng acquire those epic-grade weapons. Yet, just as she was troubled over how to explain this to Qin Feng, the news of Qin Feng killing Ernest and single-handedly suppressing the underground passage reached the ears of the elders. Upon hearing this news, the high-ranking members of the Mitre family were utterly shocked. They never imagined that such a young man in his 20s could accomplish what many prominent figures of the Silver Moon Knights and Maple Leaf City could not. In an instant, their perception of Qin Feng shifted. No longer did they see him as a promising young man, but instead regarded him as a top-tier powerhouse of the empire. To curry favor with Qin Feng, the elders of the Mitre family quickly forgot their vehement reasons for previously rejecting Heather. They eagerly had someone open the family treasury, retrieve the 9 epic-grade weapons Qin Feng needed, and dispatched key family members to escort these weapons to Maple Leaf City. Not only that, but these individuals also began to harbor ulterior motives. Dear niece, why not tell your second uncle about your relationship with this Tianyi? Second uncle, I've told you countless times my relationship with him is merely a simple buyer-seller arrangement. Thinking of the few encounters she had with Qin Feng, Heather replied helplessly. Oh, that's where you're wrong. Why are you hiding things? You've already gifted him 10 legendary grade weapons. How could it possibly be just a normal business relationship? You know your second uncle is not one of those old fogies. I'm very open-minded and fully support young people like you, and just be honest with your second uncle. How far have you two progressed? You should trust your second uncle's character. I will never. Seeing Heather unwilling to reveal the truth, Sean dropped the facade and brought up the matter of Heather gifting weapons to Qin Feng. As Sean's words fell, Heather's expression instantly became complicated. From the moment she had handed over those 10 legendary grade weapons to Qin Feng, she knew this matter could never escape the notice of her family elders. However, she never expected that her family elders would categorize her motives as romantic feelings. Even more surprising was how these elders could conjure so many unfounded assumptions based on those weapons. Second uncle, where are you getting this from? I only thought he had great investment potential, and those 10 weapons can only be considered my investment in him. Oh, look at you, why are you being so stubborn? You gave them, so just accept it. If it results in a good son-in-law for the family, it would be a good thing for the family. Just boldly admit it. Neither your second uncle nor the family will blame you. Son-in-law. A good thing. Hearing this, Heather was rendered speechless. Second uncle. Please don't think that way. My relationship with him is not like that, nor could it ever be. He already has a saintess, how could he possibly look at me? Heather responded with a hint of bitterness. Who? The saintess? Listening to Heather's response, Sean's voice rose upon learning that Qin Feng had killed Ernest and single-handedly suppressed an underground passage, the members of the Mitre family foresaw that Qin Feng would become a rising star. Connecting this with the 10 legendary grade weapons Heather had given to Qin Feng, the members of the Mitre family, including Sean, prematurely concluded that there was something more between Heather and Qin Feng. They were convinced that this time they could seize the opportunity to make Qin Feng the Mitre family's son-in-law before anyone else. Thus Sean came to Maple Leaf City filled with the family's hopes and boundless enthusiasm. However, upon hearing from Heather that the Saintess Kaler had intervened, Sean instantly calmed down, as if doused with dozens of buckets of ice water. After a moment of calm, Sean ultimately refused to give up. He raised his head and tentatively asked, "Your looks and figure are not much worse than the Saintess. I think you could give it a try. Why not give it a shot, and try to elevate your relationship?" Looking at Sean, who still harbored thoughts about Qin Feng, Heather felt both amused and exasperated. Is it something that can just be elevated at will? Not to mention whether Qin Feng himself agrees, but the Saintess Kaler is an unshakable mountain. Heather am merely a descendant of a merchant family. Oh, what qualification do I have to compete with Kaler? After all, Kaler has the justification of a life-saving grace with no way to repay it, only to offer myself in return. What do I have? A purchase contract. Or Qin Feng's lighthearted remark, "If you ever need anything from me, just ask. Don't be ridiculous. We're all adults here." Who takes promises to heart? Thinking of this, Heather bitterly shook her head. "Second uncle, I truly cannot try this. Please leave for now. Oh, I need some quiet time." Looking at the bitter expression on Heather's face, Sean sighed and exited her office. The sound of his footsteps gradually faded. After a moment, the sound of footsteps echoed again, growing closer. With a creak, the door was pushed open from the outside. Heather furrowed her brow, not lifting her head as she called out, "I already said I can't try. I can't try. Why are you still here?" Listening to Heather's voice filled with resentment, Qin Feng smiled faintly and ignored her. He was here for business after all. As the client, it made no sense for him to soothe her emotions. Walking forward slowly, Qin Feng soon arrived at Heather's desk, bringing a stool and sitting down without hesitation. "I said, I want." Hearing the commotion beside her, thinking that Sean was still not giving up and wanted to persuade her, Heather suddenly lost her temper and slammed the table, shouting angrily. However, before she could finish her sentence, she found Qin Feng looking at her with a smile, quietly observing her. With a sudden twitch of her facial muscles, Heather forcibly swallowed back the words that had already reached her lips. Taking a slow breath, Heather stood up as if nothing had happened, walked to the nearby storage shelf, took down a box of high-end tea. While brewing tea, Heather greeted Qin Feng. "Mr. Tianyi, how come your news is so well informed? The items you wanted just arrived, and you came right over." Looking at Heather's quick on-the-spot reaction and her strong emotional control, Qin Feng became more convinced that she was the person he needed. He smiled faintly and replied, "Has it arrived already? That's quite a coincidence." "Coincidence? Mr. Tianyi, are you saying that you didn't come just for those weapons?" "Hiss, you don't mean? You don't have more supplies to sell, do you?" Heather's eyes lit up, then dimmed again. After Sean's provocation, she reassessed her view of Qin Feng. She gradually realized that she had indeed been attracted by this mysterious and powerful man. She wanted to use Qin Feng's words to bring the topic back to herself, saying something like, "You must be here to see me." However, the conflicted Heather did not voice those thoughts. She hoped Qin Feng would deny her speculation, gazing at him with affectionate eyes, saying, "Of course not, I came to see you." Listening to Heather's question, Qin Feng nodded with a faint smile, then took out an ordinary storage ring from his backpack and placed it on the desk in front of Heather, speaking calmly. "Miss Heather, you are indeed insightful. You guessed my thoughts at a glance. Please help me assess how much the items inside are worth. I need to convert everything into cash." Feeling disappointed, Heather looked at Qin Feng with a rather resentful expression, feeling inexplicably blocked in her heart. "Insightful? How could that be? Can't you just deceive me a little? Even if just to say a white lie? Do you really understand?" Suppressing the storm within her heart, Heather bit her lip and picked up the storage ring that Qin Feng placed on the desk. It was an unremarkable storage ring worth just over 2,000 gold coins in the market, but Heather did not underestimate. Holding the ring, Heather activated her spiritual power to check the contents of the ring. Upon inspection, Heather was instantly stunned. The reason was simple: the items stored in this ring were far too many. Even someone like her, who dealt with money regularly, could not calculate the value of these goods in a short time. "Mr. Tianyi, there are too many items in this ring. I can't calculate their value right now. Please wait a moment. Oh, I will immediately call in a financial analyst to assist you." Hearing this, Qin Feng replied with a smile, "There's no rush. I have another matter to discuss with you this time." Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Heather's dimmed eyes suddenly brightened, and her heart filled with unspoken expectation. Apart from business, did he actually have something else to discuss with me? Could it be that those previous words were just a warm-up and his true intention is me? Thinking of this, Heather straightened her back, lifting her already ample bosom. Then she subtly tugged at the hem of her shirt, revealing her flawless curves to Qin Feng. After doing all this, Heather cleared her throat and feigned indifference as she asked, "Oh, what is this other matter? I just want to ask if you would be willing to leave the Mitchell family and come with me." Qin Feng spoke calmly, as if stating something true. However, when this sentence fell into Heather's ears, it instantly stirred up a tremendous wave in her heart. Leave the Mitchell, come with him. Was he really after me? No wonder he seeks me every time he sells something. No wonder he paid me such a large deposit in advance. So he has been eyeing me all along. What to do? How embarrassing. Should I agree to him? Would agreeing so easily make me I'm so conflicted. As she pondered, Heather's face suddenly flushed a shade more brilliant than the evening glow. Her eloquence faltered in that moment. Isn't it a bit early? How long have we known each other? This isn't good, is it? At least we should get to know each other better first, right? Who asks such questions right away? Listening to Heather's stammering voice, a playful smile appeared in Qin Feng's eyes. Qin Feng was not foolish. He had already seen from Heather's earlier resentful expression and her actions of tidying herself up that this woman had feelings for him. Previously, Qin Feng had deliberately made his words ambiguous to test Heather's reaction. If Heather did not express any aversion to such an unreasonable request, then Qin Feng's true purpose for this visit could be easily achieved. However, what Qin Feng did not expect was that this seemingly ordinary request made Heather panic and reveal her feeling. TSK. What a reaction. This looks promising. With a little more effort, it might just work. At worst, I could use my looks again and it won't be a huge loss. Looking at Heather, who was behaving unusually, her face flushed and her small hands unsure of where to place themselves, Qin Feng pretended not to notice her turmoil and gently explained, "Miss Heather, I think you should know that I will soon obtain a title and acquire a territory. I intend to entrust you with all logistical matters in my territory. I can assure you that as long as you are willing to work with me, you will become the financial queen of the entire divine domain continent." What Qin Feng said was not false. From the moment he sought a title from Chun Tianyang, he had already thought about what to do after obtaining the title and territory. After acquiring the territory, Qin Feng planned to find ways to wage war against the four great empires. In the divine domain, when it comes to the speed of seizing resources, nothing is more effective than war. However, the resources obtained through warfare were mostly insufficient for Qin Feng's current needs. He needed someone to convert these astronomical amounts of resources into cash. Heather, right in front of him, was the most suitable candidate. With this in mind, Qin Feng leaned forward unashamedly, using his charm to apply pressure on Heather. "So how about it? Are you interested? Is that how it is? I. 117, surrender." Listening to Qin Feng's explanation and observing the sincere expression on his face, she recalled how she had previously been so proud, raising her head and tugging at her clothes, flaunting herself. Heather felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. "You actually pretended to be clueless after I said something like that. I almost gave you my all, yet you still ask if I'm interested. Are you even a man? How could you do this?" Seeing Heather bury herself in silence due to social embarrassment, Qin Feng felt a surge of delight in his heart, yet on the surface he continued to play dumb, explaining earnestly, "What's wrong? Do you have difficulties? Is it that your family disapproves, or do you lack confidence in me?" He added, "I didn't ask you to completely sever ties with the Mittel family when I invited you to join me. I just want you to set aside your current affairs and focus on working for me. Besides, you have seen my strength, and I believe you need not worry at all in this regard." Listening to Qin Feng's explanation, Heather's heart was a whirlwind of emotions. Family disapproval. If you agreed, they would rush to put me in your bed. Lack of confidence in you. If I didn't trust you, would I have gifted you 10 legendary grade weapons? If I didn't trust you, would I give you everything without taking a cent? Watching Qin Feng explaining tirelessly, trying to present all the benefits, Heather felt an impulse to confront him. She wanted to slam her hand on the table, stand up, and shout at Qin Feng, cursing him for clearly knowing her thoughts, yet still pretending to be oblivious, remaining noncommittal. However, Heather suppressed this impulse within herself. She feared that if she exposed Qin Feng, they wouldn't even be able to conduct their transaction. She feared that breaking this delicate atmosphere would mean that they could never again share this ambiguous heart chatting about trivia. Thinking this way, Heather finally surrendered. She laid down her arms and capitulated. Even though she knew that this man before her only wanted to use her, she willingly fell into the trap. If I've been deceived, then so be it. It's nothing. With this thought, Heather suddenly felt relieved. She gently lifted her head, no longer hiding the flush on her face, gazing into Qin Feng's autumn-like eyes, and softly said, "I agree to your proposal. Oh, no more worries. Trust me, you won't regret your decision." "Is that so? But I'm already feeling a bit regretful." After experiencing social embarrassment, Heather gradually let go of herself, thinking of making Qin Feng feel awkward too. Yet how could someone with a skin as thick as a wall like Qin Feng fall for it? Qin Feng didn't even glance at Heather as he picked up another storage ring from the table and walked out of the office. The moment Qin Feng saw the storage ring, he had already released his spiritual sense to investigate what was inside. "They'll take these weapons for now. The cost will be deducted from the ring I gave you." Watching Qin Feng's departing back, Heather gritted her teeth. What if it's not enough? Just in case. Qin Feng paused slightly, but still did not turn back. "Then you'll just have to cover it for now, my esteemed logistics manager. I told you I regret it. I am not your logistics manager. I'm leaving now, bye." Qin Feng raised his right hand, waving it in a gesture of farewell. Then he left Heather's office and teleported back to his safe house. Looking at the spot where Qin Feng had vanished, Heather smiled, feeling satisfied and relieved. At this moment, a deeper connection had formed between her and Qin Feng. Although this bond was not as tight as that between lovers, it was far better than their previous transactional relationship. Safe house. After returning to the safe house, Qin Feng did not immediately take out the 10 epic grade weapons he had prepared to upgrade the Dragon Slayer blade to epic tier. Because in his backpack there were still over 7,000 divine enhancement stones unused, and he had 10 enchantment card draw boxes left unopened. To maximize benefits, he needed to enhance the Dragon Slayer blade first. You see, enhancing the Dragon Slayer blade is different from other weapons. It can forcibly seize enhancement traits and turn them into additional traits of the weapon itself. In other words, it allows these additional traits generated from enhancements to improve as the tier of the Dragon Slayer blade increases. Having discussed enhancements, let's talk about enchantments. The higher the tier of the weapon, the greater the failure rate of enchantments. Qin Feng had worked hard to obtain 10 enchantment card draw boxes, and he didn't want to waste these good items. With this in mind, Qin Feng took out his most powerful auxiliary tool, Goddess of Luck's brooch. Since he had used it 11 times previously, its durability had already dropped to 89 points. However, Qin Feng didn't feel sorry for it. Tools are meant to be used. As long as it can increase his strength, he wouldn't mind using the brooch until it was completely worn out. Moreover, Qin Feng's 8th talent is called Fate Master. Once he awakens this talent, whether he has the Goddess of Luck's brooch or not, it won't make a difference to him. With this thought, Qin Feng began the usual process, spending a fortune in the system mall to buy 10 cooldown resets. After buying the scrolls and repairing the hunter's set, Qin Feng proceeded with the subsequent steps. Ding! You have used cooldown reset scroll. The cooldown time of special item Goddess of Luck's brooch has reset. Ding! You have used Goddess of Luck's brooch. Your luck has increased. Current luck value is 135. Duration 5 minutes. Ding! You have used Goddess of Luck's brooch. Your luck has increased by 50 points. Current luck value is 585 points. Duration 5 minutes. After using the Goddess of Luck's brooch 10 times in a row, Qin Feng's luck value reached 585 points. Looking at his nearly 600 luck points, Qin Feng wasted no time and took out the various treasure chests he had obtained earlier, eager to start opening them. Ding! You have used random special item draw box. You have obtained the special item Equipment Recovery and Decomposition Device. Equipment Recovery and Decomposition Device. Type special item. Tier divine. Effect: recovers and decomposes equipment, restoring it into basic materials and gold. When recovering and decomposing equipment of legendary tier or above, there is an 80 chance of obtaining rare materials. Durability 100, 001, 0000. Description: a masterpiece by the legendary mechanic Qi Peijia, possessing miraculous abilities. After glancing at the information of the Equipment Recovery and Decomposition Device, Qin Feng felt that the Goddess of Luck's brooch was truly remarkable, as it allowed him to draw such a treasure. It's important to note that in the territory flow gameplay, many high-level buildings require special materials for construction. These special materials are extremely rare and can usually only be obtained from large dungeons or the abyss. However, with the Equipment Recovery and Decomposition Device, Qin Feng could directly decompose unwanted legendary tier equipment to obtain these rare materials. It couldn't be any more satisfying. With this thought, Qin Feng's gaze suddenly ignited with fervor as he continued his treasure opening spree. 118 unbox. Enchant. Inlay. Strengthen. You have opened 5 divine level random building blueprint treasure chests. You have obtained the basic building blueprint Tree of Life. You have obtained the basic building blueprint Moon, well upgradable. You have obtained the basic building blueprint Hunter's Hall. You have obtained the basic building blueprint War Tree. You have obtained the legendary building blueprint Elder's Hall. The sound of notifications rang in Qin Feng's ears, and after glancing at his gains, he felt quite satisfied. The 5 treasure chests he just opened directly provided him with all the fundamental conditions for overwhelming his enemies. With the Tree of Life, Qin Feng gained the ability to produce small sprites. The appearance of the moon well further allowed Qin Feng to possess an almost limitless population cap. There is no population limit as long as there are enough cottages, burrows, and moon wells, allowing for infinite population. The Hunter's Hall can be upgraded and can craft weapons and armor. The War Tree can transform the fragile sprites into powerful warriors. What excited Qin Feng the most was that he had actually drawn the legendary building Elder's Hall. With this building, Qin Feng could recruit heroes from the sprite race to serve as commanders for his army, leading them into battle. Thinking of this while marveling at his incredible luck, Qin Feng's fiery gaze swept over to the other treasure chests. You have opened 10 divine level enchanting card draw treasure chests. You have obtained divine level enchanting cards Proof of Giant Strength X2. You have obtained divine level enchanting cards Extreme Slaughter X2. You have obtained divine level enchanting cards Spell Source X3. You have obtained basic enchanting cards Durability X3. You have opened 10 divine level random gem draw treasure chests. You have obtained divine level gems Flame Crystal X3. You have obtained divine level gems Frozen Core X4. You have obtained divine level gems Dragon Blood Crystal X1. You have obtained divine level gems 4 Element Gem X1. You have obtained divine level gems Eye of Scotty X1. Looking at the rewards from these 20 treasure chests, Qin Feng was so excited he could almost jump up. The rewards from this round of unboxing were simply overwhelming. Although some items were unusable for him, such as Spell Source, Durability, Flame Crystal, and Frozen Core, the remaining enchanting cards and gems were definitely usable. Thinking of this, Qin Feng began to categorize the items, placing the useful ones in front of him, while tossing the useless ones into his backpack, preparing to sell them. Proof of Giant Strength type, enchanting card rank, divine rank limitation, melee weapons effect grants enchanted weapons a 1000 damage splash radius. Extreme Slaughter type, enchanting card rank, divine rank limitation, melee weapons effect grants enchanted weapons a 100 damage increase. Dragon Blood Crystal type, gem rank, divine rank limitation, universal for all weapons effect grants weapons the inlay effect 2500 strength. 4 element gem type, gem rank, divine rank limitation, universal for all weapons effect grants weapons the inlay effect 500 strength, 500 intelligence, 500 agility, 500 constitution. Eye of Scotty type, gem rank, divine rank limitation, universal for all weapons effect grants weapons the inlay effect. When dealing damage, it inflicts ice curse effect, reducing the target's healing, recovery, and lifesteal effects by 50. After looking at these 5 enchanting cards and gems that could be used on the Dragon Slayer, Qin Feng revealed a smile only a proud father could have. Although he hadn't completed the enchanting and inlaying, yet he could already imagine how powerful the Dragon Slayer would become with the enhancement of these treasures. Thinking of this, Qin Feng began the enchanting and inlaying. You have used the divine level enchanting card Proof of Giant Strength on the Dragon Slayer. The enchanting assessment has begun and the enchanting has failed. You have used the divine level enchanting card Proof of Giant Strength on the Dragon Slayer. The enchanting assessment has begun and the enchanting has succeeded. The Dragon Slayer has gained the enchanting effect, granting a 1000 damage splash radius. You have used the divine level enchanting card Extreme Slaughter on the Dragon Slayer. The enchanting assessment has begun and the enchanting has failed. You have used the divine level enchanting card Extreme Slaughter on the Dragon Slayer. The enchanting assessment has begun and the enchanting has succeeded. The Dragon Slayer has gained the enchanting effect, granting a 100 damage increase. You have inlaid the divine level gem Dragon Blood Crystal into the Dragon Slayer. The Dragon Slayer has gained the inlay effect, strength 2500. You have inlaid the divine level gem 4 element gem into the Dragon Slayer. The Dragon Slayer has gained the inlay effect, strength 500, agility 500, power 500, constitution 500. You have inlaid the divine level gem Eye of Scotty into the Dragon Slayer. The Dragon Slayer has gained the inlay effect, damage inflicts ice curse effect, reducing the target's healing, recovery, and lifesteal effects by 50. Listening to the sounds of notifications ringing in his ears, Qin Feng did not rush to admire the enhancement of the Dragon Slayer. He pulled out over 7,000 divine level strengthening stones from his backpack and began a frenzied strengthening session. You have used a divine level strengthening stone to strengthen the level 44 legendary weapon Dragon Slayer. The strengthening assessment has begun and the strengthening has succeeded. Congratulations, player. Strengthening successful. Current equipment Dragon Slayer strengthening level 1. Current strengthening level is 11. Current equipment base attributes have been strengthened. Please open the equipment panel to check. You have used a perfect level strengthening stone to strengthen the level 44 legendary weapon Dragon Slayer. The strengthening assessment has begun and the strengthening has succeeded. Congratulations, player. Strengthening successful. Current equipment Dragon Slayer strengthening level 1. Current strengthening level is 13. Current equipment base attributes have been strengthened. Please open the equipment panel to check. After strengthening the Dragon Slayer to level 13, Qin Feng did not waste any time and took out the Hunter's set. You have used a divine level strengthening stone to strengthen the Hunter's cloak. The strengthening assessment has begun and the strengthening has succeeded. You have used a divine level strengthening stone to strengthen the Hunter's armband. The strengthening assessment has begun and the strengthening has succeeded. You have used a divine level strengthening stone to strengthen the Hunter's boots. The strengthening assessment has begun and the strengthening has succeeded. You have used a divine level strengthening stone to strengthen the Butcher's pendant. The strengthening assessment has begun and the strengthening has succeeded. You have used a divine level strengthening stone to strengthen the Butcher's armor. The strengthening assessment has begun and the strengthening has succeeded. You have used a divine level strengthening stone to strengthen the Butcher's mask. The strengthening assessment has begun and the strengthening has succeeded. After a series of mechanical notifications, Qin Feng successfully strengthened the Dragon Slayer Hunter's set and Butcher's set all to 13. Looking at the pile of equipment strengthened to 13 in front of him, Qin Feng eagerly opened the status panels of these items. 119 Slayer's set. Unlocked. Hunter's Emblem Diamond Tier. Type Set Core 13. Level 50. Enhancement Level 13. Rank Diamond Tier. Attack Power 6800. Restriction Warrior. Durability 100, 001, 0000. Additional attributes: Strength 400, Agility 400, Constitution 300, Intelligence 300. Set effect. 1. Minor Energy Shield grants a shield that can absorb 1 points of damage for 60 minutes. 2. Frenzy grants a 100 cooldown reduction for 15 seconds, with a cooldown of 60 minutes. 3. Ignore level restriction. Once all 3 equipment pieces are gathered, they can be equipped regardless of the user's level. Enhanced additional attributes. 1. Enhanced additional attribute provides a 20 critical hit probability, stunning the target for 1 second upon triggering. 2. Enhanced additional attribute provides a 50 stamina boost. Description: A dream set for the warrior class. It has been unlocked by the player heavens, will becoming exclusive equipment for this player, and cannot be sold. Not transferable. Hunter's Cloak Diamond Tier. Type Set Component 13. Level 50. Enhancement Level 13. Rank Diamond Tier. Defense 2000. Restriction Warrior. Durability 100, 001, 0000. Additional attributes strength 400, agility 400, constitution 300, intelligence 300. Set effect shares the set effect with Hunter's emblem. Enhanced additional attributes. 1. Enhanced additional attribute provides a 20 evasion. 2. Enhanced additional attribute provides a 100 full status recovery. Description: a dream set for the warrior class. It has been unlocked by the player heavens, will becoming exclusive equipment for this player, and cannot be sold. Not transferable. Hunter's Boots Legendary Tier. Typeset Component, 13. Level 60. Enhancement Level 13. Rank Legendary Tier. Movement Speed, 3000. Restriction Warrior. Durability 100, 001, 0000. Additional attributes strength, 400, agility, 400, constitution, 300, intelligence, 300. Set effect shares the set effect with Hunter's emblem. Enhanced additional attributes. 1. Enhanced additional effect movement speed increases by 50. 2. Enhanced additional effect movement speed increases by 200. Description: a dream set for the warrior class. It has been unlocked by the player heavens, will becoming exclusive equipment for this player, and cannot be sold. Not transferable. After enhancing to 13, each piece of the Hunter's set has received an additional 50 boost to its base attributes, and gained a new enhanced attribute. While the increase may not be significant, it is still fairly standard, so it is not a loss. Seeing the changes in the Hunter's set, Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction, and then turned his attention to the Slayer's set he had received. Unlike the Hunter's set, the Slayer's set is an 80-level epic tier equipment. Enhancing such high-level equipment to 13 will certainly yield results that the legendary tier Hunter's set cannot compare to. Slayer's Armor Epic. Typeset Core 13. Level 80. Enhancement Level 13. Rank Epic Tier. Health 20,000. Restriction Warrior. Durability 10000100000. Additional attributes. 1. Constitution 2400. 2. 400 stamina increase. 3. 200 health increase. Set effect: Slayer State. When activated for every creature slain, all attributes increase by 1. Duration 5 minutes. Cooldown 1 hour. Mana cost 200 points. Set effect unlocked after completing the set wearing. Enhanced additional attributes. 1. Enhanced additional attribute gain a 300 stamina increase. 2. Enhanced additional attribute gain a 150 health increase. Description: this is a legendary set that can only be wielded by a true conqueror of life and death. Slayer's Mask Epic. Typeset Component, 13. Level 80. Enhancement Level 13. Rank Epic Tier. Dynamic Vision, 5000. Restriction Warrior. Durability 10000100000. Additional attributes. 1. Agility, 1200, intelligence, 1200. 2. 25, all-purpose life steal. 3. True Vision. Set effect shares the set effect with Slayer's Armor. Enhanced additional attributes. 1. Enhanced additional attribute gain a 300 mental power increase. 2. Enhanced additional attribute gain a 300 dynamic vision increase and a 300 neural reflex speed increase. Description: this is a legendary set that can only be wielded by a true conqueror of life and death. Slayer's Chain Epic. Typeset Component, 13. Level 80. Enhancement Level 13. Rank Epic Tier. Attack Power 9000. Restriction Warrior. Durability 10000100000. Additional attributes. 1. Strength 2400. 2. 100 damage increase. 3. Virtual Rift. Slip into the Virtual Rift, becoming untargetable. Cooldown 15 seconds. Set effect shares the set effect with Slayer's Armor. Enhanced additional attributes. 1. Enhanced additional attribute gain a 50 damage increase. 2. Enhanced additional attribute when affected by stun, lock, knockback, freeze, chaos, etc. Activate control effect immunity with a success probability of 20. Description: this is a legendary set that can only be wielded by a true conqueror of life and death. After reading the information about the Slayer's set, Qin Feng was greatly shocked. Unlike the somewhat flashy abilities of the Hunter's set, the core utility of the Slayer's set can be summarized in one sentence. That is to fully enhance the user's frontline combat capabilities. Not to mention the set effect Slayer State can provide a significant boost to Qin Feng during battle. Even just the base attributes provided by these 3 pieces of equipment are already terrifying. Directly increasing Qin Feng's strength and constitution by 2400 points and agility and intelligence by 1200 points. Adding to that the passive boosts from the set itself and the enhancements gained after reaching 13. This transformed Qin Feng, whose damage potential was already explosively superior to that of a mage, into a powerhouse with tank-like defenses and assassin-like reaction capabilities, turning Qin Feng into a truly formidable hexagonal warrior. With this thought, Qin Feng smiled faintly, used 3 level restriction removal scrolls to lift the level restriction of the Slayer's set, and then donned the Slayer's set. Then Qin Feng turned his gaze towards the Dragon Slayer Blade. 120 Blade of Dragon Slaying. Promotion to Epic. At this moment, the Blade of Dragon Slaying had only completed enhancement, inlay, and enchantment, but had not yet achieved promotion. Thinking of this, Qin Feng directly opened the storage ring he retrieved from Heather, taking out 9 epic-grade weapons. Then he took out an epic-grade weapon, the Blade of Annihilation, which he obtained during the first kill of Dai Ying. In the Divine Realm, any epic-grade weapon brought to the auction house could sell for at least 2 billion gold coins. Even for a powerful force like the Mytel auction house, the acquisition cost would not be less than 1.5 billion. Looking at the 10 epic-grade weapons in front of him, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. The promotion of the Blade of Dragon Slaying does not consume weapons, it consumes gold coins. However, despite the regret, Qin Feng could still distinguish what was more important. Compared to the promotion of the Blade of Dragon Slaying, 100 billion gold coins were merely a pile of filthy dirt. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng took out the Blade of Dragon Slaying, placing it in the center of the 10 epic-grade weapons, and began the promotion. Half an hour later, the Blade of Dragon Slaying erupted with a dazzling brilliance, successfully completing its promotion. Qin Feng felt a surge of joy in his heart, and quickly checked the information of the Blade of Dragon Slaying. Blade of Dragon Slaying Growth-type weapon. Level 44 based on user's level. Enhancement level 13. Tier Epic. Attack power 14080, enhanced 13, base attack power, increased by 100. Enchantments. 1. Limit Break provides a 50 damage increase. 2. Limit Massacre provides a 100 damage increase. 3. Proof of Giant Strength provides a 1000 damage splash range. Inlays. 1. Dragon Blood Crystal 2400 Strength. 2. For Elements Gem 500 Strength, 500 Agility, 500 Power, 500 Constitution. 3. Eye of Scotty damage carries the Ice Curse effect, reducing the target's healing, recovery, and lifesteal effects by 50. Note: only 3 gems can be inlaid, the previous 2 gems were deducted. Additional features. 1. Strength 3600. 2. Devour Spirit. For every unit killed, the Blade Spirit's strength increases by 1. 3. Symbiosis. Each time the Blade Spirit devours a spirit, the character Tiany's spirit strength increases by 1. 4. Transcendence. When attacking, additional 200 extra damage. 5. Temporal Delay. When attacking, there is a 5 chance to cause the Temporal Delay effect. Once successfully determined, it ignores resistance rules and authority, is unaffected by any effects, and forcibly pulls the target into an absolute stasis state for 1 second. 6. Dimensional Cut. When attacking, there is a 5 chance to cause the Dimensional Cut effect. Once successfully determined, it ignores resistance rules and authority, is unaffected by any effects, and causes Dimensional Cut damage, with damage value equal to the current actual attack damage total x 300. 7. Judgment. When attacking, there is a 50 chance to apply the Judgment effect. After a successful determination, it ignores state resistance, reducing the target's defense by 75 and abnormal state resistance by 75. 75. Total State Recovery. Originally an additional feature of Enhancement 10A, changed due to the legendary growth-type weapon Blade of Dragon Slaying enhancement effect, forcibly altered and changed to an equipment additional feature. 8. Trial. When attacking, there is a 50 chance to cause a lock effect. After a successful determination, it ignores state resistance, locking all actions of the target for 5 seconds. Originally an additional feature of Enhancement 10. 9. Execution. When attacking an enemy with current health below 30, there is a 50 chance to trigger the execution. Once successfully determined, it ignores resistance rules and authority, is unaffected by any effects, and forcibly executes. Originally an additional feature of Enhancement 10. 10. Corrosion. When attacking, there is a 20 chance to trigger the Corrosion Judgment. Once successfully determined, it ignores level state resistance rules and authority, forcibly corroding the target's rank and base attributes, decreasing their level by 1 per second, lasting for 6 seconds. Originally an additional feature of Enhancement 13A, changed due to the legendary growth-type weapon Blade of Dragon Slaying enhancement effect, forcibly altered and changed to an equipment additional feature. 11. Void Erasure. When attacking, there is a 1 chance to trigger the Void Erasure Judgment. Once successfully determined, it ignores level state resistance rules and authority, is unaffected by any effects, and forcibly erases half of the target's maximum health. Originally an additional feature of Enhancement 13. 12. Desperation. When attacking, there is a 0.05 chance to trigger the Desperation Judgment. Once successfully determined, it ignores level state resistance rules and authority, is unaffected by any effects, and forcibly erases the target's existence. Originally an additional feature of Enhancement 13. Active Skills. 1. Blade Flash teleports to any point within 10,000 yards and dispels all abnormal states and the effects of rules and authority. It can be used with the Blade Spirit even when unable to act. Cooldown time 4 seconds. 2. Spirit of the Blade accommodates the Blade Spirit within oneself, increasing movement speed by 500, attack speed by 500, nerve reflex speed by 200, dynamic vision by 500, abnormal state resistance by 500, and immunity to soul damage. Lasts for 10 minutes. Cooldown 30 minutes. 3. Heaven and Earth 1 Blade Slash. Effect releases the Blade Spirit, locking onto all targets within perception range, ignoring level defense state resistance rules and authority, unaffected by any effects, unleashing the strongest strike, dealing character Tiany's base attack power. Blade of Dragon Slaying's attack power X. Blade of Dragon Slaying's damage increase effect X. Blade Spirit Strength damage. Consumption. Blade Spirit Strength reduced to 0. Release restriction. Blade Spirit Strength must exceed 1 million points. Cooldown none. Durability never wears out. Restrictions. The Blade of Dragon Slaying is locked as the exclusive equipment of character Tiany, cannot be traded and cannot be used by others. Enhancement restriction. The growth type weapon Blade of Dragon Slaying has been enhanced to 13 and can no longer use normal enhancement materials. Each time the Blade of Dragon Slaying is used to slay a deity, it automatically gains 1 enhancement point. When enhancement points are full, it automatically enters the next enhancement level. Current enhancement points 010000. Introduction. Exclusive equipment of player Tianyi with the potential to become a divine artifact. After reading the introduction of the Blade of Dragon Slaying, Qin Feng's excitement was almost uncontrollable. As with the last time, this enhancement similarly granted the Blade of Dragon Slaying 3 additional features. Moreover, the effects of these 3 additional features were also altered by the Blade of Dragon Slaying into its own additional feature effects, effectively unlocking them in advance. Even more terrifying, these 3 newly added effects due to enhancement possessed the power to threaten deities. This made Qin Feng much more composed when facing enemies above the divine level. Apart from these 3 additional effects gained from enhancement, the changes from the Blade of Dragon Slaying's promotion to epic tier were also significant. Firstly, from this moment on, every time Qin Feng used the Blade of Dragon Slaying to kill a living being, he would gain 1 point of spirit strength. As long as he killed enough, he would be unafraid of any soul damage. Secondly, the original absolute delay and shatter had also transformed into the more terrifying temporal delay and dimensional cut due to this promotion. Although the triggering probability decreased from 70 to 5, its actual effect was increased by more than 100 times. Finally, the greatest enhancement was the newly acquired equipment skill Heaven and Earth 1 Blade Slash. It is no exaggeration to say that this skill is the most terrifying skill Qin Feng has ever seen in both of his lifetimes. Its terrifying damage capability is sufficient to obliterate deities into dust. However, while this skill's damage capability is outstanding, its cost is also unbearable. Once this skill is released, the blade spirit strength will be reduced to 0. Just looking at it made Qin Feng feel an inexplicable heartache. I hope I never have to use this ability in this life. Qin Feng sighed deeply, silently praying in his heart. Then he opened his backpack and took out some other spoils of war that he had yet to digest, and began to examine them. Tier 5 title. Master level swordsmanship specialization. Apart from equipment, gold treasure chests, and experience points. This time Qin Feng also obtained several titles from the World Dungeon and a scroll of master level swordsmanship specialization. First, let's discuss the titles. This time Qin Feng received 3 titles: Silent Hunter, Legion Destroyer, and Bloodthirst. Prior to this, Qin Feng had already checked the effects of Silent Hunter, so now he turned his attention to the other 2 titles. Legion Destroyer Tier 4. Type title Tier 4 effect. When equipped, it causes absolute suppression against dungeon creatures below level 70 within a range of 1000 yards. Description: the Great Legion Destroyer, the creatures of the dungeon shall tremble beneath your feet. Bloodthirsty Azura Tier 5 title type title Tier 5 effect 1. When equipped, it provides a 45 lifesteal effect. 2. When equipped, it instills a fear effect on any creature within a range of 200 yards with attributes lower than yours. This effect activates once per hour on the same creature and lasts for 6 seconds. The wearer can choose whether to release pressure. No cooldown. Description: a Bloodthirsty Azura, an undefeated war god, a badge of the Supreme. After reviewing the effects of these 2 titles, Qin Feng did not hesitate to equip the Tier 5 Bloodthirsty Azura. Not to mention the impressive 45 lifesteal effect. Just the 6 seconds of fear was enough to make Qin Feng extremely excited. He had always been a loyal fan of Wang Lufei and had longed to possess his conqueror's haki. Now Bloodthirsty Azura had in a way fulfilled this wish of Qin Feng's. After equipping the title, he turned his gaze towards the Master-level Swordsmanship Specialization Scroll set aside. Master-level Swordsmanship Specialization Scroll type, consumable scroll effect, grants the user Master-level Swordsmanship Specialization. Restrictions: Warrior description, a skill only mastered by swordsmanship masters. With it you will possess unparalleled. After reading the description of the scroll, Qin Feng used it without hesitation. In the next moment, an indescribable understanding arose from within Qin Feng. Ding player Tianyi has used the Master-level Swordsmanship Specialization Scroll, mastering Master-level Swordsmanship Specialization, gaining a 50 damage increase when using sword-type weapons. Hearing the prompt in his ear and digesting the insights that arose in his mind, Qin Feng shifted his gaze to his character panel for a review. Tianyi Job Warrior Crimson Overlord Tier 1. Level 44 health, 3400 mana, 91780 attack power, 505 defense, 77490 strength, 225 note blood control counts only raw strength intelligence, 4589 constitution, 5749 agility, 4892 luck, 85 free attribute points, 0 skill points, 57 critical, rate 100 talent. Tenfold critical damage 100 talent, tenfold critical talents activated, tenfold critical, tenfold attack, speed, infinite firepower, infinite growth. Tenfold critical chance 100, critical damage 1000. Tenfold attack speed increased by 1000. Infinite firepower skill cooldown time reduced by 90, no mana cost. Infinite growth, each time you kill a unit increase health by 1. Not activated absolute resistance, god-slaying power, forced enslavement, fate, domination, absolute, invincibility, time reversal. Skills: Heavenly Flying, Immortal, level 11 Phantom Double, level 11 Advanced Defense, max 1 Advanced Recovery, max 1 Specialized Skills: Crimson Blade, level 11 Crimson Mark, level 11 Crimson Guillotine, level 11 crimson power. Level 11 blood magic well max 1 blood control max 1 crimson, duel max 1 crimson, kingdom max 1 blood fury max 1 equipment skills dragon slaying flash spirit of the blade heaven and earth 1 / minor energy, shield frenzy slaughter state virtual reality rift weapon. Specialization master level swordsmanship specialization effect. When using sword type weapons damage increases by an additional 50. Current equipment dragon slaying blade hunters cloak hunters emblem hunters boot slaughterers armor slaughterers mass slaughterers chain current special items goddess of lux brooch current equipped title bloodthirsty azura tier 5 remaining titles legion destroyer tier 4 slaughterer tier 4 silent hunter tier 3 dungeon hunter tier 3 pig-headed destroyer tier 1 rat catcher tier 1 inventory undead summoning order equipment recycling device several gems several building blueprints several enchantment cards 5 billion gold 1.0 grams of neo or metal 1267 perfect enhancement stones 1688 divine level enhancement stones. After reviewing his character panel, Qin Feng smiled happily. The gains from this world dungeon and the underground were indeed somewhat outrageous. He couldn't think of another way to achieve such a great improvement in a short time other than starting a national war. Thinking of the national war, Qin Feng recalled the transaction between him and Chun Tianyang, reminiscing about the title and territory that were about to be his. However, just as Qin Feng was fantasizing about sweeping the entire continent with his army, a system prompt sounded unceremoniously in his ear. Ding player online duration has reached its limit. A forced logout will occur in 1 minute. Timing begins now. Hearing the prompt sound in his ear, Qin Feng reluctantly stopped his daydream and chose to log off. After returning to the real world, Qin Feng pushed open the hatch of the game pod and walked out. Looking at the room, which had accumulated a bit of dust, Qin Feng smiled, faintly shook his head, and pressed the bell nearby to summon a servant to help him clean. Then Qin Feng opened his phone and ordered a feast from the private restaurant in the community. After doing all this, he slowly walked into the bathroom and took a satisfying hot shower. After the shower, the takeaway he ordered also arrived. After devouring it, Qin Feng returned to his bedroom and fell asleep. The next morning, Qin Feng woke up feeling refreshed. After washing up, he walked into the living room, grabbed some food to swallow hastily, and then entered the game pod to start a new round of endeavors. With a creak, the sound of a door opening echoed in Qin Feng's ears. At the same time, he returned to his safe house. Ding Tianyi welcomes you back. The familiar prompt sound rang out, and Qin Feng stretched his neck and walked towards the exit of the safe house. As he pushed open the door, before Qin Feng could take a step forward, he saw Qin Tianyang running towards him with an excited expression, holding a golden decree. 122 Rest assured, I have a great personality. Regarding Qin Tianyang being able to find his safe haven, Qin Feng was not the least bit surprised. After all, the entire Maple Leaf City could be considered his, and locating Qin Feng within the city was not a difficult task. Lost in thought, Qin Tianyang had already run up to Qin Feng, unfurling the bright yellow imperial edict in his hand. Congratulations, Mr. Tianyi. Perhaps before long I shall have to address you as Duke. There is no need for such formality, Your Highness the Third Prince, just call me Tianyi. Glancing briefly at the contents of the edict, Qin Feng automatically disregarded the unnecessary words, extracting only one useful piece of information from it. That is to summon him to the imperial capital of the Maple Leaf Empire to attend the Duke's conferral ceremony. Noticing Qin Feng's gaze shifting away from the edict, Qin Tianyang spoke softly, Are you ready? Once you're ready, we shall set off. Qin Feng nodded lightly, addressing Qin Tianyang, Then I must trouble Your Highness. Haha, it's no trouble at all. Qin Tianyang chuckled heartily, striding ahead and leading Qin Feng towards the teleportation array in Maple Leaf City. 10 minutes later, after using over 10 teleportation arrays, Qin Feng and Qin Tianyang finally arrived at the imperial capital of the Maple Leaf Empire. As they stepped out of the teleportation array, a mechanical prompt suddenly sounded in Qin Feng's ear. Ding dong, congratulations on reaching the imperial capital of the Maple Leaf Empire, achieving the title of the first player in the imperial capital, earning 2,000 achievement points and 2,000 gold coins. Upon hearing this system prompt, Qin Feng lifted his head and surveyed the magnificent imperial capital before him. One must admit, even though Qin Feng had seen this imperial capital once in his past life, the sense of awe he felt upon seeing it again in this life was still undiminished. This was a grand city so magnificent that it made one feel small, standing for nearly 70,000 years in the entire Divine Domain continent. Over the past 70,000 years, the assaults of rain and snow have left this city with a mottled taste of time. Savoring the flavor that could only be distilled through ages, Qin Feng couldn't help but recall his own country. Huaxia has endured for over 5,000 years. This period seems long, but in the scale of the universe it is but a fleeting moment. In this life of rebirth, Qin Feng wished to transform this fleeting moment into eternity. To do so, he must elevate his strength to a level capable of overpowering the celestial deities and vanquishing countless demonic lords before the impending calamity arrives. Just as Qin Feng was lost in thought, a palace knight stationed in front of the teleportation array slowly approached him and Your Highness, Mr. Tianyi, His Majesty has sent us to escort you both to the royal city. MHM. Qin Tianyang nodded lightly and said, Lead the way. At your command. The palace knight replied with a cupped fist, then signaled his companions to quickly form an 8x8 formation, clearing a path for Qin Feng and his companion. Seeing such a display, the citizens of the imperial capital began to discuss among themselves. The person next to the third prince must be that Tianny from the legends. Wow, he is so handsome. I think so too. When I first heard he killed Ernest and suppressed the underground passage, I thought he was a middle-aged man. I never expected him to be such a young, handsome guy. Oh, Tianny, I want to bear your children. What kind of quality is that? With a group of you harlots, do you think you deserve to be in the imperial capital? Tianny, I love you. Look at me quickly, look at me. Have you heard? This guy killed Ernest when he was only in his 20s. What did you say? I haven't read much, don't lie to me. Why would I lie to you? Everyone knows about this, nobody knows how he cultivated to have such immense power at just over. Hey, comparison makes one feel inferior. As they chatted excitedly, Qin Feng and the others quickly entered the royal city, arriving at the palace. Upon reaching the palace, Chen Tianyang skillfully led Qin Feng to the entrance of the meeting hall. You two wait here for a moment, allow me to report. As soon as they arrived at the entrance, a burly man quickly approached them and spoke with great respect. Hearing the guard's words, Chen Tianyang smiled lightly and waved his hand. Thank you. After his words fell, the guard bowed again and then jogged into the hall. Seizing the opportunity while the guard went to report, Chen Tianyang walked up to Qin Feng and whispered, I just received news that someone might cause you trouble at the conferral ceremony. Just endure a bit, it won't affect the outcome. Cause me trouble. Qin Feng's brows furrowed, looking at Chen Tianyang in confusion. Noticing Qin Feng's gaze, Chen Tianyang did not hide it and explained softly, this matter is somewhat related to me. The black cult you destroyed is precisely what my political enemies are targeting. Originally, because of the black cult affair, they were already very dissatisfied with you. Now adding my situation, they really cannot stand to see you doing well. However, don't worry, these people only dare to annoy you verbally. As long as you don't fall for their tricks, this won't affect your confirm. I have a great personality, you don't need to worry about this. Qin Feng replied calmly. Alright, I believe you. After receiving Qin Feng's response, Chen Tianyang finally relaxed, and then he fell silent, anxiously waiting for the. Moments later, a voice that was neither male nor female echoed from within the hall. His Majesty has an edict summoning Prince Jingbei, Chen Tianyang, and Commoner Tianny to meet. Upon hearing this voice, Chen Tianyang nudged Qin Feng's arm and said, follow me, take it slow, don't rush. Qin Feng nodded, and then followed Chen Tianyang as they proceeded. Soon they passed through the grand doors and entered the magnificent hall. Upon entering, Qin Feng sensed a scorching gaze within the hall scrutinizing him from head to toe. Feeling displeased, he raised his eyes to meet the gaze. Their eyes met, and Qin Feng saw the old Emperor Qin Sheng of the Maple Leaf Empire. In that instant, the entire hall came to a halt due to the collision of their gazes. Every person in the hall shared the same thought. Who is this brash youth daring to meet the Emperor's gaze on his first visit? Isn't this looking for death? Noticing Qin Feng's bold stare at his irritable father, cold sweat began to pour down Chen Tianyang's back. Is this what you call having a great personality? You started off by locking gazes with the Emperor. What harm is there in lowering? Feeling the increasingly unpleasant atmosphere within the grand hall, Chen Tianyang was in a state of anxious urgency. In order to provide an opportunity for the two locked in gaze, he stepped forward, bent deeply at the waist, and cupped his hands in salute, saying, I, Chen Tianyang, pay my respects to His Majesty the Emperor. After finishing this statement, Chen Sheng also withdrew his gaze and nodded slightly at Chen Tianyang. Seeing this, Qin Feng also retracted his gaze, casually cupping his hands, and said, this humble citizen Tianny has come to see His Majesty. After saying this, Qin Feng continued to observe the Emperor of the Maple Leaf Empire before him. However, the sharpness in his eyes had noticeably diminished. One must admit that Chen Sheng was a very wise emperor. The deep lines etched on his face told the story of a life filled with hardships. With his deep, profound eyes, just a glance was enough to convince one that this person was no ordinary individual. While Qin Feng observed Chen Sheng was also sizing up Qin Feng. Similarly, during this observation, Chen Sheng showed Qin Feng ample respect. From that initial glance and the hint in his heart, Chen Sheng had already realized Qin Feng's true identity. After contemplating for a moment, Chen Sheng spoke directly, Tianny, do you know why you were summoned here today? I do. That's good to hear. Someone bring forth the Duke's token. I wish to personally confer it upon Tianny. With a wave of his hand, Chen Sheng signaled for his subordinates to bring up the prepared token. Just then a discordant voice echoed throughout the grand hall. Your Majesty, think carefully. This matter cannot proceed. With that, a middle-aged man stepped out from the ranks, standing in the center of the hall. Upon hearing this, Chen Sheng narrowed his eyes, discreetly glanced at his eldest son, and then slowly asked, oh, what could possibly be wrong? Hearing the Emperor's question, the middle-aged minister did not appear flustered, clearly having prepared his remarks in advance. He took a step forward and spoke loudly, as far as I know, when the avatar of Ernest was slain, this Tianny seemed to be merely at level 20. How could he possibly accomplish what many level 70 knights and others in Maple Leaf City could not? In my view, he is nothing but a complete seed of conspiracy sent by Ernest and those underground monsters to corrupt. Only this explanation accounts for how a level 20 individual could slay the level 80 avatar of Ernest. Only this explains why his level has rapidly risen to over 40 in such a short time. I dare say, this is not growth. It is revival. He, like Ernest, is nothing but an underground monster. As the man's words fell, a chilling atmosphere spread throughout the hall. Countless ministers turned their heads to look at Qin Feng, whispering amongst themselves. Observing this organized opposition, Chen Sheng smiled lightly and said to Tianny, Tianny, would you care to explain? Hearing his father's words and glancing at the expressionless Qin Feng, Chen Tianyang felt a surge of urgency. Although he had received intelligence that someone in the court would make things difficult for Qin Feng, he had not expected it to be so fierce this time, forcing Qin Feng toward a dead end. His phew. Shun Tianyang let out a long breath, finally making up his mind. He cupped his hands and was about to stand up to ask Qin Feng to explain. However, before he could speak, Qin Feng's calm voice rang in his ears. All right. Hearing this, Chun Tianyang's eyes lit up, thinking, grandfather, please explain quickly, you scared me to death. However, this excitement did not last long as Qin Feng drew his sword. What the hell? What is he planning to do? Is there a need to explain with a sword? Shun Tianyang was shaken to his core, yet how could he with his weak strength hope to stop Qin Feng after his surge in power? Before Qin Tianyang could react, Qin Feng had already struck. With a swift whoosh, Qin Feng activated the dragon slashing flash, appearing before the middle-aged man. At the same time, a crimson aura erupted from Qin Feng, instantly boosting his impressive attack power of 500 to 3000, and granted Qin Feng true damage capabilities. Soon after, a blood-red mark quietly appeared on the middle-aged man's body, which was the scarlet mark. Swish, swish, swish. The blazing blade light flashed, accompanied by the splattering blood damage values only visible to Qin Feng appeared above the man's head. 30 million 3x various damage, increases X critical damage, 30 million, no critical blood, activated ordinary strike. 30 million, 30 million. In the blink of an eye, this man who had come to stir trouble was slain under Qin Feng's blade. Ding dong, you have killed the military minister of the Maple Leaf Empire, Li Gaodang. Epic level, Chun Tian's favorability toward you decreased by 50, current favorability, 20, a relationship extremely disliked. Hearing this notification, Qin Feng expressionlessly sheathed the dragon slashing blade, glanced around, and spoke slowly. At that time, this is how I killed Ernest. Are there still any doubts? I can explain it to you again. As these words left his mouth, the ministers in the hall instantly erupted in chaos. The court expert who had been guarding Qin Sheng's back also fixed a sharp gaze upon Qin Feng. You reckless boy. You scoundrel. Disturbing the peace with weapons. Someone. Capture this scoundrel. How dare you openly slay a court minister before His Majesty? You clearly show no respect for His Majesty. As the clamor erupted, nearly 100 guards surged into the grand hall. Each of these guards possessed strength above level 70. However, Qin Feng did not exhibit the slightest fear. He merely flicked his fingers, and Li Gaotang's blood instantly condensed into over 70 crimson blades due to insufficient blood. Then Qin Feng directly activated the Scarlet Kingdom, enveloping the entire grand hall within his domain. Ding dong, you have activated the Scarlet Kingdom. The domain lasts for 30 seconds. Within the domain, player Tianyi gains the ability to lock powers. Each lock consumes 200 health points. With the mechanical notification echoing, the crimson aura instantly enveloped a space of 20,000 yards around Qin Feng, wrapping the entire grand hall. Within this domain, everyone felt an almost endless pressure. And the source of this pressure was the indifferent Qin Feng. Try making a move. 124, the Duke's enfeefment. Qin Feng's voice, as calm as still water, echoed in the grand hall, freezing all those with ulterior motives in their tracks. Each person searched for courage in the eyes of others, hoping to draw strength from them. However, under Qin Feng's terrifying pressure, all of them were reduced to nothing but cowards. They were not fools. From this blood-red domain of power, they sensed a force capable of sealing even rules and authority. This force was something they could not contend with. Your Majesty, should I intervene? The powerful figure who had been guarding Qin Sheng's back quietly inquired, observing the tense atmosphere. On the dragon throne, the old emperor Qin Sheng smiled, watching it all unfold as if it were a splendid drama. No need, he bears no intent to kill, who just accompany me in watching the play. Yes. With the emperor's tacit approval, the situation remained at a standstill. The Grand Prince of the Empire, Chun Tianzi, gritted his teeth in anger at the scene. From the moment he learned that Chun Tianyang had recommended Qin Feng for the title of Duke, Chun Tianzi had orchestrated this entire spectacle. However, he did not expect Qin Feng to be so resolute, not only refusing to back down under Li Gaotang's doubts, but instead directly slaying him. As this thought crossed his mind, Chun Tianzi could no longer hold back. He stepped out from the crowd, pointing at Qin Feng's nose, ready to curse. Yet just as he was about to speak, Qin Feng appeared before him in a flash, pressing the blood-stained dragon slayer blade against Qin Tianzi's neck. In the next moment, Qin Feng looked up at Qin Sheng and asked nonchalantly, Your Majesty, what will you do if I slay yours? As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the grand hall turned bizarre. Every minister looked at Qin Feng with expressions of disbelief, completely forgetting the terror they had felt earlier. Who is this person with such audacity? He dares to threaten even a prince. Is he seeking death? Ha ha ha, this person, how dare he proclaim in front of so many people that he intends to kill a prince? He has no regard for the emperor's authority. Destiny has ended. Qin Tianyang is finished. Li Gaodang died in vain. As they watched this scene, all the ministers in the hall believed that the only outcome awaiting Qin Feng would be execution by the emperor. However, after waiting for a long time, they did not hear the emperor's wrath. Instead, they were greeted by a hearty laughter. Ha ha, Lord Destiny, you underestimate me. It's just a son. If he dies, so be it. I would never let the empire lose a guardian for the sake of a son who only knows how to engage in sordid affairs. Upon hearing this, everyone in the grand hall was stunned. What? Is this still the irritable old emperor? He is not even angry. Sordid affairs. Does the father know about the acts of Chun Tianzi? Guardian. This Destiny truly possesses such strength. As everyone was in shock, Qin Sheng's aged voice resonated again in the grand hall. But I ask Lord Destiny to spare his life, my time is limited, and this vast empire needs an heir, and that heir must bear the surname Qin. After saying this, the old emperor's gaze abruptly sharpened, piercingly direct, as it locked onto Qin Feng's eyes. He was using his lifelong wisdom to decipher Qin Feng's true intentions. If he detected any ambition from Qin Feng to usurp the throne, he would immediately summon all the divine-tier protectors of the royal family, and spare no expense to annihilate Qin Feng on the spot. Moreover, he would tirelessly seek out Qin Feng's whereabouts, repeatedly exterminating this visitor from another world time. Indeed, from the very first glance at Qin Feng, Qin Sheng had received a warning from his ancestors revealing the secret of Qin Feng's identity as an outsider. As per your majesty's command. Qin Feng slightly nodded, slowly retracting the dragon slayer blade from Qin Tianxi's neck. He then turned his gaze away from Qin Tianxi, meeting the old emperor, Qin Sheng's eyes instead. Looking into Qin Feng's clear and untainted gaze, Qin Sheng saw no hint of greed for the throne. Instead, he perceived a fearless heart of a true warrior. He was not afraid of Qin Feng's strength, nor was he afraid of Qin Feng's disregard for rules. What he feared was this unfathomable and indestructible being from another world who, instead of aspiring for the ultimate heights, chose to tread the path taken by his ancestors, seeking to seize worldly power from these mortals. With this thought, the old emperor Qin Sheng finally set down the burden in his heart. With no more trepidation, he began to increasingly admire Qin Feng. Having only recently arrived in the divine domain continent, Qin Feng already possessed such formidable strength, and even among the top outsiders recorded in history, his rate of advancement could rank in the top 3. One could hardly call it anything but genius. With this in mind, the old emperor addressed all the nobles in the grand hall, proclaiming loudly, "Destiny has eradicated the Black Church, slain the evil eye Lord Ernest, and suppressed the underworld. Such merits deserve to make him the Duke of the Northern Territory of my Maple Leaf Empire." As soon as these words were spoken, all the ministers knew that there was no turning back, and they promptly closed their mouths, ceasing. Hearing the 3 territories mentioned by Qin Sheng, Qin Feng did not raise any objections. After all, among those 3 territories, 2 were unexploited treasures. As long as Qin Feng obtained the Duke's token and the corresponding enfeoffment documents, he could rightfully claim ownership of those treasures. With this thought, Qin Feng cupped his hands and offered a faint bow to the old emperor. "Thank you, your majesty." Hearing Qin Feng's response, Qin Sheng smiled lightly and waved his hand behind him. Clattering footsteps echoed as Qin Sheng's youngest daughter Qinla, disguised as a maid, led a group of court maids, bringing with them the Duke's robes and a Duke's token to Qin Feng's side. Simultaneously, a voice neither male nor female resounded in the grand hall. The Duke of the Northern Territory possesses abundant virtue, unmatched loyalty and bravery, and is conferred the territories T9, T10, and T11, along with 3 sets of Duke's robes, a Duke's token, 17 maidservants, and 10,000 taels of gold, 1 billion coins brocade. As the words fell, the 17 maids led by Qin Luluo immediately flushed, lowering their heads, unable to meet Qin Feng's gaze. Observing the pure and delicate imperial princess, Qin Luluo, before him, Qin Feng's gaze suddenly turned playful. As a reborn individual, Qin Feng naturally knew Qin Luluo. This little princess, alongside Kala, was known as 2 of the finest gems of the divine domain continent, a dream lover for countless men. However, despite knowing her, Qin Feng was genuinely surprised that Qin Sheng, this old fellow, would go so far as to present his own daughter as a maid. Upon arriving at the territory, Qin Feng instantly recalled a sensational event from his past life within the player's circle, realizing that Qin Sheng had seen through his identity as an outsider. With this thought, Qin Feng unhesitatingly accepted the olive branch extended by Qin Sheng. The matter of princesses was inconsequential. Qin Feng merely wanted to reassure Qin Sheng that he did not care about the throne. "Thank you, your majesty." As soon as Qin Feng's words fell, the mechanical notification from the system exploded in his ear. World announcement: congratulations to player Tianyi for successfully earning the recognition of the Emperor of the Maple Leaf Empire through relentless efforts, hereby granting them the title of Duke of the Northern Territory, along with the territories T9, T10, and T11. World announcement: the regions T9, T10, and T11 have now become the territory of player Tianyi. All players are advised that entering these territories without permission will be regarded as a provocation against player Tianyi, and the punishment will be doubled upon being killed. World announcement: due to player Tianyi receiving a noble title, the title system has been activated. Players across all major regions can earn merit points through methods such as defeating monsters, completing NPC tasks, and accepting mercenary missions, among others, which can be exchanged for noble titles once a certain amount is reached. World announcement: as the first Duke-level player Tianyi has emerged in the Huaxiao region, a special buff is awarded to the Huaxiao region effect. All players in Huaxiao will receive a buff, gaining an additional 5 experience for each monster killed. Following 4 consecutive system notifications, a Duke's emblem appeared above Qin Feng's head, which he could choose to display for all players to see. Meanwhile, a noble title section also appeared in Qin Feng's status panel. Seeing this, he directly opened the panel to take noble title, current title Duke, current merit points, title has reached its peak, no further calculations will be made. Current title privileges: 1. Gain an extra 30 experience points and increased item drop rates when defeating monsters. 2. Receive a 50 discount when purchasing items through official channels of the Maple Leaf Empire. 3. Have the authority to declare war externally. 4. Can possess no more than 20,000 private troops. 5. Can have no more than 20 million residents in the territory. 6. Holds the power of judgment and decision-making over all affairs within the territory. 7. Owns all rights to the territory and can execute the right to kill against anyone unrecognized within the invaded area. 8. Has the power to participate in the formulation of national policies. Current task evaluation destroyer of the Black Church executioner of Ernest the Northern Duke, who alone suppressed the dungeon passage. After reviewing his title privileges, Qin Feng couldn't help but smile faintly. He had to admit that the feeling of having a noble title was extraordinarily pleasant. Not only could he purchase items from the Empire at half price, but he also received a buff granting 30 extra experience points and item drop rates. Beyond the discounts and buffs, what Qin Feng valued most was the last privilege: participation in policy formulation. It is well known that in any world, to reach the highest position and acquire the most resources, one must obtain the power to influence distribution. Once this power is utilized, Qin Feng could stand atop the shoulders of others, draining their resources without lifting a finger. However, to wield this power, he needed to wait for the right opportunity. The more chaotic the times, the more he could leverage his authority to seize more resources. With this thought, Qin Feng's resolve to initiate a national war ahead of time solidified. At that moment, he was eager to return to his territory to begin frantically constructing infrastructure and accumulating resources in preparation for an army buildup. Observing Qin Feng lost in thought, Chen Sheng chose not to hold him back any longer, directing the eunuchs to commence the Duke of the Northern Territory. It's time for us to leave. After the old emperor departed, Chen Tianyang approached Qin Feng and nudged his arm. Let's go. Qin Feng replied without glancing at Chen Luer, following Chen Tianyang out of the palace. After a brief moment, the two arrived at a teleportation array within the imperial capital. Are we heading back to Maple Leaf City? If so, we can go together. I won't be going. All right, then I'll head out first, Chen Tianyang replied with a light smile. After saying this, Chen Tianyang made his way toward the teleportation array. Though he was reluctant and hoped to gain some advantage from Qin Feng, he was merely a prince, and if Qin Feng did not wish to return to Maple Leaf City, there was nothing he could do. However, just as Chen Tianyang took a few steps away, Qin Feng's voice called out from behind. Hey, can you help me figure out a way to send these women away? Chen Tianyang was taken aback, turning around in surprise to look at Qin Feng, and then at his sister, who was fidgeting with her clothes after being disliked by others. My Lord Duke, this might be a bit difficult. After all, these maids were given to you by His Majesty. How can I help you send them all away? You must at least keep one right. While speaking, Chen Tianyang walked over to Chen Luer and nudged her toward Qin Feng. Though he did not understand why his father would push Chen Luer on a Qin Feng, Chen Tianyang was certain that this decision held he could help Qin Feng deal with the other inconsequential maids, but he dared not meddle with the matter of Chen Luer. With a push from her brother, Chen Luer shyly approached Qin Feng, lowering her head and saying nothing. Having grown up in the Deep Palace, the only men Chen Luer had seen were her relatives or the burly guards. She had never had the opportunity to interact with a handsome and talented young man like Qin Feng. The moment she laid eyes on Qin Feng, she was irresistibly captivated. After hearing Chen Tianyang's words and looking at the little princess pushed in front of her, Qin Feng felt quite satisfied with the current outcome. At the moment he accepted the Duke title in the Grand Hall, Qin Feng had already prepared himself to be entangled with this little All right, let's keep this one. You help me send the others away. Sure thing. Chen Tianyang patted his chest, relieved that he could finally let go of the weight on his heart. As soon as Qin Feng stepped out of the teleportation array, a series of system notification sounds echoed in his ears. Ding dong, you have arrived at your territory. Your territory consists of areas T9, T10, O, and T11, covering an area of 5,0 square kilometers. Your territory has a population of 0 soldiers and 1 territorial building. Ding dong, the player has arrived at the territory. Please proceed to the Lord's Castle to activate the core permissions of the territory. Looking at the desolate and barren land before him, he listened to the clanging system notifications in his ears. Qin Feng smiled faintly and shook his head, completely unconcerned with Chen Sheng's petty schemes, and walked straight towards the Lord's Castle located in the center of the territory. From the moment Chen Sheng designated these 3 areas as Qin Feng's territory, Qin Feng had foreseen this scene. Unlike Maple Leaf City, which lies in the heart of the empire, the areas T9, T10, and T11 happened to be situated at the crossroads of the 4 nations. Due to years of military disasters and the desolate environment, there were absolutely no residents living here. However, Qin Feng didn't mind this at all. He never intended to manage people. To him, having no residents was a good thing, as having them would be a burden. After all, collecting taxes from residents might lead to resentment. But the little sprites he produced would not feel this way. As long as they were given something to eat, they would work tirelessly for Qin Feng, even more diligently than robots. In stark contrast to the indifferent Qin Feng, Chen Luer, who had never stepped outside the imperial palace, pouted instantly at the sight of the incredibly desolate territory. She began to mentally criticize her father's stinginess, almost listing the top 10 grievances to place on her father's head. As they walked, the two quickly arrived at the center of the territory, where the dilapidated Lord's Castle was located. As soon as they arrived, a system notification rang in Qin Feng's ears. Ding dong, the player has arrived at the Lord's Castle. The Lord's token has been automatically activated. Please use the Lord's token to activate the core permissions of the territory as soon as possible. Hearing this notification, Qin Feng took out the Duke's token and began to examine it. Duke's token activated level 9, maximum rarity epic effect. This token symbolizes the player's identity as the Duke of Destiny, allowing the player to teleport back to their territory. Equipment features 1. Automatic recharge restoring 1 energy every second. 2. The teleportation magic circle engraved on it allows for point-to-point teleportation. 3. Activates the core of the territory. Durability, indestructible. Mana 100W 100W. Description: a token infused with magical energy, symbolizing the identity of the Duke of the North. After reviewing the effects of this token, Qin Feng felt quite satisfied. In the Divine Realm, all noble tokens possess teleportation capabilities, and the teleportation distance varies with the rank of the token. Among these tokens, the highest rank available to players is the Duke's token that Qin Feng held in his hand. Correspondingly, the teleportation distance of the Duke's token is the farthest among all tokens. However, now was not the time to consider how to use the teleportation. For Qin Feng, the most crucial task at hand was to activate the core of the territory. With this in mind, Qin Feng directly entered the castle, heading towards the location of the territory's core. Moments later, he arrived at the castle's lowest level and saw a crystal floating in midair. Thanks to his experience from his past life, Qin Feng instantly recognized this as the so-called core of the territory. For players, the territory core is extremely important. Once the territory core is destroyed, all buildings established by the player and all basic units produced will instantly. Qin Feng quickly walked up to the territory core and activated the Lord's token. In the next moment, an invisible wave emanated from the territory core, connecting with Qin Feng's consciousness. Ding dong, territory core black iron has been activated. The player's Lord panel is now open. After opening the panel, the player can view detailed information about the territory. Ding dong, you have received the territory mission upgrade, territory level 110. Listening to the 2 notification sounds ringing in his ears, Qin Feng directly opened the territory panel to check. Territory panel: territory level 0, territory rank black iron, territory army 0, territory residents 0, tax revenue 0, territory areas T9 T10 T11, current buildings Lord's Castle, main city unit, current territory skills 1. Material return: after demolishing buildings, a portion of materials can be recovered. 2. Material conversion: when lacking non-special materials can be replaced with gold coins. After reviewing the territory panel, Qin Feng felt relatively satisfied. Unlike his past life, this time upon obtaining the territory, he directly acquired 2 territory skills. Although these 2 skills were not particularly advanced, having them was better than having none. Thinking of this, Qin Feng opened the newly acquired territory mission to check. Upgrade territory level 110, mission rank bronze level, mission content: upgrade the territory to bronze level. Mission objectives: 1. Build 1 ordinary building. 2. Recruit 1 production unit. Mission completion rewards: 1. 1 bronze level random building blueprint chest. 2. 1,000 gold coins. Mission failure penalty none. Description: the lowest difficulty territory mission can be completed with just hands. After reviewing the territory mission, Qin Feng shook his head in disappointment. The difficulty of this mission was simply too low to bother with. 1 building and 1 production unit. Even someone without hands could accomplish that. With this thought, Qin Feng decided to use his Lord privileges to temporarily store the territory core. Regarding the territory core, Qin Feng had already planned how to place it back when he obtained the Tree of Life. After safely storing the territory core, Qin Feng turned his head to Chen Luo'er and said, "You go outside a little further from the castle." "Huh? Why? Don't chase me away." Hearing Qin Feng's words, Chen Luo'er immediately panicked. After following Qin Feng to this duke's territory, she hadn't spoken a single word to him. Prior to this, she had been thinking about finding a topic to chat with Qin Feng. Who would have thought that before she could come up with a topic, Qin Feng would want to drive her away? Thinking about the task she hadn't completed yet, Chen Luo'er shook her head and began to resist. "I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving. Boo-hoo." Looking at the foolish spy before him, the incompetent tool, and the not-so-bright simpleton, Qin Feng didn't want to explain much. He simply walked up to Chen Luo'er and lifted her up. In the next moment, with a whoosh, Qin Feng activated the dragon slashing flash and took Chen Luo'er out of the castle. After 0. For seconds, the cooldown of dragon slashing flash was complete. With another whoosh, Qin Feng returned to the location of the magic array at the bottom of the castle. Once back on this level, he drew the dragon slashing blade and began to slash wildly. In just a moment, under Qin Feng's terrifyingly inhuman damage capabilities, the Lord's castle was instantly reduced to ruins. Looking at his creation, Qin Feng nodded with satisfaction. He was neither experiencing a fit, nor was he unwell. This was because at this stage, only 1 main city-level building could exist at a time. With the higher-level main city blueprint, the Tree of Life, Qin Feng naturally no longer needed this Lord castle that possessed no production capability. Just as Qin Feng admired his work, a prompt sound echoed in his mind. "Ding dong, your main city building, the Lord Castle, has been destroyed. Your territory has entered a danger period. Please establish a new main city building and place the core of the territory within 5 minutes." Listening to this prompt, Qin Feng smiled faintly and activated the territory skill material recovery on the ruin. In an instant, the debris on the ground vanished without a trace. Ding dong, you activated the material recovery skill and obtained 1,000 units of wood, 1,000 units of stone, and 10 grams of mithril. After the equipment recovery took effect, some building materials appeared in Qin Feng's backpack. Although scarce, it was better than none. Without further delay, after handling the debris, Qin Feng directly entered the territory panel and uploaded all the building blueprints he possessed. Ding dong, you uploaded the Tree of Life blueprint. Ding dong, you uploaded the Moon Well blueprint. Ding dong, you uploaded the War Ancient Tree blueprint. Ding dong, you uploaded the Hunter Hall blueprint. Ding dong, you uploaded the Elder Hall blueprint. After uploading all 5 blueprints, Qin Feng opened the construction panel and began his gold-spending construction. Upon acquiring the territory, Qin Feng obtained a territory skill called Material Transformation. Unlike the other skill Material Recovery, this was a very common skill that players could acquire simply by activating their territory. With this skill, players could exchange gold coins for building materials when they were lacking. Ding dong, do you wish to spend 100 million gold coins to construct the main city, the Tree of Life? Upon hearing this prompt, Qin Feng clicked confirm without hesitation. Once confirmed, a massive phantom appeared within Qin Feng's line of sight. As Qin Feng moved his gaze, the phantom shifted accordingly. After finding the right position, Qin Feng stopped moving his eyes and placed the phantom in the chosen location. In the next moment, a melodious sound of a windpipe resonated. Accompanying this sound, a green sprout broke through the ground, and in less than half a second it grew into a towering giant tree. As the tree thrived, a prompt echoed in Qin Feng's ears. Ding dong, it has been detected that the player has constructed the main city building the Tree of Life. The Tree of Life has 2 forms, a war form and a daily form. Please choose player. Hearing this prompt, Qin Feng did not hesitate to choose the daily form. With his extraordinary combat power, he felt that as long as someone dared to cause trouble in his territory, even a god would find it difficult to escape his grasp. Under these circumstances, Qin Feng did not need the Tree of Life to possess combat capabilities. What he needed most was the production and habitation capabilities provided by the daily form. After selecting the form of the main city, Qin Feng began constructing other buildings. Ding dong, you spent 3 billion gold coins to establish 6,000 moon wells. Ding dong, you spent 1 billion gold coins to establish 5 war ancient trees. Ding dong, you spent 300 million gold coins and 500 grams of Nash metal to construct an Elder Hall. Ding dong, you spent 50 million gold coins to establish a Hunter Hall. As the sounds of prompts rang out, buildings rose from the ground, distributed in an orderly manner across the terrain. When the last building was completed, the Tree of Life also finished its growth. The towering canopy covered an area of 2 kilometers, and the overwhelming natural power spread in all directions. Under the influence of the natural power, lush trees quickly sprouted and grew, transforming the surrounding 5,000 square kilometers of land into a dense forest. Looking at everything before her, Chun Luoer gasped in astonishment. She had never seen such a magical spell that could transform a desolate and pathetic territory into a lush forest. Is this the means of the Lord of Destiny? This is too powerful. Even a deity could not achieve better results than the Lord of Destiny. While shocked, Chun Luoer's gaze towards Qin Feng changed instantly. At this moment, she had transformed from someone who was initially captivated by Qin Feng's looks to someone who was now thoroughly in awe of him. On the other side, after completing the construction of the buildings, Qin Feng shifted his focus to the Tree of Life before him and began to produce small sprites frantically. Ding dong, you spent 1,000 gold coins to produce a small sprite. Ding dong, you completed the territory upgrade task, elevate territory level 110. The current territory level is 1. Ding dong, you obtained a bronze level random building blueprint chest X1. Ding dong, you received 1,000 gold coins. Ding dong, it has been detected that your territory has reached level 1. Would you like to accept the territory upgrade task, elevate territory level 210? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng did not hesitate to choose to accept. With a jingle, the task was successfully accepted. Then a flurry of system prompts echoed in Qin Feng's ears once more. Ding dong, you completed the territory upgrade task, elevate territory level 210. The current territory level is 2. Ding dong, you obtained a silver level random building blueprint chest X1. Ding dong, you received 5,000 gold coins. Ding dong, it has been detected that your territory has reached level 2. Would you like to accept the territory upgrade task, elevate territory level 310? Seeing this, Qin Feng began to mechanically accept tasks, continually completing them in a loop. A few minutes later, after completing the final task of the 4th ring, Qin Feng finally stopped at the 5th ring. After this series of operations, Qin Feng successfully upgraded the territory to the platinum tier. Once Qin Feng upgraded the territory to the platinum level, a series of world announcements rang in the ears of players across the entire realm. Achievement of the territory. Global announcement. World announcement. It has been detected that the player Tianyi from the Huaxiao region has upgraded their territory to platinum level, achieving the title of the first player to own a platinum level territory. A permanent buff of production acceleration, population production efficiency increased by 50, is awarded along with a divine level random building blueprint extraction chest X5. World announcement. The first player in the world with a platinum level territory has emerged in the Huaxiao region, granting all players in the region a permanent buff of merit acceleration, merit acquisition speed increased by 5. World announcement. Due to the emergence of a player in the Huaxiao region with a platinum level territory, the global territory ranking system has been activated. Current system ranking: 1st place, Tianyi; 2nd place, Onan; 3rd place, the Nun; 10th place, Onan. World announcement. The territory ranking system has been activated, and this ranking will be updated monthly. We hope all global players will strive to make the leaderboard soon. After 4 consecutive world announcements, players worldwide were left dumbfounded. First in the domestic scene. Isn't Tianyi too terrifying? How long has it been since he received the title, and he's already upgraded his territory to platinum level? I just checked, upgrading a territory to platinum level requires at least 4 billion gold coins, and that's only for building and producing population. If there aren't any blueprints no matter how wealthy you are, it's impossible. How did Tianyi manage to get so much money and so many blueprints? Since the game started, I've only saved over 3 million. 3 million is already impressive. I can't even scrape together 50 gold coins. Tianyi, please let me cling to your thigh. A million players are begging for Tianyi's strategies. It's all that idiot Niu Yun's fault. If it weren't for his stupidity, Tianyi would have long completed and shared the strategies with us. Niu Yun, you idiot. Long live Tianyi. While the players in the Huaxia region were shocked, players from overseas in the divine domain were not faring much better. What the hell? Why is it still this Tianyi? Yeah, every world announcement made so far has been monopolized by him. Isn't that too terrifying? Do you think he's running a studio? How could one person achieve this level? Shut up. You're talking nonsense. How could Tianyi be running a studio? If you dare insult my idol again, I'll be the first to take you down. I'm transferring regions. I'm transferring. I want to go to the Huaxia region. I want to see Tianyi up close. Do you even deserve that? You think you can admire Tianyi? What kind of figure can someone like you admire? I'm much closer. As ordinary players in both domestic and foreign scenes were in shock and celebration, the major guilds were almost driven mad with jealousy. In other games, these guilds could almost monopolize all important achievements and receive the most rewards. As the divine domain was launched, the leaders of these guilds felt the same way. They believed that with their rich gaming experience and powerful abilities, they could recreate their past glories in this game. However, before they could make their move, Qin Feng emerged and single-handedly secured almost all the major rewards, enjoying all the world announcements and garnering the admiration of players worldwide. At this moment, upon hearing the 4 world announcements, players from guilds across various regions instantly gathered to discuss. After the previous events, they had realized they had no qualification to compete with Qin Feng in the territory gameplay, and to earn rewards they had to leverage their advantages and find alternative paths. With this thought, the guild players suddenly recognized the essence of guild gameplay. Stimulated by Qin Feng, they decided to take advantage of his focus on territory to rapidly develop their guilds, aiming to win against Qin Feng in the realm of guild gameplay. While many players were either shocked or envious, Qin Feng also received a new system notification. After the new task prompt sounded, Qin Feng chose to accept it once more and opened the task panel to check. Upgrade territory level, 510 ranked diamond level task content. Upgrade the territory to legendary level. Task objectives 1. Territory population reaches 10 million. 2. Territory combat units reach 1000. Task completion rewards 1. Gold 1 million. 2. Experience 1 billion. 3. Additional reward of a legendary level territory buff 4. Reward of a legendary level random building blueprint chest X15. Obtain the right to recruit players into your territory. Task failure penalty none. Introduction. As a lord, you must strengthen your territory. To do so, you need to meet 3 conditions: population. Upon seeing this task, Qin Feng's mouth twitched involuntarily. Due to its remote location coupled with Qin Feng's own positioning of the territory, Qin Feng's territory was destined to not accommodate too many refugees. Even if Hazewei moved into his territory and established a trading market and commercial institutions, the population he could generate would still be very limited, insufficient to meet the requirements for upgrading the territory. To quickly complete the territory upgrade task, Qin Feng needed to continuously spend money, build moon wells, and produce little spirits, using the quantity of little spirits to fill the population required by the territory. However, what saddened Qin Feng was that he was running low on funds. With the money he had left, he couldn't even recruit 1 million little spirits, let alone produce 100,000. Realizing this, Qin Feng understood that completing this task in a short time was basically impossible. To complete this task, he could only keep clearing land and accumulating money. With that thought, Qin Feng directly closed the territory panel and checked his backpack. Upon looking, Qin Feng was instantly stunned. After spending lavishly on constructing buildings and creating little spirits, he had completely exhausted the over 4 billion gold coins he had. This is just too terrifying in terms of expenses. Qin Feng lamented while unusually holding his stomach. Don't ask him why he was holding his stomach. Those who haven't experienced it wouldn't understand. After resting for a while, an idea suddenly struck Qin Feng, and he thought of a brilliant way to make money. With that thought, Qin Feng immediately used his perception to search for Chen Luo'er's whereabouts in the surrounding dense forest. Thanks to his powerful mental strength, Qin Feng quickly found Chen Luo'er beside the moon while scooping up water to drink. The moment he spotted Chen Luo'er, Qin Feng's gaze instantly became intensely fervent. Now he had spent all his money just on constructing buildings and producing little spirits. He had no money left to upgrade these buildings. Thus it was only natural for Qin Feng to set his sights on Chen Luo'er. Although this girl seemed a bit dim-witted, giving off a somewhat bear-like vibe, let us not forget that she was the princess of the Maple. She was the biological daughter of the old Emperor Qin Sheng and the younger sister of the Northern Guardian King Qin Tianyang. With this connection, it wouldn't be difficult at all to squeeze something out of these two. With this thought, Qin Feng walked over to Chen Luo'er's side and greeted her with a smile. Hey, what are you doing? Upon hearing this, Chen Luo'er, who was drinking water, froze for a moment. After spending some time together, she had already prepared herself to be overlooked by Qin Feng. She even had mentally planned to win over Qin Feng's cold heart with meticulous care. However, plans always fall short of changes. Before she could take action, Qin Feng unexpectedly approached her and started a conversation. In an instant, Chen Luo'er panicked, unsure of how to respond. Yet fearing that not answering Qin Feng's question would make him dislike her, she could only describe what she had done earlier like a fool. I was a bit thirsty, so I drank a couple of sips of water. I didn't drink much really. Chen Luer timidly lifted her head, glanced at Qin Feng, then lowered it, speaking softly. Looking at Chen Luer's reaction, a surge of guilt suddenly arose in Qin Feng. Reflecting on his previous actions towards her, he felt he had been overly cold and decided to change. Resolute in his thoughts, Qin Feng's smile grew warmer as he stepped closer to Chen Luer, gently patting her head, and said as softly as possible, "Drinking water is no problem. With over 6,000 wells here, do you think I fear you will finish the water? Drink as you like, as if you're at home." Upon hearing this, Chen Luer's eyes instantly lit up. She mechanically nodded, rubbing her head against Qin Feng's palm. Thank you. Seeing Chen Luer's reaction, the smile in Qin Feng's eyes deepened. He took her small hand and gently said, "Additionally, there is something else I want to tell you. Since you are now in my territory, we are family. This territory is your home. Oh, and I have never regarded you as a maid, you must understand this." "Not regarded as a maid? What does he take me for? No way, no way. It can't be so soon." After saying these two sentences, the surprise in Chen Luer's eyes deepened, but a strange feeling also arose in her heart. For her, this happiness was simply too sudden, so sudden that she could barely accept it. After all, just a short while ago, Qin Feng had been so harsh towards her. He had not even bothered to explain, directly throwing her out of the castle to dismantle his home. Yet now Qin Feng was gently holding her hand, kindly telling her, "Consider this place your home, and we are family." He even told her that he had never regarded her as a maid. Though Chen Luer was not very bright, she instinctively sensed something was off. Her subconscious told her that Qin Feng must have ulterior motives. With this thought, Chen Luer subconsciously glanced at her newly developed body, and her face immediately flushed. Now she was utterly convinced that Qin Feng was certainly lusting after her body. However, after forming this conjecture, Chen Luer did not feel any aversion towards Qin Feng. Before meeting Qin Feng, she had already heard countless legends about him from the palace. She knew how this man had decisively annihilated the Black Cult's law enforcers. She knew how he had forcefully exterminated the avatar of the evil Eye Lord in a spectacular manner, and then single-handedly suppressed a cavern passage that rivaled the 9 Great Passages. With the embellished descriptions from the palace, Chen Luer had developed an infinite admiration for this promising, unparalleled, and the moment she laid eyes on Qin Feng, the person from her naive fantasies perfectly overlapped with his image. His cold gaze, chiseled features, strong and powerful physique, and long, fair, and strong fingers. Just that one glance shattered all of Chen Luer's psychological defenses, making her develop an almost endless affection for Qin Feng. It was precisely because of this that Chen Luer agreed to her father's almost rude request, changed into maid's clothing, and willingly went to Qin Feng's side, becoming a quiet maid. Naive Chen Luer was unaware of the many schemes. She only hoped that her love could be like that of the talented scholar and beautiful maiden in novels. In silence, the two gradually fell in love. Then upon a sudden glance back, her true identity was discovered by the maid. At that time, she would deeply and affectionately say, "That was all in the past. I am no longer a princess or a royal. I am just your lover, and I only wish to be by your side like this. Remember, do not dwell on those past matters, okay?" With this thought, Chen Luer's eyes instantly became misty. She gazed affectionately at Qin Feng, placing herself in the role of the heroine from a Mary Sue novel, softly humming in agreement. Following the narrative of the novel, Chen Luer gathered her courage, staring directly into Qin Feng's eyes, suppressing the impulse to shy away, and just gazing at him, as if 1,000 years had passed in a single glance. As she looked, she noticed Qin Feng's brilliant smile. That smile was like the sunlight sweeping away the shadows of a spring day. It was like the warm fire on a snowy winter day, flickering in the hearth and warming the heart and body. Chen Luer smiled back, her eyes brightening as her brows lifted, with ripples appearing in her gaze like a calm autumn lake disturbed by pebbles. Her lips were slightly pursed, a delicate dimple enveloped by the evening breeze, brewing a cup of intoxicating wine waiting for Qin Feng to taste. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Counting silently, once 3 seconds had passed, Chen Luer slowly closed her eyes, her throat moving as her tongue stirred. However, after waiting for a long time, Chen Luer did not receive the passionate kiss often seen in stories. Instead, she heard Qin Feng's gentle voice once again ringing in her ears. 1:30, it's difficult to be a tool. Listening to Qin Feng's words, Chen Luer was momentarily taken aback. However, after a moment, she quickly regained her composure. She regarded Qin Feng as a classic gentleman, believing that he wished to inform their parents before confirming their relationship. Chen Luer felt deeply moved, sincerely believing that Qin Feng was a responsible and good man. If her current identity wasn't merely that of a maid, she would have wanted to take out the royal communication tool to contact her father. Thinking of the task assigned to her by her father and the heavy responsibility she bore on her shoulders, Chen Luer decided to tell a kind-hearted lie to deceive Qin Feng for now. When the child is born and the task is completed, she would reveal the truth to Qin Feng. With this thought, Chen Luer settled her mind, feigning a lost expression, and said sorrowfully, "Brother Tianyi, I have no family anymore. My family left this world when I was 3 years old." Hearing Chen Luer's sincere performance, Qin Feng couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow." Had it not been for his probing eye, which revealed Chen Luer's background, he might have believed her words and thought her to be an orphan with no family left. Realizing this, Qin Feng no longer concealed his knowledge from Chen Luer. He spoke directly, calling her by name. "Princess Chen Luer, how would your father and brother feel if they heard you say such things? Could he be a deity? Can he see through my thoughts?" Despite her shock, Chen Luer stubbornly insisted, I don't know what you're talking about. Seeing that Qin Luoyur was still being obstinate, Qin Feng's expression changed, and he raised his aura coldly, stating, "Your father the Emperor of Maple Leaf Empire, and your full-blooded brother the third Prince of the Maple Leaf Empire. I should not be wrong about this, right, Your Highness?" After saying this, Qin Feng pressed forward, pushing Qin Luoyur to the edge of the— "If you don't admit it, that's fine. I can simply send you back. I can't say much else, but sending you back to Maple Leaf City is no problem at all. After all, we're quite close, aren't we?" Under Qin Feng's pressure, Qin Luoyur's body couldn't help but tremble, yet she continued to struggle stubbornly. "Didn't you just say that I should consider your territory my home? Didn't you just say that I am already your family? We are already family. Please don't drive me away, okay?" After saying this, Qin Luoyur looked at Qin Feng with hopeful eyes, expecting to see even a hint of compassion on his face. If such a gaze appeared, Qin Luoyur could seize the opportunity to prolong the situation. However, who was Qin Feng? How could he possess such tender feelings? Qin Feng calmly spoke, decisively stating, "Yes, I did say that, but there is a premise to this matter. If you follow my arrangements, then my words will naturally hold true. But if you do not follow my arrangements, sorry, I have no family life." Upon hearing this, Qin Luoyur was instantly frozen in place. After a long moment, she finally regained her senses and asked with a hint of sorrow, "What do you need me to do? I will agree to anything." Although Qin Luoyur was naive and deeply influenced by Mary Sue novels at this moment, she understood the crux of Qin Feng's earlier request. The emphasis of that statement was not on you or my family, but on contact your brother and father. I have matters to discuss with them. Realizing this, Qin Luoyur became clear about her position in Qin Feng's eyes, a tool. Hearing the voice filled with sorrow from Qin Lu, Qin Feng smiled happily and said, "This matter is not troublesome. I am currently a bit short on money and resources. Just tell your father and brother about this, and they will understand. It's very simple, isn't it? Then go do it. As long as you do it, you will be my good family." Upon hearing this, the tool Qin Luoyur looked at Qin Feng with a face full of sorrow. Qin Feng was not in a hurry, smiling as he exchanged glances with Qin Lu. After a while, Qin Luoyur willingly lowered her head, admitting defeat. Then she took out a royal communication token from her storage bag and transmitted Qin Feng's message to her brother and father. After completing all this, Qin Luoyur raised her big watery eyes and looked at Qin Feng with deep sorrow, softly saying, "I've done it. Is there anything else you need me to do?" Qin Feng smiled happily, completely ignoring the storm of emotions brewing within Qin Luoyur, as well as the typical teenage melodrama. Qin Feng reached out, gently patting Qin Luoyur's head, praising her, "Well done. There's nothing else now, you can go play." Qin Luoyur remained motionless, no longer needing to nuzzle her head against Qin Feng's hand, simply saying faintly, "Since there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. If you only see me as a tool, then I won't bother you. I'll leave on my own. Just promise me, and I'll be gone immediately." Qin Luoyur tried to control her voice forcefully, suppressing the sobs from within, looking at Qin Feng with a mournful expression, waiting for his reply. Qin Feng did not even turn his head, replying as he walked out. In his calculations, Chun Tianyang and Chun Sheng, the two old foxes, probably wouldn't be able to provide him with too many resources. At best, it would be around 2 to 3 billion. This amount of money was without a doubt a drop in the bucket for Qin Feng's territorial. After seeing these two messages, a thought, named quietly giving and subtly disappearing, emerged in Qin Luoyur's mind, forcing her to halt her departing footsteps. At the moment of inspiration, Qin Luoyur changed her mind. She felt it was necessary to inform Qin Feng about such an important matter. Only by doing so could she leave without any regrets and find a place to mourn alone. Thus, Qin Luoyur turned back, searching for Qin Feng's figure. However, after searching for a long time, she couldn't even catch a glimpse of Qin Feng's clothing. Meanwhile, Qin Feng had already produced a significant number of small spirits. Since he currently had no other mineral resources to exploit, these small spirits could only circle around the large trees within the territory to gather wood. However, having only wood was not sufficient. Qin Feng needed more resources, such as gold mines and gem mines. Remembering this, he recalled the nearby mineral points that were very close to his territory. He planned to occupy these mineral points first. Mining is not as simple as just carrying a storage bag. It requires a significant amount of time and manpower to extract. The sooner he occupied these mineral points, the more resources he could acquire. With this in mind, Qin Feng set off towards a mineral point he remembered aside from the core area of his territory. After a moment, Qin Feng reached one of his destinations. As soon as he stepped into this area, a system prompt echoed in his ear. "Ding dong, you have entered Burial Bone Wasteland. Warning, this area is extremely dangerous. Please be cautious, player." Hearing this prompt, Qin Feng paid no mind. With his current strength, even the dungeon world could hardly threaten him. How could a mere Burial Bone Wasteland pose? With that thought, Qin Feng opened the map and marked several nearby areas he remembered. After finishing the markings, he headed towards the nearest resource point. A few minutes later, while running across the wasteland, Qin Feng spotted several corrupted giant bears. Unlike ordinary giant bears, these bears had developed 2 additional heads due to the corruption of dungeon magic, making them appear exceptionally ferocious and terrifying. Seeing these giant bears, Qin Feng did not hesitate, drawing the Dragon Slayer blade, activating Dragon Slash, and swish swish swish. 31W, 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 several blade lights flashed by. Without needing Qin Feng to apply any damage amplification skills, these giant bears fell tragically under his blade, turning into lifeless corpses. At the same time, a series of system prompts sounded in Qin Feng's ears. "Ding dong, the strength of the Dragon Slayer blade spirit has increased by 1. Ding dong, your spirit strength has increased by 1. Ding dong, due to your talent, infinite growth, and skill blood magic, while your health has increased by 5. Ding dong, you have slain a wasteland giant bear earning 1/8 of 0 experience points. Ding dong, you have slain a wasteland giant bear earning 1/8 of 0 experience points. Ding dong, you have slain a wasteland giant bear earning 1/8 of 0 experience points. After a series of prompts, Qin Feng activated the Crimson Blade using the blood on the ground to conjure 200 sharp blades. Controlling these 200 blades, Qin Feng pushed forward and soon arrived at the nearest mine. Ding dong, you have discovered a mysterious cave. Listening to this prompt, Qin Feng looked up at the cave entrance before him. The entrance of the cave was hidden among a pile of rubble. After kicking these boulders aside, a massive opening appeared before. As he stepped into this rather deep cave entrance, Qin Feng caught a whiff of a strange odor. This smell carried a rotten sourness, somewhat reminiscent of bad breath. Qin Feng frowned, thinking about how unsanitary the monsters inside this cave must be. Roar! Just as he pondered how to eliminate the monsters inside without dirtying his blade, the monster inside seemed to have sensed someone entering its territory and let out a deafening roar. In the narrow cave, the sound reverberated, causing Qin Feng's ears to feel extremely uncomfortable. However, despite the discomfort, a trace of surprise appeared on Qin Feng's face, because this roar actually contained a hint of dragon pressure. It is well known that dragons are very prolific beings. Although the pure-blood dragons of the Divine Domain continent have long since disappeared, these chaotic creatures have left behind numerous hybrid species on this continent. And these hybrid species have coincidentally retained some of the dragon clan's peculiarities, such as a fondness for collecting treasures and coins. Thinking of this, the excitement on Qin Feng's face intensified. After all, in the Divine Domain continent, every lair of a sub-dragon creature is a massive treasure for players. Once he kills the sub-dragon creature in the cave, not only can he obtain numerous precious materials from its corpse, but he can also gain incredibly valuable treasures. With this thought, Qin Feng grasped his blade and walked deeper into the dragon's blood. Sensing the intruding creature in his territory, it did not retreat despite the warnings. The fire flame dragon lizard instantly became furious. It roared loudly, emitting an even more powerful dragon roar, spreading its dragon might throughout the entire lair. As the dragon roar echoed, a series of prompts sounded in Qin Feng's ears. Ding dong, you are affected by the dragon might of the fire flame dragon lizard. Due to your high resistance to abnormal states, you are immune to this effect. Ding dong, you have entered the core area of the fire flame dragon lizard's lair. Please be extremely cautious. Hearing the prompts, a peculiar smile appeared on Qin Feng's face. This dragon lizard is surprisingly weak. The dragon pressure it emits can't even penetrate his resistance. With this in mind, Qin Feng wasted no time and headed toward the source of the dragon roar. As he walked, a thick breath of fire erupted from the depths of the cave, striking Qin Feng directly. Ding dong, you have been attacked by the fire breath, receiving a damage reduction effect. Thanks to your high resistance to abnormal states, you ignored this effect. The moment the prompt sounded, damage values began appearing above Qin Feng's head. 111. Seeing the damage drop to 1 point, and then looking at his health of over 3 million, Qin Feng smiled playfully. Just like that. Not dodging or defending, Qin Feng simply withstood the fire flame dragon lizard's breath and walked straight toward the depths of the cave. A single slash. As he walked, the temperature was still warm enough to tickle Qin Feng's skin, but it suddenly came to a halt. At the same time, a gigantic creature peeked out from the cave, looking at Qin Feng with a face full of terror. Upon seeing Qin Feng and scathed, the dragon lizard was completely dumbfounded. It had ruled this area as a dominator for decades, defeating countless strong enemies, yet had also been beaten to the ground by many. However, those battles were all normal. Even if it couldn't defeat its opponent, it could still inflict considerable damage, making others wary of provoking it. Yet today was different. This male human before it not only withstood its breath attack, but emerged completely unharmed. This is terrifying. Under the immense pressure, the fire dragon lizard began to tremble with fear. It quivered back into the cave, leaving its rear end exposed in front of Qin Feng. Seeing this scene, Qin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. He activated his eye of detection to examine the information on the. As long as the dragon lizard's bloodline ratio exceeded 30, he planned to spare its life and take it back to his territory. But if the dragon bloodline was below 30, he couldn't be blamed for bullying it. It would simply be a matter of fate. With that thought, Qin Feng aimed his eye of detection at the fire dragon lizard. In the next moment, the information about the fire dragon lizard appeared before his eyes. Fire dragon lizard, legendary, level 65, rank legendary, health 65 million mana, 4895,000, attack 1. 24 million defense, 84546, dragon blood ratio, 28 skills, dragon bloodline, fire breath dragon, might dragon, language magic dragon, fire dragon, language magic, devour dragon, tread, fire magic, immunity, high fire element, affinity. Introduction. This is a dragon lizard baby in its growth phase, but due to its low dragon blood content, it will remain in this growth phase indefinitely. Looking at the attributes panel before him, and the somewhat cruelly low 28 dragon bloodline of the fire dragon lizard, Qin Feng felt a bit unlucky. If this dragon lizard's dragon bloodline had been just a bit higher, he might have ended up with a little guard dog infused with. However, annoyingly, this dragon lizard was indeed a bit disappointing with a dragon bloodline of only 28. With that in mind, Qin Feng decided not to leave it alive anymore and approached with the dragon slayer blade. As he walked, he activated the phantom doppelganger, and by the time he reached the dragon lizard's side, he had already used a phantom doppelganger. Swish, swish, swish. 11 blood blossom marks appeared on the rear of the fire dragon lizard. In the next moment, Qin Feng consumed 10 of his health, used the Crimson Power, received a 500 damage increase, and gained the ability to inflict that damage. Although Qin Feng was no longer planning to take the Dragon Lizard as a subordinate out of respect for their previous bond, he still intended to give it a quick end. With a slash, the Dragon Slayer blade fell mercilessly upon the Dragon Lizard's rear, opening a massive wound from the point of impact. 11850000. A bright red damage value floated above the Dragon Lizard's head. Accompanied by this damage prompt, a stream of crimson blood burst from the wound, and the Dragon Lizard didn't even have time to let out a scream before it became a corpse, entering the reincarnation process of the next life. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in Qin Feng's ears. Ding! You have killed the legendary wild boss Fire Dragon Lizard, rewarded with 50 million experience points and 10 skill points. Ding! The strength of the Dragon Slayer blade Spirit 1. Ding! Your spirit strength 1. Ding! Due to your talent infinite growth and skill blood magic, while your health 5. World announcement: it has been detected that the player Tianyi from the Huaxiao region has achieved the first kill of the wild boss Fire Dragon Lizard with Dragon Bloodline, receiving the special reward of the 3rd tier title Dragon Hunter and an experience reward of 100 million. Hearing the system prompt in his ears, players in the Huaxiao region stopped their actions and began to discuss excited. Has Tianyi started again? Didn't he just build his territory? How is he already killing monsters so quickly? As expected of Tianyi, such a big move right from the start. Just casually killing a monster results in a world announcement. Incredible. I'm still grinding pigs in the main city, and Tianyi has already gone to slay dragons. We are all players from the main city. How can the gap be so huge? Are you brain dead? Don't you see what level you are, and what level Tianyi is? He's level 44, is it strange for him to kill a level 65 Dragon Lizard? There's even a title, a 3rd tier title. I've been playing this game for so long, and I've only gotten a 1st tier title. And look at Tianyi, he can get a title in just a few days. Boo-hoo, I'm crying. Tianyi is amazing. I want to join your territory. Get lost. You don't deserve it. Tianyi, look at me, I can guard your door. Watching the players on the World Channel becoming excited again, Qin Feng shook his head expressionlessly and looked at it. The first thing that caught his eye was the 3rd tier title Dragon Hunter. Dragon Hunter rank, 3rd tier, effect 1. When attacking dragon-type creatures, gain a 20 damage increase. 2. Immune to Dragon Might. Introduction: only warriors powerful enough to hunt giant dragons are qualified to wear this title. Seeing the effects of this title, Qin Feng felt not the slightest interest. This title pales in comparison to his 5th tier title Bloodthirsty Azura. A 20 damage increase, even if it were effective against dragons alone, Qin Feng still couldn't muster any interest. With Qin Feng's current skills and equipment, any random damage increasing skill would be far superior. Among them, the mediocre master level swordsmanship specialization already offers a 50 damage increase, which is twice that of this title. Aside from the first garbage effect, the second effect of this title is even worse. Immune to Dragon Might. With Qin Feng's ridiculously high abnormal resistance, what Dragon Might could possibly affect him? In summary, this is a tremendously worthless title. It can only be set aside, waiting for the title refining system to be activated to use it as a refining material. With that thought, Qin Feng kicked the Dragon Lizard's corpse away in frustration and began collecting the treasures it dropped. Open the box. Ding dong, you have obtained the legendary equipment, Holy Dragon Scale Armor. Ding dong, you have obtained the legendary Crimson Flame Armor, Crafting Blueprint X1. Ding dong, you have obtained Holy Enchantment Card, Chest X3. Ding dong, you have obtained Holy Gold Chest X1. Ding dong, you have obtained the legendary Special Item Flame Servant Summoning Token X1. Ding dong, you have obtained 500 gold. Ding dong, you have obtained Precious Gems Blood Diamond X23. Seeing the items he had received, Qin Feng opened the information on the Crimson Flame Armor Crafting Blueprint. Crimson Flame Armor Crafting Blueprint, legendary level 60 grade legendary effect. After use, you can obtain the crafting method for Crimson Flame Armor. Description: in ancient times when dragons still existed, this armor made significant contributions to the wars between humans and dragons, granting most warriors the ability to be immune to dragon fire. However, with the passage of time, the crafting method of this armor has been lost in the river of history. Seeing this blueprint, Qin Feng felt quite satisfied. Although this armor was of no use to him, it would be extremely useful for the small soldiers in his future. The Crimson Flame Armor not only possesses formidable offensive capabilities, but also grants the wearer immunity to most divine-level fire magic. When battling in special regions like the Flame Valley, it significantly increases the survival ability of the troops. With this in mind, Qin Feng directly placed the crafting blueprint into his backpack. As long as he waited for Heizwei to bring her people to join him, Qin Feng could hand over the blueprint to them for mass production. Next, Qin Feng shifted his gaze to the other two holy chests. Holy Enchantment Card Chest, Grade Epic Effect. After use, you can open an enchantment card ranging from bronze to divine. Quantity 3. Description: shall we open the chest? There are surprises. Holy Gold Chest, Grade Epic Effect 1. After use, you can open a range of 10 to 1 billion gold. 2. After use, there is a chance to obtain a gold enhancement card consumable. Quantity 1. Description: shall we open the chest? There are surprises. Upon seeing these two chests, Qin Feng instantly became excited. Chests with the word holy in them are extremely reliable. Those with good luck can obtain very valuable treasures from them. Those with poor luck can only watch the bronze level enchantment card in hand, and the 10 gold shouting for refunds from the imperial merchants. Yes, these two chests are sold in the official channels of various empires. Each of these epic chests costs over 50. From Qin Feng's past memories, many wealthy tycoons frantically spent money buying chests just to obtain a holy enchantment card that matched their own profession and attributes. However, the vast majority of these people failed. Yet the terrifying failure rate did not deter the players. They continued to spend money and open chests. This is simply because the enchantment effects of holy enchantment cards are far more powerful than ordinary enchantment cards. To put it simply, if one could open a holy enchantment card that fits their profession early on, it basically meant they could dominate. As for the other chest, it is even more alluring. With good luck, one could not only obtain a large amount of gold from the chest, but also get a terrifying gold enhancement card. These gold enhancement cards have a minimum of 0.1 times to a maximum of 3 times gold enhancement ability. For players who own territories, obtaining a threefold gold enhancement card means an astronomical fortune. Imagine if Qin Feng opened a threefold gold enhancement card from this chest and used it when his territory had what a terrifying profit that would be. With this thought, Qin Feng directly opened all 4 chests. Swish, swish, swish. For blazing golden lights erupted from the chests, and system notifications echoed in Qin. Ding dong, you have obtained the legendary Holy Enchantment card Spell Amplification. Ding dong, you have obtained the epic Holy Enchantment card High-Level Dark Element Immunity. Ding dong, you have obtained the golden level Holy Enchantment card Path of Assassination. Ding dong, you have obtained 200 million gold. Ding dong, you have obtained a 1x gold enhancement card. Consumable. Seeing the enchantment cards he received, Qin Feng felt that his luck was quite good. It is worth noting that he did not use the Goddess of Luck's brooch this time, and to get so many good items is already a very lucky. With this thought, Qin Feng stuffed the 3 unnecessary enchantment cards into his backpack, planning to sell them later. Afterward, Qin Feng opened the information panel of the 1x gold enhancement card and began to check it out. At this moment, while Qin Feng knew the multiplier of the gold enhancement card, he did not know how long this card would last. 1x gold enhancement card, consumable type, special item effect after use, gain a one-time gold income enhancement lasting for 3 days. Description: if you are poor, please leave it alone. Seeing the duration of this gold enhancement card, Qin Feng felt it was although the enhancement multiplier of this card is not high, its duration is long, a full 3 days. If Qin Feng activated this gold enhancement card during a national war and captured the capital of a country, he could become. With this thought, Qin Feng grew even more eager for the day of battle. After longing for 2 seconds, Qin Feng stored all his gains into his backpack and then walked deeper into the cave. The cave was extremely deep, and at this moment Qin Feng had not yet traversed half of it. According to the habits of dragon-like creatures, they preferred to hide all their collected treasures deep within caves. Stepping on the footprints left by the fire dragon lizard, Qin Feng took steps deeper. After just a few minutes, he saw an entrance shimmering with golden light. Looking at the golden light spilling from the entrance, Qin Feng immediately came to a conclusion. He knew he had found the dragon. With this thought, Qin Feng walked straight over, crouched down, and squeezed inside. The cave, initially very narrow, soon opened up to a vast space, revealing a hidden paradise. Upon reaching the spacious area, Qin Feng raised his head and surveyed the storage cave. At a glance, Qin Feng was at this moment before Qin Feng stood a mountain made entirely of gold coins. This mountain was over 10 meters high with a length and width of nearly 30 meters. Beside this golden mountain, there was also a small hill piled up with gemstones. Various gemstones sparkled with colorful glimmers, dazzling the eyes. Seeing this scene, Qin Feng waved his hand and directly collected all these treasures into his possession. After gathering these treasures, the sound of a notification echoed in Qin Feng's ears. Ding dong, you have obtained 1.7 billion gold coins. Ding dong, you have obtained rare gemstones pink diamond. Ding dong, you have obtained glass beads x12. Ding dong, you have obtained purified crystallized bone marrow x13. Ding dong, you have obtained unnamed gemstones x12134. Ding dong, you have obtained a mysterious stone unknown. Listening to these notifications, Qin Feng couldn't help but smile widely. This wave of income combined with the treasures he obtained previously made him wealthy once again. If he could sell these gemstones, the amount of money he possessed would soar back to 30 billion, inching closer to the 40 billion. Thinking of this, Qin Feng looked at the things he had collected. He remembered there was a gemstone whose information could not be detected. Mysterious stone, unknown level. Effect, status undetermined. Description: this is a stone of unknown origin, seemingly harboring a powerful force. After reading the information about this stone, Qin Feng couldn't help but frown. In the divine realm, any item that required identification to understand its function signified that it was an absolutely. Thinking of this, Qin Feng made up his mind to visit the capital of the Maple Leaf Empire, or Maple Leaf City, one day, when he had time, to find an identification agency to understand the function of this item. After examining the mysterious stone, Qin Feng turned his gaze to the other treasures he had collected. After surveying his haul, Qin Feng found that most of what he had obtained this time was merely superficial. Aside from looking good and potentially deceiving female NPCs into purchasing them, they had no other use. Thinking of this, Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh. That dragon lizard was indeed a bit disappointing. Its treasure hunting talent was wasted on collecting these utterly useless gemstones. It truly deserved to die unjustly. After muttering a couple of disparaging remarks about the dragon lizard in his heart, Qin Feng focused his attention on the walls of the cave. Embedded in these walls were numerous black gemstones. Upon seeing this, Qin Feng's expression brightened. Yes, these gemstones were the true purpose of his venture into this dragon lizard cave. Drawing out the Dragon Slayer blade, he selected one gemstone, and the system's notification sound promptly rang in Qin Feng's ears. Ding dong, you have discovered a level 5 gemstone vein. Would you like to occupy this place immediately? Without hesitation, Qin Feng clicked confirm upon hearing the system notification. Although a level 5 gemstone vein is not a major resource vein inferior to those level 9 veins, even a mosquito's leg is still meat. As long as he could occupy and develop it, this vein would provide Qin Feng with a continuous stream of gold income. After completing the occupation, the system's notification rang in Qin Feng's ears again. Ding dong, congratulations on occupying the level 5 gemstone vein. The level 3 territory panel territory resources has been activated for you. Current gem vein information can be checked in the territory resources panel. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng directly brought up the territory panel to check the newly acquired vein. Territory resources current occupied veins 1, level 5 gemstone vein gemstone, reserves 10500, estimated value 2.7 billion gold coins. Current maximum daily mining yield 100 gemstones day. Current recommended number of mining units 100 little sprites. Upon seeing the estimated value of this level 5 gemstone mine, Qin Feng felt it was quite good. In the divine realm, the output limit for level 5 gemstone veins is 20 million with a lower limit of 5 million. This vein is considered of medium level. Thinking of this, Qin Feng immediately opened the interface for controlling the little sprites in the territory panel. He summoned 100 little sprites that were circling around a wooden post. After about 20 minutes, Qin Feng's little sprites appeared in this vein. Once the little sprites appeared, the system's notification also rang out. Ding dong, 100 production units detected. Would you like to start mining immediately? Qin Feng clicked confirm, and as soon as the confirm button was pressed, his little sprites diligently began their excavation. Ding dong, your little sprites have collected LV1 energy stone black iron grade. Ding dong, your little sprites have collected LV1 energy stone black iron grade. Ding dong, your little sprites have collected LV1 energy stone black iron grade. A series of notifications echoed in Qin Feng's ears. Qin Feng felt that the system's notification sounds were as melodious as celestial music. In his memory, there were many such veins in his territory. As long as he could acquire all these veins, he could enjoy this wonderful sound every day. Thinking of this, Qin Feng left the mine and headed towards the second mine. After about 10 minutes, Qin Feng arrived at the area where the second mine was located. Drawing on the experience from the last time, Qin Feng controlled the little sprites to hurry to his location. Upon reaching the second mine, he estimated that the little sprites would soon arrive as well. Qin Feng charged into the mine wielding the Dragon Slayer blade. With his powerful attributes, Qin Feng was not worried that any creature could harm him. Soon he reached the deepest part of this. Upon arriving at the bottom of the cave, Qin Feng noticed something unusual. Looking down, he saw that black gas was continuously surging from the depths of the cave. Seeing this black gas, Qin Feng instinctively frowned as he thought of some ominous possibilities. This black gas was a sign of the underworld world invading the surface world, surging forth thickly before the underworld passage fully opened. This indicated that the brewing underworld passage was not an ordinary passage, but a super passage with powerful mutation. Once such a passage opened, it would be able to massively transform surrounding creatures, and if the pollution lasted too long, it could alter the environment, turning this place into a desolate land like the underworld. Thinking of this, Qin Feng's face turned extremely grim. He couldn't care less about the commotion caused by these rabble and other places. At most, he would just miss out on some experience points and go to the underground to grind a bit. Overall, it could be considered a situation where two parties do not interfere with each other. But the current situation was different. This group of underground scum had foolishly established a passageway right near his territory. Isn't this a challenge to the authority of Qin Feng? This matter cannot be tolerated. Naturally, it cannot be tolerated. Once this underground passage emerges, the surrounding environment will instantly be corrupted by this wretched thing. Killing off some flowers and plants would be a trivial matter. The most important thing is that this thing could contaminate the mine. In Qin Feng's mind, the mine is the third most important thing. If anyone dares to touch Qin Feng's mine, he will chase them to the ends of the earth and pay them back physically. With this thought, Qin Feng raised his head to look towards the end of the cave. At this moment, it seemed that the things in the cave had sensed Qin Feng's gaze and unfortunately stared back at him. In the depths of this dark cave, numerous crimson eyes were wide open, glaring angrily at Qin Feng. Seeing this, Qin Feng cast a probing spell at one of the targets. In the next moment, a creature's attribute panel appeared before Qin Feng's eyes. Transformed Underground Commander Epic Level. Level 85. Rank Epic. Health 8564000. Attack Power 11200000. Defense 845000. Skills: Transformed Defense, Devour Pollution, Bloodthirsty Frenzy, Advanced Slaughter Techniques, High-Level Power Boost, High-Level Combat Awareness, Transformed Infection. Description: A transformed commander from the underground possessing extremely powerful strength. If encountered, players should avoid it as quickly as possible. After reading the panel of this transformed commander, Qin Feng felt no interest at all. An 85-level minor monster that had not touched any power or rules could not even compel 1/5 of his strength. There was truly no significant challenge. While Qin Feng was examining these transformed commanders, they also seemed to... They sensed an extremely dangerous aura and an intense feeling of disgust from Qin Feng. Thinking about their larger mission, these transformed commanders did not wish to confront such a dangerous enemy as Qin. They forcibly suppressed their instinctual bloodthirst and kept their distance from Qin Feng, watching him warily. However, while they feared Qin Feng, he was not afraid of them. At this moment, Qin Feng activated the Phantom Clone ability, and 10 seconds later, over 10 clones of Qin Feng appeared. Swish, 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 swish. Marks of crimson blood plum blossoms pierced through the dark space, imprinting themselves onto these monsters. In the next moment, all the clones of Qin Feng simultaneously launched an attack, rushing into the midst of the monsters in an instant. Boom, 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 boom. A surge of crimson energy erupted from each Qin Feng. In that fleeting moment, these Qin Feng clones simultaneously activated their bloodthirsty power, gaining a 500 attack power boost, and the capability for real damage. In the next moment, in the pitch black cave, a series of dazzling sword lights sparkled. Although Qin Feng had not activated his blood rage and had not received a significant boost to his base attributes, under the enhancement of his equipment and tenfold attack speed, Qin Feng's attack speed reached a terrifying rate of over 3,000 strikes per second. Swish, 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 swish. 1212000. 1212000. 1212000. Under Qin Feng's incredibly terrifying attack capabilities, the underground monsters fell to the ground in an instant, dead beyond recovery. At the same time, a series of system notification sounds resounded in Qin Feng's ears. Ding. You have killed an 85 level epic underground transformed commander. You gain 300 million experience points. Ding. You have killed an 85 level epic underground transformed commander. You gain 300 million experience points. Ding. You have killed an 85 level epic underground transformed commander. You gain 300 million experience points. Ding. The strength of the Dragon Slayer Blade's spirit increases by 1. Ding. Your spirit strength increases by 1. Ding. Due to the effects of the talent Infinite Growth and the skill Blood Magic, while your health increases by 5. After a series of notification sounds, Qin Feng obtained nearly 5 billion experience points, causing his experience bar, which was just over level 44, to rise slightly. Qin Feng, feeling bored, shook off the dark bloodstains on the Dragon Slayer Blade and headed towards the other weaker monsters deep within the cave. Compared to the transformed underground commanders he faced earlier, these smaller monsters were of a lower level and weaker combat power. However, in terms of their disgusting appearance, these smaller monsters exceeded those transformed commanders several times. These vile creatures had a body structure not much different from humans, but unlike humans, they did not walk upright. Instead, on the limbs of these monsters, sturdy suction cups were growing. With the help of these suction cups, they could easily cling to the cave walls and crawl towards Qin Feng in various strange postures. On these monsters' faces were compound eyes. From each compound eye, a red and black light continuously emanated. Aside from these, the most repulsive aspect was the filthy viscous liquid constantly oozing from these monsters. This liquid was grayish-green and emitted a strong stench upon falling. Seeing this, Qin Feng truly couldn't stand it anymore. He activated the effect of his 5th-tier title, Bloodthirsty Azura, instilling fear into all the monsters within the cave. Then, using the blood left by the transformed commanders, Qin Feng unleashed the Crimson Blade. In an instant, Qin Feng's main body and clones condensed over 1,000 Crimson Blades. After completing the condensation, Qin Feng executed the Dragon Slayer Flash and exited the cave. He retreated to a safe position, no longer worrying about getting contaminated by that viscous liquid. With a thought, Qin Feng controlled these blades and began his harvest. Swish, 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 swish. 1950000 without damage dealer. 1950000. 1950000. Accompanied by the floating crimson damage numbers, a series of sounds of blades breaking through flesh echoed in Qin Feng's ears. At the same time, system notifications exploded in Qin Feng's ears. Ding. You have killed the transformed monster Earthwalker. You gain 156 million experience points. Ding. You have killed the transformed monster Earthwalker. You gain 156 million experience points. Ding. You have killed the transformed monster Earthwalker. You gain 156 million experience points. Ding. The strength of the Dragon Slayer Blade's spirit increases by 1. Ding. Your spirit strength increases by 1. Ding. Due to the effects of the talent Infinite Growth and the skill Blood Magic, while your health increases by 5. While killing, he also activated the Phantom Clone and condensed the Crimson Blade. Under the powerful lethality of the Crimson Blade, these Earthwalkers could not even take a step out of the blockade. Before Qin Feng himself was even seen, they were shredded into pieces by the Crimson Blade with real damage. Level 136, God Level Hidden Mission. After continuously slaughtering for a full 3 minutes, the Earthwalkers in the cave were finally wiped out by Qin Feng. After eliminating these Earthwalkers, Qin Feng walked into the cave and began to gather his spoils. Ding dong, you have obtained Fragment of Mutated Crystal X16451. Ding dong, you have obtained 13 sets of Legendary Mutated Battle Armor Set. Ding dong, you have obtained 1 infinite 0 gold coins. Listening to the prompts in his ears, Qin Feng checked his harvest and felt that it was quite good. First, the fragments of the mutated crystals. For the vast majority of players in the Divine Realm, fragments of mutated crystals are very valuable, because for every mutated crystal fragment used, players can earn 100 merit points. This time, Qin Feng obtained over 100 fragments, equating to over 10 million merit points. Although Qin Feng couldn't use these items himself, he could sell them to wealthy players lacking merit points for a good profit. In addition, the most valuable items were the more than 10 sets of legendary mutated battle armor. The mutated armor is a level 50 set, and its attributes are not particularly outstanding among level 50 legendary equipment. But let's not forget that Qin Feng previously obtained a special item known as the Equipment Recycling and Decomposition Device. With this device, he could restore these over 10 sets of legendary armor back into raw materials. If he was lucky, he might even be able to decompose some special materials like shell metal from these armors. Lastly, there were the 1.2 million gold coins. Although this amount was just a drop in the bucket for Qin Feng at this time. But even the smallest mosquito is still meat, and Qin Feng didn't mind. After organizing his spoils, he shifted his focus back to the cave. At this moment, he was more concerned about why these subterranean creatures had appeared in his territory. Gripping the Dragon Slayer blade, Qin Feng headed deeper into the mine. After a short while, Qin Feng arrived next to a mountain of corpses. Upon closer inspection, he found that all these corpses were wearing the Imperial Standard armor, seemingly all Imperial soldiers. The armor of these soldiers was well preserved, but the flesh and blood inside had completely vanished, leaving only a pile of desolate skeletons. After counting the number of corpses, Qin Feng's brow furrowed tighter. The pile of corpses here exceeded at least 5,000, and every corpse emanated the aura of subterranean magic. Seeing this, Qin Feng immediately sensed a hint of conspiracy. Realizing this, he quickened his pace and proceeded. Minutes later, Qin Feng reached the end of the cave. Upon arriving, he saw a gigantic mass of flesh. This mass of flesh was placed at the center of the cave by those subterranean creatures. At this moment, the black mass was rhythmically contracting and expanding. As this huge mass of flesh pulsed, colorful energies were drawn in through the tubes connected to it, slowly being absorbed into the mass. Upon seeing this, Qin Feng was momentarily stunned. In his previous life, he had encountered this thing countless times. This thing was actually an incubator, and a high-level one at that, capable of hatching divine-grade beings. Looking at this incubator, Qin Feng recalled what was being hatched. That thing was called the Camarado dragon. Although it had dragon in its name, it had no relation to the dragon race at all. It was an extremely powerful war creature with exceptionally strong combat capabilities and environmental pollution ability. Wherever it passed, the environment would be transformed into one most suitable for subterranean creatures, greatly enhancing their combat strength. However, this was not the most terrifying aspect of this weapon. The strongest ability of this war beast was that it could release a toxin known as the Black Death virus. Not only could it infect plants and animals, but it could also contaminate water sources, making it extremely troublesome. Upon realizing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel fortunate. If he hadn't arrived in time to discover this incubator, his territory would soon face a catastrophic disaster. Not only would the little sprites he produced perish, but even whether his buildings could survive would be a huge issue. Thinking of this, Qin Feng immediately activated his phantom clone technique, summoning over 10 clones. He then proceeded to mark the incubator with a series of crimson symbols. As soon as the blood-red plum blossom mark landed on the surface of the incubator, Qin Feng and his clones moved. They activated their crimson powers simultaneously. In the next moment, over 10 Qin Fengs swung their blades simultaneously, unleashing explosive damage that shattered the incubator into countless fragments. 121-20000. 121-20000. 121-20000. Accompanied by the terrifying damage values floating up, a series of system prompts echoed in Qin Feng's ears. Ding dong, you have destroyed the god-level incubator, and you gain 100 million experience points. Ding dong, you have slain the god-level monster Camarado dragon unmatured, gaining 500 million experience points. Ding dong, the strength of the Dragon Slayer blade spirit increases by 1. Ding dong, your spirit strength increases by 1. Ding dong, due to the effects of the talent infinite growth and the skill blood magic, while your health increases by 5. Ding dong, you have destroyed the incubator placed by the subterranean Lord Tagram, and your favorability with the subterranean Lord Tagram has dropped to 100 points. Current relationship, undying rival. Ding dong, you have destroyed the god-level incubator left by the subterranean Lord Tagram, triggering the unique hidden mission Tagram's conspiracy. Do you wish to accept it? Upon hearing this system prompt, a faint smile appeared on Qin Feng's face. After the Dragon Slayer blade was enhanced to 13, it could only be further strengthened by continuously slaying divine-level beings to accumulate enhancement points. After learning this information, Qin Feng had originally intended to find an opportunity to kill a couple of divine creatures to feed his blade. However, before he could finish what he was doing and go out searching, this kind of rewarding opportunity just appeared right in front of him. It was simply too coincidental. Moreover, such a unique hidden mission involving divine creatures generally had extremely rich rewards. With this in mind, Qin Feng directly chose to accept it. Countdown 45 days. Ding dong, you have accepted the task of the hidden mission, the conspiracy of Taglamar. Upon hearing this prompt, Qin Feng did not rush to check the task information, but instead lowered his head to collect his spoil. Ding dong, you have obtained blueprint for the incubator divine grade X1. Ding dong, you have acquired 100 gold coins. Ding dong, you have received incubator fragments X31. Ding dong, you have obtained divine power crystals X3. Listening to these system prompts and gazing at the blueprint for the incubator divine grade in his inventory, Qin Feng, he never expected that such impoverished cave monsters would contribute such a precious treasure to him. In the world of Divine Realm, the caves possessed a remarkably powerful biological modification technology system. The blueprint for the incubator that Qin Feng obtained at this moment was an exceptionally powerful technique within this technological. As long as Qin Feng could master this technique, he could endlessly create mounts and pets. These cultivated mounts and pets, whether kept by Qin Feng himself or sold to NPCs or players, would bring him. In short, this was a loot that could almost be considered priceless. After checking the information of the incubator, Qin Feng shifted his gaze to another piece of loot. Divine Power Crystal Level 1. Rank Divine Tier 3. Effects 1. After completing the 9th career transition, you can absorb Divine Power Crystals to enhance yourself, gaining a 5 increase in all attributes. 2. When using Divine Power Crystals to craft equipment, the equipment gains Divine Power, increasing base attributes by 100 and generating 3 additional equipment traits based on the equipment's rank. 3. When using Divine Power Crystals to feed pets, the pet's level can be automatically raised by 3 levels. 4. Consuming Divine Power Crystals can activate Ancient War Machines. Restrictions none. Description: an absolutely diluted treasure, if you obtain at your ancestral grave, must be smoking. After reading the description of the Divine Power Crystal, Qin Feng felt he had struck it rich. Because even in the late game, acquiring treasures like Divine Power Crystals is extremely difficult. The requirements for those tasks are not to make players run into the caves to challenge the 10 demon lords. Instead, they require players to venture into the hidden secrets of the sacred mountain of the church to challenge the retired popes. The difficulty is simply at its peak. Yet now Qin Feng had almost effortlessly obtained 3 Divine Power Crystals. One cannot help but say that his 80+ points in luck were not for nothing. After reviewing this round of loot, Qin Feng opened his task panel to check the hidden mission he just accepted. The Conspiracy of Taglamar, Divine Grade, Phase 1 Level Divine. Task description: while exploring the territory and searching for or veins, you accidentally discovered an incubator left by Taglamar. In Taglamar's plan, this incubator, however, you discovered and destroyed his incubator. In order to prevent you from disrupting his plans, he accelerated the hatching process. Please kill 10 incubators and 10 Khmorad dragons within a day and obtain the pathogen of the plague. Task objectives: 1. Incubator 0102. Khmorad Dragon 0103. Plague Pathogen 01. Task rewards: 1. 500 million experience points. 2. Random Material Chest Divine Grade X13. Qualification to unlock the second phase of this task. Task restrictions: 1. Complete all task objectives within 24 hours. Current remaining time, 23 hours 54 minutes. Failure penalty: none. Description: do not investigate further, for Taglamar is waiting for you at the end. After reading the introduction of this mission, Qin Feng became excited instantly. Of course, what excited him was not the meager experience points or that divine grade material chest. For Qin Feng, these things were secondary. What mattered most to him was that this mission had subsequent phases, giving him the chance to face divine grade enemies. One must know that the game was still in its early stages and most divine grade creatures were in a state of slumber. Finding one that was awake was still quite difficult. Thinking about how the dragon slaying blade would soon gain a few more enhancement points, Qin Feng felt a surge of happiness. With that thought in mind, Qin Feng made a decision he would mine while completing the first phase of this task. Compared to ordinary places, the energy in a mine is undoubtedly immense, especially in certain energy veins. To successfully complete the hatching and create Khmorad dragons, a large amount of energy must be infused into the incubator. Thus, Qin Feng was very certain that there would definitely be incubators in those large mines. With this in mind, Qin Feng controlled the little sprite to enter the mine. After walking a few steps with the little sprite, a system prompt rang in Qin Feng's ear. Ding dong, you have discovered a level 9 gem vein. Would you like to immediately occupy and collect it? Without hesitation, Qin Feng clicked confirm. When it comes to the gem reserves within the vein, the difference between a level 9 vein and a level 5 vein is as vast as clouds and mud. Even comparing the lowest reserves of a level 9 vein with the maximum reserves of a level 5 vein, the level 9 vein is 5 times that of the level 5 vein. This means that the minimum reserves of a level 9 vein are 100 million. Some rich level 9 veins can even possess over 5 billion in gem reserves. If Qin Feng could obtain a level 9 vein with a reserve of 5 billion this time, he would have struck it rich. Just this one mine would be enough for him to thrive in the late game. As he contemplated this, Qin Feng completed the occupation of the vein and a system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding dong, congratulations to player Tianyi for successfully occupying the first level 9 vein in the entire server. Please open the territory panel to check the details. World announcement: it has been detected that the player Tianyi from the Huaxiao region has occupied the first level 9 vein. A mining speed enhancement buff, 50 increase has been granted. We hope all players worldwide will strive to occupy their own veins soon. World announcement: as player Tianyi has occupied a level 9 vein, the mine contention battle will commence. From now on, players from all servers worldwide can participate. The mine contention battle will begin in 45 days. On the day it begins, this system will automatically announce the coordinates of all mines below level 9. We hope all players prepare actively and participate enthusiastically. Listening to the explosive sound ringing in his ears, players from the global Divine Realm paused their actions, staring blankly at the world channel. For these Divine Realm players, today was indeed extraordinary. In just a few hours, the system had broadcasted world announcements 4 times in a row. And without exception, all these world announcements pointed to the same individual, Tianyi. More importantly, the content of these announcements was increasingly explosive, with the last one unveiling a major event. the mining competition. In an instant, all players were left utterly stunned. Level 9 mine. It's actually a level 9 mine. I just checked the data. A level 9 mine has at least 100 million in gemstone reserves, meaning that Tianyi will yield at least 10 billion gold coins this time. What the hell? Is it that terrifying? I'm so envious. Hey, you guys are missing the point. Isn't the focus supposed to be the mining competition? 15 days from now, all level 9 and below mines will be revealed. This is just absurd. Tianyi, reel in your divine powers. Stop causing trouble. Yeah, Tianyi, I haven't even left the newbie village. I'm only level 9. Where am I supposed to get the qualifications to participate in that ridiculous mining competition? Don't say you're only level 9. I'm level 19 now, and I wouldn't dare to participate either. Single-handedly speeding up the game's progress. Is Tianyi even human? Forget it. Such a major event has nothing to do with us commoners. We should just take quests to level up and grind dungeons in the main city. That's the priority. We have no chance in the mining competition. Ooh, I wonder if those guilds have the strength to challenge Tianyi. Come on. Those trash guilds can't even compare to a single hair of Tianyi. Tianyi is incredible. Scream. Selling strategies. Officially certified by Tianyi. I don't come if you're not smart enough. I'm worried I can't insult you back. Ordinary players were venting their feelings of disparity in the world channel. With levels insufficient and poor equipment, they had already given up their qualifications to participate in the mining competition before it even began. In stark contrast to these players, the managers of global divine realm guilds became tense at this moment. When Qin Feng obtained the territory, they had originally planned not to compete with him on this front. They intended to carve out new paths and delve deeper into guild development. However, plans could not keep up with changes. Before they could complete their deployments and start gathering resources for the guild, Qin Feng once again delivered a world announcement to them and started the countdown for the mining competition. In an instant, these guild managers became hesitant. As guild managers, these players possessed a far greater understanding of the game than ordinary players. They easily discerned more nuances from this world announcement. They realized that to participate in the mining competition, they must acquire noble ranks and territories before it begins. Only then could they have enough manpower to defend and mine the resources they claimed. To obtain noble ranks and territories, they needed to accumulate merit points. This was the prerequisite for participating in the mining competition. However, merit points in the Divine Realm game were not so easily acquired. The difficulty was far greater than the experience points that trapped countless players. To gather enough merit points and obtain noble ranks within a mere 45 days was a daunting task for these guild players. Yet despite the difficulties, the immense benefits contained within the mining competition stirred insatiable greed in the hearts of these guild players. After some deliberation, these players ultimately succumbed to their greedy desires. They shifted their focus, investing nearly all their resources and manpower into preparing for the mining competition. Returning to Qin Feng, when he heard the final world announcement, he was momentarily stunned. However, after a brief pause, he came back to himself, recalling how the mining competition had similarly commenced in his past life. Gazing at the countdown in the world announcement, a faint smile gradually surfaced at the corner of Qin Feng's eyes. Although his mind was filled with numerous mine locations, he was neither a deity nor a program, and could not remember every. However, with the countdown for the mining competition initiated, this situation was greatly improved. Once the 45-day countdown ends, all information regarding level 9 and below mine locations will be revealed, ensuring that not a single mine point is overlooked. After acquiring the coordinates of these mine points, Qin Feng could rampantly initiate his plundering. Yes, it was indeed, let alone what would happen in 45 days. Even with his current strength, Qin Feng could sweep across the entire continent, annihilating any enemies that stood in his way. This referred not only to players, but also to the NPCs within the Divine Realm world. Due to version restrictions, the system had not yet fully lifted the limitations on high-level deities. In this phase, those super deities and dungeon demons that could threaten Qin Feng remained in an uncontrollable slumber. In other words, in the current version, Qin Feng was invincible. However, being invincible did not mean that seizing all the mines and reaping all the benefits would be an easy task. After all, Qin Feng was just one person and could not possibly suppress so many mines simultaneously, even if he could use shadow clones to create duplicates. These clones, however, had a duration of only a few dozen seconds, which was far from sufficient to assist him in harvesting the entire Divine Realm world. What was even more unfortunate was that Qin Feng's territory was still in its early stages. Even if given 45 days to develop, he might not be able to produce an army capable of simultaneously suppressing the entire Divine Realm world. It is essential to understand that suppressing and conquering are two different matters. The required number of troops for each is not even in the same league. With this thought, Qin Feng began to feel distressed. Seeing, touching, and having the ability to consume were all there, but the key was that there was no time to partake. Is there anything more torturous than this in the world? Qin Feng frantically tugged at his hair, and after a bout of deep thought, he finally conceived a solution. The moment he thought of this method, a glimmer of light appeared in Qin Feng's eyes. At the same time, a cruel smile gradually formed at the corner of his mouth. In the previous life, during the outbreak of the mine contention war, the system announced nearly 1,000 mining points. These mining points exist not only in the Divine Realm continent of the Huaxia region, but are also scattered throughout the Divine Realm world. Among them, there are more than 20 level 9 mining points, and over 80 level 8 mining points. For these 100 or so high-level mining points, Qin Feng was determined to seize them, employing any means necessary to acquire. Aside from these level 8 and 9 mining points, the allure of other mining points was not as compelling to Qin Feng. However, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Qin Feng was not prepared to abandon any mining point. He aimed to capture them all. To be realistic, Qin Feng did not have the time and energy to directly control these mining points. To incorporate them into his possession, he needed to rely on the hands of others. For this reason, Qin Feng naturally assigned this glorious, yet arduous task to the players of the Divine Realm. This task was very simple, requiring only a few steps. The first step was to incite a portion of high-end players to participate. The second step was to wait until most of the mining points were gathered together by the players before Qin Feng directly intervened to reclaim these mining points for himself. With this thought in mind, Qin Feng began to execute his plan. He opened the Divine Realm game forum and directly edited a quick level-up guide and a quick acquisition of titles and territories guide. The former aimed to help the tools quickly level up, enhancing their strength to defeat the wild boss guarding the mining points during. The latter was intended to enable the tools to promptly obtain titles and territories, qualifying them to work for Qin Feng. Unlike the last time he released a guide, Qin Feng set the purchase price for these 2 guides at 50 million gold coins. Additionally, in the quick acquisition of titles and territories guide, he added a non-binding supplementary condition. While earning money was secondary, the primary reason was to filter out players without strength, concentrating the existing mining points in the hands of a select few. This way, when Qin Feng went to reap the rewards, he would take a much shorter path. After completing all this, Qin Feng clicked send and published these 2 guides on forums, both domestically and internationally. Thanks to Qin Feng's title as the top player in the Divine Realm, these 2 guides quickly caused a stir in gaming forums around. Wow, the Great Tianyi has released another guide. And this time it's 2. Does this mean the Great Tianyi forgives us? Oh, I'm so happy. Long live the Great Tianyi. The Great Tianyi is amazing. Wow. Why are these 2 guides? It actually costs 50 million gold coins. What? Did you misread? Wasn't the last one just 1 gold coin? It really is true. These 2 guides actually cost 50 million gold coins. Is the Great Tianyi going broke? Hey upstairs, be careful. Do you remember what happened to those main city players? Here's your chance to rephrase your words. Great Tianyi, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. Please treat me like a fart and blow me away. Crowdfunding. Let's team up to buy the level up guide. We already have 1 person, and we need another 49999. Poor people, stay away. Crowdfunding. Currently 1 person still need 49999 people each, contributing 100 gold coins, and you can enjoy the level up guide of the Great Tianyi. Don't miss out. Wealthy players roll away. Thanks to the authority Qin Feng had established earlier, although the price of these 2 guides was outrageous, few dared to question him in the forums, let alone insult him. Those with slightly less sense would receive friendly reminders from other players after making arrogant remarks. Upon realizing their mistake, they quickly understood the danger of their statements and hastily changed their tune, begging for mercy in the world channel. In an instant, the entire world channel was filled with voices of crowdfunding praise and apologies. Soon Qin Feng began to hear a series of system notification sounds. Ding dong, the Great Black Rat has purchased your quick level up guide. Through crowdfunding, 50 million gold coins have been received and have been transferred to your backpack. Ding dong, the Foolish Groundhog has purchased your quick level up guide. Through crowdfunding, 50 million gold coins have been received and have been transferred to your backpack. Ding dong, the Sister Who Loves Dumplings has purchased your quick level up guide. Through crowdfunding, 50 million gold coins have been received and have been transferred to your backpack. Listening to these system notification sounds, Qin Feng was not particularly surprised. He had anticipated that players would purchase his guides through crowdfunding as soon as he released them. However, those who needed to rely on crowdfunding to gather enough money to buy the guides would not significantly impact his plan. The ones who could truly participate in his plans were those who could individually put forth 50 million gold coins. Only they could genuinely utilize the contents of the guides and leverage their financial power to level up quickly. Indeed, Qin Feng put a little thought into writing this quick level up guide. Most of the methods for rapid leveling included in it required spending money. After walking a few steps with the little sprite system, prompt rang in Qin Feng's ear. Ding dong, you have discovered a level 9 gem vein. Would you like to immediately— What the heck? Why does this quick level up guide cost so much money? Yeah, I thought we could level up quickly after crowdfunding. I didn't expect every method mentioned in this guide requires money. I calculated it. If I follow the methods in the guide to level up to level 60, it will cost at least 3 billion soft sister coins. I'm crying. If I had that much money, why would I even play games? I could go out and play escape rooms with cute girls instead. No wonder the Great Tianyi set such a high selling price. It turns out he doesn't want us to be scammed. Low EQ scammer. Great Tianyi. I've read your guide, but I don't have any money. Can you share a guide that ordinary players can use? Low EQ purchase guide, useless refund. Watching the players wailing wildly in the world channel, Qin Feng smiled silently and gradually shifted his attention back to the system notifications. With feedback from these ordinary players, the top tier players and super spenders would likely soon be tempted. After all, they lacked other things such as morals, character, and humanity, but they had money. Since spending a little money could exchange for the same leveling speed as the Great Tianyi, how could they possibly resist? 140. The agreement destined to be torn apart. Observing the lively and harmonious atmosphere in the world channel, the attention of top players in the Divine Realm was instantly attracted by the 2 strategies released by Qin Feng. Since the game's launch, Qin Feng has achieved numerous firsts across the entire server and even the world. He is undoubtedly the foremost figure in the Divine Realm game. Previously, Qin Feng had also released 2 strategies, one of which was precisely about leveling up. After obtaining that strategy, the leveling speed of the vast majority of Divine Realm players saw a significant increase. This allowed them to reach the main city from the novice village in a very short time. However, once they reached the main city, that leveling strategy became ineffective, no longer paving the way for their future upgrades. Following that, due to the incident caused by Niu Yun and others after slaughtering over 100 players in the Huaxiao region, Qin Feng ceased to publish any game strategies. Following that, due to the incident caused by Niu Yun and others after slaughtering over 100 players in the Huaxiao region, Qin Feng ceased to publish any game strategies. However, just as they were tormented by their leveling experiences, Qin Feng surprisingly decided to offer them benefits. Watching the wailing of the impoverished players in the World Channel, the super spenders were thrilled. For them, spending money to level up was the best way to upgrade, bar none. With that in mind, these players hastily purchased Qin Feng's leveling strategy. After clicking to view it, they were instantly dumbfounded. This leveling strategy was incredibly powerful. As long as they kept spending money, they could break through to level 60 and complete their 6th job transfer in no time. This is utterly ridiculous. For the sake of a little money, he actually revealed all his secrets to leveling up. With this strategy, the Divine Realm will no longer be a solo show for Tianyi. Y2 can stand atop the world. This 50 million is simply worth it. One by one, the top spenders shouted in excitement, and then they turned their attention to another strategy. Unlike the leveling strategy that attracted everyone, the quick acquisition of nobility titles and territories was tailored. Only they had enough money to effectively utilize the previous quick leveling strategy to enhance their strength. With strength gained, they could follow the content of the second strategy to quickly acquire enough merit points and obtain their own titles and territories. Thinking of this, the players immediately clicked to purchase. However, unlike before, this time, they did not hear the crisp notification of a successful purchase. Instead, a dialogue interface popped up. In this dialogue window, the initiator was naturally themselves, while on the other end was none other than Qin Feng. Seeing the ID that seemed to shimmer with golden light, most of the spenders couldn't help but tremble. Even though they were leagues away from Qin Feng at that moment, their minds were flooded with images of him ruthlessly slaughtering those main. Just as these players were trembling, a message appeared in their dialogue box. By purchasing this strategy, if you gain a title and territory following my methods, you must give me 50 of your profits. Choosing to purchase is considered an agreement. If you regret it, you will bear the consequences yourself. Looking at this extremely domineering and unreasonable demand, the spenders were instantly furious. However, after some contemplation, they yielded, not daring to lash out at Qin Feng in the dialogue box. After all, when under someone else's roof, one must bow their head. To reap benefits from Qin Feng, they naturally had to pay a corresponding price. But for these individuals, this moment of submission was only temporary. They were merely suppressing their inner anger, and sooner or later they would return it to Qin Feng in full. Short-sighted little thief. Do you think that with just a few light words from you I would listen to you? When I grow stronger, do you think I will still take you seriously? This Tianyi is simply a fool. Just look at him. He has clearly never experienced the harshness of society. Agree to him first, what happens afterward is another matter. Damn. This Tianyi is even greedier than I am, knowing he cannot consume all the mines alone, yet wants others to do the work for him. How naive. Arrogant. Truly arrogant. But I can agree to his demands for now. As for whether I will comply later, that will be up to me. With this thought in mind, every super spender filled with resentment towards Qin Feng unhesitatingly replied with a yes. Then they signed the embedded document in the purchase agreement, offering 50 million gold coins and buying this life-threatening talisman from Qin Feng. Seeing the strategy sent to his account, Niu Yun couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, he had already established his new account in the Japan region and successfully exited the novice village, entering the main city. Tianyi, you are simply too arrogant. 2 strategies in a row. Aren't you afraid of shooting yourself in the foot? Still thinking of taking advantage of me. If I could keep my promises, would I still be Niu Yun? This is hilarious. Foolish Tianyi, just wait. When the mind contention battle ends, everyone who bought this strategy will tear up the agreement. And when that time comes, you will become the target of everyone's ire. As long as you dare to retaliate against any of us, we will unite to crush you completely. Looking at the strategy in his hands, Niu Yun shouted excitedly. However, he was unaware that what Qin Feng desired was precisely their unity against him. After all, dealing with them one by one was indeed a bit tiresome. Ding dong, the emotionless killer has purchased your quick acquisition of nobility titles and territory strategy. 50 million gold coins have been received and deposited into your backpack. Ding dong, Pompey Gattuso has purchased your quick acquisition of nobility titles and territory strategy. 50 million gold coins have been received and deposited into your backpack. Ding dong, Niu Jiagongzi has purchased your quick acquisition of nobility titles and territory strategy. 50 million gold coins have been received and deposited into your backpack. Hearing the series of notifications ringing in his ears, Qin Feng smiled faintly, jotting down the names of these super spenders in his little notebook. After completing all this, Qin Feng finally turned his satisfied gaze to the territory panel, checking the information of the newly acquired mines. 141. The injured Netherworld White Tiger. Current occupied mine 1, level 5 gem mine. Gem reserves 105400000. Estimated value 2. 7 billion gold coins. Current daily mining yield maximum limit 1000 gems day. Current suggested mining units 100 small sprites. 2. Level 9 gem mine. Gem reserves 600 million. Estimated value 43. 2 billion gold coins. Estimated value 43. 2 billion gold coins. Current daily mining yield maximum limit 5000 gems day. Current suggested mining units 500 small sprites. After reviewing the newly acquired mine information, Qin Feng nodded appreciatively. Although this mine is not the top-tier type, it has a gem reserve of 160 million and an estimated value of 43.2 billion. With this level 9 mine and the previous level 5 mine, Qin Feng could be considered quite wealthy. However, this was still not enough for what he needed to do. Firstly, gem extraction requires time, and there is a limit to the number of gems that can be mined each day. Secondly, selling all these gems also takes time. In this situation, the 2 gem mines could only ensure that Qin Feng had some income every day for a period of time. However, if he wanted to become rich quickly or to have the funds from selling gems catch up with his spending, Qin Feng needed to occupy more mines, extract more ore, and establish his own sales channels. Thinking of this, Qin Feng sent all the small sprites he brought into the mining operation. Ding dong, you have arranged 249 small sprites to enter the level 9 gem mine for extraction. Upon hearing this notification, Qin Feng proceeded to summon more small sprites for mining while walking out of the mine. After exiting the mine, Qin Feng headed straight towards the nearest mine. A few minutes later, he arrived at his destination. As before, Qin Feng charged into the mine wielding the Dragon Slayer blade. Before the mine was claimed by anyone, all the guarding monsters were stationed within. Shortly after entering the mine, Qin Feng encountered several skeletal warriors. However, the highest level skeletons were only in their 70s, unable to withstand Qin Feng, who swiftly annihilated them. After dealing with this wave of skeletons, Qin Feng continued deeper into the cave with the Dragon Slayer blade in hand. Although he encountered sporadic obstacles along the way, these small monsters could not even slow down Qin Feng's pace under his terrifying damage capability. Pushing through, Qin Feng quickly reached the deepest part of the mine. Upon arriving, he looked up to see a severely injured female tiger. Thick, dark magic energy slowly oozed from the female tiger's abdomen. Clearly, she had been injured recently, and the entity that harmed her was likely related to the dark creatures of the cave. Aside from the injured female tiger, there were 2 white fluffy cubs in the cave. Upon seeing these level 1 cubs, Qin Feng felt that his luck was almost absurdly good. It is known that once a character reaches level 20 and completes their second job change, they can access the pet panel. If Qin Feng could capture these tiger cubs, he would acquire his own pets. However, if the growth potential of these cubs was not very good, Qin Feng would still choose to sell them. After all, raising a pet requires a significant amount of effort and time. Thinking of this, Qin Feng summoned the Eye of Exploration to check the information of these tigers, starting with the injured female Netherworld White Tiger Epic Boss. Status severely eroded by dark magic, on the verge of death. Level 85. Rank Epic. Health 3117260050510000 injured. Attack 7860000820000. Defense 14400000. Skills: Advanced Combat, Specialization Advanced, Defense Advanced, Healing Advanced, Agility Advanced, Hunting Instinct Advanced, Wisdom, Bite, Blood, Servitude, Minion, Summon, War, Cry, Ice Domain. Description: a powerful creature with ancient bloodlines, those killed by her will become her minions. At this moment, as Qin Feng saw the information of the female tiger, the Netherworld White Tiger also noticed Qin Feng. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Qin Feng, the Netherworld White Tiger growled softly and protected her still close-eyed cubs behind her. Human warrior, who are you? Why have you intruded into my territory? A voice echoed in Qin Feng's mind, emanating from the female tiger. Listening to this voice, a smile of delight appeared on Qin Feng's face. Indeed, advanced wisdom is not to be underestimated, as it allows these beasts to possess the ability to converse with humans. Amidst his reflections, Qin Feng wished to recruit the 2 cubs under his command. Thus he began to persuade. Who I am is not important. The key is that you're about to die, and you won't be able to watch your cubs grow up anymore. They are still so small with their eyes yet to open. If you die, they will be in danger. In my opinion, you would be better off handing these cubs over to me. I can help take care of them. However, if they do not perform well, just pretend I never said anything. Qin Feng smiled gently at the Netherworld White Tiger, waiting for her decision. As his words fell, the female tiger's eyes immediately brightened, looking at Qin Feng with anticipation. However, after a short moment, this expression was replaced by intense wariness. The female tiger growled softly and communicated with Qin Feng telepathically. It's easy to say. What guarantee do you have that you won't sell my cubs? And how can you ensure their safety? Hearing this, Qin Feng smiled faintly. He knew that the female tiger was already wavering. With just a little more effort, this could be accomplished. Thinking of this, Qin Feng directly drew the Dragon Slayer blade and thrust it into the ground. With a thud, the blade instantly pierced through the hard ground and deeply embedded itself into the rock. Boom. A powerful force transmitted through the tip of the Dragon Slayer blade into the underground, creating a massive void beneath the surface. After pulling out the Dragon Slayer blade, Qin Feng lightly stepped down, causing the thin layer of rock above to collapse. After completing all this, Qin Feng turned his gaze back to the female tiger and said calmly, "In your current state, your body should be weaker than this rock layer. You have seen my strength. If I wanted to kill you or take your cubs, I wouldn't need to waste my breath on you. I will give you half a minute to consider. Whether you trust me or not is up to you." Looking at the terrifyingly powerful human being before her, the Yoming white tiger's eyes revealed an unmistakable hint of hesitation. As Qin Feng had said, she was now severely afflicted by the demonic energy from the underground and would soon meet her death. Once she perished, her two cubs would become orphans unable to grow up in time and would be killed by the natural enemies of. Thinking of this, the Yoming white tiger reluctantly nodded, agreeing to Qin Feng's request. She then began to communicate with him through her thoughts. Mysterious human powerhouse, could you grant me a quick end? I do not wish to endure this agony. Qin Feng nodded lightly, instantly activating his crimson power, gaining true damage capability and a 500 increase in attack power. Then, utilizing the effect of his third talent, infinite firepower, Qin Feng began to stack the phantom clones frantically. In a moment, dozens of doppelgangers appeared around him. The next, several crimson marks were inscribed upon the Yoming white tiger's body. With a clang, the dragon slayer blade sliced through the Yoming white tiger's throat, sending this epic-level wild boss back to the abyss. Ding! You have fulfilled the Yoming white tiger's wish and ended her suffering. You have received a gift from the Yoming white tiger. The favorability of her two cubs towards you has increased by 100. Ding! You have slain the level 85 epic wild boss Yoming white tiger. You have gained 300 million experience points and received a reward of 5 luck points. Ding! You have defeated a unit. Your health increases by 5 points and the strength of your weapon spirit rises by 1, as does the strength of your spiritual body. Hearing these two notification sounds, Qin Feng smiled faintly, quite satisfied with his gains. He then walked directly to the side of the Yoming white tiger and collected all the items that had fallen from her. Ding! You have obtained epic level weapon forging materials Yoming white tiger's fangs X2. Ding! You have obtained epic level equipment ice blade. Ding! You have received 2,000 gold coins. After checking his loot and finding nothing of high value, Qin Feng stuffed these items into his backpack, planning to exchange them. After organizing his spoils, Qin Feng turned his attention to the two tiger cubs. He cast a detection spell on them. Yoming white tiger cub epic. Level 1. Rank epic. Attack growth 9 stars. Defense growth 8 stars. Physique growth 9 stars. Pet rating 89. 77 points. Description: using a pet scroll grants a certain chance of turning it into a player's pet. After reviewing the information of the two Yoming white tiger cubs, Qin Feng found them quite promising. These two little creatures were indeed qualified to become his pets. In the divine realm, a baby's potential is determined by 3 growth attributes. A 9-star attack power signifies that this baby has excellent talent. As long as no major incidents occurred during growth, it can generally reach the peak output capacity of its species. Next is physique. Both of these cubs have a physique rating of 9 stars, which means that once they grow, they will possess an extraordinarily high health pool. Furthermore, regarding defense growth, these two cubs have a defense growth of only 8 stars, which does not reach the absolute peak of their species. However, they are still quite good and can barely serve as transition pets in the early stages. Thinking of this, Qin Feng suddenly remembered the crafting blueprint for the incubator that he had obtained earlier. If he could successfully find someone to develop the incubator, he could treat these two cubs as replicas of the original body, mass-producing Yoming white tiger cubs. Moreover, since there would be no need to hatch them into a complete state, the resources required for hatching would also be significant. As long as Qin Feng hatches a sufficient number of cubs, he could sell any surplus to the NPCs in the divine realm for a considerable profit. With this thought in mind, Qin Feng immediately summoned a small sprite, instructing it to take the two cubs back to his territory and hand them over to Chunlura for care. This could be considered making the most of his resources. After completing all of this, Qin Feng led the remaining sprites to start occupying the mines. After a brief moment, having completed the occupation of the mine, Qin Feng opened the mine panel to check it. Level 7 gold mine. Gold mine reserves 1 billion standard units. Estimated value 1 billion gold coins. Current daily extraction revenue maximum limit 1 million standard units day. Current recommended configuration production unit quantity 100. After reviewing the information about this mine, Qin Feng found it quite satisfactory. Although 1 million gold coins daily was not much, it would accumulate over time into a substantial fortune. With this in mind, Qin Feng decisively arranged for 100 sprites to begin extracting from the gold mine. After completing all of this, Qin Feng turned to leave the mine, heading towards his next destination. In the following 5 hours, Qin Feng fought fiercely, without taking a moment's rest, capturing 15 mines. Among them was a level 9 gem mine, which had a greater gem reserve than the previous one, reaching 200 million. Additionally, he also acquired a level 9 gold mine. After occupying it, this gold mine could bring nearly 20 million in daily revenue. Aside from these 2 large level 9 mines, Qin Feng also captured 3 level 6 gem mines, 6 level 8 silver mines, and 4 miscellaneous mines. Meanwhile, during this occupation journey, Qin Feng destroyed 9 incubators and obtained the pathogen of the Black Death. This meant that Qin Feng only needed to destroy one last incubator and slay the final Camarado dragon to complete the first phase of this hidden quest. After that intense work, almost all the mines in Qin Feng's territory had been occupied by him, leaving none unscathed. With this thought, Qin Feng shifted his gaze beyond his territory. Soon his attention was drawn to a high-risk area on the map. This location was somewhat distant from other veins, so initially Qin Feng had not included it in his occupation targets. 143 here. Blood and flesh pollution is prohibited. After a few minutes, Qin Feng successfully arrived at the moment he reached the mine. Qin Feng sensed an incredibly dense aura of demonic energy emanating from the cave. At the same time, a mechanical prompt from the system echoed in his ears. Ding dong, you are affected by the pressure of the location, and your base attributes are reduced. Your high resistance to abnormal states has offset this effect, and your attribute reduction is 0. Hearing this prompt, Qin Feng's eyes lit up with joy. This notification confirmed his previous speculation that the final incubator was indeed within this mine. Thinking of this, Qin Feng gripped the Dragon Slayer and charged into the mine. With his high agility attributes, his movement speed was extremely swift. In just a moment, he had dashed into the depths of the mine. As he entered, the demonic creatures within immediately sensed Qin. Suddenly, a wailing sound erupted and monsters enveloped in black demonic energy charged towards Qin Feng. These creatures resembled humans, but their bulging muscles showcased a strength far surpassing that of ordinary humans. Upon seeing these monsters, Qin Feng didn't even want to use the detection skill. He simply brandished his sword and met them head-on. For an ordinary player, such powerful creatures might pose a significant challenge. But for Qin Feng, these creatures were hardly a challenge. If it weren't for the need to protect his territory from being eroded by the demonic energy, he wouldn't bother with these monsters. With a swift motion, Qin Feng activated the Dragon Slayer flash and dashed into the midst of the monsters. In the next moment, a surge of blood energy erupted from Qin Feng's body, infusing him with immense power. Swish, swish, swish. 1950W, 1950W, 1950W. Ding dong, you have killed the level 80 epic tier demonic creature executioner. You gained 200 million experience points, your health increased by 5 points, and you gained 1 point of spiritual strength. Ding dong, you have killed the level 80 epic tier demonic creature executioner. You gained 200 million experience points, your health increased by 5 points, and you gained 1 point of spiritual strength. Ding dong, you have killed the level 80 epic tier demonic creature executioner. You gained 200 million experience points, your health increased by 5 points, and you gained 1 point of spiritual strength. Fiery blades of light flickered in the mine, and one by one the monsters fell to the ground, becoming Qin Feng's health, spiritual strength, and experience points. Looking at the fallen executioner before him, the excitement in Qin Feng's eyes grew stronger. Among the demonic army, the executioner was undoubtedly a trump card unit. At this moment, such a level of demonic unit had appeared in this mine, indicating that what they were guarding was far from ordinary. Thinking of this, Qin Feng brandished the Dragon Slayer and charged deeper into the cave. Qin Feng pressed forward madly, continuously hacking away. Although there were many executioners trying to stop Qin Feng along the way, without exception, they all met an unfortunate fate, unable to withstand Qin Feng's true damage, and were easily dispatched. Before long, Qin Feng reached the deepest part of the entire mine. Upon arriving, he raised his gaze and saw 7 massive incubators standing within the mine. The moment he saw these 7 incubators, Qin Feng's expression instantly turned cold. Along with the previous 9 incubators, Tagra Lama had placed a total of 16 incubators near his territory. If all these incubators were allowed to complete their hatching, Qin Feng's territory would face utter destruction. Without further thought, Qin Feng immediately began to stack shadow clones. Moments later, Qin Feng summoned over 70 shadow clones. Swish, swish, swish. Blood-colored plum blossom marks were swiftly imprinted onto the incubators before him. After completing these preparations, Qin Feng brandished the Dragon Slayer to deliver a fatal blow to these incubators. But at that moment, a series of system prompts exploded in Qin Feng's ears. Ding dong, incubator no. 001 has completed hatching. Warning, the Camarado dragon is about to emerge. This unit is of divine tier, extremely dangerous. Please players evacuate immediately. Ding dong, incubator no. 002 has completed hatching. Warning, the Camarado dragon is about to emerge. This unit is of divine tier, extremely dangerous. Please players evacuate immediately. Ding dong, incubator no. 007 has completed hatching. Warning, the Camarado dragon is about to emerge. This unit is of divine tier, extremely dangerous. Please players evacuate immediately. Listening to these system prompts, Qin Feng did not choose to leave. Instead, he became even more excited. It is important to note that although the Camarado dragons that had not completed hatching held divine status, they did not possess divine power. Killing such monsters would not increase the enhancement value of the Dragon Slayer. However, the situation was different now. These Camarado dragons in the arena had already completed their hatching and possessed complete divine powers. As long as he killed them, the enhancement value of the Dragon Slayer could increase by a full 7 points. Thinking of this, Qin Feng immediately activated the Crimson Domain. In the next moment, a rich blood energy instantly enveloped the entire mine, transforming it into a crimson. At the same time, the Camarado dragons successfully crawled out of the incubators and unleashed deafening roars towards roar, roar, roar. The moment the roars erupted, the system prompts also detonated in Qin Feng's ears. Ding dong, you are affected by the authority blood and flesh pollution. Your flesh has developed self-awareness and is about to rebel against you. Ding dong, you are affected by the authority blood and flesh pollution. Your flesh has developed self-awareness and is about to rebel against you. Ding dong, you are affected by the authority blood and flesh pollution. Your flesh has developed self-awareness and is about to rebel against you. After 7 consecutive system prompts, Qin Feng discovered that the flesh and blood throughout his body were uncontrollably growing at an alarming rate. Sensing this anomaly, Qin Feng remained completely calm. It is important to note that at this moment Qin Feng had already undergone a fourth job change and successfully ascended to become the Crimson Sovereign. Upon ascending to the Crimson Sovereign, he had also acquired a skill that was incredibly powerful, Crimson Domain. At this moment, the Crimson Domain had been activated. Within the Crimson Domain, without Qin Feng's permission, even true deities cannot make a sound. With this thought, Qin Feng waved his hand, and a voice as vast as an imperial decree resonated throughout the blood and flesh pollution is prohibited. Beyond imagination, the battle power surged forth. As the words fell, countless crimson chains erupted from the dense, unyielding blood chi. They twisted and spiraled through the air, sealing away an invisible and intangible force. The moment came. A formless wave exploded within the mind, sending all the Camerado dragons tumbling backward. All the Camerado dragons raised their heads in astonishment, gazing at Qin Feng with shock. They had not anticipated that this young human before them possessed such bizarre abilities. To erase the power of authority it wielded with just a casual gesture. After sealing the Camerado dragon's authority, Qin Feng opened his eye of insight and cast a probe spell at the dragons. War Machine. Camerado Dragon Divine Stage Level 1 in Level 90 Complete 4-min rank. Divine Stage in Health 16 billion Attack Power 4. 82 million Defense Power, 9900 in Skills, Divine, Defense Divine, Resistance Divine, Recovery Divine, Combat Skills Plague, Spread High Level, Demonization Destructive, Roar Dark, Magic, Sphere Flesh, Pollution Description, a super war weapon in the underground possessing the authority of flesh pollution and the ability to spread plague. After reviewing the information about the Camerado dragons, Qin Feng smiled with disinterest. For one who possessed true damage capabilities and extremely powerful damage amplification skills, this was hardly exciting. Without their authority, the Camerado dragons were nothing more than lambs to the slaughter, mere fools providing experience points. With this thought, Qin Feng wasted no time, brandishing the Dragon Slayer blade, charging toward these war machines along. In an instant, vivid red blood, plum blossom marks silently imprinted upon the bodies of these dragons. In 400 million. 400 million. In 400 million. In the blazing blade light danced gracefully within this mind space, harmonizing with the crimson damage values exploding above the Camerado dragons. One by one, the Camerado dragons howled and scattered, not daring to withstand Qin Feng's attacks. Before Qin Feng launched his assault on the Camerado dragons, a group of cavalry dressed in expensive armor had already appeared outside the cave. The armor of these cavalry bore many similarities to that of the Silver Moon Knight Order previously seen, but upon closer inspection, it was clear that their armor was of an even higher quality. These individuals were the Daylight Knights of the Holy Light Church, each possessing near divine stage strength. The leader among them had even reached level 90, wielding the power of divine stage level 1. Upon reaching the entrance of the mine, the expression of Robert, the vice commander of the Daylight Knights, changed dramatically. Having reached level 90, he easily sensed an extraordinarily powerful demonic aura emanating from within the mine. Clearly, the Camerado dragons inside had already awakened. However, this was not the true reason for Robert's anxiety. Before heading to the mine, he had already been informed that 7 Camerado dragons were about to emerge from this cave. The awakening of these creatures had long been within his expectations, so he naturally would not feel nervous about it. What truly made Robert feel that this could be a one-way trip was the immense blood chi that had also appeared within the mine. From this blood chi, Robert sensed a power far surpassing even that of the leader of the Daylight Knights. It was something that a mere newly initiated divine stage knight like him could not contend with. However, spurred by the faith in his heart, Robert did not retreat even a single step. With a clang, Robert drew his knight's sword and addressed the members of the Daylight Knights' comrades. An unexpectedly powerful enemy has appeared within this mine. He could very well be in existence beyond divine stage level 4. Are you afraid? No. The members of the Daylight Knights answered in unison. In the light's domain we fear no magic beasts. Listening to their response, Robert raised his knight's sword high with a desolate expression and shouted, "The light is with me. Charge with me. The light is with me. We shall prevail." After a rallying cry, all members of the Daylight Knights drew their weapons, and with a determination to fight to the death charged into the mine behind Robert. Upon entering the mine, these knights quickly discovered the bodies of the executioners lying on the ground. Seeing these corpses, Robert's expression changed, and he hurried over to examine the wounds. The wounds were remarkably neat. Before the assailants, the executioners' defenses were as ineffective as paper, providing no protection whatsoever. Who on earth did this? Such terrifying damage capability. Looking at the number of wounds, 5 stabs per executioner, seemed excessively frightening. This person might be our ally, I feel. I hope he is not our enemy, otherwise that would be too terrifying. As Robert examined the wounds, the surrounding knights also gasped in astonishment. Hearing their discussions, Robert took a deep breath and silently prayed. After finishing his prayer, he turned to the knights and said, "Let's go. We cannot ascertain whether he is friend or foe." Nodding, the group followed Robert deeper into the mine. Moments later, the Daylight Knights reached the very bottom of the cave. Upon entering, their eyes widened in shock. In the battlefield, dozens of identical men were chasing and hacking at 7 Camerado dragons. The men's attack speed was astonishingly fast, their movement almost absurd. Amidst the flashing blades, thick lines of blood erupted from the bodies of the Camerado dragons. Boom. In boom. In boom. In moments later, all 7 Camerado dragons fell to the ground, transformed into lifeless corpses under the relentless assault of the men. Witnessing this scene, every member of the Daylight Knights, including their vice commander Robert, was left in utter shock. At this moment, they realized who the man before them was. No one else under the divine stage could create so many doppelgangers besides Qin Feng. Adding to that, given his proficiency with blades, the Daylight Knights immediately understood that this man whose killing power had reached astronomical heights was none other than the newly appointed Duke of the Maple Leaf Empire, renowned throughout the divine domain. Duke of the North Tian E. 145, the Nazhel Medal, or. Previously, when the tale of Qin Feng slaying Ernest spread to the church, the Knights of the Sun Knight Order did not regard Qin Feng as particularly remarkable. In their eyes, even fully revived Ernest with his mere god-tier strength was just a minor character. There was no need for all the knights to mobilize, sending out about a quarter of them would be enough to eliminate him. In the mountains without a tiger, the monkeys claim kingship. Heroes emerge when there are none. These two phrases encapsulated the most genuine thoughts of the proud Sun Knights upon hearing of Qin Feng's exploits. However, today this group of proud knights was conquered by Qin Feng in an overwhelmingly powerful manner. To them, a fully revived Camerado dragon was hardly a threat. But if 7 such beasts gathered together, it would be entirely different. Thus, upon entering the mine, these knights had already prepared to sacrifice themselves for the church. Yet these 7 war beasts capable of wiping them out could do nothing in front of Qin Feng, unable to mount any if they could only allow Qin Feng to wield his blade and slay them one by one. Is this the power of the divine will? It's too overwhelming. Even if our commander came, he wouldn't be able to match the level of the divine will. I am ashamed. How could I have thought of the divine will in such a way? I am hardly human. Glancing over the stunned knights of the church and finding none, he recognized Qin Feng, dismissed the thought of greeting them, and walked towards the corpse of the Camerado dragon to collect his spoils. Ding. You have obtained the biological weapon Camerado Dragon Manufacturing Blueprint X3. Ding. You have obtained high-level material Camerado Dragon's Poison Sac X14. Ding. You have obtained 23000 gold coins. Listening to the notifications ringing in his ears, Qin Feng felt quite satisfied with his haul. First was the Camerado Dragon's manufacturing blueprint. Although Qin Feng himself could not use it, selling it to the church would fetch a handsome sum. For the church, burdened with suppressing the underground caves, powerful cave monsters had always been a source of great concern. Among them, the Camerado Dragon, known for its plague-spreading ability, was one of the most troublesome war machines. For countless years, they had spent vast amounts of wealth and gathered numerous alchemical experts in an attempt to decipher the capabilities of the Camerado Dragon. However, no matter how they studied, their research outcomes could not keep pace with the evolution of the Camerado Dragon. To this day, the Camerado Dragon had undergone 1749 iterations, while the church's research had stagnated at the 462nd iteration, making it impossible to catch up. Thinking of this, Qin Feng put away the Camerado Dragon's manufacturing blueprint, considering selling it to the Pope at an opportune time for a hefty sum. Next, Qin Feng turned his attention to the Camerado Dragon's poison sac. This was a high-grade poison synthesis material that could greatly enhance the damage and spread of poisons. Unfortunately, Qin Feng was not an alchemist, so this poison sac was of little use to him and would have to be sold. After Qin Feng tidied up his spoils, Robert, who had been stunned, slowly recovered. He walked slowly to Qin Feng's side and expressed his gratitude. Respected Duke of the North, on behalf of all the Knights of the Sun Knight Order, I extend our highest respect to you. Thank you for your assistance in eliminating these war machines. Qin Feng replied indifferently, then continued to control his little sprites beginning to occupy the mine. Seeing Qin Feng's indifferent response, Robert felt no resentment or aversion. In his heart, Qin Feng had already transformed from a brat into a powerful hero. For someone of such strength, Robert was as humble as a disciple. This place has already been cleared by me. If you have no further business, you should leave quickly. As he occupied the gold mine, Qin Feng spoke up. Yes, divine will works, we shall leave now. When we return, we will report to the Pope about everything that has happened here, so that all followers of the light will know of your contributions, Duke. After saying this, Robert took the lead in bowing deeply to Qin Feng. Seeing this, the Sun Knights under Robert also followed suit, bowing in gratitude to Qin Feng. After expressing their thanks, the Sun Knights exited the cave and hurried back to report to the church. Once the church knights departed, Qin Feng shook his head with a faint smile and opened his territory panel to check the yields of the mine. Nazhel Metal, or level 7. Ore reserves, 300 million. Estimated value, 32.7 billion. Current maximum daily mining yield limit, 100 standard units day. Current recommended number of production units, 500. After reviewing the information about the mine, Qin Feng felt that he had struck it rich. Although this mine was only a level 7 mine, the ore produced here was far more valuable than the previous level 9 mine. This was because the ore produced in this mine was called Nazhel Metal ore. Through refinement, every 100 standard units of Nazhel Metal ore could yield 1 gram of Nazhel Metal. And Nazhel Metal happened to be one of the high-grade materials needed for high-end building manufacturing and upgrades. With this mine obtained, Qin Feng would no longer worry about lacking sufficient building materials for a long time. Thinking of this, Qin Feng immediately arranged for 500 little sprites to start mining. Then he opened his task panel to check the newly unlocked second phase of the task. Tagralama's Conspiracy God Deer second phase. Level God level. Task Introduction. You have destroyed Tagralama's incubator set in your territory and acquired the pathogen of the Black Death, leading to the complete collapse of Tagralama's plan. Tagralama fell into a rage and forcibly opened a cave passage above your territory, preparing to send an army to hunt you down. Task Objectives. 1. Locate the brewing cave passage and suppress it. 2. Slay 1,000 cave monsters. Task Items. Detected that the player is a warrior class and does not possess the ability to purify the passage core. A temporary item God tier purification scroll is dispatched. Upon completing the second task objective, you can use the scroll to forcibly purify the cave passage. Task Rewards. 1. 3 billion experience points. 2. Random Material Chest God tier X3. 3. Pet Slot Expansion Scroll God tier X1. 4. Qualification for unlocking the third phase of this task. Task Restrictions. 1. Complete all task objectives within 24 hours, currently 23 hours and 54 minutes remaining. Failure penalty none. Note: do not investigate further, for Tagralama awaits you at the end. 146. Re-entering the Abyss. After reading the introduction to this task, Qin Feng sincerely felt that the rewards were quite decent. First of all, there was the Divine Material Extraction chest. Qin Feng's territory was still in the initial development stage. Apart from lacking money, there was also a scarcity of various high-grade materials. Although he did not know what materials could eventually be extracted from this chest, it was after all a divine-level chest. It couldn't be. Aside from this chest, the most valued item for Qin Feng was the Pet Position Expansion Scroll. In the entire Divine Realm, this scroll was also quite rare. After using it, the player's pet slots could be expanded from 4 to 5. Thinking of this, Qin Feng's interest in this task grew even stronger. Having organized his gains, Qin Feng grasped the Dragon Slayer blade and walked towards the outside of the mine. Due to his previous exploration, Qin Feng already knew where the newly emerging abyss passage would appear. Soon Qin Feng returned to the cave where he had discovered the first level 9 mine. Previously, an incomplete mutated passage had appeared here. This meant that the world barrier here was the weakest. If Taglama wanted to open a new abyss passage in a short time, it could only be opened here. Upon arriving at this mine, Qin Feng sensed an extremely dense aura of abyssal magic. At the same time, a mechanical prompt from the system echoed in his ears. Ding! You have discovered the abyss passage opened by Taglama. This passage is extremely dangerous. It is recommended that players use the task item to purify this passage after defeating the target. Listening to the prompt in his ears, Qin Feng smiled lightly and ignored it. What was the point of purifying such a good spot for gaining experience? If he didn't take the opportunity to grind for experience, how could he still be called Qin Feng? With this in mind, Qin Feng charged into the mine holding the Dragon Slayer blade. Soon, with all his might, Qin Feng swiftly reached the entrance of the abyss passage. Since this passage had just been opened, only the lowest level eaters had crawled out from within. Upon Qin Feng's arrival, these eaters immediately shifted their attention from the little sprite, swaying their foolish heads, to look at Qin Feng. At the moment their gaze met Qin Feng's, his blade was already at their throats. Slash. 300W. 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 In the face of Qin Feng's terrifying damage output, these abyssal creatures had no time to react and were instantly cut down to corpses. Ding! You have killed a bronze level monster eater. You gained 8,000 experience points, your health 5, Dragon Slayer blade spirit body strength 1, and your spirit body strength 1. Ding! You have killed a bronze level monster eater. You gained 8,000 experience points, your health 5, Dragon Slayer blade spirit body strength 1, and your spirit body strength 1. Ding! You have killed a bronze level monster eater. You gained 8,000 experience points, your health 5, Dragon Slayer blade spirit body strength 1, and your spirit body strength 1. Listening to the clanging prompt in his ears, a smile of satisfaction gradually appeared on Qin Feng's lips. At this moment, Qin Feng had unlocked his 4th talent, Infinite Growth. Moreover, with his job change skill Blood Magic, while he could gain 5 health points for each unit he killed. It didn't stop there. Under the equipment effect of the Dragon Slayer blade, each monster killed would also grant Qin Feng and the spirit of the Dragon Slayer blade an additional point of spirit body strength. In this situation, the gains from killing these bronze level monsters became quite substantial. Swish, swish, swish. As the blade light flashed, Qin Feng was slaughtering wildly in the mine cave. After a short while, he had completely wiped out all the abyssal monsters within the cave. Looking at the corpses before him, Qin Feng was still unsatisfied. To enhance his strength more rapidly, he stepped into the abyss passage without hesitation. Boom! A familiar feeling surged, and in an instant Qin Feng found himself in the inner world. Before him were layers upon layers of abyssal monsters numbering in the millions. In an instant, Qin Feng's eyes gleamed with an intense greed. For other players or NPCs, such a multitude of abyssal monsters would undoubtedly be a nightmare. But for Qin Feng, who wore a level 5 title, possessed extraordinary vampiric abilities, held over 3 million health points, and had multiple bug-level talents and skills, these monsters were merely delicious dishes. No matter how many there were, they could not fill the appetite of this glutton. With this thought, Qin Feng charged towards the position of the abyssal monsters with the Dragon Slayer blade in hand. Swish, swish, swish. 300W. 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 In the face of Qin Feng's overwhelming attack power, the cannon fodder at the front of the army was instantly melted away. Soon Qin Feng had killed 1,000 abyssal monsters, completing the second goal of the second phase of the task. Ding! It has been detected that the player has killed 1,000 abyssal monsters and achieved the second goal. Please use the task item to purify this abyss passage as soon as possible. The mechanical prompt echoed in Qin Feng's ears, reminding him that he could now complete the task and advance to the... However, Qin Feng did not intend to do so. How could he let such experience slip away before he had killed all these abyss? Fiery blood energy surged from Qin Feng's body, instantly increasing his attack power by 5 times. After activating the crimson power, Qin Feng glanced at the gathered blood and felt that the quantity was about right. With a flick of his finger, the blood on the ground instantly converged into 150 crimson blades. Swish, swish, swish. Under Qin Feng's control, the crimson blades danced gracefully, quickly clearing a massive hole in the battlefield. Looking at the hole before him, an overwhelming sense of ambition rose in Qin Feng's heart. He frantically released his phantom doppelgangers, summoning one after another. After several seconds, there appeared 24 identical Qin Fengs on the battlefield. In the next moment, these Qin Fengs simultaneously unleashed the crimson blades, using the blood left by the monsters on the ground to gather 153600 terrifyingly sharp blades. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Under Qin Feng's control, these blades emitted a humming sound simultaneously. The entire battlefield shook in response. Then these blades coalesced into a massive lotus that blotted out the sky, descending from above towards the ground. Like a deathly talisman, massacring a million, rising 2 levels. Watching the blade lotus above, the feelings of countless cave creatures turned into despair. The enemy before them was truly terrifying beyond what they could contend with. Under the weight of their fear, the cave creatures, which had surged forward like waves, suddenly retreated with a speed even more rapid than before. However, their numbers were far too great. Completing a formation change in an instant was simply impossible. Thus, a trampling incident occurred. The weaker cave monsters, with just a moment's inattention, were trampled into meat paste by their powerful companions. Seeing this scene, Qin Feng was instantly enraged. One cave monster equated to 5 points of health, 1 point of blade spirit strength, and 1 point of his own spiritual body strength. If these cave monsters were allowed to be depleted like this, Qin Feng's monster farming plan would be thwarted. With this thought, he began a battle for kills, controlling the blood lotus of the crimson blade. Time was tight, and the task was heavy. To maximize his gains, Qin Feng pushed his mental strength to the limit, controlling each crimson blade as precisely as possible. Unfortunately, at this moment, Qin Feng only had a few thousand points of intelligence. Although this value was already higher than that of most level 70 mages, precisely controlling 1500 crimson blades was still a daunting task. Feeling the strain, Qin Feng unhesitatingly activated Blood Rage, forcefully raising his intelligence. Ding! You have activated the exclusive skill Blood Rage, entering the first stage of Blood Rage, gaining a 2x boost to all attributes, maximum health, increased health lock released, can recover through lifesteal, etc. Half health will decrease, lasting 30 minutes, and after that he will face a 12-hour weakness period, which can be lifted by activating Blood Rage again. Ding! You have activated the exclusive skill Blood Rage, entering the second stage of Blood Rage, gaining a 4x boost to all attributes, maximum health, increased health lock released, can recover through lifesteal, etc. Half health will decrease, lasting 30 minutes, and after that he will face a 12-hour weakness period, which can be lifted by activating Blood Rage again. Ding! You have activated the exclusive skill Blood Rage, entering the sixth stage of Blood Rage, gaining a 64x boost to all attributes, maximum health, increased health lock released, can recover through lifesteal, etc. Half health will decrease, lasting 30 minutes, and after that he will face a 12-hour weakness period, which can be lifted by activating Blood Rage again. Moments later, Qin Feng had activated the sixth stage of Blood Rage, achieving a 64x boost to all attributes. With this boost, his intelligence surged to over 280,000 points. With such a terrifying level of intelligence, Qin Feng could easily execute precise control over the crimson blades. Swish, 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 swish. The sound of blades piercing flesh echoed as each dragon-slaying blade struck true, impaling its target. 190 million. 190 million. 190 million. Accompanied by the swish sounds, hundreds of thousands of crimson damage values appeared before Qin Feng's eyes, dyeing his world a bloody red. In just a few seconds, over 1 million cave monsters on the battlefield were suddenly reduced to a scattered few hundred thousand. Unlike the fallen cave monsters, the remaining ones were of higher levels and positioned further back. Similar to the slain cave monsters, they too could not withstand Qin Feng's damage. At most, 3 crimson blades could send them back to the abyss. Watching the battlefield, Qin Feng resembling a demon god, the cave monsters howled and scattered in retreat. They were very clever, hoping to force Qin Feng into making a choice. In their eyes, no matter how powerful or absurd this man was, it was impossible for him to attack in all directions at once. As long as they spread out enough, surely some lucky ones could escape the hands of this demon. Seeing their movements, Qin Feng couldn't. From the very beginning, he had intended to wipe them all out, never considering letting any monster escape. Although the monster's choice was correct, it could influence Qin Feng's killing speed. But let's not forget, at this moment, Qin Feng had activated the 6th stage of Blood Rage, gaining a 64x boost. His agility attribute had already surpassed the 300 mark. In terms of speed, he was the progenitor of these monsters. With this thought in mind, Qin Feng began to arrange the phantom doubles. Under his deliberate control, these newly birthed phantom doubles were lined up in a long snake formation. After several seconds, 24 brand new Qin Fengs appeared on the battlefield. Each one bore a fierce glare glaring at the fleeing monsters like hungry wolves eyeing lambs. In the next moment, this long snake formation stretching 5 kilometers began to advance. Initially the line appeared somewhat hollow due to gaps between the points. However, as time went on, and the crimson blades converged, this long snake formation gradually became fuller, transforming into a massive crimson wave rushing towards the fleeing monsters. Swish, 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 swish. The crimson tide surged. Each monster with a face of disbelief collapsed to the ground, turning into lifeless corpses. The successive notification sounds began to explode in Qin Feng's ears. Ding! You have killed an 85-level epic tier cave monster executioner, gaining 300 million experience points. Your health 5, a dragon-slaying blade spirit strength 1, your spiritual body strength 1. Ding! You have killed an 88-level epic tier cave monster war beast, gaining 300 million experience points. Your health 5, a dragon-slaying blade spirit strength 1, your spiritual body strength 1. Ding! You have killed a 89-level epic tier cave monster 3-eyed destroyer, gaining 300 million experience points. Your health 5, a dragon-slaying blade spirit strength 1, your spiritual body strength 1. Ding! You have annihilated a cave legion. The cave force's favorability towards you has decreased by 100 points. Current favorability, 200. Current relationship, undying conflict 1. Ding! Your level has increased. Current level 45. You have gained 600 free attribute points. Ding! Your level has increased. Current level 46. You have gained 600 free attribute points. Listening to the system alerts ringing in his ears, and looking at the cave monsters he had wiped out, Qin Feng smiled with entering the cave once, killing over 1 million monsters, and leveling up by 2 levels was quite good. It was worth the trip. With a quiet sigh, Qin Feng retracted the dragon-slaying blade, allocating all the newly gained 1200 attribute points. Then he headed towards the core of the passage. Soon Qin Feng arrived at the location of the passage's core. Ding dong, you have reached the passage's core. Use the divine level purification scroll to purify this passage, and complete the task Taglamar's Conspiracy Second Ring to obtain the teleportation fragment. Upon hearing the prompt ringing in his ears, Qin Feng took the task scroll from his backpack and began the purification. Qin Feng gently exerted force to tear open the scroll in his hand. Then a beam of light illuminated the core of the passage before him, reducing it to a pile of fragments. At the same time, a prompt sounded in Qin Feng's ears. Ding dong, the player has completed the task Taglamar's Conspiracy Second Ring. Rewards are being distributed. Ding dong, you have received 3 billion experience points. Ding dong, you have received random material extraction chest divine level X3. Ding dong, you have received pet slot expansion scroll X1. Ding dong, you have qualified to accept the third ring of this task. It is detected that the player is in the underground cave. Danger level increased. The player has the right to abandon this task. Listening to the prompt in his ears, Qin Feng automatically ignored the system's notification and accepted the third ring. Ding dong, you have accepted the task Taglamar's Conspiracy Third Ring. Please check in the task panel. Ding dong, due to the high difficulty of this task and the player's low level, a one-time task exemption privilege is granted. After use, the task will be automatically cancelled. Please make a decision within 3 minutes. Listening to the system's incessant prompts, Qin Feng furrowed his brows slightly. Everything in the game Divine Realm was great, except the artificial intelligence was not very smart. He had already wiped out an entire legion in the underground cave. With such strength, how many monsters could pose a threat to him in the current underground cave? After ignoring the system's notification again, Qin Feng opened the task panel to check the third ring of the task. Taglamar's Conspiracy Divine Level Third Ring Level Divine Level Task Introduction. You have destroyed the underground passage created by Taglamar and killed his warriors. You have thoroughly enraged Taglamar, forcing him to awaken from his slumber. You will face Taglamar's might and escape. Task Objectives 1. Survive for 30 seconds under Taglamar's attack. 2. Escape from Taglamar's task items. It is detected that the difficulty of this task is too high and the player's level is too low, granting a one-time task exemption privilege. After using this privilege, the task will be automatically cancelled. Please make a decision within 3 minutes. Task Rewards 1. 5 billion experience points. 2. Random Material Chest Divine Level X10 3. Blueprint for Space Teleportation Device X. 1 Task Restrictions, none failure penalty, none introduction, do not probe further, for Taglamar awaits you at the end. After reading the rewards for this task, Qin Feng was so excited, he was almost jumping up. Not to mention the other items, just the blueprint for space teleportation device alone made Qin Feng smell the scent of money. In his previous life, a foreign player obtained this blueprint. That player then used his relationship with NPCs to manufacture the space teleportation device, placing it with. After a series of negotiations and exchanges of benefits, this player ultimately reached an agreement with the NPCs. He would take away 30 of the profits from the teleportation device. It was precisely because of this 30 profit that the player who possessed the blueprint became one of the wealthiest individuals among players in the global Divine Realm. Now Qin Feng also had the opportunity to obtain this blueprint. Moreover, with Qin Feng's influence and strength, as long as he could successfully complete the task and obtain the blueprint, he would be able to leverage this blueprint to reap profits far exceeding those of that player from his previous life. Thinking of this, Qin Feng suddenly felt exhilarated. He increasingly looked forward to the 3 minutes of consideration passing quickly, eagerly anticipating Taglamar's prompt. But before long, Qin Feng discovered a major issue. This task required him to withstand 30 seconds from Taglamar and escape Taglamar's pursuit. This seriously contradicted Qin Feng's desire to turn Taglamar into his experience points. Thinking of this, Qin Feng suddenly felt depressed. Oh, acting again so tiring. Soon as Qin Feng waited boredly, the long 3 minutes of consideration finally passed. A strange wave surged toward Qin Feng from afar, followed by a tremendous voice ringing in his ears. Foolish human. Dirty insect. You dare to destroy my incubator, you dare to kill my soldiers. I will wash your sins away with your blood. I Taglamar swear to crush you into dust, to make your skull into my drinking vessel. The layered voices surged toward Qin Feng like waves. Qin Feng immediately panicked, standing up in a flurry and running in a random direction. Watching Qin Feng's fearful appearance, Taglamar was furious. Insect, you dare to run away. You are provoking me. The massive voice echoed again, but this time it was much closer than before. Thud, thud, thud. Taglamar moved swiftly with his 8 limbs across the underground world, quickly closing in on Qin Feng from behind. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in Qin Feng's ears. Ding dong, it is detected that the player has entered Taglamar's attack range. Please survive for 30 seconds under Taglamar's attack. Warning, it is detected that the player's level is too low and there is a huge gap between the player and Taglamar. Please immediately distance yourself from the target. Listening to these 2 prompts, Qin Feng completely ignored them, continuing to maintain his previous demeanor, anxiously fleeing. Seeing Qin Feng's back and calculating the distance between them, Taglamar found that Qin Feng had already entered his attack. Taglamar felt a surge of joy in his heart and immediately raised one of his limbs, shooting a dark wave of energy toward Qin Feng. Noticing Taglamar's attack, Qin Feng deliberately slowed down his reaction time, nervously dodging Taglamar's attack. Boom. The dark wave of energy carrying boundless destructive power struck fiercely at the ground before Qin Feng. It created a gigantic pit in the incredibly hard earth of the underground world. A massive cloud of dust rose up and Taglamar proudly slowed his pace. However, before he could revel for too long, he saw that human man hurriedly rushing out from the dust and running away. 149. The arrogant Taglamar. Seeing this scene, Taglamar was momentarily taken aback. He did not expect that such an incredibly weak human could evade his deadly attack. Unlike the earnest that Qin Feng had encountered earlier, Taglamar's strength was far above the 3rd tier of the divine stage, just a step away from entering the 4th tier. He was a contender for the position of a great lord. Currently, the cave monsters above the 4th tier of the divine stage were still in a state of absolute slumber. With Taglamar's strength above the 3rd tier of the divine stage, he could easily rank among the top few within all cave. Crawling insect. You actually possess such strength. Good. You've successfully caught my attention. However, you shouldn't think you can leave my grasp unscathed. I am Lord Taglamar. I am the nightmare from which you can never escape. Taglamar roared, raising his limbs once more to initiate his attack. This time he held nothing back and lifted all 6 of his limbs to attack. Boom, 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 boom. 6 waves of black light shot out from Taglamar's limbs, bombarding the position where Qin Feng was. Sensing the attack from behind, Qin Feng panicked and twisted his body, performing a serpentine maneuver, narrowly dodging the edges of these 6 light waves. At the same time, Qin Feng counted the seconds in his heart. 11, 12, 13. After dodging Taglamar's attack, Qin Feng continued to sprint forward. However, during his sprint, Qin Feng did not forget to deliver a symbolic counterattack. Swish, 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 swish. Qin Feng condensed a crimson blade, controlling these sharp edges to stab towards Taglamar's position. To prevent Taglamar from discovering his true strength, Qin Feng not only refrained from activating the crimson power, but also did not apply any real damage effects to these blades. Even more extreme, Qin Feng intentionally deviated the trajectory of the crimson blades, making them skim past Taglamar's body and fly off at an angle. Seeing that Qin Feng dared to counterattack, Taglamar was instantly enraged, feeling insulted. You lowly insect, you dare to strike back at me. I Taglamar swear by my title as a lord, I will tear you to pieces. Taglamar roared and accelerated his pursuit, charging towards Qin Feng. Soon Taglamar closed in behind Qin Feng. Upon reaching this point, the emblem on Taglamar's forehead suddenly lit up. He activated one of his powers, gravity, with a loud bang. Qin Feng, along with the ground beneath his feet, sank straight down. Under the influence of gravity control, the gravity in the area where Qin Feng stood was increased by over 10,000 times. Under such immense gravitational force, Qin Feng's speed slowed down instantly. Seeing Qin Feng's noticeably reduced speed, Taglamar was overjoyed. He lifted his sharp limb and swung it towards Qin Feng's lower back. Die, insect! A tremendous roar accompanied Taglamar's shout as the sharp limb sliced through the air, poised to cleave Qin Feng in two. Just at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Qin Feng drew out the dragon-slaying blade and instantly unleashed the dragon-slaying flash, dodging just past the edge of the limb. Taglamar was clearly taken aback by this scene. He did not expect that this human who only knew how to flee possessed such remarkable resilience. He was actually able to use a teleportation-type secret technique even under the influence of gravity control. It is known that under sudden changes in gravity, any divine being that has not reached the divine stage would be affected. This would lead to a decline in perception and reaction speed. Being able to react so swiftly in such circumstances meant this human possessed a spiritual body strength far exceeding that of ordinary individuals. Thinking of this, saliva quickly dripped from the corners of Taglamar's mouth. For so many years, he had always favored food with strong spiritual bodies. He felt that such food had the best chewiness. Insect, you are quite good. I have changed my mind, I will not let you die so easily. I will slowly devour your flesh and consume your soul. Taglamar rambled on while an expression of growing impatience emerged on Qin Feng's face. For some reason, after being reborn in this life, every cave creature that Qin Feng encountered seemed to have a brain. They always liked to brag during battles. If it weren't for the need to complete the system's unyielding task, Qin Feng would have long since slashed Taglamar down, not allowing him to be so arrogant. However, it was fortunate that at this point Qin Feng had already been running for nearly 25 seconds. Just 5 more seconds of evasion and Qin Feng would meet the first requirement of the task. Next, all he needed to do was disappear from Taglamar's sight, and then reappear to slay this loquacious fool. With this thought in mind, Qin Feng continued to evade Taglamar's attacks. Swish. The limb slashed down. Miss. Swish, 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 swish. The limbs kept slicing, and Qin Feng dodged continuously. 3, 2, 1. After a long period of endurance, the time finally arrived. At the same time, a system prompt echoed in Qin Feng's ears. Ding ding, it has been detected that the player has survived under Taglamar's attack for 30 seconds, achieving the first objective of the task. Please swiftly escape from Taglamar's pursuit to complete the second objective of this task. Warning detected that the player's level is too low with a significant gap between the player and Taglamar. Please immediately distance yourself from the target. As the prompt concluded, Qin Feng's speed suddenly surged. With the boost from his 6th tier blood attribute and the support of his gear, Qin Feng's maximum speed was beyond what a divine stage 3-tier cave monster like Taglamar could compare to. A thunderous roar erupted. Qin Feng's speed instantly broke the sound barrier, and he became even faster. In less than half a second, he had already run over 100 kilometers. Watching Qin Feng sprinting further away, Taglamar stood dazed on the spot, not moving a single step for a long time. Damn insect. How could he possess such an escape technique? Shameless. Utterly shameless. Do not let me see you again. Otherwise I will tear you to pieces again and again. Taglamar roared wildly, swinging his limbs in destruction. However, on the other side, unseen by Taglamar, Qin Feng had come to a stop, turning around. Mission complete. Counteroffensive begins. Ding. You have gained 5 billion experience points. Ding. You have acquired 10 divine tier random material chests. Ding. You have acquired 1 blueprint for a teleportation device. Hearing these 3 notifications, Qin Feng's face twisted into a chilling, merciless smile. The moment Taglamar had shrieked wildly, Qin Feng had already longed to obliterate him utterly. Had it not been for completing this mission, why would he have endured such humiliation, playing along with Taglamar's farce for so long? With no time to waste, Qin Feng shot back along the path he had come, determined to intercept Taglamar before he escaped. To hasten his return, he activated 7th degree Blood Surge. Ding. You have activated your unique skill, Blood Surge. Entering 7th degree Blood Surge, granting a 128-fold amplification of all attributes. Maximum HP increased. A deathlock removed. HP may be restored via life drain or similar means. HP reduced by half for 30 minutes. Upon expiration, a 12-hour debilitation period follows, reversible only through another Blood Surge activation. Instantly empowered by the 128-fold augmentation, Qin Feng's speed surged beyond comprehension. In the blink of an eye, he traversed over 100 kilometers and stood before Taglamar. When Qin Feng arrived, Taglamar was still brandishing his chitinous limbs, wantonly demolishing the surroundings. At the sight of Qin Feng's sudden return, Taglamar halted mid-destruction, elated, and gaped open his festering maw ready. But in that very instant, Taglamar sensed something unspeakably terrifying emanating from Qin Feng. A suffocating aura arising from his overwhelming blood chi, as if he beheld mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Such crushing pressure. Who is this being? How is it possible no one has ever spoken of a human sovereign this form? While Taglamar reeled in shock, Qin Feng activated his insight eye to scan his opponent. Underground Lair Lord. Taglamar, level 119, divine rank 3rd tier, divine rank 3rd tier, HP 30 billion, attack 12 million, defense 4. 5 million, skills divine tier defense, divine tier resistance, divine tier regeneration, divine tier combat arts, cavern annihilating, blacklight, rapid sprint, strength amplification, demonification, state edict, beyond death, minion summoning, lethal contamination, biomodification, forced, dispelling, gravity manipulation, plague, dispersion, mastery of low tier annihilation energy, description, sovereign of the underground layers, wielding low tier annihilation energy, an entity of profound dread. Having finished reading Taglamar's profile, Qin Feng finally stirred with faint interest. Since ascending to the Crimson Sovereign rank after his 4th ascension, he had yet to encounter a worthy adversary. No one, not a single soul, had ever forced him to unleash his full power. Though Taglamar still fell short of that threshold, he possessed enough strength to exchange several decisive blows with Qin Feng. Without hesitation, Qin Feng drew the dragon-slaying blade and charged. Knowing Taglamar possessed forcible dispelling, Qin Feng withheld his phantom substitution technique until he could first neutralize that ability. Closing the distance, Qin Feng raised his hand and affixed a crimson mark on Taglamar's body. Then in an instant he unleashed crimson power, granting 5-fold attack amplification and true damage capability. Before Taglamar could react, Qin Feng's blade struck home. A thunderous rend echoed, and a colossal crimson gash erupted across Taglamar's form. Simultaneously, a blazing crimson critical damage numeral blazed above Tagrama's head. 6 billion. Gravely wounded Tagrama snapped into awareness. Gritting through the agony, he raised his razor-sharp limb and slashed toward Qin Feng's position. At that very moment, Tagrama poured his authority into the earth beneath Qin Feng, amplifying local gravity to 1,000,000 times normal. The sudden gravitational onslaught bent Qin Feng's spine downward, but not a flicker of emotion crossed his face. Whoosh! Qin Feng activated Dragon-Slaying Flash, evading the strike effortlessly, then instantly deployed Crimson Dominion, enveloping a radius of 20,000 yards in its crimson embrace. Fierce blood chi erupted skyward, staining the heavens scarlet. Across the earth, crimson torrents coalesced into a churning ocean, bubbling with thick, viscous gurgles. Witnessing this spectacle, Tagrama felt an unprecedented weight of oppression. To quell his rising dread, he again willed gravity control, seeking to pin Qin Feng to the ground. Yet before his authority fully manifested, a voice rang forth. Authoritative as celestial decree, gravity manipulation is forbidden here. The moment those words fell, his coalescing authority froze, sealed tight, as if bound by ethereal chains, palpable, yet utterly unusable. Refusing to yield, Tagrama invoked another authority, Plague Dispersion. But once more, Qin Feng's voice descended like divine judgment. Plague Dispersion is forbidden here. And just as before, his authority collapsed, severed beyond recovery. Trembling with terror, Tagrama roared, "What abomination are you? We share no grudge. Why do you hound me so relentlessly?" At those words, Qin Feng let out a cold, mirthless laugh. Had Tagrama not stirred chaos within his own lair, or opened the underworld rift, how else would Qin Feng have ever found occasion to claim his head? But Qin Feng had neither time nor inclination to explain. Gripping the dragon-slaying blade, he pressed forward, attacking without pause. Seeing that wrathful godlike figure hurtling toward him, Tagrama abandoned all restraint. He immediately entered demonification state, gaining a tenfold amplification of all attributes, then channeled annihilation energy, concentrating it upon his chitinous limb. Clang! His limb collided with Qin Feng's dragon-slaying blade, the clash ringing like forged steel meeting. Shielded by annihilation energy, Tagrama's limb remained unsevered. Noting that this energy remained untouched by Qin Feng's strange arts, and seeing his limb intact, Tagrama's confidence flared anew. 151, instant kill Taglamar. Ha ha ha, can't you use that bizarre ability? You are prohibiting me. You are prohibiting my annihilation energy. Die, you crawling creature. Taglamar roared as he charged towards the position of Qin Feng. However, before he could reach Qin Feng, the desolate voice of Qin Feng echoed for the third time. Annihilation energy is prohibited in this area. As soon as the words fell, Taglamar's expression instantly darkened. He clearly sensed that with the sound of Qin Feng's voice, the annihilation power he controlled was instantly cleared away. Not only that, but even his understanding of annihilation energy vanished without a trace. Realizing this anomaly, Taglamar immediately felt intimidated. But at this moment, it was already too late. Having dealt with the annihilation energy, Qin Feng directly activated the dragon-slash-flash, appearing right in front of Taglamar. In the next moment, he unleashed the crimson guillotine, smashing down onto Taglamar's head. Boom! The massive guillotine phantom instantly solidified and landed on Taglamar. Then a notification sound echoed in Qin Feng's ears. Ding dong, you used the crimson guillotine on the target. Taglamar, a level 3 divine being. The stun effect is suppressed by the rank. Taglamar enters a 0.5-second stun state. Hearing this notification, Qin Feng smiled faintly. For others, 0.5 seconds is a very brief period. But do not forget, Qin Feng can achieve 10 times attack speed and has activated the blood frenzy at 7 times. His attack speed had long surpassed the limits. Needless to say, with 0.5 seconds of control, even a 0.001 second stun would allow Qin Feng to empty Taglamar's health bar. With this thought in mind, Qin Feng flashed to Taglamar's side and launched a frenzied assault. 9.6 billion. 9.6 billion. 9.6 billion. Lines of crimson damage numbers floated above Taglamar's head. At the same time, notification sounds erupted in Qin Feng's ears. Ding dong, your attack triggered the additional effect of the Dragon Slayer blade. Taglamar enters a time delay state, lasting 1 second. Ding dong, your attack triggered the additional effect of the Dragon Slayer blade, dealing dimensional cutting damage. Current damage value 28.8 billion. Ding dong, your attack triggered the additional effect of the Dragon Slayer blade, inflicting judgment effect, reducing Taglamar's defense by 75 and 75 of abnormal status resistance. Ding dong, your attack triggered the additional effect of the Dragon Slayer blade, triggering a fatal judgment. In the judgment was successful. Taglamar was forcibly executed by you. Ding dong, you have killed the level 119 lore class creature Taglamar, gaining 2 billion experience points. Your health 5. Dragon Slayer blade, spirit strength 1. Your spirit strength 1. Ding dong, you used the Dragon Slayer blade to kill a divine being. The Dragon Slayer blade gained 1 enhancement point. Current enhancement value 110,000. Ding dong, you achieved the first kill of the level 119 lore class creature Taglamar, gaining the first kill achievement. Special reward 100 experience points. Special reward 1 billion gold. Ding dong, you achieved the third time completion of the corpse whipping achievement. You gained 50 gold. World announcement player Tianyi has achieved the first kill of the level 119 Lord-class creature Taglamar, Divine Stage 3, achieving the global first kill achievement special reward, 100 billion experience points special reward, 10 billion gold special reward, Divine Material, Nozhel Metal, 1.0 grams Moon Essence, 1.0 milliliters. Players worldwide are encouraged to learn from Tianyi and step into the dungeon to suppress the dungeon monsters. Seeing this series of notifications, players around the world instantly went crazy. Did I see wrong? The great Tianyi actually killed a level 119 dungeon lord creature. What did I just see? Is this something I can comprehend? Is there a brother who can wake me up? I feel like I'm hallucinating. Count me in. I think I need to wake up too. This is too exciting. He's only level 46. If he reaches level 90, won't he dominate the game completely? I heard the great Tianyi triggered a world announcement again. Basic operations don't need to be mentioned. Damn, this time he actually killed a dungeon lord. The great Tianyi is impressive. The great Tianyi is too impressive. Long live the great Tianyi. Glancing at the players discussing fervently in the world channel, Qin Feng smiled faintly and shifted his focus to check his rewards this time. After completing the quest Taglamar's Conspiracy, Qin Feng received the space transmission device manufacturing blueprint he had been longing for. At this moment, Qin Feng had no urgent matters to attend to, so he opened the information of this blueprint to check. Space transmission device manufacturing blueprint. Type blueprint. Effect: after use, it allows you to master the manufacturing method of the space transmission device. Description: as long as you have enough money to purchase materials, this blueprint can help you create your imagination. After reading the information of this blueprint, Qin Feng unhesitatingly chose to use it. In the next moment, streams of data appeared in his mind, and he instantly grasped the manufacturing principle of this space transmission device. Like the space transmission device Qin Feng used in his previous life, the one he mastered required only one lowest level energy stone for each transmission. However, this space transmission device can only transport a maximum of 3 people at a time. To increase the number of transports of this device, higher level blueprints are required. Even so, this item is of immeasurable value to Qin Feng. Once Qin Feng returns to the surface world and finds a craftsman to produce this device, he can use his status to spread this device throughout the Maple Leaf Empire. At that time, Qin Feng could charge every player or NPC using this device. Once Qin Feng subdues the other 4 countries on the Divine Domain continent, he could place his mining transmission devices throughout the entire Divine Domain continent. By then, he would be the landlord of the entire Divine Domain continent, and anyone in need of transportation would have to pay. After imagining the future for a while, Qin Feng suppressed the excitement in his heart and shifted his gaze to the loot that burst out near Taglamar's corpse.